Konoha Village, Hokage Building Office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, while a masked ninja knelt respectfully before him, reporting on the mission's circumstances. Senju Mayuki. Ice release. The crystallization of the Senju and Yuki clans, perhaps. The third Hokage pondered over the mission briefing in his hand, taking a moment before he spoke in a low tone. Please continue. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu operative paused briefly, seemingly reorganizing his thoughts. While returning to the village after completing the mission, I unexpectedly encountered a vast frozen area. In a forest, from the situation observed, it appears that an outside merchant caravan fell victim to wandering bandits. Upon further investigation, I discovered that the frozen land centered around a child from the merchant's wagon, with a radius of nearly 200 meters transformed into an icy tomb. Regrettably, by the time I arrived, it was too late. All present, including the bandits and members of the caravan, had been encased in ice, with no survivors. Upon detecting signs of life from the child, I immediately thought to return him to the village for medical attention, hoping to uncover some unknown intelligence. While unfreezing the man who held the child in his arms, I inadvertently noticed a letter fall from his clothing, inscribed with "For Princess Tsunade." Seeing this letter, I could not afford to delay any longer. After rescuing the child, I hastened back to the village with him on my back. Having conveyed his report as succinctly as possible, the ninja bowed his head respectfully, awaiting further instructions from the Hokage. The third Hokage nodded slowly. He had already reviewed the letter sent back by the ninja hounds. Although it was addressed to his disciple, given the extraordinary circumstances, he believed Tsunade would understand. Fortunately, the letter contained no confidential information. It primarily detailed a man named Senju Nichiro explaining his situation to Tsunade, why his family had left the village, their experiences outside, and how he had sought to return the child to the village. The absence of any mention of the child's bloodline abilities led the third Hokage to speculate whether it was an attempt to conceal this fact or simply that the writer was unaware. Logically, he leaned toward the latter, as surely no clan held deeper ties to Konoha than the Senju, unless the individual had been under some form of genjutsu. However, the bodies of the caravan members had been arranged for transport back to Konoha, along with those of the bandits. The truth would soon be verified by the intelligence division, posing no difficulty. Regarding the child, have you verified Senju Mayuki's ice release? Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu operative immediately nodded in response. During a brief respite, I conducted a test on him. Although he is not yet proficient, there is no doubt that he possesses ice release. I can assure you of that. The third Hokage fell silent once again, drawing in a steady stream of smoke. A 5-year-old with ice release, and of Senju lineage. Isn't that like a pristine canvas? If he could be nurtured in the spirit of the will of fire from this moment onward. It ignited a spark within him. Contemplating such a scene, the third Hokage felt as though he had suddenly regained a decade of youth, his whole being brimming with vigor. It was not that the old man had not witnessed hardship. The village had suffered grievously in recent years. The third great ninja war had scarcely concluded when the village was struck by the calamity of the Kyubi. Not only had they lost the most outstanding fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, but countless ninjas had perished in that battle. These were all exceptional inheritors of the will of fire. One after another, they had fallen. Who could truly fathom the old man's anguish? Some only saw the old man swiftly resuming his position as Hokage after the fourth's death, but never considered the burden he bore in taking over such a chaotic situation. Post-disaster reconstruction required funds, and both fallen civilians and ninjas necessitated substantial compensation. They had to remain vigilant against enemy attacks, and the Kyubi Jinchuriki, this was Konoha's greatest military deterrent, now sealed within the body of a mere child, a babe still struggling to nurse. Could that be called combat power? The old man found himself on edge daily, fearing the moment he would hear a report of some brilliant strategist launching an attack on Konoha, indifferent to its current plight. Though the village appeared to have returned to tranquility on the surface, how many could perceive that Konoha was truly in a state of vulnerability, possibly its weakest moment? In history, Reigning in his chaotic thoughts, the third Hokage withdrew the letter and instructed the Umbu operative, take this letter to collaborate with the intelligence department. See if their extracted memories align with the contents of this letter and the information you possess. Report any developments to me immediately. Yes. The Umbu ninja rose, took the letter, and vanished in a swirl of motion. In the now empty office, the third Hokage sat in silence, lost in contemplation. His huh? Only after finishing a full pipe did he rise and quietly approach the window, gazing at the distant structures being rebuilt after the Kyuubi's devastation. He felt the weight upon his shoulders grow heavier still. The village still needs me, and more inheritors of the will of fire. In the afternoon, within Konoha Hospital, in a second-floor room, a boy clad in a hospital gown lay on the bed, perusing a historical text on Konoha. A day prior, a certain office worker had met an untimely demise, only to awaken in another world as a child named Senju Miyuki, with fragments of memories flooding his mind. In essence, his grandfather, lacking ninja aptitude, had taken the family on a business venture. His father, Senju Nichiro, had heroically saved a woman and subsequently married her. Tragically, before the child could even learn to walk, the Third Great Ninja War erupted, leading to the family's demise. In his final moments, Senju Nichiro pondered that his lineage could not end with him, thus entrusted the child to a warrior he had aided in the past, imploring him to deliver the child to the now famous Tsunade. Upon digesting this memory, Senju Miyuki gazed defiantly at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Though a cliché, was this not the essence of a protagonist? Moreover, one could not deny that this identity of Senju Miyuki allowed him to seamlessly integrate into the current world. Senju, a tisk it could be worse. As a transmigrator, if given a choice, it is likely that 7 or 8 out of 10 would opt for various alluring benefits at the outset. After all, this world is merely a narrative of Naruto. In truth, the essence of it could very well be the legend of alluring eyes. However, for Senju Miyuki at this moment, it was rather acceptable. Or rather, compared to the various overpowered abilities in the early stages that would later drain one's vitality, he found the Senju clan's physical prowess more reliable. Not that he was unaware of how formidable the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan could be, but the odds. Let us consider this. The Uchiha clan has amassed its strength over countless years, resulting in merely 2 pairs of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and 1 pair of Rinnegan. Moreover, these 2 individuals happen to be the reincarnations of Indra. One cannot help but wonder if there lies a hidden agenda behind this situation. As an outsider, Senju Jinyu sincerely does not believe he possesses the audacity to bypass the wheel of fate and achieve a so-called shortcut. Of course, the primary concern remains. Given the circumstances, he cannot simply delete his character and start anew. What if he were to truly perish? Truth be told, this current body is not without merit. With Senju and Ice release, he is already among the fortunate few, significantly above the majority of individuals in this world. Returning to the present, despite having once watched all 720 episodes of the Naruto anime, most of that time was spent with a video window playing in the background while gaming. Aside from some joyous and memorable scenes or occasional moments of mental respite, it is difficult to ascertain how much of the plot he actually retained. It is likely that he would only recall specific scenes or characters, realizing with a start, "Oh, I have seen this before," since he confirmed his arrival in the Naruto world. Senju Jinyu has repeatedly reminded himself that the unfolding of events in his memories should merely serve as a reference, not a rigid script to be followed blindly. The narrative is static, yet the inhabitants of this realm are undeniably alive. Should he continue to regard them as mere NPCs, expecting everything to proceed as it did in his recollections, he would indeed be courting disaster. The gentle sound of a door creaking open suddenly roused Senju Jinyu from his reverie. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a young nurse, petite in stature, entering the room with a metal tray. The bottles atop the tray clinked softly with her movements. "You are awake," she exclaimed with a warm smile, placing the tray on the bedside table. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Perhaps due to his appearance as a child, her voice was gentle, and her smile radiated warmth. Were it not for his current 5-year-old form, a certain individual who had been single for over 20 years might even doubt whether his allure had reached its zenith upon arriving in this otherworldly realm. "I feel perfectly fine," he replied, moving his body slightly and clenching his fist to demonstrate his health. The nurse chuckled at his earnest demeanor. Despite his still juvenile stature, she quickly placed a hand on his arm to prevent any movement, then picked up a bottle of medicine to prepare for his treatment. Speaking to him in a soothing tone, "You must finish the medication as the doctor instructed to recover fully." "Okay," Senju Jinyu nodded obediently. Although he was acutely aware that his body harbored no real ailments, merely some malnutrition from having been carried back by that masked ninja, he felt it prudent to temper his exuberance, especially given his 5-year-old appearance and the fact he had just returned from outside the village. Moreover, confronting the smiling nurse felt somewhat daunting. Chapter 2: The Peaceful Konoha? Indeed, it is quite tranquil, Hokage-sama. The esteemed Sandaime Hokage. Just as the female nurse was meticulously inquiring about Senju Jinyue's physical condition, a sudden clamor of chatter emanated from outside the door. Initially, neither of the two paid any heed to the commotion, until the partially ajar door of the infirmary was pushed open once more. It is the Hokage. Upon seeing the newcomer, the nurse immediately stood upright. The figure before them was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although it was their first encounter, Senju Jinyue recognized him at once. The Hokage's conical hat and white ceremonial robe were unmistakable, and even in the absence of his signature pipe, his visage was profoundly striking. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? The nurse adjusted her glasses. Glancing between the Sandaime Hokage and Senju Jinyue, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Could it be that this little one is the scion of some prominent family? To warrant a visit from the Sandaime Hokage himself? It's Yao Nayu. The Sandaime did not directly respond to her inquiry, but instead smiled and nodded, engaging in a brief conversation. The situation at the orphanage is never easy, and I truly appreciate your assistance at the hospital during this time. Yao Nayu? The ears of Senju Jinyue twitched reflexively. It is no trouble at all, Hokage-sama, the nurse named Yao Nayu replied, somewhat shyly. The village is in dire need of manpower everywhere. How could I simply stand by and do nothing? Besides, the children at the orphanage are quite sensible and do not require excessive worry from me. Yao Nayu Orphanage. Could it possibly be the one run by the renowned Yaoshi Yao Nayu? Although appearing silent, Senju Jinyue was discreetly re-evaluating the female nurse, who wore black frame glasses. It was no wonder he reacted this way. The current information connected the dots, and anyone familiar with the anime would inevitably think of the orphanage that adopted Yaoshi. How is this child doing? The Sandaime naturally did not come for idle chatter, swiftly steering the conversation towards Senju Jinyue. If possible, I would like to speak with him. After all, his presence here was prompted by the response from the Umbu. The memories extracted from the merchant's brain were in substantial agreement with the contents of the letter. Furthermore, they had randomly examined several corpses of thieves, and the findings aligned closely with the Umbu's report, effectively ruling out the possibility of fabrication. This indicates that the slender child before them is indeed a descendant of the Senju clan. He is fine. There are no physical injuries, only some mental distress. With a period of rest, he will recover. As Yao Nayu spoke, she began to tidy up the tray. Well then, I shall take my leave, Hokage-sama. No need for that. The Sandaime quickly gestured for her to stay, stating, there is nothing confidential here, and considering this child's family is no longer present, you may be of assistance in the future as well. Upon hearing the Sandaime's words, Yao Nayu gazed at Senju Jinyue in astonishment, a hint of compassion flickering in her eyes. Initially, she thought he was merely an ordinary patient, but it seemed there was more to him than meets the eye. Just as the two fell into a moment of silence regarding this topic, Senju Jinyue on the hospital bed pondered, when it comes to the family's demise, what kind of emotions and expressions should I be exhibiting as the protagonist of this event? For a 5-year-old child, it must indeed be a painful and difficult acceptance. On the way back, I was carried by that foolish ninja at a breakneck pace, feeling dizzy and nauseous, completely overlooking this matter. Given the nature of ninjas, that guy has undoubtedly relayed all my reactions to this old man. How should I navigate this? Perhaps I should feign a blank expression. It is easier to maintain. If that fails, I could simply glare. After all, the current audience is easily deceived. This way, even if they discover my behavior deviates from my previous character, I can attribute it to a sudden change due to distressing news. Speaking of which, I just remembered that the one who carried me back wore an animal mask. They must be Umbu, and with white hair, no less. Could it be that he is the legendary Hitaki Kakashi? Child, I apologize for bringing up something that saddens you. Observing the little one on the bed become forlorn due to his words, the Sandaime quickly reprimanded himself in his mind, then approached the bedside, sitting down. His not overly aged face bore a few wrinkles as he spoke gently. I am the Hokage of Konoha, the leader of this village, and every member here is like family to me. In this place, everyone can live and play without worry. Please take note that this man merely uttered a meaningless opening statement. However, as a fool, Senju Jinyue detected an intriguing point from a peculiar angle. Without worry? Surely, there is a slight misunderstanding of this term. The fourth Hokage welcomes a new addition, Boom, Konoha erupts. He invites renowned figures from all walks of life to host a Chunin exam. Boom, Konoha explodes again. A few spirited youths, in an effort to rally the land of fire, surrounded Konoha, tossing in a multitude of corpses and a youthful Jinchuriki. Boom, Konoha erupts once more. Pain arrives carrying rice, shouting about his ultimate technique. Boom, Konoha erupts yet again. The normal version of Naruto in the limited Tsuki Nomi can certainly act without causing a stir, unleashing a massive Rasengan. Boom, Konoha explodes yet again. This doesn't even account for the films and the subsequent unbearable episodes. Otherwise, Yamato would certainly have to live at least 30 fewer years. Meanwhile, the Sandaime, though puzzled by the strange expression on the child's face after hearing his words, did not dwell on it, believing he was still mired in the grief of losing his family. After all, Kakashi had already reported that it was uncertain whether the child was deeply traumatized by his family's death or simply had difficulty expressing emotions. Regardless, the child had not shed a single tear since awakening until he returned to the village. Reflecting on this, the Sandaime's expression and voice softened considerably. Child, may I ask you, your name is Senju Jinyu, and your father is Senju Nichiyu, correct? Senju? The nurse Yao Nayu instinctively adjusted her glasses, a look of surprise crossing her face. It was not that she had any particular thoughts, but the Senju surname itself held special significance within Konoha. Although the number of Senju clan members seen in recent years had dwindled, it did not mean that the villagers overlooked the existence of this name. Yes, Senju Jinyu feigned a dull nod. Hee, it is good to see a reaction. When we rescued you, we discovered a letter for Tsunade. Do you know Tsunade? Considering he would likely reside in Konoha henceforth, Senju Jinyu thought it prudent to grant the old man some respect, responding in a low, listless voice. My father spoke of her before, saying she is the granddaughter of the village's great leader and a princess of the Senju clan, much beloved by her kin. Great leader? Yao Nayu nearly choked, desperately stifling a laugh, nearly spewing blood. Is Konoha some sort of bandit gang? Indeed, it is not just her. Even the wrinkles on the face of the third Hokage twitched slightly, clearly taken aback by the unexpected choice of words from Chinsho Jinyu in addressing her ancestor. Frustrated, he repeatedly reminded himself internally that it was entirely normal for a child to be oblivious to such matters. It seemed more crucial than ever for him to inherit the will of fire. Wasn't this precisely the purpose of my existence as Hokage? The flames have reignited. My tongue is parched with eagerness. Chapter 3. The third's arrangement. In truth, Tsunade had not returned to the village for quite some time. Speaking of Tsunade, the third felt a twinge of sadness, reminiscing about how exceptional his three disciples had once been, even earning the distinguished title of the legendary three ninjas during the war. Yet now, they wandered aimlessly, each dismissing the old man's pleas to stay in the village. The only one remaining was a brooding tech enthusiast, who spent his days hidden in the shadows, tinkering with incomprehensible gadgets. Alas, it is a tale filled with tears. After briefly calming his sudden wave of nostalgia, he noticed that Chinsho Jinyu was merely listening quietly, showing no intention to speak. Thus, the third continued, as the Hokage of the village and Tsunade's mentor. I reluctantly opened that letter for the safety of the village and to better facilitate your placement. I hope you can forgive me. Rest assured, only I have seen that letter, and after reading it, I sealed it immediately. I also dispatched 3 reliable ninja teams to ensure that this matter reaches Tsunade as swiftly as possible. After a moment of silence, the third could not help but inquire. So, little Jinyu, what are your plans for the future? Nearby, Yao Shiryu, the head of the orphanage, turned her attention to the question. As someone who had a soft spot for children without families, she felt an innate urge to care for them. Plans? The topic of life planning seemed rather beyond the comprehension of a mere 5-year-old. Thus, Chinsho Jinyu feigned innocence, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of confusion. As if to say, I do not comprehend your words. What I mean is, although your family is no longer with you, there are still Tsunade and other villagers in this village. If you wish, even I, this old man, would consider you family. Would you like to remain in this village and live happily with us? Growing joyfully, Chinsho Jinyu lowered her gaze, a sense of desolation washing over her. May I ask, what are you referring to? I am but 5 years old. Where else could I possibly go? To feed dogs outside? The absurdity of the question left her bewildered. What a cold question to pose. Are you even human? Is there something troubling you? Please feel free to express any concerns. If you are unwilling, that is also fine. I am quite open-minded, he chuckled. Reluctantly, Qinsho Jinyue could only feign a downcast demeanor and nod slightly. My father told me to listen to Princess Tsunade after returning to the village. So, it seems you are willing to stay. Despite his confidence in his persuasive skills, the third could not suppress his delight upon seeing Jinyue nod. He felt an overwhelming urge to set up a little class right there in the hospital room. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought. He knew there were appropriate times for different matters. Regardless, she had remained in Konoha, and it was unlikely she would leave. Now, do you have any requests regarding your accommodation? At this point, the third turned to Yao Shiryu. It had occurred to him after seeing her that as the girl who managed an orphanage, she was undoubtedly more adept at caring for children than most. Given that the village was in a critical phase of reconstruction, it would be challenging to find someone more suitable than her. As for her origins, he chuckled at the thought and dismissed it entirely. On the other hand, upon meeting the third's gaze, Yao Shiryu initially froze, but then, as if coming to a realization, she excitedly said, "If little Jinyue does not wish to live alone, she can come to the orphanage with me. There are many children her age there, and they can play together every day." Cough, cough, cough. Did I say something wrong? Noticing the puzzled expressions from both of them, the third pretended to cough, mumbling about his age and how it made him prone to coughing, before clearing his throat and continuing. Currently, Tsunade is away, and we are unsure of her thoughts. However, since little Jinyue's father left a directive, it might be best to arrange for her accommodation in the village first. We can reassess once Tsunade returns. In the meantime, would you be able to assist in caring for little Jinyue? What a jest. This was the very individual I intended to pass on the will of fire to. If she went to the orphanage, with so many children around, I might as well face bankruptcy. Upon hearing the Hokage's remarks, Yao Shiryu, realizing her misunderstanding, quickly nodded. Of course, it's no trouble at all. I actually enjoy taking care of children. The third's spirits lifted considerably, disregarding her minor slip. Then I shall take my leave. Despite my age, there are still numerous responsibilities awaiting me. It truly is a burden. As he walked out, he instructed Yao Shiryu. I will arrange for someone to prepare little Jinyue's accommodation and have the keys sent over shortly. Would you kindly help her settle in? Yes, Hokage-sama. Yao Shiryu replied earnestly. Having distanced herself from her origins, the ideological rift between the Hokage and Danzo no longer concerned her. Now, all her energy was devoted to the orphaned children suffering from the ravages of war, and she would never refuse such a task. With a light heart, the third departed amidst a flurry of well-wishes, leaving the hospital room enveloped in silence once more. After exchanging glances, Yao Shiryu eventually broke the silence. Cough. During the conversation between the third and Qinsho Jinyue, I observed quietly and feel I have gained some understanding of this little one. She straightened her attire before approaching the bedside. As little Jinyue's guardian for the foreseeable future, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Yao Shir. My full name is Yao Shiryu. I am 24 years old and currently serve as the head of the orphanage in Konoha. Due to my knowledge of some medical ninjutsu, I also assist in the hospital when I have the time. Chapter 4. Initial plans. The third seemed genuinely invested in Qinsho Jinyue's situation to an astonishing degree. That very afternoon, before the workday had even ended, he had sent someone to deliver the keys along with a note of 1,000 Ryo, claiming it was for the child's living expenses for the month. Upon learning of this matter, Qinsho Jinyue immediately broached the topic of discharge with Yi Naoyu. Although no one was demanding he pay for his medical expenses, he was acutely aware of his own physical condition and saw no reason to prolong his stay. Moreover, the hospital's bustling environment offered no semblance of privacy, leaving him, accustomed to solitude in his previous life, feeling quite vulnerable. Realizing her attempts at persuasion were futile, and acknowledging that Qinsho Jinyue's health was indeed satisfactory, Yi Naoyu reluctantly acquiesced. After a brief handover at work, she led him to the location specified by the errand runner, the second intersection east of the Hokage building, approximately 50 meters north of Lady Tsunade's residence, atop a modest 3-story building. Wow, what a splendid room, ISNT at little Jinyue. Upon ascending the outdoor stairs to the 3rd floor and opening the door, Yi Naoyu, whose demeanor was somewhat unorthodox, could not help but exclaim. In truth, she was not alone in her surprise. Even Qinsho Jinyue, who had been consciously reminding himself to maintain an aloof demeanor, found himself taken aback, not because he had been infected by her naive exuberance, but because the residence prepared for him by the 3rd Hokage was an entire spacious unit spanning 3 floors. although the total area was scarcely 50 square meters. It seemed serendipitous that such a place was available. Perhaps it was a favor granted in light of Tsunade's status? Regardless, before any solid evidence emerged, it was prudent to refrain from indulging in conspiracy theories. After all, he was still but a child. Upon entering, to the left lay an open kitchen, dining area, and living room, while to the right were the bathroom and bedroom. Notably, the bedroom boasted windows on both the eastern and southern walls, ensuring exceptional light and ventilation. After a brief tour, Yu swiftly immersed herself in her tasks, cleaning, scrubbing the floors and windows, making the bed, and even rushing out to purchase dinner as dusk approached. She toiled until every visible chore was completed, and only then did a satisfied smile grace her face. Having breathed new life into the somewhat antiquated room, that feels much better. She hardly paused to rest before hastily gathering her cleaning supplies and bidding farewell. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Today would conclude here. After all, she was the director of an orphanage, not merely a caretaker for one individual. The children there needed her as well. Will little Jinhua be afraid sleeping alone tonight? Nearby, Chinsho Jinhua, freshly bathed and clad in a bear-themed pajama, cast a bemused glance her way. Despite the many adversities he faced in his previous life, he had been a well-educated individual. And while he may have harbored dissatisfaction with reality, his worldview remained intact. After a day spent together, despite the stark contrast between her demeanor and his preconceived notions of a competent elite, he could not entirely disregard her efforts. All right, enough jesting. I must take my leave. She chuckled, affectionately ruffling his hair before standing to exit, alternating her hands to massage her shoulders. After a prolonged period of neglecting exercise, her physical condition had evidently declined. Thank you. The act of pushing the door paused momentarily. Did he just express gratitude? Though his voice was soft, as an elite ninja, Yu was confident in her hearing. Why is he suddenly thanking me? Since I have already promised the third Hokage to look after you, it is only natural. Noting the late hour, she urged, you should head back soon. With a sudden bang, the door closed, leaving Yu momentarily stunned. Then, as if a realization struck her, she shook her head in amusement. What a reticent little fellow. As she made her way down the stairs, Yu unexpectedly discovered that, despite her fatigue, her spirits were remarkably buoyant. Even the night air seemed imbued with a refreshing sweetness. On the third-floor balcony, Chinsho Jinhua turned back into the room only after Yu's figure vanished around the corner. At last, he had a personal space to call his own, provided he could shield himself from those pesky surveillance techniques. That said, he did not place excessive weight on the matter. He did not believe the third Hokage would, as many predecessors had speculated, spend every waking hour scrutinizing them through a glass orb to uncover their secrets. It was absurd to think that the Hokage had nothing better to do. Now, it was time to organize his thoughts, summarize the situation, and draft a simple plan. Since his crossing over was a reality, leveraging his existing knowledge and advantages was paramount. His moral compass was intact, and he did not consider himself the type to forsake opportunities and benefits for the sake of nostalgia or preserving the integrity of the past. Having arrived in this world, he could not allow himself to remain inconspicuous until old age. The potential for upheaval in Konoha, the massacre of the Ping Pong clan, and the Great Ninja War. How could he not participate in such significant events? Of course, before delving into those matters, Chinsho Jinhua reminded himself to remain vigilant regarding the Yamanka clan and those possessing the Rinnegan. He must never allow them to read his memories. That was his ultimate secret, one that must remain undisclosed to anyone, without exception. It was, however, a downside of this high-powered world that one could never be certain from where an individual might emerge, capable of extracting one's memories at will. To prevent others from arbitrarily determining his fate, he must indeed cultivate his strength. Suddenly, he felt fortunate that it was Kakashi who discovered him. Had it been Orochimaru or Danzo, what would have become of him? Konoha's downfall? The Ping Pong clan's extermination? Would he have been able to casually enjoy those pivotal moments? As for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chinsho Jinhua had come to a clear understanding. Regardless of whether the old man was genuinely devoted to the village or entangled in various conspiracies, as long as Tsunade remained alive and he did not succumb to any bouts of irrationality himself, growing up safely in this village should not pose a significant issue. Thus, during this novice period, he resolved to develop quietly, refraining from drawing attention until he had grown sufficiently strong, at least until Tsunade returned. Chapter 5, Ice Ability Test. Oh, I digress. Returning to the matter of summarizing and planning, first and foremost, was the timing of his arrival. This had already been made clear by Yi Nao Yu during their time in the hospital. Today was November 12th, 51st year of Konoha, around a month since the Ninetales incident. In other words, at the tender age of 5, he was of similar age to the various princes and princesses, likely contemporaneous with Uchiha Itachi. At this particular moment, to be candid, Qinsho Jinyue felt a subtle complexity within. The crown prince and princess had just been born, and the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village was still in a state of silent tension, where unspoken grievances lingered in the air. Nonetheless, it must be reiterated that to translate one's thoughts into action, one must possess sufficient strength to support such endeavors. Until then, it would be prudent to remain cautious and understated, avoiding any peculiar displays of behavior. Moreover, in terms of capability, although there had been no opportunity to thoroughly test his prowess in recent days, he could vaguely sense that his ice release seemed somewhat distinct from the ice release of by that lingered in his memory. If memory served him correctly, I had to perform hand seals to utilize his ice release, yet he found himself devoid of such requirements, effortlessly summoning it without any deliberate effort to extract chakra. Merely a thought in his mind sufficed. Indeed, as he pondered this, he decided to conform to local customs and attempt to produce a shuriken. With that intention, he raised his right hand towards the ceiling, and with a mere mental command, he experienced a remarkable sensation akin to opening a new perspective. He could distinctly feel countless water molecules from the surrounding environment converging towards his right hand. Upon gathering, these molecules swiftly coalesced into the shape he envisioned. In the blink of an eye, from the depths of his mind, the image of a shuriken materialized in his palm, sprouting forth with an almost wild exuberance, a transparent ice shuriken identical to the one in his imagination. It felt cool, yet not excessively cold to the touch. Upon closer inspection, he wondered if its transparency was due to the water he had extracted using his ability. Truth be told, Qinsho Jinyue felt a surge of curiosity. This was truly a superpower. Although he had demonstrated it before in front of Kiki Kakashi, this was the first time he earnestly examined the process. Visually, the ice shuriken was entirely transparent, thinner than the conventional iron ones, and significantly lighter. To an uninformed observer, it would likely appear as a child's plaything. However, only Qinsho Jinyue, as its creator, understood that this ice shuriken was far more resilient than it appeared. Scanning the room, his gaze settled on the wooden wardrobe in the corner. With 2 fingers, he grasped the ice shuriken and, after a brief moment of concentration, hurled it with force. To his astonishment, it embedded itself into the wardrobe. He hurriedly scrambled off the bed to inspect, discovering that while it had not penetrated deeply, it had indeed lodged a significant portion into the wood. Was it truly that sharp? Although the wardrobe was less than 2 meters away from the bed, he was only 5 years old and had never engaged in physical training prior to this. Attempting to pull it free, he found it surprisingly easy to retrieve. Was it the lightweight nature of the shuriken that allowed it to remain embedded despite the shallow penetration? Returning to the bed, Qinsho Jinyue's thoughts drifted back to the creation process. Despite being brief, he sensed something peculiar, something that diverged from his expectations. After a moment of contemplation, he envisioned a smooth, apple-sized ice sphere in his mind, extending his empty left hand and mentally commanding, "Ice sphere." Almost instantly, in a manner reminiscent of the previous process, tiny ice particles materialized in his palm, swiftly coalescing into a perfect sphere, identical to the one in his imagination. Indeed, this time, Qinsho Jinyue did not focus on the formation of the ice sphere, but concentrated entirely on the invisible water molecules. He observed that upon issuing the command to use his ability, the surrounding water molecules converged before crystallizing into ice. This manifestation resembled the manipulation of water and low temperatures more than it did a mere ice release. Could it be that he was akin to a mutant with superpowers? The image of the Iceman from Wong Tai Wong surfaced in his mind, and he felt that his abilities bore a closer resemblance to that character's design. If only he could possess powers akin to that Iceman. With such abilities, techniques such as the Ice Whale, Wolf Fong, Avalanche, Mirror of Ice, and others would seem trivial in comparison. Most importantly, mutant abilities did not intertwine with chakra. Thus, even if one day Otsutsuki Kagaya appeared, he would not have to fear being mercilessly drained of his energy. Alas, such thoughts were merely fanciful musings. One belonged to a neon-colored anime, while the other was nestled within the grand narrative of the Marvel Universe, a stark contrast. Reflecting upon the time it took to form the shuriken and ice sphere, he noted that there seemed to be little difference. Was it that his ability was exceptionally potent, or was the size too small to discern any significant variation? The two tests left Qianzhou Jinhua with lingering questions. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively climbed out from under the covers once more. If the ice sphere was not sufficiently impressive, then he would create something larger. He swiftly made his way to the bathroom, his eyes immediately drawn to the bathtub in the corner. However, he reconsidered. That might indeed be too large for a 5-year-old who had just awakened his abilities. Instead, he opted for a water bucket nearby, a wooden tub that Yano Yu had purchased for cleaning, which seemed far more manageable. After cleaning the bucket, he extended a hand towards its opening, mentally preparing to conjure a bucket of ice. This time, he executed his command with greater proficiency, watching as countless water molecules converged into the bucket, rapidly crystallizing at the bottom. In mere moments, the bucket was completely filled with ice. He felt a tangible difference. His mind swirled slightly, akin to a sober individual taking a swig of potent liquor. Yet, he found it bearable. Perhaps some might even appreciate this mild intoxication. Thus, the speed of utilizing his abilities appeared to hinge on the humidity of the surrounding environment and the extent of his mental focus. Forgive the child, for with Qianzhou Jinyue's limited knowledge, he could only articulate his sensations with such basic terms. As for the sensation of crystallization, it felt almost instinctive, akin to a passive skill, synchronizing with the speed at which the water molecules formed. After some contemplation, to validate his hypothesis, Qianzhou Jinyue approached the bathtub and turned on the faucet. What would happen if he employed his abilities directly on the flowing water rather than drawing from the environment? Testing his abilities required a comprehensive approach, did it not? Soon, the water level in the bathtub reached a third full, but he did not stop there. He continued until the water nearly reached the overflow outlet before shutting off the faucet. If he was to test, he might as well do so thoroughly. After all, he planned to sleep right after the test, so why worry about exhaustion? Taking a deep breath, after the water surface had calmed considerably, I gently pressed one hand upon it, freezing it instantly. With a soft crack, a thin layer of ice formed around my right hand at the center of the gently rippling surface. In the perception of Qianzhou Jinyue, beneath the layer on the surface, the water was freezing at an astonishing speed down to the bottom of the tub. Simultaneously, this ice pillar served as a nucleus for rapid outward expansion of freezing. Indeed, the mental energy required to freeze the existing water was significantly less. Moreover, he discovered that the speed of freezing on the surface did not diminish as the thickness of the ice increased. In fact, it seemed that the greater the contact area between the ice layer and the water surface, the faster the freezing occurred. It was as if the ice blocks he conjured were mere extensions of his ability. Naturally, the larger the area frozen, the more mental energy was consumed. The entirety of the bathtub's water had been transformed into ice, and upon retrieving his hand, Qianzhou Jinyue silently assessed the mental energy expended. It amounted to roughly 2 or 3 times that of previously filling a bucket. The external manifestation of such significant consumption was a pronounced heaviness in his head, akin to experiencing both a fever and a severe cold, leaving him feeling lightheaded. Nevertheless, it was still bearable. Thus, the situation became clear, bracing against the discomfort in his mind. Qianzhou Jinyue quietly summarized a small phase of understanding regarding his abilities. Whether conjuring ice from thin air or freezing water directly, both consumed mental energy. The most considerable expenditure arose from the step of gathering moisture from the surrounding environment when conjuring ice. In contrast, directly solidifying existing water required far less energy. For him, the paramount focus remained on enhancing his mental energy. Thus, in the pursuit of strengthening his capabilities, he should prioritize this aspect. This, however, did not imply that other factors were unimportant. In truth, Qianzhou Jinyue understood that robust physical strength served as a fertile ground for nurturing mental energy. His intention was simply that maximizing the utility of his innate abilities would yield greater returns for equivalent investments. Could he utilize the water independently? Given his ability to sense the gathering and solidifying of moisture, there should be some operational leeway within that process. Although his mind felt foggy, it was said that herding one sheep or a flock was still herding, since he was already dizzy. He might as well embrace it fully and indulge in a long sleep. Aspirations should never be forsaken. One must take a shot, regardless of the odds. If he failed, It would merely be a waste of time. Yet, should he succeed, he would acquire yet another magnificent ability. With a deep, steadying breath, he extended his right hand and commanded, "Water." Simultaneously, he reinforced the intent of water within his mind. Instantly, he witnessed countless water molecules, just as before, swiftly converging towards him. However, unlike before, this time the water molecules coalesced not into ice spheres but gradually took shape, ultimately maintaining the form of a water sphere suspended above his palm. The water sphere undulated and rolled, reminiscent of the three-dimensional energy of a powerful figure. Although he achieved success, Qianshou Jinyue's brow remained furrowed. Beyond the turmoil in his mind, maintaining the shape of the water sphere proved far more arduous than anticipated. It felt as if he not only had to continuously expend mental energy to sustain the sphere's form, but also had to constantly remind himself to prevent it from turning into ice. For, as previously mentioned, his ability to create ice was akin to a passive trait. To maintain the state of water, he had to forcibly curtail the output of his mental energy whilst employing his ability. He could no longer endure. His head felt heavy, and he was beset by nausea. The hard-earned water sphere splashed onto the ground, but he could not afford to dwell on it. It resembled the sensation of having consumed a bottle of liquor followed by an all-nighter, leaving him utterly spent and famished as he staggered out of the internet cafe. Gritting his teeth against the urge to retch, he clung to the wall, trembling as he made his way to the bed, collapsing onto it with a thud. He lacked even the strength to pull the covers over himself, wishing only for an immediate end to his discomfort. At the same time, in the eastern part of Konoha village, adjacent to the forest, stood a solitary wooden house. In the darkness, aside from the starlight, a sliver of illumination seeped through the crack of the door. This was the Konoha orphanage, an institution seldom mentioned in the sunlight. Yet it was the entirety of Yaoshi Yi Nayu's devotion. The clock on the wall edged closer to 9:30. According to the rules of the orphanage, the children were required to be in bed by 9, perhaps due to the sensitivity of children who had lost their families. Each child who arrived here quickly adapted to and adhered to the various regulations. At this moment, in one of the dormitories, most of the children had long since fallen asleep, save for one boy who lay in bed, reluctant to remove his glasses, staring at the ceiling in silence, seemingly waiting for something. Time in the darkness appeared to crawl, and aside from the soft breaths of the children, only his heartbeat resonated within the stillness. Yet, he felt no impatience, keeping his eyes wide open in anticipation. A faint creaking of the door hinge broke the silence, and the boy perked up, hurriedly slipping out of bed and stealthily moving to the door, pressing his ear against it. Why was the matron returning so late today? That voice belonged to the stern, plump woman who always bore an impatient demeanor towards the children, making her unpopular among them. Today, I encountered Lord Hokage at the hospital, and he assigned me some urgent tasks. Upon hearing this, the boy's face finally lit up with a smile, and he quietly returned to his bed. It seemed he was willing to break the rules just to hear this voice. Before lying down, he carefully removed his black-rimmed glasses and placed them beside his pillow. His almost ritualistic manner indicated how much he cherished those glasses. "Matron, you are too accommodating. Though he is Lord Hokage, your workload is already substantial. You should learn to say no when necessary." It's merely a small matter." The conversation continued to filter through the door, predominantly featuring the stern woman. Yet the boy found it more soothing than any lullaby in existence. As long as the matron was present, even the plump woman seemed less intimidating. With the matron's presence, the absence of any past memories felt trivial. Chapter 7. The poverty of skill training. The following morning, it was uncertain whether it was his youthful body yearning for sleep or the exhaustion of mental energy that kept Qianshou Jinyue in slumber until well past noon. Originally, I had planned to explore the legendary my village today. However, upon rising and stepping out of my bedroom, my gaze fell upon a white shopping bag resting on the table. Inside were toiletries, including a toothbrush and toothpaste, which you had purchased. Additionally, a steaming breakfast lay waiting in the steamer, courtesy of her. After a brief and simple morning routine, Qianshou Jinyue found that the more he ate, the more his heart felt amiss. If the narrative were to unfold as expected, he believed he should already be leveling up by battling monsters. No, rather, he should be diligently training his body to enhance his strength and then seek out Mr. Bond for a lively night out. Yet, physical training necessitates the intake of calcium, iron, zinc, selenium, and vitamins. Feeling the meager allowance of 1,000 taels per month in his pocket, he pondered how many meals that could afford. Reflecting on the rigorous training methods and intensity employed by Li and Kai, he chuckled at the futility of his financial constraints. He had no desire to stubbornly endure and exhaust his body for naught. A means to supplement his income was imperative, even if modestly so. He could not let Yanao shoulder the burden of his sustenance while also managing an orphanage. At nearly 360 months of age, it was intolerable that even his toothbrush and toothpaste were provided by someone else. After deliberating for some time, he resolved to see if he could use his abilities to catch some fish to sell. Other options had crossed his mind, but this world imposed stringent regulations on minors. Besides, he had only recently arrived in Mai. Who knew if there were umbu lurking nearby? For now, it was best to behave like an ordinary child. He had no aspirations of becoming an overnight millionaire. Even if he could not sell the fish, he could take them home for his own consumption. Ultimately, his goal was to alleviate some of Yanao's burdens. With his decision made, Qinshu Jinhua wasted no time and set off towards the eastern forest. However, his legs felt woefully short, and despite it not appearing far from the upper floor, he found himself walking for over an hour before finally reaching the outskirts of the forest. Once there, he had no inclination to muse over the environment and its pristine state. Battling his social anxiety, he approached a passing uncle to inquire about a few things. At last, he discovered a crystal-clear river within the woods. According to the uncle, this river was one of the two main streams of the village, abundant in fish, and the villagers often came here to fish. As he walked upstream, he indeed spotted a rather professional-looking uncle quietly fishing. Though he could not ascertain how many fish were in their basket, this seemed like the perfect spot. After nearly half an hour of walking upstream, he reached a narrower section of the river, where he decided to stop. His intentions were quite simple: to create an ice barrier across the river with his abilities, thereby guiding the fish into a makeshift basket he would construct. This way, the fish flowing downstream would automatically swim into his basket, and he would merely need to maintain the ice barrier to prevent it from melting. While this plan might seem a gamble of luck and patience, his observations during the journey confirmed the uncle's words. The river was indeed teeming with fish. Consequently, his primary concern was whether he could successfully create the ice barrier and its spacing. Given his current height and physique, he could not manage too much. After all, one could not expect a small horse to pull a heavy cart. After some thought, he decided that if he could not catch much, it would be unwise to waste resources. Nature is benevolent, and encountering him today would be a stroke of luck for the fish. With a surge of enthusiasm, he thought, "Let my youth burn brightly." As if electrified, he felt a jolt of energy. Suddenly, he heard a voice, and upon turning, he spotted a green figure rushing towards him. It was undoubtedly Kai. With such fervor and energy, who else in Mai could match him? His heart raced with excitement as he thought, "My youth has no regrets." The green figure dashed past, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Fortunately, Qinshu Jinhua was far enough from the main road to avoid the worst of it. Watching the man's silhouette disappear from view, he felt a surge of inspiration. Witnessing such dedication and training moved him deeply. Not only did he overlook the dust that had settled on him, but he also resolved to treat Kai to a grilled fish meal as a gesture of gratitude. Surely, it would be reasonable for this young man to assist a lonely child in selling fish in return. As he pondered this, he remembered that Kai was well known for his training routines, often running around the village countless times. It was clear he would likely return. With renewed determination, Qinshu Jinhua crouched down, placing one hand in the water, envisioning the shape of the ice barrier, while instructing himself to remain calm and gradually channel his mental energy. "Freeze," he commanded. To his delight, he discovered that his ice abilities were indeed a true gift. With just a modicum of control, he found that unlike the previous day's chaotic freezing, he could now create a 2 or 3 centimeter thick ice pillar that plunged to the riverbed. From this pillar, he extended horizontal ice rods of the same width, securely anchoring the first ice rod into the soil on the bank. He then extended it diagonally across to the opposite shore. After every half meter, he paused to retract his mental energy back to the origin point. From the foremost horizontal ice rod, he allowed vertical rods to emerge every 35 centimeters until they were all firmly planted in the riverbed. He then returned his focus to the front of the horizontal rod and repeated the previous process. After carefully repeating this procedure twice, Qinshu Jinhua gradually found his rhythm. Not only did his speed increase, but he even managed to let his mind wander without losing focus as he had initially. Indeed, the more one practiced, the more adept one became. Maintaining his mental energy output, He continued until all horizontal ice rods were secured into the opposing bank, completing the barrier. Done. While he felt a sense of fatigue, it was overshadowed by the exhilaration of successfully practicing his abilities for the first time. In his perception, the ice barrier felt like an extension of his mental energy. Even without visual confirmation, he could sense the river flowing through the gaps in the barrier, as well as the fish and shrimp causing ripples in the water as they brushed against the ice. My youth burns brightly. As he repeated this mantra over and over, Qianshou Jinhua lost track of how many times he had chanted it. He merely glanced at the nearly full fish basket and his clothes, now unrecognizable from their original color, and noticed that his mental energy was nearly replenished. It was time. His youthful spirit was ablaze. Ka-cha-cha, cough, cough, cough. Qianshou Jinhua was enveloped in a cloud of dust, standing in the middle of the road, incessantly coughing. This time it was not an act. He was genuinely choked. Little brother, are you all right? A green rare beast rushed over, its voice filled with panic and concern. What the heck? That thick tree was broken, and this little brat is completely unscathed? For this man, a bit of redness and mud on his face hardly constituted an injury. Cough, cough, cough. Little brother, how are you? Are you hurt? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Speak to me, little brother, don't scare me. It sounded as if he was on the verge of tears. Qianshou Jinhua rubbed his eyes, still coughing. His cute, childlike tone, combined with his current appearance, was irresistibly adorable. Unfortunately, the only companion nearby was a peculiar rare beast, resulting in a failed attempt at cuteness. Alas, hearing that he could still speak normally, Mato Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. If a child were to be injured due to his negligence in physical training, he would truly be devastated. However, the next moment, seeing the little brother covered in dirt as if he had just been pulled out of a pile of mud, Kai's previously relieved heart suddenly filled with guilt. Undoubtedly, it was the dust he had stirred up that had sullied the child. For a little one, returning home in such a dirty state would surely result in a scolding. Don't worry, little brother, I will take responsibility and wash your clothes. Saying this, Kai reached out to pick him up and run towards the village. Washing clothes was merely another form of training. Stop. Cough, cough. Qianshou Jinhua hurriedly wriggled free and jumped down. Are you joking? If you carry me back like this, wouldn't my performance today have been in vain? What's wrong, little brother? Are you hurt somewhere? I'm not. Qianshou Jinhua shook his head, casually scratching his face to create a few smudges of dirt, giving him a somewhat disheveled yet adorably youthful appearance. Then where are you going, little brother? However, Qianshou Jinhua seemed not to have heard him and walked straight towards the riverside. Mato Kai had no choice but to follow. The river was nearby, and even without this incident, he would not feel at ease leaving a child alone in such a place. Big brother, are you a ninja? You are absolutely correct. Little brother, I am the proud Kanglan beast of Konoha village, Mato Kai, whose youth never fades. Upon hearing this, Qianshou Jinhua instinctively turned around and indeed saw a classic. Timeless grin. Gazing at those perfectly aligned teeth that defied the laws of science, he even began to doubt whether he was hallucinating. With a nod, Kai continued onward, and helplessly he asked, I say, little brother, what are you doing by the river? Are you going to wash your face? It's too dangerous here for you. You should listen to me. Qianshou Jinhua did not respond, stopping only at a pile of firewood by the riverbank, then turning to look at Kai with an innocent expression. If you are a ninja, you should be able to use fire release, right? Of course. That's great. Qianshou Jinhua clapped his hands joyfully, then grabbed a large fish from the fish basket, looking at him with anticipation. Glancing at the fish in his hand, and then at the pile of firewood, Kai seemed to have an epiphany. Then sweat poured down his face. How infuriating. He clearly could not perform fire release. Why did he have to save face earlier? What to do? The little brother had earnestly requested his help. As a ninja, how could he go back on his word? But the problem was, he still didn't know how to use fire release. Ultimately, after an internal struggle, Kai grinned and gave Qianshou Jinhua a thumbs up. Leave the task of lighting the fire to me. Then Qianshou Jinhua watched as the man picked 2 branches from the pile of firewood and began to drill for fire. 1 minute passed, and the initial branches had already broken into several pieces. He was now working with his 3rd set. 3 minutes passed, and Qianshou Jinhua returned the fish to the basket, as holding it for so long had tired his arm. Who would have thought this action seemed to trigger something in Kai, whose previously waning energy suddenly surged, causing him to hastily speed up his efforts. Unfortunately, despite his fervor, the branches produced no sparks. Sighing, Qianshou Jinhua looked around, running to gather some dry grass and leaves, splitting them in half to give one portion to Kai, with the other half for his sudden idea. He piled the dry grass and leaves together, set aside some thin branches for later, and then, ice mirror, with his right hand. He traced a large circle by his head, slowly channeling his mental energy. Soon, a transparent convex mirror began to take shape, steadily hovering in the air. This was something he had discovered while waiting. Even without maintaining physical contact, he could perceive and manipulate objects created with his abilities within a certain range. And the mental energy consumed did not increase. As for the upper limit of this distance, it was still unclear. But at least from the riverbank to the middle of the road, about 7 or 8 meters, was no problem. Next, he adjusted the thickness of the convex mirror, focusing the lens on the dry grass. Eyes fixated on the converging beam of light, he continuously fine-tuned the thickness and height of the lens in his mind. Meanwhile, it seemed Kai was so engrossed in his task that he failed to notice what was happening around him, still struggling with yet another branch. Can't light the fire? Then I'll do 500 handstands around the village. This was youth. A youth without regrets. Release. Ooh. Oh. At around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, when the sun was at its hottest, after adjusting the focus, the convex lens, with a diameter of about 30 centimeters, almost instantly burned through the dry grass. Seeing this, Shinsho Jinue hurriedly placed the nearby small branches on top, and they too were quickly ignited. Reluctantly, he fetched a thicker branch, continuously adjusting the focus within a small range to ensure an even heat distribution. With a crackle, aided by the dry grass and leaves, the branch was soon ablaze. Oh, so it can be done this way? Shinsho Jinue looked up in surprise, only to find that Mato Kai had unknowingly approached, resting his chin on one hand, nodding in approval at the burning branch, seemingly grasping some profound truth. Ninja sir. Mato Kai's body seemed to shudder slightly, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead in an instant. What the hell is this ninja sir nonsense? I foolishly boasted that I would handle the simple task of lighting the fire, yet in the end, the child managed it on his own. Shinsho Jinue, of course, was oblivious to the rare beast's thoughts. He simply walked over and grabbed another large fish from the basket. Ninja sir, you know how to handle fish, right? Of course. Mato Kai instantly ignited with enthusiasm. Not being able to light a fire was one thing, but if he couldn't even handle a fish, he might as well jump into the river and drown. How could he ever show his face again, claiming to be the ever-youthful Mato Kai? With this thought, he transformed his sorrow into determination, seizing the fish and striding toward the riverbank. For the sake of the Kangland beast's reputation, he had to process this fish perfectly today. Chapter 9. Is this not bullying the honest? Mr. Ninja, deeply engrossed in devouring fish, suddenly shuddered upon hearing this title, nearly dropping his meal. After a moment of silence, with tears welling up in his eyes, Mato Kai addressed Senju Jinue, saying, "Little brother, you may simply call me Kai. It is perfectly fine not to refer to me as elder brother." Oh. Senju Jinue paused, placing down the fish bones he had nearly consumed. He gestured towards the river, conjuring a water sphere the size of an infant's head. After washing his face and hands, he dispersed the water ball, and throughout this entire process, Mato Kai did not utter a single question. Kai. Curiosity stirred within him. Despite his overt demeanor, one would expect that any rational individual should have discerned his earlier intention to intercept him. Yet this fellow remained utterly silent, not even inquiring about his name. Had it been the irritable companion from his previous life, he would have certainly been met with a vigorous retort. What is it, little brother? While responding, Mato Kai continued to eat, as fish bones piled up beneath his feet. Was this bland fare truly so delectable? Senju Jinue was inclined to believe that this individual had expended too much energy. At this moment, if offered a beef bone, he would likely gnaw it down to mere fragments. Go ahead, eat up. Each bite you consume will transform into a doubled return of labor. He smiled. Are you not curious about my abilities? Furthermore, why did I choose to stop you when I could have ignited the fire myself? Upon hearing this, Mato Kai burst into a hearty laugh, wiping his mouth with a casual gesture. Though I may lack ninjutsu, and my performance in ninja school was rather unimpressive, I am still aware that many secretive clans exist within the village. The information regarding these secret arts is the most confidential and lethal of their treasures. Thus it is wise not to reveal your abilities before outsiders. Oh, Senju Jinue nodded slowly. So, we are comrades of Konohagakure. You possess a certain secret art, and since you do not disclose it, I shall refrain from inquiring further. I am Senju Jinue, 5 years old, an orphan. I arrived in this village the day before yesterday, and I am currently under the care of Yao Shiyena, who is tasked by an elder known as Hokage. Upon hearing this surname, Mato Kai's expression subtly shifted. Yao Shiyena? Ah, the one from the hospital. Her full name is indeed Yao Shiyena, and she mentioned being the director of the orphanage. The orphanage belongs to that Yena. Understanding dawned on Kai's face. So, Senju Jinue glanced at the pile of fish bones beneath him. Are you full now? Huh. Kai was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had anticipated that this little brother would divulge something significant, and he had mentally prepared himself to listen intently. Yet, suddenly, this question arose instead. Looking down at his own pile, and then at Jinue's feet, he conceded, "All right, there is only one fish left. Do not feel embarrassed. I stopped you precisely so you could eat." Senju Jinue rose and approached the fish basket. "This morning, I saw Yena purchasing daily necessities and breakfast for me. Managing an orphanage alone must be quite burdensome. I do not wish to add to her burdens during such trying times. However, I also understand that if I were to directly express this, it might only hurt her feelings without affecting any change. Hence, I pondered whether I could undertake some feasible tasks to alleviate her pressure." "I understand." A spark of realization illuminated Kai's eyes. "So you came to the river to catch fish, hoping to earn some money to ease Yena's burden, correct?" Before Senju Jinue could respond, Kai was swept away by a wave of emotion and fervor. "Oh my goodness. This sentiment of mutual consideration is something I wholeheartedly comprehend. Right, Kakashi? Kakashi? Indeed. My dearest friend and my destined eternal rival." The mere mention of his close companion ignited a fervor within Kai, though lately, Kakashi had become peculiar, withdrawing from conversation even among peers. Despite numerous attempts to reach him, Kai had seen little success, and now, upon hearing Jinue's story, he felt invigorated once more. "Wait for me, Kakashi. I shall surely awaken you from this inexplicable state." Senju Jinue, having no doubts regarding their camaraderie, seized the opportunity while Kai was lost in his emotional fervor to create an ice bucket with a handle. Once Kai had expressed himself sufficiently, he gestured towards the bucket, stating, "Actually, I have but one purpose in all these endeavors. My strength is insufficient to carry several fish." Observing Kai's rapid movements to the riverbank, he thought, "If you could help me transport the fish back to the village, it would enable me to sell them for a bit more. Leave it to me. Trust in me, little brother Jinue." Kai struck his classic pose. "Ding. I shall ensure that all these fish, filled with love and emotion, are sold." With that, he grasped the ice bucket and raced towards the fish basket, exclaiming, "Come, fish. Into the bucket. Sell them?" Senju Jinue's eyes widened in surprise, as he attempted to articulate a thought. However, driven by enthusiasm, Kai swiftly filled the bucket with fish and dashed off into the distance. "Actually, I merely wanted you to help me carry the fish back to the village." He had intended to evoke sympathy through his tragic backstory, hoping for assistance. But all he sought was for Kai to help transport the fish. Compared to catching fish, selling them is the more challenging task. Watching Mato Kai's swift departure, a flicker of guilt crossed Senju Jinue's heart. Was this not an act of bullying the honest? Yet, this guilt was fleeting. Given another chance, he would still choose to do so. There was no other way. Only the honest would kindly assist him, while the wicked would merely seize his fish. Furthermore, what could be deemed as bullying was merely a use of Kai's physical strength, lacking any ill intent. Moreover, had he not previously treated him to several grilled fish? Chapter 10, Where Leaves Dance. Not a word shall be wasted. Do you wish to buy fish? Freshly caught, large and succulent, still wriggling. Do you wish to buy fish? Do you wish to buy fish? On the bustling streets of Kanahagakure, a green-haired, watermelon-headed figure, carrying an ice bucket, weaved through the crowd, inquiring earnestly if anyone desired to purchase fish. Despite countless rejections, he remained undeterred. The mere hint of interest ignited a fervor within him, inspiring him to showcase the fish one by one. What on earth is that guy up to? Today, instead of running around the village, have you turned to selling fish? Just then, 3 ninjas clad in vests happened to pass by. One of them, a man biting on a skewer, immediately greeted him. "Oh, it's you." Upon seeing them, Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Noticing that people around were avoiding him, he rushed over with his bucket. "Shinjian, Asuma, Chingya, do you want to buy some fish? Just caught them from the river." The 3 of them were momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had come to conduct business with his companions. Asuma looked at him with a disdainful expression and asked, "Are you engaging in some special training today? Selling fish? Or is this a dual-purpose exercise for cold resistance?" Following Asuma's remark, It was evident that Kai's hands had turned purple and stiff from holding the ice bucket and occasionally fishing out fish to show. Oh, this is nothing. Kai dismissed his discomfort, passionately recounting his day's adventures. He vividly described how Senju Jinhua, though merely a 5-year-old child, earnestly sought to relieve the burdens of his elder sister through his own efforts. By the end of his tale, his eyes glistened with tears as he implored his companions. Right? Right. I am not mistaken, am I? How can I bear to watch such a considerate child strive alone without offering my support? Listening to his account, the three displayed varied reactions. I suggest you put that ice bucket down first. Nara Shikamaru frowned slightly as he observed Kai's hands. Yamashiro Aoi had been fixated on the ice bucket throughout the conversation and then turned to Asuma. Asuma? Ah, I think I remember someone like that. Asuma scratched his head, seemingly distracted. He recalled seeing the old man in good spirits when returning home last night, mentioning a child from the Senju clan. Is that so? Yamashiro Aoi nodded in acknowledgement. With Asuma's confirmation, it seemed Kai's words held truth. Although it sounded as if the child had been somewhat teasing the enthusiastic fool, it was clear that the child had made his intentions known. As an outsider, Kai felt it inappropriate to comment further. All right then, I haven't had fish in a while. I will take 2. Oh, really? Ha ha ha. You truly are reliable, Aoi. Kai instantly assumed his role, eagerly retrieving 2 of the largest fish for him, continuously assuring him that as comrades, he should just take them. As long as Jinhua doesn't suffer any loss, it's all good. Yamashiro Aoi hesitated for a moment, his fingers, initially poised to grab a single bill, now reaching for 2 more. I will take a few too. Without allowing Kai to continue, Nara Shikamaru personally retrieved 5 fish from the ice bucket, deftly skewering them through their mouths, making it easy to carry without freezing his hands. Once both had secured their fish and settled the payment, Kai turned his eager gaze toward the last of the trio, Asuma. Hey, what about you two? What does your look mean? I don't want any fish, especially since I need to. I'm scared of you guys. Kai, you shouldn't keep running around with that ice bucket. I'll take care of the rest, okay? Oh, you are reliable, Asuma. Ha. Upon hearing this, Kai was overjoyed. There were still at least a dozen fish left in the bucket, which would last an average family several days, even if they consumed fish at every meal. All right. Your flattery is truly excessive. Asuma feigned annoyance, yet when it came to supporting a companion, he was unequivocal. In return, you must deliver it to my home. Of course. Leave it to me. With that, Kai, filled with fervor, dashed off with the bucket. Watching the enthusiastic fool disappear down the street, Asuma could only shake his head in exasperation, muttering, that guy Kai really knows how to cause trouble. Trouble? Nara Shikamaru glanced at the fish in his hands, contemplating the child Kai mentioned. He couldn't help but smile slightly at the thought of Kai's frostbitten hands. Asuma, Yamashiro Aoi remarked, maintaining his usual serious demeanor. Despite anticipating Asuma's next move, he felt compelled to voice a warning about the ice bucket, which clearly was not something a normal person could manage. Oh, I noticed that too, which is why I said Kai is causing me trouble. Asuma sighed, then waved dismissively to the 2 remaining companions. I'm going to find the old man. We can't keep Kai waiting. Although his tone and demeanor were somewhat lethargic, Asuma was efficient when it came to business, vanishing with the body flicker technique before he finished speaking. Now, with one of their trio departed, the 2 remaining companions, still carrying fish, found themselves unable to continue any further. Nara Shikamaru shrugged. Well then, Yamashiro Aoi nodded. See you later. The 2 departed in opposite directions. And unlike Nara Shikamaru, Yamashiro Aoi remained quiet throughout their journey, seemingly lost in thought. Was there a connection between the peculiar ice bucket used by the child returning from the village and the events that transpired? In the Hokage office, knock. Asuma, the Hokage is busy. You cannot. I'm coming in, old man. Bang. The door to the Hokage's office swung open forcefully. Hokage-sama. The bodyguard accompanying Asuma glanced at him, and then at the Hokage, his face expressing concern. Sigh. The 3rd Hokage shook his head helplessly, then waved his hand to dismiss the bodyguard. Speak. Have you caused more trouble? As soon as the bodyguard shut the door, the 3rd Hokage asked without looking up from his documents. Trouble? I thought I finally had a legitimate reason to ease our relationship. Asuma's frustration flared, his tone turning sour. Is that all you think I do, cause trouble? The 3rd Hokage remained silent, engrossed in his paperwork. Witnessing his father's reaction was more disheartening to Asuma than any scolding he might have received. Kai met a child named Senju Jinhua by the river today. Struggling to suppress his anger, he briefly conveyed the information he had learned from Kai. As he turned to leave, he could no longer contain himself, leaving behind a fierce remark. I should never have had any expectations of you. He slammed the door behind him. Inside the office, the third Hokage seemed to focus on his documents, yet his thoughts had strayed. He had initially assumed his son was merely causing trouble and seeking his father's attention, but it seemed he was genuinely trying to find a way to mend their relationship. It must have taken considerable courage for him to seize this opportunity, only to feel as if he had ruined it. Nevertheless, the old man felt a sense of joy. The outcome was inconsequential. What mattered was that his son had the desire to reconcile and was willing to take action toward it. Moreover, the third Hokage retrieved a thin file from his drawer, prominently labeled with the name Senju Jinua. This document is evidently newly established. Extracting the sole file within, one can still detect the faint, fragrant aroma of ink. Name, Shinsho Jinua. Date of birth, October 28th, 46th year of my. Height, 113 centimeters. Weight, 206 kilograms. Blood type, AB. Father, Shinsho Riching. A member of the Shinsho clan and my. Mother, Shinsho Yuehua, a survivor of the Yuki clan from the Land of Water. Although possessing the bloodline of the Shinsho, the rapid recognition and development of one's talents at such a tender age is indeed remarkable. It is somewhat astonishing that Shinsho Jinua, at merely 5 years old, exhibits such maturity. However, this is merely a reflection of the multitude of children who have been forced to mature prematurely due to the ravages of war. As I caress the characters inscribed on the file, I ponder the day when my village may gain an additional bloodline family capable of serving as the backbone of this community due to my decisions. The gaze of the third Hokage grows increasingly resolute and fervent. Where the leaves dance, the flames of life persist. A hearty, resounding laughter escapes him, reaching the ears of the Hokage guards stationed outside, who cannot help but exchange smiles, noting how splendid the Hokage's mood is today. Surely, the earlier commotion was merely the antics of a child. Chapter 11. Gratitude to Danzo. My village is vast, so expansive that some individuals may go through their entire lives without venturing beyond its gates. Yet, it is also small, as the ninja community. The village's primary combat force exists as a distinct microcosm separate from ordinary citizens. During these rare days devoid of conflict, even the slightest intriguing occurrence can swiftly be disseminated throughout the village. As the workday drew to a close, Yanoyu unexpectedly noticed a few familiar young subordinates rushing over, chattering about a child's heartfelt fish-selling experience. As another protagonist in this tale, Yanoyu was initially bewildered, but upon hearing their descriptions, she began to piece together the events that had transpired. Actually, I'm not as wonderful as you all claim, she replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, while internally, she felt a tumult of emotions, a chaotic mix. She hadn't anticipated that her simple act of purchasing essential goods would evoke such a significant reaction. Consequently, after work, Yanoyu did not linger as she usually did, but instead hurriedly changed her clothes and departed. Am I too presumptuous? I acted without his consent, not even bothering to ask a single question before proceeding with my assumptions. Surely, he must be a child with a strong sense of pride. Yet, I treated him no differently than any ordinary child. Thus, burdened by self-doubt and trepidation, she failed to notice even the miscalculation in weight while purchasing vegetables, until the vendor recognized her and generously added extra produce. I'm back. As the guardian, she naturally possessed a spare key. However, upon opening the door, she found only shoes, with no sign of little Jinua. On the living room table lay a stack of new and old banknotes, varying in denomination. Although she did not count them, even a glance at the larger notes revealed that the total must amount to at least 30 or 40,000. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, and Shinsho Jinua emerged, nodding at her. You're back. At that moment, he appeared immaculate. The dust from earlier in the day completely vanished. Given his ability to manipulate water, it should be effortless to employ his powers for a tempestuous display. After washing, he swiftly retrieved the clothes, demonstrating that it was far quicker than drying them under the sun. The only downside was that the clothes lacked the distinct scent of dust and warmth from sun-drying, rendering them somewhat soulless. Observing Shinsho Jinua, who appeared entirely unfazed as if nothing had transpired, Yanoyu, initially brimming with questions, found herself at a loss for words. She merely glanced at the banknotes on the table before watching him naturally take a small bag from her hand. Of course, the lightest one. I know you have questions, but no need to rush. I'm right here and won't be going anywhere. His tone and demeanor resembled that of a miniature adult, which momentarily left Yano Yu quite taken aback. Until clatter, due to his short stature. He had to raise both hands above his head and tiptoe just to place the bag on the kitchen counter, but as it was not a solid object, he accidentally spilled the contents, covering himself in dirt. Seeing this, Yano Yu couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, no matter how much he spoke or acted like a little adult, it didn't change the fact that he was merely a 5-year-old child. Hey, are you being a bit excessive? I'm just trying to help you with the chores. Though her tone was harsh, Qinshu Jinyue obediently closed his eyes, allowing Yano Yu to clean the dirt from his face. Yes, I'm in the wrong. I apologize, all right. Before long, she had cleaned him up and lifted Qinshu Jinyue onto a chair in the living room. While putting on an apron, she said, "The kitchen is a woman's battleground. You, as a small gentleman, should simply wait for your meal." Qinshu Jinyue slightly pursed his lips, watching Yano Yu deftly busying herself at the kitchen counter. After a moment's thought, he initiated the conversation. "Hey, Yano Yu." "What?" Immersed in the joy of cooking, Yano Yu did not look up, seemingly having forgotten what she had intended to ask. Running an orphanage must be quite taxing, right? Though framed as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. Indeed, as soon as those words left his lips, the sound of chopping ceased momentarily. However, the next instant, Yano Yu feigned a cheerful tone, replying, "Oh, it's not that hard at all. You're still just a child, and there is so much you don't understand yet. When you grow up, age is not a requisite for intellectual maturity." Though interrupting was indeed impolite, Qinshu Jinyue had been contemplating this dialogue since returning home that afternoon. Since his personality often led him to act beyond his years, he thought it prudent to provide his psychological maturity with a plausible justification. "I come from a merchant family. Although I am young, I have witnessed my father engage in business discussions numerous times, and his teachings have instilled in me a preference for a more direct approach to problem solving. As for how many business dealings Qinshu Richeng had undertaken or how he communicated with children, one could only speculate. Surely, no one would resurrect a bankrupt merchant without any combat prowess for merely a few words." "Oh, what do you mean by direct?" Intrigued by his assertion, Yano Yu glanced up occasionally while chopping vegetables, evidently eager to hear his distinctive theories. Regardless of age, in any intimate relationship, if one party consistently gives while the other passively accepts, that closeness will inevitably transform into annoyance and burdensomeness. Noticing Yano Yu's brow furrow slightly, Qinshu Jinyue seized the moment and continued without granting her a chance to respond. "Doesn't that sound somewhat like equating emotions with transactions? Do you not think it tarnishes the sincerity of those wishing to give to someone?" It seemed he had hit a nerve, as Yano Yu visibly faltered for a moment but quickly retorted, "I disagree with your statement. This is not to say I question your father's teaching methods. Rather, I believe that the desire to give to others must arise from the heart and not be contingent upon expectations of reciprocity. That is what you meant to say, right?" Of course. As Yuna Yanai spoke, he meticulously articulated his perspective. If the sacrifices made for loved ones were merely to gain reciprocation, what would that render the relationship between both parties? Would it not devolve into a mere transaction as you so described? Incorrect. He emphatically shook his finger, asserting that it is not about treating emotions as transactions. Rather, it is only when both parties possess the genuine intent to give to each other that their bond becomes more resilient and intimate. After this declaration, he pointed to himself, suggesting that while one might consider him an exception, how could one claim that there is not a single child in the orphanage who resembles him, yearning desperately to do something for you? In that moment, Yanai found himself at a loss for words, his argument striking true, hitting the mark with precision, akin to killing two birds with one stone. How could there possibly be none? Reflecting on the adorable children in the orphanage, he recognized that although some were older, they did not exhibit the same understanding as this young boy. Nonetheless, each child was obedient, requiring little additional concern from him. Particularly, he instinctively adjusted his black glasses, recalling how one child had exerted tremendous effort simply to gift him those very spectacles, a smile of happiness involuntarily gracing Yanai's face. Observing his expression, the boy quipped, "Surely, there must be some, right? Then, does this child's desire to offer you something merely amount to a transaction in your eyes? No. How could that be possible?" Yanai instinctively retorted loudly, only to immediately realize he was conversing with a child, and hastily added, "I did not mean to criticize you. It's all right." I am not that fragile, Chikage Shingetsu interjected, shaking her head to signify her indifference. She then leaned back in her chair, gazing intently into Yanai's eyes, posing a question in a tone and expression that seemed entirely inappropriate for a child. Now, reflect upon your heart seriously. Do you not feel that by caring for their lives, and they reciprocating with their utmost efforts, the interaction solidifies your relationship and fosters a harmonious coexistence? Yanai remained silent, his gaze gradually lowering as he appeared to fixate on the vegetables in his hand, though his eyes lacked focus. Chikage's corner of her mouth curled slightly, relieved that Yanai was lost in thought and did not notice. This moment warranted gratitude towards Danzo for initiating this dialogue. Only someone as peculiar as him could cultivate such a socially inept yet competent individual, one who could be easily bullied even by someone like Yanai. Thus, Chikage's purpose for this conversation was achieved. Through guidance, Yanai, whose emotional connections were virtually non-existent, would unknowingly transform into the person she wished him to be. Subsequently, as her guardian, she would relay this situation to others, and with the passage of time and the phenomenon of collective perception, it would become increasingly plausible for Chikage's uniqueness to be accepted, even if exaggerated slightly. Chapter 12. How infuriating. Perhaps you are indeed correct. Knowing that they are also striving to do something for me fills my heart with warmth. It was only after preparing the meal and serving it at the table that Yanai's demeanor brightened once more, a smile of happiness adorning his lips, as if he had come to accept Chikage's words. However, before he could exhibit any smugness, he feigned indignation and tapped his forehead, questioning, "Are you truly just a 5-year-old child and not some reincarnated beast? How could you articulate such philosophical thoughts? What are you saying?" Chikage retorted, slightly annoyed, brushing his hand away and perching herself back on the chair. "I have already stated that age is not a prerequisite for intellectual maturity." Since his mind had already conformed to her desired shape, she did not mind establishing a final tone. "I am merely the child of an ordinary merchant, shaped by my upbringing to view issues from a perspective of profit." From a profit perspective? Yanai nodded thoughtfully, although he still resisted the notion of intertwining profit and emotions. The reality was undeniable. He genuinely felt joy at the children's desire to give to him, a sentiment that could not be refuted. Indeed, it is about profit. The delectable meal could not silence Chikage's thoughts. Many high-ranking individuals often possess a form of spiritual elitism, believing that all acts of giving must be selfless, demanding no reciprocation, not even when offered voluntarily. These individuals wield considerable influence, leading more people to blindly wield their judgments, insisting that anyone wishing to do good must meet their expectations, lest they be deemed selfish or ulterior in motive. How infuriating! This line of thought suddenly reminded Yanai of certain events from a parallel realm. It wasn't you who collided with him. That dog was so adorable. He merely lost his life, while my brother is. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Yanai, who had been engrossed in the conversation, found the fresh perspectives intriguing. Yet he noticed Chikage's expression darkening ominously. Was her empathy so intense? However, witnessing her reaction only encouraged him to eat more heartily, and after a moment of contemplation, he decided not to intervene. It is well known that children having hearty appetites is a positive sign. The meal swiftly concluded amidst this peculiar atmosphere. Yanai skillfully washed the dishes but made no move to leave, instead choosing to sit across from Chikage in the living room. "Chikage, regarding..." Yanai's voice trailed off as he gazed at Chikage's outstretched right hand, or more accurately, the transparent ice shuriken resting in his palm. Most astonishingly, she had witnessed the shuriken materialize in Chikage's hand before her very eyes. "Is this ice release?" Yanai questioned, struggling to believe his eyes. "Yet, Chikage, are you not a descendant of Tsunade-sama? How could this be?" "It seems to be due to my mother," Chikage replied, manipulating the ice shuriken as it gracefully floated before Yanai, before gently landing in her palm, cold to the touch and melting slightly. Indeed, it was ice release. The masked ninja mentioned that he rescued me from a vast frozen wasteland. He claimed it was the first time I awakened my ability, and I suspect he was correct, as I had been unaware of such a capability prior. Yanai understood now. Upon entering, he had wondered how a child could catch so many fish at once, selling them for several thousand ryo. "Yamashiro Aoi, Saratobi Asuma, Noera Hina send their regards. Does the Hokage know about your abilities?" Yanai intended to ask, but the question faltered on his lips as he realized his folly. The child had been brought back by the Umbu. How could the Hokage not be aware? Yet, this raised another question. Why would the Hokage entrust such a potential wielder of a bloodline limit to him? Yanai fell into contemplation, knowing that ice release had always been exclusive to Kirigakure, where they maintained strict control over bloodline users. Should any stray bloodline be discovered, relentless pursuers would be dispatched. This implies that Shinsho Jinue is, thus far, the sole wielder of ice release bloodline in Konoha village. The third Hokage, fully aware of my origins from the root, entrusted the upbringing of young Jinue to me. What considerations lie behind this decision? Is it a test to ascertain my complete detachment from the root? Or does he genuinely believe I possess the capability to guide young Jinue? After all, I lack proficiency in ice release. What could I possibly impart? This conundrum is rather perplexing. After much contemplation, I found myself startled by the sudden presence of Shinsho Jinue, who had approached me across the table. What are you pondering so deeply? In no way did Shinsho Jinue perceive any wrongdoing in startling me, as he calmly returned to his seat. Yunayu paused thoughtfully, recalling the questions she had just considered. She resolved to observe the situation, proceeding according to her own will as long as the Hokage did not inquire. With this in mind, she earnestly addressed Shinsho Jinue. Little Jinue, I lack any experience with ice release, thus I cannot teach you in that regard. However, should you have inquiries in other areas, feel free to ask. I will share all that I know. Is that so? Shinsho Jinue looked at her, puzzled by the sudden mention of this topic. However, since she had opened the floor, he indeed had a question. After experimenting with ice and water abilities today, he was eager to experience the sensation of chakra, wishing to comprehend the relationship between his abilities and chakra. Then please teach me how to extract chakra. I have heard much about it, yet I have never witnessed it. Now that I have become a ninja, I must understand chakra. Ha ha ha. You wish to call yourself a ninja, but you may be a bit premature, Yunayu chuckled heartily. At your age, you aren't even eligible for ninja school yet. Ninja school? Shinsho Jinue scoffed. It's merely a gathering of children pretending to play house. Oh, I didn't realize you were so ambitious, looking down on your peers. Yunayu teased with a smile, then nodded. Very well, since you possess such confidence, I shall teach you the method of extracting chakra. Once the ninja school opens next year, ha ha ha, the Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Nara, Inazuka, Yamanaka, and Aburame clans, who knows which one may produce an extraordinary genius. She began to anticipate the sparks that would fly when Shinsho Jinue, the descendant of the Shinsho clan, would encounter the talents from other clans. On November 14th, under clear skies, thanks to Kai's efforts, the first earnings from yesterday exceeded expectations. Upon reflection, Shinsho Jinue realized that even with daily indulgence in lavish feasts, he could sustain it for a while. Consequently, he decided to slightly alter his previous plans. Instead of hastily exhausting the 2 rivers in the village, he would now fish in the morning and reserve the afternoons for leisure. Last night, Yunayu had guided him step by step in extracting chakra. The theoretical aspects regarding chakra's origin and principles had been recited countless times by predecessors, so I shall refrain from reiterating them. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, given my adult level of maturity, I failed to successfully condense chakra during my initial test. This was indeed a blow to my pride as a transmigrator. Ultimately, after careful observation and analysis, Yunayu had left him with the comment that he needed to strengthen his training. How can one respond to that? It is merely the truth. There is no other recourse but to accept it. Furthermore, Yunayu mentioned that merely extracting chakra is insufficient for performing ninjutsu. One must also grasp a wealth of knowledge regarding ninjutsu. Initially, she planned to procure some learning materials, but upon discovering that the library housed similar resources, he promptly declined her proposal. Save some money? Huh. How naive, young man. Shinsho Jinue mused. Can one truly focus on studying alone at home? Would that even be human? If I had such self-discipline, I would have been a top elite by now, rather than laboring to the point of exhaustion in a cramped rental. Thus, last night, he requested Yunayu to assist him in obtaining a library card, allowing him to balance work and rest, so he could pursue studies when he felt uninclined to train. Of course, this did not imply he intended to major in ninjutsu. With his talents in ice and water, he would be foolish to do so. He simply coveted the allure of multiplied experience. While lost in thought, he returned to the riverbank from yesterday, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar figure. Oh, little Jinue, you finally arrived. Kai, what is he doing here? Moreover, the traces on the ground indicated he had been waiting for quite some time. Were you waiting for me? Of course, little Jinue. Kai's hands were wrapped in bandages, yet his expression remained optimistic, seemingly unaffected. Qianqiu Jinyue recognized that this was a consequence of his own blunder from yesterday, and truthfully, he felt a twinge of guilt. Bullying an honest person may sound straightforward, but when that honest individual, with frozen hands, handed over the money from selling fish while encouraging him with a bright smile, saying how impressive little Jinyue was to catch so many fish, he found that he felt neither the pride nor pleasure he had anticipated. After all, Kai was merely 13 or 14. Did he not have any grievances? Did he not consider his own feelings? What troubled Qianqiu Jinyue even more was that Kai, far from being concerned about his injuries, struck a familiar pose and exclaimed, "Little Jinyue, I am ready. Let us joyfully catch fish together." So, this passionate fool came here early today solely to assist me in selling fish? Surely no one would assume that Kai was motivated by the profits from selling fish. He was simply a fool, incapable of thinking beyond the immediate. Is it moving? Surely, there must be some sentiment. However, this individual was not suited for emotional expressions, so he buried his feelings deep within. Today, let us change our approach. He set up an ice barrier and fish basket again, and while Kai looked on in wonder, Qianqiu Jinyue articulated his intention. From today onward, I wish to train with you in body techniques. The reward will be an abundance of fish. Oh, does little Jinyue also wish to experience the fervor of youth? That is splendid. Surely nothing could excite Kai more than sharing youthful enthusiasm with a companion. If anything could, it would be training alongside Kakashi. However, have you truly made up your mind, little Jinyue? After all, you are still quite young. Do not be fooled by my appearance. My training expectations are exceedingly rigorous. Exactly what I desire. Strictness is beneficial. Qianqiu Jinyue understood his tendencies. Without supervision, he would likely resort to shortcuts at the slightest hint of fatigue. He did not believe that a mere transmigration could alter his essence. Would such a version of himself still be the true self? Recalling the final words spoken by Yi Naiyu yesterday, despite her expression remaining seemingly normal, and her lack of awareness regarding certain nuances, Qianqiu Jinyue felt as though she was conveying, "Are you up to the challenge, you weakling? Come on, let us practice. After all, I have money now. I am still a member of the Qianqiu clan. If I get hungry, I will eat, and if I'm tired, I will sleep. I refuse to believe anyone can truly exhaust me." The fervor surged within him. Upon witnessing his resolute demeanor, Kai was instantly invigorated. All right. With such determination from my younger brother Jinyue, I shall not lag behind. Let us exuberantly pour our youthful sweat together. He placed one hand on his hip and pointed forward, suggesting they commence today's warm-up with a leisurely 10,000-meter run. Hearing this, Qianqiu Jinyue nearly choked on his own blood in disbelief. A 10,000-meter run? As a warm-up? A leisurely one at that? Good heavens! In his past life, even a 1,000-meter run would have posed a challenge. However, he recognized this was solely his own limitation, unrelated to the individuals from his previous world. It is well known that many boast of completing a 10,000-meter run in a mere half hour. What a feat! Yet, this was a different scenario. He had crossed over. Moreover, he possessed the Qianqiu physique in his left hand and extraordinary abilities in his right. How could this not be akin to an unmatched configuration? Glancing around, he realized fishing was automatic. As long as his mental energy was intact, the ice barriers would not melt. With Kai handling the sale of the fish, he had no worries, so what was there to fear? Absolutely nothing. He was determined. He would no longer allow anyone to label him as weak. With a roar, he charged forward. This was the essence of youthful vigor. Upon witnessing Qianqiu Jinyue truly sprint ahead, Kai was filled with exhilaration. Letting out a cry, he flipped forward and followed suit, constantly appearing around Qianqiu Jinyue to cheer him on. Left, keep it up. Right, push forward, my younger brother Jinyue. Front, running on his hands, I will always be by your side. Such passion, such zeal. This was youth. Minutes later, however, Kai's pace, synchronized with Qianqiu Jinyue, began to slow. His expression shifted from fervor to slight embarrassment. Jinyue, we haven't even covered 1,000 meters yet, and you're already. Observing Qianqiu Jinyue gasping for breath, Kai, for the first time, felt a hint of soreness in his arms before even breaking a sweat. But hesitation lasted only a moment. For Kai, giving up? Such a notion was non-existent. Keep going, Jinyue, he shouted with even greater fervor. Despite Qianqiu Jinyue's speed diminishing to that of an elderly woman taking a stroll, it did not dampen his enthusiasm. I believe you can reach the finish line. Perhaps he truly felt his existence was tied to this moment. If Jinhua failed to complete the 10,000-meter run, he would punish himself with 2,000 handstand push-ups. This was his rule, and he would adhere to it. How despicable! Using self-punishment to spur himself forward. If he were a heartless rogue, such tactics would surely be ineffective. Yet, he had triumphed. Though a mere cog in the corporate machine, he was also a person with a strong moral compass. Persevere. With Kai by his side, he wouldn't meet his demise. As long as his legs could move, he would continue to run. On November 14th, fish sales amounted to 6,850 Rio. That day, many villagers of my returned home to sternly warn their children. From now on, if you see that green-skinned fool, remember to keep your distance. Stupidity is contagious. It was a pity for that adorable little child. Chapter 14. I truly want to give a couple of slaps. Honestly, after hearing you speak such mature words last night, I thought you had truly grown up. I did mention that you should strengthen your training, but do you not understand the state of your own body? To undertake such a strenuous effort on your first day of exercise. If I hadn't heard others talking about it, I wouldn't have known you had made such a commotion. In the bedroom, Yinayu was massaging the exhausted Chinsho Jinhua, who could barely keep his eyes open, while reprimanding him without end. Meanwhile, Kai stood beside them, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. How infuriating! Why had no one warned me that taking care of people could be so daunting? He merely intended to return the utterly exhausted Chinsho Jinhua, only to be caught by Yinayu, who had just returned from preparing lunch. Of course, he might have been waiting specifically for them. This guy had been standing there for over half an hour, enduring a lecture. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to run a couple of laps around the village instead? In response to Yinayu's complaints, Chinsho Jinhua remained unperturbed, feigning ignorance in hopes of evading blame. However, he could not help but discreetly give Kai a thumbs up when he caught sight of him, who was also receiving a scolding. Kai, in the next moment, as if in sync, Kai turned to him and flashed a perfect smile. Youth truly rewards effort and sweat. Yinayu thought to herself, these two fellows. Do they take me for a fool? Just as Chinsho Jinhua was enjoying the massage, he suddenly jolted, as if electrocuted. What's wrong? Yinayu feigned ignorance. What could possibly be wrong? Of course, it was painful. But Chinsho Jinhua understood this was his own doing, so he dared not utter a word, merely forcing a smile. It's nothing. Your massage is quite effective. I feel much better now. Perhaps we should. Are you the medical ninja, or am I? All right. What else is there to say? Just endure it. Fortunately, Yinayu was mostly sympathetic towards his current state. The earlier jab was merely to instill some caution, advising him not to imitate the physically gifted one beside him. I do not oppose your training in physical arts. However, you are still young, and your body has not yet fully developed. Thus, it is crucial to exercise with a plan and structure. Otherwise, you risk harming yourself. I understand. Chinsho Jinhua certainly valued his body more than anyone else, which was why he aimed to earn a certain amount of money before embarking on his training. Today was merely a test conducted by Kai to assess his physical condition, enabling him to devise a more tailored training plan. A test? Yinayu regarded Chinsho Jinhua suspiciously, then glanced at Kai, whose expression was one of astonishment. Is that so? Yes, precisely. Leave it to me. I promise to create the most suitable training plan for my younger brother Jinhua. Oh, that is good. Seeing him so confident, Yinayu finally quelled her doubts. Ever since that battle, no one dared to underestimate the name Mike Guy. If he is indeed his child, it should be reliable, right? However, after some thought, Yinayu sternly cautioned, but you should be careful during your training. Try not to injure yourself. You are still young, and there is no need to rush, understood? I remember, replied Chinsho Jinhua. Upon seeing Yinayu nod and fall silent, Kai, who had been grinning, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he thought, damn it. What was I just saying? What training plan? How come I was not aware of it? Kai, what's wrong, little brother Jinhua? From now on, I will rely on you for my physical training. Of course, little brother Jinhua. Whatever issues you have regarding physical techniques, feel free to entrust them to me. Sigh. It seems I have no choice but to brace myself and go for it. Still, you must pay attention to your age and physical limits. Despite having already placed his trust in them, Yinayu could not help but continue to advise. This time, he had once again taken advantage of Kai's good nature, binding him with a sense of obligation. Though he often claimed to have a sound moral compass, deep down, he was indeed a hypocrite, merely putting on a facade. After Chinsho Jinhua fell asleep, Yinayu and Kai swiftly departed, leaving him alone in the room, sound asleep. Initially, he thought that after such a long slumber, he would wake up to find Yinayu still at work, or perhaps even later. To his surprise, when he awoke once more, the sun was still shining brightly outside. What the hell? Did I sleep for an entire day and night? That can't be true. If it were that long, Yinayu would surely have woken me. Therefore, dragging his feet into the living room to glance at the wall clock, he noted it was around 3:30. So I ended up this exhausted after just under 4 hours of sleep? Shifting his body, he still felt pain, though it was no longer as unbearable as before. Mentally, he felt much lighter. Complete recovery was unlikely, but at least he could move about independently. Wow, is this the legendary Chincho physique? Is it really that impressive? Damn, if that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Let's set a small goal. Make Kai cry during training. Let us ignite that passion. In that moment, Chincho Jinhua felt as if he had transformed into a warrior of unparalleled strength. What is all this fuss about? Take care of your vehicle, or I'll break your legs. Oh no, this is getting out of hand. At the Konoha village library, when Yinayu returned at noon, he had already completed his library card. Therefore, feeling that wandering about aimlessly was rather dull, Chincho Jinhua ultimately decided to visit the library to bask in the enrichment of knowledge. Naturally, he would not admit that his current height allowed him to see only a multitude of legs and backsides on the street, and that he chose the library out of fear of being knocked out by someone's flatulence. Little brother, are you here alone? The young lady at the counter almost overlooked the tiny figure that had entered, shorter than the counter itself. Yes, here is my library card. Oh, the young lady checked and found that the card had indeed been issued that very afternoon, putting her at ease. She kindly asked, what kind of books are you interested in? Do you need me to help you get them? Chincho Jinhua pondered. Although Yinayu had suggested he read about ninjutsu, he did not specify which books. He then looked up at the young lady and sweetly said, I would like to read books about ninjutsu. Just tell me where to find them. Books about ninjutsu? The young lady expressed surprise, yet having encountered various geniuses and oddities during her time as a librarian, she was not overly astonished. She took Chincho Jinhua by the hand and led him to one of the shelves. This is the section, little brother. All the books here pertain to the knowledge taught in the Ninja Academy. Here is the catalog. Take a look and tell me which one you want me to fetch for you. Thank you. Shinobi Sect. History of Ninjas Overview of Chakra Ninjutsu Systems and Theories Combat Formations and Applications The Life of a Ninja. I would like to browse by myself first. If I need assistance, I will ask for your help. All right, little brother. Hearing the sweet and endearing tone from the young lady, she smiled so wide that her eyes nearly closed. If you encounter any difficulties, be sure to call for me. I will come right away. After playfully reminding him, she returned to her station, her heart brimming with joy, likely imagining not washing her ears for 3 days. Ah, women. Cuteness can resolve most issues with women, especially when it comes to adorable boys. With a smirk, he diverted his gaze, ready to continue, only to notice an unfamiliar pair of feet before him. Lifting his gaze, he first saw slender, smooth calves, followed by blue-purple shorts, indicating it was likely a girl. Further up, she wore a purple short-sleeve shirt, and with her delicate waist and long black hair, it was undeniable she was a girl. So who are you? Chincho Jinhua inquired, observing the girl with black hair, whose slender eyes sparkled with curiosity as she clutched a book to her chest, gazing intently at him. He found the situation somewhat absurd. Could it be that even this girl was captivated by his cuteness? How cliché. You just now. The girl wore a mysterious smile, glancing at the counter before quickly returning her gaze, her eyes curving into delightful arcs. Surely, she was thinking of something inappropriate. What? The unexpected question momentarily stunned Chincho Jinhua, and he instinctively retorted, I didn't. I'm not. Don't say that. It's slander. Oh no. As soon as the words left his mouth, he wished he could slap himself back in time to just a few seconds earlier. This cursed trope. How troublesome. Chapter 15. Phew. Did I just? The girl burst into laughter at Chincho Jinhua's reaction, covering her mouth as her eyes squinted with amusement. His ears turned red with embarrassment, and he felt too shy to speak, yet his expression conveyed impatience, as if he were ready to demand an explanation. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at you, the girl said softly, though the amusement in her eyes remained. Let us get to know each other. I'm Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha? Chincho Jinhua eyed the girl before him and then glanced at her outstretched hand. Although he could not fathom why she would suddenly want to befriend him, she had already apologized. It was important to note that he was not doing this because she was cute. As a boy, he should be magnanimous, right? Thus, He nodded and extended his hand. Hello, I am. However, before he could finish his sentence, Izumi's eyes sparkled mischievously as she grinned. I know you. You're a little fool. Shinsho Jinue instantly exploded with rage. Hey, not just angry. He was furious, his temper flaring as if he were on fire. I'm sorry. She apologized again. Actually, it wasn't me who called you a little fool. I heard the nearby uncles talking about a big fool with a little fool this morning. Uffed. His heart stopped. Kai, my lifelong reputation. What is it to be powerless? This is it. The creation of this piece stemmed from my own efforts. And it has even garnered public approval. Alas, countless emotions ultimately manifest as a long, drawn-out sigh. My heart feels weary. I yearn for tranquility. Please, do not leave. I shall refrain from calling you a little fool. I sincerely apologize. Perhaps it is my fear that you might truly be upset. Upon seeing Shinsho Jinue suddenly lower his head and turn away, Uchiha Kwan hurriedly followed suit, only to discover that he had merely climbed onto the nearest chair by the desk. Uchiha Kwan, witnessing this, promptly dashed to the chair across from him, leaning on the desk with her hands clasped together, offering her apologies. I'm truly sorry. With a playful toss of her head, she feigned arrogance. Yet her intentions were more profound. Upset? What nonsense. Why would he be angry? He merely wished to amuse the little girl. Oh dear, I never intended to bully you. Will you please forgive me? Uchiha Kwan descended from the chair once more and stepped into his line of sight, gently tugging at his sleeve in a manner that was endearing. See, are you pretending to be profound? Acting aloof. Does that even suit you? In truth, I am not genuinely upset with you. Children typically possess little patience. Hence one must understand the importance of moderation and knowing when to withdraw. Really? Upon hearing this, the guilt on Uchiha Kwan's face vanished entirely, though she still pretended to pat her chest. That is good to hear. I was worried about what I would do if you were truly a child who gets angry easily. Shinsho Jinue shot her an annoyed glance. After this brief interaction, he realized that this girl bore little resemblance to the Uchiha he had envisioned, prompting him to ponder whether she was indeed unique or if the argumentative nature of the Uchiha clan was solely inherited by the males. Uchiha Kwan. This name sounds somewhat familiar. However, aside from the Zhu'er-Lungzi family, the only Uchihas he could recall were Jing, Shisui, Obito, Madara, and the well-known couple running the bakery. What could it be about this girl that evokes such an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Is it merely because of her surname? Indeed. Uchiha Kwan composed herself earnestly and extended her small hand. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Uchiha Kwan, and I am 5 years old. Oh, Shinsho Jinue, seeing this, also withdrew his thoughts and extended his right hand to grasp hers. I am Shinsho Jinue, and I am 5 years old. Shinsho. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing his name, Uchiha Kwan's eyes widened, and she even forgot to release his hand. Are you the descendant of the first Hokage? Indeed. Shinsho Jinue nodded earnestly, observing her adorable expression. If you don't let go, I won't either. Let us see who suffers. How impressive. This is the first time I've seen a descendant of the first Hokage up close. Uchiha Kwan exclaimed in wonder, though she couldn't fathom what was so remarkable about Shinsho's lineage. Shinsho Jinue, with an impassive gaze, observed her, his attention focused on their hands. As he sensed the pressure from her grip lessen, he immediately released his hand without hesitation or delay. It was simply flawless. When is your birthday? October. Shinsho Jinue watched as Uchiha Kwan climbed onto the chair opposite him, awkwardly resting her arms on the table, albeit with a book as support. Why do you ask? The theory of bloodline limits? Wow. Is it any wonder you're from the Uchiha clan? You're already delving into the study of bloodline limits at such a young age? Why are you laughing again? I'm 2 months older than you, little Jinue. Shinsho Jinue responded with a feigned smile. So what if you were 2 months older? I wouldn't be afraid, even if you were 10 years older. Oh, little Jinue. I think I shall continue calling you that. Suit yourself. Shinsho Jinue resumed browsing through the book's catalog. Little Jinue, aren't you training in taijutsu with that green ninja? I thought people like you wouldn't be inclined to read. People like us? Shinsho Jinue suddenly slammed the catalog down, standing up for herself with conviction. What do you mean by people like us? I am different from him. I have only just begun training, temporarily following him to build my physical abilities. I aspire to be a ninja. The matters of ninjas cannot be described with such terms. Uchiha Kwan couldn't help but burst into laughter, losing control of her volume for a moment. She quickly covered her mouth and glanced around. relieved to find no one was watching before stifling her laughter for a while. So, little ninja, what do you believe constitutes a ninja? A ninja? Shinsho Jinyue tapped the table with one hand. To be honest, although I've watched 720 episodes of Naruto, I haven't really pondered this term in depth. However, considering that you are just a little girl, I shall elevate my stature with a phrase that sounds rather profound. To me, a ninja is someone who can endure environments and hardships that ordinary individuals cannot, all in pursuit of a specific goal. How convoluted? The more convoluted, the more profound it sounds, and the less comprehensible it becomes. Indeed, after hearing his lofty words, Uchiha Kwan fell into a contemplative silence. Shinsho Jinyue discreetly peeked at her from the side of the catalog, noticing that she was indeed in a daze. Hee, I almost got myself dizzy with my own words. And at your age, you must be quite adept at twisting your words too, huh? Just as he was about to express his thoughts, he noticed Uchiha Kwan suddenly shrug her shoulders and leisurely opened a book to read. Had she come to a realization? Or had she simply chosen to disregard the matter altogether? How intriguing. Now, Shinsho Jinyue genuinely began to take an interest in this girl who evoked such a sense of familiarity in him. Thus, while pretending to focus on the catalog, his mind raced, comparing every memory associated with the Uchiha name. Obito, Madara, and the elderly couple at the bakery were easily dismissed. He moved on from Jing, Shursui, and the patriarch Fugaku, as well as the instigators of the rebellion, Inazuma and Hakadai. The tormented young heir battling 7 foes and the best puppeteer were also disregarded. As for Itachi, he recalled that he had indeed heard of a female related to him during his youth. Hey, do you know Itachi? Uchiha Kwan asked, genuinely astonished that this newly acquainted friend happened to know another acquaintance. What do you mean by Itachi? Steady yourself. Do not be hasty. You must respond with calmness. Tinged with a hint of mild curiosity, Shinsho Jinyue felt as if the skin on the soles of his feet was about to peel away. He was merely pretending to be oblivious. What on earth? Thankfully, there's only this little girl nearby. Otherwise, if he, a newcomer from another village, were to know the son of the Uchiha clan leader, wouldn't he that spell trouble for himself? Did I mishear? Uchiha Kwan tilted her head, observing Shinsho Jinyue for a moment. His demeanor made her feel a bit uncertain as well, and after a while, she had to nod to herself, muttering, perhaps I truly misheard. How could it be so coincidental? Shinsho Jinyue responded nonchalantly, yet internally, he was astounded. A mere name might elude one's memory, yet when coupled with Uchiha Itachi, it transforms entirely. Uchiha Izumi. This is none other than the legendary figure who spent 70 years alongside Itachi in the Tsuki no Yomi world, the grand matron of the Uchiha clan. Just a moment ago, I found myself glancing at my right hand, a wave of trepidation washing over me. Chapter 16. The Butterfly Effect. In the morning, I trained with Kai and fished for money. Well, to be honest, the morning was primarily spent enduring a one-sided thrashing. Initially, it was merely a test of physical endurance, but as my constitution improved, basic combat sparring was integrated. Meanwhile, Senju Shingetsu contributed only a device, leaving all the fishing and selling endeavors to Kai. How absurd. That rascal must have truly been stimulated that day, as he meticulously adjusted the training regimen and content based on Senju Shingetsu's physical condition and post-training responses. Even when dispatched on missions, he would carve out time to meticulously outline the subsequent training plans before departing. Every single day, without fail, the training was meticulously calibrated to exhaust me to the brink of collapse without inducing unconsciousness. This was largely due to the fact that every noon, Yana Yu awaited me at home, ready to massage my tense muscles and provide timely treatment for any injuries. Thus, whenever my fervor led to me being rendered unconscious, Kai's countenance would morph into one of despair, fully aware that he would inevitably face a reprimand. Yet, the following day, he would continue undeterred. The atmosphere was electric, a prevailing trend that was simply irresistible. After all, in Kai's view, fervor exists solely to be unleashed. Why stifle it? Thanks to his earnestness and dedication, while my physical prowess soared, my waking hours remained remarkably consistent, typically around 3 o'clock. Occasionally, my awakening would be delayed by Kai's exuberance, but rarely did it extend beyond 4. My afternoon schedule was largely fixed, dedicated to advancing my theoretical knowledge in the library. It was on the day I encountered Uchiha Izumi that the notion struck me. Due to the convoluted timeline of the anime, I realized that my memories of Konoha and the entire shinobi world were somewhat hazy, particularly regarding the individuals and events etched in my mind. most of which had yet to occur in this timeline. Consequently, I harbored concerns about inadvertently revealing future events or mentioning individuals who had not yet made their appearances. After all, shinobi thrive on details, and I could not rely on the hope that others might overlook or dismiss my slip-ups. Thus, my strategy was to maximize my library time before such blunders occurred. As the saying goes, to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. This way, I could draw upon my library experiences to rationalize any unexpected insights or verbal blunders in the future. Of course, I recognized that this reasoning would not entirely allay others' suspicions, but at the very least, it would provide a layer of camouflage for myself. So, let it be clear, my daily library visits were for self-preservation, not merely to enjoy leisurely afternoons with Uchiha Izumi. Do take note. It was not because I could indulge in delightful moments with a charming girl that I frequented the library. Excellent. This emphasis should quell any unfounded rumors. My daytime activities unfolded in this manner, but as night fell, under Yanayu's tutelage, I delved into the study of ninjutsu. My focus was decidedly narrow, temporarily fixated on chakra refinement and the shadow clone technique. Although I could not comprehend the reasoning behind this singular interest, Yanayu allowed me to proceed without objection, as my ice abilities were steadily progressing. Thus, day after day passed in this pattern, until the onset of the next year's Ninja Academy brought an unexpected interruption. The village of Kumogakure declared war on Konoha. I still recall that afternoon when Kai unexpectedly arrived at the library, his expression more serious than I had ever seen. Shingetsu. About tomorrow's training. Initially, I assumed he was simply anxious about an impending mission, so I comforted him, after training together for so long. Don't you know my capabilities? If there's a mission, go ahead and undertake it. I will uphold my rigorous standards regardless of the duration. Upon hearing this, Kai's demeanor softened. He was well aware of my dedication to training. It was precisely this earnestness that cultivated his growing fondness and esteem for me, his 5-year-old disciple. After all, how could a carefree individual like Kai consistently craft a training regimen perfectly tailored for an outsider like me? All the sentiments he wished to express resided in that single thumbs up. Rest assured, he said, turning to leave. Unperturbed, I returned to my daily routine in the library until evening, when the library closed. Walking along the street, we both sensed an unusual atmosphere in the air. Little Shingetsu. Have you noticed? Izumi asked, her expression tense. It wasn't just her. I too perceived the grave expressions and hurried steps of the adults around us. Even the usual vendors' calls had diminished significantly. I nodded slightly. If it were merely this, I wouldn't have thought much. But recalling Kai's earlier demeanor compelled me to ponder further. The palpable tension in the streets weighed heavily on Izumi, prompting her to instinctively grasp my sleeve. However, my mind was consumed with questions, leaving little room for distractions. What was happening? Regrettably, by the time we reached the intersection where we would part ways, we had gleaned no useful information. With reluctant farewells, we hurried homeward. That night, Yanayu returned home an hour later than usual, and while preparing dinner, I observed her face occasionally adopting a serious expression. Yanayu, what's wrong? I couldn't resist inquiring, despite her outward appearance remaining unchanged. I was certain the adults were concealing something significant from us children. What has occurred? I scrutinized her eyes intently, and as her lips moved to respond, I interjected. You know me well. My inquiry stems from noticing something unusual. Age does not dictate the development of thought, so please don't regard me merely as a naive child. All right. Yanayu hesitated for a moment, then nodded solemnly. Kumogakure has declared war on us. It was the first time Yanayu spoke with such gravity. Kumogakure. I was momentarily stunned. A wave of goosebumps coursed through me. War, battle, and slaughter. These are mere fleeting images in anime. At that time, he merely perceived the scenes as lines and a cacophony of comical screams. However, upon immersing himself in this world, he realized that when the term war materialized around him, the lightness he once felt dissipated entirely. Indeed, in his previous life, he could comfortably critique news events while leisurely clutching his keyboard, even jesting about the dismal state of affairs in places like Libya. This was only possible because he understood that there were those who would fight desperately to shield him, knowing full well that as long as they stood, war would not encroach upon him. Shaking his head slightly, he cast aside those convoluted thoughts. The past had become mere wisps of smoke. What mattered most now was to live this life well. So, when contemplating the phrase declaring war from Yunin village to Konoha, what thoughts arise? For a moment, He even forgot to eat, his gaze fixated on a particular spot on the table, his fingers rhythmically tapping as he seriously pondered an issue. Observing him, Yenayu found it difficult to discern whether he was genuinely contemplating or merely disinterested in his meal. However, based on his previous behavior, she preferred to believe it was the former, thus remaining silent and watching him intently. The timing of this war was likely prompted by the confirmation of the deaths of Bofeng Shuimin and Xuanwu Jiu Xianai. One was a yellow flash capable of facing off against the AB brothers, and the other, a Jinchuriki powerful enough to subdue the Kyubi. Losing these two formidable forces meant that even though the Kyubi incident did not result in significant casualties, it was sufficient for the Reikage, who had long been restrained by the fear of the yellow flash, to take a gamble. Without Bofeng Shuimin's constraint, what means did Konoha possess to limit the Reikage aside from sacrificing lives and exhausting resources? Thus, it was evident that Konoha would find this war exceedingly challenging. It was no wonder that when Yunin village proposed a ceasefire, Konoha was so elated, even organizing a celebration. As his thoughts wandered, Senju Jinyue's eyes suddenly sharpened. Hinata. While ostensibly a peace talk, the true aim was to acquire the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, marking the beginning of Hyuga Niji's painful journey. Pondering Hinata's title as the Byakugan princess, his mind inadvertently drifted to the moon and then to Otsutsuki Shurin and his Rinnegan. But with his current limited strength, it was better to refrain from such lofty thoughts. Thus, concerning this war, the only conclusion he could draw was that Konoha would suffer substantial losses, so profound that in years to come, even if the Yunin villagers committed grievous acts in Konoha, they would have to swallow their anger and endure. Fortunately, no acquaintances had found themselves in peril. As for the butterfly effect, Senju Jinyue felt unconcerned. The impact of the butterfly effect was entirely contingent upon the intruder's influence. Given his current state, he believed he could only affect Kai, Izumi, and Yenayu, while the market vendor selling cucumbers would hardly notice his presence, let alone the warfare between nations. Some older brothers were truly perplexing. Having been reborn yet remaining a loser, they hesitated to act, constantly fretting about the butterfly effect, fearful that even a minor indiscretion might sway the stock prices of the beautiful country. Could you first consider whether you can affect the price of Tony's haircuts at the east end of the village before worrying about such grand matters? Chapter 17. Only magic can defeat 100,000 whys. It became evident that Senju Jinyue had underestimated the complexities of war. On the 8th day after Kai's departure, Yenayu, suppressing her sorrow, was compelled to bid farewell. Due to the overwhelming number of injured, the medical ninjas assigned to their unit were operating beyond capacity, and she needed to lead a group of children skilled in medical ninjutsu to the rear camp for support. She truly did not wish to leave. Senju Jinyue could sense her dismay. Alas, it was unavoidable. Although this was not a firm order from Hokage, the ninjas on the battlefield urgently required treatment, and she could not merely stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, the children in the orphanage needed to grow, and she did not want to miss this rare opportunity. Thus, Yenayu departed. Despite having added various furnishings to their home over the past month, the absence of that woman, who was always busy with something, rendered the house even more desolate. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Izumi quickly learned of the news, and from that moment on, whenever she observed the worry etched on the faces of the adults, her own smile would unconsciously wane. Only when she was with Senju Jinyue did his occasional quirky remarks manage to elicit laughter from her, allowing her to momentarily forget the unsettling atmosphere surrounding them. Perhaps this was why, one day while casually playing in the river, Senju Jinyue noticed Izumi's presence. He did nothing but read a book while occasionally standing to stretch or heading back to the village to sell fish. Speaking of which, it must be noted that after training with Kai for just over a week, Senju Jinyue had already become capable of independently hunting small game. However, his focus remained primarily on training, with selling his catch being a secondary consideration, which is why he had not yet transitioned to a different pursuit. By the time Kai departed, he had become quite familiar with the route for selling fish, and with a temporary surplus of funds, he had not rushed to change his endeavors. He even went so far as to create a four-wheeled ice cart to maximize his haul. Initially, Senju Jinyue thought Izumi was merely bored or lost in thought. However, as days turned into a week, he could not help but ponder whether something had triggered her to linger by the riverbank. It wasn't that he had suddenly developed a conscience and wished to spare the adorable girl. Rather, her persistent presence was making him feel self-conscious about his own leisurely activities. Yet, such matters could not be openly discussed. nor could he tell her not to come again. Thus, he continued to train diligently while feigning discomfort, yet savoring the experience. Little Jinhua, why do adults constantly engage in conflict? During their walks back to the village, whenever Senju Jinhua fell silent, Izumi would often ponder such philosophical inquiries. Having already posed them countless times over the past few days, resources, status, power, dominion, and subjugation all stem from the desires harbored within human hearts, compounded by the uneven distribution of natural resources. Oh, Izumi nodded, somewhat comprehending. How? Senju Jinhua couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. I myself have no idea what I'm saying, yet you respond with oh. By heaven's grace. Initially, he had been earnest in addressing Izumi's questions, contemplating and responding thoughtfully. However, as time passed, the flood of inquiries increased, covering a bewildering array of topics. Brother, do you take me for a repository of 100,000 whys? The most pressing issue was that as her questions grew increasingly intricate, he found himself at a loss. Thus, one day, when he could not conjure an answer no matter how hard he tried, he suddenly had an epiphany. You pose me challenging questions. Very well. I shall respond with an answer that appears profound. A plethora of exquisite and sophisticated vocabulary awaits, regardless of their meanings. As long as they resonate with the subject at hand, their mere utterance evokes an air of distinction. Indeed, this approach has alleviated my concerns regarding the myriad inquiries from Chuan, as I can instantaneously conjure profound phrases that leave her in a state of enlightenment for quite some time, even if for no other reason. Witnessing the delightful astonishment reflected in the face of that charming girl suffices to justify my relentless intellectual exertions. Ah, the golden boy and jade girl have arrived. Due to their frequent appearances and striking appearances, many adults in the commercial district have come to recognize these two little ones, who visit daily to sell fish. Some of the more familiar elderly folks even jest that they are the most adorable golden boy and jade girl on the street. Uncle Yuan, please take the lead. Naturally, Qianshou Jinhua takes such teasing in stride, while Chuan initially blushed and shyly withdrew, but has grown accustomed to it over time, albeit her cheeks still flush slightly when addressed thus. Very well, little Jinhua. Uncle Yuan, a restaurateur known for his fish balls and fish soup, has established a reliable supply chain. His orders to Qianshou Jinhua stem solely from a desire to support the young girl who shoulders familial responsibilities at such a tender age. 5 fish, totaling 50 pounds. After swiftly weighing the fish, Uncle Yuan skillfully produced a stack of money and handed it to Chuan without allowing her a glimpse at the scale. This is the payment for the fish, young manager. Do keep it safe. Laughter erupted around as the adults found amusement in the little girl's apparent talent for managing finances. Despite her shyness, Chuan, flushed, expressed her gratitude to Uncle Yuan and accepted the money with both hands. Though the notes were smeared with grease, their uniform denomination rendered counting unnecessary. In truth, both children understood that the elderly folks who often teased them were, in their own subtle ways, offering support, albeit varying in magnitude according to each family's circumstances. Just how did Uncle Yuan manage to produce such a substantial sum for a mere 5 fish? Moreover, the amount certainly exceeded the fish's actual worth, though the precise excess remained a mystery, as Uncle Yuan had never allowed them to see the scales reading. Let us continue with our deliveries, Uncle Yuan. The two bid farewell politely, pushing their ice cart towards the next destination amidst the teasing of the elderly. Of course, it was entirely Qianshou Jinhua who pushed the cart, as her abilities rendered her immune to frostbite. Rather, she found the chill quite pleasant, hence Uncle Yuan's playful moniker of Little Manager for Chuan. Given that Qianshou Jinhua was the one exerting herself to push the cart, it seemed only fitting that the money went to the adorable girl who had empty hands. Uncle Shueichan, here are your fish. Ah, little Jinhua has come, and today our little manager is with us. At almost every shop, they were met with jests, and by the time they settled on a park bench after completing their deliveries, midday was rapidly approaching. Including the 2 cups of red bean soup we hold, we have earned a total of 550 taels today. Due to their short legs, the two could only manage a single delivery in the morning, and the price they achieved was undoubtedly bolstered by the silent assistance of the elderly. Handing the money to Qianshou Jinhua, Chuan's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. Not out of greed, for her family was not impoverished, thanks to clan subsidies. Moreover, during their first delivery together, Qianshou Jinhua had suggested sharing the earnings, only to be firmly rebuffed by Chuan, which had left her sulking for an entire afternoon. Since then, Qianshou Jinhua had refrained from broaching the subject of dividing their earnings. This was simply because Chuan reflected on her own situation. The younger Qianshou Jinhua, merely 2 months her junior, was capable of earning such an amount daily. This led her to introspectively question her own achievements. She was aware of Qianshou Jinhua's lack of family support, and with her own mother by her side. What could she accomplish? Girls are often said to mature early, and after losing her father in the QB incident, Chuan was no exception. Thus, she could not attribute her companion's earnings solely to her unique ice abilities. She recognized that such reasoning was merely an excuse. As she contemplated her abilities, her right hand unconsciously brushed against her cheek, but as her fingers approached her eye, they trembled as if awakening from a trance, and she silently withdrew her hand. Fortunately, Qianshou Jinhua, having turned her head at that moment, was oblivious to this occurrence, granting Chuan a momentary sigh of relief. As for Qianshou Jinhua, she appeared calm and collected, sipping her red bean soup, yet inwardly pondered what would be an appropriate gesture of gratitude. This girl had ventured out with her in the frigid weather for an entire morning and afternoon, and it felt unjust not to treat her to a meal. Sister, perhaps you might ask me for an additional 500 taels? Chapter 18. He hit me upon his return. In the year 52 of Mai, on March 5th, after more than 2 months on the battlefield, Kai finally received a reprieve to return and rest. Upon his return, he did not engage in any other activities, nor did he seek out his beloved Kakashi. Instead, he immediately dragged Qianshou Jinhua, who was diligently completing her daily tasks in the library, to the training ground for a spirited duel between young men. A duel? Honestly, Qianshou Jinhua felt a twinge of anxiety at first, fearing that her frequent daydreaming during training had been discovered. However, she soon grasped the nature of the contest Kai had in mind. First, they would race through a seemingly intricate obstacle course as swiftly as possible, then engage in strength contests, followed by actual combat sparring. It was clear. This was not a youthful duel, but rather a means to assess the fruits of her recent training. Do you see that small stone? When it lands, we will commence, each replicating the test with utmost speed. You remember what I just explained, correct? Yes, I remember. Very well, prepare. With a swift toss, the stone was launched, and their eyes were instantly fixated on it. At the moment it touched the ground, both figures surged forward, racing towards the testing ground a kilometer away. Not bad. Little Jinhua, you've managed to match my starting speed. However, I shall never underestimate any opponent in training. Qianshou Jinhua felt a profound sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware of this individual's formidable strength, and he was taken aback by how powerful he had become at such a tender age. While he struggled to keep his own legs from giving way, this person managed to jest with him before effortlessly propelling him across an impressive distance with a single motion. The sequence of maneuvers, a human target, barbed wire, a sandy pit, and a wooden barrage, was executed so swiftly that he scarcely had the capacity to contemplate how much time he had spent. All he knew was that by the time he returned to the starting point, utterly exhausted, Kai was already waiting there, composed and unruffled, without even a hint of sweat or heavy breathing. In stark contrast, he leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath like a broken bellows, his muscles trembling and aching, especially his thighs, which felt on the verge of collapsing as he ceased his movements. In truth, the physical exertion hadn't been as taxing as he imagined. It was merely the mention of the word test that triggered an instinctive tightening in his calves, while his adrenal glands seemed to work overtime, flooding his system with adrenaline. Surprisingly, Kai appeared quite exhilarated by his performance. Barely having caught his breath, Kai could no longer contain his excitement and scooped him up in an enthusiastic embrace. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Even I would struggle to shake you off now if I weren't careful. Thankfully, Kai's exuberance lasted only a few fleeting seconds before he set him down, giving a thumbs up. Jinhua, I acknowledge your speed and dedication. Ding. Surely during my absence, you have been diligently training every day? Youth. This is the stirring, passionate essence of youth. Qianshou Jinhua, shivering slightly, managed a nod. Damn. That bear hug nearly broke my back. If I didn't know this guy lacked ulterior motives, I might have suspected he was finding excuses to torment me. As for his claims of persistently training, the months had flown by. December had been exhausting, with several hours of training already completed, and he felt it was sufficient. He couldn't keep Izumi waiting too long. January brought snow, a first for him, and he imagined Izumi bundled up adorably against the cold. By February, he had lost track of time, having turned around to find himself right in front of Izumi. Oh well, since I'm here, he shook his head vigorously, erasing those thoughts. You're right. I must never let Kai know that aside from sleeping, most of my time was spent with that girl. Oh, youth. This is what youth is all about. Let us plunge into the next thrilling endeavor. Taking a deep breath, he felt the soreness dissipate significantly after a brief rest. While he certainly did not feel perfect, such imperfect states were commonplace on the battlefield. All right. The two faced each other, assuming their combat stances, ready to test their strength. Now, come at me with the intent to defeat me. Give it your all. With another deep inhalation, he focused, and then shouted, "Ha!" He unleashed a series of punches, straight punches, hooks, and a sweeping kick, the Moku no Hasoto. Smack, smack, bang, smack. Not bad, Kai commented. Though only slightly better than the average child your age. Such attacks posed no challenge to Kai at all. Can't you hit harder? To be honest, your blows feel like mere tickles to me. Despite knowing that he was still young and not as strong, and that Kai's martial prowess was nearly unmatched in the village, he couldn't help but feel a simmering frustration. With determination, he pushed off the ground, his right fist drawing back with all its might as the teachings of martial arts masters flashed through his mind. Power arises from the ground, and the heart ignites the fist. Relying solely on the strength of the fist is insufficient. The waist and legs must unite. This punch, honed over 2 decades of practice, aimed to land squarely. Huh. Smack. Kai's eyes brightened momentarily. Although his punch had managed to push Kai back even a step, the taut muscles in his abdomen and the lingering pain were undeniably real. Kai rubbed the spot that had been struck, then flashed a grin, giving Shinsho Jinue a thumbs up. Okay. Jinue nodded nonchalantly, though inwardly he was elated to gain Kai's approval. Now, the lighter exercises conclude here. It's time for the main event, the practical test. Jinue instantly perked up, for this was precisely what he had been anticipating. For the past few months, he had trained alone. Although he had faced a few wild wolves and bears, he remained uncertain about his combat abilities without an authoritative assessment. As before, treat me as a true adversary, coming at me with the intent to kill. Remember, do not hold back. I shall show you no mercy. Before the last syllable left his lips, he crossed his fingers in a gesture. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 2 identical figures of Shinsho Jinue appeared beside him. Yes, this ninjutsu had been successfully mastered by the end of last year. His goal had been clear all along. Apart from refining chakra, he had only been interested in the shadow clone technique. Yena had systematically taught this before her departure, leaving him with written notes. And all that remained was for him to grasp and control his chakra. Thus, even without guidance during that period, his nightly commitment of 2 to 3 hours ultimately bore fruit before the new year, culminating in his first successful creation of a shadow clone. How to describe his training speed? While it could not compare to someone like Itachi, it was hardly slow. Having taken just over a month from his initial exposure to chakra to mastering the technique, all while dedicating only a small portion of his evenings to practice. Such talent could hardly be deemed lacking. It was clear that training alone often led to complacency. Oh, it seems that not only has he improved in taijutsu, but little Jinue has also made significant strides in ninjutsu. Kai was genuinely thrilled. What more could he say? Having such a dedicated younger brother in training made him feel as though he had found a kindred spirit and a sense of belonging. Watch out. Here I come. Without granting him time to react, Kai charged forward, initiating the Moku no Kaze, aiming to sweep through the 3 small figures. The 2 shadow clones immediately sprang into action, flanking Kai's position to attack from the sides, while the main body swiftly sought an opportunity, aiming not to defeat or injure, but merely to leave a mark on Kai today. Though Kai could not perceive the shadow clone's techniques, he possessed an instinct for combat and experience. This wisdom has been acquired through countless blood-soaked battles, proving sufficient to contend with the prodigy Kakashi, let alone with this little one who has yet to experience a proper fight. Therefore, the moment the 3 manifestations of Senju Jinue initiated their actions, he immediately discerned the true body, or more accurately, perceived his tactical intentions. Remarkably, he employed both clones solely for feigned assaults. Indeed, Jinue's Jr. is still too inexperienced. While he thought this, upon seeing the serious and earnest expression of the younger brother, Guy deliberately moderated his strength and speed during the engagement. After all, today's objective was to test, not to overwhelm the young lad. The clash was exhilarating, with sounds of punches and kicks echoing in the air, creating a vivid spectacle of combat. However, This was merely the perspective of the younger brother. In actuality, Guy had to remain mindful of controlling his force while delivering strikes. Despite Guy's diligent efforts, the first genuine confrontation of Senju Jinhua, who had not yet experienced true battle, was somewhat chaotic. His coordination with the clones was far from the expected synergy, and with Guy occasionally guiding the exchanges, it turned out that after an extended bout, it was Senju Jinhua himself who ultimately shattered the shadow clone, as the struck clone dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The accumulated fatigue and experience from the skirmish overwhelmed Jinhua, leaving him feeling as though his mind had been struck. The next moment, his vision abruptly shifted, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen, sending him flying backward like a curled-up lobster, landing a considerable distance away. This was not the end. Upon hitting the ground, he rolled and slid numerous times before finally coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Are you all right, Jinhua? Guy had already realized the impending disaster the moment he struck, and as soon as Jinhua halted, he rushed over, panic etched across his face. Are you okay, Jinhua? Speak to me, don't scare me. Do you need me to call a doctor? Your neck. My goodness. Are you addicted today? Freeze. March 5th, 52nd year of Konoha, clear skies. First combat test results. Speed, excellent. Strength, excellent. Combat skills, below average. Use of abilities, exceptionally strong. Evaluator, Mike Guy. It was ostensibly a physical skill test. Yet Jinhua had utilized a bloodline limit. Clearly a breach of rules, he muttered softly. Chapter 19. The math teacher's heartbreak from the day Guy returned. Senju Jinhua could only bid a tearful farewell to his beloved sister, reverting to the days of his previous torment. It was not until over half a month later that Yano Yu suddenly returned. After a period of absence, she appeared considerably thinner, and one could easily surmise that her time away had not been kind to her. Ninja school? Senju Jinhua instinctively raised an eyebrow. It seemed plausible, as he had overheard discussions about students graduating recently. I understand that for little Jinhua, the environment at ninja school may seem rather juvenile, and I can comprehend your reluctance. She began. Wait. No. You don't understand. Please don't interpret on my behalf. Who wouldn't he want to go? With my current skills, I could easily become a little powerhouse in Konoha. That sounds exhilarating. However, there is one thing I hope little Jinhua can grasp. At this point, Yano Yu extended a finger, emphasizing her tone. Due to your surname, in this village, regardless of your achievements, some people may scrutinize you under a magnifying glass, merely to find points of attack. With your wisdom, I trust you can comprehend my intentions. Oh, understood. That makes perfect sense. In other words, because of the Senju surname, and perhaps a bit of Tsunade's influence, every action he takes and every achievement he earns could be subjected to analysis and scrutiny, solely in search of any evidence of favoritism or conspiracy. Therefore, I hope that little Jinyue's growth can withstand any scrutiny and leave no excuses for those individuals. With Yano Yu considering this for her own sake, and even returning from the front lines for this matter, what more could he say? Moreover, even Guy supported her stance. Ninja school? Absolutely worth attending. Little Jinhua, while the curriculum covers fundamental knowledge, it significantly cultivates one's willpower. Guy, while offering advice, bore a face that was a mix of tears and snot. What a sight. However, reflecting on his own school experiences, Senju Jinhua quickly understood. Indeed, those school days had been quite the trial for him, with both of his most caring individuals so earnestly encouraging him. Senju Jinhua felt it would be inappropriate to dismiss their goodwill. Thus, after feigning a touch of reluctance, he eventually nodded in agreement. All right, since you've both expressed it so earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yano Yu's face immediately brightened with a smile, her expression radiating surprise, as if she had not anticipated that Senju Jinhua would agree so readily. I knew it. Little Jinhua would surely understand my intentions. Having confirmed this matter, Yano Yu disregarded the need for rest and hurried directly to the Hokage's office to seek out the third Hokage, as the opening day of school was fast approaching. Guy, in light of this development, found a rare moment of tranquility, believing that his younger brother attending school was indeed an important matter and not quite appropriate for him to participate in while looking so battered. As for Senju Jinhua, beyond preparing himself mentally for school, he had a singular task: to visit every shop and individual that had previously received deliveries from them, explaining his reason for attending school and expressing heartfelt gratitude for the care they had shown him. I initially thought with your abilities, you would be reluctant to attend ninja school and play house with a bunch of children. Due to the village's expansion, by the time he visited all the shops, the sun was already nearing its descent. At this juncture, It is essential to mention that Konoha had undergone significant transformations over the past few months, seizing the opportunity presented by the Nine-Tails destruction. The upper echelons had undertaken a comprehensive reorganization and planning of the village. Except for the Hokage building and some critical infrastructure, most residents were compelled to vacate their original homes, particularly the various clans, who had to cooperate with village policies to set an example for the other civilians. Of course, while it was termed a reorganization, the reality was that these families were merely being pushed further away from the village's center. Among them, the Uchiha clan experienced the most drastic relocation, effectively being moved deep into the mountains to cultivate the will of fire. Consequently, Izumi found herself spending considerably less time outside. Given that with her short legs, both leaving and returning required a significant amount of time. How can this be, Izumi? Aren't you about to enroll as well? If I don't go, won't that mean we won't be able to play together for several years? After months of interaction, Shinsho Jinue had already discerned the temperament and character of Quan, and teasing the adorable girl had become his habitual pastime. Thus, with all sincerity, when he uttered those words, he truly did so without a second thought. It was merely a habitual flirtation. Upon hearing his remark, Quan's ears instantly flushed crimson, and she fell silent, lowering her head, lost in thought. Even though they had been together for quite some time, and she was no longer the bashful little rabbit that would shy away from a simple jest, that particular comment still held a significant impact on her youthful heart. Shinsho Jinue, however, perceived nothing amiss in Quan's sudden quietude, for he had always believed, and had instilled in her, that true intimacy between two individuals is reflected in a comfortable silence, where awkwardness does not arise even in the absence of words. At that moment, his mind was preoccupied with a recurring query that plagued him every time he traversed that path. Who was the fool that had taken Uchiha so far away? Not only did returning the girl home leave his legs weary, but it also squandered his precious training time. Over an hour each day, that amounted to 10 hours a week, 100 hours a month, and over 1,000 hours in a year. Alas, it was heart-wrenching. Such a travesty. He could have been much stronger. 100 days wasted. With that time, he could have traversed the village countless times. All of this was the fault of the imbecile who had dragged Uchiha so far away. Chapter 20. A world full of ills. The crowd was so dense that it nearly filled the entire school square. It was astonishing. He had never seen so many people gathered in one place before. Were they all here simply to gawk? Dear students, congratulations on your enrollment. The third Hokage announced from the podium, delivering a customary speech. Naturally, since the event had just begun, Shinsho Jinue observed the excitement etched on the faces of the younger students below. Just wait. The old man will soon impart a lesson you won't forget. Indeed, less than 2 minutes into his address, several youngsters began to lose focus. Over the years, it had become apparent that attention spans dwindled to 5 or 6 minutes, with more and more children resembling those afflicted by hyperactivity. By the 10-minute mark, even the obedient Quan appeared to be drifting away. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, with a glimmer of enthusiasm in his eyes, seemed oblivious to the distraction of the audience. Now you see the old man's prowess, don't you? Shinsho Jinue surveyed the crowd with a smirk, as if he were unaffected by the ordeal that had ensnared others. Whom is she gazing at? Although they had exchanged greetings initially, after several months, surely they had formed a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. How could her eyes not be fixated on him? Following her gaze, he noticed the young man who had nodded in her direction, and his expression stiffened. This fellow was almost as handsome as he was. Glancing at the ping-pong paddle behind him, it was evident that he was the young master of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps it was due to an acute sense or Shinsho Jinue's palpable resentment, but after merely a fleeting glance, Itachi seemed to sense something, abruptly turning around and locking eyes with him. What a perceptive lad. On the surface, he appeared as a sunny youth, smiling and nodding in greeting, yet internally he thought, "What are you staring at, you little brat? Even if you started applying lotion daily, you could never match my flawless skin." At that moment, Itachi, seemingly untroubled by family expectations, acknowledged Shinsho Jinue with a nod and, upon turning back, cast a glance at Quan, pondering if this young man was indeed the illustrious Shinsho Jinue she often spoke of, a person seemingly easy to get along with. The voice of the old man on the podium suddenly rose in pitch, signaling the imminent conclusion of his address. Children, despite their lack of understanding, were drawn back to attention by his elevated tone. The flames of the past illuminate the village. As you grow, I hope you remember the words of that elder. They shall prove invaluable in your future. This is the will of fire. The round-faced teacher, with graying hair and a few wrinkles, tapped the blackboard and introduced himself. My name is Feng Chuan, and I shall be your teacher from this day forth. After a brief pause, allowing the murmurs to subside, he continued, for our first lesson, I would like to hear about your dreams and interests, and let us also have everyone introduce themselves. With a smile, Feng Chuan surveyed the room, encouraging each student with his gaze. Unfortunately, he perhaps underestimated the pressure of speaking in front of the class. Instead of relaxing, the children grew increasingly anxious, whispering among themselves about what they might say. What is your dream? A voice suddenly broke through the tension from the window-side desk in the third row. It was none other than Quan, who had known him long enough to ask such a question. Qianqiu Jinyue glanced at her before preparing to respond, but was interrupted by Feng Chuan's resigned tone. Since no one seems willing to volunteer, I suppose we'll go by seating order. So, the first student, please stand. Upon hearing his name called, the first student awkwardly rose. While he seems a bit timid, he does have a bright appearance. If he puts in some effort, he could do well. Hello everyone, my name is Zizichuan Kwai, and I enjoy drawing. My dream is to become a manga artist when I grow up. Zizichuan Kwai? Why not just follow in your ancestors' footsteps and be a brave pot hero? Feng Chuan encouraged, great job, Kwai. It's wonderful to see you understand the importance of pursuing your dreams. Remember to keep pushing forward. Receiving the teacher's encouragement, the young boy felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face breaking into a smile as he returned to his seat. Next student. Hi everyone, my name is Chodao Shanche. My hobby is eating meat, and my dream is to have an endless supply of meat every day. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, yet Chodao Shanche took it in stride, scratching the back of his head with a grin. All right, Shanche's dream is quite pragmatic. The subsequent students, perhaps realizing that speaking on stage was not as terrifying as they had imagined, grew increasingly confident. Each one stepped up with greater ease, some even making faces or performing antics that elicited waves of laughter from their peers. In a classroom filled with a handful of peculiar individuals, it quickly became Chen Zhujian's turn to introduce herself. Standing up, the girl named Chuan announced, Hello everyone, I am Yuzhi Bochen. My favorite food is the 3-color dumplings from the dumpling shop, and my dream is to become someone my mother can be proud of. Unlike the playful banter exchanged by the previous students, sensed the sincerity in Ch's words. Perhaps for her, having lost her father during the Nine-Tails incident, her mother was the person she cherished most in her life. As the next student momentarily lost focus, they overlooked the teacher Fengchuan's evaluation. Upon regaining her composure, she noticed Chen was already waiting expectantly outside her seat. Nodding in acknowledgement, she rose to the podium and introduced herself. My name is Chen Jinyue. I have many interests, but my dream is simple, world peace. A burst of laughter erupted from a corner of the classroom, mocking her declaration, the laughter louder than any previous instance, with the most boisterous student even pounding the desk. Perhaps due to her maturity, King was unfazed by the laughter. She simply returned to her seat with indifference. A bunch of fools. Did you think I uttered such over-the-top lines for your amusement? If you wish to see a show, then let it be so. Why must a straightforward matter be turned into an elaborate test? This world is truly absurd. Chapter 21. Bringing warmth to the orphanage in the woods to the east of Un, 2 small figures walked side by side along a path. Is it really all right for us to go empty-handed? As their destination drew near, N could no longer hold back her inquiry. Aren't we supposed to bring warmth? Typically, one would bring some gifts or supplies. Rest assured, Chen Jinyue replied, addressing her concerns. Bringing gifts is something only adults do. We are merely 6 years old. We do not require such things. On May 12th, a Friday, under cloudy skies with a gentle breeze, it had been over a month since the start of school. However, the continuous basic courses in ninja techniques, physical training, and cultural knowledge had transformed the once spirited child of Yishag into a weary old soul. Thus, when it came to the social practice lesson of performing a meaningful act, Chen Jinyue exhibited an extraordinary enthusiasm. As fate would have it, Chun had initially planned to continue reading at the library until she inquired about Chen's intentions. Me? I recall only taking a moment before resolutely answering. Just the other day, Jinyue returned with the children, and I wished to see them while offering some warmth. Consequently, Shibin was successfully led astray. By this point, even though it was becoming clear that Chen's notion of bringing warmth differed from her expectations, it was too late to turn back. Hey, look over there. Soon, A sharp-eyed child spotted a figure approaching from a distance, and the children who had been playing in front of the house quickly ceased their antics. Is it just one child? Another without a home? Don't be foolish. Did you even notice what he's wearing before saying that? Indeed, the child wore nice clothes, leading to the conclusion that he could not possibly be homeless. I'm telling you again, don't call me foolish. As the figure drew closer, the previously scattered children instinctively huddled together, their eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? The eldest child stepped forward, donning a black hood. He was the one Yanir had referred to as Wu Shi. Hey, who do you think you are, barging in and spouting nonsense? Wu Shi was incensed. Don't think your small stature grants you the right to be rude. Though visibly angered, Wu Shi's immediate instinct was not to confront Shintu Junyue, but rather to shield his younger siblings behind him. Perhaps the trials faced in recent months had matured him. To Tensho Junyue's surprise, Wu Shi's ire seemed less about his rudeness and more about the mention of Wang's name. It warmed Tensho Junyue's heart to see how much the children cared for Yu. The one with the round glasses must be Do, he thought. As it was obvious, he was the only one among the group wearing spectacles. The other children, similar in age to Wu Shi, followed suit, and even the younger ones, though unaware of the situation, mirrored their older brother's fierce demeanor. While pondering the children's newfound solidarity against an outsider, Zheng noticed a small hand peeking through the window. Making a gesture, a smile crept across his face as he adopted a brazen stance, pointing boldly at the group. Listen well. I am Tensho Junyue. I know all of you are, It's that guy? The revelation struck the children. So that's why the director comes back every day? That insufferable brat. How dare he act so arrogant after receiving care from the director? They exclaimed, indignation rising. The older children began to exchange glances, and in unison, they rolled up their sleeves. Let us teach him a lesson. If they were ordinary children, it might have been a different story. However, sharing the same care from the director, they felt justified in their indignation towards his arrogance. Initially, Tensho Junyue had been contemplating how to liven up the atmosphere. After all, he could not simply resort to violence like a typical child, yet he had not anticipated that merely stating his name would provoke such a strong reaction. When did my name acquire a mocking effect? However, he reflected, this was fortuitous, as it achieved the desired outcome. You want to fight me? Very well. Let us see just how much spirit you children, raised by possess. The call to arms resonated, and even the younger children and girls joined in, gritting their teeth and shouting, let us take him down. No, they are truly going to fight. I must intervene. Inside the house, It could no longer contain herself upon witnessing the escalating situation. It's really fine, senpai, Min said, though slightly bewildered. She earnestly repeated his earlier reassurances. Xiao Junyue said you need not worry. He knows how to handle it. Yet, remained uneasy, not from a lack of faith in Zhang's restraint, but rather from her unwillingness to witness the children being harmed. At this moment, the plump aunt beside her, unable to bear the sight of her anxious demeanor, muttered, I believe that little one named Xiao Junyue is quite right. The old scholar in the courtyard also nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, not only her, but for these children. External pressures, particularly those among peers, are quite necessary alongside praise and affirmation. However, upon hearing the old scholar's endorsement, Yu, despite her unease, gradually calmed herself. Yet, the tension in her furrowed brows revealed her lingering concern for the children outside. On a Friday, the weather was overcast, with a pleasant humidity that carried a faint, earthy scent. Such comfortable weather was indeed perfect for offering warmth. With a series of thuds, 5 individuals charged in and collapsed onto the ground within 2 minutes. This was under the condition that Tensho Junyue had already managed to rein in her strength. Incredibly, even one more person ended up on the ground. During the scuffle, she had effortlessly pulled over the now docile and reluctant to fight Do. Chapter 22. The days of ease seem to be numbered. If one were to rank the characters in the entire anime who have risen to the pinnacle of life solely through their own efforts, disregarding lineage and external aids, few could overlook the name Yashidu. Yashidu, a tragic war orphan, was a true scholar who devoted his life to exploring the ultimate philosophical question, who am I? Astonishingly, he ultimately grasped the answer. Many believe that Orochimaru is a villain who disregards human life, yet Yashidu wholeheartedly assists him, leading to the assumption that he, too, must not be of good character. In this regard, Tensho Junyue's perspective is that Do once strived valiantly towards the light, but was perpetually pushed towards an unfathomable abyss. This is not an attempt to absolve him, but rather, Shinsho Jinhua perceives that, regardless of what the future holds, Yashidu remains an innocent child at heart. Such remarkable talent and potential should not be overlooked. Failing to seize the opportunity to bring him under her wing would be akin to a colossal loss. Therefore, her earlier action of pulling Do over was merely to foster early communication and enhance their rapport. You wish to strike me? Is this truly how you confront me? Standing amidst the fallen, Shinsho Jinhua wore an expression of unassailable arrogance, inciting frustration in those who watched her. The remaining children seemed somewhat slow to react, only now crying and scurrying back to find the director. How infuriating! Ulu Shi, unable to contain his anger, rose before the others despite the evident pain. Gritting his teeth as he shouted at Shinsho Jinhua, "What does it matter that you are skilled in combat? We will not acknowledge someone like you, who lacks respect for the director. Recognition? Do I require such validation from you?" Shinsho Jinhua cast a disdainful glance at him. I had thought that, having been on the front lines, you might exhibit some maturity and growth. Yet what do I find? Pathetic weakness. Are you prepared to have Yi Now Yu care for you until she can no longer move, serving you like helpless shrimp? The air in the room seemed to drop several degrees. I say, upon hearing Yi Now Yu's name again, Ulu Shi could no longer restrain himself and charged forward in fury. You better show respect to the director. Thud, thud, thud. Ulu Shi, brother. Ulu Shi fell once more, and this time, it appeared to genuinely provoke the other children. They struggled to rise, despite their pain, and instinctively formed a protective barrier around Ulu Shi. How do you feel? Do quietly inquired from behind them, extending his hands to treat Ulu Shi. As chakra flowed forth, a flicker of surprise crossed Do's eyes, yet he remained composed, maintaining the chakra output. After assessing Ulu Shi's injuries, he confirmed that they were all in areas with ample flesh and would heal with rest. Conversely, the more pressing need for treatment lay in the scrapes and bruises sustained during his fall. What is he truly attempting to achieve? Through the gaps between his companions, Do gazed at Shinsho Jinhua, confusion evident in his eyes, while any anger stemming from Ulu Shi's earlier defeat had long since dissipated. Recognizing that the other party bore no malice, Do had no intention of exposing him, particularly since the director had yet to emerge, suggesting she was aware of and sanctioned the events unfolding. Angered, Shinsho Jinhua remained oblivious to the fact that someone had perceived his vulnerability. He continued his performance. Rather than raising his voice to emphasize his words, he spoke as if conversing with a friend, casually stating, "In your current state, what does anger accomplish? If one day someone were to bully Yi Now Yu, do you truly believe you can protect her as you are now? Or do you intend to hide behind her protection for life, avoiding foes that even she cannot confront? What nonsense! How infuriating!" After receiving Do's healing, Ulu Shi pounded the ground once more, visibly exerting himself, causing his knuckles to bleed. Yet, he paid little mind to the pain, breaking through the barrier of his companions, and shouted vehemently at Shinsho Jinhua, "You suddenly appear to provoke us, knock us down, and then spout nonsensical words. What exactly do you desire? Just because you possess greater strength, do you regard us as mere playthings?" As he shouted in anger, the other children glared at her, their teeth clenched in solidarity with Ulu Shi. Although Shinsho Jinhua's words had instilled some unease in them, they naturally stood united with Ulu Shi at this moment. "I merely wish to observe how much resolve and courage you possess in protecting Yi Now Yu, who cares for you so deeply. Resolve to protect the director? We have boundless determination." While unsure of his intentions, Ulu Shi was unreluctant to respond to that question. "If anyone seeks to harm the director, I will not retreat." Yet, it was evident that such a resolve would only render them burdensome to Yi Now Yu in times of danger. Thus, from this moment forth, intensify your training. Train until you reach your utmost limits. If you still cannot stand against the enemy, then bite off a piece of flesh from them before you fall. If your teeth break, use your hands. If your hands break, fix your gaze upon them. Ultimately, even if it costs my life, I will not allow anyone to harm the director in my presence. Though still young, the fervor of his declaration, coupled with his clenched fists and expression, imbued him with the spirit of a young man. And I, and my comrades, the others were similarly stirred, as if awakened by this performance and a single answer. Yet it seemed that each was merely echoing the sentiments of those around them. However, for Yi Now Yu within the confines of her dwelling, this was already more than sufficient. And indeed, she had long since overflowed with emotions. It is utterly perplexing why one would choose to portray oneself in such a loathsome manner. On the journey home, despite Shinsho Jinyue stating that the day's objectives had been accomplished, Izumi could not restrain her incessant inquiries. Each time, Shinsho Jinyue would respond with a teasing, "You shall understand in due time," thereafter falling silent. What was there to say? That this elaborate scheme was merely a pretext to foster connections with the future subordinates? Or perhaps it was simply due to his own reluctance to fly, thus opting to spur a few fledglings into flight with a flick of his whip? Regardless, such initial interactions should have afforded those youngsters some enhancement in their capabilities, consequently leading to greater financial gains, at the very least ensuring that the old curmudgeon, Danzo, would not be able to constrict Yanaoyu's prospects with mere monetary constraints. As for other factors, well, it seemed that both Orochimaru and the Root organization could only rely on sheer strength. Chapter 23. The Scholar and I. What is it like to rally and motivate a group of naive souls, only to find that while they remain unperturbed, your delightful companions are flourishing with exuberance? Speaking of ninjutsu, many students are likely familiar with the subject. The ever-dedicated teacher Feng Chuan was striving to maintain order in the classroom, ever vigilant to interject with snippets of knowledge whenever an opportunity arose. 2 months had elapsed since the last community outreach, and Shinsho Jinyue was utterly astonished. What had initially been a whimsical performance had evidently made a significant impact on those children. Meanwhile, her childhood friend had been quite stimulated by this experience. Since that day, the once quiet girl from the library had become increasingly rare, as she had transitioned to the training grounds to hone her strength. Although she still presented herself as the model student in the eyes of the teacher, Shinsho Jinyue recognized that Izumi had truly transformed. This was evident in the throngs of girls who surrounded her, chattering incessantly after class. Previously, they would push Izumi aside to envelop Jinyue, but now, after that pivotal day, Izumi remained composed amidst the swarm of admirers, adeptly handling their advances with poise. Initially, those girls dismissed it as a mere accident, but as the occurrences multiplied, one stumbled, another fell. It became apparent to even the dim-witted that something was amiss. The resultant scene became one where Jinyue's side was filled with a cacophony of chatter, while Izumi's remained a tranquil oasis. Remarkably, Shinsho Jinyue could not help but exclaim in admiration at this transformation. This seemingly charming girl, with her bright smile and endearing demeanor, had been inadvertently cast in a light that suggested an aura of unapproachability. Now, could any student elucidate the concept of chakra? I know. It seems that every class has its share of eager participants, though often their enthusiasm is merely a ploy for attention rather than a genuine pursuit of knowledge. As expected, the few brave souls who stood to answer exhibited commendable courage, yet their responses ranged from the absurd to the nonsensical. Perhaps aware of the answer, but lacking the linguistic capacity to articulate their thoughts effectively. As the silence lingered, Teacher Feng Chuan was reluctantly compelled to direct his gaze toward the third row by the window. Not again, he mused. I do not wish to intervene, dear brother. Averaging over 100 times each month is quite sufficient. Alas, what could he do? After all, he was their teacher. Despite being an unremarkable middle-aged man who wished to avoid embarrassment in front of his charming students. At the moment their eyes met, two mature men engaged in a complex exchange of unspoken communication. Ultimately, Shinsho Jinyue resigned himself to rising, for he was the teacher, after all. He had once resisted out of a desire to avoid trouble, yet this cunning uncle exhibited no sense of duty as a teacher, swiftly presenting a trump card. Surely, you do not wish to be separated from the delightful Izumi, do you? Thus, the term chakra was defined as blah blah blah, completing the explanation. Indeed, Jinyue's response was exemplary. Did everyone understand? Teacher Feng Chuan beamed with the delight of a child in his 40s, as a chorus of cheerful voices, predominantly female, echoed in affirmation. Excellent. Teacher Feng Chuan paid little heed to the gender of the voices. After all, they were merely first-year students. Understanding was inconsequential, so long as he maintained his dignity. Jinyue. Dear Jinyue, he remarked, observing how this multifaceted student, upon returning to her seat, did not sit down but instead gazed intently out the window, trusting in her scholarly nature. Teacher Feng Chuan's initial reaction was not anger but rather curiosity, prompting him to approach the window and peer outside. Ah, it appears they are conducting a shuriken test. Are you particularly interested in the performance of the neighboring class, Jinyue? Beholding the slender figure on the playground, Teacher Feng Chuan felt a twinge of envy. Uchiha Itachi was a polymath, excelling in every discipline and demonstrating enthusiasm in all endeavors, unlike the student in his own class. Sigh. The thought of this vexed teacher Feng Xuan. For although Jinyue's abilities were commendable, it felt as though she was intentionally opposing him, barely scraping by as the top of her class, unlike Uchiha Itachi, who dominated with absolute superiority. This left him with a modicum of pride in the office, yet it was overshadowed by the constant comparison to Uchiha Itachi's stellar performance. How could he elevate this student? As he pondered this dilemma, teacher Feng Xuan's gaze instinctively drifted toward Izumi. Jinyue, you don't wish to. What is it? Izumi inquired softly after Jinyue sat down. Due to her distance from the window, she had not witnessed the events outside, but had gathered from the teacher's earlier words that the neighboring class was undertaking a shuriken throwing assessment, which constituted the semester's final examination. Unlike the previous world, this ninja academy operated on a tri-semester system. The first semester ran from April to mid-July, followed by summer break. The second semester spanned from early September to late December, culminating in winter break. The third semester commenced in mid-January and concluded in late March. This structure clarifies why many struggle to comprehend Naruto's 3 graduation attempts, as he faced examinations thrice in a single academic year. After a moment's hesitation, Qinsho Jinyue gently shook his head, opting for silence. How could he articulate it? Should he admit to witnessing Uchiha Itachi complete the 5-minute shuriken throwing assessment in a mere 30 seconds? Over the past weeks, Izumi had been pushing herself relentlessly, and he was reluctant to add further pressure. 30 seconds, truly monstrous. They had already completed this assessment yesterday, wherein 20 human-shaped targets were positioned around the playground to measure how swiftly students could hit all the targets with kunai. The locations of the humanoid targets are announced in advance, yet some are positioned on the tallest trees within the school, while others are precariously placed outside half-open windows on the 3rd floor of the school building, making them quite troublesome to reach. Consequently, most students in the class took approximately 5 minutes to complete the task. Initially, Qinsho Jinyue believed it to be merely an ordinary final assessment. Thus he did not take it seriously, assuming that his time of 1 minute and 37 seconds would suffice. Little did he anticipate that Uchiha Itachi, despite his seemingly lackluster performance in the past, would unleash such an impressive display during the final exam, completing it in a mere 2 laps with time to spare. Indeed, while my score of 100 reflects my true ability, Itachi's perfect score is merely a testament to the quality of his paperwork. Chapter 24. She is an adorable girl, but does not wish to be merely seen as one. Regarding Itachi's test scores, it was inevitable that the news would spread quickly. After all, Izumi is also a member of the Uchiha clan, and with the clan leader's son achieving such remarkable results, it would be impossible for the community not to discuss it. There you are, Qinsho Jinyue found Izumi, who was training alone in the eastern training ground of the village, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing his voice, Izumi momentarily halted her movements, only to intensify the sound of her strikes against the humanoid target, as if fueled by unbridled frustration. Is there really that much pent-up resentment? Jinyue approached, attempting to act nonchalant. Although Izumi did not spare him a glance, he continued to speak. It's not that I intended to keep this from you. I am aware that this matter couldn't remain hidden for long. I only thought that seeing you push yourself so hard, perhaps it would be wise to suggest you ease up a bit. You are still quite young. There is no need to. Indeed, I may be young. But what of you all? Is it simply because I am a girl that I cannot aspire to be like you and Itachi? Wait. Qinsho Jinyue rushed forward, covering her mouth, his expression turning serious as he said, such words should not be uttered. Startled, Izumi began to struggle and hit his arm. I can let go of you, but you must promise never to speak those words again, understood? After a moment's contemplation, he added, if you understand, blink 3 times. Izumi, taken aback by his childish demand, found herself unable to resist him. With a resigned eye roll, she complied, blinking 3 times. Good. Jinyue acknowledged her compliance, only to retreat 2 meters away, clearly wary of her potential wrath upon regaining her freedom. Humph. Izumi, realizing she could not catch him, huffed in frustration and continued to vent her anger on the target. However, the slight flush on her face belied her apparent calmness. Standing by, Qinsho Jinyue watched her earnest efforts for a while. Unable to contain a soft sigh, he finally asked, do you truly wish to train? Yes, she replied with unwavering determination. It will be quite arduous. To this, Izumi did not simply reply with a dismissive I'm not afraid. Instead, She continued to strike as she spoke. My father perished during the Nine Tails incident, leaving only my mother and me to rely on one another. In the past, I was oblivious, content with the simplicity of school and returning home to find my mother's warm meal awaiting me. But then that day came. As she spoke, her movements gradually slowed, eventually resting her hands on the target, her head leaning against it. That day, rather than merely motivating the children at the orphanage, it awakened something within me. I cannot fathom how I would react if someone were to harm my mother. I have no doubts about my resolve to not retreat, but as you said, what does anger accomplish? I would merely be a stubborn burden. In that moment, she recalled a child's response. Then from now on, train diligently until you reach your utmost potential. Is that so? Shinsho Jinyu mused, stepping closer. It was indeed the first time he witnessed Izumi reveal such a side of herself. Yes, she replied, perhaps sensing the concern on his face. As she smiled and shook her head before straightening up, her voice regaining its usual clarity. I understand training will be tough, but no matter how grueling, it is far better than becoming a girl who loses her teeth and breaks her fingers in the future. Indeed. Well, it seems I have no reason to hinder you any longer. Of course. As she said this, a hint of pride colored her demeanor. Observing her return to a lively state, Shinsho Jinyu felt both relieved and inexplicably flustered. How could a once quiet and serene girl possess such resolve and action, while he, a fully grown man, felt embarrassed to be lazy? Internally, he bit down on his resolve, repeatedly mustering his determination until he finally slapped his thigh. All right, let us get to it. Izumi feigned ignorance, but anyone with keen eyesight would notice the glimmer of joy in her eyes. Shinsho Jinyu recognized this as well, realizing she had likely been play-acting. Otherwise, why would she traverse an entire village to train here during the break, unless she feared he might not find her? Nevertheless, having said what he did, let her act. Ultimately, this endeavor bore no negative consequences for him. Since training was the goal, they might as well adopt a structured approach. Indeed, training together proved far more efficient than alone. Yes, Izumi nodded vigorously, though it was unclear which of his statements she was affirming. All right, let us proceed. I will create a shadow clone for you to spar with. This way, I can fully gauge your abilities. Do not hold back. If you can break this clone, I will regard you with newfound respect. Humph, Izumi scoffed, leading the shadow clone aside as they both assumed their stances. So you can create a shadow clone. What is there to be so proud of? Though she thought this, she could not help but feel a twinge of envy as she faced a clone identical to the original. Having witnessed Shinsho Jinyu's various applications of the technique, she recognized its unparalleled convenience. What are you thinking? She chided herself internally, then focused her gaze intently on the clone. With a swift motion, she charged forward. Huh? With a flurry of strikes, the two similarly sized children engaged in a spirited exchange, with the clone primarily defending while Izumi attacked. This arrangement allowed Shinsho Jinyu to observe her offensive strategies and habits from the sidelines. A little over a minute passed, and the originally intense pace of the offensive began to gradually diminish. By the 3-minute mark, Quan's speed of attack had noticeably slowed. At 5 minutes, she was already gasping for breath, her small face glistening with beads of sweat and flushed with color. However, Shinsho Jinyu did not call for a halt, and she continued to grit her teeth and persevere. At 8 minutes, she could no longer even evade. It was evident that she had the awareness but lacked the strength to execute any movements. By the 10-minute mark, just as Quan summoned her last bit of energy to continue throwing punches, she suddenly felt someone gently grasp her wrist. Simultaneously, the soothing voice she cherished echoed in her ears. All right, that's enough. Breathing heavily, Quan turned her head, eager to flash him a smile, but suddenly found her vision going dark before she could hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 25. The final secret. Her foundation of strength and speed was commendable, though her endurance lagged somewhat. After all, she was still a girl. Shinsho Jinyu helped Quan to a side, allowing her to lean against a rock to rest while he retracted his shadow clone. He reflected on her recent performance and was naturally quite pleased with it. Particularly commendable was the willpower she had displayed. He was not ashamed to admit that he believed this adorable girl could outperform him in this regard. He pondered what role that little skit had truly played. Cough. Since her fatigue was merely due to temporary oxygen deprivation, Quan awoke after a short while. Upon opening her eyes, she met Shinsho Jinyu's gaze and quickly asked, "How was I? You?" Shinsho Jinyu first shook his head with an expression of regret, causing Quan to lower her head in disappointment. Just as she was about to express her frustration with a fist against the stone, he suddenly shifted his tone. Your performance exceeded all expectations. I am certain that I will train you into an exceptionally formidable female ninja. You should know that it's too late for any second thoughts now. Quan was momentarily stunned by the stark contrast in his words. Once she regained her composure, she leaped up in a mix of embarrassment and anger, playfully punching him with her small fist. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Hey, Qianshou Jinhua feigned injury, clutching his chest, yet his grin was undeniably vibrant. At this point, he would no longer emphasize how arduous future training would be. That would only serve to belittle Quan's efforts and resolve. In summary, since she was determined, he would accompany her on this journey of hard work. Regarding your training, here is my plan. For now, we will primarily focus on enhancing your physical abilities, interspersing training in ninjutsu, particularly chakra extraction and shadow clone techniques. Shadow clone. Quan's voice held a note of curiosity. While she envied how Qianshou Jinhua utilized shadow clones for various tasks, she was puzzled as to why this ninjutsu was prioritized in the initial phase, seemingly held in equal importance to chakra extraction. In response, Qianshou Jinhua vaguely explained, just hold off on questions for now. Once you learn it, you will understand instantly. Indeed, he wished for Quan to experience the challenge of handling multiple clones. Unlike Naruto, who could manage hundreds or thousands, he did not expect that much, but with Quan's willpower, she should be capable of at least one or two, right? Of course, these were merely his unilateral speculations. The actual outcome would depend on Quan's performance. However, he believed that with her character, once she experienced the benefits of shadow clones firsthand, she would persist in their use, even if it left her utterly exhausted each time. His task would be to act as a control valve, adjusting her pace and workload according to her physical and mental state, while ensuring timely nutritional support. Alright, after spending so much time together, Quan had grown accustomed to unconditionally trusting Qianshou Jinhua. Since he had stated it this way, she nodded and promptly set the matter aside. In battles between ninjas, aside from intelligence and traps, direct confrontations were essential. Regardless of ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu, all relied on chakra. Let us call it a day for now. Starting tomorrow, you must arrive here punctually by 8 in the morning. I will adjust the training plan based on my observations and your physical condition. This scene feels oddly familiar. Additionally, regarding your diet, you must adhere to my recommendations completely. Whatever I tell you to eat, you must eat. Why? This last statement caught Quan off guard, as she had initially been agreeable. After all, her favorite food was sansizhong, and she remembered Qianshou Jinhua as someone who relished meat. There's no reason. This is crucial for you, and there's no room for debate. While Naruto had the support of Ashura, allowing him to indulge, Qianshou Jinhua possessed the physique of the Qianshou clan and had always been diligent in maintaining his health. In contrast, what did Quan have? The frail legacy of the Uchiha? After all, she was still just a 6-year-old child. Training was essential, but corresponding nutritional support was equally vital. He would not relent on this matter. Furthermore, he planned to seek advice from Yanaoyu, hoping she could provide constructive insights from a medical ninja's perspective. All right. Faced with Qianshou Jinhua's resolute stance, Quan could only lower her head in resignation. You are the teacher. It's your call. Yet, despite her words, a smile crept into her eyes that she could not suppress. There was no denying that Quan was an intelligent girl. Though psychologically she may not be as mature as Qianshou Jinhua, she had come to understand many things early on. She knew that he spoke these words entirely for her benefit and could never truly refuse. What she had just said was merely playful banter between childhood friends. To take it seriously would be to lose. Sigh. Qianshou Jinhua certainly relished the occasional cuteness that emerged from this adorable girl. However, given his role as a teacher, he adopted a mock-serious demeanor. The initial training plan was essentially set. The afternoon was left for her to prepare. Starting tomorrow until the end of the holiday, he was determined to ensure she underwent a transformative change. Understood, Teacher Jinhua. The two of them, together totaling 12 years of age, yet still behaving like playful children, even engaging in role-playing. Qianshou Jinhua mimicked an old teacher, clearing his throat and saying, "Ahem, very good, very good." After which, both of them burst into laughter. Jinhua. Just as they were about to exit, Quan, lagging slightly behind, suddenly called out to him. Qianshou Jinhua, who had been contemplating whether to visit the orphanage if he could not find Yanaoyu upon returning, turned back immediately. What is it? Quan's right hand, which had been hanging at her side, moved slightly. Ultimately, she revealed a smile to him as she squinted her eyes, then gently shook her head. It's nothing. Let us go. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, for sure. It must be possible. As she gazed at the small figure ahead, which always made her feel incredibly safe, Kwan's right hand slowly brushed against her eyes. That night, she vowed to overcome the inexplicable barriers in her heart. She would reveal her final secret to him. Chapter 26. To avoid her embarrassment, it was still the same training ground. Approaching September, the weather had become unreasonably hot. Yet in a corner of the training area stood a conspicuously cold house. To call it a house was somewhat misleading, for it possessed neither entrance nor windows, being a perfectly square structure with an ordinary floor. Inside stood a little girl clad in a purple short-sleeved shirt, quietly waiting. "Are you ready?" A familiar voice suddenly echoed from outside. "All right, we can begin." The girl's gaze was resolute, her voice crisp and clear. Without a doubt, this was Kwan. An entire summer had passed since she commenced her rigorous training under Senju. She had noticeably grown taller, her skin no longer the tender white of yore, but rather a taut, sun-kissed bronze. It went without saying that this summer had been fruitful, yielding rewards beyond her expectations. "Okay, 3, 2, 1. Here it comes." As the voice faded, numerous ice projectiles, each the size of a glass ball, erupted unexpectedly from the walls, hurtling toward Kwan's position. Swish, swish, swish. Countless ice projectiles flew forth like bullets. Yet in the face of this formidable barrage, Kwan merely sidestepped to the left or right, crouched or leaped, effortlessly evading wave after wave of icy assault. 5 seconds passed, then 10, then 15. The number of ice projectiles was incalculable, yet none struck her form. "Oh, have you reached this level already?" Outside, Senju's voice carried a hint of surprise. "Then be careful, I will increase the difficulty." Kwan remained silent, though her mental alertness surged exponentially. While the projectiles were not lethal, a hit would still sting quite painfully. Swish, 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 swish. The frequency of the ice projectiles began to escalate, and their emergence was no longer confined to the walls above 3 meters. Anywhere there was an ice wall, projectiles could appear. Indeed, this change instantaneously multiplied Kwan's pressure geometrically. While she could manage to evade the faster projectiles with her quick reflexes, how could she cope with those outside her line of sight? Did this fellow think her vision was 360 degrees without blind spots? Yet, this thought was one she could only entertain fleetingly, as any slight delay in her reaction could turn her into a sieve from the onslaught of ice projectiles. Gritting her teeth, she felt both frustration at Senju's sudden increase in difficulty and a stubborn pride unwilling to concede defeat. In that case, with a surge of chakra, her eyelids fluttered shut before snapping open. Sharingan. In an instant, the ice projectiles hurtling from all directions appeared to slow down in Kwan's eyes, each trajectory becoming vividly clear. Oof, what are their numbers? With the Sharingan activated, the situation improved significantly. With the enhanced dynamic vision of the Sharingan, Kwan could now navigate through the denser barrage of ice projectiles using even fewer movements and less stamina than before. Meanwhile, Senju, who had been observing her closely, began timing the moment she activated the Sharingan. 1, 2, 3, 10. Until stop, stop, stop. Though Senju immediately halted the output of ice projectiles at the sound of her scream, several had already been propelled with initial velocity. Clink, 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 clink. It was as if a sudden downpour had commenced. Kwan, wincing from the pain, could only raise her arm to shield her little face, while the surrounding area echoed with a cacophony of collisions. In response to the situation, Senju conjured an ice dome around her. Otherwise, being struck by so many ice projectiles would likely leave her incapacitated for the day. Even so, prior to the dome's emergence, Kwan had already endured several solid hits. Gritting her teeth, within the icy dome, Kwan rubbed her sore spots while observing the rapidly fracturing ice walls around her. Crack, crack, crack. Only when they had shattered into nearly powdered ice did she hear Senju's voice. "Not bad. The activation time of your Sharingan has reached 25 seconds. A significant improvement, deserving of commendation." As he spoke, the ice dome that had encased Kwan began to swiftly splinter and collapse, though this time it merely fragmented into several pieces. Once Kwan emerged, he paid it no further mind, as the dome's size posed no threat to the training ground. Naturally, although Kwan was still grimacing in pain, upon hearing his praise, the discomfort seemed to diminish, replaced by a sense of pride. "Otherwise, do you think I endure this barrage daily for nothing?" Indeed, daily. Ever since Kwan revealed her final secret to Senju, he had devised such a training regimen for her. Speaking of that secret. A wave of frustration washed over Quan. She had initially believed that upon witnessing the Sharingan for the first time, Qianqiu Zhenyue would have myriad questions. Thus, she had spent the previous night anticipating the inquiries he might pose, such as the history of the Sharingan, its origins, and its abilities, so as not to falter in her replies. Yet, when the moment arrived, and she unveiled the Sharingan with trepidation, he merely expressed initial surprise before nodding thoughtfully a few times. Then, he asked when it had appeared, and that was all. That was it. How infuriating. Why had she toiled alone into the late hours, akin to a madwoman, pondering questions and memorizing answers, only for him to respond with a mere "oh"? What a vexing fellow he was. Observing Quan's sudden transformation into a visage of ire, Qianqiu Zhenyue could not help but sigh inwardly. He had witnessed her in such a state multiple times lately. He was certain he had not provoked her recently, so her frustration was not directed at him. As for whom her ire was aimed, given their long-standing familiarity, the fact that she had yet to mention it suggested either a reluctance to speak or a desire to spare him, a boy, from involvement. Thus, it was perhaps best to feign ignorance, to spare her any embarrassment. School is about to commence. How is your mastery of the shadow clone technique? In truth, the two spent nearly every day together, often more time than Quan spent with her mother. He was well aware of her circumstances. He merely sought a topic of conversation. To spare her from embarrassment, the situation remained unchanged. The moment the topic of the spring was mentioned, attention was immediately diverted. However, the mood noticeably dampened. It seemed that she could only manage to produce one shadow clone. Attempting to create even one more would jeopardize the first. After contemplating the matter, Qianqiu Zhenyue concluded that this was indeed a dilemma. Thus, he suggested, for the next few days before school starts, let us refrain from practicing physical techniques and instead focus on resolving your shadow clone issue. At the very least, you must be able to create one more clone. This way, one can attend school while the other practices ninjutsu, allowing your original self to concentrate on continuing physical training. As for the concept of chakra, I trust you have encountered ample information regarding it in textbooks and libraries, so I shall not elaborate further. Qianqiu Zhenyue exhibited extraordinary concern for the second shadow clone of Quan. The following day, he canceled physical training and postponed his personal agenda, determined to assist her in resolving this issue before the commencement of the school year. However, mastering chakra extraction or even having learned the shadow clone technique did not imply that one could adeptly and efficiently utilize chakra. In front of a stone wall at the training ground, he recounted the essence of what Kakashi had previously explained to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Is it possible to waste chakra? Clearly, Quan was hearing this notion for the first time, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Of course. Otherwise, how could it be that some ninjas are left panting after mere minutes of battle, while others can endure for over 10 minutes, or even an hour with remaining stamina? The difference lies here. Though his explanation might not be as comprehensive as Kakashi's, Quan was undoubtedly more astute than Naruto had been at that time. Thus, despite his somewhat nebulous explanation, she grasped the concept immediately when it came to climbing walls and trees. Long before entering the ninja academy, she had witnessed Qianqiu Zhenyue engaging in such training, mistakenly believing it was merely for amusement, unaware of the underlying principles. Unlike Naruto and the others, Qianqiu Zhenyue did not instruct Quan to begin with tree climbing directly. Instead, he opted for the relatively flat stone wall first. He initiated the process with simple confidence-building exercises, gradually incorporating tree climbing to increase the challenge, and concluded with water stepping. First, she was to concentrate chakra at her feet, then control just enough to adhere to the stone wall's surface. To ensure clarity, Qianqiu Zhenyue used himself as a teaching tool, providing thorough explanations at each step. The amount of chakra required is delicate. Too much will propel you away, while too little will lack the necessary adhesion. And the feet are the most challenging part of the body to gather chakra. The ultimate goal of this training is to utilize the extracted chakra precisely where needed and in the right quantity. Mastering this skill will not only conserve your stamina in future battles, but, at the very least, enable you to produce a second shadow clone without increasing your total chakra capacity. Upon hearing this, Quan's fighting spirit ignited instantly. Not willing to hesitate for even a second, she dashed to the nearby stone wall to begin gathering chakra at her feet. It must be noted that under Qianqiu Zhenyue's almost nurturing teaching style, the remarkably intelligent Quan rapidly grasped the essentials. Though her progress might not rival that of Sakura at the same age, it was understandable considering Sakura was 12, while Quan was merely 6. Throughout this process, Qianqiu Zhenyue, as her teacher and guide, bore the responsibility of ensuring her safety. For instance, when Quan accidentally fell, he caught her just in time to prevent her from hitting the ground. Similarly, when she fell into the water, despite it being summer and both being children, he promptly absorbed the moisture from her body to prevent her from catching a cold. Furthermore, when she succeeded, he quietly assumed the role of a supportive cushion, sharing in her joy. Shadow clone technique. With two identical shadow clones appearing beside Quan without any sign of instability, she exclaimed, "Yay, I finally succeeded." Back at the training ground, in just over a day's effort, Quan had made significant strides in chakra control, while she still struggled with the water-stepping technique. Successfully producing a second unstable shadow clone was already a remarkable achievement. Gazing at her two clones, even with her reserved demeanor, a proud smile broke across her face. For this was the first time she had experienced such a tangible improvement through her own efforts. Observing this, Senju Jinhua readily offered his praise and extended a long-awaited thumbs up. "Let us celebrate. I invite you to enjoy your favorite three-colored dumplings." Due to the substantial amount of training, it had been a long time since Quan had to worry about overindulging and gaining weight. Thus, when she heard Senju Jinhua's invitation, she immediately accepted without hesitation, her expression radiating even more joy than when she succeeded in creating the shadow clone. Of course, although not extravagant, anything offered by someone else tastes sweeter. As they traversed through the bustling market, with its vibrant fruit and vegetable stalls and newly opened cake shops, they exchanged greetings with familiar vendors. The tension and oppression that had permeated the atmosphere during the initial outbreak of war had dissipated, and it was evident that, with the passage of time, rumors of conflict had not significantly impacted their lives. Thus, the village's merchants and residents had gradually, if not deliberately, begun to forget about the turmoil. "Boss, 2 servings of dumplings, please." The growth spurts of the children had led them to be able to sit at the table and eat. Senju Jinhua and Quan found a table where they could enjoy their meal while discussing whimsical topics. Occasionally, they glanced up to observe the customers coming in or passing by, finding that a brief interlude from their intense training was quite refreshing. This dumpling shop was indeed a hallmark of Konoha Village, and in a short time, several familiar faces appeared. The first to catch his eye was a female ninja with striking ruby-like eyes. Such a distinctive feature could only belong to Yuin Hong. Her unabashed gaze naturally attracted Hong's attention, but upon realizing it was merely 2 children, she relaxed and even flashed them a smile before departing with her dumplings. The second figure was a male ninja perpetually chewing on a kunai. This must be the examiner from the Chunin exams, Nara Shikamaru. Further back, he spotted a figure with a cloth wrapped around his nose, though he couldn't recall the name. Eventually, he even saw Itachi, who merely nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing their greetings before silently leaving. This prompted Senju Jinhua to remark in his mind, "That guy must be jealous of the cute girl spending so much time with me." It is somewhat regrettable that, until the very end of the meal, the legendary gourmet of Sansei Wanzi, Yuzu Taisher Hong, remained elusive. Chapter 28. Graduation nominations this year. Astonishingly, 3 students have been nominated for early graduation. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the entire educational department and the upper echelons of Konoha. During a pivotal meeting, several high-ranking officials from Konoha and the recording officers sat around a table, while standing before them were Itachi's teacher, Fundaihei, and Senjusuke's teacher, Fun. Both had come to advocate for their students' graduation nominations. Not only Uchiha Itachi, but would both of them be nominated as well? Observing the 3 sets of documents before him, the third Hokage's expression was subtly enigmatic. He was not surprised to see Uchiha Itachi's name here. However, he was taken aback that teacher Fun had also nominated 2 of his students. Gazing at the youthful visage of Senjusuke on the documents, the third Hokage could not help but reflect on the myriad events since he had decided to mentor him. His academic performance was indeed commendable, and he excelled in various assessments. Yet, at that time, his performance could only be described as good, lacking the astonishing quality that Itachi possessed. When did this transformation occur? As he pondered, a document, or rather a report, instinctively materialized in the third Hokage's mind. While the wars persist, a clear sky shall forever elude them. This was a social practice report from Senjusuke, containing only a single line, but when connected to the location of that practice, the third Hokage felt that this child truly embodied the future he had longed for. Could one truly forge deep bonds with classmates in just half a year? Therefore, his true concern was never that Senjusuke was unworthy of graduation, but but rather that the time was too short for him to cultivate sufficient connections with those around him. Fortunately, among the nominees from Teacher Fun was Uchiha Izumi, whom the third Hokage had been monitoring since the beginning due to her association with Senju. Knowing her to be a diligent and kind-hearted child, if she were to accompany him, it would not be insurmountable. As the third Hokage considered this possibility, a subtle ripple of excitement stirred within him. If Senju and Uchiha could unite under his guidance, it would undoubtedly be a monumental feat worthy of being inscribed in the village's history, especially now, as ominous signs seemed to emerge within the Uchiha clan. The significance of this endeavor became even more profound. These students had not only mastered the shadow clone technique, but also the clone technique, which surpassed last year's graduation examination. Noticing the Hokage's silence, the two teachers exchanged anxious glances, and finally, it was Teacher Fundaihei who broke the silence. Followed closely by Teacher Fun, not only do they excel in first-year courses, but they also shine in other areas. In fact, I have subjected them to the advanced curriculum and training materials, and they encountered no difficulties whatsoever. Thus, I believe it is meaningless to keep them at the Ninja Academy any longer. Admittedly, as their teacher, I failed to realize when they began attending classes as clones rather than their true selves. I, too, felt a twinge of shame, said Teacher Fundaihei, lowering his head slightly. Yet, they are still merely first-year students. The third Hokage appeared reluctant to relent. However, is that not preferable? There have been precedents before. Suddenly, Danzo, who had been silent, spoke up, and the third Hokage seemed to have anticipated this, responding only with a gentle remark. After all, we do not share the same era. Danzo glanced at him, choosing not to continue the debate, for to him, a rebuttal was not truly a dispute. Instead, he turned his attention to the two teachers and casually inquired, "Do you both consider your students to be geniuses?" Indeed, without hesitation, both teachers affirmatively replied, with Teacher Fundaihei emphatically asserting, "In my years of teaching, I have never encountered such exceptional students." The third Hokage lowered his head, seemingly contemplating seriously. He was well aware of Danzo's intentions, for being a genius meant their graduation was indeed for their benefit, correct? After a considerable pause, he finally reopened his eyes, nodding resolutely. If their parents or guardians consent, then let them graduate alongside this year's cohort. Upon hearing this, the two teachers were instantly filled with excitement. Vigorously nodding in agreement, "Thank you, Lord Hokage. We will promptly contact their parents." With their goal achieved, Danzo's expression remained devoid of joy. He merely glanced at the documents on the third Hokage's desk, his mind replaying the Hokage's demeanor and subtle expressions throughout the meeting. Words, expressions, actions, habits, after decades of acquaintance. Any of these could serve as instruments in the subtle duel between two old friends, both of whom understood each other's unspoken cues. After all, it is infinitely delightful to contend with the heavens, the earth, and old friends. The following day, Yanoyu suddenly received a summons from the third Hokage. In the Hokage's office, they engaged in a lengthy discussion about Senju for over an hour. In summary, regarding the teacher's proactive proposal, the Hokage expressed his support for the early graduation, and Yanoyu conveyed her absolute understanding and backing. After all, her initial intention had merely been to enhance little Suki's resume by enrolling him in the Ninja Academy, and now, with the endorsement of his class teacher and the third Hokage, she believed it to be more than sufficient. As this matter was resolved, the third Hokage did not directly summon the Uchiha clan at the Hokage building. Instead, he personally approached the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, with a document in hand. "Hokage-sama, I have received the school's notification. I was planning to visit the Ninja Academy tomorrow. What brings you here?" Given the rising discontent within the clan, even as the clan leader, he felt somewhat constrained in his actions, so the Hokage's visit at this moment was truly unexpected. The Hokage's secret division monitors the entire village. He could not believe the Hokage was unaware of the discontent brewing. "Fugaku, do not be anxious." In the Uchiha clan leader's residence, the third Hokage appeared more like a host. Fortunately, he did not overly press the matter. After inviting Uchiha Fugaku to sit, he spoke candidly. "I have heard some whispers about the Uchiha clan. To be honest, you must have been troubled lately." Upon hearing the Hokage's words, Uchiha Fugaku felt a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to respond. He merely sighed softly and lowered his head, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your concern. Rest assured, I will manage this matter." However, the third Hokage simply smiled and shook his head, then handed over the document he had brought. In fact, I have also been pondering how to resolve this issue, and I happen to have an answer. I would like to hear your thoughts. Uchiha Fugaku accepted the document with some confusion, but did not inquire further. At the third Hokage's prompting, he opened it directly. Name, Uchiha Izumi. What is this? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in surprise. Was this not the girl who had previously come to play with his son? How could the Hokage's proposed solution involve her? However, Hokage-sama remained silent, and he continued to peruse the documents one by one. The evaluations praised his classroom performance and examination results to such an extent that he almost believed he was reviewing Itachi's profile. Unexpectedly, this girl, who was Itachi's contemporary, proved to be equally exceptional. No wonder 3 students were nominated for early graduation, including that little fellow from the Senju clan. 2 out of the 3 nominated students are from the Uchiha clan. What can your Senju clan possibly compare with us Uchihas? Though it felt slightly disrespectful to be distracted in front of Hokage-sama, Uchiha Fugaku could not help but feel a twinge of pride. He chuckled as the third Hokage seemed to perceive something, or perhaps nothing at all. He merely gestured for Uchiha Fugaku to look at the next page, a social practice report. The report's content was straightforward. How wonderful it would be if there were no wars in this world, allowing them to avoid crying alone when bullied. The third Hokage then smiled and recounted the warm-hearted incident that had transpired. Moreover, he elaborated on Uchiha Izumi's journey from her initial interactions with Senju Shinichi to her evolving attitude towards training. How do you feel? The third Hokage smiled at Uchiha Fugaku, presenting the first pair of Senju and Uchiha, who had come together entirely of their own volition, without any external interference. Aren't you curious about the chemical changes they might bring to the village and the Uchiha clan? Chapter 29, named Itachi, although it may be somewhat late to inquire. How has your time in school been? Uchiha Shursui, a boy with striking features and large eyes, a few years older than Itachi, possessed a gentle demeanor and was Itachi's only friend. At this moment, he was wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel while conversing with Itachi, who was trailing behind him, panting heavily, his shoulders heaving up and down. They found themselves in a park within the new Uchiha clan territory. Indeed, the new territory was further from the center of Konoha, yet it encompassed the South-He Shrine, which held deep connections to their clan. More importantly, since it was situated on the outskirts of the village, the environment was rich and the area considerably larger, providing ample space for training without fear of constraints. The two had been running for 4 hours, not at a leisurely pace, but at full speed, sustaining their maximum velocity for the entire duration. For those unaccustomed to the training of a ninja, even 5 minutes would be unbearable. Upon hearing the question, Itachi caught his breath and looked at Shursui, whose expression appeared more relaxed than his own, saying, "Training with you is far more beneficial than attending school. You have become more articulate since entering ninja school. I have not changed. I recall you were always like this, even as a child, quite audacious." After saying this, Shursui chuckled and ruffled Itachi's hair. "None of your classmates can compare to you, right?" Itachi did not respond, his mind flashing back to the face he had seen on the first day of school. That child was also nominated for graduation. He must be quite impressive as well. However, this thought was fleeting and did not linger for long. "Really?" Shursui asked in surprise, keeping his hand atop Itachi's head, while Itachi shook his head. "There is no one in my class. I am unaware of my classmates' achievements. But I have observed their actions on the playground, and not a single one has earned my admiration. So, you only focus on yourself?" Perhaps Shursui was right. Itachi did not regard his classmates, even the recently renowned Senju Shinichi, merely acknowledging his existence without paying particular attention. What position should he occupy? What must he do to surpass everyone else and become an exceptional ninja? He had contemplated these questions since childhood, leaving him no room to concern himself with others' affairs. "I assure you that there will be no one more formidable than you in school." Shursui playfully ruffled Itachi's hair, shaking his head. "Stop it," Itachi said, pushing Shursui's hand away. "As long as you are here, the future of the Uchiha clan is secure." Shursui smiled, yet there seemed to be a hint of loneliness behind it. That night, Itachi lay in bed, listening to the healthy breaths of his adorable younger brother beside him. Since relocating to the new clan territory, it felt as if a considerable amount of time had passed, and he had grown accustomed to the ceiling above his bed. Across from the dormitory where he and his brother slept was the dining table where the family gathered for meals. He could hear faint noises, indicating that his parents were likely there. Itachi is indeed remarkable. Even the third Hokage has commented on it. From the other side of the sliding paper door came his mother's voice. They seemed to think the children had fallen asleep and spoke without restraint. Itachi gazed dreamily at the ceiling, listening to his brother's adorable breaths while half-heartedly tuning into his parents' conversation. Well, Hokage-sama indeed spoke to me at length regarding Itachi and the clan. His father's voice was as serious and earnest as always. Itachi had grown accustomed to rarely seeing his father smile. However, Itachi's excellence was genuinely worthy of acknowledgement, as even the Hokage praised him, stating that this child could contemplate issues as a Hokage would at such a young age. After a pause, Itachi perceived a rare hint of warmth in his father's tone. Truly, he is my son. Yes, being praised by father brought joy to mother as well. Suddenly, Itachi felt inexplicably uplifted. Was it due to father's praise, or because his parents were happy because of him? Pondering this, he could not resist teasing his brother, who was lost in sweet dreams, as if he were eager to express the sudden surge of emotions in his chest. How is he doing in school? You asked how he was doing. Didn't Hokage-sama come to visit regarding his early graduation? I am not referring to that. His father interrupted his mother, asking, does he have friends? Upon hearing this question, his gentle mother hesitated slightly. Itachi seldom mentions his friends. Itachi listened to his father's contemplative silence, and after a while, he continued, it seems he has been pushing himself too hard, to the point of not knowing how to take it easy. This is because Itachi is different from other children. He has been mature from a young age. Yet, for his age, it is still excessive. His father's voice suddenly grew a bit heavier, as if he were eager to become a capable ninja. He has seen through me. Itachi felt his cheeks flush slightly. Was it because he had been practicing ninjutsu with Shursui lately that his perceptive father had noticed? His earnest attitude towards ninjutsu was something even I, as his father, believe I should learn from. However, if the tension is too great, it may lead to fragility, and it could snap due to some strain. I am very worried. It will be all right, his mother comforted gently. Itachi is a kind and considerate child. Just look at how he cares for Sasuke. Besides, he admires Shursui like an older brother, often training together. He does have friends. Shunshin no Shursui, huh? Shursui has indeed made a name for himself. Recently, Shursui has gained fame as a ninja known for his Shunshin technique. Itachi is aware of this. He never anticipated that even the patriarch of his clan would instinctively utter the name of Shunsui upon hearing it. Having older friends is certainly a blessing. Yet I hope he can engage in conversations with peers of his own age to gain a glimpse of the joy that friendship can bring. Peers of the same age, you say? I recall there was a lovely young girl who frequently sought him out. Was there not? Surely, her presence could foster a wonderful companionship. Speaking of which, a playful tone suddenly crept into his mother's voice as she emphasized the word friend. You mean Uchiha Izumi? After pondering for a moment, his father repeated her name, falling into a contemplative silence, leaving the conversation to gradually fade away. Uchiha Izumi, the image of the girl who always greeted him when they crossed paths surfaced in Itachi's mind. Yet, he had indeed seen less of her lately. It was said that she spent most of her time with that young boy from the Senju clan. Even their early graduation nomination was a joint recognition. What could he possibly discuss with a girl? It felt far more comfortable to train alongside Shunsui. With a soft mumble, he playfully pinched his younger brother's cheeks until the adorable little one grew impatient and swatted his hand away several times, prompting Itachi to finally close his eyes in satisfaction. Chapter 30, Weapons. Konoha Village Ninja Tool Store. Upon confirming that both of them had successfully graduated early, Senju Masayuki felt a surge of happiness. After all, this signified that the efforts he and Izumi had invested during this period had not been in vain, and for him, it was a small alteration in the course of history through his own determination. Thus, in a fit of joy, he brought Izumi to the ninja tool shop with the intention of gifting her a weapon as a celebration. Not to mention, with her newfound prowess in taijutsu, enhanced by the Sharingan, it was indeed time for her to acquire a specialized weapon. Crossbows, spears, short swords, long swords, and single-handed blades. Izumi was nearly dazzled by the array of exquisite weaponry. After realizing her talent in taijutsu, her affection for various weapons had blossomed, and she found satisfaction in personally handling each one. The shopkeeper merely smiled with pride. He had encountered younger prodigies before and found nothing remarkable in the sight of two children in his establishment. He recalled a certain white-haired boy from the past. Do you have chakra test papers? Unlike Izumi, who was immersed in the experience, Senju Masayuki was merely accompanying her, and had ulterior motives beyond merely purchasing a weapon. In truth, he found nothing in the store that truly captivated his gaze. There was simply no connection. "Would you like to buy one?" the shopkeeper inquired. "Yes," he replied, noticing Izumi had picked up a 30-centimeter short sword. He then addressed the shopkeeper. "Let's include that weapon in the total." "Huh, little Masayuki. Did you not choose a weapon for yourself?" "I am in no rush for that." Senju Masayuki shook his head. "The short sword is 30,000 ryo. And the chakra test paper is 10,000 ryo, totaling 40,000 ryo. Thank you for your patronage." Upon hearing this price, Izumi's eyes widened in shock. What is a chakra test paper? It's so expensive. Indeed, even Senju Masayuki felt a pang of pain at the thought of such expense. He knew it was costly, but had not anticipated it would reach such heights. However, after inspecting it and realizing it contained 10 sheets, he found the price to be somewhat acceptable given the special materials involved. "Take care, and we welcome you back anytime." As they exited, Izumi continued to murmur about how the cost of that test paper nearly rivaled that of a new weapon, while Senju Masayuki simply cryptically assured her she would understand soon. The two then made their way to the familiar training ground. After all, children with new toys are invariably eager to try them out. "Here, you can hold this first." Upon reaching the training ground, Senju Masayuki prevented Izumi, who was eager to test her new weapon, from doing so. He handed her a sheet of chakra test paper while he took one for himself and began to infuse chakra into it. Although Izumi was puzzled, she had grown accustomed to following his lead, so she did not hesitate. She pinched the test paper between her fingers, closed her eyes, and began to extract chakra. Soon enough, Senju Masayuki observed as the chakra test paper crumpled before splitting in two as if sliced by a sharp object, only to ignite and burn away in an instant. Lightning, wind, and fire attributes? All are exceptionally powerful. What just happened?" Izumi exclaimed in astonishment. She had only felt a slight warmth in her hand and was bewildered to find the paper had vanished upon opening her eyes. "It's nothing. Just keep playing." Senju Masayuki waved his hand dismissively. There was no need for her to know about chakra attributes just yet. He would devise a suitable training method for her later. "Oh." Izumi complied obediently, wandering off, while Senju Masayuki began to ponder what his own chakra attributes might be. Taking a deep breath, he focused his gaze on the test paper and infused a small amount of chakra into it. The paper crumpled, then tore, followed by dampness, fragmenting into small pieces before finally igniting to ashes. "Goodness, what a revelation!" he exclaimed. "All 5 attributes. Is this what it means to be a time traveler?" After the initial shock, he reflected further and realized it was not as extraordinary as it seemed. After all, there were ninjutsu experts like Sarutobi Hiruzen, and someone with all 7 chakra attributes was not unheard of. Having all attributes signifies a good talent, but it does not guarantee one can effortlessly dominate. Take Kakashi, for instance. Possessing all 7 attributes may seem impressive, yet after just 5 minutes of combat, he would be gasping for breath, rendering the attributes somewhat irrelevant. Ultimately, in this world, one must rely on true strength. Thus, his acquisition of the chakra test paper was primarily for Izumi's future training, while he merely tested it out for himself out of curiosity. For him, offensive and defensive capabilities could be resolved through ice, which also possessed additional practical functions such as igniting fires, scouting, ice skating, cooling, and even bringing joy to the young girls. Extending his right hand, a row of weapon racks materialized from the ground, displaying an array of weapons he had fashioned from memory: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and whips, each one meticulously crafted. As he muttered to himself in amusement, he tested each weapon to discern which one truly piqued his interest. Wow, so many weapons. Izumi, unable to resist the sight, momentarily lost interest in her freshly purchased short sword and rushed over, attempting to grasp a single-handed sword. However, before she could secure her grip, she was met with a chill and promptly dropped it with a yelp. "Ah, so many different weapons, yet I can only look and not play with them," she exclaimed, bubbling with frustration. To this, Senju Masayuki merely chuckled in amusement and turned his attention elsewhere, having summoned every conceivable weapon from his memories, yet still unable to find one that truly caught his eye. In truth, with his abilities, he need not worry about long-range attacks. His ice powers would only grow stronger at a distance. What about close-range short swords? Or daggers? Would it be prudent to craft a fist blade akin to a sumas? Or perhaps consider a fist wrap? Given the nature of ice abilities, utilizing a fist wrap would afford the convenience of spontaneous creation without the encumbrance of transport. Shall we give it a try? With both hands slightly clenched into fists, in the blink of an eye, two translucent fist wraps enveloped my hands seamlessly. A crisp sound echoed as they made contact, yet I remained confident in my ice abilities, Jinhua. Noticing a boulder the size of a house nearby, I took a moment to steady my breath before suddenly lunging forward, harnessing all my strength to deliver a solid punch to the giant stone. The impact left a shallow imprint where I struck, with fine cracks radiating outward. As for the fist wraps, they only exhibited superficial damage, with a few minor fissures that could be effortlessly mended with a mere thought. Perfection. Chapter 31. Your fate is sealed with a sharp sound. The final white folder was cast onto the desk. The man shrouded in darkness observed his subordinate standing before him. The subordinate donned a white-painted tiger mask, with the eye sockets adorned with a kabuki-style pattern that seemed to convey a sense of anger, curling upward dramatically. Uchiha Itachi. The photograph affixed to the document depicted a youthful boy. In the image, he appeared to gaze intensely at anyone perusing the file, his eyes radiating a formidable power that belied his youth. Many have remarked that he is a prodigy unlike any other since the inception of the Ninja Academy. While the other two also exhibited remarkable talents, they did not evoke the same level of astonishment as Uchiha Itachi. The subordinate's voice was notably cold and firm as Danzo scrutinized the folder while attentively listening to the report, his expression betraying no emotion. He was well aware of what the subordinate intended to convey. Furthermore, the third Hokage had shown an extraordinary interest in these two, with an unprecedentedly stern demeanor, suggesting that unless absolutely necessary, it would be unwise to target them. Danzo shared this sentiment. Over the years, he had successfully negotiated various matters with old friends, occasionally resorting to unilateral decisions, provided he later clarified his allegiance to the village. In general, Danzo would not face severe repercussions from Hiruzen. Yet he also understood that his seemingly jovial old friend was far more complex than he appeared. Should he dare to encroach upon the boundaries clearly established by his friend, the years of camaraderie might hold little weight. It was precisely due to his profound understanding of his old friend's values and priorities that he had managed to retain his influential position as an advisor to the Hokage, impervious to any external challenge. Moreover, the young member of the Senju clan had registered under that madwoman's name. Though reluctant to admit it, Danzo recognized that despite Tsunade's prolonged absence, if he were to engage with Jinhua, she would undoubtedly not spare him any semblance of mercy. They are the light of Konoha, unfit for the shadows. Thus, Danzo concluded that cultivating a useful pawn was not worth jeopardizing his relations with these two troublesome figures. The subordinate remained unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through the leader's mind during that brief moment. Instead, echoing his superior's sentiments, I can already envision how various departments will vie for his favor in the future. Indeed, Danzo rose slowly from his chair. Over the years, he had stood behind the third Hokage, bearing the village's darker aspects, and recently had felt the weight of age pressing upon him. Though not yet close to death, he had reached an age where contemplating his mortality became inevitable. 10 years hence, 20 years hence, one day he would inevitably confront death. Before that day arrived, he believed he had unfinished business, to sever the innate roots of calamity that plagued Konoha. This was a task he inherited from the second Hokage, one he vowed to fulfill with his very life. The untarnished prodigy gazed out the window at the enveloping darkness, a serene stillness reminiscent of fleeting peace. This man, who had weathered many battles, reminisced about nights once filled with tension. First, I shall meet him. Though the battles have ceased, the current world remains far from stable. For us young ninjas, this is not an issue to be dismissed lightly. Living as a ninja will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. I shall absorb all that I have learned at the Ninja Academy as nourishment, embodying the spirit of Konoha ninjas and steadfastly pursuing my ninja way. After delivering the speech with fervor, Senju Jinhua gradually rolled up the scroll, his gaze sweeping across the graduates, current students, parents, and teachers below. The eagerly anticipated chapter of student life had come to a close. As the representative of the graduating class, Senju Jinyua's ascent to the podium had sparked considerable debate among the faculty, given that most graduates were merely 12 years old. Among them were a few exceptional students, like the trio who graduated at such a tender age. However, at 7 years old, he was still deemed too young, regardless of his academic achievements and capabilities that surpassed many of his peers. Additionally, There was an intriguing twist. The initial proposal for the graduating representative was Itachi, a suggestion that Jinhua had no objections to, as he regarded it as a mere title with little significance. Ultimately, however, the honor fell to him, solely because of his surname, Senju, whereas Itachi belonged to the Uchiha clan. The group of teachers, predominantly connected to the Senju clan, exhibited an unwavering stance on this matter, one that even the third Hokage could not overturn. Graduation season arrived in March, with countless cherry blossom petals swirling through the campus, creating a picturesque scene. In a rare moment of excitement, Izumi, typically consumed by her martial pursuits, seized the opportunity to reminisce with Jinhua throughout the campus. Her chatter filled with tales of her experiences and missed opportunities. It was then that she spotted several figures outside the school gate blocking Itachi's path. Oh, that must be Itachi's family. The man, his father, the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, and the woman, his mother, Mikoto. As for that little one, the ever-enthusiastic Izumi suddenly rushed over and scooped up the tiny bundle. Ah, Sasuke, you are so adorable. Oh dear, is that really you, little brother? My goodness. Are you destined to be a future prince? Sasuke, still unable to articulate words, seemed startled and let out a wail, flailing towards Itachi. Izumi, feeling disheartened, could only watch as Itachi took Sasuke into his arms, the little one instantly beaming with joy once more. Feeling dejected, Izumi sighed. Long time no see, Izumi. Mikoto greeted warmly. Regaining her composure, Izumi returned the greeting, simultaneously introducing Senju Jinhua, who had followed closely behind. Mikoto chatted amiably with them, while Fugaku cast a penetrating glance at Jinhua but remained silent. Yet, just as they were happily exchanging pleasantries, a man with an ominous aura approached, his presence casting a shadow over the gathering. This man, cloaked in darkness, bore bandages on his right cheek and donned black attire, which failed to conceal his left shoulder and arm, revealing a white garment beneath. In summary, upon seeing this man, laughter immediately dissipated among the few present. This was Danzo's demeanor. Are you Uchiha Itachi? Ignoring everyone, including the clan leader of the Uchiha, Danzo merely gazed down at Itachi, his left eye fixed intently upon him, while Itachi met his gaze head-on. Behind Danzo, Mikoto anxiously clutched her husband's hand. You bear a fearsome expression. A fearsome expression? It is a visage that incites turmoil. Your wrinkles exemplify this. After uttering these words, Danzo pointed to the 2 lines of nasolabial folds stretching from Itachi's eyes to his cheeks. Your life will be frequently accompanied by unrest. This statement seemed to drop a stain upon the clear blue sky. Who is this man? A prodigy since the establishment of the Ninja Academy. I have a question for you. Itachi remained silent, awaiting further words. On a sinking vessel, there are 10 of your compatriots. One of them is afflicted with a malignant contagion. If he continues to live, the other 9 will also succumb to the disease and die. If you were the captain of this ship, how would you judge? Itachi pondered how the other party could pose such a question to someone he had just met. Yet, in the next instant, he provided his answer. The afflicted will inevitably perish. It is his fate. If I were the captain, I would prioritize saving the lives of the other 9, choosing to sacrifice 1 to save 9. Danzo's face broke into a satisfied smile upon hearing this. Your answer is quite clear. He stepped forward, approaching Itachi. I look forward to the day we meet again. As he passed by Itachi, he whispered softly. Chapter 32. The Large Class Division. Scene. Congratulations to all of you. From this day forth, you shall become independent ninjas. In a classroom temporarily designated as the gathering place for graduates, a man, possibly the homeroom teacher for the graduating class, delivered his remarks from the podium. However, you must not harbor any feelings of pride or complacency, for to you, being a genin is merely another starting point in the school of a ninja's life. The real hardships only begin now. From now on, you will be divided into groups of 3, forming a class, and you will follow a jonin teacher to commence your missions. 3 people? A group of 3? Many students were evidently unaware of this arrangement, and upon hearing such rules, they began to murmur in surprise, followed by a louder discussion regarding their class groupings. Clearly eager to be placed in the same class as their desired companions. Clap, clap. The teacher at the front rapped the blackboard, waiting for the noise to subside before continuing. To ensure balance in each class's capabilities, the class lists will be determined by the teachers. So many of your plans may be thwarted. Now I shall begin the announcement, starting with those 3 fellows will surely be grouped together. As the teacher's gaze swept across the 3 children in the front row corner, Many students in the classroom thought this. In fact, even the parties involved. Senju Shinyuki and Uchiha Itachi, as well as Izumi, thought the same, remaining silent as they awaited a fortunate jonin to draw the names. Class 2, Uchiha Itachi, Inari Shinko, and Izumi. A chorus of astonished voices erupted. Izumi, too, suddenly seized Shinyuki's arm, shaking it vigorously while exclaiming, "Shinyuki, how could Itachi?" However, until Itachi exited the classroom, she could not articulate her thoughts, her face reflecting her confusion and doubt regarding the impact this allocation had on her. In truth, she was not alone. There was another among the graduates who reacted even more dramatically. "What? You want me to be with that burden to the village? What are you doing, Shinko?" This was a boy among the graduates, somewhat shorter in stature, with gray hair. Judging by his response, he was likely Uchiha Tenma, as Inari Shinko was the girl with twin ponytails who interrupted him. "Of course, I'm stopping you from acting foolish." Shinko did not spare him any dignity. Her voice even louder than his as she gestured toward Itachi, who had already exited the classroom, and scolded, "You've been nagging about Itachi since school. Now that you've become a genin, how long will you hold a grudge over such trivial matters? Furthermore, as a graduate, you should be more composed than a child. Do you wish to disgrace us graduates?" These words, spoken in such a context, wielded considerable power, as nearby classmates cast angry glances at Uchiha Tenma, ready to confront him should he further sully the term graduate. Tch. Uchiha Tenma grudgingly followed suit, and Shinko bowed apologetically to the classroom before exiting. The differing personalities of the three were clearly evident from this minor incident. The leading jonin must be observing their students' performances from somewhere, right? Senju Shinyuki feigned nonchalance as he scanned the entire classroom, but found no suitable spots for clandestine observation. What kind of person would his supervising jonin be? And what of his companions? Itachi had been separated. Would Izumi also be placed in another class? The thought of this possibility soured his mood. Damn it! I painstakingly played both teacher and caregiver to nurture such a promising talent, only to let another boy take her away at this juncture? This is simply infuriating. In the Hokage's office, numerous jonin gathered to observe the class division scene broadcasted through the glass sphere before the Hokage. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the foremost among them, a male jonin with scars on his face and spiky hair, could not help but scratch his head in exasperation. This little girl is somewhat normal, but the other two are clearly of the intellectual variety. Sigh, Lord Hokage has truly given me quite the trouble. The other jonin in the office burst into laughter. The class division list was, of course, no secret to them, and they were well aware of which students each would be leading. Although dealing with troublesome or impulsive students could be quite vexing, none would wish to exchange positions. Managing two intellectuals at once was, in fact, far more challenging than supervising a group of unruly children. The present jonin had long since learned this lesson. The third Hokage chuckled as well, though his laughter carried a hint of the pride characteristic of the elderly. "I am aware that you have a child now, and leading a team should no longer be a burden for you. Yet, you also understand the significance of those two to the village. After much contemplation, I can only conclude that your gentle disposition and formidable strength render you the most suitable for this undertaking. So despite feeling guilty, I must once again call upon you for the sake of the village." Nara Shikaku, a veteran of the Second Shinobi World War, a member of the legendary Inoshikacho trio, possessed extraordinary intellect and was an indispensable strategist on the battlefield. "Indeed, Hokage-sama, I am not complaining." Nara Shikaku's face bore a wry smile. As Hokage-sama mentioned, given his current age and family circumstances, he should have been serving a stable position for an extended period. However, he suddenly received an order to return and take on the role of a leading jonin. Well, it is certainly a hassle, but to be honest, everyone is rather eager about the future you spoke of, Hokage-sama. Even if it means enduring some fatigue for a while, I believe it is worthwhile. Indeed, absolutely. The alliance of Senju and Uchiha is indeed a hypothesis we have never attempted before. Although some jonin may not hold the Uchiha name in high regard, seeing the charming smile of the girl on screen, they would hardly impose personal grievances onto a child. Here comes Team 9, Senju Shinwe. Senju Shinyu's pupils dilated sharply, and beside him, Uchiha Izumi suddenly grasped his arm tightly, almost unable to contain her excitement. Uchiha Izumi exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and eagerly chattering about how wonderful everything is, clearly elated at the prospect of not having to part from Shinwe. And one last member will be Hinata Takuma. Chapter 33 Team 9. What is the rationale behind separating three excellent peers into different teams? If it were merely to ensure balance, as that teacher stated, then why were Izumi and I not separated? Moreover, why include a member from the Hinata clan, Takuma? In a certain classroom, three children quietly awaited their Jonin instructor. Meanwhile, Senju Shinue pondered various unknown possibilities. Judging by the appearance of this Hinata youth, he hardly seemed like a hindrance, right? Hinata Takuma, age 10, displayed a handsome visage and a serious demeanor. Though he did not graduate in the same year as the others, graduating at 10 is still quite impressive for a prodigy. Therefore, the notion of balance mentioned by the previous teacher clearly does not apply to Team 9. My apologies for keeping you waiting, dear students. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your future leading Jonin, Narashikaku. Narashikaku? What a surprise. This is intriguing. Who is Narashikaku? He is undoubtedly a genius. A figure of significant importance in Konohagakure, whose influence rivals even that of the legendary three. In terms of actual status and significance, few would dare claim superiority over him. Aside from the Hokage and a few high-ranking officials, how can such a person come to serve as a teacher for mere children? Is he mad? Or is it the village's higher-ups who have lost their minds? Who could possibly have such influence? Certainly not me. The Senju surname is unique. But that alone does not warrant such deference from Narashikaku. Even if he is a mere child, today, even Tsunade herself would not easily command this man. Could it be due to the Hinata clan? A brief observation of Hinata Takuma's reaction revealed a look of confusion, which hardly seemed feigned. Thus, there must be some external influence at play. Perhaps it is the third Hokage? Who else could command Narashikaku in such a manner? Moreover, the composition of Team 9 must surely have been influenced by that old man. Senju, Uchiha, Hinata, Narashikaku, the pig, deer, butterfly. Could it be that these students, guided by such a figure, are inherently marked by the Hokage's legacy? Two of the strongest clans, and one that, despite its decline, has fostered numerous relationships with both commoners and clans, the Senju. Most importantly, how many individuals have benefited from Tsunade's kindness over the years? Although she is reluctant to involve herself in village affairs due to certain reasons, if that little one from her clan takes a stand, how could those who have received her grace fail to show her some respect? And with Tsunade's temperament, she would hardly travel around explaining that her intentions are not her own for such trivial matters, would she? What an intricate web of influence. Could it be as I surmise? Observing Narashikaku, who appeared somewhat languid yet wore a warm smile, I realized that one cannot extract much from such a man through questioning. I would have to rely on my own observations in the days to come. Now, although I have reviewed your files, to facilitate our mutual understanding, let us engage in simple self-introductions, much like we did in school. For instance, I shall begin. I am Narashikaku, 27 years old, with a gentle wife and a child under 2 years of age. I have many interests, yet few pursuits I truly wish to undertake. Due to my family's ninjutsu, I am not particularly inclined toward combat, which you will gradually understand as we interact. Having concluded my introduction, I turned my expectant gaze toward the three students in the classroom. As I stated, who among you would like to be the first to introduce themselves? I. Among the three students, only Izumi leapt up excitedly. As expected, the other two children seemed more composed. I am Uchiha Izumi, 7 years old, with a gentle mother. My interests include training and enjoying dango offered by Shinue. As for my combat style, Shinue says my specialty is taijutsu, which, when combined with my Sharingan, enhances my combat ability. I will strive to cooperate well with everyone as we move forward. Good. Just as Izumi finished, Narashikaku offered timely encouragement. Unfortunately, after Izumi spoke, she merely smiled at Senju Shinue, who appeared as if she had accomplished a good deed and was seeking praise. Ahem. While internally lamenting the challenges of today's children, Narashikaku directed his gaze toward the remaining two youngsters, encouraging them with his eyes. Come on, little ones, do not be shy. Bravely express yourselves in this small class. After exchanging glances, Senju Shinue took the initiative to stand. I shall go first. I am Senju Shinue, 7 years old, an orphan. Though I have always been cared for by a gentle woman, I have numerous interests, and regarding my combat style, I primarily specialize in ice release, which offers decent offensive and defensive capabilities, along with the ability to create small puppets. I will gradually demonstrate this during our interactions. Lastly, all eyes turned to the quiet, handsome boy who had remained silent. Unexpectedly, Hinata Takuma did not appear as shy as he seemed. When it was his turn, he stood up decisively, nodding his head. I am Hinata Takuma, 10 years old, an only child. My parents are both alive. In my spare time, I enjoy training. My combat style mainly revolves around the family's gentle fist technique. However, I believe my greatest contribution lies in reconnaissance, a responsibility that has historically been undertaken by the Hinata clan. You can trust me to handle reconnaissance and vigilance during our missions. I assure you I will not hinder any of you in this regard, perhaps due to still being below the age of vocal change. Hinata Tokima's voice is almost as youthful as Senju Magetsu's, creating a slight incongruity with his serious expression. After a brief introduction of each individual, Nara Shikaku redirected everyone's attention back to himself. Typically, following class division, there would be a qualifying test for the genin. However, as I previously mentioned, I do not particularly excel in combat. Frankly speaking, in the presence of geniuses like you, I cannot guarantee a victory, so I have decided to adopt an alternative approach. With that, he retrieved several sheets of paper from his pocket and gestured to Izumi to distribute one to each person. The task was straightforward. Having just heard each other's self-introductions, I now want each of you to write down your understanding of the term team on the paper and submit it to me. Although teams may take different forms, their purpose remains consistent. Upon receiving the paper, Senju Magetsu promptly began to write, while Hinata Tokima appeared momentarily dazed with his pen and paper in hand. As for Izumi, she craned her neck to see what Senju Magetsu was writing. Izumi, you needn't look at his. There are no standard answers to this question. What the teacher seeks is merely your personal interpretation of those two characters. Chapter 34. What does it mean to grind daily? The results of the test, unsurprisingly, were all passes. Alternatively, if the situation truly aligns with Senju Magetsu's thoughts, it is possible that they would not be sent back to school for remedial classes even if they wrote nothing. Special treatment for geniuses? The privileges of connections. After the test, Nara Shikaku announced that, for the sake of team building, he would exceptionally treat the students to a meal today, encouraging them to freely express their desires regarding food. What a delightful opportunity. As the only vivacious girl in the group, Izumi eagerly stepped forward, eager to support the teacher. Of course, we must honor Shikaka-sensei's invitation. I recall that Izumi enjoys meatballs, but if it's just meatballs, it seems they could suffice. So let us indulge in a sumptuous barbecue instead. Barbecue? Barbecue? Why? You are such a lovely and slender girl. Shouldn't you prefer vegetarian dishes and resolutely oppose meat instead? However, the charming students provided no opportunity for him to reconsider. After a moment's thought, Senju Magetsu nodded under Izumi's expectant gaze. Given Shikaka-sensei's sincere invitation, it appeared he was silently conveying that any food would suffice. Yet, it being Shikaka-sensei's first invitation, it would be impolite to decline. Meanwhile, Hinata Tokima, who seemed perpetually serious and composed, might have felt a twinge of embarrassment about the expense. But after hearing the phrase "this is Shikaka-sensei's first invitation" twice, under Izumi's ardent gaze, he unwittingly elevated the matter to an issue of significant importance concerning team dynamics. Of course, I shall participate. Okay, consensus reached. Let us depart. Observing the three students before him, one bubbling with excitement, another simply going along with the flow, and the last one solemnly serious, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but feel something was amiss. He had intended to treat them, yet it was they who suggested barbecue. Why did it seem as if Hinata Tokima believed he was obliged to treat everyone to barbecue, and that refusing would be disrespectful? Although the three children might not eat excessively, my poor child is still on formula. If his gentle mother were to know that on my first day as a teacher I dared to indulge so extravagantly, it would be a crisis. A grave familial crisis. Shikaka-sensei, hurry up. As the one treating, you cannot lag behind. Another direct hit to the heart. Yes. Now I only hope I do not encounter my gentle and virtuous wife on the way. If I do indeed run into her, Nara Shikaku mused as he reluctantly followed, pondering how to articulate that the barbecue was a collective decision made by the students and that he, as their teacher, felt it inappropriate to refuse. Sigh. And it has only just begun, yet it is already so troublesome. 3. This is 1. Please report target movements. Over. 1. This is 3. The target is currently under the tree in the bushes approximately 15 meters to your left front and shows no signs of escape. Over. 2. Did you hear that? 2 is en route to the target location. Please hold for a moment. Over. Then, silence. During mission execution, unless absolutely necessary, radio silence must be maintained. This is a requisite quality for ninjas. After a while, a voice finally emerged from the earpiece. 2 reports. The target has been surrounded. One may now proceed with the capture operation. Repeat. One may initiate the capture. Over. One acknowledges. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a petite figure darted from behind the tree, leaping over an ice wall over a meter high and pouncing into the bushes beneath the previously reported tree. Gotcha. Hee. Fully equipped with radio, net, and rope, Uchiha Izumi emerged from the foliage, triumphantly holding a plump, large-eared gray rabbit. Indeed, even someone of Narashikaku's stature had to begin with D-rank tasks such as cleaning up litter, assisting in finding lost pets, and watering crops with his newly assigned Genin squad. Yet, it was fortunate that, witnessing the entire process from a distance, Narashikaku felt that assigning such tasks to these students was somewhat beneath their capabilities. However, he took comfort in the fact that his students possessed commendable dispositions, unlike others who might complain about the tedium, insisting that only missions involving the protection of dignitaries or the elimination of rogue ninjas could validate their worth. In fact, Izumi seemed to genuinely enjoy the experience. Encouraged by her enthusiasm, the other 2 students, initially indifferent to the notion of teamwork as a form of training, cooperated willingly without displaying any signs of impatience. The current state of unity and harmony within the class undoubtedly relieved him of considerable concern. Well, it is about time, isn't it? For an entire month, these exceptionally talented students had been engaged in tasks that resembled children's play, cleaning river debris. Senju Magetsu and Izumi each created several shadow clones, racing across the river's surface, completing what would typically require 3 days' worth of work in just half an afternoon. Assisting villagers in watering crops, Senju Magetsu, standing in the fields with arms outstretched, commanded the nearby river water to spray into the sky, which then, under his control, showered down like rain upon the crops in need of hydration, accomplishing nearly a week's worth of work in another half-afternoon. As for searching for lost animals or items, that task was the most peculiar. Hinata Tokima stood in the center, activating his Byakugan, while the other 2 students scurried about collecting items. The completed task list flowed like a river. To put it bluntly, the task funds seemed almost like free money. The results made him, as their teacher, almost envious. According to Senju Magetsu, this was not so much about performing ninja missions, but rather about grinding daily tasks. For him, the leading jonin, the most crucial aspect was that none of these students felt disheartened due to their perceived lack of contribution in any given task. This seemingly trivial matter, when viewed through the lens of those who have experienced it, reveals its profound significance for the newly minted ninjas. On a modest scale, it reflects an expansive mindset. On a grander scale, it embodies the essence of faith in the collective. It signifies that each individual possesses a clear understanding of their role within this group. Thus, at this juncture, even Narashikahiza, an elite jonin, cannot help but express his acknowledgement of his 3 students. It is time to bestow upon them additional responsibilities. Tasks of this nature, which merely involve play within the village, should be entrusted to younger students for their development. Chapter 35. The first C-rank mission, escorting the sealing scroll indeed. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage is briefing Team 9, led by Narashikahiza, on a new mission. This endeavor is linked to a promise made to the leader of the Tsuchigumo clan during the last Shinobi War. Their clan's forbidden techniques possessed the terrifying power to obliterate an entire town, a force not easily wielded by ordinary individuals. Without proper restrictions, it could lead to incalculable consequences. Therefore, I sought out the clan leader to request the sealing of their forbidden techniques. In exchange, when the Tsuchigumo clan is in distress, we, the village hidden in the leaves, must unconditionally provide assistance. At this point, the 3rd Hokage hands over a letter, which Narashikahiza promptly steps forward to receive. Notably, although it appears to be a mere C-rank escort mission, the correspondence indicates that a group of thieves has been lurking near their clan, intent on seizing their forbidden techniques. Consequently, depending on the circumstances, this mission may escalate to a B-rank combat assignment. Fortunately, the letter suggests that the existing combat capability of the Tsuchigumo clan should suffice to deter these intruders, which is why I feel assured in assigning this task to you. That concludes the details of this mission. I wonder if Team 9 is willing to accept such a challenge? After posing this question, the 3rd Hokage does not rush for an answer, but patiently allows Nara Shikahisa to thoroughly read the letter from start to finish. After all, this is not a task for ordinary ninjas. Newcomers always require a measure of care and concern, especially considering the special nature of this team, which embodies the considerable effort of the third Hokage. Hokage-sama. Soon, Nara Shikahisa finishes reading the letter and hands it back to the third Hokage. Stepping back to stand beside his students, he observes their expressions, the enthusiastic Koizumi, the affirming Shingetsu, and the serious Takuma. Reflecting quickly on their recent performances and synthesizing this with the valuable information from the letter and the Hokage, he decisively nods at the third Hokage. Please entrust us with this mission. Team 9 will surely complete it with diligence. Oh, hee. Although I anticipated this reaction, witnessing it still brings a smile to the third Hokage's face. Truly, these outstanding graduates are remarkable. All right, Team 9, on my command. Yes, as the third Hokage, I hereby order you to deliver the sealing scroll to the current leader of the Tsuchigumo clan, the clan leader, as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, if you encounter any individuals attempting to disrupt the Tsuchigumo clan's forbidden techniques during your mission, the leading jonin, Nara Shikahisa, is authorized to make decisions based on the situation at hand. Your sole objective is to ensure the safety of the Tsuchigumo clan's forbidden techniques. Do you understand? Understood. Go forth. With that, Nara Shikahisa securely stows the sealing scroll and nods to the third Hokage before departing with his team. Team 9 swiftly exits the office. In the quiet of the office, the third Hokage sits in contemplation for a moment, then slightly furrows his brow, tapping gently on the desk. Whoosh! An Umbu operative, masked and silent, appears, kneeling without uttering a word, awaiting orders. Arrange for a Hyuga to accompany them without interfering with their mission. Their role is simply to ensure the target's safety from a distance. Understood. As soon as the command is given, the Umbu vanishes in a flash. Once again, the office is left in solitude with the third Hokage, but this time, the frown and unease have dissipated, with a team of Umbu accompanying them. Coupled with Nara Shikahisa's ability to respond to situations, he cannot fathom who could pose a threat to the safety of those young ninjas, barring a village intent on declaring war. Meanwhile, after leaving the office, Nara Shikahisa grants his team an hour for preparations, instructing them to gather at the village's MU gate promptly after 1 hour. On the side of Senju Shingetsu, she merely returns home to pack a few essentials, simultaneously sending a shadow clone to the orphanage to brief Yano Yu on the situation before heading directly to the assembly point. Upon passing a dumpling shop, she contemplates and decides to purchase 2 boxes to take along. After all, the duration of their mission remains uncertain, and while daily provisions may not be feasible, indulging the sweet tooth of her younger friend before departure is a kind gesture befitting a gentleman. Hinata Takuma remains steadfast, meticulous as always. Yet, being a child at heart, he struggles to contain his excitement for his first mission outside the village, and anyone who sees him can sense the joy beneath his calm facade. As for Koizumi, she initially intended to simply inform her mother of her plans, but by chance, she encounters Uchiha Itachi at the entrance to the clan territory. Excited by the serendipitous meeting with a peer, the spirited 8-year-old girl cannot help but express her joy. Oh dear, time is fleeting. Goodbye, Itachi. In her eagerness, Koizumi sticks out her little tongue playfully before bouncing away. Oh, farewell. Watching her retreating figure, Itachi glances at his various cat-catching devices and feels a flicker of impatience cross his otherwise calm expression. She has already begun undertaking high-level missions outside the village. While he remains, for the first time, he realizes perhaps he has harbored dissatisfaction with his current team from the very beginning. A brash individual, Daiyum Tenma, who only knows how to shout loudly every day. A Hinata Kazuki, whose performance is mediocre and who merely retaliates against Tenma. And a timid leader, Mizuki Yuki, who spends all his energy managing the conflicts between these two. With such a team, how long will it take for him to become a powerful ninja capable of surpassing everyone and fulfilling his dreams? I must transform this world. This was the proclamation made by Uchiha Itachi, merely 4 years old, amidst the hellish battleground. He can never forget the mountains of lifeless bodies and the agonized, twisted faces of the deceased. From that moment, Itachi felt suffocated and despairing at the thought of living in such a world. No matter the reason, resolving matters through war is fundamentally wrong. If the world is inherently like this, then I must change it. I will become a ninja more exceptional than anyone else. to eradicate all conflicts within this world. Chapter 36. When an ordinary story encounters a flag Shikahisa-sensei, what kind of clan is the Tsuchigumo? Amidst the dense woods. For figures traverse the tree trunks in a swift formation. The request was for prompt delivery, and Nai Lujju maintained commendable control over the team's pace. After all, the journey from my village to the residence of the Tsuchigumo clan spanned at least 3 days, necessitating a judicious allocation of stamina. Initially, Senju Jinue had suggested conjuring an ice bird to facilitate flight for the group, which, while uncertain in speed, would undoubtedly conserve energy. However, after a few minutes of flight, the group politely declined his generous offer, citing the frigid temperatures that caused their feet to go numb. Upon hearing Izumi's inquiry about the Tsuchigumo clan, Nai Lujju contemplated briefly and decided it prudent to enlighten the students with the information he possessed. He succinctly conveyed what little was known about this clan, which was not widely understood outside their circle. It was known that they possessed a forbidden technique called Nu Fation, said to be manipulable only by their kin. During the last Ninja World War, they had indeed showcased a formidable power that instilled fear across the villages. Many witnesses recalled the shocking sight of a single blow from a member of their clan leveling an entire town. Fortunately, the third Hokage, in his concern for the populace, sought the clan's leader and, in exchange for unconditional support from my village, secured the current leader's consent. However, perhaps due to the terrifying nature of their offensive capabilities, the Tsuchigumo clan continued to face relentless harassment from various unknown assailants post-war, all intent on seizing the coveted Nu Fation technique. Consequently, it was said that the clan had suffered significant losses and no longer enjoyed their past glory, which likely prompted their sudden communication with my village. Had their capacity to protect their precious clan treasures dwindled? A voice from behind, belonging to Hyuga Takuma, broke the silence. For him, the journey's vigilance was relatively effortless. Nai Lujju nodded, affirming that the information aligned closely with Takuma's conjecture. However, he mused that although the entire world bore the threat posed by the Tsuchigumo clan, only the third Hokage was willing to confront this dilemma. Since meeting Senju Jinue, Izumi had grown increasingly optimistic, often viewing challenges through a lens of positivity. While most would focus on the clan's current plight, she perceived a more honorable aspect, truly embodying the greatness of the third Hokage. Hearing her remark, Nai Lujju initially paused before breaking into a hearty laugh. Indeed, Izumi was correct. As a renowned scholar of ninjutsu, the contributions of the third Hokage were indisputable and irrefutable. Izumi, basking in her teacher's praise, felt a surge of pride, albeit primarily directed towards Senju Jinue. Great? In response to Izumi's provocation, Senju Jinue merely offered a silent smile. His attitude toward the third Hokage could not be solely categorized as either approval or disapproval. After all, the elder had genuinely cared for him over the past year, yet had also indulged Danzo's underhanded schemes against the Uchiha. Thus, it was premature to judge the third Hokage's character based on the limited information he possessed, as such assessments would inevitably be tainted by subjectivity and would not do justice to the elder. Suddenly, an owl's call echoed from a lofty mountaintop, startling the inhabitants within the dwelling. Clan leader, we have received a reply from my village. A man hastily retrieved the letter, glanced at the seal, and rushed back inside. The elderly patriarch of the Tsuchigumo clan, known as Yaku no Ikari, nodded slowly in acknowledgement. The younger men present eagerly questioned, "What news? What does my say?" Silence. This concerns the agreement between the clan leader and the third Hokage. Such matters are not to be discussed lightly. A middle-aged man standing beside Yaku no Ikari sternly admonished, waiting until the room quieted before taking the letter and passing it to him. Yaku no Ikari swiftly read the brief contents of the letter, and his previously solemn demeanor softened considerably. The third Hokage is indeed a man of his word. What do you mean, teacher? A young man's face brightened at this revelation. Indeed, Yaku no Ikari affirmed with a smile. The letter states that upon receiving our message, the third Hokage dispatched a team led by one from the Inuzuka clan, and according to the date on the letter, they should arrive by tomorrow evening at the latest. The Inuzuka, the clan reputed for their intelligence and strategy? Upon mentioning the outside village, the young men grew animated, engaging in lively discussion about the Inuzuka clan's reputation. Yaku no Ikari chuckled, not chastising their youthful exuberance. After all, the strength of my village was acknowledged throughout the ninja world, whereas the Tsuchigumo clan was struggling to even safeguard their treasures. Lang Tao, I am here, master. One of the younger men, visibly the most mature among them, promptly acknowledged. Though we are the ones seeking assistance, we must uphold our courtesy. You are responsible for arranging the reception tomorrow. It need not be extravagant, but it must convey our sincere regard for the relationship between our villages. Yes, master. Now disperse. Remain vigilant over the next few days, especially regarding the fortress's barrier. No issues must arise. Understood. After the middle-aged man escorted Yakuno Akari into the inner quarters, the young men exchanged glances, each lost in their thoughts as they departed. Father, is there something joyous on your mind? Lang Tao, the young man, could hardly contain his evident happiness upon returning home, which even his usually mischievous son noticed. Oh, is my joy so apparent? Lang Tao chuckled, dismissing the observation as trivial. Feeling pleased that his son had grown to care for him, he eagerly shared his excitement. My village has indeed honored the vow made years ago and has sent envoys to us. Soon, gazing at his wife, who, though still elegant, bore the marks of time, Lang Tao's voice carried a hint of guilt and anticipation. After tomorrow, our family can finally live in peace. Chapter 37. The Flower of Shadow stitches. After a hasty journey, they finally arrived at the Tsuchigumo clan's territory ahead of schedule. However, Nai Lujgu, look above. The Tsuchigumo clan resided atop a seemingly sculpted cylindrical peak, surrounded by a deep chasm. The outermost perimeter was a vast expanse of grassland, serving as a natural barrier against any approaching enemies. Yet, upon their arrival, Senju Jinue and the others discovered numerous triggered traps across the open ground. As they neared the abyss, they heard the distant sounds of explosions and tremors from above. Let us hope we have not arrived too late. Nai Lujdu gazed upward, his brow furrowed in concern. Qinsho Jinue surveyed his surroundings, but found no suitable leverage nearby. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, crouched down, and pressed his hands against the edge of the cliff, invoking a freezing technique. In the next moment, a 2-meter-wide icy arch bridge swiftly grew from his position, extending towards the opposite bank. Given the considerable distance, he had to ensure that the bridge would not collapse under the weight of gravity while simultaneously controlling its expansion. For safety, he even constructed guardrails on either side of the bridge. Frankly, producing such a substantial structure at once was somewhat daunting. Fortunately, the nearby vegetation was abundant, and the underground water resources were nearly inexhaustible. With Qinsho Jinue's full exertion, it took merely a few blinks for a bridge spanning the abyss to be completed. Nara Riku inquired with concern, and upon seeing Qinsho Jinue's assurance of safety, he nodded and reminded everyone to be cautious before being the first to leap across the bridge. Throughout their time together, he had developed a profound understanding of his students. If Jinue stated there was no issue, then it was undoubtedly true. Swiftly, for figures reached the opposite bank almost simultaneously. Hyuga Dekan activated his Byakugan, and the veins around his eyes swelled like worms under the influx of chakra. The ascent was fraught with numerous triggered traps and the remains of unknown corpses. After scrutinizing a particular direction at the mountain's summit, he quickly reported back, Rika-sensei, there is a group of people inside the house repelling external attacks. Excellent. Nara Riku responded immediately, leading the charge with Dekan in front, Jinue and Koizumi in the middle, ever vigilant for potential threats. Under such pressing circumstances, Koizumi, usually lively, adopted a serious demeanor and swiftly adjusted their formation, racing towards the mountain peak. As the vanguard, Hyuga Dekan maintained his Byakugan throughout the journey, just as he had asserted initially. In times of battle, the Hyuga clan's prowess was most effectively showcased. Watch my landing. In the presence of the Byakugan, any physical traps were rendered ineffective. Within a few minutes, the four of them traversed countless traps and arrived at the summit. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily stunned. Koizumi's face turned pale, her eyes filled with tremors and shock. The area was replete with large pools of blood and corpses in various states of demise. The air was thick with the smoke of burning buildings. Unable to mask the pungent scent of blood, not only Koizumi, but Qinsho Jinue and Hyuga Dekan were equally affected by the gruesome sight. Their stoic natures merely concealed their distress. Nara Riku noticed the state of his students, but at that moment, he could not afford to provide psychological support. Through the ruins and flames, he spotted a large crowd surrounding the central building. Clearly, the target of their mission lay within those walls. Dekan, keep watch behind us. Koizumi and Jinue, ensure your safety. At this point, he could only trust in his students. Yes. Dekan promptly took his position at the rear, while Koizumi instinctively moved closer to Chinsho Jinyue, drawing her short sword and standing ready alongside Nara Riku to confront the enemies. Boss, we have a situation. The bandits surrounding the central building numbered at least 20 or 30, and soon, a sharp-eyed individual noticed them. What? A burly man with a scar on his face turned around irritably. Those headbands belong to Konoha. A nearby man, clearly the type to lead his lackeys, swiftly replied, his expression darkening as he muttered, weren't we supposed to arrive at night? Why are they here now? Fear not. The burly man, evidently the leader of the group, shouted angrily in response to the murmurs, with so many of us, why fear a couple of kids? However, another voice interjected, but boss, aren't we outnumbered against Konoha? Silence. This has already been set in motion. Use your brains. If we back down now, do you think they will let us go? The burly man berated his subordinates while glancing towards the building, where the remnants of the Tsuchigumo clan lay battered and wounded, huddled within, relying on their barriers for survival. After a moment of contemplation, the burly man pointed his knife at Nara Riku, exclaiming, so what if they are Konoha ninjas? Just one adult and a few children, most likely a jonin with his students. What is there to fear? Anyone with the guts, come with me. If we seize the Tsuchigumo's forbidden techniques today, we can establish our own nation. Why fear Konoha? You're right, boss. Let us do it. We're with you. The fervor of his subordinates rose as the burly man recognized the opportunity and shouted, today, we shall use Konoha's ninja as a sacrifice for our glorious future. He charged forward, leading the assault. Rika-sensei, the Tsuchigumo clan members have retreated inside the building. The remaining ones outside are all enemies. In mere moments, Hyuga Dekan's report came through the earpiece. Understood. Nara Riku exchanged a discreet glance with his students. Chinsho Jinyue had already focused on the charging enemies, while Koizumi still appeared somewhat flustered. Jinyue, ensure you look after Koizumi. After this admonition, Nara Riku surged towards the enemies. As the two sides approached, he suddenly flashed to the cover of a large stone, invoking the shadow stitching technique. Under the setting sun, the dark shadow of the stone seemed to come alive, rapidly stretching and expanding. No, that shadow is peculiar. The burly man, almost instinctively, leaped back at the moment he perceived the shadow's transformation. Hey Bianhua! Simultaneously, the shadows on the ground morphed into countless black blades, thrusting upwards towards the enemy's necks. A chilling silence ensued, with only the sound of blood gushing from severed throats. The scene resembled a thorny flower blooming in the realm of the dead, nourished by the blood and lives of those vile brigands. Damn it! What kind of ninja technique is that? Out of 10 who charged forward, only 3 managed to escape. 7 were swiftly dispatched in an instant. Despite his unease, the burly man refrained from recklessly advancing. Instead, he suppressed his rage, fixating his gaze on Nara Riku, while signaling to his subordinates, I'll hold him off. You capture those kids. Chinsho Jinyue noted that Koizumi's demeanor was somewhat off, but the enemies did not afford him much time. They soon descended upon him en masse, prompting him to act decisively. Shadow clone technique. A shadow clone appeared before Koizumi, while the original rushed headlong into the fray. Ah, look at you, little one. Protecting your pretty friend at such a time. How romantic. The enemy leader chuckled. Rest assured, once I capture you, your lovely companion will join you in your eternal slumber below. The individuals across the way clearly did not regard the 2 children, barely reaching the height of their waists, with any seriousness. A dozen robust men, each adorned with a thick mane of chest hair and wielding various weapons, faced off against 2 youngsters armed only with fruit knives. In such a scenario, one might expect a swift and decisive victory. How could they possibly lose? The vulgarities hurled by the adversaries were certainly heard by Chinsho Jinyue. And to be frank, a typical protagonist would remain unfazed in such a situation, seemingly untouched by external provocations. However, the reality was that being insulted in such a manner was profoundly unsettling. Life is fleeting, and must one hasten their demise. A sizable pond lay conveniently before the house, and in a fit of anger, Chinsho Jinyue instinctively reached towards the water with force, invoking a water dragon. With a thunderous roar, a water dragon, over a meter in diameter and several meters long, surged into the air, spiraling downwards towards the ruffians. The thugs, who had previously been so arrogant, scattered like frightened birds. Except for 3 men in headscarves who maintained a semblance of composure. They exchanged glances. astonished that such a young child could wield a technique as advanced as the water dragon. Nonetheless, tackling the situation was not beyond their capabilities. The one in the yellow headscarf nodded, squatting down to swiftly form several hand seals. Moments before the water dragon descended, he struck the ground forcefully, invoking the earth release, earth flow wall. With a resounding crash, a wall of stone erupted from the ground. The water dragon collided with the rocky barrier, creating only a breach before disintegrating into countless droplets. The yellow-scarfed man stood, a dismissive smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. While the shadow clone and water dragon techniques had initially startled him, he reminded himself that the child was still merely a child. The potency of similar jutsu varied greatly depending on the user. Those fools, upon witnessing the large-scale ninjutsu, had frightened themselves to the point of losing control. The yellow-scarfed man commanded earth, while the others, one in blue and the other in red, presumably wielded water and fire, respectively. Senju Jinyue appeared momentarily daunted by the scene, yet was actually assessing the opponent's capabilities. On the shadow clone's side, upon noticing that Quan's expression had shifted due to the dissipating water dragon, she quietly advised her, "Quan, have you noticed? Although there are many adversaries, the true fighting force is likely just a few from Teacher Lugio's side, and these 3 men in headscarves. I understand you may feel disheartened now, but this is a battle. We must gather our resolve, otherwise, if they capture us, we will meet the same cruel fate as those corpses on the ground." Reflecting on Aunt Yeyua, whom she had cheerfully bid farewell to before her departure, Quan recognized that her mother was her greatest source of encouragement. "I understand now, little Jinyue," she said, gripping her short blade tightly. Her gaze began to harden with determination. "You fight earnestly. I have made my resolve." "Good," the clone felt relieved. "I will confront the 3 in headscarves with the main body. You take care of the small fry first, and then assess the situation to come to my aid." Without waiting for a response, she hurried towards her original form. "I will." Even though she knew her words would not reach him, she turned her attention back to the raucous henchmen surrounding her. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, then opened them suddenly, activating her Sharingan. The crimson pupils began to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. With a swift motion, a petite figure brandishing a short blade charged into the throng. The young girl, despite being encircled by burly men nearly twice her height, danced nimbly among them, evading their clumsy attempts to grasp her. Each flash of her blade was accompanied by a piercing scream and a spurt of warm blood. "That damned little brat!" The red-scarfed man roared, preparing to rush to assist his companions. "Your adversary is me." Both Senju Jinyue's main body and clone spoke in unison, drawing the attention of their foes while the main body continued to infuse her mental energy into the surrounding water. Meanwhile, the clone gestured toward the pond, summoning once more. "Water dragon." The blue-scarfed man could no longer contain himself. With hands moving in a flurry, he began to form seals. "Today, I shall show you what a true water dragon is." With a shout, a massive fireball soared into the sky, barely intercepting the descending water dragon, and the arena was soon engulfed in a cloud of white mist from the clash of water and fire. "You fool! You let their ninjutsu strike you in the face, and yet you resort to such a ridiculous technique with an excessive number of seals," the blue-scarfed man exclaimed. Despite his face contorting in frustration, he could only endure the scorn. "How did I not realize before that this technique required so many seals? By the way, did that child not just execute the water dragon without forming any seals? Why do I suddenly feel cold?" Finally, he murmured, "What is that hanging beneath your noses?" "Icicles." "Achoo! What seal was I just forming? No, this child is not normal." The red and yellow-scarfed men quickly recognized the anomaly. The ground beneath them had inexplicably frozen over, and the mist, illuminated by the setting sun, sparkled like jewels. Moreover, despite it being nearly summer, how could they be exhaling frosty breath? The red-scarfed man fared slightly better, as his fire affinity allowed him to mitigate the chill after channeling chakra, but the yellow and blue men could only watch helplessly as frost visibly coated them. "It's water. We must retreat." Now they sought to withdraw? Too late. A clone, having appeared at the side, pointed forward with a fierce gesture. "Water dragon." A water dragon, even more robust than the last, surged into the sky once again. "Impossible." The 3 voices echoed in disbelief. The water dragon technique was classified as B-rank ninjutsu. What manner of child was this? Having already executed the water dragon twice, and even created a shadow clone right before their eyes, How could a mere child possess such vast chakra reserves? Damn it! The red-scarfed man cursed under his breath. If it were only him, he could evade the attack. However, his companions were on the verge of freezing solid. If he dodged, they would surely perish. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball, larger than before, erupted into the sky. This was merely a larger-scale ninjutsu confrontation. Surely, as an adult, he would not be bested by a child. At worst, the resulting steam would complicate matters. Boom. The water dragon and fireball collided in an instant. However, to the red-scarfed man's astonishment, no steam emerged. After a brief pause, the fireball suddenly burst apart, revealing an ice dragon, glistening like silver armor, charging forth with unmatched ferocity. What? The eyes of the three widened in shock. It was not a water dragon. How could it transform into an ice dragon upon contact with the fireball? In that final moment, the blue and yellow-scarfed men glared simultaneously at the red-scarfed man. You treacherous old fool. Are you a traitor? Boom. Alas, they shall never discover the answer to this question in their lifetime. Such a colossal ice dragon was reduced to mere sludge after being struck and trampled. In Chapter 39, United We Stand. Teacher Lujo. The remaining combatants swiftly eliminated the enemy's living forces, and Qianshou Jinyue and his companions immediately rushed to provide support. The burly leader and his three remaining subordinates felt a wave of despair wash over them. It was already challenging to contend with such formidable adults. Yet these three children proved to be equally troublesome. One possessed the Sharingan, another the Byakugan, and the last, though lacking any extraordinary ocular abilities, wielded ice ninjutsu. What on earth was this? What kind of family had such an arrangement? Could the denizens of my village truly be this audacious? It appeared that their efforts today would yield no fruit. Despite their meticulous calculations, they had not anticipated the resilience of Mai's youth. With this thought, the burly leader began to entertain the notion of retreat, subtly surveying the positions of his subordinates and Qianshou Jinyue. Suddenly, the door nearby was flung open with great force. The leader turned to see the remnants of the Tsuchi Tsum clan, who had been lurking inside, charging out with fierce determination. Damn it! Clearly, this group had emerged to take advantage of the shifting tides of battle. Truly, it was a case of the tiger falling into the plains, only to be preyed upon by dogs. A plucked phoenix was no better than a mere chicken. Yet, despite his frustration, he found himself powerless to alter the situation. All he could do was devise a plan for escape, with hopes of returning later to settle scores with these scoundrels. You lot. The burly leader suddenly instructed his underlings in a grave tone. I will unleash my most powerful technique to hold them off while you make your escape. Boss. The young subordinates, who had been uneasy about their predicament, could scarcely believe their ears and stared at their leader in shock. Hee. A faint, sorrowful smile appeared on the burly leader's face. As their captain, I have failed to lead you to prosperity, and instead, I have dragged you into this dire situation. Allow me to atone with my life today and carve out a final path for you. Boss. They were taken aback that their usually harsh leader could utter such words. In an instant, their camaraderie surged, and they urged their captain not to give up. Boss. We willingly acknowledge you as our leader. With 4 of us, alongside you, a Jonin, there remains a chance. Yes, boss. Let us fight together once more. Indeed, boss. Let us go all out. All right. The burly leader seemed moved by their fervor, and with a clang, he cast his long blade to the ground. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his subordinates to face Nara Lugio, exuding an air of defiance as he proclaimed, let us unleash our strongest techniques together. Today, I shall lead you into battle once more. Very well. We shall prevail. Roar. Doton. The leader took the lead, and his 3 subordinates unleashed their most potent ninjutsu. The cries of fire, wind, and lightning resonating simultaneously. Katan, Gakakyu no Jutsu. Futon, Renkyugen. Raiton Daitu. Though they were merely a band of rogue ninjas, Qianshou Jinyue understood the ferocity of desperate men and did not underestimate them. He quickly moved to the front, spreading his arms wide, and shouted, Ice wall. In an instant, a gently arched wall of ice materialized, shielding the others behind it. Boom, whoosh, crackle, fireballs, fierce winds, and lightning. The 3 techniques, fueled by their unwavering resolve, struck the ice wall, creating numerous fissures. Yet, under Qianshou Jinyue's determined focus, it swiftly returned to its original form. Damn it! If only we had the boss's Doton. He surely could not withstand it. Indeed, If the boss's Doton were added. Boss. The three subordinates finally realized, glancing around in confusion, where was that scoundrel? Damn it, that rascal abandoned us. A chilling scream echoed from afar, and the onlookers quickly turned to see Naruto, who had somehow managed to approach, dragging the severely weakened burly leader along. How could I let you escape so easily? As your instructor, I would lose all face. Teacher Lujo. For the first time facing so many foes, Izumi appeared visibly fatigued, yet immediately charged forward. When did Teacher Lujo get there? Roar. Shinsho Jinue had not yet finished his exclamation when the three subordinates barreled towards Teacher Lujo, prompting him to hastily pursue them. However, after just a few steps, he was taken aback by the sight before him. You foul scoundrel. Pretending to be so righteous, yet you treat us as fools. Go to hell. The burly leader, with less than half his life remaining, felt his vitality plummet once more. Naruto and Izumi were both momentarily stunned by the scene. Witnessing the three subordinates mercilessly battering their leader, who could barely muster a cry, Naruto sighed and formed a hand seal, ensnaring the three subordinates with shadow manipulation. Find them. What purpose do they serve now? Hinata Takuma followed suit, perhaps due to his pale eyes. Anyone from the Hyuga clan who was not smiling always exuded a serious demeanor. They have committed grave offenses. Cannot we simply execute them? No, absolutely not. We plead guilty and request reform. Seeing their brazen demeanor, even Izumi could not suppress a cold laugh, the blade in her hand gleaming ominously. Regarding the students' queries, Naruto pondered for a moment and decided it best to provide an explanation. He subtly gestured to the approaching remnants of the Tsuchi-Tsum clan. These individuals had committed heinous crimes, and the Tsuchi-Tsum required an outlet for their wrath, or they might very well descend into madness. The three subordinates were suddenly struck dumb, realizing the truth in his words. Kill us. We are guilty beyond measure. We deserve 1,000 deaths. Please, we beseech you. End our lives now. You wish to die? However, the Tsuchi-Tsum clan had arrived, and upon hearing their pleas, they all grinned wickedly. You will meet your end. But certainly not today. I was wrong. Please, spare me. We are mere lackeys. That portly scoundrel is the mastermind. The three thieves, having completely lost their will to resist, wailed in despair. I confess. I admit. You have an insider. We received assistance from someone within your ranks to breach the barriers so easily. Also, the poison you bear was supplied by us. That traitor fed it to you. Chapter 40. The disparity between ninja villages. An insider? The young Tsuchi-Tsum member's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing this. Even at this moment, you dare to spout nonsense. Attempting to sow discord within our clan? I swear. The young man angrily raised his foot to stomp on one of the thieves' necks when suddenly, an elderly voice rang out. Halting him, the young man reflexively stopped, realizing it was the injured Yuki who had been supported by a middle-aged man. Elder? The young man's face contorted with rage, unable to comprehend why the elder would intervene. Cough, cough, cough. Yuji Shinja did not pay attention to him, but instead turned to the people of Muye. Upon noticing this, Naliao Shika quickly exchanged glances with Qin Shojin Yue and the others. Subsequently, they leaped in front of the old man. We apologize for our tardiness. Not at all. You have arrived much earlier than the agreed time, Yuji Shinja replied, shaking his head without any intention of shirking responsibility. His gaze lingered on Qin Shojin Yue and the others for a moment before he continued. These individuals have committed heinous crimes against the Tujuzi clan. May we take them into our custody? Otherwise, it would be difficult for me, as the clan leader, to explain to my people. Of course, this aligns perfectly with my earlier intentions. Thank you very much. Yuji Shinja gestured to the middle-aged man beside him, indicating him to deal with the thieves. I had hoped to treat you well, but alas, let us not dwell on that. If you do not mind, please come inside to discuss further. Through his conversation with Yuji Shinja, Naliao Shika began to comprehend the situation. The attack by the thieves commenced shortly after lunch. Indeed, the process was as described by that earlier fellow. Everyone had been oblivious until the enemy launched their assault, at which point they discovered they had been poisoned with a toxin that dissolved their chakra. This was the reason why the 20-strong Forbidden Technique guard had been reduced to hiding within the house, unable to retaliate against such a ragtag group. When asked why they did not employ forbidden techniques against them, the guards voiced their concerns, insisting it was a secret that must not be disclosed. Nevertheless, Yuji Shinja shook his head and provided an answer. Utilizing the technique Nu Fa Tian requires a certain preparation time. At the beginning of the battle, it was not considered, and later on, the environment was no longer suitable. Yuji Xingzhe also mentioned that, in reality, once they retreated into the house and relied on the barrier to hold out, they had already resigned themselves to the idea of mutual destruction. The power of Nu Fa Tian was immense. Once unleashed, the mountaintop would be reduced to rubble. According to their accounts, from the moment they withdrew into the house, Yuji Xingzhe had begun to accumulate natural energy. Had the people of Mu Ye arrived half an hour later, Guqing Shan would have presented a very different scene. During the ensuing discussion, someone entered to report the damages incurred from the incident. The 23 members of the Forbidden Technique Guard had been reduced to just 8, all of whom were injured. While other damages, such as the destruction of buildings, were minor, the most concerning matter was that the old man's most cherished and promising apprentice, Long Tao, had also fallen victim to the poison. Judging by the state of the corpse, it appeared he had perished just as the outer barrier was breached. Nu Fa Tian was a particularly unique forbidden technique, requiring specific talent and long-term training to wield. It was not something one could simply pick up and use. Thus, Long Tao's death was undoubtedly a significant blow to Yuji Xingzhe. At his age, there was little time left to cultivate another successor. Moreover, even if he wished to persevere, he needed a suitable talent to nurture. This incident had truly reached a critical point for the Tujuzi clan. Alas, it seems our clan is not meant to possess such forbidden techniques. Upon hearing the report, Yuji Xingzhe appeared utterly despondent. Yet, when he gazed at the exhausted but vibrant Qian Shoujin Yue and the others, a flicker of hope sparkled in his eyes. If only these 3 children were part of the Tujuzi clan, even if only one of them were, I could die in peace. Alas, this is the disparity that cannot be envied. Clan leader, sensing the old man's despair, the remaining young guards, ignoring their wounds, hastily stood up to advise, "Please do not utter such words, clan leader. This time, we were caught off guard by unknown poison. Otherwise, how could these ruffians possibly stand a chance against us? Indeed, clan leader, please reconsider. Nu Fa Tian is the foundation of our clan's existence. We cannot afford to lose this forbidden technique." The young guards were anxious, nearly breaking into a sweat. Yuji Xingzhe listened quietly until they had exhausted their arguments, then surveyed the room before softly speaking. "Have you all finished? If so, allow me to share a few words." Silence enveloped the room. The guards, though reluctant, had no choice but to sit down and listen attentively. Since our clan first revealed Nu Fa Tian to the world, although we have garnered countless accolades for our ability to level cities, upon reflection, has this forbidden technique truly brought any substantial benefits to our clan? Indeed, because of its existence, many powerful factions refrain from provoking us. But what else? Thieves, rogue ninjas, various traitorous ninjas, since our clan settled here. I have lost count of how many battles have erupted over the desire to seize our forbidden technique. Each time, it has cost us precious clan members. As a forbidden technique, if it cannot benefit our people and instead demands the sacrifice of lives to safeguard it, is it truly worth gambling the fate of our entire clan on its legacy? But clan leader, without the forbidden technique, what will become of our clan in the future? Enough. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with the emissaries from Mu Ye. Clan leader, leave now. Yuji Xingzhe's tone grew unusually stern. Witnessing the guard's anxious, reddened eyes, he could not help but sigh. "I will consider this carefully. You may go for now. But do not allow the emissaries from Mu Ye to see us as a joke." Alas, the guards, distressed, stomped their feet, but since the clan leader had spoken, they had no choice but to obediently depart. Yuji Xingzhe turned to Qian Shoujin Yue and the others, then instructed the middle-aged man beside him. "Duan Bingwei, please take these young friends to rest. Remember to prepare plenty of snacks and sweets that children enjoy." "Yes." Duan Bingwei complied, and upon receiving a nod from Na Liao Shika, Qian Shoujin Yue and the others stood and exited together, leaving the representatives of the 2 factions to converse for an extended period. As for the content of their discussion, Na Liao Shika did not mention a word upon exiting. Qian Shoujin Yue and the others understood that this matter required confidentiality, thus they refrained from inquiring further. That night, despite the unfortunate circumstances, Yuji Xingzhe still made an effort to host the 4 guests. However, given the host's predicament and their own poisoning, they could not indulge in a feast, but merely satisfied their hunger before taking on the duty of night watch and patrol. The following day was largely spent managing the affairs of the deceased. Qian Shoujin Yue and the others continued their guard duties, while the subsequent investigation into the traitor and the handling of the remaining thieves was beyond the purview of these outsiders. Chapter 41. What a pity. If only I had. That wave should not have been executed in such a manner. Clearly, there was such a favorable positional advantage. Alas, what a poor performance it was. On the night of May 14th, during a shift break, Qian Shoujin Yue lay on his bed, his mind replaying the afternoon's battle repeatedly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had not performed well. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had been utterly foolish in his performance that afternoon. On May 15th, during my patrol, I inadvertently passed by the area where the battle had occurred the previous day. When the first water dragon exploded, I should have seamlessly spread the mist over them, and then used my clone to divert their attention while my main body unleashed an all-out attack with my mental energy, ensuring those three rascals would be instantly encased in ice. Alas, I was too excited, lacking the battle experience to perform well. On May 16th, while returning and continuously pushing through the branches in the woods, I realized that during my clone's attack, I shouldn't have used the water dragon again. I ought to have directly unleashed ice shards like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. I should have blasted them right in the face. On May 17th, indeed, my specialty lies in water and ice manipulation. I could have simply drawn water to ensnare them until they perished or drowned. Why bother with the water dragon? It's all just show. I truly thought I was being impressive, so naive. On the afternoon of May 18th, as I returned home and fumbled with my keys to unlock the door, I realized my powers primarily revolve around freezing and cold. After dispersing the mist, I should have immediately frozen them. I should have been more decisive, or I could have simply summoned rain upon them. Why stick to the water dragon? If I just doused them in rain, I could have toyed with them at will. Alas, I was still too young. My on-the-spot reactions were too weak. This time, I undoubtedly made mistakes in battle. I now understand that if I encounter them again, my performance will surely surpass this one. With a click, I turned the key and opened the door. In that moment, I realized that the three of them had already been crushed to pulp. Where would I encounter them again? Damn it. For the past few days, I had been imagining them as hypothetical adversaries. The next time? Will there even be a next time? Damn. I've spent these days obsessively strategizing against them, contemplating my opening move, how they would respond, and what skills I should use in retaliation. In the office of the Hokage, this is the entire account of the escort mission. The return journey was indeed arduous, so upon arriving back in the village, Nara Shikaku instructed the students to rest while he reported the details of the mission to the third Hokage. Furthermore, certain matters required the Hokage's personal judgment. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, holding the handwritten note from the emissary. After listening to the mission briefing, he did not respond immediately, but instead silently read through the note. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and nodded. Very well, since you believe this method is feasible, we shall proceed as discussed. Yes, Hokage-sama, Nara Shikaku replied. Afterward, he suddenly scratched his head and chuckled. By the way, none of my three students are particularly quick-tongued. The third Hokage paused, then chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, he had forgotten the nature of these three youngsters. After a brief moment of reflection, he said, "All right, I will arrange this matter. You need not worry. Focus on your students. After all, they are still children. The first encounter with blood may lead to some discomfort, and you should soothe them promptly. There are countless tasks awaiting you here." Understood, he said, reflecting on his students' performance over the past 2 days. Although they seemed normal, they might be putting on a brave face, and upon returning to familiar surroundings, their emotions could erupt. As the team leader, he bore this responsibility. "I shall take my leave for now." The third Hokage nodded and continued reviewing the documents. However, before Nara Shikaku took 2 steps away, he suddenly remembered something and called out to him. "Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Please, go ahead. Suna returned a couple of days ago. Remember to take Senju to pay her a visit." "Is that so?" "Tsunade Dano has returned." Nara Shikaku's eyes brightened instantly. He held immense respect for Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. To put it mildly, his admiration bordered on reverence. "I will do so, Hokage-sama." Nara Shikaku's spirit visibly lifted. Tsunade Dano often traveled away from the village, and now that she had returned, he was determined to pay a visit, even without the involvement of Senju. It was a must. Go on. The third Hokage did not call him back this time. After Nara Shikaku left, he lost interest in continuing his review of the documents and walked to the window. He gazed outside at the bustling street filled with passers-by. observing the genuine smiles on their faces and the children frolicking about. The recent reports from the Umbu resurfaced in his mind. Lacking a foolproof method to secure victory? As he pondered, a smile crept upon the third Hokage's lips. According to the Umbu's report, during this escort mission, the three children had performed admirably. Not only did they endure the journey without complaint, but when faced with their first taste of genuine combat, they quickly adjusted. A jonin leading three freshly graduated students managed to eliminate a band of desperate rogues without sustaining injuries. Even though Nara Shikaku played a decisive role, it did not diminish the high praise the old man had for the children's performance. As for the Umbu's observation that Senju Shinju's ice manipulation was sufficient for crowd control but lacked lethality, the old man acknowledged it. Yet what did it matter? A child not yet 8 years old, in their first serious battle, single-handedly dispatched 3 bloodthirsty rogue ninjas. Even if they were all low-ranked, such a feat was already exceptional. What more could one desire? Indeed, the old man's smile was almost ear to ear. What an exceptional talent. How could he possibly find fault? As for the B-rank mission, what kind of reward would be fitting? As one ages, it is natural to reminisce about the past, observing the peaceful and prosperous village he governed. The third Hokage could not help but reflect on the days he spent teaching his own students. It had been so long since Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had grown up. He had not experienced such delightful troubles in over a decade. Chapter 42. Grand. Magnificent. Majestic. Colossal. Tsunade Dano has returned? Really? Just 2 hours after parting. Izumi and Takema showed no signs of resistance when summoned again. In fact, upon hearing they were to visit Tsunade Dano, Izumi became so excited that she could hardly sit still. Naturally, one would be elated. After all, it was Tsunade Dano. Any woman would admire her. Izumi justified her excitement. Hinata Takema may not have displayed the same exuberance as Izumi, but his anticipation was evident. His eyes sparkled more than usual. As for Senju Shinju, it goes without saying, everyone could skip the visit, but not him. Knock knock. The 4 of them, led by Nara Shikaku, knocked on the door of Tsunade's residence. As the princess appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, it was only fitting that she had a house with a courtyard. Come in. A clear voice called from within, followed by the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. When the door opened, a slightly petite face peeked out. Oh, is that you, Shikaka-senpai? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing her voice, Nara Shikaku immediately recognized her. Oh, it's Shizune. Long time no see. Ah, alas, there is no helping it. Recently, I have been accompanying Darin Tsunade on her various ventures. Is it not true that Luju-senpai has come to visit her? Please, do come in. The transition of topics is rather abrupt. Might these 3 young ones be the students that Luju-senpai is currently mentoring? Indeed, due to various reasons, it is so. What a surprise. I thought it was the old man himself who had arrived. As I spoke while walking, a disgruntled voice suddenly echoed from ahead. The group immediately turned to follow the sound, and there, the main hall's door stood wide open. A young woman clad in a green long coat was carelessly leaning against the table, extracting a wine flask from beneath it. While pouring herself another drink, she muttered, honestly. Upon returning, I am met with restrictions on what I can and cannot do. It's utterly vexing. Seeing such a scene, and observing the incredulous expressions on his students' faces, Nara Lujo scratched his head, displaying a wry smile. Tsunade-sama, is this truly acceptable? I have 3 young admirers of yours right beside me. Tsunade-sama, please refrain from this behavior. In a state of near madness, Shizune exclaimed, your image. As one of the legendary Sannin, you must maintain your dignity. She rushed over, nearly grinding her teeth, to snatch the flask and cup, swiftly stowing them away in an unseen corner. Tsunade, appearing somewhat tipsy, seemed to take a moment to process the situation. It wasn't until Shizune had finished her task and was wiping her brow that Tsunade blinked in realization. Glancing at the now empty table, suddenly, she slammed her hands on the table and shouted, Shizune, what are you doing? Why did you take away my wine? Oh. Despite knowing she was in the right, hearing Tsunade's wrath still startled Shizune into acute demeanor. Nara Lugio found this development somewhat unexpected, yet it felt familiar, reminiscent of the Tsunade he knew. However, today he was there to visit with students, and he could not simply allow the scene to unfold unchecked. Thus, after clearing his throat, he knelt formally before the table under Tsunade's displeased gaze. It has been a while, Tsunade-sama. These are my current students. We just returned from a mission at noon, and upon hearing of your return, I brought them to pay their respects. Oh, lacking her wine. Tsunade's mood was evidently not high. While she did not scowl at her juniors, she merely cast a few casual glances before moving on. Have you really fallen to the point of mentoring children? How to respond to such a remark? Truth be told, I hadn't anticipated this either. Nevertheless, conversing with Tsunade-sama required a certain decorum. After a moment's consideration, Naruto smiled at his students, yet his expression was serious as he spoke. Though they are still young, they are all exceptionally talented. I feel both proud and honored to serve as their leading jonin. Oh, his words indeed surprised Tsunade slightly. Hinata. Senju Uchiha? Her gaze swept over the three children, particularly lingering on Hinata's Byakugan, and she noted how the little girl instinctively leaned closer to Senju Shingetsu under her scrutiny. Suddenly, without warning, she teased, that old man truly dares to dream. Naruto was not at all surprised that Tsunade-sama discerned the intent behind the third Hokage's creation of this Team 9, nor the deeper meaning in appointing him as their leader. However, faced with her blatant mockery, he could only chuckle and pretend he hadn't heard. After all, who in the village would dare to challenge her? Hey kid. In the midst of his reverie, Tsunade had already engaged with the students. She beckoned to Senju Shingetsu, saying, "What is your name?" "I am Senju Shingetsu, Princess Tsunade." Given her own persona and the myriad influences Tsunade had unwittingly imparted over the past 2 years, Shingetsu exhibited impeccable decorum in their first conversation. "Princess?" Tsunade's eyes widened momentarily, clearly taken aback to hear herself addressed in such a manner. Yet, it was only for an instant, as she quickly regained her composure, feigning shyness as she pulled Shingetsu into an embrace. "You little rascal, you certainly know how to charm." Ugh, ugh. So big. Your Highness, it's overwhelming. I feel as though my head is sinking into an abyss. The oxygen is running low. Only through deep breaths could he stave off the dizziness from the lack of air. Please, do not do this. Oh dear. What embarrassment is there for such a young child? Tsunade had merely been caught up in the moment, teasing the child. However, upon noticing the little girl's lips pressed into a tight line, recalling how she had instinctively leaned towards Senju Shingetsu earlier, and observing the boy struggling against her embrace, Tsunade's eyes glinted mischievously. Well, she pretended to release her hold slowly, yet just as Shingetsu finally managed to extract her head, Tsunade abruptly asked, "Is it big?" "Yes. It's too big. Really, I was truly suffocated." Thus, upon hearing this question, Shingetsu instinctively nodded. "My head is spinning." Chapter 43, in the Jianghu. One cannot be without skills. On May 19th, at the training ground near Senju Shingetsu's home on the eastern side of the village, the 3 students of Team 9 were engaged in their respective training. Originally, today was supposed to be a day of rest after completing a B-rank mission, which would be standard practice. Luju-sensei had also insisted on this. However, the two, Izumi and Hinata Tokima, were not the lazy sort. Reflecting on their recent battle, they found themselves unable to remain idle. Observing her classmates' training, Shingetsu thought, with just 3 members in the team, how could she afford to rest? Let us compete. Shall we? While I dare not claim superiority in other aspects, I have never backed down when it comes to competition. You all know that I was the one who trained tirelessly in my previous life. Hence, this led to the scene today. Though it was termed collective training, for the most part, the 3 were focused on their individual pursuits. Izumi had become quite adept with her Sharingan, needing only more chakra and stamina, elements that could only be honed through consistent training. Thus, she was experimenting with a technique that Shingetsu had once suggested, gathering lightning chakra in one hand and executing a lightning-fast thrust attack using the dynamic vision of her Sharingan. In all honesty, it was not that Shingetsu had not wanted to teach it. Rather, she could not quite recall the specific hand seals Kakashi had used during Raikiri when she watched the anime, leaving her only able to provide a conceptual framework for Izumi to explore. If Raikiri was not feasible, then there was still Chidori, albeit with differing chakra consumption. Essentially, the same principle applied. Meanwhile, Hinata Tokima had taken on the trial of Izumi's icy fortress. Speaking of which, the young man could not help but exclaim, "A great responsibility has been bestowed upon me." Ever since witnessing Shingetsu utilizing this technique to train Izumi, he had been utterly exhilarated. The mechanism I find utterly tailored for my disdain. Thus, every time training commences, Shinsho Jinyu must conjure a doppelganger to assist his companions with marbles. What can one say? It was acceptable to train the adorable girls, but not for the comrades? This reasoning is unfounded. All belong to the same team. and such blatant disparity in treatment is uncalled for. In contrast to the two, Qinshu Jinhua pondered deeply. How could he best harness his ice abilities? He had also identified a flaw from the previous battle, a lack of swift means to neutralize enemy attacks. Should he, like Naruto, simply conjure spheres? Water could be molded, but how might one shape ice? Here, receive my spinning ice projectile. Absurd. Furthermore, due to the nature of his ice abilities, he preferred to engage enemies from a distance. Speaking of distance, I recall a character from Marvel who whistled. With this thought, Qinshu Jinhua extended his right hand and conjured an ice arrow approximately 30 centimeters in length, 2 fingers thick, entirely transparent, with a sharply pointed diamond tip. Since the propulsion relied solely on his mental strength, it lacked any fletching. He decided to test his control range. With a mere thought, the ice arrow soared into the air and gradually advanced forward. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. No, it felt as though there was a delay. 30 meters seemed to be the threshold. As for further distances, he contemplated testing his limits. 50, 60, 80, 100. No, beyond 100 meters became increasingly difficult to control. Was 30 meters acceptable? It seemed so. With his current physique and mental strength, 30 meters felt fluid. Within this range, he could wield his abilities with precision. From 30 to 100 meters, there was a sense of latency, but with some adaptation, it could be manageable. Beyond 100 meters, however, it became utterly unfeasible. Akin to a small horse dragging several carts, with a severe loss of control. For Qinshu Jinhua, 100 meters was a realm beyond his capabilities. With distance established, the next considerations were speed and lethality. In truth, speed and lethality often correlate. He chose a tree that 2 people could embrace and stepped approximately 30 meters back. Since this was a test, he consciously refrained from expending excessive mental energy, striving for a manageable exertion level. Go. In just over 2 seconds, the ice arrow embedded itself into the trunk, its tip completely lodged, indicating significant power. Was it around 10 meters per second? After withdrawing the ice arrow and returning to his original position, he prepared to test his maximum speed. Fixing his gaze on the tree trunk, he focused his mental energy to exert pressure on the ice arrow's exterior. When he sensed he had reached his output limit, he commanded, "Go." In an instant, the ice arrow pierced the trunk before he could even count to 1, and it continued to penetrate, finally embedding itself into a second tree several meters behind. The impact was substantial. However, the energy expenditure was considerable. This single shot felt akin to consuming a potent liquor, and signs of damage appeared on the ice arrow, particularly at the tip. The entire point had nearly worn away. In a battle scenario, this would severely impact sustained combat. Thus, he resolved to enhance the arrow's hardness. It is well known that ice's hardness inversely correlates with temperature. At 0 C, its hardness is 12. At -50 C, it can reach 6, and at -70 C, it may even attain a Mohs hardness of 7, surpassing that of granite. All it required was to create low temperatures. Grasping the damaged ice arrow, he closed his eyes to concentrate, fervently infusing it with mental strength. 15, 30, 50, 75. He was uncertain of the precise temperature reached, but observing the icy arrow emanating a chilling aura, Qinshu Jinhua was convinced this was the lowest temperature he could currently achieve. Once he adjusted his breathing, the ice arrow soared again, but this time, rather than aiming at the tree trunk, he selected a stone approximately half his height, 30 meters away. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and applied external pressure to the arrow. Go. A faint sound of impact echoed, and as Qinshu Jinhua approached, he discovered that the entire ice arrow had penetrated the stone. Though invisible from the outside, his senses confirmed it had embedded itself more than half a meter deep. Not only that, though it was unfortunate, it was now irretrievable. He decided to explore another thought that had emerged in his mind. Explode. Not an explosion in the traditional sense, but to unleash the frigid energy from within the ice arrow. Crack. The moment the thought sparked, he heard a crisp cracking sound from within the stone, and its surface was instantly coated in a layer of white frost. Was the effect this immediate? He pondered, clenched his right fist to form a gauntlet, took a few steps back, and delivered a powerful punch aimed at the arrow's impact site. Countless fragments of stone scattered across the ground. With that single strike, the half-height stone shattered into a pile. Chapter 44, No Money. How about I teach you medical ninjutsu? Around 6 in the evening, after finishing dinner, Qinshu Jinhua ventured out and walked south for several dozen meters, ultimately entering Tsunade's residence. It proved that despite Tsunade's seemingly carefree demeanor, she indeed considered the welfare of her clan. The matter traces back to their meeting yesterday, after initial pleasantries. Noticing the sole promising talent within the clan, Tsunade contemplated offering some benefit, feeling it would be improper otherwise. But what should she offer? Firstly, as a globally renowned figure, monetary assistance was out of the question. As for items of value, nearly everything that could be exchanged was already gone, and the most valuable necklace she possessed was utterly off-limits. What then? Should she teach him gambling techniques or drinking? After all, he was still a minor. After much deliberation, she concluded it would be best to impart medical ninjutsu. This was her forte. Conveniently, Team 9 lacked a medical ninja, and the other two members, one possessing Byakugan and the other Sharingan, were ill-suited for such tasks. Most importantly, the young one's ice techniques could prove beneficial in situations requiring hemostasis or the preservation of fresh organs. Regarding Tsunade's sudden decision, Shinsho Jinyue, despite having prepared for the logistical support of Yakushi Kabuto, found himself more inclined towards learning the art of overwhelming strength, akin to shattering mountains with a single punch. However, since she had proposed it, it would be improper for him, as the beneficiary, to decline without a valid reason. Moreover, he genuinely believed that mastering medical ninjutsu would offer substantial advantages. In terms of functionality, it would often yield returns on investment. Ultimately, it was a worthwhile endeavor. Thus, the two agreed that during Tsunade's time in the village, Shinsho Jinyue would visit her home for several hours each evening after dinner to further his studies. Lady Tsunade, I have arrived. Upon entering, he found Tsunade busily engaged at the table. As for the title of princess, he decided to forego it. One was cumbersome to articulate, while the other sent shivers down his spine, preferring to address her by name as he would with others. Tsunade fidgeted for a moment, then stepped aside, revealing a collection of scrolls laid out on the table, alongside a seemingly dormant octopus. It has been said that although you are quite young, your mind is exceptionally agile and your perseverance remarkably strong. Shinsho Jinyue, following the instructions, fetched a stool and stood by the table. My perseverance is strong? How peculiar. Who knows me so well? Medical ninjas differ from combat types. They require not only meticulous chakra control, but also extensive specialized knowledge, along with a flexible mind and unwavering tenacity. According to that kid, Lugio, you are merely lacking in specialized knowledge among these qualities. However, this deficiency is not a significant concern for you, as you are still young and have ample time to study gradually. As for the first step, let us begin with this octopus that has entered a state of apparent death. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation for a state of apparent death? Upon hearing this, Shinsho Jinyue reached out to gently touch the octopus's head. Fortunately, it had already been processed and did not feel excessively slimy or anything like that, including but not limited to what you mentioned. Tsunade remarked as she retreated to the sofa, beckoning to the side, and Shizun promptly presented a wine glass. Tsunade, delighted, downed a glass, stating that in order to revive a creature in a state of apparent death, the general method involves stimulating the heart or brain with chakra. The octopus possesses a normal heart and two branchial hearts, with a secondary brain in each leg. A drink before sleep is truly delightful. Tsunade-sama, please take this seriously. You are currently teaching a student. Why does everyone praise this fellow to the heavens when speaking of him? Is there really a need for me to teach him, even a little? Never mind, as long as you are happy. Stimulating the heart or brain with chakra. Choosing to start with the octopus is perhaps due to its numerous vital organs, making it easier to see results? Although she claimed otherwise, it seems she genuinely wishes to impart knowledge to me. Form the seals, extract chakra, and gather it in both hands. Certainly, the chakra used here must be of the yang attribute. As a descendant of the Shinsho clan, possessing yang attribute chakra is quite normal, isn't it? One must proceed slowly, without haste. Gently placing both hands a few centimeters above the octopus, I controlled the chakra to flow into its body. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. No response. Is the chakra insufficient? Then let us increase it. You may first attempt to revive one of the legs. A gentle voice suddenly emerged beside me. Thank you, Shizen-senpai. In this room, who else but her would speak so softly? There is no need to be so polite. Although you are an adult, you are still easily stirred by a few words, mumbling something about senpai. Shizen, why are you running so far? Pour the wine. The shy girl instantly panicked. Tsunade-sama, Can't you be a bit more restrained in front of a child? Wine. Hurry and bring the wine. Shizune fetched the wine. Sigh. The previous feudal lord of the Land of Fire must have been furious to see such a creature designated as a princess. Thus, while trying to find a pattern and guided by Shizune, amidst Tsunade's noisy interruptions, I persevered for nearly an hour without any sign of response from the octopus. Despite possessing the soul of an adult, I couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. The main issue was that maintaining a constant output of chakra easily leads to fatigue. What a pity they praised you as if you were a genius unseen for centuries. Tsunade-sama, you understand the difficulty of medical ninjutsu better than anyone. Who can master it in just an hour? This seemingly complaint was actually a reminder to Chinsho Jinua that such circumstances are entirely normal, and he should not be disheartened by Tsunade's banter. Poor Shizune, having just entered adulthood, was already adept at various skills. Hey kiddo. Tsunade's face was flushed, and one could only wonder how many glasses she had consumed in that hour. Paired with her youthful appearance, it was rather tempting. I heard that you exchanged the reward for this mission for a chakra weapon to give to that girl from the Uchiha clan? Wow. You already know about this afternoon's events? With only a few people in the office, who else could have told you? Indeed. Oh, you little rascal. It appears you are interested in that girl, aren't you? Such a young lad already knows how to win a girl's favor. This was said in a teasing tone, revealing a hint of mockery. Not at all, Tsunade-sama. I have no such intentions. I simply believe it is better to focus on mastering the ice release rather than learning another attribute's ninjutsu. Then you could also exchange for other useful items. However, Tsunade remained unmoved, her expression suggesting she had seen through my thoughts. Or, like that boy from the Hyuga clan, you could exchange it for cash to provide some extra income for your family. I must respectfully disagree with your statement, Tsunade-sama. At this point, Chinsho Jinua straightened slightly, his entire demeanor suddenly radiating a sense of brightness and stature. I do not possess sufficient knowledge regarding the Hyuga clan, so I cannot comment much. However, I consider myself relatively knowledgeable about Izumi. She possesses attributes of lightning, wind, and fire, along with the Sharingan. Thus, I believe if she were equipped with a weapon that facilitates smoother chakra flow, our team's strength would undoubtedly elevate significantly in a short time, allowing us to accomplish even more missions. Instead of cutting costs, it is far better to seek new sources of income. Compared to the rewards for more B rank or even A rank missions, I find such an investment exceedingly worthwhile. Incredible, perfect, well-reasoned, and articulate. Indeed, that is precisely my thought. Chapter 45, The Mission of the Land of Water. June 7th, clear skies. After another fortnight of routine tasks such as watering, catching cats, and clearing waterways, Team 9 finally welcomed their second C-rank mission, investigating and resolving the mysterious disappearances in the Land of Water. The Land of Water, situated in the border sea, comprises numerous islands of varying sizes. If experts from my previous life were to witness this, they would surely argue that such a journey is detrimental to the knees and that frequently stepping on tree trunks harms the environment, wouldn't they? The so-called mysterious disappearances refer to individuals who vanish without a trace, whether living or deceased, as if they have completely disappeared from this world. Could it be that they fell into the sea and were swept away? That seems unlikely. Nara Lugio immediately shook his head without hesitation. The residents of the Land of Water rely on the sea for their livelihood, and their only means of transportation is by boat. People who deal with the ocean daily would unlikely make the mistake of falling into the sea and being swept away. Moreover, this mysterious disappearance is not an isolated incident. It has occurred to such an extent that the Lord of the Land of Water had to seek assistance from Kanahagakure. To suggest that so many individuals have all been swept away by the sea, leaving no trace whatsoever, seems rather implausible. Oh, Izumi nodded, refraining from further questions. Unlike traveling by car in my previous life, the journey for ninjas is quite monotonous, and given that we must traverse 2 countries, we mostly remain silent to conserve energy, only speaking a few words during breaks. Luju-sensei. The materials indicate that the Land of Water has signed a military treaty with the Land of Water and pays a considerable fee annually. Why do they not seek assistance from their allied nation, but instead travel all the way to Kanahagakure? This issue should be related to the recent isolationist policies of Wuin Village, which have hindered smooth interactions even among allied nations. Regarding the matter concerning Izumi, Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment before providing a thoughtful response, clearly having contemplated the situation. It is also possible that the sea country cannot justify the incident of kamikaze as an act of war, thus failing to provide a valid reason for the water country to mobilize its military forces. After a brief respite to replenish their energy, which merely involved consuming a few rations, they resumed their journey. The other 3 members of the group faced little difficulty, as they merely had to continue onward. The most arduous task fell upon the young man from the Hyuga clan, who, if not constantly utilizing his Byakugan, at least had to periodically monitor their surroundings. Shikaka-sensei. There's a situation ahead. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku immediately halted and raised his right fist. Such a sudden transition from extreme motion to complete stillness could only be comprehended by a physics teacher in moments of profound urgency. What is it? The others quickly gathered around, their gazes drawn to Hyuga Takuma. Approximately 2 kilometers ahead, in an open area, a group of people appeared to have been taken hostage. The young Hyuga wasted no time, activating his Byakugan once more, observing and reporting on the situation. It seems that one side consists of a merchant caravan, while the other has fewer individuals, though each possesses chakra. Are they hijacking the merchant caravan? With everyone possessing chakra, the likelihood of rogue ninjas is significantly higher. What should we do? Should we bypass them? Without a decisive answer from the teacher, Hyuga Takuma continued to observe the unfolding circumstances. Ideally, a team like theirs, dispatched for a mission, would strive to avoid unexpected encounters. Yet, upon glancing at his students, whether it be the naive Izumi or Takuma, who proposed an alternative route, their expressions subtly conveyed a desire to intervene and offer assistance. In contrast, Senju Magetsu, who had encountered similar situations before, remained remarkably composed, showing no emotional reaction to the plight of those in distress. What is the strength of the opposing force? After a moment's contemplation, Nara Shikaku concluded that if he were alone, he could choose to save or abandon the situation. However, with several underage children in his care, he felt it would be prudent to attempt a rescue for their psychological growth, provided it did not pose significant trouble. Indeed, upon hearing his inquiry, both Izumi and Takuma's faces lit up with a glimmer of hope, while the seemingly calm Senju Magetsu conjured an ice arrow. Could this young lad be attempting to outshine his teacher? Such a thought flashed through Shikaku's mind, evoking a bittersweet smile. Nevertheless, he was soon diverted by Takuma's report. Based on the chakra levels, one individual is comparable to Shikaka-sensei, with 2 others slightly weaker, while the remaining 11 are on par with me. This indicated a likely composition of 1 Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 11 Genin. A formidable challenge for a team of students who had only graduated 3 months prior, though they faced only 2 additional Chunin compared to their previous encounter at Katsuragi Mountain. The difficulty had undeniably escalated several levels. Let us first assess the situation before making any decisions, suggested Senju Magetsu, who suddenly stood up. Nara Shikaku regarded him, and then the ice arrow hovering beside him, realizing he had nearly overlooked this tactic. Having witnessed the power of this technique, he acknowledged that with the right timing, victory was indeed within reach. Then let us proceed with caution. Move. With the decision made, Nara Shikaku led the way, stealthily advancing forward. For a ninja, the 2-kilometer distance was but a fleeting moment. Upon reaching a cluster of trees, Hyuga Takuma signaled for the others to halt, and they quickly crouched down. Outside the foliage, not far ahead lay an expanse teeming with individuals, including horse-drawn carts, certainly numbering in the hundreds, and encircling them were merely a dozen or so captors. Hey, what are you doing? I can pay you. Just don't harm my people. A frail voice echoed amidst the clamor, suggesting that the merchants were likely from the same clan. Huh, old man. What are you babbling about? Killing you will simply allow us to claim your wealth. The more the elderly man pleaded, the more exhilarated the robbers became. This cannot be. Aren't you in it for the money? How could you act so mercilessly? The old man clung to his last shred of hope, attempting to reason with them. While Nara Shikaku and his companions had already assessed the positions and movements of the rogue ninjas. He pointed to himself, then to the most formidable-looking ninja outside the group, making a gesture as if to grasp from below. Afterward, he turned to Senju Magetsu, indicating the outer ring of genin armed with various weapons and glancing at his ice arrow, casting a questioning look. Can you handle those minor thugs? However, Senju Magetsu shook his head slightly, not out of inability, but rather because he already had a more efficient strategy forming in his mind, observing the overconfident rogue ninjas. Chapter 46. This round is an information warfare. Shikaka-sensei, let us proceed as planned. If your shadow captures that jonin, I will eliminate him instantly with my ice arrow. If not, I can ambush him while he is distracted by you. Senju Magetsu was confident in the speed of his ice arrow. Should they successfully eliminate the troublesome jonin at the outset, the remaining lackeys would pose little challenge for their group. The only concern was the distance. The merchant caravan was not positioned at the edge of the clearing, but rather in its center, at least 100 meters away from their concealed position among the trees. This meant that Senju Magetsu could not afford to wait for the opportune moment, but would have to expose himself to the enemy's line of sight. Yet, doing so would undoubtedly alert the adversaries, complicating matters beyond his initial design. Nara Shikaku continued to observe his students, trusting that if he could discern this challenge, the clever young lad would surely grasp it as well. Thus, he refrained from interrupting or dismissing the plan. As for drawing the enemy's attention, it came as no surprise that Senju Magetsu's gaze shifted to Izumi, or more precisely, to her eyes. The Sharingan? Nara Shikaku pondered, aware of the fearsome reputation the Sharingan held, yet questioned whether Izumi, possessing only a single tomo, could shoulder such a responsibility. Hey, just take the money. Don't kill anyone. Shikaka-sensei. The urgency of the situation compelled Izumi to disregard her apprehensions, urgently nodding at Nara Shikaku. Magetsu believes I can do it. And I trust that I can. Nara Shikaku was acutely aware that this was not a time for hesitation. With a serious expression, he exchanged a resolute glance with Senju Shingetsu. Noting Shingetsu's unwavering determination, he decisively declared, I. He pointed at himself again, but this time not merely indicating the jonin. After making a grasping gesture, he directed his finger toward the two small, head-like figures nearby. Given the students' fervor, it was imperative for him, as their teacher, to rally his spirits as well. After all, they were merely two chunin, not a daunting challenge. We will pay them. Let us avoid further bloodshed, shall we? Ha! Move out. Seizing the opportunity while most of the rogue ninjas were distracted by the old man's voice, Nara Shikaku swiftly charged ahead. Following closely behind him were Senju Shingetsu and Izumi, albeit at a slightly slower pace. As for Hyuga Tokima, to be frank, the family martial arts he had learned leaned more towards defense, and such an aggressive maneuver was somewhat outside his expertise. Therefore, Shikaku's sole instruction to him was to protect himself, avoid getting hit. Just as they emerged from the thicket, Nara Shikaku immediately created a shadow clone, positioning the clone in front while he remained behind. Who goes there? The Jonin's perceptive abilities were indeed formidable. Before the group could fully escape the shadows of the trees, the rogue ninja leader suddenly turned and barked a shout in their direction. Brother! The two Chunin reacted the fastest, swiftly appearing beside the Jonin after hearing his call. Who are you? Where did you come from? Show yourself. The lower-ranked ninjas were a touch slower to respond. However, as seasoned rogues, they quickly regained their wits, charging forth with loud cries. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. For Nara Shikaku, who was sprinting toward them, the initially scattered positions of the three adversaries had fortuitously provided him with the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. What a splendid chance. The clone in front performed hand seals to further attract attention, while the real Shikaku followed closely, overlapping and separating from the clone's form. As they closed the distance, he suddenly dashed forward and crouched, his shadow racing beneath the clone, and their combined speed surged. A shadow? It must be from the Nara clan of Konoha. As a Jonin, he had some knowledge. Upon seeing the shadow below, he immediately shouted, attempting to leap away. He was well aware that the primary target was none other than himself, their strongest asset. However, at that moment, he caught sight of the trio rushing toward him. And to his shock, the young girl among them possessed blood-red eyes. Sharingan, the rogue Jonin, who initially regarded them as a minor annoyance, was suddenly enveloped in a chill, prompting him to avert his gaze and urgently warn his subordinates, do not look into that girl's eyes. Go. A barely perceptible glimmer streaked through the Jonin's chest. Senju Shingetsu had been waiting for this opportunity, banking on the fear and lack of information regarding the Sharingan among outsiders. Due to the low temperature, no blood flowed from the ice arrow's passage, leaving merely a frozen hole. Cough, cough, brother, brother. The two Chunin beside him finally recognized something was amiss. Yet, just as they moved closer, they found their bodies inexplicably unresponsive. What is happening? Why can't I move? Shadow mimicry technique, success. The returning ice arrow struck the two Chunin's necks, piercing through them. while simultaneously transforming the mortally wounded Jonin into a sieve. Naruto. The shadow clone, which had merely been an annoyance throughout, now wore a resigned smile. Turning away, he proceeded to assist Izumi in dealing with the remaining lackeys. The boss is down. Clatter. Please do not kill me. Once one individual led the way in surrender, the rest followed suit without hesitation. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Izumi. Due to the Jonin's warning about not looking into her eyes, she had never encountered an opponent who could compel others to avert their gaze. Oh my. This is too amusing. Continue resisting. Why has everyone suddenly thrown down their weapons? As the chaos unfolded, the merchants who had been cornered finally grasped the situation. The earlier old man, now wailing like a broken gong over his fallen kin, lamented, "My poor Shingetsu." After ensuring the aftermath was managed, Naruto pulled Senju Shingetsu, who had been fixated on the lower-ranked ninjas, to the side of the old man. He surveyed the still coughing wounded and then glanced at Shingetsu, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Forget it. In truth, Shingetsu had intended to leave none alive. However, with Shikaku's intervention, he felt it inappropriate to be overly obstinate. With this thought in mind, he lowered the still pristine ice arrow and approached the old man, kneeling beside the injured and extending his hands to hover over them. After studying under Tsunade for over half a month, he figured even a novice should have learned something useful. This young prodigy possessed a smattering of skills in healing, stemming blood, and treating various ailments, which seemed reasonable enough. Chapter 47. The Terrifying Legend of Ghost Realm Island. Oh my, I cannot thank you enough. After a grueling 10 minutes spent reviving the injured, Elder Heian began to express his gratitude to Naruto profusely. I am the elder of this merchant convoy. Named Heian. Had you not arrived in time, we would have been doomed to an unknown fate today. Elder Heian wore an olive green hat adorned with a white feather of unclear significance. However, the most striking feature was the small black and yellow creature perched on his shoulder, grooming itself nonchalantly. We are a people without territory, constantly traveling and engaging in trade. We have traversed this route several times without incident. It is my fault. I was advised to hire some guards before departure. Ah, I see. So that is the case. The elite Jonin of Konoha found himself nearly dizzy from the old man's incessant chatter. Only after the entire merchant convoy had reorganized and prepared to depart did he manage to endure the encounter. You are ninjas from Konoha, correct? We shall remember your kindness. As the quirky elder poked his head out from the carriage to shout one last comment, Naruto could only offer a strained smile and a wave. Finally exhaling in relief when the old man retracted himself, he glanced down at his students, who appeared to be lost in thought. Oh, this old man is quite the character, isn't he? Oh dear, Senju Shingetsu sighed, turning to move forward. We should hasten our departure. Although it took mere minutes to resolve the trouble, we have squandered nearly half an afternoon in idle conversation. Fortunately, the remainder of their journey was devoid of unexpected incidents. After a day and more of relentless travel, the four finally arrived at the port nearest to the land of water, just in time to meet their mission's deadline. Wow, this place is truly magnificent. Standing atop the high embankment by the shore, gazing at the boundless sea in the distance while feeling the gently salty breeze, I instantly sensed that the fatigue of the past 2 days had dissipated significantly. Indeed, even Hinata Takuma, who usually lacks presence, scarcely expressed his thoughts. Although Konoha Village is renowned across the entire shinobi world as a prominent ninja village, it pales in comparison to the beauty of this environment. However, our village possesses numerous unique advantages that others cannot match. Just a moment ago, Izumi, who wore a satisfied expression, suddenly became irate. While this blunt observation held truth, and she was indeed the first to praise the scenery here, she immediately shifted her stance to defend her village upon hearing disparagement. Our village has a large population, many shops, and everyone leads a joyful and content life. We also have the finest ninja academy and hospital, and numerous trading caravans come to Konoha every day. Haha, alright. You all have valid points. It's merely a matter of differing perspectives. Witnessing Izumi, a member of the Uchiha clan, fervently defend her village due to a seemingly careless comment genuinely delighted Naruto. This not only indicated that the third Hokage's plans were yielding positive results, but it also suggested that bridging the gap between the Uchiha and the village was indeed a feasible endeavor. What should we do now? Should we find a boat to cross? Looking at the tranquil sea, Senju Majetsu inquired, perhaps influenced by the recent incident of the divine concealment. The harbor was already filled with fishing boats, even though there was still time before sunset. Had they returned early, or had they not ventured out at all? We want to go today? With the mention of the task, Nara Shikaku became serious. As a strategist, he was well aware that the observations and thoughts of the young Senju Magetsu could not escape his notice. Judging by the state of the harbor, it seemed the locals were also affected by the divine concealment incident. Thus, we shall rest in this small town today. Perhaps we can uncover some useful clues. Yay, that sounds wonderful. Izumi eagerly raised both hands in agreement. She had not bathed properly in nearly 3 days due to the journey. The little fairy was almost spoiled. Here, this is the key to your room. Compared to the task reward, the cost of one night's accommodation was negligible. So Nara Shikaku saw no need to deprive himself and his students for such a trifling sum. After distributing the keys and glancing at Izumi, who was impatiently yearning for a bath, he recalled the layout of the small town scene from the high embankment and felt that something significant would soon return. Thus, he addressed his students. If you are tired, feel free to rest. I will take a stroll nearby to see if I can make any discoveries. I will accompany you. Sensei. Senju Magetsu hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Hinata Takuma's serious expression, he nodded in agreement. If he followed, then he could not leave either. In this unfamiliar environment, pairing up was the least requirement. It would allow them to better respond to any unexpected situations. Then we shall proceed first. Be sure to signal if anything arises. Understood. With a brief exchange, Nara Shikaku departed with Hinata Takuma. As for the remaining two, Senju Magetsu had yet to contemplate what to do next when Izumi, unable to contain herself, dragged him inside. She was off to fill the bathtub with water. Was she feeling anxious after witnessing Magetsu's performance in the last battle? On the streets outside, Nara Shikaku casually observed Hinata Takuma several times as they walked. Although the earlier scene seemed trivial, it held different significance in his eyes as a teacher. After all, despite being mature for his age, he was still an adolescent child. Seeing a teammate younger than himself excel in battle would undoubtedly ignite a sense of competitiveness within him. Observing the seriousness on Hinata Takuma's face, Nara Shikaku silently nodded, feeling that he had uncovered a truth. Teacher Shikaku, where shall we go to gather information? The streets were sparsely populated with pedestrians and vendors, possibly due to the divine concealment incident causing people to hesitate in venturing outside. Regardless, the two wandered through the alleys for several minutes without encountering any lively spots. Well, perhaps we should ask someone. Initially hoping to glean some information from casual conversations, Nara Shikaku reluctantly approached an elderly woman tending a roadside stall, reasoning that an older person might possess more knowledge. Hello, ma'am. Ah, young man, are you here for leisure? Would you like to buy some souvenirs? Actually, ma'am, Nara Shikaku maintained a smile, carefully considering his words. We are ninjas from Konoha village, here on the request of the Land of Water to investigate the divine concealment incident. May I ask you, get lost? Who would have thought that before he could finish his sentence, the once kind-faced elderly woman suddenly changed her demeanor? If you're not buying anything, don't loiter around here. She even grabbed some small items from her stall, appearing ready to throw them at the two if they didn't leave immediately. All right, we'll be on our way. Please don't be angry. The duo hurriedly retreated 10 meters, exchanging bemused glances filled with confusion and helplessness. Her youngest son recently disappeared due to the divine concealment incident. Of course, she would react angrily to such inquiries. A middle-aged man carrying a hoe, who had evidently overheard their conversation, chimed in. Oh, sir, do you have information regarding the divine concealment incident? This was indeed an unexpected gain. Sigh. How could I not know? The man sighed deeply as he walked alongside them, continuing, do you see that island in the distance? That is Ghost Island, the richest fishing ground in the nearby waters, but a terrifying legend has been passed down among us fishermen since ancient times. Chapter 48, The Giant Shadow Beneath the Sea. Based on the clues gathered yesterday, most of the divine concealment incidents occurred near Ghost Island. After offering to pay a small fee, Nara Shikaku easily rented a fishing boat, and the next morning, he set sail with his students towards Ghost Island. Although they had held a brief meeting the previous night, considering that Team 9 had faced no significant challenges since their mission began, and given the peculiar nature of this incident, Nara Shikaku diligently reminded them once more for the sake of their safety. This is our first overseas mission, and everyone must exercise great caution. The ocean is different from land. Beneath this boundless sea, unknown dangers may lurk, and any strange occurrences could arise. Yes, As the only adult among the four, it was naturally the teacher's responsibility to steer the boat. Fortunately, the weather remained pleasant, and even Narashikaku, who had little experience in sailing, quickly grasped the essentials. It seemed that the islands they had viewed from the high embankment appeared deceptively close, for now that they were truly setting sail. The distance turned out to be much greater. It seems that not only mountains can deceive, but the sea can also exhaust a teacher. Whose boat is that? Who dares to venture out to sea? A small crowd gathered at the harbor, and as they pointed and murmured, more passing fishermen joined in. It's mine. Last night, a stranger suddenly approached us, expressing a desire to rent a boat, claiming to investigate this Shanine incident. Ah, I know. It was an adult accompanied by a strangely eyed child, right? They inquired about information from me yesterday. I heard they are ninjas. I recognize their attire. Reminiscent of Buyutsun, Mu-Yi-Cun. Muyutsun, isn't that in the land of fire? It's astonishing that they traveled such a distance to investigate our situation. Indeed, this world seems filled with benevolent souls. As this news gradually spread among the crowd, while some remained skeptical of their capabilities, a greater number held on to hope. For the life of a fisherman too afraid to venture out to sea is truly unbearable. Are they from Muye? Amidst the chatter of opinions, an inconspicuous man within the crowd lowered his hat and gazed intently at the increasingly distant boat before quietly slipping away. On the tranquil surface of the sea, the small boat had been sailing for nearly an hour, finally nearing the edge of Gyeodok, Gyeodao. Observing the rugged island ahead, the usually lively Chen, Quan, hesitated, stammering, "Do you think the tales of Gyeodok being home to monsters are true?" Qianshou Junyur, Qianshou Jinyu, turned to her, and she instantly flashed a smile, albeit one that seemed rather forced. Noticing her tightly clasped hands clutching her clothing, he asked, "Are you afraid?" The unsettling silence hung over them. Even the sound of waves lapping against the boat seemed to momentarily fade. Who is afraid? The little girl, who had just been timid, suddenly erupted. Seeing her companion's surprised expressions, even Lugio, was taken aback. "It's merely a legend. How could I possibly fear such things?" As she protested, she loosened her grip on Qian's clothing, intentionally scooting away as if to demonstrate her lack of fear. People here must simply lack experience. That's why they misinterpret unfamiliar large fish as monsters. Indeed, it must be so. Xiao Jinyu. By saying that, you've revealed your own fear, haven't you? You're just using me as a shield. No worries. The little girl became increasingly animated, confidently proclaiming, "Rest assured, little brother, when the time comes, stay close to me. I will protect you well." Qianshou Jinyit and Drushang Dejian, Rixiang Dejian, exchanged glances before discreetly averting their eyes. Their performance was rather exaggerated. However, given her stubbornness, it seemed best to grant her some grace. "Hey, what do you two mean by that? Are you doubting my words?" Fortunately, at that moment, Niling Luju intervened to ease the tension. "We are approaching Gyeodok. Fishermen say this area is riddled with hidden reefs, so everyone, please remain vigilant." Yes, upon mention of serious matters, the three students immediately regained their focus. Chen and Shenzhen quietly began to gather their chakra, for their teacher was not an adept boatman. And should the boat hit a reef, they would need to leap into the water, with the waves growing increasingly tumultuous. It was uncertain if the undercurrents were indeed due to hidden reefs. As they crossed a certain boundary, the once calm sea began to churn with wave after wave. Something felt amiss. Lugio Laoshi. Within less than a minute, the waves had grown to the point where the small boat began to sway violently. Thankfully, none of them were of a panicky disposition. They quickly stabilized themselves using chakra. Yet, the waves were rising alarmingly, nearly toppling the boat. And standing firm was becoming increasingly difficult, let alone advancing. The wind was slight, yet the waves were peculiar. As this thought crossed Qianshou Junyurt's mind, he suddenly shouted to Rushang Dojian, "Look beneath the water. If it were merely reefs, such sudden waves should not occur." Rushang Dojian, astute as ever, immediately grasped his implication, activating his Bian. Just one glance, and shock washed over his face. Seeing his reaction, Qianshou Junyurt quickly inquired, "Is something wrong?" Indeed, Rushang Dojian, grasping the boat's edge for stability, focused intently on a massive creature lurking below, the source of the tumultuous waves. "We can't hold on much longer. You all need to gather more chakra quickly. If the boat capsizes, we must abandon it." "Abandon what boat?" "You all focus on stabilizing yourselves. In the urgency of the situation, Jinyu disregarded everything else. Diving into the water. Jinyu. Xiao Jinyu. What are you doing? Xiao Jinyu. It's dangerous. Quick-witted Shangde Jian seized Jen, who attempted to follow, and swiftly explained amidst her questioning and angry glares. Don't you remember? Aside from ice, he can also manipulate water. In the sea, our abilities are less agile than his. Going in now would only create chaos. But Dian's words rang true, although reluctantly. Naruto had to admit that his shadow abilities were indeed of little use in the tumultuous sea. Thus, he stabilized the boat while reassuring. We all know Jin Yurd is an exceptionally intelligent child. I believe he wouldn't act irrationally. What we can do now is trust him and prepare to support him at any moment. Chapter 49. Relying on oneself. About an hour earlier, on Svalongdak, Ci Lang Dao. Shadows flitted through the forest until a green-haired man in glasses, clad in a white coat, arrived before a peculiar-looking figure. Kneeling before the man known as Ashuan, Dashiwan. Lord Dashiwan, I have just received word that several ninjas from Muichun have arrived. Reportedly on a mission from the Land of Water to investigate the Shenin incident. I am already aware. Dashiwan's voice bore a slight rasp. His serpentine eyes fixated on the distant sea. Tenjur, Tianji, have you discerned which ninjas have arrived? Tianji's expression turned troubled, lowering his head to respond quietly. Forgive my incompetence, their vigilance is high. I only know that an adult and 3 children have come. That adult is no ordinary character. Though Daowan's words may have been casual, Tianji's expression darkened for an instant upon hearing them. Damn, how long has he been here? And his intelligence-gathering capabilities already surpass mine? Suddenly, a hoarse, suppressed scream erupted from within the nearby building. Tianji listened for a moment, then turned to Dashawan in astonishment. That sound, Lord Dashawan, what is happening? Just a small experiment. The cries grew increasingly agonizing and desperate, yet the 2 men outside merely listened, their expressions unchanged. With Dashawan appearing quite content, as if he were enjoying a beautiful melody. It was only when the sounds from within ceased entirely that Dahan suddenly flicked his tongue and murmured, "It seems it's time. Shall we go in and take a look?" Without waiting for Tianji's response, he turned and walked towards the closed door of the building. Yes. Although he was still preoccupied with the affairs of my village's ninjas, he could not decline Dashawang's invitation, so he reluctantly rose and followed. The room's decor resembled a storage space cluttered with miscellaneous items. Dashawang, who had entered first, was observing with great interest the girl lying on the floor. Perhaps due to the intense pain she had just experienced, the girl's eyes were wide open, yet her pupils were clearly in a state of stupor, unresponsive to the commotion around her. The ground beneath her was marked with signs of her struggles. Listening to her labored breaths, Dashawang's smile became even more sinister. What good fortune! Among the 10 who accepted the cursed seal, she was the only one to survive. This could be considered a small gain before his departure. Departure? Tianji was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there was no longer any reason to remain here. However, our research has yet to. You can handle the research facility as you see fit. It holds no significance for me anymore. After saying this, Dashawang cast one last glance at the girl on the floor before turning to leave. Suddenly, a small hand grasped his pant leg. Dashawang halted and turned around to see the girl, trembling and forcing herself to look up at him, asking, "Why? Why have you done this to me? I have always respected you." When she uttered these words, her face bore an expression of pain. Was it anguish or sorrow? Dashawang slowly bent down, grasping her chin. Because you lack far too much, be it the desire for power, obsession, or hatred, all are insufficient. However, the mere fact that you have survived holds some value. Does it not? As he spoke, a wicked smile suddenly spread across Dashawang's face. So what do you say? Will you come with me? I am offering you a choice. A treacherous smile appeared on Tianji's lips as well. What a vile man. To treat a student, who had almost revered him as a faith, in such a way. Then again, only such a man could be my partner in crime. It seems I am not much better. The girl gazed intently at Dashawang, her eyes quivering with inner turmoil. Dashawang remained patient, merely watching her, awaiting her answer. Thump thump. Her heart raced faster and faster. This man was not jesting with her. Suddenly, her gaze turned fierce, and she averted her eyes, refusing to look at him any longer. It seems this is your choice. Dashawang's voice revealed no disappointment. As if he had anticipated this outcome, he then naturally stood up and left. Dashawang Darren, you. Tianji hurriedly chased after him. realizing he had almost forgotten the gravity of the situation while indulging in the spectacle. Did that fool just say he wanted to run away? Considering your loyalty thus far, let me offer you one last piece of advice before I depart. The distant voice faintly echoed into the room. Although he loathed hearing this voice, his mind could not help but be drawn to what was being said. Please, go on. Although it was merely a student squad led by a jonin, one should not underestimate that jonin. The consequences could be dire. A solitary small boat sailed steadily across the sea, appearing as a mere dip from this height. Although the occupants were indistinguishable from this distance, the only ones daring to venture out alone at this time must be the Konoha ninjas sent to investigate. Oh, Tianji's expression shifted, becoming increasingly unstable. From the moment Dashawang mentioned that jonin, he became alert. To be acknowledged by such a figure must mean they were formidable. Could it be that this man was afraid of that jonin and sought to flee? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. As one of the legendary Sannin, Dashawang's strength was well known to him, and moreover, that jonin appeared to be merely in their 20s. He refused to believe that Konoha had a ninja stronger than Dashawang at such a young age. Dashawang, unconcerned with Tianji's thoughts, chuckled softly. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and glanced back into the room, where a small snake slithered down his arm and crawled into the room. Soon after, desperate screams echoed from within. No. Only when the cries gradually faded did Dashawang smile with satisfaction, not sparing Tianji another glance as he employed the body flicker technique to vanish. Tianji silently observed until Dashawang's figure disappeared from sight, at which point he tore off his facade, revealing his profound dissatisfaction and anger. Damn it, he leaves just like that, abandoning such a significant research project. What am I supposed to do? Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the boat gradually veering toward the ghost island. Struggling emotions flickered across his face. What should he do? Should he hold his ground? Yet, Dashawang's words felt like a thorn embedded in his heart. As a medical ninja focused on research, he knew his own limitations all too well. Would he choose to flee like Dashawang? But, to abandon the vast research facility, the countless resources and results painstakingly gathered? What a joke. Tianji's expression suddenly twisted into a grimace as he gritted his teeth and sprinted toward Ghost Island. Relying on others is futile. Relying on oneself is the way. I still have the sea boss. With proper execution, the outcome of today's hunt remains uncertain. Chapter 50. The underwater tiger returning to the present. Upon entering the water, Shinsho Jinue first felt a sudden chill enveloping his body, his ears ringing momentarily. However, he quickly separated a large mass of water from the surrounding sea, encasing himself within it. While this could not entirely neutralize the wave's turbulence, it at least shielded him from the ocean's onslaught, allowing him to focus all his thoughts on what needed to be done. There, through the sunlight penetrating the water, he soon spotted something at a depth of several dozen meters. A mass? A blob? What the heck? A slime? This cannot be true. How is there such a creature in the world of Hokage? It was massive and, astonishingly, transparent. Fortunately, it was daytime. Otherwise, he might not have spotted it so quickly. The gigantic slime seemed oblivious to the child who had just plunged into the water, continuing to expel vast amounts of water upward. A summoning beast? Or a wild one? This thought crossed his mind, but the urgency of the situation left him no time to ponder. He dove down sharply, propelling himself toward the creature. Whether it was a deliberate act of disruption or a wild animal, he needed to eliminate this being immediately. Whoosh. Wow. So fast. Possessing the ability to control water, Shinsho Jinue knew he had an advantage in the water, yet he was still astonished at how swiftly he moved. The distance of several dozen meters was covered in mere moments. Hey, that's just excessive. He was already beside it, yet the creature remained focused on blowing bubbles. Damn it. Am I being ignored? Perfect. I can gather my strength. But what technique should he employ? When he observed it from above, he merely noted its size. But now that he was close, he realized it was not just large, it was towering, easily several stories high. Should he use an ice arrow? I exclaimed. Isn't this akin to embedding a thorn in this colossal creature? Utilizing freezing? It is not entirely unfeasible. However, attempting such a maneuver in the ocean is a different matter altogether. The currents above intensified, and a massive whirlpool began to form before my eyes. Time was of the essence. There was no room for contemplation. Action was imperative. I moved forward, pressing my hands against the slime's surface. The texture was unexpectedly soft, akin to silicone, but that was not the matter at hand. Freeze. The exclamation underscored the intensity of my mental exertion. With a crack, the pliable silicone transformed instantaneously into ice as formidable as steel. Indeed, some of it was displaced by the surrounding seawater, yet this degree of loss was still manageable. Being submerged, the frigid temperature inevitably absorbed some heat from the water. However, thanks to my mastery over the freezing technique, I could still direct and regulate the range of the freeze effectively. With a series of cracks, I began with a section the size of a basin, followed by one the size of a table. Under my full exertion, the frozen area rapidly expanded to a size surpassing that of a house, visibly spreading along the slime's body. To my amusement, whether it was due to its sluggishness or its earnest efforts, the slime's water spouting ceased abruptly when the frozen region covered nearly half of its form. Simultaneously, Naruto and others, who had been struggling on the surface, noticed the currents forming the gigantic whirlpool suddenly weaken. Byakugan. After a brief pause, Hinata Tokima activated his Byakugan to peer beneath the surface. Rika-sensei. Jinyu has successfully halted the underwater creature, freezing it by more than half. Excellent. Naruto exhaled in relief. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed, it appeared that this incident relied heavily on Jinyu's prowess. What is going on? On Ghost Island, Tianshi, who was concealed and observing, wore a grim expression. What is that rascal Haibozu up to? While cursing vehemently, he formed seals with one hand to sense the situation. Suddenly, his face shifted to one of shock as he glanced towards the small boat. Who is it? How dare they provoke Haibozu? I have been watching that jonin closely and saw no signs of action, although he was aware that he could not eliminate the opponent in one fell swoop. It was disheartening that his meticulous preparations had failed to deplete their energy effectively. With a glint of malice in his eyes behind his glasses, he thought, "Do not believe you can relax just yet. In this vast ocean, my Haibozu is invincible." With that, he formed another series of seals to transmit an order. Crack. Just as this command was issued, Jinyu, who had been exerting himself to freeze the colossal slime, suddenly sensed a change. The ice that had been spreading upward lost its gel-like texture, and the submerged ice began to show signs of floating. Uncertain of the cause but aware that something was amiss, I swiftly maneuvered upward. My water manipulation skills allowed me to conserve oxygen while submerged, yet I was nearing my limits. More critically, after expending such a significant amount of mental energy, dizziness began to cloud my mind. As I emerged, I was now 100 meters from the small boat, but the sea had calmed, allowing Naruto and the others to spot me immediately. In a state of urgency, Izumi leaped from the boat and rushed towards me across the surface, taking several deep breaths to alleviate my dizziness. I utilized my chakra to stand on the water's surface and sprinted towards the boat. A large chunk of ice was about to surface. Jinyu, I am fine. Just leave this place. I declined Izumi's assistance. This was not the time for pleasantries. Just as we had moved a short distance, a massive ice block, nearly the size of a small iceberg, suddenly emerged, creating waves that rocked the small boat violently. Fortunately, the wave subsided quickly, and I managed to regain my footing on the boat. Rika-sensei, something feels amiss. That creature seems to possess the ability to separate itself. Moments ago, I was certain it would be completely frozen, yet it still managed to escape. Indeed, it has the ability to separate. However, it has not fled. Hinata Tokima, still utilizing his Byakugan, stared intently at the surface of the water where the ice block rested. It is about to emerge. Startled, we all followed his gaze and witnessed a gelatinous mass surfacing beside the enormous ice block. It resembled a transparent sponge capable of absorbing infinite water. Initially, it attempted to envelop the ice block, but upon realizing its futile effort, it began to absorb seawater, rapidly expanding into a colossal creature several dozen meters tall. This sight left the other three in shock, while Jinyu nearly coughed up blood in disbelief. What on earth is happening? After all my efforts below, I barely inflicted a fraction of damage. However, reality was not akin to anime. The creature before us would not halt due to our astonishment. It opened its mouth, quickly gathering a torrent of water. Watch out, Naruto shouted, and the four of us swiftly leaped away from the boat. What appeared to be mere saliva to the creature was a massive water projectile capable of overwhelming our small boat. Splash! Although it did not strike us directly, the ensuing waves propelled the boat several meters into the air. This is outrageous. The previously calm sea was once again disrupted by the colossal slime, unleashing torrents of water. Rika-sensei, This creature is primarily composed of water. After prolonged and repeated use of Byakugan, Hinata Tokima exhibited visible fatigue, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted. I can see a core within its body, resembling a spiritual entity. That must be its weak point. Chapter 51. The Victory of the Team. The colossal slime continued to unleash torrents of water, causing the nearby sea surface to erupt with waves. Although the intensity was not as fierce as before, it rendered standing impossible, forcing Naruto and his companions to scurry across the surface to evade the watery projectiles. What on earth is this technique? Who taught it such a thing? It has no regard for its own well-being. Scatter. It can only attack in one direction at a time. Naruto shouted as he drew closer to attract the slime's fire. Upon realizing this, Jinyu and the others promptly dashed toward the other three directions. Boom, boom. I cannot ascertain if my shout startled it, but the next several attacks from the slime were aimed directly at Naruto, each water projectile exploding behind him in a series of towering sprays. Suddenly, 3 shuriken flew forth simultaneously, striking the slime's base. However, Naruto frowned as the shuriken only penetrated a fraction of the way, clearly having lost much of their force against the slime's gelatinous material. With a swift flicker, 3 sparks ignited, and with a resounding boom, 3 explosive tags detonated almost simultaneously, creating a substantial breach in the translucent body of the slime. As soon as Quan, who had just dashed to the side, witnessed the effectiveness of the fire attack, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Steadying himself, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Si, Wei, Shun, Hai Wu-in. Although he was perplexed as to why Xiao Jinyu would sigh and shake her head every time she saw him practicing this ninjutsu, he had no time to ponder such matters now. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a vigorous exhale, a slender column of chakra fire erupted from his delicate cherry-red lips. Upon contact with the massive slime's form, it instantly ignited into a colossal fireball with a diameter of several meters. While it still appeared rather diminutive compared to the slime's towering height, the intense heat rapidly vaporized a substantial cavity in its body. Most importantly, as the fireball continued to scorch, not only did the opening expand, but the slime's ability to absorb and reorganize itself also significantly diminished. It was effective, a golden opportunity. Without the need for communication, Senju Jinyu and Hyuga Dijian on either side simultaneously hurled several explosive tags wrapped around kunai. Boom, boom, boom. The impact was not merely a simple addition of forces. In the absence of moisture, the potency of the explosive tags seemed greatly amplified, nearly hollowing out the vile slime's insides. How infuriating! To think they would use fire to counter my Yumabozu. On Ghost Island, the observer Tian Ji seethed with anger. His eyes fixed on Quan with a mix of hatred and disbelief. What in the world was happening in Konoha village? Even children possessed such formidable power. But do not think this guarantees your victory. I have made ample preparations for you. A flicker of malice glinted in his eyes as he formed new hand seals to relay fresh information to Yumabozu. After several minutes of relentless spittle bombardment, the onslaught suddenly ceased. Just as Naruto braced himself for any potential counterattack, he saw the colossal creature abruptly twist its head toward Quan, unleashing a stream of pale purple saliva. Quan, be careful. Naruto immediately activated his Shunshin no Jutsu and rushed forward with all his might. Quan had also detected the impending assault from above and was about to evade with her own Shunshin no Jutsu when she suddenly felt the ground beneath her give way, causing her to stumble precariously onto the water's surface. She had indulged too much in her previous chakra exertion. Quan, Hyuga Dijian, who had been positioned to the side, called out anxiously upon witnessing the scene, slightly slower than Senju Jinyu, who had just noticed as a massive pale purple water sphere erupted above Quan's head. Splash! A torrential deluge enveloped the vast ocean where Quan stood. The areas touched by the water tingled slightly. Naruto narrowly avoided the brunt of the deluge. Yet he was still splashed by a considerable amount, leaving him feeling dizzy from the absorbed, potentially paralyzing and hallucinatory substances. Quan. Seeing this, Senju Jinyue's eyes turned red, and he moved to intervene. Stay calm. A trembling yet resolute hand grasped his arm. Let me go? In his fury, Senju Jinyu attempted to shake free, but upon seeing the pale, sweat-soaked visage of his companion, he relented. Shikaka-sensei had already rushed over. Adding himself to the fray would be futile. Hyuga Dijian's voice, though weary, remained urgent. Your task now is to shatter its core while it has yet to recover. Otherwise, all that Quan has done will be in vain. Ice arrow. His urgency was palpable, and the reality of the situation was undeniable. Creak. A larger-than-normal ice arrow materialized in Senju Jinyue's clenched palm. Not enough. The temperature isn't low enough. Keep pouring in chakra. Every last bit. This reckless and desperate infusion of energy drained the color from Senju Jinyue's face, leaving him even paler than Hyuga, with beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. Position. The two words were squeezed out through clenched teeth. Whoosh. A kunai flew from Hyuga hand. Go. The ice arrow, fueled by Senju Jinyue's fury and mental strength, struck the massive slime simultaneously with the kunai. Direct hit. Boom. It felt as if time had accelerated countless times. The slime, in the midst of reconfiguring its form, was instantly frozen into a magnificent, albeit flawed, ice sculpture. Crash. The colossal ice sculpture tipped heavily onto the ocean's surface, creating violent waves that caused nearby waters to churn vigorously, confirming the absence of any life signs. Hyuga, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the deck, breathless. Though Senju Jinyue's condition was nearly as dire, his concern for Quan's well-being prevented him from abandoning his comrade. He forced himself to assist Hyuga up, and together, they made their way toward the small boat that had been pushed far away by the waves. Narashikaku, despite also being affected by the toxin, managed to rescue Quan and was now heading toward the vessel. Is this real? On Ghost Island. Tianji's face twisted with rage and panic as he beheld the ice sculpture rising and falling with the waves. Refusing to accept defeat, he repeatedly formed hand seals in vain, receiving no response. I refuse to believe it. I do not believe. Haisuyu Shinwei. Summoning technique. Yet, there was no reaction. Even the summoning seals failed to manifest. Ha ha ha, this must be a trick. His belief crumbled in an instant. As if all strength had been siphoned from his being, leaving him crumpled on the ground, muttering to himself, "My Yumabozu is the sovereign of the sea. How could it possibly fall so easily to a few mere children?" Chapter 52, A Fortuitous Discovery. Shikaka-sensei. Yes, you both did well just now. Though Nara Shikaka's expression was far from favorable, he nodded at the two. Upon noticing Senju Jinyue's gaze fixed on Quan, he quickly added, "That toxic water appears to be a paralyzing and hallucinogenic poison. I've already administered the antidote I prepared earlier, with some rest. She should recover without any major issues." Byakugan. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, Hyuga mustered the strength to meticulously examine Quan and Narashikaku. After completing his assessment, he collapsed onto the boat's deck with a thud. Huff. No signs of internal damage. Shikaka-sensei's assessment must be accurate. Senju Jinyue let out a silent breath of relief, then knelt beside Quan, placing his hands gently over her chest. This colossal creature is clearly being manipulated from behind the scenes. While the boat remained intact, the oars were lost, swept away by the tide. Given his own compromised state from the poison, Narashikaku reluctantly sat down, gazing at the distant Ghost Island, then at their companions aboard the vessel, and finally fixating on another small island not far from Ghost Island. It was now evident that the issue surrounding the shinobi disappearance incident originated from Ghost Island. However, given their current condition, it would be prudent to rest on this nearby island before formulating their next course of action. Shikaka-sensei's words rang true. After confirming that Quan's condition was stable with medical ninjutsu, Senju Jinyue finally felt a weight lift from his heart. As I gazed upon the vessel, I noticed that Quan had succumbed to poison and lay unconscious. Both Hinata Tokima and I had exhausted ourselves, and teacher Narajiku was also in a precarious state. Even if we were in peak condition, prioritizing the safety of the students, who were all gravely injured, would still be paramount. Yet, without oars, how could we possibly navigate? I scanned the surrounding sea in bewilderment. There were no oars in sight, not even a blade of grass. Glancing a few kilometers away at a small island, and at teacher Narajiku, who wore an expression tinged with embarrassment, I sighed. "Let me take charge." "What?" "You can't." Before Narajiku could finish his sentence, the small boat unexpectedly shifted, and under the painstaking control of Senju Mayuki, it gradually began to drift toward the island. Rowing without oars, my life has relied entirely on the waves. I felt dizzy, nauseous, and on the verge of vomiting. Yet, there was no other option. I was the only remaining laborer capable of action. At this pace, I could just manage to endure. Observing my face and the furrowed brow of my student, Narajiku realized that Mayuki was holding on solely through sheer willpower. Thus, he wisely refrained from disturbing him further, redirecting his attention to the surrounding waters, vigilant for any enemy that might seize the opportunity to attack. Silence enveloped us as we traversed the distance, which, while seeming far, was covered more swiftly than anticipated. Aided by the gentle breeze, in just a matter of minutes, the small boat grounded on a stretch of sandy beach. As we halted, Mayuki could no longer sustain himself and collapsed backward onto the boat, gasping for breath, feeling as though not only the boat was swaying, but his mind was spinning in an infinite vortex. Fortunately, the place where the boat had come to rest was close enough to the shore, and though the minutes had not been long, they had allowed Hinata Tokima to regain some strength. There was little else to be done, at least disembarking was feasible. With determined steps, Narajiku first carried Quan to the shore, but upon returning to assist Mayuki, he found him already leaning against the boat, managing to stand. "I'm fine, Teacher Jiku," he assured, albeit with some difficulty. He steadied himself well enough on his feet. Narajiku then secured the boat, dragging it up the beach and tying it to a tree to ensure it would not be swept away by the waves. "Teacher Jiku, what should we do now?" Once on land, Hinata Tokima did not rest, but began surveying the area along the beach, noting signs of human activity everywhere. "Let us find a quiet and dry place to wait until both of them recover. Given our severely weakened state, even though we knew this island belonged to the land of water, Narajiku wished to avoid contact with them for the time being. First, meeting with the clients in such a condition would tarnish Konoha's reputation, and second, it was uncertain whether any foes lurked among the populace of the land of water. Understood, Teacher Jiku." Although Hinata Tokima did not ponder the implications as deeply as Jiku, he shared the sentiment of wanting to avoid outsiders in our current state. "Byakugan." A pained grunt escaped his lips, but he gritted his teeth to endure. With our collective energy nearly spent, only his Byakugan could swiftly locate a suitable refuge. This pair of eyes truly served him well. Just as he shifted his gaze, Hinata Tokima's expression changed, and he called out urgently, "Teacher Jiku, there are people in the woods. They are coming this way." At the sound, Narajiku immediately drew a kunai, assuming a defensive stance. Even Mayuki, who had been dizzy on the ground, scrambled to his feet, forming a triangular formation to shield Quan. With hurried footsteps, we soon spotted a little girl clad in a light purple short-sleeved shirt, stumbling as she glanced back in panic. "A child?" Narajiku muttered, frowning but maintaining his guard. Having witnessed the capabilities of his 3 students, he no longer entertained the notion that children were devoid of danger. Suddenly, the girl tripped and fell, startled by our presence. She glanced back toward her approach and then at our tense group, her face gradually shifting from confusion to recognition. "Wait, that vest looks so familiar." Upon closer inspection of her forehead protector, relief washed over her as she struggled to her feet, declaring, "I am. You are Akamichi Robo, right? Teacher Jiku?" Seeing Narajiku lower his weapon, Hinata Tokima looked on in confusion, while Mayuki, upon hearing the name Robo, was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Wait a moment. This little flat-chested girl is the legendary Akamichi Robo. Robo, weren't you supposed to be on a mission with Lord Orochimaru? What are you doing here?" Orochimaru," she murmured, collapsing. "Robo? Robo?" Mayuki rushed forward, pressing his hand against Robo's chest, using medical ninjutsu to assess her condition. After a moment, he turned to Narajiku and said, "It seems her spirit has been traumatized. She will likely recover with some rest." Narajiku nodded, observing Robo's unconscious face, which bore traces of pain and struggle. His expression grew increasingly grave, as the coinciding factors of the shinobi incident and Orochimaru's obsession with various experiments inspired a sense of dread within him. Chapter 53. Experience, Change, Growth in Konoha. Within the Hokage's office, a shadow flickered past. Suddenly, a figure knelt before the third Hokage, who was reviewing documents. "Hokage-sama, you called for me?" "Yes, Kakashi. I have a mission that requires your immediate attention." The third Hokage nodded without delay, handing over the documents at hand. Kakashi quickly rose to accept them. "A few days ago, I dispatched Jiku's team to the Land of Water to investigate the shinobi incident. This intelligence was sent back via Ninja Hawk, stating they encountered an unidentified monster while investigating a small island called Onikaijima, and subsequently encountered one of Orochimaru's students nearby." The third Hokage paused momentarily. Though the letter does not explicitly state it, Jiku's intelligence would likely lead him to suspect a connection between the local events and Orochimaru. If Orochimaru is indeed behind this incident, we must approach it with utmost caution. The Hokage's expression grew serious. I hereby order you to lead 2 Umbu squads to the land of water at full speed to rendezvous with Jiku's team and thoroughly investigate this matter in light of their intelligence. Understood, Hokage-sama. Kakashi lowered his head in acknowledgement, preparing to depart, when he suddenly heard the solemn voice of the 3rd Hokage above him. Konohagakure has always been a village that cherishes peace, regardless of the individuals involved in this incident. Our duty is to protect the common populace and resolutely oppose the malevolent forces that threaten lives. Kakashi paused for a moment, then resolutely bowed his head in response. Understood. With a swift motion, he departed. However, upon gazing at the empty office, the 3rd Hokage found himself devoid of the motivation to continue working. He rose and approached the window, observing the increasingly prosperous streets outside. In times of agitation, it was only the smiling faces of the villagers that could gradually bring him solace. Orochimaru, I hope you have not truly crossed that line. I shall not allow any entity to tarnish the name of Konoha. On Tsukishiro Island, 3 days had passed since the day Azuki was found. No matter how Nara Shikaku inquired about her presence here, the peculiarities of Oniga Island, or the matters concerning Orochimaru, Azuki would always clutch her head in anguish, unable to recall any useful information. It seemed her memory had been tampered with, and they could only hope that upon returning, Tsunade-sama might discern a way to remedy it. After several fruitless inquiries, even a night's rest had not yielded results, leading Nara Shikaku to conclude that they must wait. Since most of the group were unwell, they spent the majority of their time in a cave on a high ground not far from the shore, which Hyuga Takuma had located with his Byakugan. On the first day, they subsisted solely on soldier pills. Fortunately, by the second day, Nara Shikaku's condition had improved sufficiently to use transformation techniques to procure some cooked food. Yet, due to the unclear circumstances surrounding Azuki, they decided to remain hidden until they received a response from the 3rd Hokage. During this time, Nara Shikaku, in his capacity as team leader, met with the officials from the land of water. This was to facilitate task coordination and report on the situation, ensuring that the other party did not perceive their efforts as lackadaisical, thereby preserving Konoha's reputation. We understand. Engaging with such a monster is undoubtedly no simple task. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to inform us. We will do our utmost to cooperate. Perhaps due to the commotion of the battle the previous day, many on the nearby islands had witnessed it. Upon mentioning this, Nara Shikaku's counterpart immediately expressed their eagerness to assist Konoha. Suddenly, a white figure flashed by, startling the individuals in the cave momentarily before they relaxed upon recognizing the newcomer. Has Teacher Shikaku not returned yet? Hyuga Takuma's expression bore traces of fatigue. Over the past 3 days, he had consistently made time to observe Oniga Island from the opposite end of Tsukishiro Island with his Byakugan, hoping to gather more clues. Azuki had not yet responded to his inquiry. Izumi had awakened the day after but was still recovering from residual poison, spending most of her time resting. As for Senju Mayuki, he appeared to be in a trance. After stabilizing in the cave, he had fallen into a prolonged silence, watching Izumi in her unconscious state. Once he regained his composure, he intermittently entered a meditative state or ventured out alone for extended periods, returning each time utterly exhausted. Upon his return, he would not lie down to rest, but instead continue to meditate until he felt sufficiently restored before repeating the cycle. The others had long lost track of how many times he had ventured out or whether he had genuinely taken a break. Nara Shikaku was aware of this situation. In fact, he had stealthily followed Mayuki the first time he noticed, discovering that his student was honing his spirit and will through a near-torturous regimen. While it is commendable for students to be passionate about training, such self-destructive methods were ill-advised for a minor like Senju Mayuki. He should instead focus on gradual training that aligns with his physical development to achieve exceptional growth. However, after one instance when he could no longer restrain himself and intervened, he saw the exhausted yet tranquil gaze in Mayuki's eyes. After a moment of silence, he ultimately allowed him to continue. He perceived that since the battle days prior, or rather from the moment he witnessed Izumi's injuries, his student had undergone changes within that even he, as a teacher, could not fathom. As dusk approached, Nara Shikaku finally returned, having just shared the information he had gathered with the others outside when suddenly, he heard the cooing of birds. The children paid little heed. But Nara Shikaku's eyes brightened at the sound, responding with a cheerful coming, before swiftly stepping outside to echo the calls. Then, in just a few breaths, several shadows darted past, and 6 ninjas wearing animal masks appeared beside him. I had expected to receive a reply from the Hokage, yet it seems I have awaited your arrival instead. Observing the ANBU member wearing a white cat mask, Nara Shikaku recognized his true identity. Though he understood the necessity of confidentiality surrounding ANBU personnel and missions, according to the Hokage's orders, the investigation into the Shinin incident is now under the purview of the ANBU. Nara Shikaku's team is to return to the village immediately. The white-haired team leader was, of course, Kakashi, who, after delivering the 3rd Hokage's message in an official tone, softened his voice. However, considering your current physical conditions, the Hokage has kindly suggested that you may proceed at a more leisurely pace. There is no need to rush. Nara Shikaku did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced back into the cave. He himself was not particularly concerned. In truth, from the moment he recognized Azuki's identity, he had anticipated this outcome. His sole worry was whether the abrupt change in task ownership would lead to a significant psychological impact on his students. Very well, I understand. Life is not always smooth sailing. Setbacks and frustrations are also part of growth, are they not? Children, if you wish to avoid feeling powerless in the future, you must train even harder from now on. Chapter 54. A perfect conclusion in the Konoha Hospital. Within the specialized diagnostic room for enigmatic ailments, the space was quite sparse, with only a single chair at its center. Azuki sat upon it, observing several medical ninjas inscribing distorted and intricate symbols around her. The formation is complete. With ample manpower, the medical ninjas swiftly finished arranging the seals. Tsunade-sama, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nodded, and the 3rd Hokage smiled at them, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Please take a moment to rest." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The medical ninjas quickly gathered their belongings, bowing slightly to the 2 at the door. "We shall take our leave now." With a creak, the door closed behind them, and Tsunade and the 3rd Hokage approached Azuki. "There is no need to be anxious. These seals are designed to stabilize your focus and will not cause you harm." After reassuring Azuki, who had grown somewhat tense, Tsunade turned to the only remaining medical ninja in the corner of the room. "Begin." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." The medical ninja who remained was evidently a seasoned expert. Upon receiving orders, he immediately knelt before Hongdo, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. "Huh," he uttered softly, and the intricate techniques on the ground shimmered with a faint green light, rapidly converging towards the center like a carousel, ultimately coalescing into a small circle around the chair, the brilliance intensifying significantly. "Huh." The medical ninja invoked again, this time with one hand, and the rich green light began to permeate Hongdo's body. Soon, her previously tense expression gradually relaxed. Noticing this, Tsunade quickly uttered a string of key phrases: Hai no Kuni, Goeijyo Island, Orochimaru, Jairu Island. However, a sense of dread washed over her when, upon mentioning Goeijyo Island, Hongdo's face suddenly contorted with profound unease. As Tsunade spoke the names Orochimaru and Jairu Island, Hongdo clutched her shoulders in agony, crying out, "It hurts. It hurts so much. It's so dark. It's so cold." Witnessing her reaction caused Tsunade's brow to furrow deeply, and the 3rd Hokage's expression grew increasingly grave and somber. Fortunately, the intricate techniques on the ground proved effective. The medical ninja promptly augmented his chakra output, and more green light began to gather within Hongdo's body. "Stay calm. Take your time. Do not rush." As the practitioner, the medical ninja's voice seemed to possess a unique enchantment, resonating clearly within the depths of Hongdo's psyche, gradually soothing her emotions once again. "Lady Tsunade." The medical ninja nodded towards Tsunade, signaling that they could attempt again. Yet, gazing upon Hongdo's evidently youthful visage, he hesitated. "Tsunade." The 3rd Hokage's tone was heavy, and he spoke no further, trusting that his apprentice could discern the gravity of the situation. "I understand." Indeed, though she appeared impatient, after a moment of steely resolve, Tsunade stepped forward, placing her hand on Hongdo's head and gently infusing chakra. Orochimaru, Jairu Island. With her involvement, Hongdo's reaction this time was markedly less intense. However, upon hearing Orochimaru's name, she still instinctively grasped her head, her face a mask of anguish and fear. "No, I still can't remember what I should know. Yet every time I try to recall that name, it feels so cold, so dark." So painful. Observing her shivering as she pressed against the mark on her left neck, the medical ninja ultimately shook his head slightly at Tsunade and the third Hokage, indicating that the implications were too overwhelming. It was likely that her memories of a certain event and location had been completely erased. Tsunade understood this conclusion well, while the third Hokage's expression softened gradually upon hearing it. He stepped forward to place a reassuring hand on Hongdo's shoulder, smiling gently as she looked up at him. Do not dwell on it any longer. You have endured enough. Witnessing Hongdo's tear-filled eyes, the third Hokage's smile deepened. Do not be afraid. The immediate priority is to heal the curse mark that torments you. Though her memories were tied to something grave, the Hokage's gentle comfort made Hongdo feel both helpless and touched, prompting her to weep. Hokage-sama, it's all right now, he reassured her kindly. Soon, Tsunade will seal the mark on your shoulder, and this matter will be concluded. You will continue to be an outstanding ninja in the village. Do not let it affect your spirits, all right? Hongdo nodded vigorously, wiping her tears. The third Hokage chuckled as he rose, saying to Tsunade, I leave the rest to you, before turning to depart. In the consultation room, it was only after the old man's figure vanished that Tsunade spoke to the medical ninja. Call a few more people in. I sense Orochimaru's chakra within this mark. Perhaps we can attempt the sealing technique. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The medical ninja promptly exited to gather others. Inside the room, observing Hongdo, who was lost in thought with one hand pressed against the mark, Tsunade felt a lingering frustration that refused to dissipate. What on earth was Orochimaru contemplating now? Hokage-sama. Third Hokage. Everyone seems quite spirited. Thank you for your hard work. It is no trouble. It is what we ought to do. As he descended the stairs and walked through the hospital corridor, every individual who encountered the third Hokage greeted him with excitement. Even if they were but minor figures in his eyes, merely witnessing his smile was enough to satisfy them. The third Hokage greeted everyone with familiarity, his warm smile wafting through the air like a gentle breeze, allowing those around him to feel the Hokage's kindness and approachability. Hokage-sama. It is Yanoyu. The third Hokage smiled and nodded, gesturing for him to follow. The surrounding individuals, recognizing the moment, tactfully refrained from crowding. How is little Shingetsu faring? Upon returning yesterday, Nara Shikaku had expressed concern regarding Senju Shingetsu's recent state, worried that while his diligence was commendable, the student might veer towards an extreme belief in strength. The third Hokage took this matter very seriously. Although Shingetsu's actions indicated a deepening bond between the two children, what he needed was an heir capable of supporting the bright side of Konohagakure, not a madman like Uchiha Madara, who believed strength could resolve everything. Therefore, after discussing with Nara Shikaku, they both agreed to entrust this matter to Yanoyu. For the sentimentally inclined Senju Shingetsu, Yanoyu, the first to regard him as family, could potentially wield the greatest influence over him in the village, surpassing even Tsunade. I was just about to report to you, Hokage-sama. Yanoyu's smile somewhat eased the third Hokage's worries. Yesterday, I spoke with little Shingetsu, and he indeed confided a great deal to me. However, most of it was self-reproach for not taking his training seriously before, which led to Izumi's injury. The third Hokage nodded, indicating he was listening. However, little Shingetsu also told me that he merely wishes to make up for the training he missed, so we need not worry about him. He stated that since Izumi admires him so much, if she were to be hurt in front of him again, he would lose all face as a man. At this point, Yanoyu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, only managing to contain it because the Hokage was present. Today's children are indeed clever beyond their years. Being mindful of his image before a little girl suggests there shouldn't be any issues. Well, knowing that little Shingetsu is fine puts my mind at ease. You may return to your duties. Yes. Yanoyu slightly bowed before departing. The third Hokage watched her retreating figure before stepping out of the hospital doors, feeling as though the accumulated vexation of the past few days had been completely alleviated, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. The matters concerning Xiao Zhenyue have culminated in a favorable resolution, while the incidents in the Haiji Gua have also reached a splendid conclusion under the adept handling of the Umbu. Indeed, there exists a research facility on Guajia Island dedicated to inhumane experiments, yet the individual in charge was a local named Tianji. During the purge of the research institute, Tianji staunchly refused to surrender, fiercely resisting until he was ultimately struck down by a formidable ninjutsu, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps this conclusion cannot be deemed perfect, but for the village of Mai, such an outcome is undoubtedly the most fitting. Chapter 55. The Chunin exam approaches. Prelude of motivation. The sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Drink up. The great wind of Mai. A powerful kick landed squarely on Shinsho Jinyu, sending him hurtling through the air like a bullet. The impact was thunderous, reverberating through the surroundings. This audacious individual, who claimed to engage in a serious contest, showed no restraint whatsoever. Fortunately, in the very moment of being propelled away, Jinyu swiftly encased himself in a layer of frost armor. Otherwise, a blow of such magnitude would have surely necessitated a hospital stay. "Ah, little Jinyu," a voice rang out. "Your efforts have once again earned my recognition. I must now exert my utmost to barely claim victory over you." Such exhilaration, the sheer joy of youthful exuberance, is truly unparalleled. "Come, let us continue this spirited battle for 500 rounds. "No, I refuse." Why not? Young men should sweat and embrace youthfulness. "How dare you say that? You clearly stated this was merely a sparring match. That kick of yours was rather excessive. Just look at the shards of ice strewn about, which could withstand a direct hit from a fireball jutsu without melting. Who was the instructor that taught you this insufferable behavior? Did they never pass a test in comprehension?" Coughing softly while rubbing his still aching abdomen, Jinyu disregarded Kai, who was prancing about and enthusiastically urging for more battles. He chose to sit beside a shattered stone, gazing at the distance where Quan and Hinata Tokumitsu were engrossed in their respective training. The day after the handover with the Umbu, they set off for home early in the morning, though the return journey took 2 days longer than the outbound trip. According to teacher Leju, this delay was a concession made by the third Hokage, considering the well-being of the injured. Upon their return, after an examination by Tsunade, it was confirmed that the poison within Quan and Nara Leju had been entirely eradicated. Following this, they adhered to the customary period of rest before resuming the daily routine of tending to animals and assisting farmers with tasks like weeding and watering. This mission in the Hai Ji Gua granted the 3 students of Team 9 profound insights and personal growth. Shinsho Jinyu, without a doubt, underwent significant transformation. Quan's injury served as a cold splash of water, awakening him from a state of complacency and lethargy, resulting in a nearly polar shift in his mindset. Quan observed this change in Jinyu with increasing concern, feeling a deep sense of regret that her own weakness had led to such circumstances for him. Yet, as a young girl of merely 7 or 8 years, no matter how mature her mind, she found it challenging to navigate such complex emotions. Ultimately, she could only internalize her regrets and determination, vowing to become stronger, more formidable, and to never again burden Jinyu with such troubles. As for Hinata Tokumitsu, although his situation was less convoluted than theirs, the injuries sustained by Quan and the transformation of Jinyu profoundly affected him. He began to grasp the true nature of bonds between comrades, realizing that one could transform into an entirely different person when driven to protect friends. Thus, upon their return, he too changed. While not as extreme as Jinyu, he approached training and self-improvement with newfound seriousness. He actively sought guidance from the Rochun masters within the Hinata clan and even joined a physical training group with his teammates. Having previously discussed with Jinyu and Leju about the Hinata clan, he understood that whether focusing on Byakugan or Ochen, the emphasis lay in chakra. For ordinary individuals, the most direct factors influencing the refinement, speed, and quality of chakra are physical stamina and the resilient spirit developed through continuous self-improvement. Therefore, observing the typically calm Hinata youth, now panting heavily and gasping for breath, but still insisting on pushing through his training, was quite the spectacle. Hey, little brother, Jinyu, Kai, now in a one-handed handstand, fervently urged, "You're so young. You shouldn't be sitting around like those old fogies. Stand up and let us spar again, just once." "No." Glancing at the setting sun, Jinyu exchanged brief greetings with Quan and Hinata Tokumitsu before rising to leave the training grounds. Time was of the essence. After dinner, he had to visit Tsunade for further studies, leaving little room for indulgence in Kai's antics. Tasks, training, and the pursuit of medical ninjutsu filled his days, with the occasional bout of Kai's enthusiastic insistence resulting in some playful sparring. Until one day, upon returning from watering the fields, he encountered a group of individuals distinctly dressed unlike the common attire of the Fire Country. Their forehead protectors bore the insignia of Sunagakure. Jinyu gasped in surprise. Even as nominal allies, Their ostentatious presence in the streets of Mai seemed rather brazen. What brought them here? And they appeared to be mostly children. Quan and Hinata Tokumitsu, upon hearing his exclamation, turned to look, and soon they noticed the surrounding villagers expressing great curiosity toward the foreign ninjas. The Sunagakure ninjas, however, appeared quite at ease, unfazed by the multitude of curious gazes. They conversed and laughed naturally, even stopping to discuss a stall of exquisite trinkets with some girls who approached excitedly. As they passed by, Nara Luju suddenly seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead. "Oh, has it already come to this time? What do you mean?" the others inquired. With Quan bluntly asking, "Teacher Lujgu, what do you mean by this time? Should I even tell you about that matter?" Nara Lujgu scratched his head, appearing somewhat conflicted. "For adults. 21 children." Shinsho Jinue pondered, observing the Sunagakure ninjas as they departed. "Today is June 21st. Is it the day of the Chunin exam?" "The Chunin exam." Quan's voice soared several octaves, and even Hinata Tokumitsu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed, it appears that I cannot conceal anything from you." Nara Shikaku could not help but let out a bitter smile. Merely having seen a ninja from another village in the vicinity, coupled with a single statement of his own, allowed them to deduce the answer immediately. Does this lad truly still require my guidance? A resounding cry of an eagle echoed across the skies of Kanahagakure. Gazing up at the messenger hawk that circled a few times before soaring into the distance, and then observing his students, who were suddenly invigorated by the topic of the Chunin exams, a realization dawned upon Nara Shikaku. Why not? Although time is somewhat short, with their combined strength and intellect, they might just succeed. It is all part of experience and growth, is it not? Youth is their greatest asset. Chapter 56. Uchiha's misfortune, ha ha ha. Itachi's breaths were filled with vigor and determination. Opposite him, Shursui glanced over, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Training together indeed fosters intense concentration. As Itachi rapidly recovered his breath, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment in the presence of his cheerful friend. Unlike before, their training had evolved from mere running to sparring exercises, and they had agreed that aside from refraining from using the Sharingan, they would engage as if in genuine combat, with no restrictions. After all, Itachi had yet to experience the sensation of the Sharingan. Thus began an ongoing clash between the two young men, filled with fervor and intensity. After each bout, they would pause for a few minutes, having completed a total of 15 matches thus far. The score stood at 3-12, with Itachi securing 3 victories and Shursui 12. Clang, clang. Both released an uncountable number of shuriken that collided midair before scattering into the unknown. They paid no mind to where the shuriken would eventually land. At that moment, their focus was solely upon each other. With a grunt, 2 sweat-soaked bodies collided midair, engaging fiercely before tumbling to the ground. Huff, huff. Their heavy breaths mingled together as Shursui regained his stance first, aiming a kick at Itachi, who immediately raised his right hand in defense. However, amidst the disorienting impact of the kick, Itachi noticed his friend quickly forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Shursui's mouth, hurtling toward Itachi. A smile crept onto Itachi's lips. Indeed, Shursui was remarkable. He felt a rush of excitement. In Itachi's memories, only his father or Shursui could unleash such a grand fireball. This thought brought him a sense of pride. Yet, facing such a formidable fireball, there was no time to counterattack, and defense seemed too late. Boom. The fireball struck. Itachi, Shursui shouted in alarm, seemingly taken aback by the turn of events. However, to his surprise, Itachi, upon being hit by the fireball, shattered into countless fragments, transforming into a flock of cawing crows that charged toward him. It was merely a substitution technique. Shursui couldn't help but chuckle at his earlier worry. After all, Itachi, despite his youth, possessed remarkable strength and would not be so easily struck down by his own fireball. As Shursui felt Itachi's presence, a kunai was already poised at his neck. "It seems the victor has been determined," Shursui muttered, a hint of reluctance in his voice. They had trained for a total of 35 matches, resulting in Itachi winning 8 times and Shursui 27. "You have surpassed the average genin," Shursui remarked, draining his water bottle. With the Chunin exams approaching and various teams from other villages arriving, do you feel prepared to face those you have never encountered before? Itachi paused momentarily before lifting the water bottle to his lips, cool water resting in his mouth. "I will not participate this year." "What?" Shursui exclaimed, his face a picture of disbelief. With your level of skill, how could you not compete? You must know that I am from the Hazuki household has been boasting recently. Unquestionably. Shursui referred to Izumi, who, having graduated at the age of 7 like Itachi, was currently making waves within the Uchiha clan. She had successfully completed 2 high-difficulty missions, her reputation seemingly eclipsing Itachi's. Our team's instructor stated that the other 2 members lack the requisite strength for the Chunin exams, and participation requires a trio. In truth, upon realizing he could not partake in this year's Chunin exams, even the typically composed Itachi could not refrain from seeking out their instructor. However, when confronted with his inquiry, Mizuki Yuki, who usually remained indifferent to others, adopted a surprisingly stern demeanor, firmly stating that he would not allow Itachi to participate this year. Despite the frustration boiling within him, Itachi understood that the rules of the Chunin exams were rigid, without a recommendation from their supervising jonin. Even his exceptional abilities would prove futile. Resigned, he reflected that even without entering the Chunin exams, as long as the higher-ups acknowledged the contributions made by Team 2, they would surely recognize his significant role. The higher-ups would undoubtedly seek him out, Itachi assured himself, only to later hear that Izumi had successfully registered. If possible, Itachi would have certainly grabbed their instructor by the collar and expressed his exasperation. Your instructor is Mizuki Yuki? Itachi nodded silently. Could it be that he harbors jealousy? Your abilities have incited his suspicion, leading him to withhold a recommendation for the Chunin exams? Even if such thoughts crossed his mind, they bore no fruit. Itachi shook his head. Although he felt a twinge of annoyance, he recognized that Mizuki's stance was resolute, and dwelling on it would serve no purpose, only deepening his frustration. By the way, what progress have you made with Izumi? Shursui deftly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes widened in surprise. Shursui, noticing his reaction, wore a somewhat smug smile. It's usually difficult to discern your thoughts, but in moments like this, you are surprisingly transparent. What do you mean by that? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror and examine your own expression, Shursui retorted, grinning like a mischievous child who had just pulled off a prank, causing Itachi to avert his gaze. I harbor no special feelings for her. Is that so? Shursui's expression grew even more mischievous. Yet, I did not mention her by name, and you reacted so strongly. Itachi fell silent. Reacted? Am I truly so concerned about her? Itachi pondered within. Frankly, as one of the few peers of equal caliber, Izumi was indeed one of his rare friends. Initially, he believed that was the extent of their relationship. However, Shursui's inquiry made him feel as though it was something more. Yet, despite this, the thought that she would soon participate in the Chunin exams while he might soon become merely a lowly genin behind her weighed heavily on him. Let us set that aside for now. How is your father faring? You're changing the subject, Shursui remarked with a knowing smile. However, as soon as he thought of his father, his expression darkened. He remains the same, but he has been growing increasingly frail lately, to the point where he can hardly recognize me. Jishui's father lost a leg in a previous great battle and has been bedridden ever since, showing no signs of improvement, let alone being able to rise. Jishui's family consists only of himself and his parents, and he is now solely responsible for providing for the household. Nevertheless, it matters little to him. After all, death is an inevitable fate, and he has come to terms with it. Upon witnessing his friend's sudden embrace of such a tragic determination, Itachi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond, especially considering they had just been engaged in an exhilarating 2-person sparring session. How did it suddenly turn into a lament of misfortune? Chapter 57. How could someone so grown still not know how to dress properly? It seems that only the 3 of us newcomers are here for this examination. As expected, the Chunin exam is scheduled for July 1st. Arriving punctually at the ninja school playground, we found it already filled with various teams of lower ninjas from different countries, each forming distinct groups based on their villages. The participating forces primarily consisted of the allied nations of Konoha and Sunagakure. Konoha's team was notably vast, bustling with at least 50 or 60 members, while Sunagakure followed closely behind, with around 20 to 30 individuals, including the leading instructors. Apart from these 2 largest groups, other smaller ninja villages had sent 1 or 2 teams merely to make an appearance. Iwagakure had only recently ceased hostilities with Konoha and was currently engaged in conflict with Sunagakure. Sending participants now would be tantamount to offering themselves as sacrifices. Kimogakure, embroiled in fierce battles with Konoha, had no intention of participating either. As for Kirigakure, They were in the midst of a self-imposed isolation and had no time for such matters. Moreover, given their notorious policies shrouded in blood mist, few other villages would be inclined to include them in their activities. Beyond the 5 great villages, many smaller ones understood that Konoha merely extended invitations as a formality, displaying little concern for actual participation. However, these smaller villages thought otherwise. Although they may be small, they functioned as legitimate military organizations. Thus, to maintain appearances, most would send a couple of teams, albeit without adequate medical ninjas, leaving one to wonder whether they trusted Konoha to manage logistics or simply regarded the exam as a public-funded excursion. After surveying the teams from their own village, Izumi and Hinata Daquan confirmed that the only truly young newcomers participating in this exam were indeed just the 3 of them. Konoha continues to boast its usual large numbers. Meanwhile, teachers from Sunagakure, surrounded by students, could not help but jest about the crowd's size. After all, as hosts, they could not afford to appear outnumbered. Yet, what does it matter if the numbers are vast? The Chunin exam is not a mere popularity contest. Sheer numbers do not guarantee an advantage. How perplexing it is that even such young children are being sent forth. What could be the intention behind such actions? It seems they are merely putting on a show for themselves. Even though the leading jonin had repeatedly cautioned against displaying any discourtesy in allied villages, upon hearing their teacher's remarks, the surrounding lower Nin students began to gaze towards Konoha, laughter evident in their eyes, especially when looking at the 3 children singled out by the instructors. Those fortunate enough to encounter them during the exam were set to have an easy time. The guilt of bullying children? Please, this is the Chunin exam, not a child's playtime. Enough with such disrespectful remarks. A young woman positioned in the center of the Sunagakure group, who had remained silent until now, softly admonished her peers. We are in an allied village, and your brazen mockery could jeopardize the relationship between our 2 villages. Despite appearing the youngest among the adults, her authoritative voice commanded immediate silence from all Sunagakure ninjas, indicating her considerable respect among them. Isn't it just a joke? No need to be so serious, Lady Yakura. Some teachers murmured, feeling chagrined at being reprimanded by someone much younger. Yakura glanced at the teacher who spoke, but chose not to retort. Instead, she addressed the assembled candidates. From your earlier demeanor, it seems you all consider the 3 children from Konoha easy targets. Caught off guard by her straightforward inquiry, the candidates shifted uncomfortably, reluctant to respond. Yakura then turned to a girl beside her. Mizuki, what about you? Do you also share this sentiment? Teacher, I. Mizuki, a seemingly adorable girl with faint lavender face paint, was unable to feign ignorance any longer. She shyly nodded, admitting, although I don't understand why Konoha allowed them to participate, they are so young that their experience and mission counts cannot possibly exceed ours, right? So, you have hastily concluded they are easy to intimidate? Yakura's piercing gaze suggested she anticipated her answer, without needing to wait for a response. It was evident from Mizuki's expression that she indeed believed so. And what about the rest of you? As she posed this question, Yakura surveyed all the candidates. Although no one spoke, their expressions conveyed a clear message. They were all young teenagers, and how could they possibly regard these noticeably younger children as equals? With a gentle sigh, Yakura refrained from anger, opting instead for a calm tone. She encouraged the candidates to focus on the adult accompanying the 3 children. You are all aware of Konoha's Inuzuka clan, correct? That man is Nara Shikaku, renowned for his sharp intellect among the Inuzuka family. Do you truly believe such a man would send his students into the Chunin exam without confidence in their abilities? Moreover, based on our intelligence, the 3 students hail from the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans, which carry significant weight in Konoha, a fact I need not elaborate on. Upon hearing this, shock washed over the faces of all candidates, including the earlier mocking instructors, who now wore serious expressions. A team composed of Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga, led by Narashikaku? What an extraordinary configuration. Looking at the 3 children from a distance, all traces of jest and ease vanished from their expressions. Always remember, unusual circumstances often conceal hidden truths. Such a team, once grown, would undoubtedly become formidable adversaries in their own right. Observing the trio of children, Yakura felt a weight of seriousness settle upon her. Yet when she noticed one child looking back at her, she offered a courteous nod. She then summarized for her fellow candidates. I believe these 3 will not only be formidable, but may even represent the strongest challenge you face in this exam. Meanwhile, as the individuals from Sunagakure scrutinized Konoha. Senju Mayuki was equally observant, her focus primarily on the young woman. With a delicate visage, clear gaze, and tall stature, she exuded grace. Yet, if that were all, it would not be particularly noteworthy. The most pressing question was, how could Sunagakure, despite their age, have such a fundamental misunderstanding of dressing appropriately? Indeed, this woman must be the one. Oh, it appears that Nara Shikaku has noticed his gaze, and thus she explained, Yakura from Sunagakure, like Shinua, is also a wielder of bloodline abilities. It is said that she has been quite active in battles against a Wagakure recently, achieving several remarkable feats. Consequently, despite her youth, she has already become an idol for many young individuals in Sunagakure. Perhaps it is precisely due to her popularity that Sunagakure has chosen her to lead the team as a jonin this time. Chapter 58. I am doing this for your own good. Welcome, esteemed candidates and teachers. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konohagakure. It was fortunate that everyone was aware this examination was jointly hosted by multiple villages, so as the host, Konohagakure did not keep everyone waiting long. At precisely 9 o'clock, the third Hokage appeared on the podium, expressing gratitude for the effort everyone made to travel from various nations. The purpose of the joint Chunin examination is twofold, to enhance skills and to foster friendship among us. Finally, I hope everyone can perform steadily during the examination and achieve excellent results. Has the old man suddenly changed his tone? This was all wrapped up in just 2 or 3 minutes. Not only the candidates like Senju Jinue, but even the surrounding jonin from Konohagakure wore expressions of disbelief. This sensation was akin to witnessing the reincarnation of a legendary figure who had become unexpectedly succinct. In that fleeting moment, one could not help but envision the countless ninjas from Konohagakure who had endured the Dark Ages, shedding tears of anguish in their hearts. If only you had spoken like this sooner, my dear old man. Now, candidates, please take your registration forms and enter the examination hall, finding your designated spots according to your numbers. A Chunin replaced the third Hokage, who promptly exited the stage, and briefly explained the examination rules. At 9:30, the first examination papers will be distributed. Any candidates who have not taken their places by then will be disqualified from the team examination. What? It is barely a few minutes past 9 o'clock, and there is still nearly half an hour until 9:30. However, upon hearing that an entire team's qualification could be revoked due to one person's mistake, many candidates expressed their surprise and discontent. Naturally, some with less composure immediately surged forward through the crowd, disregarding others, and even ignoring the scolding they received. In their eyes, only being seated in the examination hall as soon as possible would quell their anxious hearts. All right, you may enter now. Observing this chaotic scene, Nara Shikaku could not help but scratch his head in exasperation. Although he could not share overly extravagant advice, he firmly believed in their abilities. They merely needed to trust themselves and perform normally. Yes, Shikaku-sensei. Despite his words, the trio did not push forward like the others, but instead moved leisurely with the crowd. There was still nearly half an hour left. They could have crawled to their spots. It was puzzling what those people were so anxious about. Teacher, shall we go in as well? Remember what I said. Maintain a calm mindset, understood? Yes. Yakura Daimyo. Hearing this, Senju Jinue was startled and looked up to find that the three of them had unconsciously been pushed near the Sunagakure candidates. Sensing the gaze from nearby, Yakura turned to look, realizing that the child who had locked eyes with her was observing her with an expression difficult to comprehend. Although she did not grasp the meaning behind his gaze, all candidates were entering the teaching building, and to avoid delaying the students from their allied country, Yakura kindly nodded at him and stepped aside. However, just as she thought there was nothing more to it and intended to leave, Senju Jinue unexpectedly stepped forward to block her path. Gazing at the little fellow, a look of confusion crossed Yakura's delicate face. Wow, at this angle, I can barely see your face. I wonder if Sunagakure has an abundance of specific products. While her mind wandered through these random, yet invigorating thoughts, Senju Jinue's movements did not falter. He suddenly extended his right hand towards Yakura, introducing himself as if they were already familiar. Senju Jinue. Yakura was genuinely perplexed. Good sir, if you wish to flirt, shouldn't you first consider the occasion and time? Yet, with his hand already outstretched, and being a generally amiable person, Yakura could not ignore him. She bent slightly to grasp his hand. Yakura from Sunagakure. Regardless of her internal musings, Senju Jinue outwardly displayed a demeanor far from that of an ordinary child. With a composed and confident expression, he said, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you will remember me." Very well. This is no longer about the Chunin examination, but rather because you wield Zaku, and I wield Hayaton. The smile on Yakura's exquisite face gradually faded, not due to his retort, but because upon hearing this statement, she truly began to regard this child seriously. She noticed that his tone and demeanor were markedly different from those of an average child. However, as a ninja from Sunagakure, how could she allow herself to be outdone in communication with a ninja from an allied nation, especially since he was merely a child barely reaching her waist? Thus, after a slight shift in her gaze, a hint of a threatening smile reappeared on Yakura's face. As for Hayaton, it will quickly evaporate when faced with Zaku, won't it? That's one-sided. Senju Jinyu shook his head, swiftly countering. Ice is merely the manifestation of water at low temperatures. The essence of ice-type abilities lies in controlling water and generating low temperatures, while vapor is the manifestation of water at high temperatures. Therefore, theoretically, your Zaku is not without its vulnerabilities. At this point, his voice suddenly trailed off. Yakura, who was eagerly awaiting his insights, suddenly saw this little fellow pondering aloud. Right. Why hadn't I thought of that before? I didn't realize it was all just a facade. Suddenly gasping for air, Senju Jinyu looked puzzled as he turned to Izumi. Why did you kick me? However, to his surprise, Izumi, who usually greeted him with a smile, now wore a rare, serious expression. She gazed straight ahead, her tone devoid of any emotional inflection as she remarked, "Isn't it time to let go of her hand?" Senju Jinyu exclaimed in astonishment, as if just realizing he had been holding on to her hand without letting go. "Oh, it's quite natural to release it," he said, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment, as though he had genuinely been oblivious to the situation. Then, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, he nodded at Yakura. "Let us bid farewell for now. We must proceed to the examination." That expression, that posture, would lead any onlooker to believe that it was not he who had obstructed her path, but rather Yakura who had retained him. Was this child truly as talented as he appeared? Itsong remained in place, silently observing the small figure gradually vanishing amidst the crowd, reflecting on the entire interaction. He found himself perplexed about what the little rascal had intended to convey by stopping him. However, one thing was certain, she had indeed made a lasting impression on him, as she had firmly established herself in his memory as a resident of my village. Behind the crowd, observing the darkening expression of Quan, Hinata Darien could not help but shake his head in resignation and inquired, "Is there something particularly noteworthy about that woman that captures your attention?" The ears of the two individuals, resembling the bottom of a pot, perked up instantly. Shinsho Jinyu paused for a moment, then replied nonchalantly, "No. It was merely a simple greeting." "Cut the nonsense," Quan huffed in discontent, before trudging heavily into the examination hall. "You know," Hinata Darien sighed as he followed suit. "Why don't you believe me? Everything I say is for your own good. You are all still minors after all. I cannot outright confess that I am simply enamored by her physique, hoping to acquire this young beauty with her clear gaze and vast heart as my personal tool. I would rather impart the proper way for her to wear her attire." Chapter 59. Ninjas are not just about fighting and killing. The examination hall had been transformed from a conference venue, boasting neatly arranged rows of desks, 10 desks per row, with a vacant space separating each pair of candidates. It appeared that the members of each team had been randomly dispersed. Quan occupied a seat in the 3rd row near the left window. Hinata Darien was situated in the middle of the 9th row, and Shinsho Jinyu was slightly to the left in the 6th row. Could it be that there would be a written test in the Chunin exams? Surely. This is not a jest. Compared to the outside, the examination hall was no quieter. In fact, the dense assembly heightened the noise. Even though they hailed from various villages, the sentiment regarding examinations was universally shared. Some immediately began to express their grievances, lamenting, "Aren't ninjas supposed to execute missions and engage in combat? I truly cannot fathom why we must endure an examination." Others were utterly distraught, clutching their heads in despair, exclaiming, "This is it. I'm finished. My grades were already poor in ninja school, and now that so much time has passed since graduation, I've forgotten everything I learned." Of course, there were those like Shinsho Jinyu who remained composed and unfazed, while some held confidence in their academic performance. Jinyu's calm demeanor stemmed from his recollection of the Chunin exam plot from his past life. Though he could not recall the specifics, he believed the exam's purpose remained consistent. The initial written test was likely designed to serve as a preliminary filter eliminating candidates lacking in ninja qualities, resolve, and teamwork. Otherwise, even if they advanced to the next phase, these individuals would likely only serve as mere background characters, and with poor luck, they might even perish in the examination hall. Though candidates had been forewarned about the mortality rate upon registration, an excessive number of deaths would inevitably cause concern for the host. You are going too far. A commotion erupted in the right front area as a Suna girl in the fourth row suddenly stood, glaring at several male candidates around her. You must immediately apologize for what you just said. The entire examination hall fell silent at the girl's outburst, and the scattered Suna candidates, uncertain of the situation, quickly stood in solidarity. What happened, Jinshu? Did they bully you? Jinshu? Qianshou Jinyue recalled that she was indeed a student of Yitsong. Under the scrutiny of so many onlookers, some of the male ninjas suddenly appeared embarrassed, yet 3 of them remained unfazed, brazenly insisting amidst the crowd. We were merely sharing our artistic perspectives on beautiful women. What is so wrong with that? Exactly. Young lady, your psychological endurance is rather weak. I advise you to return home and refrain from participating in such a cruel examination. They laughed boisterously, and those who had been unaware of the situation began to chuckle as they grasped the nature of the men's remarks. What fools! One from the Kusa, one from the Takigakure, and even one wearing a Konoha headband, discussing women in such a vulgar manner. It was nothing more than a gaggle of immature individuals indulging in fantasies about women. Pathetic. To insult them would be to elevate their status. Can you truly find satisfaction in discussing a 12 or 13-year-old like that? You 3. Jinshu was evidently infuriated by their insolence. Yet unable to retaliate in the examination hall, she gritted her teeth and warned, especially you. Jinshu fixed her gaze on the Konoha candidate, a fellow ally, who had audaciously led the charge in maligning the esteemed leader of their allied village in such a public forum. After the exam, I will report your vile behavior to the organizers. What? How dare you insult Lord Yitsong? How could you defame the hero of Suna? We cannot let this slide. Indeed, we demand an explanation. Otherwise, it will be seen as a provocation against the Suna. All the Suna candidates were instantly enraged, ready to risk everything, even war. At a moment's notice, the indifference in Qianshou Jinyue's eyes gradually dissipated. This meant that these fools were fantasizing about his personal tool. How dare they insult him? Upon realizing the magnitude of the uproar they had caused, the 3 individuals finally sensed the gravity of their situation. The Konoha candidate feigned composure as he spoke to Jinshu. Hey, Suna ninja, isn't this a bit? How dare you? Crack. Ack. Ugh. 3 muffled groans resonated simultaneously. Crack. Before the astonished eyes of the candidates, 3 massive ice pillars swiftly thrust the 3 ruffians to the ceiling, immobilizing their limbs. Ugh. Cough. Cough. The trio was both shocked and furious, especially the Kusa ninja, who shouted while struggling. Who did this? Who dares to attack us from the shadows? Come out. Do you truly believe that using crude language to discuss women grants you some absurd sense of superiority? Following the sound, all eyes turned to the small figure in the 6th row. A diminutive silhouette, arms crossed, coldly surveyed the scene, and this individual, indeed, seemed to possess a peculiar connection with the female ninja from Suna. It was him. Though the Suna candidates were enraged by the presence of such despicable individuals among Konoha's candidates, their fury was somewhat alleviated upon witnessing a fellow Konoha ninja deliver retribution. Moreover, the individual who took action was a member of the squad highly regarded by Lord Yitsong, which undoubtedly demonstrates that Konohagakure equally values the alliance between the 2 nations. However, the fact that this little fellow could instantly immobilize 3 genin without any chance of resistance is indeed, as Lord Yitsong described, impressively formidable. Hey, you are amazing. I concede, all right? Please let me down quickly. As the chilling sensation continued to invade, the 3 struggling individuals soon realized something was amiss. What kind of ice is this? Why is it so cold? Chief Examiner. Someone come quickly. It's too cold. Let us down. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from the front, and when the candidates turned to look, they were astonished to see a group of over 10 adult ninjas wearing the Konohagakure forehead protectors standing on the platform. Finally, they have arrived. In an instant, this thought flashed through every candidate's mind, and the 3 individuals hanging from the ceiling became animated, shouting, Chief Examiner, please let us down. I am freezing to death. The speaker was a familiar-looking individual named Senju Jinyue, with a few scar-like markings on his left cheek. Are you all aiming to be eliminated directly by fighting in the Chunin exam venue? Although his tone was not particularly harsh, every candidate swept by his cold gaze felt an involuntary chill. Upon seeing the three still suspended in ice, Senju Jinyue's eyes involuntarily twitched, and he quickly noticed the empty space around him where the candidates were standing. So it was you, he thought. After a brief moment of silence, he lowered his gaze and uttered, "Let them down. If they have committed an error, enduring this long in the cold serves as their penance." Unfortunately, had it been ordinary candidates, he would surely have seized this opportunity to make an example of them. However, this particular individual was an exception. Currently, every sensible ninja in Konohagakure understands the importance that the Hokage places on this young man. Chapter 60. Conclusion of the first written exam. There are several crucial rules for this examination. First, the examination adopts a point deduction system, with each candidate starting with 10 points. The test comprises a total of 10 questions, with 1 point deducted for each incorrect answer. Second, individual scores are not the final standard. Rather, the total score of the three-person team is taken into account. Any team with an average score below the threshold will be deemed unqualified. Shut up. If anyone interrupts me before I finish, I will directly disqualify your team's examination eligibility. The moment this statement was uttered, many candidates shot angry yet fearful glances at the chief examiner on the platform. This sentiment was shared not only by the candidates from other villages, but also by many from Konohagakure itself. The third and most crucial rule, at this point. Senju Jinyue scanned the examination hall, his composed gaze causing many candidates to instinctively avert their eyes. During the examination process, any acts of cheating or similar behaviors discovered by the supervising jounin will result in an immediate deduction of 2 points. Upon hearing this, all candidates simultaneously turned their gaze to the right side of the examination hall, where the jounin who had appeared alongside Senju Jinyue were now seated in a row, each holding a clipboard and watching them with an air of amusement. These are elite jounin specifically selected for this examination, so it is advisable to refrain from employing any ludicrous cheating tactics. If you aspire to become a jounin, you must approach this examination like a competent ninja. Some candidates, lacking confidence in their theoretical knowledge, were plunged into despair upon hearing this. What is this? Which examination hall has arranged for over 10 proctors? Finally, observing the reactions of certain individuals, Senju Jinyue could not help but smirk slightly. Did they think this was the end? If even one person in a team scores 0, the entire team will be deemed unqualified. What? This is utterly outrageous. The candidate's emotions surged instantly. The time limit is 1 hour. Yet, Senju Jinyue showed no intention of providing further explanation, simply announcing, "The first examination for the Chunin selection begins now." Despite harboring a multitude of grievances, they could not afford to dwell on them at this moment. The examination hall was instantly filled with the sound of numerous papers being flipped. Senju Jinyue glanced through the test questions and found them to be standard, not the absurdity of Naruto's 91. They appeared somewhat challenging, indeed. After all, this was a test of gathering intelligence. In truth, from the moment he saw the dozen or so jounin holding clipboards, he had already surmised the purpose of the examination. However, it seemed that Mori no Ibiki, the eccentric, had yet to mature enough to devise a torturous question like the 10th one. Nevertheless, even this was challenging enough for the average candidate. Firstly, the question types were sufficiently difficult. Even Senju Jinyue, who considered himself exceptional, felt his scalp tingle after reviewing them. Secondly, the second rule demanded that any team scoring below the average would be disqualified. As they were all meeting for the first time, no one knew how everyone else would perform. To avoid their team falling below the average score, each individual had to find a way to answer more questions. But herein lies the problem. What if the questions are too difficult, and they simply cannot answer them? Aside from a few resigned individuals, the remainder was left with no choice but to resort to the risky act of cheating. After all, there are 5 opportunities. We are all genin. If I cheat and get caught, won't others? Getting caught once merely results in a 2-point deduction. If I do nothing, I am merely waiting for elimination. Upon actually beginning to cheat, they would soon discover another dilemma. When the proctors catch someone cheating, they merely record it. They do not inform the candidate how many times they have been caught. This creates a constant psychological pressure for those cheating. How many times have I cheated? How many times have I been discovered? If I happen to be caught this time, will it add up to 5 times, resulting in a 0 score and dragging my entire team down with me? It is no surprise that Konohagakure, having developed a complete system, can manipulate the candidate's psyches so deftly, regardless of which proctor is present. Fortunately, these matters had little connection to the all-academic elite of Team 9. The first question pertained to the basic and frequently utilized interpretation of codes. Although it was somewhat cumbersome, it posed no significant challenge. After a moment's contemplation, Senju Jinue began to write diligently. The second question required calculating and illustrating effective methods and routes to attack an imagined enemy positioned at a high vantage point. The third question involved calculating the maximum range of shuriken under varying heights, wind directions, and speeds. The fourth and fifth questions followed suit. And just as he was about to examine the eighth question, Candidate 43, cheating 5 times, 0 points. Candidates 3 and 71 from the same team are automatically disqualified. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. Glancing at the wall clock, he thought, oh no, it is precisely 10 o'clock. Did those fellows have some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder? Candidate 25, 86, 93. The number of candidates expelled by the proctors was steadily increasing, while the remaining candidates were becoming increasingly frantic. Goodness, when there were around 100 candidates, it was still possible not to be discovered, but with fewer and fewer participants, each proctor could only oversee 3 or 4 individuals, making it nearly impossible to cheat. However, the more anxious they became, the more they attracted the proctor's attention. The longer they stared, the more agitated the candidates grew. Observing those dedicated individuals writing fervently, the candidates contemplating cheating were left utterly aghast. What, precisely, are you intending to lower the average score to, you wretched beings? At precisely 10:12, I finally completed the 9th question. To be honest, the remaining question proved to be rather challenging. I felt that even if I calculated until the end, I might not arrive at the correct answer, which left me somewhat inclined to give up. Glancing around, I noticed that only about 30 or 40 candidates remained. Observing the 2 others, while I held confidence in Quan and Ri Xiongde Jian's theoretical foundation, I thought to myself, it's not as if it matters. Feigning boredom, I rested my chin on the table while, in truth, I employed my ability to conjure countless ice crystal particles, smaller than dust, into the air. By infusing my mental energy into these particles, they served as a substitute for my eyes. This was a spontaneous idea I had after returning from a mission in the sea country. It was indeed a rather practical little trick, albeit one that occasionally induced dizziness. Over at Quan Station, he had already completed half of the last question. Impressive indeed. Ri Xiongde, TSK. Alas, I still had to write. Once more, I scanned the remaining candidates with my ice crystals, and at last, I spotted the model answer of the disguised candidate in the front right. I swiftly copied it down. At 10:30, the supervisor called with precision, everyone, put down your pens. Proceed immediately to the venue for the second round of examinations. The results of this examination will be announced after the conclusion of the second round. Qianshou Jinue appeared somewhat astonished. Wasn't he the purpose to eliminate candidates on site? Those who failed the first round could still participate in the second? A candidate from Sunagakure raised their hand, asking, so, if we passed the second round but performed poorly in the first, we too will be disqualified from the third round? Indeed. Why is that? Why not simply disqualify those who fail the exam? Why allow them to participate a second time? Silence. This time, the supervisor's demeanor was markedly improved. Though still expressionless, he was no longer as impatient as before the exam began. Instead, he explained patiently, you aspire to become Chunin. Once you ascend to Chunin, you will be responsible for leading a team. However, during missions, results are not always immediately apparent. What will you do in such instances? Will you refrain from undertaking subsequent tasks while awaiting those results? Clearly, that is not acceptable. Those of you who remain in this examination hall have surely exerted yourselves to the utmost. Therefore, trust in your abilities and give your all in the second round. Chapter 61. The second exam. 2 sets of rules in the Konoha village's training ground 44. It seemed everyone had gathered. At precisely 11 o'clock, a Konoha ninja adorned with glasses emerged from a makeshift hut, clutching a stack of papers resembling examination sheets. Was this the chief examiner? He was of average height, sporting square glasses, a slender face, and an austere expression. Attention, everyone. With that call, all candidates quickly assembled. I trust you have surmised the location of the second exam. The chief examiner continued, gesturing with his thumb behind him. Indeed, it is within the confines of this wire enclosure, training ground 44, a location many prefer to call the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death. Many candidates, including the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha, instinctively glanced toward the ominous woods, with their bizarrely shaped trunks and foreboding shadows, occasionally punctuated by the sounds of animal roars and screams echoing from within. A sense of gravity began to settle over the candidates' expressions. Such a place could only invoke thoughts of venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, perhaps even spiders and centipedes. Before the exam commences, I require you to sign a document. As he spoke, the chief examiner handed the stack of papers to a candidate at the front. Consent form? Indeed. As the consent forms were distributed among the candidates, the chief examiner elucidated, the content of the second exam entails an extreme wilderness survival challenge within this area. Due to the inherent dangers, it is possible that some may perish for various unforeseen reasons. Thus, I must ensure that you are participating of your own volition. The candidates collectively fell silent. What did he mean by participating of one's own volition? Would they be permitted to enter the exam without signing? It was merely a means to shift the responsibility of any potential fatalities onto the candidates themselves. Fortunately, those present were not cowards. Having traveled great distances to partake in the Chunin exams, they would not be intimidated by a mere consent form. Now, I shall announce the rules for this exam. Once it was confirmed that everyone had received a consent form, the chief examiner wasted no time, gesturing for a board to be brought forth, on which a simplified topographical map of Training Ground 44 was displayed. This area was encircled by 44 locked entrances, forming a circular expanse with a radius of 10 kilometers, replete with rivers and forests, at the center of which stood a tall tower, marking the endpoint of this examination. What you are to do, the chief examiner revealed. Withdrawing 2 scrolls from his pocket, is engaged in an unrestricted competition for the scrolls of heaven and earth within this arena. Qinsho Jinyue's gaze flickered slightly. He had initially speculated that this might be the format. However, there were a total of 9 teams present. 3 from Konoha, 3 from Sunagakure, 1 from Kusagakure, 1 from Takigakure, and 1 from the Land of Vegetables. Yes, you read that correctly, the Land of Vegetables. I wonder which creative genius devised such a name. Thus, he found himself puzzled about how to allocate the scrolls of heaven and earth. In an examination of this caliber, surely there would be no occurrence of an unbalanced situation arising from a lack of participants. Each team would hold either a scroll of heaven or earth, and the standard for passing the exam would be for 3 individuals to jointly possess both scrolls and reach the central tower within the time limit of 120 hours from the start of the exam. 5 days. What about food? Upon hearing this query, the chief examiner's gaze sharpened, and upon realizing the question came from a Konoha candidate, his expression darkened further. You will resolve that yourselves. Remember, you are participating in the Chunin assessment. Do not present me with such foolish inquiries. The Konoha candidate, chastened, remained silent thereafter, while the chief examiner merely scolded him briefly without pursuing the matter further. As for the candidates from the other villages, one would have expected them to take delight in Konoha's predicament, yet they were too preoccupied to care. To remain in such a place for 5 days? With self-catering? Would they be dining on venomous snakes or spiders? Merely contemplating it made their stomachs churn. Excuse me. A candidate from Sunagakure, Jinshu, suddenly raised a hand. With our 9 teams, the distribution of the scrolls of heaven and earth cannot achieve balance. Does this not imply that at most only 4 teams will qualify, and regardless, one team will inevitably be eliminated due to inability to meet the conditions? Indeed, whether it is the scroll of heaven or the scroll of earth, any distribution resulting in 5 of either will inevitably lead to disadvantage. Exactly. What is to be done about this? Other candidates who had also grasped the implications raised their voices in concern, for no one wished to be among those destined for elimination. Excellent inquiries. In response to the tumult, the chief examiner remained unfazed, adjusting his glasses. Regarding this matter, I have devised 2 alternative plans. First, I shall prepare 5 rolls of Tion and D, placing them into a box, from which each team will send forth a representative to draw randomly. This way, no team will be privy to the type of roll drawn by others, and whether they receive a majority or minority roll will be entirely left to fate. Upon hearing this, some candidates nodded in agreement. The notion of relying solely on luck was not entirely unacceptable. However, others were eager to hear an alternative proposal, prompting one to ask, what about the second option? The chief examiner then produced a distinctly different roll, upon which the characters for Tion and D were prominently inscribed. As you can see, this is a special roll. The team that possesses it is exempt from the contest, and merely needs to reach the high tower within the stipulated time to qualify. Doesn't that equate to a free pass? The candidates buzzed with excitement. Naturally, everyone would covet such a remarkable role. Yet, some astute individuals immediately shouted, "How could such fortune exist? Surely there must be additional conditions or limitations." Indeed, the chief examiner's face finally broke into a smile, though it bore a mocking quality rather than genuine warmth. "Acquiring this role is quite simple. One need only take it from my hands in front of all candidates." This, of course, implied that from the very outset, all other teams would have their sights set on them. If another team were to seize this role, they could directly proceed to the high tower, correct? Certainly. Furthermore, in addition to this, the special Tion and D role would be accompanied by a sensing technique specifically designed for it. As one approaches within a certain range, the technique would indicate the approximate location of the special role. What? Does that not render the team in possession of the special role an obvious target? Precisely. 5 days. Who can guarantee that they can maintain sufficient vigilance against ambushes for the entirety of that time? What is the sensing range? 500 meters? Or 1 kilometer? This must remain undisclosed to preserve a modicum of human rights for the team holding the special role. The chief examiner surveyed the candidates. Their expressions varied, and his smile deepened, though to the candidates, it appeared less like a smile and more like the devil tempting them to their doom. So, who among you possesses the confidence to step forward? It would be foolish to accept such harsh conditions. Many candidates abandoned their desire for the special role, preferring to take their chances with the first option. The first merely risked elimination, whereas choosing the special role was tantamount to inviting a beating. Nevertheless, a few ambitious souls contemplated the possibility before ultimately refraining, such as Yitsang's student, Zhenshu, who bit his lip while glancing towards Qianshou Jinhua. If their group were not present for this examination, it would not be entirely unfeasible to consider the attempt. What's wrong? Is there no one brave enough to try? After scanning the crowd twice, the chief examiner noted that most candidates averted their gazes. He sighed softly, hoping to witness something intriguing. At that moment, he spotted a certain individual approaching. Is he mad? How dare he do this before so many people? Have you all forgotten? He possesses that level of strength. The chief examiner halted his action of retracting the special role, gazing down at Qianshou Jinhua, who approached with a steady stride, neither slow nor hesitant. How did I manage to provoke this little ancestor? I should have kept my mouth shut. Though internally flustered, his demeanor remained impassive as he regarded the outstretched hand. He could not help but ask once more, "Are you certain?" Yes, Qianshou Jinhua nodded, and amidst the watchful eyes of all, he accepted the special role. In that instant, some candidates' eyes sparkled with excitement, others revealed sinister smiles, while some begrudgingly accepted that only he among the 9 teams was justified in obtaining this role. All teams. With matters thus settled, the chief examiner had no further hesitation and proclaimed to all candidates, "Send forth a representative with 3 consent forms to the small house to exchange for the role. Then follow the staff to your respective entrances. At precisely noon, the second examination shall commence." Chapter 62. In the midst of silence, confusion reigns. It appears that the younger they are, the bolder they become. At the 5th entrance, observing Qianshou Jinhua standing quietly aside, the Konoha Chunin staff member could not help but sigh. He was well aware of this young master's situation and understood that a genius could not be judged by conventional standards. Yet, no matter how gifted, was it not a touch presumptuous to claim the special role before all the other candidates? Out of respect for their shared village, this Chunin refrained from voicing harsher sentiments, though he wished to express his thoughts more bluntly. In truth, he was not alone. The sentiments among the staff at other entrances were similarly aligned. All candidates, without exception, harbored malice towards the team that had acquired the special role. The 2 teams from Konoha were somewhat restrained in their reactions, yet their words hinted at a desire to converge and observe. As for candidates from other villages, they openly plotted how to exploit the peculiarities of the special role against its holders right before the staff's eyes. Even the candidates from Sunagakure, an allied village, engaged in the same discussions. Witnessing the audacity of these outsiders conspiring against their own village's candidates, the staff could not suppress their sighs. You may be strong, but now everyone is targeting you. It should be noted that all present possess skills in ninjutsu or combat techniques to a commendable degree. Do you truly believe you can escape the encirclement of these 8 teams? Alas, you have been so favored by the Hokage, and yet you could have had a splendid future ahead. Ding! Noon strikes. The time has come. There is no turning back now. Regret is futile. Efficiently unlocking the chains. The Chunin staff member gestured toward Qianshou Jinyue and his companions as they entered, whispering, "Good luck. I wish you victory." Qianshou Jinyue looked at him in surprise, but he was pleased by the encouragement from a fellow villager. He and Hyuga Takamoto nodded earnestly in acknowledgement, while Azumi smiled and gave a round OK sign before turning to catch up with the other two, as the three stepped through the gateway to the examination arena. Sighing as he watched their figures swiftly disappear into the trees, the Chunin could only hope that his good wishes might bring them a stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, at the entrance of another examination venue, at the 8th entrance awaited a team from Sunagakure. Hurry! As the barbed wire gate swung open, 3 candidates dashed inside at full speed, disregarding the other teams. The closer they could get to the center, the better. Indeed, regardless of the sensing range of the technique. As long as we approach the center point, we shall surely discover them. The 14th entrance is occupied by the Chao Run, who, upon the unlocking of the chains, boldly thrusts open the wire gate and charges inside. What a splendid opportunity bestowed upon us. How dare they treat our comrades in such a manner? While we may be unable to confront the denizens of my under normal circumstances, here, everyone has signed a death consent form. Should anyone perish, the blame cannot fall upon us. Indeed, what does strength matter? In 5 days, I refuse to believe that they will not sleep a single moment. The 18th entrance is manned by the Hua Run, who, although not as eager as their counterparts from Chao Run, swiftly heads towards the tower. Do we truly wish to join this fray? The candidates from Hua Run village are all male, each one either possessing striking features or a robust visage, exuding an extraordinary aura, and they appear quite handsome. Leading them is a young man with pronounced brows and eyes, likely the squad leader. After a brief silence in response to a teammate's inquiry, he solemnly declares, "It is not we who seek the commotion, rather. That group has captured the attention of all competing teams. While the 2 squads from my may hesitate, the candidates from other villages certainly share our intentions." Indeed, the one with a strong jawline chimed in. "I sense that the 2 squads from my will undoubtedly join the fray. Thus, regardless of our thoughts, all adversaries will converge, leaving us alone to face elimination. It is not only them. There are also the Sha Run from entrance 23, the Taki Ren from entrance 26, and the unprecedented gathering at entrance 31. In all past iterations of the Chunin exams held within the Forest of Death, no instance has ever drawn all candidates toward a single direction from the onset. What course of action shall you pursue? Within the monitoring room of the central tower, the chief examiner gazes at the myriad of surveillance screens, his mind incessantly pondering how that little ancestor's team will navigate this predicament. Although the 3rd Hokage has expressed his regard for the little one on multiple occasions, and despite this incident being a consequence of his own whimsical ingenuity, the decision to accept the challenge was entirely the little one's own, manifestly under the watchful eyes of all. Thus, should any unforeseen event arise during this examination, the 3rd Hokage cannot be held accountable. In the coming days, vigilance will be paramount in monitoring the feeds. The underlying assumption remains: injuries are inconsequential. But should that little ancestor meet his demise within, my own life would be at stake. Indeed, upon learning of this development, the 3rd Hokage darkened his countenance and expelled everyone from his office, commanding as he retrieved the crystal ball, "Follow them. Under no circumstances may we allow harm to come to their lives." The weight of those 4 words was palpable. With no responses or sounds following, the 3rd Hokage was acutely aware that the Umbu had accepted his orders. As for how they interpreted the command, that was their concern. Adjusting the scope of the telescope technique to focus on the 44th practice field, and utilizing Senju Jinyue's chakra signature, they swiftly located the trio amidst the woods at entrance 5. "That troublesome brat. Always making trouble for me," the elder grumbled. As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him. He had been overly excited upon receiving the news. However, now that he had calmed down, it was clear that with Senju Jinyue's astuteness, he could not possibly be unaware of the implications of his actions. Reflecting on this, a thoughtful expression crossed the 3rd Hokage's face as he observed Senju Jinyue in the crystal ball, no longer filled with urgency, but rather with curiosity. "I shall see how you intend to resolve this situation." With a resounding crash, a tree trunk of considerable girth toppled over. Quan and Hinata Dijian exchanged glances, both puzzled by the other's expression. Having spent considerable time together, they knew he was not one to act rashly, so they did not rush to the tower. But what was the purpose of felling the tree? "Come here." Senju Jinhua beckoned to Quan. Once she approached, he gestured on the trunk. Try your new weapon on this. It's thick enough to be cut into 2 segments. All right, though still unclear about the plan. The mention of her new weapon brought a smile to Quan's face as she produced 2 fist blades resembling Asuma's from her waist. Initially, there had been only one. But unexpectedly, the merchant caravan they rescued during their journey to the sea country had come to express their gratitude to Mai, explicitly offering a monetary reward for the 3 young ones. After negotiations, it was discovered that the caravan had an ample supply of chakra metal, and thus, the 3rd Hokage decided to have a matching pair of weapons crafted for Quan. With a swift infusion of chakra, the blade's edge shimmered with a visible sheen. Gripping the weapons tightly, she aimed at the trunk. With 3 swift strikes, 2 segments of several centimeters thick were cleaved away. Seeing the swift effectiveness, Quan was overjoyed and began to affectionately rub her face against her weapon, oblivious to Senju Jinyue's intentions. Without delay, Senju Jinyue raised his right hand slightly and conjured 3 ice plates larger than the cutting boards, instructing Hinata Dijian to place the 2 segments atop one of them. He then made slight modifications to the ice plates to secure the segments in place. Let us go. Leaping onto the remaining ice plate, he urged the others to secure themselves with chakra, exclaiming, "Today, we shall set a record and reach the finish line in half an hour." In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the unfolding scene in the crystal ball, silent. Half an hour later, witnessing the trio, immaculate and unperturbed, striding into the tower, left the proctor and staff in silence. The proctor was utterly bewildered, as the unfolding events diverged significantly from his expectations. Chapter 63, The Contest Among Ninjas. Swiftly traversing and concealing themselves in the dense forest, utilizing the terrain and environment to cunningly set traps, every trace left behind, and every scent lingering. They meticulously gathered valuable intelligence amid the interplay of the genuine and the deceptive. Ultimately, following intense physical confrontations, the clash of ninja tools, or the elemental jutsu of wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, a deft synergy or confrontation among various techniques ensued. After several days of tense and fervent competition, the victors, having reached the limits of both physical endurance and mental acuity, supported one another as they approached the Tower of Triumph beneath the setting sun, leaving behind a trail of weary yet resolute silhouettes. While it may be inappropriate to think this way, the fervent and passionate spectacle was precisely the original intent behind the design of the special scrolls. Not to have you lot arrive at the finish line within half an hour to sip tea and await the conclusion of the exam. Watching Senju Jinyue and his companions being escorted to the resting area by the staff, the chief examiner felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. Moments ago, he had been concerned that these youngsters might be ambushed. Just moments ago, he had contemplated that should such a situation arise, he would protect their lives even at the cost of his own reputation as an examiner. However, now that I see them safely arrive, I cannot help but feel a sense of melancholy that stifles my laughter. Well, it is of no consequence. In the woods, approximately 5 kilometers from the towering structure, several candidates, moving with great urgency, suddenly and in unison leaped back and quickly concealed themselves behind tree trunks. The candidates on the opposite side, after remaining silent and locked in a standoff for several minutes, decided to engage in dialogue. The candidate from Huaran village, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, boldly called out from behind a tree, regardless of which village you hail from, be it Muye, Shain, or even Cao-in and Long-in, I believe it is imperative that we do not deplete our resources against one another. Instead, we should prioritize locating the special scroll. This declaration essentially revealed his team's information to the opposing side. Yet, at that moment, the candidate was unconcerned about this exposure, as he believed the other party likely shared the same sentiment. I trust that the vast majority of the 8 teams think similarly. If you are from Muye or Shain, consider this. Shouldn't you hasten to find the team that possesses the special scroll to lend them your support? If you are from Cao-in or Long-in, ponder the situation. Once Muye and Shain ally, will you not find yourselves awaiting disqualification, or hoping that the scroll in their possession is precisely what you need to qualify? On the opposing side stood the candidates from Shain. Jinshu, naturally appointed as the temporary leader due to her connection with the esteemed teacher Yetzong, contemplated the proposition for a moment before asserting, I believe there is merit in his words. It was evident that nearly all teams were focused on swiftly locating the special scroll, regardless of their alliances or individual objectives. Before we engage in unnecessary conflict, we should conserve our strength. Her teammates nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share the same view. Very well, Zhen Shu responded promptly. Adjusting her position slightly before addressing the other team, we concur with your proposal. A rational assessment. The opposing team quickly replied. Then let us exercise restraint until we locate the special scroll, maintaining our distance from one another until that moment. We shall decide thereafter. Agreed. Until we meet again. Upon finishing their exchange, the three candidates from Huaran village swiftly departed in a different direction. The trio on this side nodded to one another and chose to retreat in the opposite direction. In truth, this scenario was not unique to them. Similar occurrences transpired elsewhere. Teams, likewise engaged in rapid movement, evaded and concealed themselves, albeit with different squads and varying methods of communication. Whether Sha'in, Sao'in, Long'in, or Huaran, all harbored their own intentions and strategies, yet ultimately chose to temporarily withdraw, prioritizing the search for the special scroll. As for the candidates from Muye, they mused. What a stroke of luck. Once we rendezvous with that prodigious team, we shall merely need to lend our support to secure our success. Thus, all 8 teams became engrossed in their respective pursuits, each with their own plans in motion. Some set traps, others lay in ambush, while yet others scoured the terrain with the scroll in hand. Despite their differing objectives, each team diligently adhered to their agreement, seeking the elusive special scroll in their unique ways. Questions of whether they could overpower their adversaries upon discovery lingered in their minds. The earlier events in the first examination had indeed been shocking, but that was merely due to the unexpected attack on the unprepared trio. Now, everyone was aware of that individual's capabilities. Could he truly defeat them? At the very least, they believed they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. After all, they were all Chunin. How could he possibly eliminate them all if they were on guard? With this mindset, the afternoon swiftly passed amidst various activities, and the sky gradually darkened. Although they had achieved nothing substantial after a long day of effort, no one felt disheartened. Rather, they accepted it as the norm. After all, facing such formidable opponents, it was only natural to anticipate being targeted. Were the roles reversed, each would undoubtedly exercise caution, observing others from the shadows before making their presence known or waiting for conflict to arise among the teams before stealthily advancing. As ninjas, the essence of their craft lay in patience and the psychological game of cat and mouse. You take the first half of the night, and I will take the second. While they believed the opposing team was not so foolish as to underestimate them, each squad still assigned watch duties before resting, primarily to monitor any reactions from the scroll's seals. They were unaware of when or from where their adversaries might approach, but equally, their opponents were oblivious to where they would be lying in wait at night. All believed that, in this nocturnal contest, their side, equipped with sensing seals, would hold the advantage. After all, the two teams currently occupied contrasting positions, one hidden and one visible, without knowledge of the sentry's location and the range of the sensing seals. Remaining in the broader periphery not only made them harder to detect, but also allowed them to conserve their energy and patience, exploiting their opponent's stamina. Thus, this was not merely a psychological battle. It was a test of endurance, vigilance, and the ability to remain alert against the potential betrayal of other teams. Every ninja understood the stakes involved. Chapter 64. For the examination, no shame, the first night soon passed, with each team assigning 2 sentinels for the night watch, yielding no results. However, this was perfectly normal. After all, as ninjas, the true test was who could endure the longest. Though the night watch was tiring, their counterparts, possessing the special scroll, had to remain vigilant against the searches of the 8 teams. In comparison to the constant vigilance required to stave off exhaustion, their duty was relatively light, merely keeping an eye on the scroll from time to time. Despite the presence of 2 erratic teams, all were moving randomly, making it impossible to ascertain which scroll would first sense them. With this understanding, on the following day, the 8 teams seamlessly expanded their search radius, confident that such a thorough search would inevitably uncover the team with the special scroll. I wonder what those fellows are thinking to propose such demands. To increase the search area, the 2 teams from Muye did not merge, but upon encountering one another, they agreed to signal for support immediately if attacked. Though they too endured a long night, their mental state was markedly different from that of the candidates from other villages. They felt fatigued yet remarkably relaxed. Ultimately, finding that prodigious team would essentially guarantee their success in the examination. Now, it was a race against time and the speed of reinforcements. Who would locate the team first? And could they arrive in time to assist before the other candidates launched their assault? It is precisely due to this awareness that when encountering other teams occasionally, the candidates from Mai are able to greet their counterparts with warmth or gesture to indicate the places they have recently searched, thus preventing their temporary teammates from exerting unnecessary efforts. After all, these are readily available free labor. Everything is aimed at passing the assessment. And there is no shame in that. Inside the tower, observing the 24 candidates diligently searching for the special scrolls through the monitors, one cannot help but notice the stark contrast with the indoor surveillance, where one individual sips tea, another meditates, and yet another stands lost in thought. Where is she off to? After a moment, it becomes clear that she was merely wandering out of boredom. Turning back to the examination room surveillance, one can see the resolute expressions on the faces of the candidates as they pass by the camera. A sigh escapes the lips of the two occupants in the monitoring room, the proctor and a chunin, as they exchange glances, followed by an exasperated exclamation. As the day swiftly passes, the night still finds two sentinels on duty, which inevitably means that at least one of them has endured 2 sleepless nights. The search continues on the 3rd day. Although the candidates exchange nods of greeting when they meet, the overall demeanor has grown somewhat stiff, especially for that unfortunate soul who has endured 2 consecutive nights without rest. Of course, the 2 teams from Mai are exceptions to this. On the 4th day, while the candidates from Mai continue to greet everyone with cheerful smiles, the other teams exhibit increasingly grim expressions, their gazes towards temporary teammates filled with caution and unease. This cannot go on any longer. During the lunch break, the candidates from the grass village convene and ultimately decide to alter their strategy. After all this time without encountering any sign of the special scroll squad, they either remain hidden in some corner, testing their patience, or have already crossed the search net through some unknown means. In their hearts, they prefer to believe in the first possibility. After all, the performance of the other 2 teams from Mai has been evident to all, and it does not appear to be a mere act. Moreover, it must be said, albeit unflatteringly, that if the 3 teams from Mai were to cluster together, the remaining teams, except for the Sand Village, would be rendered powerless. This afternoon, regardless of which team they encounter, they must remember to mark them with the insect concealment technique, and tonight, while they sleep, they will eliminate them one by one. The grass village does not possess its unique ninjutsu style. They excel in researching and imitating the techniques of others. So encountering ninjutsu from any village within their ranks is not surprising. Fortunately, everyone has genuinely been searching these past few days, and fatigue is a common experience. Under such circumstances, the probability of a successful ambush during the late hours of exhaustion should not be low. How goes it over there? Fate seems to be smiling upon them, as shortly after setting off in the afternoon, they encounter a team from Mai. What a delightful stroke of fortune. The 3 candidates from Grass Village exchange sinister glances, thinking, if we cannot find that insolent brat, we shall lay the blame for our companion's humiliation at your feet. One of them nods slightly and stealthily performs a ninjutsu, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips as he gestures to the other 2, indicating that the plan is in motion. Seeing this, the companions feel a surge of confidence and proceed to engage in casual conversation with the candidates from Mai. Feigning normalcy, still no luck finding it. How about you? Alas, we are in the same predicament. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, both sides part ways. However, just as the candidates from Grass Village begin to walk away, their faces adorned with smug smiles, they fail to notice the candidates from Mai silently turning around, forming hand seals behind them. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, gale palm. Furthermore, in that fleeting moment of alarm, they see another team from Mai appear before them, casting 3 kunai bound with explosive tags directly in their path. This is bad. Panic ensues among the candidates from Grass Village. Just as they prepare to flee to the sides, they suddenly hear 2 swift sounds, as 2 more kunai bound with explosive tags come hurtling towards them. Boom. Damn it. In a moment of desperation, they can only choose to leap to the ground. Yet, just as they are about to jump, they see countless kunai, each tied with explosive tags, embedding themselves into the ground before them. This is outrageous. How could ordinary genin withstand so many explosive tags? Boom. A massive fireball, aided by the fierce wind, sweeps through the branches where they stood. Three figures engulfed in flames scream as they plummet to the ground. However, none of the kunai laden with explosive tags detonate. How insidious. They are doomed. Coincidentally, a similar scene unfolds elsewhere, but with sand villages' numbers being greater. Their victory is achieved more swiftly. Cough. Cough. You are violating the rules by teaming up in the Chunin exam. The candidate from Takigakure, who had his scroll snatched, is filled with indignation. Teaming up? Don't make such baseless accusations. The Sand Village candidate who just seized the scroll retorts with righteous indignation. Did you see those two teams attacking? They merely happened to pass by? You. The Takigakure candidate grits his teeth in frustration. This is infuriating. However, upon reflection, it does seem that those two teams merely stood by like gatekeepers, while only one team engaged in the attack. This is infuriating. Chapter 65. List of candidates for the third exam. The second round of the Chunin selection exam officially concludes. At noon on July 5th, a Chunin staff member announces loudly, and the great door of the central tower slams shut. The Chunin then looks up at the camera and states, Chief Examiner, 12 candidates have successfully passed the second exam. That is all. Half an hour later, the 12 candidates, along with their supervising jonin and all the proctors, gather in a spacious hall. Oh, that imprint must be the one where Shaoli stood. Gazing at the enormous stone handprint behind the jonin, Shinsho Jinue feels a subtle connection to the unfolding narrative. After more than a year, it has indeed been a long journey. Looking around, the four teams present consist of 2 from Mai and 2 from Sand. This outcome seems to align with many expectations, as the number of candidates from these two villages is indeed the highest. Even if they cannot collaborate openly, once they set their minds to it, they can easily eliminate the smaller villages. As for the final outcome, the two teams from Mai, seeing their chances of winning at 6, 9 dwindling, can only resign themselves to misfortune, while the other team enters the tower with 3 scrolls, 1 heaven and 2 earth. Although they are allies, it does not imply that the candidates are willing to relinquish their scrolls for the advancement of others. They still wish to uphold the reputation of Sand Village. Therefore, the candidates from Sand Village ultimately carry 3 heavens and 2 earths, leading to a balance in numbers between the two villages. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that when they heard the staff member mention how these candidates had turned the entire training ground upside down in search of their scrolls, Shinsho Jinue and her companions were left utterly bewildered. Can mere imagination ignite such fervor? When the candidates learned the truth from the staff that the special scroll team had arrived half an hour after the start of the exam, they maintained a respectful silence in response to the shock and indignation displayed on the faces of those individuals. The members of Class 9 had believed they had put forth significant effort, only to realize they were merely engaging in a battle of wits with the air. Most importantly, these remarks were made in front of the very individuals involved, which was indeed quite awkward. First and foremost, congratulations to everyone for passing the second round of the exam. At 12:40, the proctor of the second round stepped forward and invited the third Hokage to explain the rules of the third round. He urged everyone to listen attentively. After bowing slightly towards the podium, he said, Now, Hokage-sama, the floor is yours. The third Hokage nodded and, under the gaze of the crowd, approached the podium. Clearing his throat, he took a puff from his old pipe to signal that he was about to commence his lecture. Before delving into the rules of the third round, he felt it necessary to clarify the true purpose of this examination. Upon hearing this, most candidates wore puzzled expressions. Wasn't the Chunin exam merely for selecting Chunin? What other purpose could there be? One of the Konoha candidates shouted out, Isn't it to foster friendship among the various villages? Although the Sunagakure participants remained silent, they nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment, as did the members from the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans. Only Senju Jinue exhibited no reaction. He couldn't articulate a complete answer, but recalled that it was certainly related to showcasing village strength and competing for mission quotas. While you are not entirely wrong, there is more to it than that. At this point, the third Hokage exhaled a long plume of smoke and continued, In reality, this examination serves as a microcosm of the conflicts among allied nations. A wave of confusion rippled through the ranks of candidates. However, the third Hokage paid no mind to the commotion and began his lesson. You are all aware that throughout history, numerous large-scale wars have erupted among nations, and each time, it took a considerable duration for countries to recover their strength. To prevent such devastating conflicts from recurring, the joint Chunin exam was established, transferring disputes among nations to this small arena. Beyond the selection of Chunin, This exam is a stage for ninjas from various countries to battle for their nation's prestige, often risking their lives in the process. Many daimyo and noble lords from different countries will be present at the venue of the third round, and these spectators control a wealth of missions and funding. If there is a significant disparity in strength, the more powerful nation will receive more missions and favor in subsequent diplomatic endeavors with neighboring countries. But, at this point, Izumi could no longer contain herself and interjected. Even so, must candidates fight to the death? Her words elicited agreement from many candidates. They understood the necessity of signing a death waiver, given the danger of the arena. But the idea of intentionally killing an opponent had never crossed their minds. Do not misconstrue my meaning. The third Hokage's expression grew increasingly solemn. This examination is a platform to showcase the strength of your nation's ninjas, and such strength can only be fully realized through life or death battles. This is a fight for your dreams and the honor of your nation, thus imparting a more sacred and noble significance. A hush fell over the gathering as the weight of their performances became clear. Their actions would determine the future of their entire nation. Each candidate felt the burden on their shoulders grow heavier. They could not afford to lose. They must not lose. Even if it meant death, they would fight on the stage of battle. Observing the serious expressions of the young candidates, the third Hokage nodded inwardly. Unlike the previous two rounds, the third round would consist of individual one-on-one battles. Gasps of disbelief arose as all candidates turned their gaze to the leftmost column, where one particularly formidable contender stood. Having rested for several days, how could anyone in their exhausted state hope to match him in a one-on-one duel? But wait. Sensing their unease, the third Hokage added, since this represents the combat prowess of each nation, to ensure fairness, the third round will take place 1 month from now. The purpose of this month is not only for you to rest, but also to prepare strategically against your opponents. Senju Jinyu pondered aloud. Is there no preliminary round? However, upon further reflection, he found the arrangement reasonable. With only 12 candidates, they could form merely 6 pairs for combat, and since ninja battles typically concluded swiftly, having fewer participants would not justify the long journey for the audience. As the third Hokage gestured, the proctor of the second round took over the proceedings. Following his command, a stone slab behind the massive handprint rose with a hum, revealing a large electronic display screen. This screen would randomly showcase 2 names, determining the matchups for the formal competition a month later. After providing a brief explanation, the proctor spoke into his earpiece. Commence. The screen lit up, Zhangli versus Ingzhu Hui. Izumi glanced around and noticed. Both are from Konoha. The second matchup appeared. Hinata Takuma versus Mizukawa Hiroki. The third matchup was announced. Uchiha Izumi vs 4th group. The fifth matchup, Senju Jinyu versus Jinshu. All eyes turned to the Sunagakure girl, and when the fifth matchup was revealed, some candidates reacted with schadenfreude, while others expressed concern. Izumi shot a glance at Senju Jinyu, her expression conveying an ambiguous sentiment. Oh dear, she's the student of that Sunagakure Jonin, and she's a girl. Silence enveloped the room. The third Hokage took another puff from his pipe. This list will soon be sent to the daimyo and nobles of various nations. During this month leading up to their arrival, I encourage you all to train diligently and refine your skills. Chapter 66. Feelings are not simply about taking. Senju Jinyu versus Jinshu. Though previously, they were largely unknown figures, the significance of this matchup piqued considerable interest. One hails from the esteemed Senju clan, descendants of the legendary ninja Senju Hashirama, while the other is a newly minted hero from Sunagakure, a student of the scorching bloodline ninja, Yakura. Old versus new, Konoha versus Sunagakure. This was indeed intriguing. Many daimyo and prominent nobles, upon understanding the implications behind these names, expressed their intent to witness the event live in Konoha. The flurry of enthusiastic replies instilled greater confidence in Konoha's leadership, reinforcing their determination to ensure the success of this exam. After lunch, Senju Jinyu exchanged greetings with Yanoyu and prepared to head to the training grounds. Given that the third round would be an individual competition of significant importance, Izumi and Hinata Takuma had returned to their clans for guidance from experienced jonin. At the outset, Quan had also initially declined, as she wished to train alongside Chinsho Jinyu. However, a single remark from the elders extinguished her resolve. Chinsho Jinyu. All day long it's just about Chinsho Jinyu. That little rascal doesn't even possess a Sharingan. What can he possibly teach you? Very well. Now you seem to lose focus for a moment. after speaking. He patiently waited for her to regain her senses before continuing to wash the dishes in hand. Observing her demeanor, Qianshou Jinhua couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow. This was not the first time he had seen her this way. One could easily deduce that she was undoubtedly harboring some concerns. Yet, since Yanao Yu hailed from the roots, if she was unwilling to speak up, it would indeed be quite challenging to extract the truth from her. With this thought in mind, he casually closed the door, hesitated for a moment, and then, instead of heading towards the training ground, he hurriedly made his way to the orphanage. His reasoning was quite simple. With matters weighing on his heart, he found it difficult to concentrate on training. So he preferred to see if he could uncover anything at the orphanage. For Yanao Yu, the only thing that could truly capture her attention at that moment were the affairs concerning those children. With his current speed, the journey from the village to the orphanage took hardly any time at all. What are you doing back here? The house remained unchanged, and the children playing outside were still the same. The only difference was that the old scholar was seated in a shaded area, explaining something to several little ones. Upon noticing Qianshou Jinyue's arrival, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Jinyue is here, Grandpa Kambu. Kambu was the name of the old scholar, a kind-hearted gentleman beloved by all the children. Ah, Kambu chuckled, ushering the children aside to play, then invited Qianshou Jinyue to sit. A few days ago, I heard from the principal that you performed admirably in the Chunin exams. The old man has yet to congratulate you. After some casual pleasantries, Kambu inquired gently, is there something on your mind? Although he might not be able to assist you, feel free to share whatever is troubling you, even if it's just moral support. The old man will certainly stand by you. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Qianshou Jinyue's mouth before he turned serious and asked, Grandpa Kambu, do you know if Yanao Yu has been troubled lately? I've noticed she seems quite distracted these past few days. This question rendered Kambu momentarily silent, after which he rose and motioned for Qianshou Jinyue to follow him inside. Come with me. Witnessing his reaction, Qianshou Jinyue felt a sinking sensation in his heart, and a myriad of unsettling thoughts began to surge forth uncontrollably. As the door creaked open, he spotted a female worker carrying a basin of dirty laundry, who paused upon seeing Qianshou Jinyue before nodding and departing. Please, have a seat. The children were outside, leaving the room rather empty. Qianshou Jinyue did not hesitate, sitting across from Kambu at the table. Sigh, the matter goes back to a few nights ago. On July 2nd, while Qianshou Jinyue was in that tall tower, several men clad in black robes entered the orphanage and requested that Yanao Yu undertake an extended espionage mission to Awagakure. Initially, Yanao Yu had unhesitatingly refused. As the children had significantly matured, and with the third Hokage's support, the orphanage was no longer lacking in funds. Even if the request came from Danzo, the leader of the Roots, she no longer had to follow orders as she once did. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that to achieve their objective, Danzo had permitted his subordinates to use the children's safety as leverage. Shameless. Despicable. Yet, even when subjected to such curses, Danzo remained unfazed, coldly stating, do not mistake the matter. As long as we can protect Konoha, this sacrifice is hardly worth mentioning. Just as Yanao Yu felt she could no longer withstand the pressure and was about to acquiesce, the man in the black robe seated to Danzo's right suddenly spoke. If you truly do not wish to go, it's not impossible. However, we will need to select a child from your ranks as a substitute. Danzo swiftly turned to look at him, clearly taken aback by this unexpected statement. However, for reasons unknown, he silently observed for a moment without interrupting. What do you think? Quite a lucrative deal, wouldn't you agree? The man spoke with a raspy voice, and it was only then that Yanao Yu shifted her focus from Danzo, only to be taken aback upon recognizing the figure. Orochimaru. How could he possibly be appearing alongside Danzo? Moreover, he seemed to be positioning himself as part of the Roots. Regardless, whether it was Orochimaru or Danzo, the idea of trading children for her own freedom was utterly unthinkable. No, I pick me. Suddenly, a youthful voice chimed in from behind the window. Do, what are you doing here? Yanao Yu's brow furrowed instantly. She had been so focused on Danzo that she had failed to notice the child had been listening nearby. I apologize, Principal. I violated the rules again. The boy who jumped in through the window flashed a sweet smile at Yanao Yu before approaching Orochimaru and asking, can I go with you? Do, come back. I can't let you. Principal. Do turned back, his face still beaming with joy. It's not just about taking. I've been thinking about what I can do for you, so please don't stop me. After saying that, he turned to Orochimaru. And you are Lord Orochimaru, right? You once said I was suited to be a ninja, and I want to become strong like that child, so I can protect you and the orphanage in my own way." Upon hearing this from Kambu, Shinsho Jinue did not linger and silently departed. Orochimaru had joined the Roots? Had such a plot ever occurred in the anime? Yet, no matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't recall in which episode Kambu had mentioned those scenes. Perhaps he had unknowingly skipped past them while watching the initial recaps. After leaving the orphanage, he found himself with nowhere to go, wandering aimlessly down the main road while his mind was flooded with a jumble of thoughts. In truth, he did not find Do's willingness to sacrifice himself particularly difficult to accept, for he recalled that even after entering Sage mode, Do still insisted on wearing the glasses Yanao Yu had given him. This clearly indicated that Yanao Yu's significance and influence over Do was irreplaceable, not even by the master of child abduction, Orochimaru. Hence, as long as Yanao Yu remained alive, there was no need to worry about Do going astray. Rather, it could be said that he secretly hoped to see this outcome, as only the battle-hardened spy Do could truly realize dreams. Remaining at the orphanage as a helper, he might have merely been known as Yakushi Do for the rest of his life. The issue was that Orochimaru's intervention was somewhat unexpected, although he did not comprehend why he would prevent Danzo from coercing Yanao Yu. It did ring alarm bells for Shinsho Jinue. He needed to hasten the pace of enhancing his strength and influence. Otherwise, if Danzo came to trouble Yanao Yu again in the future, could he still rely on Orochimaru to intervene once more? Chapter 67. Is Tsunade foolish? After a heavy-hearted afternoon of training, during dinner, he did not exhibit any signs of concern in front of Yanao Yu, maintaining the facade of being wholly absorbed in training, appearing oblivious to everything. As the evening approached and I made my way to Gon's residence for our routine practice, a myriad of thoughts began to swirl in my mind. Upon hearing the familiar sound of Gon's return, I chose not to immerse myself in my studies any longer, but instead accompanied Jingyin to the front hall. Since we had completed our mission in the Land of Water, I had noticed that Gon frequently vanished for entire days, leaving the evening training largely in Jingyin's hands. She would return around 8 or 9 o'clock, often complaining of exhaustion and demanding drinks. Upon entering the front hall, I was greeted by the sight of Gon sprawled unceremoniously on the sofa, murmuring, "Jingyin, Jingyin." Surprised, she lifted her head slightly, but soon let it fall back onto the cushions with a thud, her voice muffled as she exclaimed, "What are you doing out here instead of practicing medical ninjutsu? Do you think you are ready to progress to the next stage?" I shook my head, striving to avert my gaze from the excess flesh spilling over the edge of the sofa. "I merely have a few questions. If you are aware of them, I would appreciate your guidance. Why must you always interrupt my practice?" Gon retorted, her irritation evident. "Can't you wait until I'm done? I'm exhausted." She then turned to Jingyin, snapping, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and get me some sake." Yes, I'm on it." Jingyin hurried out, and I couldn't help but think, why not wait until she is rested to ask? Don't you realize how things work? After all, every time I finished my training and emerged, she was always inebriated like a madwoman. Once Jingyin had departed, I approached the sofa, speaking softly, "Gon, do you have any information regarding Orochimaru's involvement with the root?" Her murmurs ceased abruptly. After a moment, she propped herself up, reclining against the sofa. Her expression calm, yet I sensed an underlying tension. "Orochimaru has joined the root. How did you come by this information?" I understood why she might find it plausible that I knew of such a clandestine organization. After all, the girl Yeyu had emerged from the root, and given my intellect, it would not be surprising if I had uncovered some truths. In recent days, I have observed Yeyu often lost in thought. When I inquired, she merely shook her head and remained silent. Today, after witnessing her despondent demeanor once more, I could no longer contain my curiosity. I visited the orphanage and spoke with an elderly man named Kampu, who revealed the truth behind her agitation. He mentioned that Yeyu had previously instructed them to keep her situation confidential. However, they were unable to bear the weight of their silence, especially as they had heard of my rising popularity in the village, thus deciding to disclose this secret in hopes of prompting a solution for me. I recounted the essence of the information I had gleaned from Kampu, concluding with a pleading gaze directed at Gon. "You are one of the legendary Sannin alongside Orochimaru, and once his companion. Do you know the reason he is intent on taking Do? If you do, please share it with me." Yeyu has been utterly distraught since Do's departure, and my concern for her is genuine. Upon hearing my entreaty, Gon remained silent, her expression darkening considerably. My thoughts drifted to Orochimaru's experiments with Danzo, the implications of the small sea demon recently retrieved from the research facility, and the old man's apparent indifference to these matters. It dawned on me that the facility was likely linked to Orochimaru, perhaps even established by him. The medical ninja, Kenji, was merely a scapegoat. The old man must be aware of this situation, yet he kept it concealed, even from me. As for Orochimaru, the old man must have been dealing with him, though it seemed that Danzo had found some leverage to protect him, allowing Orochimaru to join the route. Was Gon naive? Certainly not. More often than not, she simply chose to disregard matters that did not pique her interest. As the foremost medical ninja in the entire ninja world, anyone who thought otherwise was truly foolish. Danzo's reasons for sparing Orochimaru were rather transparent. The brooding elder had never concealed his ambition for the Hokage title, likely feeling discontented with the old man's swift ascension to power following Minato's demise. Thus, it was reasonable for him to extend an olive branch to Orochimaru. For the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If the old man aimed to confront Orochimaru, Danzo's timing to ally with him would yield significant advantages. Gon's expression grew increasingly grave as she contemplated these revelations. She clasped her hands across her chest, a habitual gesture of hers during moments of reflection. In the past, when struck by a significant thought, she would tap her fingers against her arm, but the burden of time had made such movements cumbersome. I pondered the motivations behind Orochimaru's desire to take Do. The incessant research on the small sea demon named Yuhua had stirred a sense of unease within me. Was it truly necessary for Orochimaru to position himself against us? Caught in the intensity of my gaze, Gon's irritation flared even more. Yet, such frustrations were not something I could voice openly. I settled for a casual remark. Didn't Tido express a desire to become a powerful ninja to protect the orphanage? Just like you? From your description, he seems rather clever and undoubtedly has his own plans. There's no need for you to worry. Despite my words, my thoughts remained fixated on the necessity of confronting Orochimaru, seeking a way to guide him back onto a righteous path, if only to prevent him from delving deeper into his malevolent pursuits. Though the old man now appeared jovial with everyone, should he be provoked, it would not merely be a matter of him and Danzo. Even 2 senior advisors would not suffice to quell his wrath. Very well. Upon hearing my response, Gon acquiesced with a hint of disappointment, turning back toward the room dedicated to practicing medical ninjutsu. I discerned her feigned indifference. Yet my initial aim had never been to pry information from her. Rather, I intended to inform her of the threat looming over the orphanage, hoping to heighten her awareness regarding the matter. There was no denying that my growth required time, and until then, Gon's concern for her fellow clansmen made her my greatest ally within the village. Chapter 68. The Uchiha Gathering. What could the clan leader possibly want to discuss with me? In the Uchiha clan's territory, Quan followed Itachi as they entered the patriarch's residence. Moments before, she had been engrossed in training her Sharingan under the guidance of an elder when Itachi suddenly appeared, stating that the patriarch was seeking Uchiha Quan. With the elder's consent, he took her away. I am unsure of the reasons behind this, as he merely told me to come and find you, implying there was something he wished to convey. Itachi walked ahead, his tone monotonous, yet the slight furrow of his brow revealed his own perplexity regarding the situation. Quan nodded, accepting that if Itachi was unaware, they would have to await the patriarch's explanation. Upon reaching the main hall, they found Uchiha Fugaku seated with his eyes closed, one hand resting on a nearby table, rhythmically tapping, clearly deep in thought. "Father, I have brought Uchiha Quan," Itachi announced, stepping forward to report. Slowly, Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes. His stern visage bore an aura of authority that commanded respect. "Greetings, Patriarch," Quan managed to say, feeling somewhat out of place in such a setting. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, his gaze lingering on the two before he rose and instructed, "Follow me." Exchanging a glance with each other, Quan and Itachi followed, albeit the Patriarch's long strides quickly led them out of the house. They had anticipated a mere change of venue for conversation, but to their surprise, Fugaku proceeded directly onto the street, maintaining silence as they walked. Quan felt increasingly bewildered. As no one spoke, she hesitated to voice her thoughts, trailing closely behind. As the clock approached 7 or 8 in the evening, a time typically reserved for rest, Quan observed several clan members hastening in the same direction. She noted their astonished expressions upon seeing her and Itachi, though they remained silent after glancing at the Patriarch before vanishing ahead. Unlike her, Itachi's demeanor grew increasingly serious as they drew nearer to their destination. It wasn't until Uchiha Fugaku suddenly halted and looked up at the steps ahead that their expressions shifted entirely. Nana's shrine? What could possibly be the purpose of this visit? Quan pondered, recalling the secret gatherings of Uchiha ninjas that Shisui had once mentioned. Without uttering a word, Uchiha Fugaku resumed his ascent, prompting Quan and Itachi to follow suit. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a throng of Uchiha ninjas, all of whom acknowledged them with nods before hastily entering the shrine. As they entered the main hall, Quan and Itachi were taken aback to discover a dark passage beneath a lifted tatami mat, through which the arriving ninjas were entering one after another. The sight nearly overwhelmed Quan with curiosity. Yet, the patriarch remained silent, observing the ninjas' entrance until the last had gone inside, before instructing them, once inside, do not speak. Simply listen. Leading the way, they entered the dimly lit passage. Despite the echoing footsteps of the three, a profound stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Thankfully, the passage was not long, and they soon emerged into a modest underground space, already filled with individuals. However, the dim lighting from only 4 small braziers cast eerie shadows. And as the crowd turned to face them, their expressions shifted from darkness to excitement and fervor under the flickering candlelight. This strange, almost sinister ambience sent a chill down Quan's spine. She had never imagined that the seemingly amicable ninjas she interacted with daily could exhibit such uncanny behavior. In contrast, Itachi maintained a more composed demeanor, though his tightly clenched and slightly trembling fists betrayed his inner turmoil. "You may sit at the back and listen," he instructed, before making his way through the crowd to the front. Understood. Following the patriarch's directive, Quan and Itachi settled at the rear. Yet faced with the eager gazes of surrounding ninjas welcoming them, Itachi remained stoic, nodding politely when making eye contact, while Quan struggled to suppress her emotions, desperately maintaining a smile to avoid tears. She genuinely felt discomfort in every fiber of her being. It was hard to fathom that these peculiar individuals were the same Uchiha ninjas who usually greeted her with friendly smiles. The regular meeting will now commence. As the patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku naturally took his place at the forefront, facing the assembly. Following his command, a silver-haired middle-aged ninja seated beside him immediately addressed the gathering, stating, effective today, Fugaku's son Itachi, along with another outstanding Uchiha talent, Quan, will also begin participating in the regular meetings. Quan recognized this elder as Uchiha Hakudai, a member of the Konoha Guard, indicating his considerable capabilities to preside over clan meetings alongside the patriarch. Cough. Uchiha Fugaku interjected. Though Itachi and Quan are both genin and eligible to attend the meeting, they are still quite young. I merely wish for them to begin understanding our clan's current circumstances. So I have called them here. I ask for your guidance and support. After bowing slightly to the assembly, the others reciprocated the gesture. Once everyone straightened, Uchiha Hakudai candidly outlined the meeting's agenda, continuing from our last discussion. We shall address the proposal to submit a letter of opinion to the Hokage regarding the isolation of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. The moment Hakudai's words fell, the room erupted in a cacophony of buzzing voices. Some proclaimed, "We are the proud Uchiha, and we should adopt a firm stance against the village's upper echelons," while others, wearing somber expressions, cautioned against impulsiveness, urging a calm assessment of the situation. Additionally, there were those who remained silent, observing the reactions of others as they contemplated which side to support. Despite their differing opinions, it was evident that everyone present was engaged and eager to leverage the meeting as a means to alter the Uchiha clan's status within Konoha. Witnessing the fervor of the adult ninjas passionately articulating their views, even daring to utter taboo phrases, Quan felt an unfamiliar and unsettling sensation arise within her. Could this truly be the essence of the Uchiha? In that instant, a sense of panic enveloped her at the mere notion of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, it is not solely her. Itachi also felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief and aversion towards the unfolding events. However, aware that his words would go unheard, he chose to remain silent, observing quietly. At that moment, Itachi suddenly sensed a gaze upon him and turned to see Shisui. A faint smile graced Itachi's face as he realized that Shisui, too, seemed unable to blend into the cacophony surrounding them. Their eyes met in the air, and from the smile of his dear friend, Itachi felt an indescribable loneliness, anger, dissatisfaction, and extremism. The negative sentiments of the Uchiha clan converged here. My feelings resonate with yours, he smiled back at Shursui, conveying his most genuine thoughts and emotions. Who was he looking at? Following Itachi's gaze, Izumi noticed a slightly older young ninja, none other than Shunshin Shursui. She recognized this young prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Yet she was astounded to see the two men exchanging glances and even smiling. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Had she stumbled upon something extraordinary? Chapter 69. Each individual has their own growth. Are we truly going to teach him the 8 trigrams 64 palms? Such an action would surely disrupt the clan's customs. In a secluded room within the Hyuga clan, the current clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, was engaged in a discussion with a group of elders regarding matters concerning Hyuga Niji. Upon hearing this question, a hush fell over the room, for it pertained to the rules governing the main and branch families. One misstep could lead to grave misunderstandings, potentially escalating tensions between the two factions. Thus, everyone pondered carefully before speaking. Of course, we must teach him, just as everyone was furrowing their brows. Weighing the pros and cons, a square-faced elder seated beside Hyuga Hayashi spoke up. The elder's speech was measured, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Hayashi. You all heard Niji's words. Those two children possess ice-release blood, with Tsunade providing guidance. Moreover, their clan elder is conducting specialized training on the Sharingan. Based on the duel list and recent movements within the village, it is evident that the third Hokage has a purpose and determination for the third exam. Such a significant occasion demands that our Hyuga clan members do not present themselves unimpressively. At this, the elder's calm demeanor briefly flickered with anger. Surely you haven't forgotten the report from the last mission in the Land of Water? The truth is, outsiders now only recognize the Uchiha Sharingan, and no one remembers the prestige of the Hyuga's Byakugan. Thus, this third exam serves not only as a grand stage for the third Hokage to showcase Konoha's might, but also as an opportunity for our Hyuga clan to reveal our prowess to the world. Upon hearing this, several others nodded solemnly. Although the statement irked them, the previous report from Hyuga Niji had indeed illustrated this point vividly when faced with the Sharingan. Even a group of rogue ninjas had averted their gazes, despite one being merely a 7- or 8-year-old girl. In contrast, the older Niji was met with disdain from that same group. This realization ignited a sense of indignation within the elders, including Hyuga Hayashi, who collectively bowed their heads in acknowledgement to the square-faced elder. Your words are true. We shall devote ourselves to instructing Niji. On July 16th, an otherwise unremarkable day, Senju Shingetsu and Izumi simultaneously received invitations from their teammates. The decision to actively impart the clan's secret teachings to those from the branch family was a departure from tradition, and they hoped these two comrades could witness the moment. Niji really is remarkable. Upon meeting in the park at the village center, Senju Shingetsu expressed his astonishment. To have the notoriously stubborn Hyuga clan break their rules for him is unprecedented in Konoha's history. Even Hyuga Hayashi, despite his guilt over Niji's sacrifice, did not bend the rules for Hyuga Niji. Izumi, however, seemed somewhat downcast, offering no response to Shingetsu's comments, only whispering thoughtfully, "Stubborn, you say?" In truth, her mind had been preoccupied with the events of the recent clan meeting, where the behavior of her fellow clan ninjas could hardly be described as merely stubborn. It bordered on madness. Moreover, the purpose for which Uchiha Fugaku had summoned her to the meeting lingered in her thoughts. Do you know why I specifically requested your attendance at the meeting? At the conclusion of the gathering, which extended past 10 o'clock, Uchiha Fugaku had not immediately allowed Izumi to depart. Instead, after everyone else had left, he kept her back to pose this question. Yet, lost in her thoughts during the meeting, she struggled to respond. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku was not testing her. Upon noticing her silence, he continued speaking. This is the current state of the Uchiha. Anger over being mistrusted by the village, dissatisfaction from being isolated from the village's core, and a blindness anchored in past glories. He then shifted the conversation. You see, your team, Class 9, carries the promise and attitude of the third Hokage towards the Uchiha clan. The Hokage Uchiha Fugaku raised a hand to quell Izumi's surprise, urging her to remain quiet and listen. Not long ago, I too harbored grievances against the higher-ups of Konoha. During the chaos of the Ninetales rampage, our clan, as the essential defense force, was ordered to remain away from the battlefield, tasked only with protecting the elderly, women, and children. At that moment, I understood that the rift between the Uchiha and the village had reached a nearly irreparable state. Yet, as clan leader, I must consider the well-being of my kin and prevent the conflict from escalating further. If it were only that instance, it might have been bearable. Whether through force or persuasion, I managed to suppress the clan's emotions. However, shortly thereafter, the higher-ups further marginalized our clan. Although the village presented the reasoning as a reorganization, relocating all families, the distance from the village's center was too great. No matter how hard I tried, I could no longer quell the voices among my people who felt this was a precautionary measure against the Uchiha. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku's voice wavered slightly, prompting him to pause and allow the young girl before him time to digest his words. After a considerable silence, Izumi's anxious voice broke through. Lord Clan Leader, why are you sharing this with me? Because of your team, and due to your connection with Senju Shingetsu. Senju Shingetsu? What does our clan's situation have to do with him? Do not be so quick to react. The crux of my words lies not with him, but with you and the relationship you share. Uchiha Fugaku once again reassured the somewhat agitated Izumi, and only after she had calmed down did he continue. At that time, although I was aware that the unusual circumstances within our clan would undoubtedly not escape the discerning gaze of the third Hokage, I found myself at a loss for effective measures. I could only manage the emotions of my clansmen while contemplating solutions to reconcile the discord between the Uchiha and the village. Until one day last year, the third Hokage unexpectedly approached me with a document. Uchiha Fugaku recounted the essence of that conversation in as calm a tone as he could muster, omitting the details regarding their arrangement for the future of their lives. He merely stated that he and the third Hokage had made a pact. They wished to observe whether, devoid of any external influences, the Senju and Uchiha could restore the genuine feelings that once existed between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. If that were indeed possible, then once Team 9 matured, the issues concerning the Uchiha would naturally be resolved. What he and the third Hokage needed to do was maintain the delicate balance between both parties until that time. In truth, according to our agreement, I should not divulge these matters to you. However, due to your recent exemplary performance, many clansmen have grown increasingly arrogant and radical, often viewing you as a significant bargaining chip for future negotiations with the village. Thus, I thought it better to involve you proactively rather than allow you to be swayed by the clansmen's machinations without knowledge. You should observe and judge for yourself how to proceed in the future. As clan leader, I feel utterly inadequate when I cannot safeguard the interests of my clansmen and must rely on someone as young as you. With each word spoken, the gloom upon Uchiha Fugaku's face deepened, and ultimately, he bowed his head deeply to Izumi, entrusting her in a voice laden with gravity. Yet for the sake of our clan's future, I must implore you, for the Uchiha, please strive even harder in the days to come. Chapter 70. The consumption method of Lolas at the entrance of the Hyuga clan's territory after meeting with Hinata Takuma. Senju Shingetsu could not help but inquire, seeking to avoid any complications. I must ask, are you not supposed to be learning the secret techniques of your Hyuga clan? Would it not be somewhat inappropriate for us outsiders to observe? No need for concern. Hinata Takuma shook his head, his tone devoid of false politeness. The 8 trigrams 64 palms requires the Byakugan for execution, and even if you comprehend the principles, you would be unable to perform it. And Senju Shingetsu casually followed up, though his gaze was primarily occupied with surveying the scenery of the Hyuga territory, paying little heed to what was being said. As long as he remained mindful of their taboos, all would be well. Not much. Let us proceed. The clan leader and the elders are already awaiting us. The clan leader? And the elders? This revelation genuinely surprised Senju Shingetsu. Setting aside everything else, the mere presence of this teaching team indicated the importance the Hyuga clan placed on this individual. Furthermore, it seemed that the current clan leader was indeed Hinata Hizashi. Was it not? Would the teaching take place at his residence? If so, that meant he might soon encounter little Hinata. How delightful. What would a 1 or 2-year-old Hinata be like? Surely, she would be rather adorable. With such thoughts, the trio quickly approached a courtyard under the curious gazes of the Hyuga clansmen. You have arrived. The 2 young ninjas standing at the entrance nodded to the guests, and one of them then addressed Hinata Takuma. Please, step inside. The clan leader and the elders are already awaiting you. Indeed, after exchanging greetings, Hinata Takuma quickened his pace, and soon they spotted several men clad in loose outer robes standing in a clearing outside. The one in the center must be Hinata Hizashi, not only by his position but also by the distinct aura he exuded compared to the others. As the trio drew closer, They witnessed Hinata Takuma bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man. Clan leader, the teammates of Team 9 have arrived. Hinata Hizashi nodded, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on Senju Shingetsu and Izumi, offering each a serious nod before addressing them. Esteemed guests, we must first provide Takuma with an explanation of the key points and precautions regarding the 8 trigrams 64 palms. This will take some time. If you find it tedious, you may have him show you around the courtyard or rest inside. As soon as he finished speaking, a young ninja stepped forward, and Hinata Hizashi exchanged nods with the two before leading Hinata Takuma and several elders into the adjacent training room. Esteemed guests, would you like me to guide you on a tour of the courtyard? The young guide maintained a commendable demeanor, showing no signs of condescension despite Senju Shingetsu and Izumi's stature and age. Very well, we would appreciate your assistance. Noting that Izumi had not expressed her opinion, Senju Shingetsu readily acquiesced, recognizing this as an opportunity not to be missed, given that it was the residence of the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. This is the front courtyard, adorned with various rockeries and landscapes. The clan leader often enjoys spending time here. The young guide kept pace with the two guests, introducing every item within sight. This is the rear courtyard, where medicinal herbs frequently utilized are cultivated. Of course, we occasionally plant flowers favored by the clan leader and Lady Hinata as well. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, the young guide's expression brightened for the first time as he spotted a large and small figure tending to the flowers by the flower bed. That little girl must be Hinata. Indeed, the adorable little loli is truly deserving of her title as one of the world's most delightful beings. Even Izumi, who had been somewhat disinterested, suddenly perked up. Yes. The moment Hinata was mentioned, the young guide's eyes seemed to sparkle. Lady Hinata is the daughter of the clan leader and our clan's most beloved princess. Izumi nodded vigorously, her face brimming with anticipation and desire. The implication was unmistakable. She wanted to interact with the little loli. The young guide's expression grew awkward. Lady Hinata is not a pet we can simply engage with, and whether or not she would be receptive is not something for this young guide to decide. However, considering that these two were guests invited by the clan leader, he could only nod vaguely. If Lady Hinata is willing. Before he could finish, Izumi had already dashed forward. Senju Shingetsu and the young guide exchanged glances and shared an awkward smile before hastily following her. May I inquire who you are? The young maid, though also youthful, immediately shielded Hinata behind her upon seeing the suddenly appearing Izumi. She had indeed spotted Izumi's forehead protector but remained vigilant and dutiful. We are teammates of Hinata Takuma. They are guests invited by the clan leader. Fortunately, at that moment, the young guide caught up, validating that they were not intruders. Oh, so that's how it is. The maid finally lowered her guard, and upon seeing Izumi's eyes sparkle with excitement as she gazed at Hinata, her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. She eagerly engaged in a lively discussion with Izumi about the 18 delightful ways to enjoy lolis while pulling Hinata out from behind her. Lady Hinata, they are esteemed guests invited by the clan leader, so we must not be impolite, the maid advised. Although Hinata felt that the expressions of the two seemed somewhat off, she was merely a 2-year-old child and couldn't grasp the complexities of the situation. Encouraged by the maid, she bashfully yet earnestly introduced herself. Hello, I am Hinata Hyuga. Oh, she is simply adorable. Watching Hinata retreat back behind the maid after her introduction, Izumi's heart swelled with affection, and she felt an overwhelming desire to embrace the little loli and shower her with kisses. Fortunately, she merely entertained the thought. Otherwise, if she truly embraced her, it would declare the end of Boruto's story before he even matured. Hello, I am Uchiha Izumi. If I cannot embrace her, at least I can greet her and gently hold her small hands, right? It was evident that Hinata was quite shy, yet she remembered the maid's words, mustering up the courage to extend her tiny hand. Hello. Oh, her hand is so soft. A gentle grip. Oh, her arms too. Squeeze. And her little face is so plush. It feels so delightful to pinch. Rub. This little loli is simply too delightful. No matter how one plays, it is never enough. The youthful maid exclaimed. Right? Lady Hinata is truly adorable, isn't she? Isn't it delightful to hold her? The elder with the square face, while observing the sparring, explained to Senju Mayuki and Izumi. The key lies in releasing a substantial amount of chakra through the pressure points in both hands during an attack, coupled with the Byakugan to target the enemy's vital points, thereby incapacitating them or even delivering a fatal blow. We refer to this unique method of attack as Dianshue, a combat technique exclusive to the Hyuga clan. The elder's tone was rather bland, for he regarded these facts as self-evident and had no desire to boast in front of the two children. The reason he personally presented the explanation in such a setting, apart from courtesy, was predominantly due to the fact that all of this was his proposal. Not only did he summon Senju Mayuki and Izumi as witnesses, but he also insisted that the clan leader and the council of elders be present. Why? A valid question. There is a saying, practice without discourse is foolishness. The 9th team was personally arranged by the 3rd Hokage, correct? Nara Shikaku, the leading jonin, was also directly appointed by the 3rd Hokage, wasn't he? Now, anyone with a modicum of sense knows that the 9th team is undoubtedly a solid pillar of the Hokage lineage. Under such circumstances, since we are going to teach, why not also make a good impression and demonstrate to the higher-ups that our Hyuga clan is unequivocally supportive of the Hokage? Hokage-sama, look, to support your decisions. We have even taken the initiative to break the long-standing traditions of the Hyuga clan. This statement was the primary objective of the day. Of course, it could not be said outright. Rather, it needed to be implied for those who ought to understand to grasp it themselves. Despite the various challenges, one must maintain dignity. The thought of the square-faced elder made him irate. Initially, there were some who questioned the utility of inviting two children, suggesting why not directly summon Nara Shikaku, claiming that his words held more weight in the ears of the 3rd Hokage. How absurd. Who is Nara Shikaku? What kind of intellect does he possess? Inviting him would be futile. With our limited tricks, one might as well just ask him to speak favorably on our behalf to the Hokage. Or better yet, why not simply bring the 3rd Hokage here to commend us directly? Why seek intermediaries? Truly a pack of fools. Despite being elders, the disparity was astonishing. This was precisely why he resolutely dismissed others and chose to explain himself. It was said that this Senju child was no simpleton. Those fools, should they inadvertently let slip something revealing, would spell disaster for them all. Perhaps a collective leap into the river would be their only recourse. Always remember the core principles of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Meanwhile, in the arena, Hyuga Hizashi was both defending and instructing Hinata regarding what to pay attention to, in addition to releasing a large amount of chakra through the pressure points during an attack. One must also possess swift and precise movements. Let's not even discuss chakra volume. I have stood here enduring your attacks for so long. Yet you could not land a single hit on me. From today onward, your taijutsu training will be doubled. Yes, as the one receiving the lesson, Hinata did not express any dissatisfaction. Rather, her determination grew stronger as she nodded vigorously in agreement and, disregarding her fatigue, resumed her stance. Such an opportunity for practice would not come every day, and she had to seize this rare chance. Initially, she thought this was merely a straightforward transfer of skills, but it turned out to be such a grand affair. It seemed the Hyuga clan was determined to make a remarkable impression in the upcoming 3rd exam. As the sun began to set on their return journey, Senju Miyuki engaged in conversation about matters that were difficult to express within the confines of the Hyuga clan. Yet, inexplicably, the once exuberant Izumi, who had been so animated while playing with Hinata, reverted to her previous demeanor of deep contemplation. Izumi, do you have something on your mind today? Given their closer relationship, Mayuki felt comfortable enough to inquire directly. Izumi lifted her gaze, appearing hesitant as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately shook her head and remained silent. Her thoughts were consumed by the affairs of the Uchiha clan, especially after today's visit, which had further muddled her mind. Both clans had been relocated to the outskirts of the village. The Uchiha were engaged in frequent meetings discussing resistance and how to contend with the higher-ups of Konoha, while the Hyuga clan sought ways to showcase their members, actively aligning themselves with the Hokage. Both renowned clans of Konoha, yet faced with the same situation, they adopted entirely different approaches. Which path is truly the correct one? Reflecting on the clan leader's sincere exhortation that night, Izumi found herself at a loss regarding her own feelings. It's nothing, she replied, gently shaking her head in response to Mayuki's inquiring gaze. She did not intend to conceal anything. Rather, these matters pertained solely to the Uchiha clan. Even if she were to disclose them, what purpose would it serve? It would merely add to another's burdens. However, recalling her unusual demeanor today, she decided to stretch and take a deep breath, revitalizing her spirit to alleviate his concerns. It is good to hear that all is well. It must mean that something is amiss. Since she was unwilling to speak, Senju Jinue chose not to press further, planning instead to investigate the situation on her own at a later time. The two soon resumed their usual banter, strolling along and discussing amusing topics. Under Senju Jinue's playful teasing, Izumi quickly forgot her worries, laughing joyfully all the way. Hey, 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 Xiao Jinue, look over there. As they passed a training ground on the outskirts of the village, a gleeful Izumi suddenly grasped Senju Jinue's arm, gesturing for him to look inside. Look, isn't that the Sunagakure kunoichi you are so concerned about? Sunagakure is Sunagakure, and a kunoichi is a kunoichi. What do you mean by saying I am concerned about that kunoichi from Sunagakure? Your choice of words is rather problematic, young lady. Do not think that just because you are cute, you can tarnish someone's reputation with baseless accusations. Be careful, or I shall accuse you of slander. Although I do indeed have a certain concern for that girl who still wears her clothes inside out at her age, it is purely humanitarian sympathy. I merely wish to impart the knowledge of how to dress properly, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Chapter 72. Small efforts yield great success. Oh, it is you too? The two individuals pushing each other outside soon attracted Yezong's attention. Upon recognizing them, he immediately extended a courteous invitation. Hello, would you care to join us for a while? Given that the journey between Konoha and Sunagakure takes at least a week, and the road might not be safe, Yezong ultimately accepted the third Hokage's suggestion to remain in Konoha. To facilitate this, the third Hokage even designated a training ground for their use. Now, half a month later, the Sunagakure team unanimously praised the third Hokage's arrangements. The spaciousness was secondary. The comprehensive training equipment was the primary advantage. Additionally, by the third Hokage's order, no one from Konoha would linger or observe around the training ground without their permission. This garnered unanimous acclaim from the Sunagakure members. Hello. As the two approached, Yezong watched the Sunagakure candidates train while exchanging casual pleasantries with them. Of course, due to their limited mutual understanding, their conversation revolved around how preparations were going and whether training was proceeding smoothly, predominantly in a tone reminiscent of an elder or teacher. Noticing Senju Jinue and Izumi observing the training, he did not intervene, but generously encouraged them to point out any flaws they noticed in the candidates' performances. You hold us in too high esteem, Izumi replied, somewhat flustered by the Sunagakure Jonin's humility. We are merely genin and would not dare to show off in front of a jonin. However, Senju Jinue was not so polite. After observing Senju for a while, he could not help but inquire, why does she keep practicing with ninja tools? It was understandable to be somewhat concerned since she was his opponent in the third exam. Yezong's face revealed a hint of surprise, seemingly not expecting the young lad to speak up. Nonetheless, he was pleased to call Senju over. Senju does possess a certain talent for ninja tools, but I cannot teach her my Jotan. At this point, she cast a helpless glance at Senju Jinue. Another issue lies with you. Senju Jinue appeared puzzled, yet Yezong seemed sincere, so he explained. You surprised everyone in the second exam to such an extent that we had no opportunity to gather intelligence. The only thing we know is that your ability is ice-based. Beyond that, we are entirely uninformed. In such circumstances, how can we conduct targeted training? All right. With that thought, Senju Jinue stepped aside slightly. Ice armor. In an instant, a thin layer of solid ice enveloped his entire being, even encasing his head and eyes, resembling a miniature armored warrior. Senju, who was puzzled as to why she had been called over, widened her eyes in astonishment, while Yezong looked at Senju Jinue with surprise. What are you doing? Her intention in summoning Senju was merely to foster some familiarity, hoping that they could learn more about each other's personalities. Unexpectedly, this young fellow directly showcased his abilities. Though it may sound somewhat impolite, the truth is that ordinary ninja tools are ineffective against me. As he spoke, Senju Jinue nodded towards Izumi and then opened his arms. Although Yezong and Senju were somewhat bewildered, they chose to remain silent, as it was beneficial for Senju. Meanwhile, Izumi felt a twinge of discomfort but was reluctant to reject Senju Jinue's request. With a huff, she leaped backward and tossed 3 shadowy figures. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 kunai struck simultaneously, landing almost at the same moment. Senju was immediately astounded. As someone who also trained with ninja tools, she recognized that the force behind those 3 kunai was considerable, yet they failed to inflict any damage on the seemingly fragile ice armor. How could her tools, ropes, and nets possibly breach his defenses? Not only that, see Wushin Hai Wuyin. Fire release, great fireball technique. As Yezong and Senju watched in disbelief, A blazing fireball exploded upon impact with Senju Jinhua. Hey, you two, do not joke around with such dangerous things. Yezong rushed forward, attempting to intervene. As a Jotan user, she could certainly sense the terrifying heat contained within that fireball. To everyone's astonishment, at that moment, Senju Jinhua flung a cold kunai, embedding it in front of her, evidently signaling that there was no need for concern. With Izumi's insistence, the fireball blazed for over a minute before finally extinguishing, yet the ice armor remained completely unscathed, not even showing a trace of melting, still shining brightly. This time, Yezong was genuinely astonished. Jinju, on the other hand, was nearly driven to madness. Big brother, are you sent by the monkeys? We are all genin here. While others are throwing shurikens and kunai, the highest level of technique they use is transformation or substitution jutsu. Yet here you are with a 360-degree impenetrable defense. How on earth am I supposed to fight against this? With a headbutt? Due to his abilities, this armor is not only sufficiently sturdy but also does not hinder my movements. The voice emanating from within the ice armor sounded somewhat muffled. As he spoke, he flexed his arms and legs, executing several wide-ranging motions, seemingly to prove he was not fabricating his claims. Jinju felt utterly defeated. Why did the teacher call me over? I was just training so happily. This is my defense. After showcasing his ice armor, Senju Jinhua dispelled it. As for my offensive capabilities, they are rather singular. As she spoke, she conjured another ice arrow, briefly showcasing it to the two students. Her gaze sharpened as she controlled the arrow, making it dart swiftly in all directions. The speed was particularly impressive when the ice arrow pierced through 3 large trees with a series of sharp sounds, ultimately embedding itself deeply into a rock with a resounding thud. The tree shattered under the impact. Observing the look of despair on the young girl's face, Shinsho Jinhua hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding against revealing her own ability to fly. After all, the purpose of demonstrating her skills was to impress her opponents, not to crush the spirit of the young girl standing outside the competition. Why are you showing us this? Although she felt a pang of sympathy for her student, Yezong did not want to, nor did he feel entitled to reprimand the other party, who meant well. He expressed his confusion regarding the actions taken. The failure to gather your intelligence is our own issue. If you chose to do nothing, no one would blame you. And wouldn't that make it easier for you to succeed in the 3rd exam? Indeed, there were some reasons behind his actions. After a brief contemplation, it became clear that his actions were not born from madness, but from the realization that since they had fortuitously crossed paths and the other party had extended a sincere invitation, he, as someone with ulterior motives, would not let such an opportunity slip away. The process of brainwashing, as it were, required a delicate and gradual approach. Coupled with the support from the higher-ups of Sha'in village, Yezong would eventually possess everything within his grasp. While they were allies, many veteran ninjas might still find it challenging to engage in genuine communication due to past wars. However, he was different, having returned to Konoha from outside the village. He had not experienced those tumultuous times and had few familial ties within the village. You, as a representative of the new generation from Sha'in village, possess a commendable character, not one to bully others, and have a strong sense of public duty. Therefore, I am willing to take the initiative to foster a more honest mutual understanding between us. Unlike the other 2 young girls, Yezong pondered more deeply amidst the surprise. Is this something a child could conceive? As for the second reason, it may come across as somewhat self-aggrandizing, but I genuinely hold this belief. A true warrior should never fear the prospect of their adversaries growing stronger. Chapter 73. The 3rd exam of the Chunin selection. On August 10th, the 3rd exam of the Chunin selection finally arrived. The village of Konoha was bustling with activity, and every face bore a welcoming smile. In fact, starting from 3 or 4 days prior, dignitaries and esteemed nobles from distant lands had begun to arrive in droves, creating a lively atmosphere. The villagers of Konoha were also very hospitable, exclaiming, "Delicious! Exquisite! I have never tasted such delightful food." The nightlife and entertainment in Konoha were indeed vibrant. Hearing the praises from the guests, the 3rd Hokage was practically beaming with joy in his office. Even before the 3rd exam commenced, the cultural and impressionable output had already justified half of the ticket price. Oh, and it must be mentioned that to ensure the guests' enjoyment, the 3rd Hokage had strictly ordered Danzo and Orochimaru to remain indoors during this period and not to appear before any guests. The reason was simple. These 2 individuals had a rather gloomy demeanor that did not align with Konoha's image. The third exam was held in a circular arena, surrounded by a high wall, with the competition ground in the center adorned with trees. The elevated battlements atop the walls were already filled with spectators from various countries and villages, including high-ranking officials and nobles, as well as spies from various ninja factions, including those from Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo, the opposing nations. They gathered in silence, eager to discern which ninja village would eventually uphold the ninja world. For the ordinary audience, their intentions were far simpler. They had traveled great distances for the mere excitement, eager to cheer and support their favored contestants. Besides the guests, the villagers of Konoha were also enthusiastic, with many mingling among the crowds to provide introductions and explanations. The prominent clans, such as Hyuga and Uchiha, occupied their own sections. And while interactions were minimal, everyone wore uncontainable smiles amidst the festive atmosphere. In the VIP section facing the competition arena, the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage sat as representatives of the two most powerful factions. As they surveyed the lively scene, the fourth Kazekage couldn't help but reminisce about the reports sent by Yetsong. Konoha was vibrant, its villagers were warm-hearted. And while many were aware of the Wind Country and Sha'in Village, not a single person seemed to know where Sha'in Village was located, as they lived contentedly, supporting the third Hokage wholeheartedly. Outside of unavoidable wars, Yetsong had mostly been a rather innocent girl. The words spoken by Chinsho Jinyue during training had profoundly impacted her, stirring her emotions to the extent that she could not resist sending a report to the fourth Kazekage that very night. As a popular figure representing the new generation of Sha'in Village, Yetsong's words undoubtedly carried weight with the fourth Kazekage. Upon arriving in Konoha and witnessing the bustling scene, he couldn't help but reflect on the decline of his own village, which had reached a point where he, as its leader, had to venture into the desert to extract sand to sell for debts. Some stubborn elders had never left the village, believing that Konoha's overtures were merely a guise for ulterior motives. How ridiculous! Those old fogies hadn't considered that in the eyes of others, Sha'in had become synonymous with backwardness, and there was nothing of value for anyone to covet. This opportunity for Konoha to reach out must not be squandered. At that moment, the fourth Kazekage was consumed by this singular thought. It was imperative to enact change upon returning, lest the gap between Sha'in and Konoha continue to widen. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the fourth Kazekage could no longer contain himself and initiated a conversation with the third Hokage. I have heard that your candidate, Chinsho Jinyue, has made considerable efforts to enhance the alliance between our villages. Oh, you are aware of that troublesome child? The third Hokage responded with a hearty laugh. If the Kazekage knew about it, how could he, as Hokage, remain oblivious? To be honest, his fondness for Chinsho Jinyue had only grown, and his satisfaction deepened. She was strong, intelligent, and possessed great potential, caring for her friends and exhibiting no peculiarities, a crucial point. Most importantly, at such a young age, she understood the importance of contributing to the village's image. Hokage, such a promising talent must surely become the future Hokage. To reiterate, this match would proceed without rules and would continue until one party conceded. The chief examiner for the third round was a ninja whom none had encountered before, and he spoke with an air of superiority. However, he made it clear that he would call a halt to the match if it became apparent that it could no longer continue. Do you all understand? Upon seeing that the 12 candidates had no objections, the chief examiner glanced at the third Hokage for approval and then waved his right hand, signaling all candidates except for the first group to exit the arena. The 10 candidates, including Chinsho Jinyue, swiftly departed the arena. In the third round of the Chunin exam, the first match featured the genin from Konohagakure, Jielyong, facing off against his fellow genin, Ingshu Hui. The proctor scanned the surroundings and, upon confirming that both competitors were ready, swiftly signaled the commencement of the match. As the signal was given, both contestants leaped backward, creating distance between them, and, in perfect synchrony, brandished their kunai, assuming their battle stances. We, as teammates, we are well aware of each other's abilities. You cannot possibly defeat me. It would be wiser for you to concede now. The first to speak was a boy with a few blemishes on his face, appearing no older than 14 or 15. His opponent, Ingshu Hui, was of a similar age but lacked the composure displayed by Jielyong. Instead, upon hearing such audacious words, she merely pressed her lips together and tightened her grip on the kunai. You, it seems, require a harsh lesson before you can grasp reality. Witnessing her reaction, Jianyang's expression darkened with displeasure. As someone who has always lagged behind, do you truly believe you deserve to be here today? I admit my talents may not match yours. This remark seemed to ignite a spark within Ing Shu Hui, prompting her to respond. But I do not believe that talent alone determines everything. Therefore, I train diligently every single day, striving to catch up to you, hoping that one day you will acknowledge my efforts. Perhaps having suppressed her emotions for too long, Ing Shu Hui grew increasingly passionate, ultimately charging towards Jie Liang while shouting. In response, Jie Liang did not underestimate her. He began to maneuver around the arena. Ing Shu Hui persistently hurled shuriken and kunai to obstruct his path, forcing him toward a corner. Come on, Jie Liang. I have anticipated this match for quite some time. Let us engage in a fair battle. With one standing against the wall and the other approaching with a trembling grip on her kunai, she declared, I have resolved to demonstrate to you the fruits of my arduous training over the past year. I will make you recognize me as your worthy teammate. However, as she fervently expressed her pent-up frustrations, she failed to notice a shadow emerging from the trees behind her. At the height of her excitement, a kunai was suddenly pressed against her neck, accompanied by a chillingly familiar voice. Is that so? The voice sent a shiver down Ing Shu Hui's spine, as if cold water had been splashed upon her. What? She glanced across to see Jie Liang had transformed into a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. When did this happen? Is this your idea of effort? How disappointing. Hearing that voice, Ing Shu Hui felt her heart nearly shatter. How had she missed when he used his clone technique? She had envisioned a thrilling match where her teammate would acknowledge her efforts, and they would joyfully leave the arena together. Instead, the encounter had ended before it even began. What, then, had her year of persistence and hard work amounted to? Do you understand? This is what I detest about you. Jie Liang's voice was laced with unrestrained dissatisfaction and anger. Lack of strength can be remedied with training, and I can support you in building confidence. I have never denied that. But why, after all these years since graduation, are you still so reckless and naive? Do you think being a ninja is a game? Ing Shu Hui attempted to retort, but Jie Liang did not grant her the opportunity, delivering a swift strike that rendered her unconscious. Match concluded. The victor of the first round is Jie Liang. Chapter 74. Truly impressive, was that it? What was this? We came to witness a battle, not a farce. The audience in the stands began to murmur with discontent, some even shouting that the match should not count and demanding a rematch. However, these were merely casual spectators, most of whom were there for the spectacle rather than to discern the nuances of the fight. As the opening bout concluded unexpectedly, many were left astonished. Even among the various ninja factions, the only notable aspect of the first match was Jie Liang's adept handling of timing and understanding his opponent's character. In contrast, Ing Shu Hui's failure drew disapproving shakes of heads. As a ninja who had graduated several years ago, her lack of maturity and caution was indeed hard to accept. The second group of candidates now entered the arena. With a gust of wind, Mizusawa Hiroki, wielding a massive fan, made his entrance. The proctor glanced at him and called out to the stands, Hinata Takuma, please exit the stage. Encouraged by his teammates, Hinata Takuma nodded and swiftly used the body flicker technique to enter the arena, soon standing opposite Mizusawa Hiroki. Do I need to reiterate the rules of the match? The proctor surveyed both sides and decisively waved his hand. Now, the second match of the third round. Hinata Takuma from Kanahigakure versus Mizusawa Hiroki from Sunagakure. Commence. As the signal was given, Mizusawa Hiroki promptly leaped back 3 times, then planted his giant fan on the ground. With a grin, he addressed Hinata Takuma. I am aware that your Hyuga clan excels in close combat, but I specialize in wind-release ninjutsu. As long as I keep my distance, you will be unable to touch me. His words incited discontent among the audience, who had come to enjoy a lively spectacle. However, Mizusawa Hiroki remained unfazed by the external murmurs, noticing that Hinata Takuma was similarly unaffected. He then raised his fan and unleashed a wind blade. A sharp, invisible blade of wind sliced toward Hinata Takuma, carving a deep gash into the ground, showcasing the formidable power of the technique. Yet, in the face of this attack, Hinata Takuma remained unmoving. Just as the wind blade approached, eliciting gasps from the spectators, he suddenly activated his Byakugan and deftly sidestepped, allowing the blade to pass harmlessly by him before it ultimately severed a nearby tree. The observational prowess of the Byakugan is indeed formidable. While it was well known that the Hyuga clan's Byakugan was exceptional for its keen sight, The precision with which Hinata Takuma executed his movements indicated he had undergone rigorous training. Without waiting for Mizusawa Hiroki to launch another attack, Hinata Takuma seized the moment when his opponent furrowed his brow and charged forward with full speed. Damn it! Although reluctant, Mizusawa Hiroki realized that a solitary wind blade could not pose a threat to his opponent. He thus resorted to a more chakra-consuming technique, dramatically unfurling his massive paper fan. Wind release, Kamaitashi. A torrent of violent wind surged forward, kicking up sand and dust from the ground and transforming the invisible wind technique into a visible sandstorm. I refuse to believe you can evade this attack. In a single moment, an immense amount of chakra was expended, leaving Shuei Zeihongji slightly breathless. However, upon witnessing the effects of his technique, he could not help but smile with satisfaction. The power of futon stands unparalleled among the 5 elemental natures. This technique, Kamaitashi, was indeed the most formidable move at his disposal, boasting not only an extensive attack range, but also remarkable lethality. He was convinced that as long as his opponent remained a genin, they would be unable to withstand such an assault. The gust stirred not only the arena but also swept over the spectators, compelling the ordinary audience members to hastily shield their eyes and mouths. Yet, surprisingly, not a single viewer expressed dissatisfaction. On the contrary, as the winds began to abate, their cheers grew more fervent. Yes, that's it. Let the battle intensify. This is the clash we yearn to witness. Inside the arena, the frenzied sandstorm persisted for nearly half a minute before gradually dissipating. As the swirling dust began to settle, the onlookers beheld Hinata Takuma, arms crossed protectively over his head, though his once pristine white attire was now tattered rags, and his exposed skin was marred with alarming crimson stains. Shuei Zeihongji felt a sense of relief, yet he remained vigilant, channeling his chakra once more while mockingly declaring, "This time, I have shown restraint. I advise you to concede quickly, otherwise, I shall not hold back next time." However, before he could finish his taunt, Hinata Takuma surged toward him once more. Tch, Shuei Zeihongji spat, muttering that he had intended to show some leniency due to their alliance, but now, he would not be merciful. He focused his chakra, drawing forth even greater power than before, and raised his massive paper fan, sweeping it forcefully forward. Futon, Kamaitashi no Jutsu. A far more powerful and violent tempest formed in an instant. The wind generated was so intense that even the spectators on either side had to shield their eyes with their arms. Suddenly, amidst the endless sand and dust, a pained groan echoed. Shuei Zeihongji's lips curled into a smirk as he remarked, "I did warn you. Do not blame me if you meet your end at my hands." On the stands, not only Izumi but many villagers from Konoha felt a pang of concern at this scene, silently praying that the young man would not suffer any grave harm. While they were eager for the spectacle, they certainly did not wish to witness a tragedy befall one of their own. "Father, that person at the Hyuga clan's seating area." The 3-year-old Hinata Niji anxiously glanced at his father. Though they had not interacted much, they belonged to the same clan, and Niji had often heard mentions of Tokime's name recently, which piqued his concern. "Do not fret," Hinata Nichi reassured, activating his Byakugan momentarily before offering a proud smile to his son. "Tokime is a student who has undergone special training from the clan leader and elders. He will not easily succumb. Just observe." At that moment, Niji had yet to awaken his Byakugan, rendering him unable to perceive the events concealed within the dust. However, upon hearing his father's words, he fell silent, trusting his father's judgment. Inside the arena, the storm intensified, lasting longer than before. Yet ultimately, it remained a technique executed by a mere genin, and after less than a minute, it began to fade. As the dust finally cleared, gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators. "Wow, is he dead? What are the Konoha shinobi doing just standing there? Hurry and save him." At the heart of the tempest lay a bloodied figure, motionless on the ground. "Hey, Chief Examiner." Shuei Zeihongji's brow furrowed. He had no desire to cause a fatality on another's turf. He called out urgently, "What are you waiting for? Can you not declare my victory yet?" To his astonishment, even at this critical moment, the somewhat arrogant Chief Examiner was smiling. "No. What? Your opponent is already within my attack range." A suddenly weak yet resolute voice came from behind, startling Shuei Zeihongji. "When did this happen? How is this possible?" In a surreal twist, the figure that had lain still on the ground transformed into smoke, leaving behind only a freshly dug hole. He had utilized a shadow clone to obscure my vision while his true self burrowed beneath the ground. Bagua, 2 palms. Slap. 2 swift strikes landed on Shuei's Hongji's chakra points. Ugh. 4 palms. Slap. 8 palms. Slap, slap, slap. A relentless barrage of rapid and fierce attacks rained upon Shuei Hongji. Oh, the audience erupted in fervor. This was precisely the visceral combat they had anticipated. 16 palms. Slap, slap, slap. After delivering the 16th strike, Shuei Hongji could barely maintain his footing, while Hinata Tokimi was also gasping for breath. Given his current strength, executing all 16 strikes had pushed him to his limits. Moreover, the injuries he had sustained earlier to create a convincing facade were no mere tricks. Cough, cough, cough. With all 16 critical chakra points sealed and chakra-infused strikes landing on him, Shuei Hongji soon found himself devoid of any capacity to resist. Yet, even as he was about to collapse, he managed to glance at Hinata Tokimi and croaked, "Is this what the Hyuga clan's gentle fist truly is?" Indeed, before he could finish, he fell with a thud. The medical ninjas, who had been on standby, promptly rushed in at the chief examiner's signal to carry both participants onto stretchers. The second match concluded. The victor, Hinata Tokimi. Chapter 75, Match 3, Uchiha Izumi vs. Toki-kun. Bravo. Bravo. What an exhilarating spectacle. Just like that. Did the following contestants witness this? Just carry on like this. The second contestant was quickly taken off the field, and the audience in the elevated seats did not hold back their enthusiasm, offering heartfelt applause to the 2 young men who had presented such a thrilling contest. That Tokimi fellow, employing such a daring strategy. It made me believe he was at a disadvantage. After all, unable to overwhelm with speed, he had no choice but to divert his opponent's attention. Senju Shingetsu observed that while Hinata Tokimi's injuries appeared severe, the blood loss merely rendered him weak. He was far from incapacitated. Indeed, the youth are formidable. The children of Konoha. On the dais, the 4th Kazekage could not help but express his admiration. While ordinary individuals might view Hinata Tokimi's actions as exploiting his opponent's sympathy and the rules of the match, for shinobi like them, until the final moment, everything remained uncertain. Shuei Hongji's defeat merely indicated that his training as a ninja was insufficient. He had yet to grasp the true essence of being a shinobi. Within the Hyuga clan's area, Hinata Nichi maintained a composed posture, arms crossed, showing no change in expression whether witnessing Hinata Tokimi's injuries or his victory. As both competitors departed the field, only a few nearby heard the clan leader murmur softly, "As expected, his taijutsu requires improvement. He must continue training." "See, I told you I was right, Niji." In the distance, Hyuga Niji listened intently to his father's words, his gaze captivated by the peculiar hole created by Hyuga Tokimiya. So this is how ninjas can truly engage in battle. In the third match, Uchiha Izumi from Konohagakure faced off against the shinobi from Sunagakure, Toki-kun. The 2 competitors have now entered the arena. A gust of wind mixed with sand swirled gently, revealing Toki-kun before the chief examiner. "Be careful. Rest assured." Izumi did not wait for the examiner's prompt, swiftly appearing opposite Toki-kun with a series of shunshin. Due to the peculiar climate of the Land of Wind, the attire of the shinobi from Sunagakure tends to be rather scant. Toki-kun, in particular, took this to the extreme, wearing nothing but long-arm gloves, exposing his top muscles. This individual is formidable. Perhaps to shield himself from the wind and sand, Toki-kun's neck was tightly wrapped in a mask and headband. With only a pair of fierce eyes visible in the middle, not only was he noticeably older and taller, but the aura he exuded made Izumi acutely aware that he was not an easy opponent. Thanks to Mizuzawa Hiroki, Toki-kun suddenly spoke, his voice muffled beneath the mask. "We all assumed that your team could only succeed due to Senju Mayuki alone, but now I understand that the prominent clans of Konohagakure are indeed formidable. Even the children are no exception." Izumi offered no response to his words, merely observing the gleaming metal claws affixed to his gloves, silently retrieving her weapon, Xuanyue, from her waist. Initially, Senju Mayuki had suggested names for Izumi, such as Qingchuan, Shanshuan, or Longshuan, to resonate with her own name. However, Izumi, usually obedient, was unusually resolute this time, dismissing his suggestion without a second thought and naming her weapon Xuanyue, claiming it resembled its form. "Do either of you have any questions?" Many have remarked upon the terrifying power of the Sharingan when speaking of the Uchiha clan. As the chief examiner made his final inquiry, Tokikyun raised his right hand and clenched his fist, 3 sharp claws glimmering with a blinding cold light. Let me see just how much of the Uchiha might a small girl like you can unleash. Begin. With a whoosh, the 2 figures vanished simultaneously. Xuangyue clashed with the 2 claws in midair, only to withdraw after a brief encounter. However, Izumi, still young, found her strength vastly inferior to Tokikyun's. Even a single clash left her hands tingling with numbness. What's wrong? Where's your Sharingan? Tokikyun could certainly sense the disparity between them. Or perhaps he had discerned it through this single exchange. Izumi remained silent, gripping Xuangyue tighter. Not going to speak? Tokikyun tensed. Delivering a final ultimatum. You are undoubtedly no match for me now. If you don't wish to lose, unleash your full power. With a whoosh, the battle resumed. The 2 engaged in a fierce struggle, their weapons colliding in a flurry of sparks. The spectators, captivated by the intense and thrilling combat, held their breath, fearing that even a slight sound could disrupt the rhythm of the duel. As they fought, Izumi was suddenly caught off guard by Tokikyun, who swept her legs with a whirlwind kick, sending her flying. Upon hitting the ground, her small body bounced several times before coming to a stop, coughing. Despite the excruciating pain in her chest, Izumi gritted her teeth and rose again, aware that this exam was not merely a test but akin to her first battle in life. Most importantly, she did not wish, nor could she afford, to lag behind in such a crucial moment. In the brief instant of falling and rising, Tokikyun, unlike Mizusawa Hiroki in the previous match, did not wait for the examiner's announcement. Instead, he immediately pursued her without a moment's pause. It's over. The emotionless voice drew near. Now, the Sharingan. Her beautiful pupils transformed into a blood-red hue. In Tokikyun's eyes, eager to conclude the exam, he saw Izumi, coughing violently, manage only a fleeting glance before his claws sliced through her in an instant. No, just as the claws grazed her body. Tokikyun was horrified to witness his opponent dissolve into thin air like a phantom, a shadow clone, an illusion. When did this happen? Whoosh. A cold glimmer passed by Tokikyun's neck. Thud, thud, thud. A head rolled on the ground, finally resting its gaze upon the body still poised for attack. Yet that body was headless, a fountain of warm blood gushing from the severed neck. That was my body. Did I die? Tokikyun gasped, reminiscent of a person just rescued from drowning. Suddenly realizing, he panted heavily, only to find a crescent blade gleaming ominously before him. In an instant, without time to think, he lowered his head sharply, using his forehead protector to block the deadly strike. Clang! The metallic sound rang out, and seizing the opportunity, Tokikyun swiftly retreated several meters away. Panting heavily, he focused on Izumi, who was still clutching her chest and coughing incessantly. Tokikyun's expression was no longer relaxed. Upon looking at Izumi, he realized that her eyes had transformed into an extraordinary crimson hue. Chapter 76. Endless Torment. What just happened? As Tokikyun gasped for breath, he mentally analyzed the previous encounter. An illusion? That ability, so deceptive yet capable of instilling a genuine sense of having been slain, could only be attributed to an illusion. Yet, I distinctly didn't see her forming any hand seals. Tokikyun was brimming with confidence. After delivering such a heavy blow, there was no way the opponent could have concealed a hand seal from him. It must indeed be the power of the Sharingan. Considering all conditions, having ruled out all others, the only conclusion was that the issue lay with those crimson eyes. A truly troublesome ability that could ensnare him in an illusion without his awareness. The scene of his near victory replayed in his mind, ultimately fixing on the moment when Izumi looked up at him. However, the Sharingan is not omnipotent. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would have long since dominated the entire ninja world. Vision. As long as I avoid making eye contact with her. Finally, Tokikyun made this decision, although it might take some getting used to. It was certainly preferable to being ensnared by an illusion without warning. However, this heart-pounding clash left the spectators bewildered. They observed Tokikyun, who seemed on the brink of victory, suddenly freeze in place just as he was about to strike, the next moment laboriously evading Izumi's counterattack. What is happening? Is he doing this on purpose? Indeed. He was just about to win. What is going on? Is there a conspiracy at play? Certainly. It is evident that the commotion is being stirred by those who possess little understanding. Those who have merely heard whispers of the legendary Sharingan, particularly the ninjas from foreign villages, are now silently observing the near-successful counterattack by Quan. The prowess of the Uchiha Sharingan is indeed formidable. They can discern that Tokikuin's sudden pause was not a moment of leniency, but rather an instant in which he fell victim to the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. It is regrettable that the young girl is at such a tender age, with physical capabilities vastly inferior to her opponent. Otherwise, this encounter could have decisively determined the victor. Many ninjas, while lost in their own thoughts, have become increasingly focused on this match, especially those from Suna village who are eager to witness how this seemingly fierce young man intends to confront the Uchiha Sharingan. This contest represents a rare opportunity to glean intelligence about the Sharingan, undeniably significant for these foreign ninjas. It seems that youthfulness has its drawbacks. When compared to a standard genin, there remains a considerable gap. On the podium, the third Hokage wears a bittersweet smile. Yet the pride in his eyes is so pronounced that it seems he wishes the entire world to know his current sentiments. The Sharingan, the fourth Kazekage, on the other hand, keeps his gaze fixed upon Quan, his eyes glimmering with inscrutable meaning. Whether he feels envy is another matter. He suddenly recalls the rumors from years past, suggesting that the Nine Tails incident, which led to the death of the fourth Hokage, was orchestrated through the control of the Sharingan. It was for this reason that the higher-ups of Konoha had banished the Uchiha clan, who were like a pillar of support, to the periphery of the village, clearly aiming to distance them from the center of governance. However, such musings remain confined to his thoughts. Konoha is currently powerful, and to extricate Suna village from its mire, they must rely on their ally strength. After a brief respite, the breathing of both combatants within the arena gradually steadies. Yet, to the anticipation of the audience, it is the seemingly disadvantaged Quan who boldly initiates the attack. With a delicate yet unwavering aura, she advances. Tokikuin, who had previously exhibited decisive and fierce strikes, is now relegated to a defensive role, fixated on the ground, struggling to fend off Quan's onslaught through sheer reflex, unwilling even to glance up amidst the mounting crises. The audience begins to murmur in discontent. What is that Suna ninja doing? Even if his opponent is a little girl, this contest bears the dignity of two villages. His actions seem profoundly irresponsible. Indeed, initially, his decisive strikes led us to believe he was a reliable contender. The Suna ninja ought to withdraw instead of performing this charade. The discontent escalates among the spectators, with even those who were indifferent before beginning to sense something amiss. Fortunately, among the Konoha villagers scattered throughout the audience, there are those with discerning eyes who can no longer remain silent. There are no hidden agendas. You simply fail to comprehend what you cannot see. Indeed, if anyone possesses clearer vision, they should observe that girl's eyes. The agitated crowd, although some are deliberately inciting trouble, are largely expressing dissatisfaction with the performance of the contestant. As a result, several individuals squint at Quan, scrutinizing her. Lo and behold, the girl's eyes are indeed crimson. Blood red, they appear rather fearsome. Fearsome? I find them rather beautiful. The girl is already quite lovely, and with such eyes, she possesses an artistic allure. Thus, the conversation shifts, as the once disgruntled audience swiftly transitions to debating the aesthetic appeal of Quan's Sharingan, with few remaining to question the Suna contestant's behavior. Inside the arena, Tokikuin, for the first time attempting to battle without observing his opponent, truly feels the weight of helplessness. Although the girl stands at a mere height reaching his chest, the exchange of offense and defense reveals her speed and strength to be formidable. He finds himself overwhelmed, barely managing to maintain the status quo through sheer strength. Yet, merely holding his ground is insufficient. As long as her Sharingan remains active, he cannot afford to raise his gaze even once. This contest now hinges on who falters first, whether he fails to defend or her chakra is depleted. The clash intensifies, blood spills forth. Tokikuin emits a low groan of pain. Amidst the tempest of her rapid assaults, Quan's twin crescents finally penetrate his defenses, leaving a mark on each of his arms. It is over. Suddenly, he hears his opponent's voice behind him. What? A bloodied crescent emerges, piercing through his chest. He stumbles, disbelief etched across his face, as he coughs blood. Watching the crescent withdraw, feeling all his strength dissipate into nothingness. Is this yet another Jinjutsu? When did this occur? He had never once lifted his gaze. Yet, the twin crescents are already upon him again. With all his might, he raises his right arm to block this deadly strike, yet he cannot evade the second assault. This time his throat is severed. A torrent of blood erupts from his throat, flooding his airways. You have lost. Tokikuin, now fully aware, is pale and drenched in cold sweat. In a mere half-minute, he has experienced 3 excruciatingly brutal demises. Time and again, he grapples to comprehend how he fell victim to her genjutsu. Staring at Quan, who stands before him with a weapon poised at his neck, he feels that these fleeting moments have pushed his psyche to the brink. Despite the frustration boiling within him, despite knowing that such defeat may forever diminish his pride, he concedes. He cannot endure this tormenting battle, entangled in what feels like an endless cycle, even for a single minute, a single second. The third match concludes. The victor is Uchiha Quan. Chapter 77. The female puppet master Hei, Uchiha. As he leaves the arena, Toki-kun, still pale, hesitates before reluctantly asking, "Can you tell me how you cast that genjutsu on me without me ever having looked into your eyes?" Quan glances back, pausing briefly before lowering her gaze to his hands. Upon noticing this, Toki-kun quickly averts his eyes downward. The claws. Gradually lifting his hands and shifting his gaze back to her, he realizes that Quan's own gaze follows the ascent of his hands, thus confirming that she is keenly observing the claws. What is this? Soon, Toki-kun's pupils dilate and then constrict, as he notices that the surface of the claws sometimes reflects the almost imperceptible image of his opponent. Is this even possible? His face is filled with disbelief, as he begins to question his understanding over the past decade. Such a minuscule image. The opponent is so far away, and amidst such fierce combat. However, Quan merely nods slightly before swiftly departing the arena. What an impressive young girl, exhibiting a remarkable tactical mind. On the podium, Sidai Feng Ying remained silent for quite some time before finally expressing a heartfelt sigh. Given his prowess, he could certainly discern Quan's tactics, and it was precisely for this reason that he felt an increasing sense of the profound depth of Konoha village. It was truly hard for him to believe that such exquisite combat techniques could be conceived and executed by a mere 7- or 8-year-old girl. He chuckled softly. Beside him, Sandai Hua Ying appeared modestly amused, the wrinkles on his face nearly capable of trapping a fly. The age of the girl was indeed a bit too tender. Participating in the Chunin exams posed considerable challenges for her. Had it been any other member of the Uchiha clan with such talent, he would not have laughed so freely. However, Quan was different. This young girl was uniquely special to him as the Hokage and to the entirety of Konoha village, being an exceptional Uchiha. What a spectacle! In the contestants' corridor, upon Quan's arrival, Shinsho Jinue first offered her praise and immediately began to treat her injuries. Initially, he had intended to admonish her for her reckless determination, but upon reflection, victory had been achieved, and it was ultimately a good thing. So he decided to let her enjoy the moment. "I'm fine. You still have a match ahead. Try not to move," he said while treating her. Providing a brief explanation, "You know as well as I do that an opponent like Jinshu, who specializes in ninja tools, poses no threat to me. Besides, there are 2 more pairs of competitors in between. You needn't worry." Upon hearing this, Quan obediently closed her mouth, her gaze lingering on Shinsho Jinue's focused face. When she noticed his eyes shift, she hastily averted her gaze to the arena. In the 4th match, Konoha's Hua Yin faced off against Sunagekyu's Yang Linghua. The 2 contestants entered the arena simultaneously. With a swift glance, the proctor noted that both were intently focused on each other, showing no signs of hesitation, and promptly signaled the start. Although her opponent was a girl, Hua Yin showed no mercy, launching 3 shuriken at her before swiftly darting around the arena without waiting for a response. Yang Linghua reacted quickly, skillfully evading the shuriken with a backflip before crouching down to unfurl a scroll. With rapid hand seals, she pressed down forcefully on the scroll. With a puff of smoke, a strangely shaped humanoid figure was summoned and floated beside her. "A puppet master!" Shinsho Jinue exclaimed in surprise, not at the existence of a puppet master, but because he recalled that most puppet masters from Sunagekure were predominantly male. After all, it would not be very becoming for a girl to carry such a large puppet around every day, right? Quan's face reflected curiosity, though she had heard of puppet masters before. This was her first time witnessing one in action. Wow, what is that? It looks rather intimidating. Many spectators in the stands were also seeing such a creature for the first time and found the puppet's appearance quite unsightly, resulting in a flurry of discussions. Fortunately, a few knowledgeable individuals in the crowd provided explanations, calming the uproar. In truth, it was not just the audience. Hua Yin was also startled by the sudden appearance of the puppet. After all, he was merely a genin, with limited exposure to such things. Facing a puppet master for the first time left him feeling somewhat restrained, unsure of how to respond. However, Yang Linghua did not afford him any time to think. Noticing he was merely circling the arena without any signs of attack, she maneuvered the puppet to charge at him. Due to his unfamiliarity with the puppet's characteristics, Hua Yin had no choice but to retreat hastily until the puppet halted at a certain distance. At that moment, he realized that the opponent's control had its limits. Thankfully, he was not merely a close combat type. From that point forward, Hua Yin utilized the distance to engage Yang Linghua in a ranged battle. Shuriken, kunai, and fire techniques flew through the air. Yet, after 5 or 6 minutes of exhausting back and forth, neither had managed to land a hit on the other. Panting heavily, Hua Yin observed the equally breathless Yang Linghua and pondered whether the match would end in a stalemate when he suddenly saw her take a deep breath and draw a kunai. Sprinting straight towards him, the puppet, now out of control, fell to the ground in a heap. So, she intends to settle this in close combat? Hua Yin licked his lips, feeling slightly underappreciated but recognizing that this was indeed the fastest way to determine the victor. Let us do this. He tightened his grip on the kunai and charged towards her. The two figures swiftly crossed paths and then retreated, their kunai clashing and ringing out with a clear, melodious sound. How could a puppet master possibly defeat me in a direct confrontation? After a few exchanges, Hua Yin quickly assessed that her taijutsu was merely adequate. With newfound confidence, he unleashed a burst of speed and strength, driving Yang Linghua into a corner. With a powerful strike, he forced the kunai from her grasp, sending it flying. It's over, he shouted, lunging to stab the kunai towards Yang Linghua's neck. However, in that split second, he noticed that she was not panicking but rather calmly meeting his gaze, uttering, "It is over." Wait, something is amiss. Hua Yin barely managed to halt his advance. Feeling a chill at his own neck, his gaze drifted down to discover a glimmering black spike had somehow come to rest against the left side of his throat. When did this happen? Did this woman genuinely intend to kill me? Had he been even a moment slower, his throat would have surely been pierced. You assumed that because you heard the sound of my puppet and saw me draw the kunai, I had abandoned the puppet. Thus, your subconscious concluded that silence meant I was no longer controlling it. Before Hua Yin could voice his question, Yang Linghua explained while reconnecting her chakra to the puppet not far away. Then, right before his eyes, she reattached the spike to the puppet's mouth, which had been opened at an unknown time. So that is how it is. Any lingering resentment evaporated in an instant, and Hua Yin promptly raised his right hand. Proctor, I concede. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. The fourth match concludes. The victor is Yang Linghua. The stands erupted in cheers. Oh, how thrilling. The audience applauded fervently, not only for the intensity of the battle, but primarily because, this time, most of them had understood the intricacies of the match. Some keen observers even witnessed the moment when Yang Linghua extracted the sharp thorns, and when she controlled them to fly and press against her opponent's neck. What a spectacle! Truly marvelous. The applause must be even more fervent. Hee hee, your little girl has certainly imparted a lesson to the candidates from my. On the dais, the third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement, having heard Yang Linghua's words. The puppets initially emitted sound, leading one to subconsciously believe that silence equated to a lack of control over the puppets. This is indeed a common mistake made by many newcomers and even some veteran ninjas at times. It is merely a trivial ruse, hardly worthy of such praise from you. Esteemed Hokage, the fourth Kazekage, standing nearby, spoke dismissively, yet his expression betrayed a certain appreciation for the third Hokage's commendation. In the fifth match, the contestants from Sunagakure, duos, faced off against Kusatesha. Though hailing from the same village, the two competitors entered the arena with contrasting styles, one utilizing the body flicker technique, while the other employed the wind technique. One was encumbered by a nearly life-sized bandaged apparatus, while the other wielded an enormous fan taller than himself. Upon entering, their gazes were filled with hostility. This match between Sunagakure and Sunagakure was already rife with tension from the very moment they stepped onto the stage. Oh, is that not the perennial second-place holder, duos? Kusatesha initiated a verbal assault, to which duos responded with derision. As a ninja, you still cling to your academy achievements to boast. Is that the extent of your pride? Kusatesha's smile faltered momentarily, but soon transformed into a cold smirk. Soon, you shall understand why you have always been second, and why I shall forever overshadow you. Hee. As duos leisurely dismantled the apparatus on his back, he retorted mockingly. I find it hard to believe you failed to comprehend that during our time at the academy, your jutsu simply suited high scores better than my puppetry. Otherwise, why would you suddenly produce a fan you have never used before? It is clear you recognize that your illusion, which accounts for half your strength, is ineffective against my puppets, hence your attempt to enhance your ninjutsu's power. Thud! The towering bandaged puppet crashed to the ground. And seeing the instantaneous pallor on his opponent's face, Duo's smirk grew more contemptuous. The bravado displayed was merely a facade to mask your insecurity, wasn't it? Kusa Taisha's expression darkened, and he fell silent. The chief examiner glanced at both competitors, then waved his hand, declaring the commencement of the 5th match. As the words left his mouth, Kusa Taisha unfurled his fan, spinning and delivering a furious strike. Wind release, Kamaitachi. With a flurry of movements, Duos, being a fellow contestant from Sunagakure, was well aware of how to counter this attack. Instantly, he grasped his puppet and evaded the oncoming wind blades with swift sideward movements. Impotent rage. With a swift motion, he released the bindings encasing the puppet, which, though humanoid, had been crafted with 8 limbs. Propelled towards Kusa Taisha with an unsettling noise. Wind release, wind blade. The 2 formidable wind blades intersected, targeting the puppet. However, Duos was far from inept. He deftly maneuvered the puppet mid-air, evading the onslaught, and simultaneously launched a barrage of needle-like projectiles towards Kusa Taisha. Caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, Kusa Taisha could only roll to the ground, using his fan as a shield. Clang, clang, clang. Fortunately, his physique was not overly robust, allowing the steel skeletons of the fan to provide adequate cover. Yet, while he defended, Duo's puppet was relentless. As the last of the projectiles were launched, the puppet's limbs elongated towards Kusa Taisha, ensnaring him. Just as Kusa Taisha revealed himself from behind the fan, he was met with the sight of a giant spider lunging at him. In desperation, he abandoned the fan and executed a series of backward flips, simultaneously conjuring 2 wind blades. Wind blade. The vibrant limbs of the puppet were swiftly severed. However, without the fan's enhancement and protection, Kusa Taisha soon found himself besieged by a relentless assault of projectiles, unable to close the distance to Duos. From a distance, Duos observed Kusa Taisha's every intention clearly. His lighter puppet boasted a speed far surpassing Kusa Taisha's. Awaken, Kusa Taisha. After cornering his opponent, Duos could no longer contain himself. The puppet's abdomen opened wide, unleashing a torrential downpour of projectiles upon Kusa Taisha. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arena was soon filled with horrific screams, and even the previously exhilarated audience displayed expressions of sympathy. The barrage of projectiles persisted for nearly 10 seconds before ceasing. However, to the astonishment of all, Kusa Taisha bore no wounds. Gasping for breath, he shielded his head with his arms, only to gradually realize that the projectiles had been mere prefabricated dummies without sharp edges. The 5th match concludes. The victor is Duos. This time, the chief examiner wasted no time awaiting the competitors' declarations and promptly announced the result. Bravo! The audience erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating not only the intense competition but also Duos' integrity and persona. The fervent applause continued until both competitors exited the arena, and many faces reflected a heightened anticipation for the upcoming match, the highly awaited battle between Mai and Sunagakure. In the 6th match, Senju Jinue from Mai faced off against Jun Shu from Sunagakure. The entrance gates at the base of the arena opened for the first time. Unlike the others, Jin Shu chose a solemn and deliberate approach to enter, step by step. After all, she was about to confront an opponent of unprecedented caliber in her life, necessitating the conservation of every ounce of energy and chakra. In the contestant passage, Quan initially intended to offer a safety reminder, but upon contemplating the disparity between the 2 competitors, she stifled her words. Senju Jinue looked back in confusion, prompting Quan to dismiss her thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly uttered, considering the opponent's gender, as she is a girl, it would be prudent not to go too far. Senju Jinue shot her a bemused glance before stepping forth. As Jin Shu approached the chief examiner, she suddenly noticed numerous radiant points of light appearing in the surrounding air, coalescing before the chief examiner into a humanoid form. What an impressive display! In comparison to his flamboyant entrance, my earnest approach to examinations seems almost foolish. Oh my! Witnessing such a splendid and dazzling entrance, many eager spectators erupted into excited cheers, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the arena to its zenith. Chapter 79, Because I Have No Choice. The popularity of this candidate is genuinely remarkable. Everyone is simply looking forward to this match. The third Hokage feigned humility, his heart brimming with joy. He could deeply empathize with the envy directed towards the fourth Kazekage. Although many had declared their attendance was solely for the purpose of witnessing this match during the promotional phase, the fourth Kazekage surely should have been mentally prepared for this. However, sitting as a representative of power on the dais and witnessing so many spectators fervently cheering for contestants from other villages must have stirred feelings of bitterness within him. How wonderful it would be if such enthusiasm and acclaim were directed towards the children of our village. Even the most magnanimous of individuals would inevitably entertain such thoughts in this atmosphere, for envy is a natural sentiment. However, Lord Hokage, hasn't T-Ice release always been under the control of Kirigakure? Who is this candidate of yours? This question arose among many after witnessing Senju Jinyue's abilities. Across the entire shinobi world, anyone with a modicum of awareness, when discussing the Senju clan and their bloodline limits, would invariably think of wood release. What then is the ice release of the Senju? Could it be that someone from the Senju clan has intermarried with the clan of Kirigakure? While Lord Kazekage inquires. You already possess the answer in your heart, do you not? Although Senju Jinyue still has a considerable way to go before fully maturing. Recent performances from Sunigakure have been rather amicable. Moreover, matters regarding bloodline limits can often be deduced and verified by those with a bit of insight and intellect. Thus, it is impossible to conceal such facts from the discerning. Therefore, the third Hokage saw no need to maintain an air of mystery. As long as there was no explicit admission, let them think as they please. Within the arena, Senju Jinyue stood facing Jinshu, listening to the escalating cheers from the audience. Jinshu couldn't help but smirk. Entering is one thing, but must you make such a grand spectacle of it? One might think you are here to perform. She knew that her chances of victory today were exceedingly slim, yet precisely because she had prepared herself mentally for this. Standing before Senju Jinyue did not evoke the same tension as before. Acknowledging her impending defeat, she remained composed, for there was simply no other choice. In response to her quip, Senju Jinyue paid it no mind, suddenly asking, "Are you prepared?" Jinshu paused momentarily. She understood he was not inquiring whether she was ready for the exam, but rather about the abilities he had revealed to her half a month prior. Asking if she had devised a countermeasure. Perhaps it might be a tad too intense, potentially catching you off guard, she thought. Senju Jinyue nodded, then turned his gaze towards the chief examiner. Let us begin. As customary, the chief examiner surveyed the surroundings before raising a hand, declaring, "The sixth match of the Chunin exams begins." Whoosh. With the announcement barely finished, Jinshu immediately commenced running around the arena, centering her movements around her opponent. This was not due to a lack of originality in the competition, but rather a necessity for a ninja facing an unknown or seemingly unbeatable adversary. Only through swift movement could one react promptly to an impending attack. What might such intensity entail? In truth, at Jinshu's speed, Senju Jinyue could effortlessly defeat her with an ice arrow. However, having previously resolved to enhance his influence as swiftly as possible, he had to consider the spectacle. With so many spectators and esteemed figures eagerly anticipating his match, this was an unparalleled platform for self-presentation, until one reaches a certain level of strength. The world of ninjas is not solely dictated by ninjas themselves. Thus, after the match commenced, Senju Jinyue refrained from immediate action, allowing Jinshu to circle the arena repeatedly while he remained stationary, his body not even shifting, merely tracking her with his gaze. As Jinshu vanished from his line of sight once more, she suddenly exclaimed, "Here it comes." Bang! Whoosh! At the sound, Senju Jinyue turned to see a scroll unfurling in midair, launching a barrage of hidden weapons toward him. I've mentioned before, simple ninja tools are utterly ineffective against me. He instinctively frowned, yet before he could finish his thought, he noticed that some of these weapons were unlike the others. Explosive tags? This certainly escalates the intensity. Reflexively, he contemplated dodging, but the thought was abruptly quelled. Today was about showcasing himself. The more spectacular the display, the better. Ice wall. Extending his left hand toward the oncoming weapons, he thrust forcefully. Crack. In an instant, an exaggerated ice wall surged from the ground, or more accurately, what resembled a monstrous thorn-covered beast, brandishing countless glistening spikes directed toward Jinshu. Wow, this is ice release. And it's even transparent. The audience erupted into murmurs of astonishment as the explosion swiftly enveloped Senju Jinue's position in a cloud of smoke. Utilizing explosive tags. Surely, this is a violation of the rules. Indeed, and so many of them. Does she seek to kill? The audience's discourse intensified, with some expressing concern over whether such a terrifying explosion could be countered by his icy defenses. Surely he can withstand it. Absolutely. Otherwise, why would so many of us have come here with such anticipation? Indeed, let us hope so. Boom, boom. The sounds of the explosion gradually subsided. By this time, Jinshu had swiftly circled the arena and adopted a crouched stance, preparing for the next move, her gaze fixed anxiously on Senju Jinue's location alongside the audience. A gust of wind swept through, quickly dissipating the smoke from the explosion. Oh, the previously restless audience erupted into an ear-splitting cacophony of cheers. The ground surrounding the spikes had been blasted into a large crater, yet the spot where Senju Jinue stood remained untouched, with not a single spike showing signs of breakage. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, many knowledgeable ninjas couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It is known that in the current shinobi world, the power of explosive tags rivals that of many seasoned ninjas' signature techniques. Moreover, the sheer number of explosive tags detonating simultaneously. The previous barrage must have involved at least 40 or 50 tags, right? Goodness, this is merely a Chunin exam, and the display has been so extravagant. Sunigakure has been lamenting their lack of funds recently. It appears they were merely pretending to be impoverished. The fourth Kazekage, his expression darkened, felt speechless. Although he too was astonished by the defensive power of the ice wall, at this moment, he was more inclined to voice, salary deductions. Salary deductions must happen. How could a genin possibly sustain such immense expenditure? Those explosive tags were undoubtedly sponsored by her sensei, Yakura. Here I am, toiling away like a fool in the desert extracting gold sand to repay debts, while you all flaunt your wealth with such bravado. Salary deductions. It is imperative to enforce salary deductions. At least 10 months must have passed. Chapter 80. The Unseen. My word, the power of dozens of explosive tags is indeed formidable. Turning to face the unprinted true tree, Qinsho Jinue's complexion appeared slightly pale. After enduring so many explosions, how could he possibly be unscathed? The reason the ice wall remained intact was solely due to his continuous infusion of spiritual energy. Fortunately, the paleness was not overly conspicuous, unless one approached closely to scrutinize. It was hardly noticeable. Glancing at the audience's reactions, particularly noting the excitement among the daimyo and nobles engrossed in animated discussions, he felt reassured that enduring this wave of attacks had not been in vain. Although this line of thought bore a hint of sycophancy, the influence of the daimyo and nobles within the current ninja world structure was undeniably substantial, a fact that could not be ignored. Indeed, a mere few explosive tags posed no genuine threat to you. Yet, the absence of disappointment on Jinshu's face fueled Qinsho Jinue's speculation about what more intense techniques might follow. Surely, he wouldn't resort to deploying even more explosive tags. Would he? That would be pushing it too far. However, you are already ensnared in my trap. This time, you must take it seriously, or else. Boom, 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 boom. In quick succession, 4 puffs of smoke erupted simultaneously from the front, back, left, and right. Swish. 4 shadowy figures lunged towards Qinsho Jinue. Annette, quickly scanning his surroundings, he confirmed that the 4 directions contained only ordinary rope nets. Their sudden appearance and the expertly set angles of the nets would have ensnared an ordinary person without a doubt. Ice armor. Although he could fly away, Qinsho Jinue chose to endure the assault. After all, to create an impressive spectacle, direct confrontation would provide more excitement, wouldn't it? Swish, swish, swish. The 4 nets accurately ensnared Qinsho Jinue, wrapping him like a zongzi. In the next moment, Jinshu retrieved 4 scrolls from his robe and hurled them into the air while loudly announcing, "You must take this seriously. This technique is no trifling matter." As the scrolls soared above Qinsho Jinue, he commanded, "Open." Boom, 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 boom. This time, what emerged was not hidden weapons or nets, but 4 volleyball-sized orange fireballs. Their intense heat even caused the light in the air to visibly distort. This was Shakadu. Many ninjas present, having witnessed its might, could not suppress their astonishment. Among them, spies from IWA Shinobi Village, hidden within the crowd, clenched their teeth in frustration upon seeing the fireballs. Ever since that woman appeared on the battlefield, Countless exceptional ninjas from IWA Shinobi Village had been reduced to charred corpses by this very technique. Alas, that woman plays dirty. Shinsho Jinue would certainly recognize the signature technique of his long-cherished leaf warehouse. No wonder he had been cautioned to be careful. It turned out Jinshu had sealed shaku due within the scrolls. Only a student like Jinshu would be afforded such a privilege. Now, what could create a grand spectacle while countering an attack from an elite jonin? With a powerful thrust of his hands upwards and outward, he invoked Ice Dragon. Roar. It was as if 4 invisible portals suddenly appeared in the sky. East, south, west, north. For directions. Almost right beneath the audience's feet, for majestic, imposing dragons emerged from nothingness. Each dragon stretched over 10 meters long, with fearsome crocodile-like heads, robust limbs, eagle-like claws, antlers, scales, and whiskers. Aside from the knowledgeable ninjas, nearly all the spectators were left utterly mesmerized. The vast arena descended into an eerie silence for a moment. Fortunately for Jinshu, as merely a user, he could not control the speed of the Shakudo fireballs. Thus, after the appearance of the ice dragons, they had time to roar around the arena under the audience's watchful eyes before swiftly diving down. In the astonished gaze of Jinshu and the chief examiner, the dragons each caught a fireball in their mouths and then soared skyward with a powerful flick of their tails. Wow! Only then did the audience, who had been holding their breath, erupt into fervent applause, even to the point of pain in their hands and hoarseness in their voices. The atmosphere was even more fervent than when Shinsho Jinue first took the stage. Ah, have you never seen a dragon play with a pearl, you bunch of country bumpkins? Although his complexion was visibly paling, witnessing the reactions of those around him, especially the astonished daimyo who covered their mouths with their fans, Shinsho Jinue couldn't help but feel a surge of pride within. However, this moment of triumph was fleeting, as he quickly shifted his focus back to the battle. The 4 ice dragons, while impressive in appearance, possessed hardness comparable to the ice wall from earlier. Despite the absence of subsequent chakra support, the initial heat of the 4 fireballs was sufficient to burn through. The reason they could ascend while clinching the fireballs was undoubtedly due to his continuous infusion of spiritual energy. Roar! The 4 dragons soared through the air, twisting and turning, their mouths glowing with orange fireballs that resembled genuine dragon pearls. They occasionally swooped low over the audience, eliciting gasps of awe, further cementing the impression that Shinsho Jinue of Konoha Village was indeed formidable and remarkable. The heat emanating from the fireballs caused the ice dragons to appear as if they were truly gliding through the clouds. What is that? Even the villagers outside the arena, who had never paid attention to the Chunin exams, were captivated by this spectacular scene. That mischievous little rascal truly loves to play. This marked the umpteenth time the 3rd Hokage had laughed uncontrollably. The 4th Kazekage, reluctant to speak, felt ignoring it would be impolite, so he merely smirked as a form of acknowledgement. That wretched little brat is using our village's candidate as a tool to amuse the fools, isn't he? At their level of prowess, how could they not discern the tricks behind the ice dragons and the Shakudo fireballs? Yet, what was the use of their understanding? Most of the audience were mere muggles. They understood nothing of the principles of ninjutsu. They only knew that these ice dragons were grand and incredibly cool. Roar! The ice dragons continued to twist and fly in midair until steam no longer billowed from their mouths. Only then did Shinsho Jinue confirm that his spiritual energy was no longer rapidly depleting and commanded the ice dragons to dive once more, circling the arena while casting an imposing gaze upon the 2 outsiders. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the chief examiner finally cleared his throat before looking at the still prostrate Jinshu and admitted, "Well, even with your strongest move, I am powerless against you. I must concede." Jinshu understood his meaning and raised his right hand decisively. Losing is losing. It was a fate already sealed, and not being utterly battered was merely a show of respect from his opponent. His determination to persist was purely a result of following his teacher's advice. Now, it appeared that even with the combined efforts of himself and his teacher, they would still falter. Thus, the 6th round of the Chunin exams concludes. The victor, Shinsho Jinue. Roar! For ice dragons, with a swift flick of their tails, soared into the sky, circling the audience with a majestic display before shattering into countless ice crystals that dissipated into the air. The crowd erupted in a fervent cheer, Jinue, Jinue, Jinue. At that moment, the atmosphere of the Chunin examination reached an unprecedented peak. Chapter 81. Arrangement of Chunin positions. The highly anticipated Chunin exam has finally concluded. Yet for the village of Konoha, the true celebration is just beginning. After all, it is a rare opportunity to attract such a large influx of visitors. It would indeed be a grave oversight not to convert this influx into economic benefit. The individuals promoted during this Chunin exam were confirmed on-site by the daimyo and village leaders. For instance, Konoha and Sunagakure finalized their selections that very day, resulting in 4 individuals from Konoha and 2 from Sunagakure. In fact, beyond the 2 victorious candidates, the 4th Kazekage had initially intended to promote Senju as well, as it was essential to maintain face for Yakura despite her disappointment. However, this suggestion was promptly dismissed by Yakura, who emphasized that a defeat signifies a lack of readiness on Jinshu's part. Furthermore, the unique nature of the opponent had caused Jinshu to become flustered, which altered his original combat style. This, she believed, reflected her shortcomings as a mentor. Thus, continued effort was necessary without indulging in actions that might tarnish the village's reputation. As for the smaller villages, they could manage their affairs as they wished, for no one would pay them any mind. At the main gate of Konoha, Yakura signaled for the other teachers to escort the examinees away, while she remained behind to bid a final farewell to Senju Jinua, who had come to see them off. Celebration was the domain of ordinary folk. As ninjas, they could not afford such leisure. Therefore, the day following the exam, they formally took their leave from Konoha. "You rascal," Yakura remarked to Senju Jinua, her voice tinged with nostalgia as the examinees distanced themselves. This time, it was quite an ordeal. Yet it merely allowed you to make an appearance. You should have seen the expression on our esteemed Kazekage's face. It was as dark as a storm cloud. Indeed, what transpired yesterday was less than ideal. "I apologize for that," Senju Jinue replied after a moment's contemplation. "However, you are already aware of my circumstances. My desire is simply to elevate myself swiftly to protect those who need safeguarding. Given the chance, I would make the same choice again." Yakura found herself at a loss for words. She was well acquainted with the fundamental details of Senju Jinue's background, and during their occasional interactions, he had not concealed anything, allowing her to understand the relationship between him and Yena. In Yakura's eyes, regardless of age, a man who strives to protect his loved ones through every means is undeniably admirable. It was this understanding that had fostered her growing fondness for him. After all, how could a modern, accomplished woman of Sunagakure, an esteemed hero, find time to engage with a mere child? Before parting, she decided to confide a secret. "Though you may appear as a child, through our interactions over this period, your perspectives and problem-solving approach have often led me to regard you as a peer." Before Senju Jinue could respond, she added, "Well, the farewells have been made, and your companions must be awaiting you." With a playful glance at Izumi, who had been watching from a distance, she waved and turned to leave. "I hope that by our next meeting, you will have matured into a true man. I look forward to witnessing the prowess of your ice techniques against my blazing abilities." Her words lingered in the air as she gradually disappeared from view. "You still watching?" "The figure has vanished," Senju Jinue remarked as he turned back towards the village, realizing that engaging in this conversation was pointless. "Huh," Izumi replied, perceptive to his attempt to shift the topic. Although still young, girls typically mature faster, and she recognized his evasion. Nevertheless, she was not one to create unnecessary drama, especially given the current circumstances. With a dissatisfied huff, she stated, "Teacher Nara has summoned us to the Hokage's office. It seems they are preparing to announce our arrangements post-promotion to Chunin." A hint of concern flickered in Izumi's eyes as she continued, "I wonder if we will still have the opportunity to undertake missions together as a team after becoming Chunin." Meanwhile, half an hour prior, as Senju Jinue followed the Sunagakure contingent out, the 3rd Hokage expressed his regrets in the Hokage's office. "Though only a few months have passed, I truly appreciate your efforts and sacrifices." The 3rd Hokage's expression bore a hint of apology. Despite being Konoha's foremost intellect, he had to feign ignorance in front of a few children, focusing on nurturing their independent thinking and teamwork skills. This approach was particularly taxing for the Nara clan, known for their intelligence. "The 3 of them have been satisfactory," Nara Shikaku responded, his demeanor devoid of displeasure, instead reflecting a sense of fulfillment. Observing the growth of Konoha's future under his guidance was genuinely rewarding. Moreover, the trio was astute, able to devise strategies swiftly in response to challenges. Honestly, these past few months had even made him a bit complacent. After a brief exchange, the 3rd Hokage introduced the topic at hand, as the person most familiar with them. What positions do you believe would be most suitable for their placements? This was a tradition in Konoha, as Chunin members were considered part of the leadership tier. Future promotions would rely solely on their capabilities and contributions to the village, making the opinions of the leading jonin crucial, as they could significantly influence the students' futures. Administrative departments, educational sectors, medical teams, barrier units, interrogation divisions, and police departments. Standing before the table, Nara Shikaku thoughtfully stroked his chin while examining the form the third Hokage had provided. In truth, gaining merit through battlefield achievements would be the most effective route, yet that option was absent from the list, and he was too astute to inquire further. Notably, even the Hokage's direct umbu was not included in the options. He understood the implications of the third Hokage's intentions. Hokage-sama, after a moment's reflection, Nara Shikaku cautiously shared his insights. I believe their growth has been rather smooth thus far. What they need now is time to consolidate their experiences. Given their current ages and abilities, ascending to higher ranks too soon may not be beneficial. Indeed, the third Hokage mused as he took a few puffs from his pipe, the swirling smoke enveloping him as he contemplated. You are correct. I share your sentiments. I certainly would not wish to send Senju Jinyue into battle at this stage. And given my own physical condition, I anticipate being able to serve for at least another decade. There is no need to rush his development. Ultimately, what I require is a competent heir to the Hokage title. Excessive interference during his formative years could adversely affect his character. Among these departments, where do you believe he would be most suitable? The subordinate expressed uncertainty in making a decision, but I happen to have a recommended place. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open from the outside, revealing a striking figure striding in with determination. Chapter 82. I have finished speaking. Tsunade. Upon seeing the newcomer, the third Hokage displayed a hint of surprise, yet his expression was predominantly one of joy. Regardless of the reason, it is always a good thing when a student takes the initiative to seek you out. Ha ha ha. I did not expect you to come all this way for this matter. He waved his hand dismissively at the guard at the door, who appeared hesitant. And once the office door was closed, he turned his attention to Tsunade. As a member of the same clan, your opinion certainly holds considerable value, so please, do share. While being from the same clan may not be significant, Tsunade is also the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and her influence as a medical ninja is extraordinary. If she chooses to voice her opinion, who in the current Konoha would dare to disregard it? Tsunade was not one to dawdle. She promptly placed a document on the desk. Patient information form? The third Hokage looked up in confusion, while Nara Shikaku swiftly perused the document, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he inquired, do you wish for him to accumulate experience at Konoha Prison, Lady Tsunade? Prison? The third Hokage's brow furrowed immediately. Konoha Prison, officially known as the Special Criminal Institution for Serious Offenders, is a dark and damp place, devoid of sunlight year-round, housing nothing but the worst of the worst, murderers and traitorous ninjas. Such an environment starkly contrasts with the image of a Hokage heir he envisioned, one who embodies the warmth of sunlight. He had always hoped for a successor like Minato, a bright and optimistic boy. Old man, Tsunade remarked, as if reading his thoughts, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Ever since Senju Shinya graduated, who do you think hasn't been aware of your concerns? However, I would advise you to reconsider your fixation. Don't you realize that merely piling on a positive image of him may ultimately be detrimental? Nara Shikaku interjected, who keeps this place so clean? Not even an ant in sight. The third Hokage maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. Given his extensive experience, he was indeed aware of the validity of Tsunade's points. However, it was easier said than done. The thought of such a promising talent going unutilized gnawed at him. Akin to a cat's clawing at his heart, he simply could not resist. Never mind, I will share my considerations with you, and ultimately, the decision rests with you. Noticing his indecision, Tsunade impatiently continued. Firstly, it is certain that Senju Shinya cannot be promoted in the short term. This would be of no benefit to him, and mishandling the situation could lead to negative outcomes. Secondly, while the prison is filled with criminals, under the supervision of the guards, there is little opportunity for chaos. At most, there are merely fights among the inmates, much like these fellows. Tsunade gestured towards the patient records on the desk, which she had encountered during her time at the hospital. It was only after seeing that patient that this idea had emerged in her mind. Although Senju Shinya is somewhat young, his abilities are evident to all, being on par with, if not surpassing, many Chunin. Hence, safety concerns need not be a worry. Lastly, you have all acknowledged that he requires experience and grounding, correct? The relative calm of the prison implies he would have ample time to devote to training. Additionally, the frequent brawls among the inmates would provide him with opportunities to practice his medical ninjutsu, while also minimizing the risk of criminals entering the hospital, thus ensuring the safety of ordinary villagers. A win-win situation, would it not? After finishing her explanation, Tsunade fixed her formidable gaze upon Nara Shikaku and the third Hokage for a moment before stating, "I have said all I needed to say. You may deliberate on your own," and without awaiting their response, she exited with her usual commanding presence. Bang! The office door slammed shut once more. Inside, the third Hokage and Nara Shikaku exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a resigned smile. This child, despite having grown, still bursts in with such fervor. The third Hokage could voice this thought, but Nara Shikaku hesitated to do so, choosing his words with caution. I believe Lady Tsunade has a valid point. While Konoha Prison may have an undesirable environment, it is indeed more suited to the current condition of Shinya, as Lady Tsunade suggested. The third Hokage retracted his smile, taking a longer drag from his pipe. Firstly, the administrative department, while sounding appealing, merely deals with trivial matters within the village, such as issuing documents and conducting promotions. Prolonged exposure to such tasks would lead to stagnation, hence he had never truly considered sending Senju Shinya there. The education department is similarly demanding, if not more so. As for the medical division, since Tsunade, the head of the medical department, had not suggested it, it was best left unspoken. The barrier division yields little in terms of results and offers scant personal time, thus it was not an option. The interrogation department, while seemingly preferable to the prison, is merely an illusion. Remaining there too long could lead to mental instability, rendering it an unsuitable choice. As for the security forces, had Tsunade not made this visit, he might have considered it given his agreement with Uchiha Fugaku. Alright, with this in mind, the third Hokage finally resolved to make a decision, declaring, "Let him take a position at the Special Criminal Institution for Serious Offenders." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Nara Shikaku nodded. "Of course, Koizumi and Takamitsu will accompany him, as they are in the same class." The third Hokage shot him a look of incredulity, as if questioning his thought process. "Are you joking? I have painstakingly nurtured those two into such a close-knit duo. Who would dare disrupt that? I would personally deliver a slap for such foolishness." And as for Hinata Takamitsu, with only 3 individuals in the class, leaving one behind would not sit well. Moreover, given the stance of the Hinata clan, we must consider their sentiments. Knock knock. "Hokage-sama. The 3 newly promoted Chunin from Team 9 have arrived. Come in." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's face instantly brightened with creases of joy. There was no way to contain his excitement upon recalling these young ones. "Hokage-sama. Shikaku-sensei." The third Hokage raised his hand with a smile, gesturing for Nara Shikaku and the students to engage in conversation while he retrieved a blank document from his drawer to begin writing. "Your new positions have been confirmed." Nara Shikaku relayed the discussion he had with the third Hokage and Tsunade, summarizing the main points, and concluded with a procedural question. "Do you have any objections to this arrangement?" The third Hokage: "I have none." Senju Shinya was the first to express his agreement, as he had no interest in any of the other 6 options. Compared to them, the relatively less demanding Konoha prison offered greater freedom and was indeed a favorable choice. Just as his voice faded, Izumi immediately chimed in with a smile. "Neither do I." Although her mother had hoped she could join the security forces. "Sorry, Mom, but this time, your daughter will disappoint you." In truth, the daughter did not wish for this, yet circumstances dictated otherwise, as it was the arrangement of Hokage-sama, to which I held no objections. Hinata Dijian ultimately expressed his stance. His thoughts were rather simple. At his current age, he would not be well received in any department, so it was preferable to remain with his teammates in the same class. Just then, the third Hokage completed his writing and, upon hearing the trio's declarations, chuckled heartily as he stamped the Hokage seal with a decisive thud. "You will have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, report to the Konoha Village Special Criminal Ninja Penitentiary for duty." Chapter 83. The appointment of the warden. As I donned my ninja vest, secured my forehead protector, and polished my tools, I stepped outside. "All right." Yano Yu's voice carried a hint of concern, though predominantly, it was filled with joy and encouragement. "Remember to learn from your seniors once you start your new position." "Understood." Outside the door, Senju stood on the staircase, facing the newly risen sun, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply before leaping down and swiftly choosing a less populated path toward the western side of the village. The Konoha prison is located in a valley to the northwest of the village, and among the three, only Izumi lived closest. Thus, they agreed to meet today at the entrance of the Uchiha clan territory. As for why they did not traverse directly across the rooftops like in the anime, ninjas typically avoid passing over the rooftops of others during non-special missions, especially at such an early hour. The residents have their tempers too. Complaints can be troublesome, and at the very least, an apology visit is unavoidable. "Hey, Mayue, little brother." A passionate voice suddenly echoed from behind, and in the next moment, a green figure quickly caught up. "Good morning, Kai." "Haha, Mayue, little brother, you seem so much more spirited in your new uniform." Senju Mayue lowered his head slightly to glance at his attire, momentarily unsure of how to respond. The 3 days that the third Hokage had allotted them were not merely for rest. They were also meant for tailoring their work uniforms. The standard green vest provided upon their promotion to Chunin was merely a basic requirement. Those with formal occupations, like him, were expected to wear the Konoha prison uniform, a more structured and formal ensemble. If that were all, it would suffice, but the primary issue was that the color scheme of this work attire was rather flamboyant. Senju Mayue felt that his petite frame struggled to carry it with grace. The high-end and elegant cement gray certainly matched the prison labor atmosphere. However, he lamented, "But I am only 8 years old." Mayue Kai-senpai. Fortunately, he fortuitously encountered Hinata Dijian at that moment and quickly seized the opportunity to bid farewell to Kai, hastening away before he could react. "What is up with little Mayue? Is he shy after hearing my compliment? This new uniform looks quite dashing, doesn't it?" After reuniting with Izumi, the three continued to hasten toward the northwest, ultimately arriving at their destination before 8 o'clock, a valley in the northwestern corner of Konoha village, with a vast lake at its center. Is this the place where Konoha confines serious criminals? Upon their arrival, the first thing they noticed was the lake's surface, which was inexplicably blood red. The prison itself was situated at the lake's center, its overall shape resembling a triangle, connected to the outside world only by a drawbridge that could be raised at both ends. Ah, the newcomers have finally arrived. On the outer edge of the lake stood a lookout tower several meters high. As the trio settled in, they heard a teasing voice from above, followed by the creaking sound of the enormous drawbridge descending. "Welcome, newcomers." "Hello, senpai. Please, just call me Inohara Wanami from Team 3. The voice above became even more welcoming. From the look of joy on his face, one could sense that had it not been for his duties, he might have rushed down to greet them. Fortunately, the drawbridge descended swiftly, and the trio's awkwardness did not last long as they dashed toward the small island amidst Wanami's warm greetings. "Welcome, newcomers." At the other end of the bridge stood another ninja, attired similarly to Senju Mayue and his companions, though his demeanor was not as exuberant as Wanami's. Yet he was not unfriendly. "Hello, we are the newly appointed Senju Mayue, Uchiha Izumi, and Hinata Dijian." The ninja scrutinized each of them as they introduced themselves, then nodded slightly before replying. "I am Akamitsu Jime from Team 3. You can call me Akamitsu. Follow me, and I will provide you with an overview of the situation here." "Yes, Akamitsu-senpai. We maintain a state of readiness with a total of 5 teams, each consisting of 3 members, 2 inside and 1 in the lookout tower. We operate on a shift system, with each group working 12 hours followed by 48 hours of rest. Our duties as Chunin are not extensive. We primarily patrol and maintain order to prevent riots and large-scale brawls among the inmates. As for cleaning and meal preparations, those tasks are managed by a specialized team of genin." Throughout the journey, Akamitsu Jime's voice and expression remained calm, leaving uncertain whether he was displeased or simply possessed a naturally stoic demeanor. However, Senju Mayue and his companions found their interaction with him more comfortable. As they walked and conversed, they traversed through the dim, damp main building until they reached the back door, where they emerged into a vast expanse. A large group of inmates was engaged in physically demanding labor, whether quarrying stone or cultivating land. Upon noticing their presence, a patrolling ninja immediately nodded at Akamitsu Jime, then blew his whistle. Toot! All the inmates promptly set down their tools and lined up in formation. Confusion swept through the crowd as they turned to see what was happening. What on earth are they up to now? Who cares? As long as we don't have to work, that's good enough, even for a few moments. Exactly. With a clatter, shovels, hammers, and carts echoed across the labor site as various tools were tossed to the ground. Though they were uncertain about the situation, the prospect of avoiding work was undeniably appealing, and they certainly would not refuse it. Move quickly. Noticing the chaotic scene, the whistleblowing ninja could not restrain his anger and bellowed, "Stand in line properly within 1 minute. Or no lunch for anyone. Ah, those despicable brutes, always threatening us with food." Immediately, murmurs of dissatisfaction arose among the crowd, yet the line-up speed noticeably increased. A missed meal was not the worst fear. The real concern lay with the two dim-witted hefty fellows. If they discovered that their non-compliance resulted in missing a meal, it would likely lead to broken bones, if not worse. How utterly ridiculous. With such strength, even a few Chunin would struggle against them. Yet those two fools remain cooped up in prison, blissfully ignorant, content as long as they are fed. What a waste. Such talent squandered. Silence. Once the line was properly formed, Hayes Mikata, the ninja who had blown the whistle, immediately addressed them. "I gathered you all here for one purpose." As he spoke, he gestured toward the trio of Senju Miyue, Izumi, and Hinata who stood beside him. "From today forth, these three will take over the position of the fifth group of wardens. You are to treat them with respect, regardless of their age. Do you understand?" In the profound silence of the arena, standing upon the elevated platform, Shinsho Jinue could distinctly observe the myriad expressions that adorned the faces of the prisoners after the utterance of a particular statement: astonishment, incredulity, derision, and disdain. Some could not suppress their laughter, mockingly exclaiming, "They have sent a few children to act as guards? Has my turned this place into a kindergarten? Treating us as affectionate caregivers? Ha ha. Indeed, we have endless work to do and no time to babysit you. Children should return home to drink their milk. This place is filled with ruthless murderers. Are you not afraid of scaring them to tears?" Ha ha. Initially, only a handful of the bolder inmates laughed. But upon witnessing the indifference of the guard, Hayes, to their mockery, the others began to ponder whether there was some underlying intrigue among the guards. Perhaps Hayes intended to use these troublesome inmates to intimidate the young guards? Few of those who ended up in this prison were truly innocent or foolish. And as more began to entertain such thoughts, the laughter grew louder and more unabashed. Observing Hayes's continued impassivity, even more prisoners joined in the raucous uproar. These despicable individuals. The taunts were unbearable, and even the typically composed Hinata Takuma felt a frown forming. After all, this was his first job, and he had harbored expectations. Conversely, Shinsho Jinue maintained a calm demeanor, reflecting on Akamon Ziming's earlier advice. Prisoners are a unique group. They will not regard you with special consideration due to your accomplishments outside. In this realm, only one principle prevails: strength. If your power is formidable enough, they will behave like obedient little mice. However, if you exhibit any signs of weakness, they will reveal themselves as the most vicious of demons, leaving you with naught but remnants. I cannot fathom why the higher-ups have assigned individuals of your age to this post, but I trust they have considered your abilities. As for your successful tenure, it shall commence with your ability to navigate this forthcoming meeting. This meeting, to speak kindly, is a form of support for you. To speak candidly, it is merely a test of the old employees against the new. Xiao Jinue, I cannot contain myself any longer, Shinsho exclaimed, gritting her teeth as she prepared to activate her Sharingan. It is unacceptable to kill the prisoners without cause. Perhaps using Jinjutsu to punish them would suffice. No, Shinsho Jinue interjected, abruptly raising a hand to halt her. He then glanced at Hayes, who had remained silent since the previous remark. Upon meeting his gaze, Hayes shrugged nonchalantly and gestured toward the prisoners, his meaning clear: as long as no one dies, feel free to enjoy yourselves. Shinsho Jinue nodded, appreciating this attitude. Among the prisoners, some astute individuals discerned their body language and implications. Some ceased their laughter, while others grew more brazen. If this was indeed a contest of wits among the guards, then surely they could afford to be a bit more audacious. Even if they faced punishment afterward, it would be worth it to seize such a rare opportunity to humiliate the guards. Hey kid, given your height, how old are you? Have you weaned yet? Ha ha. Another chimed in, pointing at the girl. Look at that little girl's angry expression. She's surely terrified and wants to go home to her mother. Ha ha. Why bother? Life is fleeting, and yet they hastily seek shortcuts. To be honest, Shinsho Jinue initially bore no prejudice against these unfamiliar individuals. He merely sought to fulfill his duties and quietly endure this period of adjustment. But now, that sentiment had shifted profoundly. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hands toward the lake on either side. Boom! Two massive crimson water columns erupted skyward, reaching heights of over 10 meters before veering toward the central courtyard. Are you joking? Just this one maneuver has left more than half of the prisoners utterly dumbfounded and in a state of panic. Guard, stop him. This water isn't a joke. This prison occupies a unique location. The lake's water contains a particular mineral that inflicts excruciating pain upon contact, and once touched. The only remedies are medical ninjutsu or sheer endurance. Yet Hayes remained unfazed, even casting a surprised glance at Senju Jinhua due to the commotion. He had received prior intelligence about this young one's formidable combat prowess, and knowing that the most troublesome entities, the Wind God and the Thunder God, were not to be unleashed, he felt no concern about resulting complications. Perhaps he simply wished to assess his new colleague's capabilities through this spectacle. Damn it! These individuals are all the same. No one cares about our lives. Some of the more ruthless inmates exchanged dark glances, and suddenly, they charged toward the elevated platform. With punishment inevitable, they resolved to take a chance. It was better than passively enduring the agony of the lake's water. Swish! Chinsho instantly drew her twin blades, positioning them before Chinsho Jinhua, while Hinata Takuma activated his Byakugan and assumed the stance of the gentle fist. Clang! 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 A barrage of blood-red ice spikes descended from above, forcing the few prisoners who had dared to advance back into the crowd. Clang! 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 Not merely at the front. All inmates attempting to flee were driven back to their original positions. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of prisoners found themselves encircled by a thorny barrier of crimson ice spikes. The overhead was likewise sealed by interlocking ice pillars. It's over. Witnessing this scene, every prisoner felt a chill run down their spines. This was a death trap. Roar! A torrent of water, immense as a dragon's roar, cascaded down, inundating the prisoners trapped within the icy prison, causing them to tumble and writhe in agony. Ah, it hurts. So hot. Stop. Let me out. Please. Let me out. The scorching pain of the blood-red lake water, the increasingly numb limbs from the unnatural cold, and the dreadful ice spikes lining the cage walls sent shivers through their very souls. Thank goodness they had clung tightly to the ground's crevices. Otherwise, a collision with the spikes would have pierced them through. No, I was wrong. Please, no more. It was those who mocked you. Punish them instead. We are all innocent. Stop, guard. However, their cries for mercy were destined to be in vain. Having made his move, Chinsho Jinhua intended to ensure a decisive conclusion, instilling fear in them, which would facilitate smoother operations in the future. The sight before them left Akamon Zimming and Hayes momentarily speechless, their expressions shifting as they contemplated their new colleagues' displayed combat strength and the likelihood of their own success should conflict arise. Bang! 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 Some defiant prisoners began attempting to smash the ice spikes or leap to break the overhead prison. Regrettably, they are destined to be disappointed. In the early stages, there may have been a slight possibility of breaking through, but now, as the lake water continues to pour down, each drop that falls only serves to fortify and solidify the prison. The crimson water continues to cascade in a relentless torrent. Although it is not as ferocious as it was initially, it ensures that every individual within the confines receives a thorough baptism. Within 3 minutes, all those who attempted to shatter the icy prison had surrendered. After 5 minutes, the cries and pleas for mercy began to dwindle. By 10 minutes, a thin layer of chill enveloped the entire prison, with the inmates sprawled across the ground, their cries for mercy barely audible. Coupled with the blood-red hue that filled the surroundings, this playground had seemingly transformed into a hellish purgatory following a massacre. Chapter 85. Where there is a workplace, there is society. The meeting on the first day of duty was remarkably effective, not only exhausting the inmates, but also prompting a considerable uproar. The responsible jonin overseeing the prison had to report this incident. However, when he relayed the events to the third Hokage in the Hokage's office, he was met with an affable acknowledgement of IC and was dismissed. In that instant, the jonin comprehended the true caliber of those 3 young individuals, particularly upon exiting. Before he could even return to his post, he received a report from a subordinate stating that the Hokage had dispatched a team to handle the aftermath. This revelation left him in a state of bewilderment. What is meant by the Chosen One? What truly defines a Chosen One? On the very first day of his assignment, he had created such a significant situation without bearing any responsibility. In fact, The highest leader had personally taken charge of rectifying matters on his behalf. If that did not qualify as being a true chosen one, then what does? Enlightened by this realization, the Jonin promptly instructed his subordinates to inform all the Jonin in the prison. The cafeteria would be hosting a special dinner to welcome the new colleagues. Attendance was mandatory. Anyone who dared to miss it would find that this prison warden would no longer show them any favors. This notification instantly awakened several guards who had been harboring various thoughts. The newcomer is indeed a significant figure. I, the Lord of the Underworld, cannot afford to offend him. You little ones should manage accordingly. Let us raise a toast to our new colleague. By 8 o'clock that evening, the entire prison, including Senju Shinya and the 3 others, along with the overseeing Jonin, had gathered, totaling 16 officials. To ensure the quality of the meal, the Jonin had even secured the services of a top-notch chef. Whether it was fish, shrimp, or delicate delicacies, anything presentable was procured without hesitation. The only requirement for the evening was simple, delicious, tasty, pleasing to the children. After all, it was all on the prison's account, and the warden did not need to spend his own money. Moreover, given the 3rd Hokage's demeanor displayed earlier, any public expenditure for dining would certainly not result in any repercussions. A variety of steaming, delectable dishes were presented, and those quick-witted individuals kept the atmosphere lively with a continuous stream of humorous banter that left everyone in fits of laughter. Those less adept at conversation simply indulged in the food and enjoyed the merriment, occasionally joining in to praise the new colleagues. The atmosphere was filled with joy and laughter from the very beginning. Of course, despite the talk of drinking, not a single bottle of alcohol was present. Everyone was enjoying fruit juice. After all, the 3 new colleagues were indeed minors, and they could not risk the trouble of inciting underage drinking. You have no idea. Upon seeing the 3 of them today, a term immediately sprang to my mind. Youthful heroes. Ibaraki Iwanami from the 3rd group, the one who had been on duty at the lookout earlier that day, turned out to be quite the conversationalist at the dining table. Senju Shinya had initially thought he was quite affable, but he underestimated him. Once seated, the chatter flowed endlessly. Logically, given the personalities of the 3, especially Hinata Tokima, who had a naturally aloof disposition, they should have been resistant to interacting with someone so loquacious. However, this individual possessed an undeniable charm in his speech. Even when you knew he was flattering you, his compliments were delivered subtly, weaving praise into casual conversation, leaving you at a loss for how to refuse. It felt perfectly balanced. Too much would be overwhelming, too little would be unsatisfactory. Despite being a man in his 30s, he showed no hint of awkwardness or distance while engaging with the 3 children. Furthermore, not only was he articulate, but his keen eyes continuously flitted between the 3 of them. When he noticed one of them slightly frowning at a colleague's remark, he effortlessly redirected the conversation without anyone feeling it was abrupt. He also swiftly recognized who lingered over a particular dish, promptly bringing it to their side. In summary, the success of that evening's gathering was largely attributed to the conversational prowess and perceptiveness of Ibaraki Iwanami, the middle-aged gentleman. What a talent! It was a pity he was in the wrong place. In another life, with such skills, he would undoubtedly be a billionaire. Esteemed guests, the dishes are ready. Please enjoy your meal. If there is anything else you desire, do not hesitate to let me know, and I will prepare it for you. Old Kyuk. You've been busy for hours. Do sit down and have a bite. Old Kyuk, the chef brought in by the Jonin, was a short, elderly man with squinting eyes. Oh, no, he replied, waving his hands with a smile. This is a gathering for the esteemed adults and my colleagues. It would be inappropriate for an old man like me to join. With that, he hurriedly turned to leave, his steps surprisingly agile and steady, not at all resembling an ordinary chef. Old Kyuk? Senju Shinya pondered, feeling as though he had seen him somewhere before. Oh, Old Kyuk. I've heard he is an experienced genin, Ibaraki Iwanami remarked, noticing his gaze. Although everyone present knew the old man's background, they could not display too much familiarity since he had been invited by a superior. Thus, Ibaraki smoothly shifted the conversation back to the Jonin. It seems the captain knows him quite well. Perhaps he could share some stories about him. While maintaining colleague relationships, one should not forget to create opportunities for their superiors to shine, as this is the mark of a commendable subordinate. Cough, cough. As expected, once all eyes were on him, the Jonin felt a surge of satisfaction and, with an air of dignity, began to speak. Indeed, Old Kyuk was a teammate during my days as a genin. His full name is Marahoshi Kyuk. A genin? The grandfather chef is also a ninja? Izumi exclaimed in surprise, while Senju Shinya's expression deepened in contemplation. This name, this familiarity, this old man had undoubtedly appeared in the narrative. Who would have thought? Among the group, only Izumi, the young girl, managed to elicit the best comedic response, genuinely asking the question. The jonin, with a knowing smile, continued, not only is he skilled in cooking, but he has also dabbled in many other fields. It is said he has served as a genin for nearly 40 years, even fighting alongside the second Hokage. Haha. Of course, that is merely his own assertion. Only he knows the truth of the matter. It is needless to ponder. It must certainly be false. The astute Chunin colleagues immediately began to flatter their captain, as the captain of their former team had already attained the rank of jonin. If he truly had fought alongside the second Hokage, he should have at least secured a position as a department head by now. Old man Gujia is commendable in many respects, but at his age, his penchant for boasting is rather unbecoming. The atmosphere at the dining table lightened once more, with Hinata Dijian and Izumi shaking their heads in amusement, both agreeing that old man Gujia was undoubtedly exaggerating. Only Senju Mayuki, upon hearing the keywords 40 years of being a genin and second Hokage, suddenly felt a clarity in her mind. Oh, it dawned on her. Is this not the legendary genin famed for the four-seal water dragon bullet? Chapter 86, God of Wind, God of Thunder. Just as the group was enjoying their meal and preparing to disperse, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside. What is happening? The jonin, satisfied with his arrangements for the day, immediately directed his dissatisfaction towards the commotion outside. Captain, it's that pair of brothers, the God of Wind and the God of Thunder, who have come out. Upon hearing this, the jonin frowned deeply. Damn it, why must it happen at such a time? However, upon reflection, with sufficient manpower at hand, it presented an opportunity to introduce these two most peculiar individuals to the three new colleagues. He promptly instructed his subordinates. Let us go and introduce our new colleagues to these brothers. Yes, Captain. A chorus of Chunin responded enthusiastically. As the saying goes, wine strengthens the courage of the timid. Although they had not consumed any alcohol that day, the earlier lively atmosphere had certainly stirred everyone's spirits, and primarily, with the captain leading the way, they felt emboldened. The God of Wind and the God of Thunder? Who are they? Izumi inquired softly, having heard the name for the first time. They are a pair of gluttonous brothers, possessing immense strength. It is said that they annihilated all their companions during a mission simply because they were deprived of food. They were personally delivered by Lady Tsunade, and they are indeed quite troublesome. At that moment, even Inoue Iwanami rarely wore a serious expression. As the group exited the small dining hall, they beheld two enormous figures at the kitchen door, mercilessly tormenting a genin. The jonin hastily stepped forward, raising his voice. Hey, you two, put him down immediately. The God of Wind and the God of Thunder turned towards the sound, and upon spotting the jonin's stern expression, their faces lit up with delight as they bounded over, sprawling on the ground like the Thunder God had moments before. Big brother, we're hungry. Izumi thought to herself, is this what they call troublesome brothers? They appear to be nothing but two fools. Sensing her confusion, Inoue Iwanami leaned in to explain quietly, do not be deceived by their current demeanor. It is merely because the captain has learned to cater to their temperament. As long as they are fed, they will not cause trouble. However, should their appetites remain unfulfilled, the situation will certainly escalate. All right. After taking the food from the genin, the jonin divided it equally between the God of Wind and the God of Thunder. He urged them, eat quickly and return. Do not cause any more trouble. Absolutely not. Yet, this typically effective strategy oddly met with refusal today. You are having a feast, and we demand 100 times more delicious food. We must eat until we are full. The jonin felt a jolt of anxiety as he realized someone must be manipulating these two dimwits into causing a ruckus. He quickly shot a glance at the genin who had served the food, only to see the genin grimacing as he replied, that was the last of it. The jonin's eyes widened in shock. What happened to the remaining ingredients? I specifically instructed old man Gujia to procure enough for at least 30 people. The moment they entered, they devoured everything. This is a predicament. Big brother, bring us the food. The jonin's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he observed the transformation in the previously innocuous demeanor of the two large fools. You lot haven't eaten all the food, have you? Upon uttering this, the brothers abruptly stood, their expressions darkening as they glared at the jonin with barely contained rage. as if any unsatisfactory answer would spark their fury. The Jonin's anxiety intensified, and while preparing to defend himself against the two, he signaled his subordinates to be ready. Swallowing hard, Senju Mayuki and the others noticed that their colleagues had drawn weapons, some even preparing smoke signals to call for reinforcements. Better to abandon their posts than be crushed by these two giants. Besides, there are still others above to support them, right? You lot intend to fight us, the god of wind and the god of thunder, without providing us with food. The brothers' anger swelled as they stepped forward menacingly, their threat unmistakable. Captain, can you hold them off for a while? Just as the Jonin was about to give an order, Senju Mayuki interrupted him, though he felt a twinge of annoyance. He seriously assessed their combat capabilities, gritting his teeth as he replied, "A minute, perhaps half a minute, should be manageable." "Why do you ask?" A member of Team 2 inquired, though his gaze remained fixed on the brothers, not daring to relax. "You all know my ability is ice. In this critical moment." Senju Mayuki wasted no time and quickly articulated his plan. "As long as you can keep them occupied for a bit, I can attempt to freeze them from within." "Exactly." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes gleamed with hope. No matter how formidable these two might be, their internal organs remained vulnerable. "All right, leave it to us." The guards' morale surged. The Jonin, emboldened, wasted no time and initiated a water-style, water surge technique. Instantly, a vortex of water swirled into existence, rapidly ascending before cascading down like a waterfall towards the god of wind and the god of thunder. The battle commenced. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shuriken and kunai were hurled towards the brothers simultaneously. Yet, the notorious god of wind and god of thunder were indeed not to be underestimated. The barrage of weapons barely tickled them. "How dare you attack us?" After a furious roar, the brothers charged forward like tanks, bellowing in rage. Water style, water whip. Earth style, quicksand. Wind style, great breakthrough. 10 Chunin executed 10 different jutsu in perfect unison, driving the two massive figures back further and further, regardless of their furious protests. "Now," the Jonin shouted, and the remaining 3 Chunin immediately formed hand seals without hesitation. Release. 20 talismans, which had been discreetly placed around them, suddenly glowed with light. Sealing technique. Binding formation. "Brother, my body suddenly feels so heavy. Is it because I'm too hungry?" "Yes, Thunder God. I can't move either. We must be too hungry." "Leave it to you, Mayuki." With a deep breath, Shinsho Jinyue unleashed 2 palm-sized ice needles that had been formed over a considerable period. "Go." The needles shot forth with a whistle, reminiscent of a sharp sting. Suddenly, 2 fearsome ice sculptures materialized, solidifying instantly. The residual moisture on the ground was not wasted. He skillfully manipulated it to reinforce the formations. Although the chilling essence within the smaller ice needles was not as potent as that of ice arrows, humanity's frail physique could never rival that of stone. Furthermore, Shinsho Jinyue had no intention of killing, rendering this display more than sufficient. Witnessing this scene, the middle and lower ninjas could not contain their exuberance, erupting in cheers. "Jinyue, splendid work. We finally possess a means to subdue the wind and thunder gods. No longer shall we endure the vexations of these 2 fools." In the kitchen, listening to the commotion outside, Wuxing Gujie chuckled, having just completed the hand seals. He sauntered back to the stove, resuming his task of scrubbing pots. "Jinyue, it seems Lord Sandame has indeed discovered a reliable future." Chapter 87. Narashikamaru. There's always one day each month since their first day in office, when they managed to bring order to all the inmates in Konoha prison. The trio from Team 9 has navigated their duties with remarkable ease. Whenever it was their turn to be on duty, the inmates behaved exceedingly well. They worked when instructed, ate when told, and lined up without complaint, more obedient than elementary school children. Consequently, the lower ninjas tasked with menial chores grew increasingly fond of the days when the 5th group of guards was on duty. Moreover, considering the youth of the 5th group's members, the Jonin held a special meeting to decide that the 5th group would consistently work the day shift, while the other 4 groups would adjust their schedules accordingly. This resolution was met with unanimous approval from all colleagues. Thanks to the enthusiastic support of their peers, Shinsho Jinyue and his companions found their work exceedingly pleasant. During their shifts, the inmates were as compliant as chicks, requiring only occasional patrols, and after their shifts, they enjoyed 2 days of leisure, free to pursue their interests. Now regarded as working individuals with salaries, Shinsho Jinyue made it a point to visit the orphanage weekly. not only to encourage the children, but primarily to express his regard for Yinayu. In addition to their regular training, they would set aside a day each month to gather at Nara Shikaku's home, a cherished tradition in Konoha village, reinforcing the bond between teachers and students, even after graduation. A teacher remains a teacher. It is only natural for students to maintain close ties with their mentors. I brought a little deer plushie. What about you? I have some tea. Hinata Takuma held up a gift box, which had been specially procured by the clan elder from afar the previous week. I thought since teacher Shikaku has no particular hobbies, I'd bring him something to try. And you? Seeing his teammates' inquisitive gazes, Shinsho Jinue revealed a large, colorful lollipop from his pocket. Ugh, another sweet treat. How much do you adore sweets? Shinsho Jinue merely smiled, offering no further explanation. You locals know nothing. Imagining Shikamaru as an adult, lethargically plodding through life, he pondered the possibility of him becoming a rotund figure, or worse, sporting a mouth full of cavities. During their first visit, Nara Shikaku had expressly advised them not to bring gifts, emphasizing that as his students and among Konoha's elite ninjas, his family did not lack such trifles. Their mere presence was a source of joy. However, the trio, unable to resist, ultimately decided to bring small tokens for Shikamaru to amuse him. Teacher Shikaku, we have come to bother you again. Bother? Not at all. I'm delighted you're here. Observing his students, now more vibrant after their work, Nara Shikaku felt a surge of joy each time they gathered. He eagerly awaited their arrival, rushing to greet them at the door upon hearing their voices. How has work been? Any challenges? Upon entering, Izumi was whisked away by Nara Yoshino, Shikamaru's mother, for a chat, while Hinata Takuma entered the tea room with Nara Shikaku, carrying the tea. Meanwhile, Shinsho Jinue approached Shikamaru, who lay in the corridor contemplating life while gazing at the clouds. Upon noticing the approaching footsteps, the 2-year-old Shikamaru initially paused, then sighed deeply. Is it that time of the month again? Hey kid, not only do you not get up to greet me, but you also sigh? Are you dissatisfied with me? Shikamaru, unwilling to engage, turned his back dismissively. You're quite the rebellious one now. Yet, Shinsho Jinue feigned irritation, glancing into the house to ensure no one was watching. He swiftly produced the sizable lollipop and approached Shikamaru. Initially met with sleepy indifference, Shikamaru's eyes widened upon seeing the confection, his mouth agape to shout. However, with his current strength and speed, Shinsho Jinue was prepared, swiftly silencing Shikamaru by pressing the lollipop to his lips. The sweet treat kept Shikamaru struggling for several moments before he relented, only for Shinsho Jinue to cheekily counter. Will you still dare to be so haughty with me now? Shikamaru glared at him, inwardly yearning for his mother. Yet, recalling that insufferable woman's presence dampened his spirits, as she had a way of indulging him. How despicable of you to bully a child. How could your father have such a base student? Upon hearing Shikamaru's complaint, Shinsho Jinue's face lit up with triumph. It seems I overheard someone speaking ill of Izumi. You. Shikamaru felt a surge of frustration but, remembering the terror of the woman, ultimately deflated and muttered. What do you want to be satisfied? Me? Shinsho Jinue glanced at the plush deer that had fallen onto Shikamaru, then at the lollipop in his hand, feigning sorrow as he lamented. How cruel it is that the toy you received can be given away, while my gift was so mercilessly rejected. Shikamaru regarded him with his signature deadpan stare for a moment before begrudgingly accepting defeat, muttering indignantly, to think you would threaten a child. How could your father raise such a despicable student? Seeing Shikamaru relent, Shinsho Jinue's feigned sadness transformed into delight. Even such a simple threat is beyond your capacity to handle. How could your father possibly have such a foolish son? As she spoke, she casually broke off a small piece from the lollipop and handed it to him, simultaneously advising. A child shouldn't eat too much at once. Just this much for now, HM. Perhaps her words struck a chord with Lu Chuan, for he fell silent after hearing them and obediently tossed the lollipop fragment into his mouth. Crunch. I'm done. Are you satisfied now? To prove his honesty, Lu Chuan tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide for her inspection, even wiggling his tongue to show that it was indeed clean. Senju Jinue nodded with satisfaction. Noticing her approval, Lu Chuan couldn't help but ask, Can I leave now? Without waiting for a response. He huffed and turned to walk back into the house. Senju Jinue continued to smile and nod, and just as Lu Chuan stepped inside, he heard a voice that would linger in his memory. Lu Chuan. I didn't. You did, you little brat. Lu Chuan turned around, his eyes wide with indignation. Yet, In the next moment, a voice that he would never forget echoed behind him. Lu Chuan. I didn't. I swear. But he said ugh. Seeing Izumi playfully tugging at her son, pinching his cheeks and twisting his nose, Lu Jio's enjoyment of his tea evaporated, and he hastened to intervene. Please, don't do that. Izumi, he's still just a child. However, even as he spoke, he hadn't moved from his seat when Nara Yoshino barked back. You old fool. What nonsense are you spouting? With such a beautiful girl like Izumi, why would you worry about her harming your son? Just drink your tea. Oh right. Nara Lujio replied. I'm sorry, son. In this house, there are only 2 men, and I cannot afford to lose myself too. Ugh. Mom. Whose mother are you, anyway? He gazed at the heavens in disbelief. Why? Why must a child like me endure such torment every month? When will this suffering end? Chapter 88. The first encounter with Naruto. Work, training, visiting the teacher, a week. A month, a quarter, half a year passed calmly. The physical abilities and strength of the 3 members of Team 9 continued to grow steadily and rapidly. Just when Senju Jinue thought he would smoothly navigate through his growth phase until he had the strength to participate in significant events, he unexpectedly encountered someone by the riverbank, still at the same riverside in the eastern part of the village. Senju Jinue absent-mindedly turned the fishing rod as he contemplated his new abilities, since he could control ice from a distance. Could he perhaps merge aspects of chakra and shadow clones to condense an ice clone from afar, achieving a form of consciousness manifestation? The dry wood in the fire crackled, and the fragrant aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Gurgle. Who is there? A child, about the same size as Lu Chuan, was startled by his sudden sharp inquiry and took several steps back. However, after glancing at him, the child's gaze was inevitably drawn back to the grilled fish. Gurgle. The child, clutching his still growling stomach, looked at the slightly burnt fish in the older boy's hands and exclaimed, the fish is burning. Do you even know how to grill fish? Senju Jinue snapped back to reality and quickly removed the fish from the fire. With that familiar appearance, mannerisms, and the striking golden hair and whiskers, he finally met Uzumaki Naruto. Gazing at the dirty little boy before him, Senju Jinue suddenly felt a strange sense of déjà vu. As if he were watching an anime, as if everything that had happened before was merely a figment of his imagination. Gurgle. I'm not just reminding you because I want to eat. I can catch fish too. And the fish I grill is definitely better than yours. Ordinarily, meeting the protagonist after 2 years in this world would be a cause for joy. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, in such a scene, especially seeing Naruto feign strength despite his growling stomach, Senju Jinue felt no joy, only a profound sense of sorrow. Surely, even for the sake of secrecy, it was unnecessary to let a child not yet 3 years old suffer like this. Was there no more considerate and fair way to handle matters for this innocent child? Do you want to eat? Gurgle. Upon hearing the question, Naruto swallowed hard but did not approach. Instead, he loudly repeated, I can catch fish too. Yet, as he spoke, his eyes remained glued to the grilled fish, unable to break away. Tell me your name, and I'll treat you to grilled fish. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up as he hurriedly approached the fire, squatting beside it while shyly saying, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Here, take this to eat. But be careful. It's hot. Thank you, big brother. Naruto joyfully accepted the stick and stuffed it into his mouth, even as he hissed from the heat. Nothing could hinder his eagerness to devour it. Eat slowly. If there is not enough, I can grill more. If you burn your mouth, it's your own pain. Watching Naruto gobble down the food, Senju Jinue casually placed another fish on the fire, yet his heart was tumultuous. Was he merely fortunate? If their identities and memories were swapped, could he truly do better than Naruto? Were there still members of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha? Although he was aware of these things, memories suggested that the third Hokage had arranged for someone to watch over Naruto in secret, prompting him to feign interest and ask a few questions. Huff, huff, what are you saying, big brother? Naruto mumbled, still focused on the grilled fish. Never mind. It's nothing. After all, it was just for show. You just had lunch, right? Why are you so hungry? Did your parents not call you back for dinner? Naruto paused, his voice noticeably lowering. I don't have a mom or dad, and I've never seen them. I asked several times, but the old man wouldn't tell me who they are. Oh, I'm sorry. Sniff. Upon hearing this, Naruto suddenly sniffled, forcing a cheerful tone as he exclaimed, It's okay. I'm used to it. Even if I'm alone, I'll grow up well. I can make instant noodles, do laundry, and catch fish and grill them. Oh, is that so? Senju Jinue felt a touch of warmth from Naruto's optimism. Smiling as he handed him the stick he had just prepared, As thanks, let me taste your grilling skills. Naruto, oh okay. Though still very young, he understood that accepting food from someone meant he must repay the kindness. Just watch me. Naruto recalled Senju Jinyue's grilling technique and encouraged himself. I want to make it worse than that burnt one. Yet, less than a minute later, a fresh fish turned to char right before their eyes. That one doesn't count. You made me nervous by watching. Noticing Senju Jinyue's bemused expression, Naruto flushed with embarrassment, quickly downing the charred remains before grabbing another fresh fish from the nearby stones. Sigh, if it's burnt, just don't eat it. This little fellow feared that he would be blamed for any waste. Would he truly be reprimanded? As I observed Naruto's tightly pressed lips and the evident awkwardness in his movements, a profound realization dawned upon Senju Jinyue. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Naruto's heart remained sensitive and delicate when confronted with the kindness of others. Regrettably, by the end, Senju Jinyue never had the chance to taste that superior grilled fish which Naruto had boasted about. In fact, had it not been for his intervention, the little rascal would have devoured every charred attempt at grilling, believing that would bring him solace. During their next farewell, whether out of reluctance or some other sentiment, tears began to glisten in Naruto's eyes. Nevertheless, he feigned indifference, proclaiming loudly, "Next time, I will definitely grill a fish even better than yours." After uttering this, he fixed Jinyue with a gaze that, while seemingly provocative, was filled with anticipation, as if he wished to inquire whether they would meet again. "Very well, you little rascal. Having wasted so much of my fish, I shall not rest until I have tasted a delicious grilled fish." The reasons behind this sentiment were unclear, perhaps rooted in a similar sense of reluctance. Despite generally considering himself composed, Senju Jinyue found himself inexplicably caught up in the moment, and thus made a pact with Naruto. "I will often come here to wait for you. You must not think of running away." At that moment, tears became uncontrollable. Just before the embarrassment could take hold, Naruto abruptly turned away, declaring defiantly, "Humph. Do not underestimate me. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am not the kind of person who breaks promises. Just you wait and see." "All right, then it's settled. Whoever breaks the promise will be a little puppy." A pact was made, and neither was willing to back down. At this point, Naruto could no longer contain his emotions, wiping his eyes with his arm, and then turning back to feign nonchalance while extending his pinky. Seeing this, Senju Jinyue mirrored the gesture, sealing their agreement. Whoever reneged on the pact would indeed be a little puppy. Woof woof. Naruto's face immediately radiated with joy as he dashed toward the village, exclaiming, "Next time, I will definitely grill a fish better than yours. Just wait and see." His voice was bright and jubilant, as if this promise illuminated the darkness surrounding him. Chapter 89. Educating the Prince from a Young Age. "Hey, you little rascal, can you even grill fish? You've wasted so many already." Despite the embarrassment coloring his cheeks from burning yet another fish, Naruto mustered the courage to retort, "What do you mean? I've told you several times that I get nervous when you watch me." Although it was a rebuttal, his tone and expression resembled that of a younger brother playfully whining to an affectionate older brother. Once, twice, 5 times, 10 times. In the beginning, Naruto was cautious, fearful of provoking Senju Jinyue's anger. However, as their encounters became more frequent, and he recognized that this older brother was indeed different from others in the village, Naruto gradually began to open his heart. Eventually, whenever Jinyue visited the riverbank, he would find Naruto's small figure waiting patiently, resting his chin on his hands. Regardless of how long he waited, whether Jinyue arrived early or late, each time they met, Naruto would joyfully rise to greet him. Clearly, after experiencing care and equal treatment from Jinyue, Naruto, who had felt lonely for so long, began to see him as a source of support. Throughout their interactions, Senju Jinyue often felt a desire to meet the Kyuubi, as the proud fox resonated profoundly with his interest as a time traveler. However, he refrained from acting on this impulse, knowing that Naruto was always under the watchful eyes of the Umbu and lacking expertise in sealing techniques, which made him anxious about potential mishaps. His concern was not that the Kyuubi would escape, but rather how he would explain any unusual occurrences to the third Hokage. Although his abilities were nearly on par with a Jonin, he recognized that he was still far from the level of Hokage. Therefore, most of the time, he treated Naruto as an ordinary orphan, sharing laughter and care, occasionally offering his perspective on various matters. For instance, one day while fishing, Naruto innocently asked, "Brother, if we catch the big fish to eat, will the little fish be sad because it can't find its mommy and daddy?" "Not at all," Senju Jinue replied resolutely. We, who navigate through life, value our promises and loyalty. How could we do something that breaks up another family? He then plucked a small fish from nearby, placing it on a branch. You see, the first fish you burnt was the daddy of the little fish, the second was its mommy, and now with this one. The little fish has its whole family right here. It won't be sad, right? Naruto's eyes widened in realization. On another occasion, they happened to witness two dogs frolicking together. And a curious Naruto asked a question that left a lasting impression. Brother Jinue, why is that big dog licking the little dog? It seems like it's trying to please it. This question was serious and warranted earnest discussion. Naruto, remember, that big dog is a Tengu. Tiango. No house. It was the first time Jinue had explained something to Naruto with such gravity. He even devoted an entire afternoon to elucidating the concept of Tengu, defining its characteristics and principles in detail. He concluded with a solemn warning. You must always remember, if you ever become a Tengu, do not claim to know me. The other children in the village will ignore you. You may even lose the only house your parents left you. Then you'd only live in a garbage dump or under a bridge. He looked intently into Naruto's eyes, asking, Naruto, you wouldn't want me to visit your home and have to take you to a garbage dump or under a bridge, would you? Of course not. While Naruto didn't fully grasp the implications of A or how it related to his home, he genuinely did not want Brother Jinue to have to face such a scenario. That day, young Naruto first comprehended the dread of a Tengu, and the notion of losing everything took root in his tender heart. Fortunately, such discussions were rare, as caring for a child often led to lighter topics. Senju Jinue typically engaged Naruto in more relaxed conversations, emphasizing civility and politeness. Remember, Naruto, we are people who value decorum. If someone disagrees with your viewpoint or bullies you, do not act impulsively. You must persuade them with reason and win them over with kindness. Certainly, what I refer to as persuading through reason can be divided into presenting facts and reasoning, and embracing truths that resonate deeply with others. When engaging with a rational interlocutor who is open to counsel, we can engage in one-on-one discussions, utilizing language to resolve conflicts and avoid disputes. For instance, although the character Lu Wan may likely outmaneuver Naruto in terms of logical reasoning and eloquence, when confronted with a stubborn individual who refuses to listen, it becomes imperative to adopt a different perspective, appealing to the primal truth that might makes right. My experience suggests that this approach tends to be quite effective. For example, if Sasuke offers you gentle advice that you disregard, you might find yourself overwhelmed by his persistence. Pia? Are you listening? Still not listening? Pia Pia. Do you hear me now? Pia 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 Pia. Until your eyes well with tears and your lips are pursed in shame and anger. It is amusing to envision Naruto calling Sasuke and the latter responding like a disgruntled spouse, looking quite put upon and unable to refuse. Ha! How exhilarating. Thus, Naruto, for your future happiness and to protect the weak while punishing the wicked, cultivate the habit of physical training from this moment forward. Only then will you possess the strength to persuade more villains in the future, will you not? Upon hearing this, Naruto could no longer contain his excitement and fervently nodded his head. His eyes filled with admiration for the title of hero and a beautiful aspiration to become a champion of justice himself. Deep within, he firmly established a foundation in the philosophy of persuasive discourse. Chapter 90. The Search for Yitsung. Knock, knock. Hokage-sama, Senju Jinue has arrived. Please come in. Hokage-sama, did you summon me? Upon seeing Senju Jinue enter, the third Hokage immediately set aside his work, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the young man, whose stature and spirit seemed to grow ever more impressive. His satisfaction was palpable, overflowing with uncontainable joy. Well, how has work been lately? Is everything going smoothly? Do you face any difficulties or matters that require your grandfather's assistance? If so, speak freely. It is just the two of us here, and no one else will hear. Thank you, Hokage grandfather. Faced with the third Hokage's unabashed favoritism, Senju Jinue felt compelled to drop his pretense of restraint and distance, responding with a hint of shyness. My work is going quite well, and my former colleagues have been very supportive. It almost feels too easy. Haha, ease is good. A lighter workload grants you more time and space to enhance your abilities, does it not? While the third Hokage did not manage to leverage any favors, he cheerfully engaged in small talk before adopting a more serious demeanor to articulate the purpose of his summons. I have called you here today to assign you a rather important mission. Understood. Hokage-sama, please feel free to instruct me. It is as follows. The third Hokage said, rubbing the envelope on the desk, hesitating momentarily before extending it forward. This is intelligence regarding a military operation plan that our spies in IWA Shinobi Village have gathered. Once Senju Jinue accepted it, the third Hokage continued with a hint of subtlety. Although we are currently in a state of truce with IWA Shinobi Village, from my understanding of Inoki, that old man is undoubtedly still coveting the land and resources of the Fire Country. Inoki is the Tsuchikage of IWA Shinobi Village, an old man who has witnessed many wars, even those during the era of the first Hokage, making him someone to be reckoned with. Pausing for a moment to allow Senju Jinue to contemplate, he resumed, "We are presently engaged in a critical battle with Kumogakure, and thus we cannot divert our resources to IWA Shinobi Village. Therefore, I believe it prudent to take this opportunity to extend a favor by sending this intelligence to our ally, Sunagakure. Assisting our allied nation in gaining an advantage in this war would undoubtedly benefit us in Konoha as well." Yes. Upon hearing this, Senju Jinue quickly tucked the intelligence into his clothing. So, should this intelligence be delivered to the hands of the Kazekage? No. The third Hokage immediately shook his head and, smiling, added, "Are you not familiar with that master of the Jogan, Yitsong? Why not assist your friend in Sunagakure to advance further?" "Certainly, Hokage-sama. I pledge to fulfill this mission." Wait a moment. Senju Jinue turned back at the sound, only to see the third Hokage handing him a small note. This contains the recent locations of Yitsong as reported by the Umbu, to spare you from unnecessary detours. Thank you, Hokage-sama. This is your first time undertaking a mission alone. Remember, the battlefield is unlike any other place. Your safety must always be your primary concern, understood? Yes. With a heavy bow, Senju Jinue promptly turned and left. The third Hokage did not call him back this time, but quietly enjoyed his pipe for a while before suddenly inquiring, "Is the intelligence regarding Yitsong verified as accurate?" "Indeed, Hokage-sama." A masked Umbu appeared silently before the desk, kneeling on one knee with a serious demeanor as he affirmed, "This information was personally gathered by me, and I would stake my life on its accuracy." The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, allowing the Umbu to withdraw, his smile growing even more pronounced. Although it is merely a message delivery, given its connection to the battlefield, it seems reasonable to categorize it as a B-rank mission. Of course, the primary reason for assigning this task to Senju Jinue is his ability to fly. After all, the timeliness of military intelligence is paramount. The sooner it is delivered, the more advantageous it becomes. And as for Yitsong, if the information holds true, the bonds he forged during the Chunin exams might indeed bring an unexpected benefit to Konoha. After departing from the Hokage's office, Senju Jinue immediately created a shadow clone to explain and bid farewell to Tsunade, Izumi, and Naruto, while his original self returned home to quickly prepare, donning his mission-specific attire. Before departing under the watchful eye of Yaina, will he be alright? Observing the swiftly retreating figure, the young and promising Kozo couldn't help but worry. He is still so young. Can he truly venture out alone to undertake a mission? After all, he is an elite of the Senju clan, having managed to handle the entirety of the prison on his first day, including the two notorious troublemakers known as the Wind God and Thunder God. Hearing this, another peer of the same age, the professional gatekeeper, Shingetsu Izumi, immediately shot him a sidelong glance. Instead of wasting time worrying about him, why not focus on yourself, and when you might be assigned to a position that allows you to truly showcase your talents? Isn't it absurd? Two young men of 15 or 16, in the prime of their vigor, and yet their first formal assignment is to guard the gate. Who can one appeal to for justice in such a matter? After leaving the main gate, Senju Jinue swiftly veered into the woods, ensuring no one was nearby before he intently focused. Ice Bird, a resplendent bird, with an impressive wingspan of several meters, materialized before him with a mere blink. Unlike typical birds that flap their wings before taking flight, this one ascended several meters into the air before awkwardly fluttering its wings. It then adjusted its balance slightly before soaring swiftly into the sky, directed by his command, heading straight towards the location indicated in the intelligence report. He pondered whether the recipient of this intelligence would be due to alleviate any unnecessary worries for Yinao Yu. He refrained from disclosing the matter of the IWA Shinobi Village intelligence while packing up. He merely alluded to a task involving message delivery. Fortunately, Yinao Yu, being a proper ninja, understood the importance of discretion and did not pry, thereby sparing him considerable trouble. Moreover, this opportunity coincidentally allowed him to deliver the item he had tested a few days prior to Yi Zhang. Given the uncertainty surrounding the timing of Yi Zhang's betrayal by Suna, since their separation, Senju Shingetsu had been plagued by an unsettling anxiety. It was this very unease that fueled his relentless pursuit of developing new abilities. Before that kunai found its place at Yi Zhang's lower back. She had remained fiercely loyal to Suna, thus he must, and could only, devise a means to preserve her life amidst that conspiracy, in hopes of earning the trust and allegiance of this stunning user of the blazing release. Otherwise, acting too hastily might arouse her suspicion, while delaying would leave him to scavenge among the corpses like dew. Yet, who would willingly settle for a lifeless body when the chance to obtain a vibrant, living one presented itself? Chapter 91. South Woods, Hurry. A little over a day later, at a battlefield between Suna and IWA. Recent days had brought an unsettling sense of strangeness regarding the movements of IWA. Within the command tent, the captains of Suna were engaged in discussions about the recent activities of the IWA shinobi forces. What was there to fear? With Lord Yi Zhang present, whatever schemes they concocted would amount to naught. Indeed, with our hero facing those elites, if we cannot handle the remaining riffraff, perhaps we ought to return home to our mothers. Exactly. Listening to the captain's illogical and almost blind flattery, Yi Zhang felt an indescribable weariness wash over him. Goodness! Look at this foolish group. Do they even speak human language? They claim that no matter what schemes the enemy employs, Lord Yi Zhang will handle it. How absurd. It is they who are taking the risks. Truly, they are a bunch of outdated fools. They present one facade while concealing another, playing mind games with their own comrades and inciting others to their doom. It is no wonder the gap between Suna and Konoha is so vast. So long as these old-timers remain, even 1,000 years would not suffice to catch up. Yet, I feel that since we have perceived the enemy's movements, should we not why dwell on such thoughts? Did I not just say that any schemes would be futile in the face of absolute power? Yes, indeed. The youth today are so impulsive. They still have much to learn from their elders. As he observed the exchange of words among the older generation, the newly promoted young jonin felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing he could unleash a fiery release upon those old fogies to quell his frustration. Just as Yi Zhang contemplated how this meeting would end without resolution, he suddenly felt a chill in his palm. Upon opening his hand, he discovered several ice crystals had formed into small letters. South Woods, meet. What is this? He is here? The previously anxious Yi Zhang suddenly brightened and cheerfully stepped outside. Hey, where are you going, Lord Yi Zhang? We are just let you all continue the meeting. Just inform me of the results later. Before the words were fully uttered, he had swiftly vanished, leaving a group of jonin exchanging glances, each harboring their own thoughts. The older generation exchanged subtle looks, each betraying the amusement hidden in their eyes. Without their steadfast leader, those newly promoted jonin would be even easier to manipulate. It's fine, he's just young. His restlessness is understandable. We should proceed and inform him of the conclusions later. While the scheming within the meeting tent continued, once outside, Yi Zhang quickly discerned the direction and joyfully dashed towards the south woods. In his eagerness, the distance of 2 or 3 kilometers seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. Upon entering the woods, he eagerly called out, "Where are you?" With a series of clicks, numerous ice crystals gathered before Yi Zhang, forming a half-sized humanoid figure. "Ah, you rascal, always showing off." Although she had long anticipated that only Senju Shingetsu would be capable of utilizing the ice release to contact her, witnessing his actual presence uplifted Yi Zhang's spirits. "It has been over half a year, and you've grown so tall." However, as soon as the words left her lips, she noticed a rather grim expression on Senju Shingetsu's face, prompting her to anxiously inquire, "What is wrong? You look unwell. Where are Riku and your 2 teammates? Have you encountered any trouble? Take me with you." In her haste, she grasped his arm, urging him to seek their companions. "Don't rush. This time, there's no one else. Just me." Listening to the rapid-fire questions, Senju Shingetsu maintained a calm facade, though internally he was overjoyed by her concern. His efforts on the battlefield had not been in vain. In truth, to ensure the timeliness of the intelligence, he had indeed traveled through the night, leading to his current pallor. "Just you?" Yi Zhang exclaimed in surprise, her gaze shifting to one of skepticism. "You didn't sneak out of Konoha, did you? How could the higher-ups of Konoha permit such a precious genius to venture into such perilous territories?" Your imagination knows no bounds, Senju Shingetsu remarked, producing an envelope from his clothing. He continued, this is an intelligence report regarding the military operations of IWA, Shinobi Village. Lord Hokage chose to send me with this message, likely recognizing my ability to fly, allowing for quicker delivery to you. The military plans of IWA Shinobi Village? With a heart full of questions. She accepted the envelope and quickly read through its contents. After a moment, she regarded Senju Shingetsu with a complex expression. Coincidentally, this intelligence detailed alterations to their frontline forces in Suna, aligning perfectly with the anomalies mentioned by the Jonin earlier. It seemed Konoha must have incurred significant costs to acquire such intelligence. Why would you send this to us without reason? Wait, did you say this is for me? Of course, it is meant for you, Senju Shingetsu replied, his expression one of innocent ignorance. I only know you from Suna. Who else would I entrust it to? In an instant, Yizang's emotions became even more intricate. As an ally, Konoha had immediately dispatched a messenger upon receiving advantageous intelligence for their comrades, even sending their beloved genius to ensure the information's efficacy. Just look at their magnanimity. Now reflect upon her own village, politically inept and militarily faltering. With her village in such disarray, even beneath the standards of Kirigakure, the existing leadership only concerned themselves with undermining one another. It was utterly exhausting. How wonderful it would be to have been born in Konoha, free from the burdens of such foolishness. We shall not betray this goodwill. Despite harboring various grievances and discontent within, Yitsong felt an overwhelming sense of joy and gratitude for Chinsho Jinyue, who risked immense danger to deliver intelligence to her. Come inside and rest for a while, she urged. You look utterly exhausted. I can take my time on the way back. Chinsho Jinyue immediately shook his head, not only because he truly had no need to rest, but also due to another purpose. His gaze drifted to Yitsong's neck, and he thought, damn, her collar is too tight. I can't see what's underneath. What is it? Yitsong, sensing his scrutiny, instinctively touched her neck. Is there something wrong? Ordinarily, after acquiring intelligence, she should have returned immediately to conduct targeted investigations and deployments. However, after such a long separation and noticing that Jinyue seemed to have more to say, she decided to be patient for a moment longer. Nothing, Chinsho Jinyue replied, suddenly producing a necklace from his clothing. Upon witnessing this, Yitsong's eyes widened in surprise, and her voice trembled slightly as she stammered, what are you doing? No way, are the children from my village so mature? But isn't he just 7 or 8 years old? I'm already 20, more than 10 years older than him. Is this appropriate? I have recently developed a new ability. However, Chinsho Jinyue's attention remained solely on the necklace, oblivious to her unease. With a gentle squeeze, he opened the gem's casing, revealing a transparent ice crystal within. Yitsong, I'm fine really. This ice crystal contains a portion of my chakra and mental energy, functioning similarly to a storage-type clone. When faced with insurmountable danger or urgent situations, simply infuse your chakra into it, and you will be able to summon a clone of me. Thank you. Though she doubted she would ever need such a thing, Yitsong was genuinely touched by his concern for her. Under his watchful gaze, she placed the necklace around her neck. The gem is indeed a bit cold. Unfortunately, her collar was so tightly wrapped that after adjusting it, the gem became completely concealed, leaving her unaware of its exact position and the intriguing sound it elicited from her. Chapter 92. Advancing her position. All right, the mission is accomplished. I should be heading back. Most importantly, Chinsho Jinyue felt elated at successfully fulfilling his objective. After exchanging a nod with Yitsong, he summoned an ice bird and departed. In the forest, Yitsong touched the gem at her chest, while watching Jinyue's retreating figure until the ice bird soared into the sky and disappeared from sight. Suddenly, she turned and made her way back. Upon returning to the camp, Yitsong paid no heed to the older members, directly commanding the ninja on duty at the entrance. Inform all exploration teams to gather their captains here immediately. Yes, Lady Yitsong. The young ninja, evidently a loyal admirer of Yitsong, had been growing increasingly impatient witnessing her being bullied by the older members. Now, seeing her spirited demeanor, he understood that she was about to undertake significant action and hurried off to relay the message. Lady Yitsong, is there an operation underway? Soon. In less than a minute, 3 young men rushed over, expressions filled with excitement. After they exchanged greetings, the remaining 2 middle-aged captains approached leisurely, offering only nods as a form of salutation. Yitsong took a deep breath, feeling displeased by the condescending demeanor of the two older men. However, military matters took precedence, and she could not afford to address them at the moment. Fortunately, 3 teams comprised of vibrant young ninjas who admired and respected her, provided a small sense of comfort. If she could effectively utilize the intelligence sent by Jinhua, her standing in Sunagakure would undoubtedly soar. At that time, none of the older members would escape her wrath. "Come in with me." With an impassive expression, she instructed the duty ninja at the entrance, "Ensure proper precautions are taken. No one is allowed to approach while we converse." "Yes." The 2 middle-aged captains exchanged dubious glances, wishing to notify others of Yi Tsong's sudden change, but felt restrained due to the distance from other barracks and the watchful eyes of the 3 young captains. They had no choice but to suppress their thoughts and follow her inside. "Everyone, I have obtained intelligence that Iwanin village is planning a military operation against us." 5 minutes later, the 3 young exploration team leaders emerged from the tent, their faces alight with joy. Upon encountering a cluster of higher-ranking shinobi at the entrance, they paused momentarily before quickly nodding and departing. Witnessing this, one of the older members who had previously spoken in formalities furrowed his brow, especially as he noticed the 2 middle-aged captains exchanging subtle glances. Immediately, a cunning smile spread across his face as he began conversing with Yi Tsong. Lady Yi Tsong, is there perhaps a military operation in the works? Shouldn't we notify everyone?" "Indeed, Yi Tsong, we are all part of the same collective. Any action should be discussed and decided together to adhere to protocol." However, upon hearing their bureaucratic rhetoric, Yi Tsong merely cast them a sidelong glance. She whispered a few words to the duty ninja, and once he left with excitement, she vaguely replied, "It's nothing. I just received a minor tip-off that is not yet confirmed." "Humph." The older members, having hit a soft wall, departed with forced smiles. Clearly recalling the moment Yi Tsong abruptly left the meeting, which was evidently the source of the upheaval. "Lady Yi Tsong, is there truly an operation underway?" As soon as the figures of the older members vanished, the 3 young jonin, who had supported Yi Tsong during the meeting, looked at her with eager anticipation. "Yes." Yi Tsong, not intending to deceive her supporters as the older members had, informed them to immediately return and prepare their subordinates for battle, awaiting orders. "Yes." The young jonin, filled with excitement, hurried off to prepare, leaving Yi Tsong alone in place, contemplatively touching the gem at her chest. Chirp, chirp. As dusk began to settle, a small communication bird suddenly fluttered down to perch on the shoulder of the duty ninja. "Lady Yi Tsong, the exploration team has news." With a swift motion, Yi Tsong seized the note, reading it quickly, her eyes lighting up. "Inform them to assemble immediately." "Yes." In less than half a minute, all 15 teams previously notified gathered before Yi Tsong, each member bearing resolute expressions, not uttering a single unnecessary word, demonstrating their remarkable discipline. "Believing you stand here after careful consideration, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Let us depart." With that brief command, Yi Tsong led the charge towards the east, with the ninjas swiftly following suit. However, just as they were about to exit the eastern tent, a large group of figures suddenly emerged before them. Yi Tsong, upon witnessing this, had no choice but to come to an immediate halt. "What is the meaning of this?" she inquired. She recognized these individuals. They were the direct subordinates of those few elderly figures, whom she could hardly command even as the chief commander of her unit. "Yi Tsong Darren, did we not agree this afternoon that we are a collective? Any actions should be executed together," came a familiar voice. When Yi Tsong turned to locate the source, she indeed spotted the smug faces of those elderly figures. Intrigues and rivalries aside, they were always willing to exert effort whenever there was a chance to garner credit for accomplishments. "Fine. Since we are cornered, it is unrealistic to bypass them. Moreover, the personnel they brought along are all elites." Yi Tsong conceded a step. "However, you must ensure absolute obedience to my command. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious." Of course, the elderly figures showed no concern for her warning, even expressing their enthusiastic agreement. After all, their sole aim was to seize credit. And should anyone dare to hinder progress, they would be the first to object. "Then let us proceed." With that, Yi Tsong quickened her pace and led the way once more. The individuals brought by the elderly figures indeed did not create any further disturbances. They followed suit only after Yi Tsong's troops had passed. Under the cover of night, nearly 100 elite ninjas from Sha'in village sped through the forest, circumventing the battlefield between the 2 villages, ultimately reaching their destination in a certain forest within the bird country as the night fully descended. In a bid to break the deadlock, IWA Ninja Village dispatched 500 ninjas disguised as a merchant convoy, attempting to infiltrate the wind country from the bird country to carry out destructive actions. After reuniting with the members of the exploration team and confirming that all was under control, Yitsong did not immediately order an engagement. Instead, she instructed everyone to rest in place and prepare all explosive tags. Time passed, ticking away second by second. Action. As the clock approached midnight, at Yitsong's command, countless kunai adorned with explosive tags were simultaneously hurled towards the merchant convoy's tents. Boom. In this initial wave, nearly 50% of the drowsy IWA ninja troops were annihilated. The remainder, mostly caught in slumber, were left dazed by the shockwaves of the explosion. Attack! A sharp cry rang out as an enormous orange fireball, measuring 7 to 8 meters in diameter, surged into the smoke-filled merchant convoy. Boom! Within a 100-meter radius of the fireball, the air was filled with heart-wrenching cries of agony. However, the ninjas from Shain village offered no respite. Nearly 30 jonin simultaneously unleashed a combined ninjutsu, wind release, net. The remaining chunin, unable to execute the net technique, each employed their signature jutsus to target the few survivors who had evaded the initial onslaught. It's those bastards from Shain village. If you can still move, come with me to break out. Some cried out in pain, while others organized a retreat. Yet under the support of Yitsong, who acted as a mobile artillery platform, those scattered survivors swiftly fell to the ground as lifeless husks. In less than 5 minutes, the 500-strong force was utterly decimated under Yitsong's orchestration. In contrast, Shain village suffered only 13 Chunin casualties who could not be rescued, along with the depletion of a significant number of explosive tags. Chapter 93. The mission to guard the daimyo. Good morning. As Itachi stepped out early in the morning and reached the entrance of the Uchiha clan territory, he spotted a familiar silhouette and initiated a conversation. Upon turning around, the individual's expression brightened instantly upon seeing him. Itachi, are you heading out on a mission? I was just about to join the rest of my team. Our mission starts tomorrow. Success has the profound ability to transform a person from within. Now, facing Itachi, Izumi exuded much more confidence and composure than before, no longer gazing up at him as if viewing a genius from the perspective of a commoner, as she had done prior to graduation. Although she did not constantly dwell on this matter, whenever it crossed her mind, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her former self in the library. Had she not mustered the courage that day, she might still be just an extremely ordinary student in the Ninja Academy. Speaking of the mission, how are your partners faring? Given that there was only one road connecting the village and the Uchiha clan territory, the two naturally walked side by side. Itachi paused briefly. A year had passed since graduating from the Ninja Academy, and this girl, his peer, had already secured a formal position, while he was still engaged in trivial games with his teammates. It's all right. His nature forbade him from disparaging others behind their backs, so he could only respond thus. In truth, the troublemaker, Izumi Tenma, had never ceased to pester him throughout the year. Oh, Izumi non-committally nodded, realizing she was merely making conversation out of idle curiosity. Itachi's demeanor was too aloof, making it exceedingly challenging to wait for him to bring up a topic on his own. Then, farewell. Upon reaching the intersection, Itachi was to return to the village while Izumi headed to work. Be careful during the mission. Itachi nodded, watching Izumi's cheerful figure depart, involuntarily furrowing his brow. A Chunin. When will I be able to participate in the Chunin exams? After the war's conclusion, the tension among the nations diminished, resulting in safer interactions between them. Consequently, such missions could sometimes be assigned to teams primarily composed of lower-ranked ninjas. On the roof of the mission assignment agency, a middle-aged man was explaining something to 3 students seated before him. Mizuki Yuki, the Jonin leader of Itachi's second team, bore a name that sounded beautiful but was, in reality, a rugged man in his 40s with short black hair. His forehead protector was tied very tightly, almost embedded in his hair, raising concerns whether it was too tight for comfort. Currently, he stood before Itachi and the others, excitedly discussing the task list in his hands. This is the first time our team has been assigned such a high-level mission, so we must cherish this rare opportunity and showcase the strength and teamwork of the second team. Each of Itachi's 3 companions held a copy of the same mission briefing, guarding the daimyo of the Fire Country. Though situated within the territory of the Fire Country, Konoha Ninja Village possesses an independent governing body led by the Hokage, existing in a semi-autonomous state. The daimyo, in name, holds authority above the Hokage. However, the current military strength of the nation relies on the ninjas of Konoha. Thus, rather than a master-servant relationship, it is more akin to an equal alliance. The daimyo of the Fire Country visits Konoha Village once a year as a customary ritual, significant for both parties, ensuring that it continues even during wartime. With a certain member of a certain clan dragging down the village, any notion of teamwork is meaningless. A lower-ranked ninja seated beside Itachi muttered in a volume inaudible to the instructor. Izumi Tenma, having lost his family during the Ninetales incident, was particularly sensitive to the narrative espoused by the village elders that the Uchiha clan had instigated the attack, especially after the Uchiha clan was relocated to the village's outskirts. He became firmly convinced of this narrative. Consequently, upon encountering Itachi at the Ninja Academy, he had once attempted to leverage his status as an upperclassman to coerce Itachi into kneeling, demanding an apology for all the villagers who perished in the Ninetales incident. "Hey, you've been rambling on since earlier. It's quite noisy." The only girl beside them shouted loudly, her voice even overpowering the teacher who was explaining the precautions. Sitting opposite Tianma was the sole girl in Class 2, Inari Shinko. "You have been so long-winded at school, now that you are already a genin. How long will you hold a grudge over such trivial matters?" Itachi, the genin, wondered if he was being too extreme. For the moment he heard that word, the image of Izumi instantly surfaced in his mind, along with her striking cement gray attire. How annoying. Just a woman, yet so verbose. "Both of you should calm down," Mizuki Yuki said, his face immediately revealing a troubled expression. Nevertheless, the two continued to glare at each other, showing no intention of ceasing their argument. Having spent a year together, he, as their team leader, found himself utterly incapable of managing their incessant bickering. Sighing at their discomfort, Itachi could no longer bear to watch. Seeing this, Izumi Tianma erupted in anger. "Hey, what are you sighing about?" Itachi stood up with his eyes closed. "It's simply impossible to interact with them." "Don't even think about running away," Tianma exclaimed. "It's because of your perpetual attitude that he grows more arrogant. Even if you were younger, you are still a genin. You should at least scold that fool a bit." Itachi glanced at Yuki, disregarding the two. "Are we solely responsible for guarding the daimyo?" "Well, on the surface, yes," Yuki replied, visibly relieved to escape the earlier awkwardness. "However, in secret, the Umbu will dispatch a four-man team to operate covertly. Moreover, the daimyo is also accompanied by an independent security force composed of elite ninjas from the Land of Fire. This meant they were merely ceremonial guards." "Indeed, that is correct," Yuki confirmed after answering Itachi's question. After the Great War, travel became exceedingly safe. Thus, each year, the task of guarding the Lord is entrusted to the team of genin who performed the most admirably. This implied it was a prestigious assignment. Upon hearing this, both Tianma and Inari's gazes immediately shifted towards Itachi, realizing that rather than merely being part of Class 2, it was actually him who was selected. Although Itachi was acutely aware of their scrutiny, he remained focused on the data, saying nothing. "We shall gather at the main gate at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do not be late." Tianma and Inari acknowledged, and Itachi merely nodded in silence. "Then, we are dismissed." As soon as Mizuki Yuki finished speaking, he vanished, leaving the three genin behind. "The village clearly holds you in high esteem." Tianma's eyes brimmed with unabashed dissatisfaction and jealousy. "Hey, could you speak to Itachi in a different tone?" Inari remarked, to which Tianma merely spat at his feet. "Your attitude is truly dreadful. Every day, it's the same monotonous routine. How much longer must I endure this environment?" Itachi nearly sighed aloud but stopped himself, swallowing his frustration before saying, "See you tomorrow. Don't even think about escaping. I haven't finished talking to you," Tianma shouted as he immediately chased after him, only to be grabbed by Inari by his clothing. "What are you doing? You're always like this, nagging. As a ninja, you are truly bothersome. Who are you to keep criticizing him? Look at him. He maintains such a superior attitude." As Itachi listened to their quarrel, he continued walking forward without looking back. If they kept arguing like this, would they even have a chance to participate in the Chunin exams next year? Chapter 94. I am a Konoha ninja, Uchiha Itachi. I ponder every year how distant Konoha village truly is. During a rest stop, an elderly man seated on a tree stump remarked while gazing at his teacup. His face was etched with the wrinkles of age, and he wore a fan-shaped crown atop his head. This man was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Besides the luxurious palanquin, he was surrounded by 2 members of the 12 Guardian Ninjas, several attendants, and Itachi S-Class 2. The group was en route from the capital of the Land of Fire to Konoha Village, having traversed halfway through the journey. The originally flat roads near the capital gradually transformed into steep mountain paths, enveloped by a forest bursting with vibrant life. Lord Daimyo, if we do not hurry, we will not reach the village before nightfall. Mizuki Yuki appeared somewhat apprehensive before the daimyo. It was astonishing to witness a jounin lowering himself so humbly, even showing great courtesy to the 12 Guardian Ninjas. Observing this, both Tianma and Inari were taken aback, having never seen their teacher behave in such a manner. Sigh. Very well. The daimyo sighed and slowly rose, the fan-like crown on his head wobbling. The 2 Guardian Ninjas immediately stepped forward to support his arms. Sensei Mizuki, just then, Itachi, vigilant as always, suddenly called out softly, peering ahead. What is it? Yuki inquired while following Itachi's gaze, his previously relaxed demeanor vanishing, replaced by a serious expression. Seeing the change in their faces, Tianma and Inari also grew tense. Assist the daimyo, Mizuki Yuki whispered to the 2 Guardian Ninjas, who promptly helped the daimyo into his palanquin without question. The 4 members of Class 2, led by Mizuki Yuki, spread out into a diamond formation, intently watching the road ahead. There, a peculiar man was approaching, bouncing towards them. From his movements alone, he did not seem particularly strange. However, his attire was undeniably odd. He wore an orange mask adorned with irregular black lines, with a dark hollow over his right eye, as if he had no need for his left eye. His long coat hung loosely to his knees, fastened only by a loose white strap. Describing his appearance and actions, one could liken him to a jester. However, Itachi's instincts warned him that this man was far from ordinary. His unease quickly spread to those around him. Hey, is everything all right? One of the Guardian Ninjas could not help but ask. I will confirm immediately. Please wait a moment, Mizuki Yuki responded. Meanwhile, the masked man continued to approach with a carefree demeanor, stopping a short distance from Class 2 and raising his right hand. Excuse me, I have a matter to discuss. May I trouble you? His voice sounded relaxed, even somewhat comical, devoid of any tension, causing Mizuki Yuki to unconsciously relax slightly. Nevertheless, he dutifully inquired. This road has been sealed off today. How did you gain access? Really? Is that so? The masked man exaggeratedly spread his arms, akin to an actual jester, drawing everyone's attention to him. This feeling, it's an illusion. Sensei Mizuki, sensing the fluctuations of chakra, Itachi immediately shouted. However, it was already too late. Beside him, Mizuki Yoshi had become utterly rigid, unable to move. And it was not just him. Itachi carefully sensed that even the daimyo and his retainers, as well as the 2 guarding shinobi, had all fallen victim to the jinjutsu. Oh, someone has managed to break free from my illusion. The hollow gaze from the mask fixed on Itachi, and suddenly the tone shifted from a somewhat foolish sound to one imbued with calm authority, and it is 2 individuals. Upon realizing that he was not the only one resisting the opponent's jinjutsu, Itachi instinctively held his breath, quickly searching for the chakra and presence of the other person. What have you done? It is Izumo Tenma. By the time Itachi became aware, his impulsive teammate had already dashed straight toward the enemy. Just before charging out, Itachi distinctly noticed a fleeting glance directed at him. I am skilled in jinjutsu. I will not fall for such a trivial technique. Such a trivial technique? You truly dare to say that? The masked man murmured. He was laughing. Although his face was obscured, Itachi could sense that this individual was indeed laughing. Tenma, Itachi urgently called out. When confronting an enemy, one should first remain calm to observe the combat abilities of both sides and objectively assess the situation. Ignoring Itachi's words, Izumo Tenma lunged forward, thrusting a kunai directly at the masked man's throat. But how could this be? Izumo Tenma suddenly panicked. His weapon had clearly pierced through the enemy's neck, yet the opponent displayed no sign of pain, nor did a single drop of blood escape, as if his entire right arm had simply passed through the masked man's body. A ninja incapable of achieving such a feat, thud, an arm suddenly emerged from Izumo Tenma's chest, protruding from behind. Girdle. Izumo Tenma's body began to levitate, emitting sounds that were not befitting of a human. This is not an illusion. The evidence lay in the copious blood now spilling from his teammate's body. Itachi's gaze began to tremble violently. Girdle. The body hanging from the arm convulsed violently. Yet soon it began to still, ultimately becoming utterly motionless. Those who wish to achieve merit without strategy and merely rush forward are destined to meet an early demise. This is the harsh reality of the ninja world. The masked man gazed at the lifeless body, its eyes staring vacantly into the void. However, even if I were to tell you now, it would already be too late. After speaking, he casually flicked his arm. Thud! The lifeless body of his comrade fell heavily to the ground, gazing into the lifeless eyes of his companion. Itachi felt as though his own heart had been struck with a severe blow. You truly did not fall for my trap, nor act foolishly like that young one, but instead observe the disparity in strength between us with composure. You are indeed remarkable, Uchiha Itachi. How do you know my name? I believe that regarding anything about the Uchiha, there is little that can elude my awareness. The masked man, shedding his previously leisurely demeanor, adopted a more decisive manner, stating, "My target is the old man's life. If you are willing to pretend you did not see anything, I could spare you." Although there was no hint of intimidation in his tone, Itachi nonetheless felt an overwhelming pressure constraining him. In the presence of the masked man, he felt much like a frog ensnared by a snake, utterly unable to freely control his body. Whether it was the pressure exerted by the opponent or his own instinct sensing the vast power disparity, suppressing any impulse to resist, or perhaps his mind desperately attempting to analyze the incredulous phenomenon from earlier, causing all his blood to rush to his brain. Itachi could not ascertain the cause of his current predicament. Regardless, no matter how he gritted his teeth, he remained unable to control his body. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. Yet, even so, just as the opponent was about to brush past him, Itachi desperately opened his throat, summoning all his strength to utter, "I am a ninja of Konoha." Chapter 95. Awakening my voice is that of a ninja from Konoha. Upon hearing this declaration, the masked man, who had been advancing straight towards the daimyo, slowly halted, turning slightly to face Itachi. "Could you repeat what you just said?" "I am a ninja of Konoha." Itachi's voice appeared somewhat hoarse, but after uttering it once, repeating it seemed less daunting. "Does that imply you wish to die now?" The word death faintly echoed in Itachi's mind, feeling as if it was the first time he had ever associated that term with himself. "You will become an excellent ninja in the future. There is no need to rush toward death here." The masked man seemed to exhibit a certain leniency toward Itachi, yet he continued to gaze at him through the hollow of his mask, saying, "However, if you truly desire to perish, I shall not hinder you." The pressure felt as if the threat of death loomed just a heartbeat away. "Move. Move now." Itachi had never felt such urgency to regain control over his body. Ugh! In his desperation, a sound akin to a groan escaped his throat. Fortunately, his body finally exhibited a slight reaction, without time to retrieve a kunai. Itachi lifted his right fist and swung it toward the masked man's face. Whoosh! Yet the outcome was that the masked man made no move, and Itachi's fist, just like Izumo Tenma's before, passed right through the opponent's face. Clearly, the enemy was right in front of him, yet his fist felt nothing, causing Itachi to begin doubting whether he had also fallen victim to the opponent's jinjutsu. "Do you truly wish to die?" Observing Itachi's actions, the masked man paused for a moment, then extended his arm toward Itachi, saying, "Then I shall grant that wish." Just as he finished speaking, his palm was about to make contact with Itachi's face when he suddenly froze, turning his head slightly to gaze into the forest. This chakra, a voice emanated from beneath the mask, one that defied description, Hatake Kakashi. Having spoken, the masked man's gaze shifted back from the woods to Itachi, congratulating him. "Congratulations, you have narrowly escaped death, Uchiha Itachi." As the words fell, Itachi saw what seemed to ripple across the surface of the mask. Indeed, waves resembling ripples in water manifested in the void. In the next instant, Itachi witnessed something that would forever alter his understanding, centered around the black hole on the mask. The ripples in the air expanded, ultimately resembling the flow of water when a bathtub's plug is removed, as the masked man's body gradually contracted into a point, being drawn into the void by that black hole. Staring at this scene, Itachi was rendered speechless. What is this? Or have I truly fallen into a jinjutsu? Suddenly, four figures appeared, and Itachi, as if awakening from a stupor, sluggishly lifted his gaze, discovering that these four individuals also wore masks, yet thankfully, they were adorned with familiar animal designs. They were from the Umbu. "Are you all right?" One of the Umbu members reached out and gently nudged Itachi's shoulder. Itachi shifted his gaze again, noticing that the individual wearing a fox mask was a white-haired youth, while the other three began to move around, dispelling the jinjutsu affecting the daimyo and the guarding shinobi. Hey, what on earth has transpired? Upon awakening, the daimyo immediately beheld the lifeless corpse and the bloodstains on the ground, prompting an instinctive gasp of horror. Everyone, except for me, had suddenly fallen under an illusion. A voice whispered in Itachi's ear, apologizing for the delay caused by helping to dispel the illusion. The figure clad in a fox mask, a member of the Umbu, was speaking, and for a moment, Itachi found himself momentarily lost in thought. Hatake Kakashi, the Umbu, wearing the fox mask, visibly stiffened, then locked his gaze onto Itachi. How do you know that name? Although the other party did not acknowledge it, Itachi's intuition told him that this was indeed the Hatake Kakashi mentioned by the masked man. Is Itachi all right? The steady and powerful voice of his father resonated from beyond the shoji door. Alone in his room, despite being warmly cocooned in blankets, Itachi could not stop trembling. Due to the unforeseen incident, the daimyo immediately returned to the capital, postponing their visit to Kanehagakure. After hearing the reports from the Umbu and Mizuno Kuniyuki, the higher-ups of Kanehagakure, for reasons unknown, decided to summon Itachi for a report a few days later and promptly sent him home upon his return to the village. However, back at home, Itachi felt utterly drained. Lacking the desire to eat or speak, even devoid of the inclination to tease the adorable Odo, he simply retreated to his room and buried himself under the covers. He skipped dinner and went straight to bed. He was already a ninja and would inevitably encounter such events. Yet he was merely 8 years old. Children at this age should be playing with friends at the Ninja Academy. His mother's worried voice reached his ears, and Itachi tightly wrapped himself in the blankets. Filled with disappointment in himself, his comrade had died right before his eyes. At that moment, only he could have saved him, but he merely stood there, watching, powerless to act. This was indicative of his excellence. His father's tone and focus of concern were entirely different from his mother's. It was precisely because of his excellence that he was valued by the higher-ups and entrusted with the important task of protecting the daimyo. It was because the mission was of such significance that danger arose. Only through repeated experiences at the brink of life and death could one swiftly become a capable ninja. The resolute and merciless words pierced through the warmth of the blankets and into Itachi's heart. Not enough, still not enough. Because he was not mature enough, his comrade perished. Because he was not mature enough, his father would say such things. Power. Itachi had never yearned for strength as he did now. Strength sufficient to defeat that masked man. Couldn't he simply refrain from working under your command? No. I have plans for his future. But rest assured, he will certainly overcome this challenge. His father's steadfast refusal struck like a sharp thorn, and Itachi clutched the blankets tightly, covering his ears as if trying to escape his father's voice. A muffled groan of frustration erupted from his throat, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. This was not fear, but anger at his own helplessness. A sense of powerlessness, frustration, emptiness, and disappointment. Anger towards everything he felt about himself. Power. Mere strength to protect his comrades was insufficient. Strength to earn his father's acknowledgement and reassurance was also inadequate. He desired more, stronger still. Power that could surpass that masked man. No, it must be power that could transcend all others in this world. With such power, he could resolve all conflicts and disputes in this world by himself. Itachi tightly closed his eyes, feeling something warm suddenly welling up beneath his eyelids. He was acutely aware that it was not tears. It was something even more fervent. Thump, thump, thump. His blood vessels throbbed violently at the back of his neck, and within him, something akin to fire surged and flowed, ultimately converging at the most intense point of his pulsing veins, then rushing into his eyes. Members of the Uchiha clan naturally possessed fire-style chakra, yet it was Itachi's first time experiencing such searing power. Clever as he was, he could foresee what these sensations signified. He slowly sat up with his eyes closed, then gradually opened them. Red, everything before him appeared to be painted in vivid crimson. Across the shoji door, 3 flames of varying sizes flickered. Those were the lives of his father, mother, and Sasuke. He fixated on those 3 flames, positioned within the scene now saturated in red. If he concentrated intently, he felt he could even perceive the rhythm of their heartbeats. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and Itachi quickly shut his eyes. Taking deep breaths, when he slowly reopened them, the scene had reverted to its original state. The Sharingan, The power born from extreme resentment and agony. Was this the secret of the Uchiha clan? The image of the masked man resurfaced in Itachi's mind, and he distinctly remembered the crimson eye hidden beneath that hollow mask. Next time, I will not lose. After whispering these words, two black tomo once again stained his eyes a vibrant red. Chapter 96. The first meeting of the pig, deer, and butterfly. The Daiming was attacked within the territory of Konohagakure, while Senju Shingetsu's true ally, Yakura, gained further status in Sunagakure, entering a cooling-off period in the dispute with Kimogakure. A series of events seemed to tumble forth in rapid succession. However, these matters were primarily concerns for the higher-ups. For Senju Shingetsu, life remained largely unchanged. If one were to highlight any particularity, it was that today marked the monthly day of suffering for Shikamaru. Nara Shikaka-sensei, are you all heading out? As the three arrived at the Nara Shikaka household, they found the family dressed neatly, as if preparing to leave. Then we shall come another day. No need. We are waiting for you. Nara Shikaku quickly interjected, slightly embarrassed as he explained amidst their puzzled gazes. You should know that aside from our Nara clan, there are two other clans we are quite familiar with. Oh, I know. It's the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans, right? Together with Shikaka-sensei, they form the renowned pig, deer, and butterfly of Konohagakure. Hee, you are correct. Nara Shikaka chuckled as he took Shikamaru's small hand and stepped outside. While waiting for his wife, he further elaborated. To strengthen the bonds between the three clans, the descendants of pig, deer, and butterfly must begin to know and interact with each other from a young age. And today is a perfect opportunity since everyone is free. Oh, are we going to meet the little pig, deer, and butterfly from the other two clans? Izumi's eyes suddenly lit up as she glanced at Shikamaru, who had been staring blankly. Her enthusiasm only grew. Shikaka-sensei, though it might be somewhat impolite to say, can we join this gathering? You can rest assured that we will not be a distraction. Hee, of course. Did I not just say we are here waiting for you? Yay. Thank you, Shikaka-sensei. Izumi expressed her excitement, as this was a first-hand witness to the first meeting of the next generation of pig, deer, and butterfly. Hyuga Takumiai merely nodded indifferently, as he was accustomed to being a mere backdrop wherever he went. As for Senju Shingetsu, he once again turned his gaze to Shikamaru, and as he gradually perceived the growing fear in his eyes, his hand slowly reached into his pocket. Upon witnessing his actions, Lu Ming swiftly covered his mouth, subsequently tugging at Nara Shikaku, urging him to depart hastily. Do not fret, Lu Ming, mother has yet to emerge. Nara Shikaku was taken aback by his son's sudden alteration in demeanor, yet he remained resolute, asserting, we must await mother's arrival before we can leave together. Wasn't his wife just waiting alongside him moments ago? Why had the narrative shifted to waiting for her to step outside? Greetings, esteemed seniors. We are the students of teacher Shikaku, Uchiha Izumi, Senju Magetsu, and Hyuga Takuma. Our gathering is situated in a private booth of Yakiniku-kyu. The table was adorned with 2 grill plates, and the 3 household heads, along with Senju Magetsu, knelt on either side of the outer grill, while the mothers and 3 children occupied the inner space. Though not entirely secluded due to the absence of a door, the walls provided sufficient separation, rendering the room spacious and fitting for such a family gathering. In truth, it was inappropriate for the children to convene in such an oily establishment for their inaugural meeting. However, upon learning that Nara Shikaka's students would also be present, Akimichi Choza suggested relocating the venue. Originally, it was a family gathering for the seniors, and they ought not to intrude. Yet, Izumi appeared a bit bashful as she confessed, upon hearing teacher Shikaka mention the first encounter of the next generation of Inoshikacho. We were truly excited and eager to meet. We hope the seniors can forgive our impetuosity. It's no trouble at all. Choza, appearing rather rugged, exhibited the most enthusiasm as he bellowed with laughter. In fact, we have longed to meet you as well. Shikaku often praises you for your latest missions and honors, making us yearn to return and mentor our own students. Indeed, do not feel constrained. You are Shikaku's students, akin to our own family, Yamanaka Inoichi added. Though his demeanor was less boisterous than Choza's, his kindness radiated through his warm gaze. Meanwhile, as the adults exchanged pleasantries, the mothers engaged in hushed discussions about the children. We have only heard tales, but today we finally meet. Those young men are truly handsome. Indeed. And that young lady is exceptionally beautiful and charming. It's hard to believe she is one of them. Conversely, Lu Ming glanced to his left and right. One was fixated on the sizzling meat, drooling, while the other covertly observed the two handsome boys beside them. He sighed silently, then leaned toward his companions, whispering, "Hey, you two. Dingji, you know what?" Once both turned their attention, Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance, ensuring the three individuals were oblivious to their conversation before lowering his voice again. "Regardless of whether you comprehend, heed my words. Those three, aside from the one with the white eyes, the other two are not good people." "Dingji, huh?" Ino rolled her eyes, retorting, "Could it be that you're disparaging them because you're not as handsome as they are?" Lu Ming's expression morphed into a question mark. What kind of logic was that? He had clearly stated one was a boy and one a girl. Where did this comparison come from? "Indeed, Lu Ming. My mother says good children should not speak ill of others behind their backs." Dingji chimed in, seemingly understanding something. "But brother, could you at least look at them while you speak? You shouldn't be staring at the meat the entire time. Although you appear our age, you are the one speaking ill behind their backs." Lu Ming's mind was reeling. This was challenging. His scalp tingled. Why was this girl so brutally direct? Never mind. He had already issued his warning. It was pointless to waste time and breath on these two children. "What are you two discussing? May I listen as well?" Lu Ming's body stiffened momentarily. Upon slowly turning around, he realized his father had started eating without him noticing, while Uchiha Izumi had inexplicably moved closer, now gazing at them with keen interest. Even more distressing was that his words had caught the attention of the most insufferable individual. It felt as if the entire atmosphere had suddenly quieted. Locking eyes with Senju Magetsu caused Lu Ming's heart to race uncontrollably. "Please, no?" "All right." Just as despair washed over Lu Ming, Senju Magetsu appeared to recall something and slowly retrieved a large lollipop from his pocket, smiling as he extended it toward Lu Ming. "Little Lu Ming, you wouldn't want to lose face in front of your newly met friends, would you?" Though the other party did not speak, Lu Ming could clearly discern their intent from their expression and gaze. He desperately wished to summon the courage to refuse this loathsome man. However, upon glancing at the seemingly oblivious Izumi, the flicker of bravery he had mustered vanished without a trace. He still recalled what the mothers had said. This detestable woman had managed to captivate the other two mothers in mere minutes. If a conflict ensued, who would be the unfortunate one today? Suppressing his indignation, Lu Ming ultimately forced a strained smile. "May I share this lollipop with my friends? Misfortune befalls those who do not perish alongside me." "Who told you to speak of me like that?" "Of course." Senju Magetsu promptly divided the lollipop into 3 portions, having never intended for Lu Ming to consume it all. Wow. Understanding the importance of sharing at such a young age, Lu Ming will surely grow into a reliable man. Indeed. Gino, you have truly raised a wonderful son." "Is that so?" "Ha. Not only the mothers, but also the 3 fathers nearby chuckled at this scene. Lu Ming, yes, everyone is happy. I too am smiling. I am fine. Chapter 97. The third Hokage's private summons. I hear you are now working at the prison. Seizing the joyous occasion, the 3 men were granted rare permission to indulge in a bit of alcohol. Soon, Akimichi Cho's cheeks flushed as he began to speak rather freely. "I believe that place is rather taxing. Shikaku, you two, watching your students squander time there, why don't you go and find them?" All right. I will refrain from eating for now. I am in the midst of discussing with the children." It wasn't he until his mouth was stuffed full that Yamanaka and Noichi seized his chopsticks, smiling at the 3 minors across from him. "Your current work is excellent. Do not heed the foolish words of this man." Indeed, having indulged in a bit of drink, Narashikaku's face bore a slight flush as he spoke more boldly than usual. "You are still quite young. Advancing too swiftly is not suitable for you at this juncture. It could prove detrimental not only for you, but also for the village. In summary, seize this opportunity presented by a relaxed job, diligently refine and enhance your own abilities. And when the time comes with age, all that is meant to be will naturally unfold." Upon hearing this, Shinsho Jinue and the other 2 immediately set down their chopsticks and in unison bowed their heads, responding, "Yes, Teacher Lujku. Ah, what a polite child." The perspective of women can often be rather peculiar. What is merely a simple act of respect transforms into a notable point of commendation in the eyes of several mothers. With such striking good looks and outstanding abilities, he is favored by Lord Hokage. If only my Ino had been born a few years earlier. The meal continued amidst a cacophony of chatter, lasting nearly 2 hours before it finally concluded. Overall, this gathering was quite enjoyable for both hosts and guests alike. Everyone expressed satisfaction and joy, eagerly proclaiming that they must gather together more frequently in the future whenever possible. Just as the group had settled their bill and exited the venue, a masked figure suddenly appeared before them. Umbu? The expressions of the three men at the forefront instantly turned serious, prompting the mothers behind them to swiftly grasp their children's hands. Nara Lujju directly inquired in a deep voice, "Is there something Lord Hokage wishes to discuss?" "Indeed, Senior Lujju," replied the Umbu, first nodding respectfully to the trio, then directing his gaze toward Shinsho Jinue. "Lord Hokage has summoned you. Please proceed at once." Shinsho Jinue blinked in surprise, indicating himself, "Me? Yes." The Umbu's voice was low and resolute, leaving Shinsho Jinue perplexed. With the three of them present, what could possibly warrant a summons for him alone? "Since it is a summons from Lord Hokage, you should go without delay," Nara Lujju responded quickly. Regardless of the matter, keeping the Umbu waiting was simply not appropriate. "Understood." Shinsho Jinue nodded in agreement, acknowledging his seniors before departing with the Umbu. The remaining group, once filled with laughter and merriment, now stood in silence, the lively atmosphere having dissipated. Although they had previously experienced Umbu notifications as a class, this was the first time one had been directed solely at an individual. Enough of the speculation. Nara Lujju finally interjected. "You all know Lord Hokage's disposition. It surely cannot be anything bad." However, upon observing the visibly anxious expression on Izumi's face, he feigned casualness, offering her reassurance. "If you're truly concerned, why not go take a look? You may not enter the office, but waiting downstairs is certainly permissible." With a playful wink from Nara Lujju, Izumi felt her anxiety ease, and she nodded vigorously before hastening toward the Hokage building. "Then, Teacher Lujju," she called. "Yes, you should go as well." "Indeed." Hinata Takuma responded quickly, pursuing after her, leaving the three men behind, reflecting on the strong bond shared among them. "Truly a deeply connected group," one remarked. "Indeed, they are nearly matching our own past camaraderie. At our age, still embellishing our own reputations," another chuckled. Meanwhile, at the third Hokage's office, half an hour earlier, just as Shinsho Jinue and his companions were enjoying their meal. "What? No way," Tsunade interjected, her dissatisfaction palpable. "Just dealing with that Yahiko has already given me a headache, and you dare to burden me with a task? Now, let us not be hasty in our rejection." The third Hokage replied, his smile strained. "Though he is my disciple, the boy has grown, and currently, I find myself in need of assistance. The Haruno clan, after all, is a significant family, and their rare genius, the child named Yagumo, is of utmost importance to them, hence their appeal to me." Observing Tsunade's reaction, and noting that she showed no intention of leaving, the third Hokage continued with a slight smile. "Moreover, if we can heal that child, it would not only benefit the Haruno clan, but the entire village as well. Just imagine the potential of having another formidable Genjutsu master." Despite her apparent impatience, Tsunade could not dismiss the gravity of the matter. After all, her attachment to Kanehigakure remained strong. Whenever matters concerning the village arose, she would undoubtedly find a way to address them. "Honestly, I'm not a machine." "Then, in that case," the third Hokage mused, "I suppose I have no choice but to send that brat to handle it." "Oh, you mean?" The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, realizing that while Shinsho Jinue had been training under Tsunade, he had progressed to the point where she could delegate responsibilities to him. "Indeed, that little brat has been my pupil for a considerable time. While he may not be extraordinary, he should manage adequately. If he encounters something insurmountable, he can always consult me." "Very well, with your assurance, I feel at ease. I should have approached little Jinue directly from the beginning." The elder's thoughts turned to discomfort as he grimaced. "At my age, still having to curry favor with my own student. How embarrassing. Enough of this. I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to," Tsunade grumbled, just as she reached for the door, only to pause and add, "Oh, before you resolve the matter with Yahiko, direct any medical inquiries to him. Should anything prove too challenging, then come find me." With a firm closing of the door, the third Hokage chuckled to himself. Though Tsunade's demeanor was not particularly warm, he bore no resentment, for she was indeed his student. Furthermore, according to the medical department's reports, since entrusting the little sea sprite to Tsunade, she had been tirelessly occupied, so a slight temper was quite understandable. "Send Shinsho Jinue to see me." "Yes." Chapter 98. A request from a young girl approximately 1 hour later, at the entrance of the Hokage building. "How did it go? Did Lord Hokage assign you a task?" Izumi eagerly approached Shinsho Jinue as he emerged. "A task, I suppose." Reflecting on the earlier conversation in the Hokage's office, Shinsho Jinyue's expression revealed an indescribable mix of emotions. Was it nostalgia or melancholy? The Haruno Yagomo, after all, was a significant responsibility. Though it was a recommendation from Tsunade, the entire situation felt surreal. After all, he was entrusted with the hopes of an entire clan. Would the Haruno clan explode with disbelief upon learning that this inexperienced youth was assigned such a monumental task? Is that so? Izumi's curiosity deepened upon hearing his response. Well, why don't you join me? You'll understand once we arrive. Is that appropriate? Isn't this task meant solely for you by Lord Hokage? Though she voiced her concerns. Izumi's pace did not falter as she followed closely behind Shinsho Jinyue. Minutes later, within a private room at Konoha Hospital. Gazing at the bed where a porcelain-skinned little girl lay, Izumi turned to Shinsho Jinyue, her expression unmistakably conveying her thoughts. This is your task? Yes. With a vague response, he immediately walked to the bedside without waiting for her to say anything further. Smiling at the girl, who looked slightly puzzled, he said, Are you called Bayun? I am a medical ninja sent by Hokage-sama to treat you. This uncle can vouch for me. Upon hearing his words, the square-faced uncle, who had been following closely, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, though young, Senju Jinyue is well known. Every ninja in the village should recognize her name. She is highly trusted by Hokage-sama. I never expected you to have received the true teachings of Tsunade-sama. It is truly surprising. After hearing the square-faced uncle's words, the 4-year-old girl began to examine Senju Jinyue from head to toe. Her gaze then shifted to Izumi and Hyuga Tokima before she finally mustered the courage to gently nod her head. Hello, brother. I am Arima Bayun. I will be relying on you for the treatment of my body. Though her voice was soft, her demeanor exuded a graceful poise, giving the impression that this girl, despite her tender age, was already quite sensible and polite. Truly, she was a child raised in a prominent family. Such early education is something ordinary households could hardly compete with. While he contemplated this internally, he revealed no outward signs of his thoughts, but instead smiled at her. Rest assured, having taken on this task, I cannot promise a complete cure, but I will certainly do my utmost. After speaking, he instructed the nurse in the room to remove the intravenous needle and monitoring equipment from her. He had observed those devices, mere saline and heart monitoring. Very ordinary medical techniques. Now that he had taken over, they were no longer necessary. I will conduct a comprehensive examination of you. Once the nurse had wheeled everything out, Senju Jinyue began to speak while gesturing for her to lie comfortably on the bed. Could you please ask them to leave first? Arima Bayun asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Senju Jinyue appeared somewhat perplexed. Is it that you dislike them? As he posed the question, Hyuga Tokima nonchalantly turned and walked outside, followed promptly by the square-faced uncle, leaving Izumi still standing still. No, it's not that. It was only when the two men had vanished from sight that Arima Bayun shyly whispered, Isn't a physical examination supposed to involve undressing? Could we not have so many people here? What? Undress? Senju Jinyue was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head, explaining, Where did your mind wander? I am a medical ninja. I utilize medical ninjutsu for examinations, and there is no need to undress. Oh. With a face flushed bright red, Arima Bayun hurriedly fell silent and obediently laid down as instructed. Observing her, Senju Jinyue ceased speaking, took a deep breath, and placed his hands gently over her chest, gradually channeling chakra into her body, heart, spleen, stomach, liver, lungs. Thankfully, the specialized hospital bed was arranged according to the patient's condition, allowing him to work effectively given his height of less than 140 centimeters. After 5 minutes, Senju Jinyue exhaled deeply again and withdrew his hands. How do you feel? Izumi immediately inquired, having been watching intently. Hearing her voice, Arima Bayun, who had kept her eyes tightly closed, opened them and looked over, her face reflecting a clear longing and hope, along with a hint of lingering worry. Senju Jinyue pondered for a moment, deciding to be honest with her. Based on my examination, your internal organs are indeed somewhat weaker than those of a normal person. This appears to be congenital. You should be able to lead a normal life, but excessive physical exertion may not be advisable. Upon hearing this, the spark of hope in Arima Bayun's eyes dimmed immediately, and she lay still on the bed. However, noticing her reaction, Senju Jinyue sought to regain her attention with a single remark, and when she looked at him again, he asked, I heard from your clan that you are very eager to become a ninja and sought out Hokage-sama for that reason. Is that correct? Yes. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Why? You are just a girl. You could live a completely different, peaceful life. You don't understand. Arima Bayun's response became unexpectedly sharp, prompting the square-faced uncle outside to burst through the door. Sorry. After glancing at the square-faced uncle, Arima Bayun softly apologized to Senju Jinhua. I didn't mean to react that way. I just got a bit too excited. It's all right. Senju Jinhua gently shook his head. That was merely my personal question. If you do not wish to answer, you are under no obligation. Arima Bayun bit her lip, glanced once more at the square-faced uncle, but ultimately whispered, Our clan specializes in illusion techniques. However, the elders say that every few generations, a special constitution awakens within our clan. Oh, so you are the awakened one of this generation? Yes. Arima Bayun's small hands gradually clenched tightly. My parents, relatives, and everyone in the clan are looking forward to my growth, hoping I will carry on the legacy of the Arima clan's illusion techniques. I must become a ninja. An outstanding illusion ninja who will make my parents and clan proud. You should be aware that this goal will not be easily achieved. I am not afraid. This is not merely a matter of fear. To become a ninja who surpasses all others, you must be prepared to exert effort beyond your current knowledge and experience, even beyond your imagination in terms of sweat and hardship. I am not afraid. Arima Bayun's voice remained steadfast. As long as I can become an excellent ninja, I am willing to give my all. After listening silently, Senju Jinhua nodded thoughtfully. He did not notice what Izumi and Hyuga Tokima were thinking. He only saw that the square-faced uncle, though he had not spoken a word, had clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning white. All right. Encountering someone so eager to take on challenges was rare. Senju Jinhua spoke earnestly to her. From this day forth, I will do everything within my power and knowledge to treat you, and you shall no longer be merely the young lady of the Arima clan. Your identity will solely be that of my patient. Prepare yourself mentally. Chapter 99. The Treasures of the Hokage. Bang. Swish. Bang. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. Get up. Again. In the training ground on the eastern side of Konoha village, Hyuga Tokima, who had just been kicked several meters away, brushed off the dust from his clothes. He genuinely wanted to protest, but glancing at Izumi's expressionless face, he sighed and once more assumed the stance for gentle fist. It had been a month since taking on the task of caring for Arima Bayun. Each day after his shift, that fellow would disappear without a trace. They all knew he was off tending to that little girl, but knowing did not mean that certain individuals could accept it. It had been a month. Whenever she was displeased, she would use him as a target, practicing on him all day. If you were dissatisfied with him, take it out on him. Watching them display their affection daily was already painful enough. Now he had to endure being treated like a punching bag, kicked and tossed about. Though he was 3 years older, he was still just a child, still his mother's baby. Bang, bang, clang, whoosh, bang. Again, the sound of a thud resonated as the urgency grew. Jinhua, could you please hurry up? I truly cannot endure any longer, the voice lamented. For a human, the significance of internal organs far surpasses that of muscles and bones. This raises a pertinent question. How can one with insufficient strength enhance their capabilities through training? Targeting muscles such as the biceps, deltoids, abdominals, glutes, and even the pelvic floor? But what of the internal organs? How can one bolster the frailty of these vital systems? After perusing countless texts and conducting numerous experiments, Shinsho Jinhua concluded that rather than aimless training, it is imperative for Anma Bayun to focus on the targeted improvement of her internal organ health. Otherwise, as she matures and her skeletal and muscular structures develop, her demand for vital energy will increase. If her body fails to support the rigorous training necessary to enhance her constitution and vitality, even the slightest exertion could lead to an overburdened cardiovascular system compensating for her energy deficits, manifesting in rapid heartbeats or diminished blood flow to the gastrointestinal tract. Furthermore, as girls transition into womanhood, they inevitably encounter the debilitating effects of menstruation, exacerbating these issues. Once deprived of blood supply, the functionality of internal organs deteriorates further. Yet they must constantly engage in critical processes such as digestion, metabolism, immune defense, nervous regulation, and hormonal balance. Over time, this neglect will only lead to a vicious cycle, further impairing already struggling organs. Fortunately, as a prominent clan nearly rivaling the Uchiha, the Amma family is not lacking in resources. Coupled with Shinsho Jinue's relationship with Nara Shikaku, Various rare beasts and medicinal herbs can be summoned at a moment's notice, materializing before him in mere days. A bowl of dark, steaming concoction was presented before him. Upon hearing his voice, Amma Bayun, who had been diligently practicing her breathing exercises, instinctively furrowed her brow. However, after swallowing her apprehension, the young girl resolutely opened her eyes, seized the bowl, and drank the potion with her eyes shut. It was a matter of principle. No matter how bitter, she had to consume it. The taste was surely less than pleasant, as evidenced by the grimace on her face. She gulped down the potion with fervor, immediately following it with several swigs of plain water to alleviate the bitterness lingering in her mouth. Observing the young girl gagging, yet steadfastly maintaining her training posture, Qianshou Jinhua felt a profound admiration for her resilience. Amma Bayun, though a character of fiction, was undeniably real within this world. He believed that anyone who had witnessed her storyline would not easily forget this girl, whose jinjutsu abilities were nothing short of terrifying. Reflecting on the prowess of Amma Bayun's sensory manipulation compared to Itachi's Tsukuyami, Qianshou Jinhua occasionally pondered this question but ultimately dismissed it. Recognizing that Itachi's grand aspirations and profound thoughts transcended ordinary limitations, unlike the currently youthful Amma Bayun, who was at the peak of her childhood, exhibiting an unwavering mindset. Her empathetic nature, valuing others' feelings perhaps even above her own life, positioned her as a prime candidate for growth, especially with her consistent dedication. If her health improves, she will undoubtedly become a loyal subordinate. However, this improvement hinges on whether he can indeed enhance Amma Bayun's physical condition. Otherwise, the Amma clan is not naive enough to invest their resources without merit. A month had passed, and observing Amma Bayun immediately re-entering her training routine after finishing the potion filled Qianshou Jinhua with admiration. It was time to evaluate the results of his treatment. Let us pause for a moment. I will check you again, he instructed. Upon hearing his voice, Amma Bayun opened her eyes and silently complied, lying flat on the floor as instructed. With a gentle inhalation, he infused his healing chakra into his hands. Relax. This is merely an examination, he reassured her before placing his hands above her chest. As he conducted the examination, Amma Bayun's heartbeat felt profoundly heavy. This assessment extended far longer than the previous one, taking nearly 8 minutes before Qianshou Jinhua exhaled softly and withdrew his hands. Instantly, Amma Bayun sat up, her eyes betraying her anxiousness despite her silence. Compared to her initial examination, there was indeed some progress, albeit minimal. Qianshou Jinhua mused that if this pace continued, with daily potion consumption, perhaps there would be a 1% improvement after a year, not accounting for potential drug tolerance. However, seeing the young girl's eyes brighten with excitement, he decided against voicing such thoughts. Evidently, ordinary remedies alone would not suffice. Special materials must be considered. Which extraordinary resources from this world might he utilize? 1. The yang release of the Sage of Six Paths. 2. Becoming a Jinchuriki. 3. Implanting the cells of the first Hokage. 4. The Dragon Vein Chakra of Lulan. 5. The Grial or from Ancient Kingdoms. 6. Cultivating Senjutsu. 7. Orochimaru. The first option could be immediately dismissed, as it was a privilege reserved for princes. The second was worth considering, yet currently unattainable due to lack of power, especially with nations recently ceasing hostilities. Proposing to acquire a tailed beast could ignite another war. The third option was equally impractical. Even if the third Hokage were willing, Amma Bayun's constitution would not withstand the tumultuous nature of Hashirama's cells. The fourth and fifth options were feasible, but complicated by the sealing techniques set by Minato and Lulan. Qianshou Jinyue's sealing skills were lacking, and the Grial or would require patience and luck to procure, along with certain technical expertise. As for Senjutsu, extracting ordinary chakra was challenging enough. Senjutsu chakra was an entirely different matter. Regarding Orochimaru, even if he possessed the capability to heal, would this adorable young girl remain his own? Thus, the most viable option remained the eighth. Suddenly, Qianshou Jinyue envisioned a scene in his mind, a desolate landscape, a massive pit, and a shimmering lake. He recalled Master Yuan Meng distinctly stating that the water within that lake was imbued with extraordinary vitality. While uncertain if it would benefit Amma Bayun's condition, it was certainly preferable to relying solely on the expensive medicinal herbs. Therefore, he resolved to set his sights on that vast pit. But the critical question remained, where exactly was it located? At that moment, while watching the anime, I only remembered being amidst a desolate land. Yet I held no specific recollection of its location. It seems I must seek someone to inquire. Fortunately, unique terrains like giant pits are not easily forgotten by those who have seen them. Another consideration is what justification I could present to persuade the third Hokage to allow me to leave, and whether the Arima clan would consent to let their 4-year-old young lady accompany me out of the village. Perhaps it is best to ascertain the location first. If necessary, I could request them to send someone along. As Senju Jinyue's mind swirled with thoughts, furrowing his brow and nodding intermittently, he was being discreetly observed by Arima Bayun, whose emotions mirrored Jinyue's expressions, sometimes tensing and sometimes relaxing. Finally, upon witnessing Jinyue's assured nods, Bayun let out a sigh of relief, realizing that her brother Jinyue indeed possessed a remedy for her ailment, rather than merely offering himself a comforting deception to spare her feelings. Naruto, having just returned home, turned upon hearing a voice, and upon seeing a student nearby, a smile spread across his face. "Ah, Jinyue, are you here alone today?" "Yes, sensei. I have a few matters I would like to consult with you." "Of course. Come in," he replied. As they entered the yard, Naruto, lazily leaning against a doorpost soaking up the sun, was about to greet his father when he noticed a swift movement behind him. In an instant, a figure dashed away, disappearing from sight. "Hey, that child," with a chuckle. The two men exchanged awkward smiles, both understanding the reason behind the boy's sudden flight. After placing a plastic bag in the kitchen, Naruto returned to the main room, clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor. "All right, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I will share everything I know and can." Jinyue, confident in Naruto's sincerity, inquired, "Sensei, you must have frequently gone on missions in the past, correct?" Upon receiving a nod, he continued, "Then, are you aware of a place described as a circular giant pit in the midst of barren land, which houses a lush forest and a village, along with a stunning lake?" At the mention of the circular giant pit, Naruto's brow involuntarily twitched. After hearing the full description, he nodded in understanding. "You must be referring to Tonica Village. I am familiar with it and have visited there. It is indeed a remarkable place. As if the giant pit has absorbed all life from the surroundings, making it unforgettable." Nodding affirmatively, he casually inquired, "How did you come to know of that place? Do you have business with Tonica Village?" "I don't recall it distinctly, but I remember my father mentioning it in conversations with merchant friends when I was young." Attributing the source of information to his father, Jinyue explained, "As you know, I am currently serving as the primary physician for Lady Arima Bayun." "Ah, indeed," Naruto interjected, rarely interrupting with such urgency. "Jinyue, if possible, I hope you can do your utmost to heal Lady Bayun." His demeanor grew serious. The Arima clan is a prominent family within the entire Konoha village, even larger than any branch of our Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. If you can truly heal their young lady, it would not only benefit the village but also greatly aid your own growth in the future. Naruto felt it unnecessary to elaborate further, trusting that Jinyue would comprehend his meaning, while it might be premature to say this. If Senju Jinyue could earn the favor of the Arima clan's young lady, he would enjoy significant advantages as he matured, especially with the support of Tsunade, Uchiha, Hyuga, Inazuka, Nara, Arima, and the third Hokage, Danzo. He is of no consequence. Even with his presence, it wouldn't matter. Indeed, Jinyue nodded attentively, waiting for Naruto to finish before responding earnestly. "Yes, sensei, I understand your intentions. The matter I wish to discuss concerns Bayun's health. A friend of my father mentioned that the lake in Tonica Village possesses special properties that could rejuvenate the body, which is why I wish to explore this possibility." "Oh." Naruto's understanding dawned immediately. He rose and retrieved a map from a nearby drawer, pointing to an inconspicuous location between the land of fire and the land of rivers. "This is it, a little-known country that few have heard of. With a ninja's speed, it would take approximately a day and a half to 2 days to reach." He paused, turning to Jinyue. "What are your plans? Will you go personally to retrieve the water, or will you take Lady Bayun with you?" If it's the latter, the Arima clan may not easily agree, considering she is a treasured gem of their lineage. This was precisely the dilemma Jinyue had been contemplating, but after some thought, he resolutely stated, "For the sake of safety and to preserve the lake's benefits, I believe it would be most prudent to take Bayun along." Naruto contemplated this while tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment, he looked up decisively. "Very well. I will attempt to communicate with the head of the Arima clan. Given your current reputation and strength, along with the backing of the Inuzuka clan, I believe that Songyun will at least grant me some consideration. Thank you, sensei. Child, there is no need for thanks. As a teacher, alleviating the burdens of my students is my duty. Narashika, typically reserved in his emotions, felt a touch of embarrassment at the gratitude expressed. Oh, and regarding the Hokage, I cannot assist you there. You must handle that yourself. Of course. Jinyuan nodded earnestly. While he acknowledged the statement, he was fully aware that Narashika understood that. For him, the seemingly formidable third Hokage would be the easiest hurdle to overcome. Perhaps this is what made this world more satisfying than his previous life. Here, the bond between teacher and student truly lasts a lifetime, barring a few exceptions. With this in mind, the next consideration was the personnel accompanying him on this journey. Chapter 101. Among men, who does not know whom? Arima Yunkai, the current clan leader of the Arima clan and younger brother of Arima Songyun, was the portly gentleman Jinyue had encountered in the hospital. After Narashika's conversation with Songyun, Yunkai presented the only stipulation, wherever they traveled. As long as it was outside of Konoha, a shinobi from their clan must accompany the young lady Bayun. It is not a matter of distrust, but rather that the young lady has never ventured far. We must ensure her utmost safety and provisions. Jinyue understood the reasoning behind this request. After all, she was a precious treasure of the entire clan. Not dispatching a tactical team was already a significant concession, particularly after Yunkai's arrival. He wasted no time and immediately laid out several scrolls in front of Jinyue. Medicine, clothing, food, and silver. Silver? What is that? Currency? Silver tails? Are you all carrying your money in scrolls when you go out? How extravagant can these prominent families be? We are going out to treat illnesses, not to indulge in enthusiastic shopping in Tokyo. It seems that being accustomed to poverty makes it difficult to comprehend the thoughts and reasoning of the wealthy. With a capable leader among the Jonin, the next step is selecting teammates. Initially, he had intended to recruit Mado Kai, which would have created an ideal configuration with long range, close combat, and support all covered. It is not that he did not want to work with Uzumaki Izumi, but there were still responsibilities to consider. If only two remained, they could manage, but leaving only Hyuga Takuma would indeed be unfair to the honest man. Moreover, if the effects of that lake water are truly remarkable, it could also aid Kai in restoring his health. After all, this passionate fool shows great care for himself and deserves such consideration and reciprocity. In the Hokage's office, upon hearing the list presented by Senju Shingetsu, the third Hokage took a few contemplative puffs from his pipe before shaking his head and addressing him. I am aware of the close bond between you two, but the task is paramount. Teamwork is crucial for any squad. This child's nature is somewhat erratic, and his specialization in taijutsu necessitates a specific personnel configuration to effectively coordinate with him. At this point, he raised his gaze towards Senju Shingetsu. So my suggestion is that it would be more prudent for your Team 9 to undertake this mission together. Additionally, Kuruma Ayam is still a little girl. Having no female presence in the team would undoubtedly lead to numerous inconveniences along the way. Although his reasoning is sound, Senju Shingetsu hesitated. But the prison duty, It's merely a duty, not a significant matter. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage smiled with relief. Besides, have you not already ensured that the prisoners are well behaved since your appointment? Just let others handle it for a while. You need not worry about that. I will speak to them. You troublesome brat. I have made so many arrangements for you too. How could I allow you to dismantle the team so easily? Although Kuruma Ayam is merely a 4-year-old child and cannot possibly grasp emotions or preferences, the fact remains that you are only 8. I am 60. Who does not know the difference? A mere 4 years. Can that truly be called a difference? Men are creatures who always prefer the young. Therefore, do not entertain any nonsensical ideas. Today, you must bring Uzumaki Izumi along. I will not permit any unforeseen circumstances in regards to the Senju Uchiha pairing. Now that the personnel are confirmed, let us discuss the timeline for the mission. Without waiting for Senju Shingetsu to regain his composure, he continued speaking. Traveling at the speed of a ninja will take approximately 4 days for a round trip. However, considering Ayam's physical condition, along with the time required for treatment, let us tentatively set it at 1 month. The village is currently in a prosperous state, and the war with Kumogakure has fully transitioned into diplomatic negotiations. Aside from certain malicious individuals or rogue ninjas, the likelihood of danger is minimal. Thus, it would be beneficial for the two of them to spend more time living together outside. Should time run short, You can use a messenger hawk to convey messages back to me. In truth, if possible, I would prefer for them to stay there for 3 to 5 months. Even a year or 2. It would be ideal if they could return with a promise of marriage. Of course, it may be a bit premature to discuss such matters, but private lifelong commitments are still plausible. Thus, 2 days later, the new team gathered at the main gate of Konoha, leading Jonin Kuruma Yunhai, members Senju Shingetsu, Uzumaki Izumi, Hyuga Takuma, alongside their mission target, Kuruma Ayam. Due to her physical condition, which prevents her from engaging in strenuous activity, she could only travel by cart, making this a clear escort mission. The only issue is that the third Hokage had indicated he wanted Izumi to care for the little girl along the way. However, looking at the current situation, Izumi, gazing down, glancing sideways, coldly scrutinizing, disdainful, accompanied by a faint scoff. Ayam, puzzled, frowning, though bewildered, her spirit remains unyielding. They have not even set off yet, and these two girls are already engaged in a fierce exchange of glances, filled with tension and sparks. Observing this scene, Senju Shingetsu silently worried about the third Hokage's decision. Old man, are you certain Izumi can truly take good care of her? Before departure, I have a few words to share. Kuruma Yunhai's demeanor reflects a serious disposition, only softening slightly when glancing at Kuruma Ayam. Outside the main gate of Konoha, he addressed his youthful subordinates, despite feeling that his words might not be well received. However, considering Ayam's significance to her clan, the square-faced elder spoke without a smile. I recognize that you are all elites from esteemed families, so I shall not underestimate any of you. Thus, during the mission, should any danger arise, my priority will be to ensure Ayam's safety. I hope you can understand this. Naturally, that is also our hope. As the initiator of the mission, it is only fitting for Senju Shingetsu to voice his agreement. Very well, then let us set off. Once Kuruma Ayam was on the cart, and they began their journey, Kuruma Yunhai remarked to the three, as compensation, I shall cover all food and expenses along the way. This is our clan's intention, and I kindly ask you not to refuse. Upon hearing this, Senju Shingetsu and the others promptly expressed their gratitude, for Ayam's health was a pressing concern. While the likelihood of danger was low, the potential for trouble and delays was certainly high. Inside the gate, the two young guards exchanged glances, unable to suppress a sigh as they watched the cart fade into the distance. Once, I too was a spirited youth, until I was assigned to stand watch at the gate with this fool beside me. Chapter 102. So-called heroes. The conspiracy of a Wagakure has been successfully thwarted, bringing our village a step closer to victory. In Sunagakure, the front of the Kazekage's tower was crowded with thousands of villagers, all eyes fervently focused on the figure standing atop the platform. Oh, Lord Kazekage, the victory in this battle is entirely due to this brave warrior. As the fourth Kazekage spoke, he stepped aside to reveal the heroic Yakura to the villagers. Yakura, the wielder of Scorch Release, our hero of Sunagakure. A wave of even more passionate cheers erupted, resonating throughout every corner of Sunagakure, especially among the young ninjas who had graduated and entered the battlefield in recent years. They unabashedly shouted at the top of their lungs for their hero, Lord Yakura. Lord Yakura. Although he had been hailed as a hero over a year ago, that was merely a spontaneous title bestowed by comrades or villagers. However, in such a formal setting, receiving this honor personally confirmed by the Kazekage was a first for Yakura. Standing beside the fourth Kazekage, Yitsong gazed down at the throngs of villagers below, their exuberant cheers resonating through the air. At such a tender age, Yitsong felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement swell within her, as if every ounce of effort and sacrifice made in the past was vindicated by the scene before her. The title of hero seemed inconsequential. To her, every villager of Sunagakure was akin to family. For their safety and to ensure they could lead joyful lives each day, she vowed to hold herself to even stricter standards, continuing to battle fiercely at the forefront, thwarting every conspiracy and scheme from a Wagakure. In her fervor, her voice trembled with palpable emotion, a slip that would typically be deemed a significant blunder for any speaker. However, for the villagers, it was precisely this imperfection that rendered Yitsong more genuine, a true hero of the people. Ooh, Yitsong, I will always support you. Yitsong. The villagers' fervent shouts even eclipsed her own moment in the spotlight. The fourth Kazekage, observing the villagers' fervent adulation, merely smiled warmly. Had this been prior to the Chunin exams, he might have felt a twinge of envy or jealousy. But now, his priorities had shifted. The future of Sunagakure was paramount. As long as it led to greater prosperity for the village, he could accept even the most extravagant displays of loyalty. Regrettably, despite his enlightenment and his esteemed position as the leader of the village, the human heart remains the most unpredictable and uncontrollable element, not easily swayed by one individual's desires. While Yitsong addressed the crowd, the higher-ups of Sunagakure stood behind her and the fourth Kazekage, unable to witness the spectacle below. Yet, the sounds of the commotion had already stirred some discontent and unease among them. Teacher, teacher. After a considerable time, the enthusiastic crowd gradually dispersed. As Yitsong made her way home, she suddenly heard a voice behind her, desperately suppressing its excitement. It was Zhenshu. Upon seeing her long-absent student, the stern expression Yitsong had maintained melted away like snow greeting the morning sun, blooming into a vibrant smile. Why are you rushing? You know where I live. Zhenshu had grown taller since the Chunin exams, his physique noticeably improved. Yet, in the presence of his teacher, he couldn't help but revert to the innocent demeanor of his childhood. I wanted to see you quickly, to ask for your guidance in my training. Could you not give me a moment's peace? I just returned from a mission. Although she spoke thus, her eyes sparkled with mirth, and she began walking towards their usual training ground. Ping, ping, ping. His speed was commendable. It appeared that during her absence, he had indeed maintained his rigorous self-discipline. Of course, Zhenshu replied earnestly, observing Yitsong for any possible vulnerabilities while responding swiftly. You are now recognized as a hero by the Kazekage himself. As your student, I do not wish to face the consequences of my own lack of diligence. Zhenshu refrained from elaborating on what those consequences entailed, but Yitsong immediately recalled the events he alluded to. It seems that exam had some merit after all. Though the thought of that troublesome boy treating her students as mere tools irked her, if it meant motivating Zhenshu to train harder, she could begrudgingly forgive him. Now that you have a direction, strive towards that goal. Family, village, comrades, and the will to protect the village. Any of these will suffice. As long as you harbor this determination, you shall surely grow stronger. Yes, teacher. In the Kazekage Tower, the setting shifted to a high-level conference room, accessible only to the elite. Now, let us discuss the ceasefire negotiations with Kirigakure. Each of you may express your views. Around the expansive circular table sat the 12 high-ranking officials of Sunagakure. Due to the peculiar climate of the Land of Wind, half of each person's face was obscured by thin white cloth, rendering their true reactions difficult to discern. From the correspondence with Kirigakure, it is evident they harbor no intentions of reconciliation. Indeed, since this is a ceasefire negotiation, their unwillingness to compromise is one thing, but their unreasonable demands are quite another. They clearly, let us not forget, we are currently in a critical period of conflict with Iwagakure. We cannot afford to be wary of an attack from Kirigakure while battling Iwagakure. That is true. Agreed. Unfortunately, to secure victory against Iwagakure, we may have to concede to their demands and make sacrifices. Everyone, are you overlooking something? The fourth Kazekage, who had been silently listening, finally spoke, his expression darkening. Our current success in confronting Iwagakure is largely due to the valiant efforts of warriors like Yitsong fighting selflessly on the front lines. We must not forget the hero's contributions to the village. It is precisely because of her remarkable performance that we have the opportunity to negotiate with Kirigakure, is it not? As he spoke, several high-ranking officials exchanged furtive glances, their eyes betraying disdain and mockery. Is being a hero truly so easy? Indeed. We shall remember the hero's contributions to Sunagakure and remain eternally grateful for the opportunity she has procured for us. This is indeed an opportunity. If we refuse Kirigakure now, and they ally with Iwagakure, we will suffer the consequences. Yes, if they indeed defeat us in alliance, it will be the innocent villagers who endure the suffering. Surely, Kazekage, you would not wish to see such a fate come to pass. Do not speak recklessly. The Kazekage would never allow such a thing. Indeed. Watching the older officials bicker back and forth while invoking the plight of the villagers, the fourth Kazekage's countenance darkened further, his fists clenched in silence. The older officials exchanged self-satisfied smiles, fully aware that they were not sabotaging their own. Sunagakure needed a hero, but one who would obediently serve their interests. A hero who could not be controlled, who did not align with their agendas, would only become a future burden. The troubles with Kirigakure and the war with Iwagakure were merely excuses fabricated by this coalition of interests to eliminate dissent. Ultimately, the most senior official set the tone for the meeting, Since there are no objections, for the sake of the village, we must ask our hero to make a sacrifice. Chapter 103. Arrival, traveling, lodging, dining, and continuing the journey. And Ma Yunhai truly lived up to his word, ensuring that during the journey, besides moving forward, all other time was spent indulging in fine food and drink. Especially when passing through towns, there was no hesitation. Accommodations were always in the finest guest rooms, and dining was reserved for the most exquisite establishments. It was all about extravagance, with no regard for expense. The days have been languid, to the point where Qianshou Jinhua found herself somewhat bewildered, pondering the purpose of her journey. Even in the later stages, Quan felt slightly embarrassed to continue glaring at Ma Bayun. Being treated with such kindness, it is indeed difficult to maintain a hardened demeanor. Consequently, what was initially a 2-day journey for ninjas was prolonged until the afternoon of the 6th day. It was astonishing to discover such a wondrous place still existed in the world. Standing at the edge of a circular pit, gazing down at the lush forest and the shimmering lake below, the group couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Before witnessing it firsthand, who could have imagined that in the very heart of a barren landscape, such beauty could thrive? Though they were aware it was a circular pit, its steep, vertical edges appeared almost as if meticulously crafted, making it hard to believe it was a naturally formed phenomenon. Indeed, even Ma Yunhai, usually devoid of expression, couldn't help but nod in agreement. From this vantage point, it felt as though this immense pit had absorbed all the vitality and nutrients from the surrounding area, giving rise to such a flourishing and beautiful sanctuary. A sanctuary? Indeed. Perhaps it was the exhilaration of finally reaching their destination that stirred Yunhai's spirit. As he unexpectedly felt inclined to speak, I have occasionally heard tales of an ancient treasure legend associated with this place. Although the specifics remain unclear, it seems treasure hunters have been drawn here for various purposes over the years. Jinhua, save him. At that moment, a sudden exclamation from Hinata Takuma caught their attention, prompting him to dash along the edge of the pit. Without a moment's thought, Qianshou Jinhua instinctively followed suit. Only Ma Yunhai and the two girls remained momentarily stunned. Watching the direction the duo had taken, they soon noticed two small black figures far off at the edge of the pit, and after adjusting their focus, they realized it was a child on the verge of falling. Yunhai-senpai, we should go too. Unable to match the speed of the two, Quan refrained from further actions, and, after a brief exchange with Ma Yunhai, they urged the carriage onward to follow. Even I needed to observe closely before recognizing those two shadows as people. Watching Hinata Takuma's rapidly receding figure, Ma Yunhai felt an involuntary admiration swell within him, recalling that the young man had not activated his Byakugan throughout the ordeal. It was no wonder the Hyuga clan's status remained unchallenged, given such visual acuity in an ordinary state. At the edge of the pit, a young girl dangled precariously in midair, her only support being the outstretched right hand of the boy lying over the pit. Ugh. After hanging for an extended period, both had lost the strength to speak, with only beads of sweat falling and the boy's agonized cries echoing. Brother, let go. Though her heart raced with fear and her tears flowed incessantly, the prolonged suspension made her feel as if she could hardly sense the hand gripping her arm. With sweat seeping more profusely, she could see the boy's face becoming increasingly tense and desperate. The boy remained silent, gripping her hand with even greater intensity. Save her. Yet, as the sweat continued to accumulate, the boy, now devoid of strength, could only watch helplessly as their clasped hands began to slip apart. Please, anyone. Is there someone who can save her? Zaizir. In a flash, a figure darted past, and before the boy could react, he saw the girl, who had just been on the brink of falling, ascending once more on the back of a large bird. Witnessing this scene left the boy utterly dumbfounded. He hardly noticed his own injured arm until the bird, accompanied by a gust of cool air, landed before him, prompting an urgent shout as he scrambled to his feet and rushed forward. Zaizir. She is fine, merely fainted from shock. Qianshou Jinhua retracted her healing chakra, handing the still sweating Zaizir to the arriving Hinata Takuma, before lifting the boy's limp arm. Do not move. Both your arms exhibit signs of fatigue and muscle strain. Zaizir's gaze swept over the two, and though she had not paid much attention previously due to the original plot, the name coupled with the recent events suggested these two children were indeed the chubby boy and the girl guard from the Tianzimao narrative. Perhaps the spectacle of rescuing Zaizir had left a profound impact, or perhaps it was gratitude that compelled the boy to comply with her instructions, as he finally became still. It was then that he noticed the large bird he had seen earlier was, in fact, transparent, and he could feel the chilling presence of the creature even through the air. Is there truly such a transparent ice bird in this world? All done. Huh. Just a minor injury, Qianshou Jingyue remarked, finding it almost effortless to remedy. Yet for a boy who had never ventured far from home, it was beyond comprehension. There were no diagnoses, not even injections or medication. Huh. While moving his right arm, the boy expressed astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. The aching arm that had trembled moments ago now felt completely devoid of pain. Brother, brother. Just then, the unconscious Zaizir murmured, then awoke with a start. The boy, seeing this, immediately forgot the strangeness of the situation and hurriedly took her from Hinata Takuma's arms. I'm here, Zaizir. I'm here. As if in a dream, Zaizir gazed up at him for a moment before suddenly burying her face in his chest and weeping. Ah, brother, I thought I would never see you again. Do not fear, everything is all right now. Observing their emotional display, Qianshou Jingyue and Hinata Takuma discreetly stepped back, both to give them space and to await the arrival of Onmai Yunhai and the others. Fortunately, the siblings merely embraced for a brief moment to release their emotions before feeling a bit sheepish and pulling away. I am Duk, and this is Zaizir. We both hail from Tanaka village. The peril we just faced was entirely my fault. I should have listened to my brother's warnings. Though their exchange was sparse, it was evident that Duk was somewhat reserved, while Zaizir, being the girl, was more forthright and cheerful. After a brief conversation, the carriage arrived, prompting Duk to ask somewhat awkwardly, May I inquire who you are? We are ninjas from Konoha village, Qianshou Jingyue replied, gesturing to the forehead protector on her brow. Then she produced a scroll from her pocket. This is a letter from Lord Hokage addressed to the village chief of Tanaka. Since you are from this village, we hope you can assist us in meeting the chief. Chapter 104. The Competitors Konoha Village? Hokage. A spark of intrigue ignited in Duk and Zaizir's eyes. Though Tanaka village was somewhat isolated, they had indeed heard of the formidable Konoha village. After all, they had often heard the village chief mention seeking assistance from the mighty ninjas of Konoha when faced with insurmountable troubles. Is this what it means to be a ninja? The fleeting silhouette I just witnessed, along with that ice bird that vanished without warning, stirred within Duk a wave of uncontainable excitement. If only I were a powerful ninja. Then I could have prevented Shisayura from falling into that perilous situation. Nevertheless, the young man was still grounded in reality. Such thoughts emerged only briefly before he forcefully suppressed them. After all, this is not my village, nor even my country. Why would they impart their knowledge to an outsider? While such thoughts flickered through his mind, Duk maintained a facade of enthusiasm, promptly agreeing, All right, I can take you to find the village elder right now. However, upon glancing at the cart, a hint of concern crossed his face. But what about your cart? Hearing this, Qianshou Jingyue and the others immediately turned their gaze toward the edge of the pit, where they discovered a sheer drop. The only accessible route was a narrow wooden staircase along the cliffside, barely wide enough for a single person to traverse, let alone accommodate a cart. Onmai Yunhai hesitated momentarily, uncertain of the efficacy of Qianshou Jinyue's healing. It was possible that Bai Yun would still need to ride in the cart on their return. Thus discarding it was out of the question, although there was a small shed above the pit to tether the horse. The uncertainty of their duration underground made it troublesome to ascend daily to feed the horse. Suddenly, Duk raised his hand, pointing towards several enormous pipes ahead. These pipes lead to Yichang village. The relationship between our two villages is quite amicable. If you don't mind, never mind, let's not complicate things. Qianshou Jingyue interjected. Just as they were gazing down the pipes, he stepped to the edge of the pit, extending his right hand toward the lake below. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, Rise. Initially, there was silence, but in less than a second, Duk was astonished to witness a colossal whirlpool emerge on the lake's surface, followed by a powerful jet of water shooting skyward. The thunderous commotion immediately drew the attention of the entire village, even causing the black horse to become restless. Yunhai, leave it to me. Without needing to communicate, Onmai Yunhai placed a hand firmly on the black horse's neck, aware that Bai Yun was still in the cart. And if the horse were to panic, it could spell disaster. Gradually, the horse, its senses dulled by an illusion, began to calm. Seeing this, Qianshou Jingyue swiftly manipulated the water flow, forming a gigantic ice block 10 meters in diameter at the cliff's edge. With a resounding crash, excess water cascaded back into the lake, and those witnessing the spectacle, aside from Quan and Hinata Dijian, could not conceal their astonishment. To control such a vast amount of water and effortlessly transform it into ice required an immense chakra reserve. It was evident that he was indeed a descendant of the Qianshou clan. Previously, he had only heard of Qianshou Jinyue's remarkable abilities, assuming it was merely flattery from colleagues to curry favor with Lady Tsunade. However, witnessing this display made him realize how naive his previous thoughts had been. Leaving aside everything else, the sheer magnitude of chakra was enough to overshadow many seasoned chunin and even jonin. This child, perhaps. Casting a discreet glance at the card, he noticed his niece's eyes filled with shock and admiration. Igniting a spark of hope within Onma Yunhai, the descendant of the first Hokage, Lady Tsunade's disciple, the most sought-after figure before the third Hokage, these descriptors alone were formidable. Furthermore, he was an exceptionally talented young man. At just 4 years old, there was hardly any disparity. Brother, perhaps our clan's opportunity for resurgence is truly upon us. While leading the card onto the ice block, Onma Yunhai's thoughts wandered between Qianshou Jinyue and Onma Bayun. It was not that he was overly confident, rather. No one in Konoha genuinely believed that the Qianshou and Uchiha clans could unite. Thus, in his mind, Uchiha Quan was hardly a hindrance. As for the idea of securing the future of their clan through the happiness of a girl, it was a matter of perspective. Moreover, judging by Ba Yun's current demeanor, who could definitively assert that her sacrifices would lead to unhappiness? Wow, is this what it means to be a ninja? As Duke and Shisire marveled at the spectacle of the ice block soaring downward, the descent from the pit's edge was only around 50 meters. So before they could fully take in the scene, the ice block had already landed in the village square. Once everyone descended using the accessible staircase, Qianshou Jinyue, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, waved his hand at the massive ice block, which then soared back up before gently descending onto the surface of the lake outside the village. Wow, incredible! The crowd erupted in hushed exclamations. Village elder, as the guides, Duke and Shisire seemed to understand the situation better than others, proudly introducing, "They are ninjas from Konoha and just saved us up there. Hello, I am like the village elder of Token Village." Familiar with the attire and forehead protectors of Konoha, like extended a warm welcome on behalf of his village. "We sincerely appreciate your assistance. Regardless of your needs, please do not hesitate to let me know." Indeed, elder-like. Qianshou Jinyue stepped forward to provide a brief explanation and handed over a letter from the third Hokage. All right. Accepting the envelope, like opened it and examined its contents, particularly scrutinizing the Hokage's seal. Recognizing it from previous encounters, his demeanor became even more cordial. "No problem. Please feel free to stay here. You can use as much lake water as you require." As he spoke, like dismissed the villagers and guided the group in a specific direction. "Although we are merely a small village, we are well equipped with necessary facilities. You may stay at the inn, where staff will be assigned to clean and maintain it daily. Thank you for your generous hospitality, elder-like. We will compensate you at market rates for your services." Compensation? When we sought help from Konoha in the past, Qianshou Jinyue led the way, with Like and Onma Yunhai conversing in the middle, while a gaggle of children trailed behind, captivated by Shisire's enthusiastic recounting of the spectacular events they had just witnessed, punctuated by their gasps of awe. Just as they arrived in front of the inn, Qianshou Jinyue suddenly felt a jolt in his mind, prompting him to lift his gaze toward the east. What is it? Quan was always the first to notice his unusual behavior. After gazing at the eastern sky for a while, Qianshou Jinyue slowly lowered his gaze. "It's nothing. A pendant dedicated to Yi Tsang has just been activated." Chapter 105, Unwillingness. In the valley perpetually shrouded in mist, a graceful figure gradually becomes discernible. Is it the esteemed ninja of Suna no Kuni, Yi Tsang? Suddenly, a man's voice emerges from ahead. "I am Ao, a ninja from Kiri no Kuni. Sent here to welcome you." Yi Tsang halts, soon spotting a ninja adorned with the Kiri forehead protector, his face radiating a friendly smile. "Ah, it truly is you. It is an immense honor to meet you in person. Thank you for your efforts. It is merely a passage through a valley." Though Yi Tsang harbors little fondness for Kiri no Kuni, she refrains from maintaining a hostile demeanor, given the secrecy of her mission and the humble attitude of her counterpart. "Please, do not mention it. The fog is quite dense," the ninja named Ao explains, scratching his head awkwardly. "I volunteered to come meet you because I genuinely wish to meet the hero of Suna no Kuni." Upon seeing Yi Tsang nod, he excitedly steps aside to clear the path. Ah, my apologies. I got carried away with my own matters. Please, this way. Very well. After nodding in acknowledgement, Yitsong proceeds ahead. Has Lord Mizukage mentioned when I might have the opportunity to meet him? Lord Kazakage emphasized the urgency of delivering the confidential message to Lord Mizukage. You may meet him at any time. Once Yitsong moves forward, Ao promptly follows, maintaining a respectful distance behind her. Lord Mizukage places great importance on this confidential meeting, so he instructed me to take you to him immediately upon your arrival. Is that so? That is splendid news. Yitsong's spirits lift considerably upon hearing this. Kiri no Kuni's eagerness for a peaceful resolution is unmistakable. We and Kiri no Kuni are also eager to resolve the discord with Suna no Kuni swiftly. The two engage in light conversation as they walk, with Ao doing most of the talking. However, Yitsong cannot shake the feeling that the fog thickens as she progresses deeper into the valley. Yet, Ao's sincere demeanor convinces her that this is merely the unique environment of Kiri no Kuni, and she must not allow her suspicions to jeopardize the delicate diplomatic relations between their villages. As they approach a narrow valley entrance, Ao suddenly quickens his pace, excitement evident in his stride. He gestures ahead, saying, "Once we pass through that opening, we shall see Kiri no Kuni. Thank you for your patience on this journey. It is nothing. All is for the mission." With peace within reach and Kiri's attitude so positive, Yitsong feels a weight lift from her mind. It seems that soon, an agreement between Suna no Kuni and Kiri no Kuni will be achieved. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes her back, piercing through her heart. What are you doing? Even now? Despite the pain coursing through her body, Yitsong's thoughts remain fixated on the hard-won peace between the two villages. How dare he? They were so close to an agreement. Does he not fear reigniting the flames of war between our villages? What are you doing? The voice behind her now drips with malice, devoid of the earlier warmth and humility. The assailant pushes the kunai deeper into her flesh, intensifying her agony. I merely wish for you to experience the suffering that your comrades from Suna no Kuni endured. He hisses ominously in her ear before shoving her away and leaping back. In an instant, a barrage of kunai and shuriken rains down from the cliffs, striking her from all angles. As the flurry subsides, Yitsong is left with her body riddled with weapons, resembling a porcupine. She stumbles a few steps before collapsing to the ground, gazing at Ao's smug and wicked grin. Though she has begun to piece together the truth, Yitsong struggles to accept it. Why? Why are we not? I thought the hero of Suna no Kuni would be something remarkable, but it seems you are merely a naive fool. Ao's voice is filled with triumph, and as he speaks, figures gradually emerge from the cliffs, their expressions mirroring his. So many comrades have perished in our conflict. How can such resentment be washed away with mere words of peace? As the blood seeps from her wounds and her vision begins to fade, Ao's expression grows colder and more elated. Did you not anticipate this? Your secret mission was to exchange your life, the life of a hero, for a chance at peace between our villages. So it was. The tales of a new generation of heroes, the desire to protect Suna no Kuni, were all nothing but lies. Unwillingness. Despite my deep love for the same village as you, even when misunderstood and marginalized, I have never harbored hatred for a single one of you. This is truly unbearable. Why can you lie without a second thought? Why can you so easily cast me aside? Those from Suna no Kuni certainly know how to choose their targets. If only you had been a touch more astute. As blood continues to flow from her body, Ao's voice, filled with derision, seems to recede into the distance. Memories of her life flash before her eyes. Birth, growth, and accomplishments in Shotan, the village of Konoha. Suddenly, a familiar face emerges in her mind. Senju Shingetsu. Then, like a bolt of realization, she recalls the necklace he gifted her. Did he foresee this day? No, dwelling on it now is pointless. I hope this is truly helpful. Yet, with her injuries too severe, she lacks the strength to move, struggling to channel her remaining chakra to her chest. A faint crackling sound reverberates through her body, and upon hearing it, Yitsong feels a momentary sense of relief. However, she can no longer hold on, her vision blurring as she slips into unconsciousness. Damn it, please. I do not want to die like this. Who goes there? Ao exclaims, startled by the sudden appearance of a figure beside Yitsong. He draws his weapon, preparing for confrontation, while the Kiri ninjas on the cliffs hastily form hand seals. Suetun, Suiryu Dan. Suetun, Suiro no Jutsu. Suetun, Suiryu no I. Chapter 106, The Base Outside the Village. A deluge of various Suetun techniques, cascades toward them. However, the clone of Senju, Shingetsu, merely glances at the scene before crouching beside Yi Tsang, placing his hands on her body. Medical chakra rapidly sweeps over her, and he quickly discerns the urgency of her condition. Freeze. Fortunately, this place is rich in moisture, with minimal expenditure of mental energy. The clone swiftly conjures a spherical layer of ice around them. Without further delay, he directs the ice sphere upward, breaking through the onslaught of Sueton attacks. Ding ding ding. Countless shurikens collided with the spherical layer of ice, only to be deflected in vain, yet not a single one proved effective, as they could only watch their opponents soar higher with unabashed confidence. Damn it! Instantly, some on the mountainside could no longer contain their anger and cursed, wishing to pursue. There was no need to chase. The ninjas who had just taken a few steps looked at Song Bo in confusion. Their adversary could fly, while they could only run. How could they hope to catch up? However, there was no need for concern. I did indeed pierce her heart just now, and so much blood flowed. Her pupils have dilated. It is not so easy to save her. The ninjas on the mountain gradually quieted down. But the individual was a medical ninja. What if, even if there was a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, she could be saved? Song Bo, revealing a sinister smile, said, "Think carefully. Even if she is revived, as a hero betrayed by her village, who do you think she would hate the most and seek revenge upon once she awakens? Thus, one might say I would prefer that individual truly manages to save her." Upon hearing this, the ninjas present suddenly awakened to the realization, their faces morphing into identical sinister smiles as they gazed at the ice sphere in the sky. Now merely a distant dot. Indeed, isn't the Sunagakure village seeking peace by betraying its own? If one day this betrayed hero were to return and exact vengeance, or unveil the sordid deeds of the higher-ups, what chaos would ensue in Sunagakure? Ha ha ha. In any case, there is no loss for us. All they need to do now is pretend this incident never happened. The rest depends on whether Yi Tsang has the fortune to survive. In the sky, although Qianshou Jinyue did not comprehend why the enemy had not pursued, this was indeed a rare piece of good news for him. After all, his clone bore limited chakra, needing to maintain its existence while simultaneously using medical chakra to sustain Yi Tsang's life. If too much chakra was expended, it could disappear before long. Fortunately, controlling the flight of the ice sphere consumed only mental energy. As long as his main body could hold on, there would be no issues here. Looking at Yi Tsang, adorned with numerous hidden weapons, Qianshou Jinyue was momentarily at a loss regarding where to begin. I had already warned you that your attire was inappropriate. Now look where it has led you, riddled with projectiles and soaked in blood. The situation is dire. Excessive blood loss has already caused a rapid drop in body temperature. And coupled with the invasion of cold ice, even with the infusion of medical chakra, she could not endure for long in such a state. Alas, there is no other choice. I must withdraw the medical chakra and then mobilize the majority of my mental energy. Freeze. Though I lack absolute certainty, and though I truly despise having to resort to this, I must swiftly freeze Yi Tsang for now. All else can be addressed once we return to the main body. Whether it be a rapid revival or a reincarnation technique, this time it truly depends on how resilient she is. In Tonica village, upon sensing the activation of the necklace, Qianshou Jinyue initially experienced an anomaly, but soon returned to normal. After all, he merely felt the clone was activated and drawing closer. Yet he could not ascertain in real time what transpired with the clone. Yet, he remained preoccupied with the matter. Thus, after settling down, he did not immediately commence treatment, but rather instructed everyone to freely explore and familiarize themselves with their surroundings. He then made his way alone to the edge of a crystal-clear lake. The water here, although he did not drink like Naruto, still imparted a distinct sensation. Unlike that of any other water he had encountered, it felt like power. It was as though with this water, he could accomplish many things he had never even dreamed of before. Ice Hound. Crack crack. A completely transparent, dog-sized ice creature appeared before him. Crack crack crack. It could move, walk, lie down, stand, and even run and bite. Apart from its structural essence and the absence of barking, it was practically indistinguishable from an actual dog. When did you develop such an ability? So far, besides Izumi, there was no other lively girl around Qianshou Jinyue. He chuckled, just now. I was inspired after seeing this water. Watching Izumi curiously petting the ice hound, Qianshou Jinyue, who had been restless, suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm. He skillfully controlled the ice hound to stick out its tongue at Izumi, even rolling over and playfully rubbing against her leg. The only awkward moment was when he unintentionally nudged her, causing her to stumble back a few steps. Ha ha ha, this little dog is too amusing. Fortunately, Izumi was too engaged in the novelty to mind the small details, playing with the ice hound while also asking him, "Is this the only little dog you have? Are there any other different toys? Well then, let us create a humanoid one. Ice swordsman. Draw sword. Flash." Wow, I must say, the 5 identical swordsmen moving in unison do indeed exude a certain charm. Humanoid creatures aren't as fun. Animals are far cuter. Cute? Understood. Ice snake. Ice toad. Ice chicken. Ice lizard. Oh, stop. Seeing the chaotic scene with the ice chickens running amok, Izumi, who had been gleeful just a moment ago, suddenly felt overwhelmed. In a flurry, she shouted while kicking the ice chickens and their companions into the lake. "I meant cute animals like little dogs, not these ugly things. Were you doing this on purpose?" "No, how could that be?" While vehemently denying her accusation, he quickly controlled the ice chickens to emerge from the lake. Then, before Izumi could lift her foot again, he swiftly gathered dozens of small creatures together, and under her astonished gaze, they gradually fused into a towering ice wolf over 3 meters tall. Howl! Controlling the ice wolf as it opened its massive mouth to emit a silent roar at Izumi. Unfortunately, Izumi had never doubted that Senju Jinue would harm her. The ice wolf's fierce roar not only failed to intimidate her, but instead sparked excitement in her bright eyes. It can be done like this too. After knowing him for so long, this was the first time she witnessed him utilize his abilities in such a manner. Indeed, this inspiration came after encountering the lake water. Ah, this profound bond is delightful, yet the girl is far too trusting. She neither fears nor feels trepidation, rendering it somewhat dull. Turning to gaze at the glistening waters of the lake, Senju Jinue could not help but ponder. Perhaps it would be wise to consider establishing this place as a base outside the village. Coincidentally, the incident with Yitsong had already transpired. Once she arrived, it would be perfect for her to assume the role of caretaker of this base. With allies from Sunagakure assisting, paired with his persuasive abilities, he believed he would have a fair chance at convincing her. Chapter 107. In any case, I will not call. What exactly is life force? After profound contemplation regarding this matter, Senju Jinue posits that it is akin to the enigmatic nature of chakra within the human body, which eludes a definitive classification as either a liquid or a gas. Nonetheless, it undeniably exists within, manifesting diverse utilities contingent upon its application. The extraordinary characteristics of the lake water within the vast pit, he speculates, are perhaps a consequence of the heavenly spear's relentless energy and vitality extraction over centuries, ultimately resulting in an overflow due to excessive accumulation or heightened concentration that affects the lake's water. Recalling his previous encounters with anime, he remembers a significant shift in artistic style that caught his attention, particularly when Master Yuanming mentioned that this lake water greatly accelerates cellular division, rivaling the speed of a virus. Thus, in treating Onma Bayun, Senju Jinue believes the focus should be on targeted nourishment and care for the internal organs, enabling them to thrive amidst the high density of life energy. However, given the necessity of performing this procedure on a living being, utmost caution must be exercised. After all, Master Yuanming emphasized that the speed is comparable to that of a virus, which is no trivial matter. A moment's inattention could result in unintended complications, such as the emergence of an additional kidney or a tumor, which would indeed be a considerable hassle. Fortunately, Senju Jinue possesses expertise in manipulating water. Unlike others who might require an array of instruments and equipment to analyze the lake's composition, he merely needs a general direction in mind. With a furrowed brow and a focused gaze, he can swiftly separate various substances from the lake water, although the process may be labor-intensive and mentally taxing. On October 23rd, the first clinical trial commenced. The reagent materials involved a preliminary extraction from the lake water, yielding a liquid imbued with significantly richer life energy. Approximately 10 milliliters of this concentrated liquid could be extracted from every 1,000 liters of lake water. The method of administration was oral, with experimental subjects comprising 4 individuals, each of native chickens, rabbits, and dogs, 2 of each gender. The initial results, however, were blank. Upon reaching this point, he paused to inscribe in the upper right corner, Recorder Uchiha Izumi. Satisfied with his work, Izumi nodded before earnestly addressing Hinata Takuma. "I am ready. Let us commence." Her expression radiated confidence. as if she were only missing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and a lengthy ruler to complete the scholarly appearance. The sole source of her confusion lay in the fact that this enclosure lacked a bed, raising the question of why it was termed a clinical trial. After a moment's affirmation, Hinata Takuma promptly retrieved the pre-prepared reagent, pouring 10 milliliters into each experimental subject's mouth. As the attending physician and the actual patient, Shinsho Jinue observed intently alongside Onma Bayun from outside the enclosure. He had previously explained to her that this experiment's purpose was to assess the concentration of life energy's effects on living organisms, which held no significant reference for her. Regrettably, she insisted on witnessing the trial, and now, as it began, she appeared increasingly anxious, clutching the hem of Shinsho Jinue's garment. Fortunately, the young girl displayed remarkable fortitude. Despite her internal turmoil, she steadfastly refrained from turning away or closing her eyes. The rabbit, in a humorous display, remarked, "I won't make a sound, thank you." Alas, whether due to insufficient concentration or sluggish response, aside from a brief commotion from the chicken and dog at the outset, the subjects reverted to their usual behavior, scratching and foraging without any discernible reactions. After waiting a full 15 minutes without the chicken exhibiting any inclination to sing or dance, Shinsho Jinue could only shrug in resignation, suggesting, for safety's sake, "I believe it prudent to observe for a few more days before making a determination." Onma Bayun nodded quickly, seemingly relieved, while Onma Yunhai concurred. "You possess the medical ninjutsu here, and Lord Hokage has approved ample time for this task. Proceed at your own pace. Leave the observation and recording to me," exclaimed the enthusiastic Uchiha girl. Having established their intentions, they departed back to the inn, leaving Izumi alone with the dozen or so native chickens, dogs, and rabbits. Although she remained blissfully unaware of her solitude, the reagent was administered at 10:30 a.m. On the first day, 15 minutes post-administration, the subjects exhibited no apparent reactions. 30 minutes later, still no notable responses. An hour passed, then 2. "Izumi, you needn't watch. It's time to eat," someone suggested. "I'm not hungry," she retorted. For hours elapsed. Then 5. "Fine, I'll wait a while longer. Dinner is soon." 6 hours, 8 hours, and 12 hours later, as night descended, the others had long since fallen asleep. Suddenly, Izumi's attention was captured by a subtle disturbance from one of the chickens. Activating her Sharingan, the bright illumination coupled with its enhancement allowed her to perceive every movement of the experimental subjects. At 2:35 a.m., one of the native chickens displayed atypical agitation. At 2:40, a second followed suit. By 3:35, the rabbit had begun to react, and by 4:50, the dog exhibited similar signs. The summary revealed that the subjects displayed excitement in ascending order of size, with the intensity of this condition becoming increasingly pronounced over time. Observing her notes, Shinsho Jinue's expression darkened, not due to dissatisfaction with the recorded content, but rather from the realization that this girl had genuinely endured a night of vigil. "Go rest. I will handle the remainder," he urged, recognizing it as a lapse on his part. Noting her eagerness to assist, yet her awkwardness stemming from concern about his displeasure, he felt it would be unkind to scold her at such a moment. "All right," she replied, her anxious demeanor shifting to one of delight as she returned to her quarters. With a resigned sigh, he redirected his focus to the now exuberant chicken that had begun to dance awkwardly. Noticing the larger dogs, which were similarly excited yet showed no signs of aggression, he pondered whether greater size correlated with prolonged influence from the life energy, resulting in a lesser impact on temperament. With these questions in mind, Shinsho Jinue proceeded to examine each experimental subject, employing medical chakra to meticulously observe and compare their cellular structures, ultimately discovering that while the cellular functions had indeed been enhanced, the rate of cellular division had also markedly accelerated, accompanied by a significant increase in energy expenditure. The exuberance of the native chickens reached its zenith, consumed in fierce combat with one another, no longer fearing humans. The rabbit population peaked as well, with 2 male rabbits succumbing to exhaustion. For native dogs were seen wagging their tails vigorously, clearly in a state of extreme excitement, yet they exhibited no signs of aggression. At this juncture, it could be surmised that the influence of the life energy reagents on living beings is likely correlated with the size of the organism or the development of its brain. However, such data alone is insufficient, as the desired subject is a healthy Onma Bayun, rather than a fleeting specter of mortality. Observing the condition of the cells within the test subjects, their current state resembled that of an athlete who had ingested an excessive amount of stimulants, showcasing artificially inflated strength that could not be sustained for long. Chapter 108. Flash Frozen Delivery. Indeed, as anticipated, aside from 2 roosters that perished the following afternoon due to their brawls, the remaining hens and rabbits succumbed to energy depletion one by one before midnight. As for the 4 native dogs, after midnight, they began to exhibit varying degrees of convulsions and lethargy, not severe enough to suggest imminent death, yet foaming at the mouth, struggling to breathe, as if they were on the brink of collapse. Upon conducting a thorough examination of all test subjects, it was revealed that the cells of all the native chickens and rabbits were nearly entirely depleted and shriveled. In contrast, the condition of the native dogs was somewhat better. However, the previously robust muscle mass had vanished, evidently drained completely of energy reserves by the enhanced cells within a mere day. The efficacy of this experiment was indeed alarming. Yet, one could ponder why the villagers of Tanaka, who consume the lake's water daily, remain unaffected. Is it due to their unique constitution or the concentration of the solution? The disparity between 1,000 liters and 10 milliliters is indeed substantial. It appears that oral administration is not a viable method. Perhaps further dilution of the solution should be considered. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the enclosure, Onma Yunhai nodded solemnly. It seemed that the medical prowess of the so-called medical ninja was indeed formidable. However, the thought of administering the reagent to Bayun seemed akin to endangering his own daughter. The following day, he decided to procure another batch of test subjects, this time exclusively native dogs. Wishing to explore the effects of directly infusing energy into their internal organs through precise infiltration, it became evident that the experimental data from small animals bore little relevance to human application, thus rendering further efforts unnecessary, especially given the disruptive nocturnal antics of the chickens. "Leave it to me," he declared, despite the fleeting thought that had crossed his mind. Onma Yunhai felt a deep sense of appreciation for the seriousness with which he approached the experiments. This diligent and meticulous endeavor was a testament to his genuine concern for Bayun's health and the efficacy of the treatment. As long as it benefited Bayun, mere native chickens and dogs were inconsequential. He could procure as many as needed without financial concern. Embracing this mindset, that night, he neglected to dine, opting instead to accompany the village chief of Tanaka to Yichang village. Tanaka village comprised only a few households that raised dogs, and upon witnessing the grim fate of the experimental canines, the remaining families were utterly unwilling to sell any more. Reluctantly, they heeded the village chief's advice that Yichang village possessed a larger area and more dog-owning households. As night fell, in this remote village devoid of entertainment, after a brief chat post-dinner, Qinsho Jinyue and his companions retired to their rooms to prepare for slumber. Unexpectedly, just as he entered his room and had yet to disrobe, he heard a knock at the door, accompanied by a noticeably timid voice. "Ninja Master, are you asleep?" Recognizing the voice as that of the girl named Shisayur, Qinsho Jinyue paused momentarily, then replied, "Not yet. The door is open. Come in if you have something to say." After a brief silence, during which a deep breath could be heard, the doorknob turned slightly, revealing 2 figures entering the room. "What brings you here?" The visitors were Shisayur and Doku, clad in tight-fitting attire with wooden swords and shurikens. Upon hearing his inquiry, both lowered their heads in a somewhat awkward manner. However, after Shisayur nudged and even kicked Doku, he finally mustered the courage to address Qinsho Jinyue. "Ninja Master, we wish to learn combat from you. Will you be our teacher?" Qinsho Jinyue was genuinely taken aback. "You do realize that I am younger than both of you, right? It seems rather odd to refer to me as your master." "Of course," Shisayur, having overcome her hesitation, boldly declared, "it is precisely because we recognize your youth that we appreciate your prowess even more." "May I inquire as to why?" he asked, noting that they had a guard unit in their village. If it were merely for self-defense, they could easily join them. "That's not the same," Shisayur replied promptly. "The guard unit is merely for protection and lacks true combat capability. Moreover, we've heard from the village chief that whenever trouble arises, it is always the ninjas from Konoha who come to our aid." This revelation elucidated the situation. It was akin to directly interfacing with the end customer, eliminating the middleman's profit margin. "Do your parents know of your decision?" At this juncture, Qinsho Jinyue's expression turned grave. "You must understand that the world of ninjas is perilous, as we belong to different nations, and one's life is always at risk when traversing the outside world. Furthermore, once a master-disciple bond is formed, it is an unbreakable connection for life. Those who betray their master face death as the only outcome. Are you still resolute in your desire? Absolutely. Shisire responded without a trace of hesitation. In contrast, Doku appeared less certain. Not due to a lack of courage, but rather an abundance of concerns. Noticing his demeanor, Shisire instinctively pushed him behind her and addressed Shinsho Jinua. Actually, I am the only one here to seek apprenticeship. He is merely here for moral support. Doku's expression displayed shock, along with a subtle hint of relief. What is wrong with that? I am speaking the truth. Your gentle nature is ill-suited for a ninja. You should remain in the village to care for the elderly and children. I can ensure the village's safety on my own. I, Duokten, was momentarily rendered speechless. Although sorrow clouded my face, under the probing gaze of Shinsho Jinua, I eventually lowered my eyes, filled with a sense of profound reluctance and desolation. Observing the upright and spirited Shisir, Shinsho Jinua pondered. Although we are not of the same nation, if Jiraiya can traverse the world, sowing seeds of hope far and wide, then surely, given my prominence before the third Hokage, as long as I do not overstep, I should not fare too poorly. Moreover, since I aspire to transform this colossal pit into a base, relying solely on a foolish Yetzong would be insufficient. Otherwise, one day, I might find myself dragged down by her. Based on the remnants of memory, it seemed that Shisir would perform admirably in the years to come. At least in terms of perseverance and character. Otherwise, the animation team would not have devoted so much effort to depicting their story. Should I recruit a local assistant for the foolish Yetzong? Having a native companion would undoubtedly facilitate many endeavors. From her words, it appeared that her ambitions were modest. She merely wished to grow stronger to protect her village, which aligned perfectly with my own needs. Just as I was about to nod in agreement, however, a sudden wave of dizziness struck me, far more severe than the previous occasion, nearly causing me to collapse. What is wrong with you? Inquired Quan. I did not respond but, with her support, managed to stand upright, my complexion turning pale and cold sweat forming on my brow. After closing my eyes for what felt like over 3 minutes, I finally noticed my color returning to normal. Let's discuss the matter of apprenticeship tomorrow. That is indeed appropriate. Clearly shaken by the earlier scene, Shisir wore an expression of concern. Lord Ninja, how is your health? It's nothing. It is a good thing for me. So do not worry. Oh, good night, Lord Ninja, Shisir replied, nodding before excusing herself and leading the uncertain Duokten away. Once they departed, facing Quan's inquisitive gaze, Shinsho Jinua merely smiled silently, then turned his meaningful gaze towards the lake outside. The clone and the frozen Yetzong had finally arrived. Chapter 109. How can someone be so large? Why are you going out so late? After Duk and Shisir left, noticing Shinsho Jinua suddenly regain his energy and head out, Quan promptly followed without hesitation. You will find out if you follow me. Given the current rapport, it seemed unnecessary to keep secrets from her. After all, everything was already set in stone. Upon exiting, I saw Duk and Shisir not far off, with Duk apparently persuading her about something. However, at that moment, Shinsho Jinua had no time to consider their matters and hastened towards the largest ancient tree by the lake. What on earth are you doing out here so late? The moon tonight was quite lovely. Although the village's lights faded away, visibility remained adequate due to the lake's reflection. Following closely behind, Quan could not help but mutter occasionally. Yet her pace never faltered. It was only when they reached the gigantic tree by the lake that Shinsho Jinua finally relaxed his voice slightly, saying, "We have arrived." Quan looked up in confusion and, upon seeing his unwavering gaze, instinctively followed it. Beneath the shadow of the tree's crown lay a colossal tree stump, seemingly bearing a human-like figure. Filled with intense curiosity and astonishment, Quan cautiously approached, and under the bright moonlight, she scrutinized the scene. Suddenly, she fell back in shock. This is not the fox shinobi from Sunagakure, is it? How could she be here like this? The surprise was undeniable. Yet, immediately following was a surge of skepticism. No wonder that individual had laughed so lewdly earlier and ventured out in the dead of night. It turned out to be a secret rendezvous. A secret rendezvous? This seems rather tragic. She is already cold. Could this individual possibly harbor some strange proclivities? As they conversed, Shinsho Jinua stepped closer to examine Yetzong, who remained frozen in her last pose, alongside the kunai and shuriken lodged in crucial areas that the clone had not dared to remove. He let out a small sigh. Thankfully, Yetsong had become rigid due to the extreme cold, preventing any significant bleeding. To him, as long as he was cautious, this state was actually easier to manage. While carefully removing the hidden weapons, he began to share his world with Quan for the first time. What do you think of Yetsong? Me? Observing his actions, Quan hesitated, unsure whether to assist or step aside. Yet, upon seeing the bloodied sleeping beauty and his earnest demeanor, she pursed her lips. What right do I have to judge someone so beautiful, with a lovely voice and exceptional strength? Just as Qianshou Jinhua entered a focused state, he instinctively responded. And what else? Nothing. Although she said this, Quan's gaze inevitably wandered over Yetsong's prominent features. Those two substantial burdens. How can someone be so large? Doesn't she fear straining her neck? Qianshou Jinhua, oblivious to her inner thoughts, continued to express his own. What if we could transform Yetsong into a part of a collective that shares a common goal, neither belonging to Sunagakure nor Konoha, but united with me? Now, Quan was genuinely perplexed. This fellow hadn't consumed alcohol, so why was he speaking such nonsense? She is a hero of Sunagakure. How could she possibly fit into your notion? If I were to ask you to help me turn her over. Together, they carefully flipped Yetsong, revealing her back, marred by deep and numerous wounds. Alas, so many wounds. Surely, her heart and other vital organs must be pierced. Sighing again, he shook his head and resumed his careful task, casually uttering a statement that would shatter Quan's worldview. What if I told you that she became like this due to betrayal by the higher-ups of Sunagakure? Quan was momentarily speechless, taking a long time to formulate a response. Sunagakure is a loyal ally of Konoha. As allies, we should not entertain such thoughts or slander. Slander? Hearing this, Qianshou Jinhua looked at her with a bewildered expression, then gestured towards the weapon he held and its entry point. Look, this kunai, which pierced her heart, is clearly a fatal blow. You cannot possibly disagree with my assertion. Upon hearing this, Quan instinctively examined Yetsong's body once more, pondering thoughtfully before nodding. Indeed. Now, imagine this. Not just elite shinobi like Yetsong, but even individuals at our level. Would they be so easily harmed in such a direct manner if they were not caught off guard? Ultimately, he is indeed an elite. Upon hearing his words, Quan immediately realized. As a girl, were she in this situation, unless it were her mother or this insufferably arrogant fellow, any other individual approaching her from behind to such an extent would undoubtedly raise her vigilance and resistance. It stands to reason that the same applies to Yetsong. Unless the person is exceptionally close or trustworthy, how could one possibly be stabbed in the back? When I first arrived here, did you not inquire why I suddenly felt dizzy? After eliminating all hidden weapons and witnessing the gruesome wounds on Yetsong's back, along with the congealed blood, Qianshou Jinhua, while examining her with medical chakra, proactively stated without waiting for Quan to ask. This was because the shadow clone I had preset was triggered, thus diverting a portion of my mental energy, including that moment in the room. It was also due to the exhaustion transmitted back after the clone brought Yetsong here and self-cancelled. Damn, those scoundrels from the mist-hidden village are truly despicable. How could they inflict such brutal harm on such a beautiful girl? I felt as if I were losing air. A preset shadow clone. Brought here? Sister, are we not discussing a very serious matter? Could your focus be slightly askew? The memories relayed back from the clone were not overly detailed. All I know is that she was attacked in the mist-hidden village, and those who assaulted her were also ninjas from there. Due to the severity of her injuries, the clone dared not engage with those mist ninjas and instead froze her, then dashed out of the encirclement, bringing her here without hardly stopping. As for the more specific details, we will have to wait until she regains consciousness to uncover them. Chapter 110. Train until you cannot train anymore. However, despite what I just said, Qianshou Jinhua genuinely felt uncertain about how to proceed with Yetsong's current condition. Her heart was completely pierced, and various organs in her lower back were damaged to varying degrees, with countless ruptured blood vessels. If I were to thaw her now, she would likely not survive long enough for me to intervene. This means I must treat her while maintaining her frozen state. Moreover, I must ensure all her severe injuries are healed before I can thaw her. This is not something an ordinary medical ninja can handle. In fact, it is likely that I am the only one in the entire world who dares to conceive such a method. Truly a remarkable skill, is it not? Alas, another troublesome patient. Shaking his head helplessly, he told Quan to return and then used his abilities to lift Yetsong's body, heading toward the inn. Where are you taking her? Quan hesitated slightly before following. although her tone was somewhat hesitant. Of course, to my room, Qinshu Jinyue replied, suddenly turning back with a serious tone. Remember, do not speak of Yitsong to anyone. This matter is to remain between the two of us, understood? Huh, why not? Can't even Jin know? Indeed. Qinshu Jinyue nodded earnestly. To everyone outside, Yitsong is already considered dead, so the fewer people who know about her, the better. Otherwise, it could lead to unimaginable troubles. Then why did you tell me? Just now, you could have very well kept me from following. As she posed this question, Quan's cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze faltered, unable to meet his eyes. Fortunately, in this light, it was hardly noticeable, and the previously evident emotional hesitation had vanished without a trace. Why tell you? Qinshu Jinyue appeared somewhat surprised, as if he had never contemplated this question before. Is that even a question? It is because, in the entire Konoha village, we are the most trustworthy individuals to one another. Upon hearing this, Quan's ears turned as red as if they were about to burn, and her movements began to grow bashful. Moreover, due to the necessity of prolonged meticulous operation, I can only hide Yitsong in my room. Her previously shy expression suddenly revealed a hint of confusion. And you, who have never been courteous to me, treat the door to my room as if it were merely a decoration. Her shyness vanished in an instant, her expression gradually solidifying. Thus, it is futile to try to conceal it. It would be better to be upfront with you than to risk you barging in later. Oh. With a blank expression and without a sideways glance, he began to walk back. However, visibility was poor, and while passing by, it seemed he stepped on something. Hiss. What to do when encountering an obstacle on the path? Naturally, one would kick it aside. Hiss. Good night. Quan's voice revealed no trace of emotion. Nor did she turn back, not even pausing for a moment. Looking at her retreating figure, he glanced at his bruised right leg that had been kicked. Forget it. A good man does not contend with a woman. I will not guess the thoughts of a woman. Good night, and may you spend the night plagued by nightmares. The following morning, Ma Yunhai's endeavor to retrieve dogs from Yichang village evidently did not progress smoothly, as he had yet to return. Thus, when Shisai came to seek him out again, Qinshu Jinyue no longer declined. The dangers of being a ninja had already been explained to you yesterday. Since you remain insistent, I shall not press further. Outside the inn, amidst the curious and envious gazes of many little friends, Shisai resolutely and succinctly performed a student bow to Qinshu Jinyue, demonstrating great respect. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding children, including Ma Bayun, Qinshu Jinyue shyly offered her own greeting, a standard kunai from Konoha village. Though the gift was modest, it bore exceptional significance for Shisai, as it was a token from her teacher, signifying her recognition as a ninja and marking her true entry into the world of ninjas. Thank you, teacher. With immense excitement, she received the kunai with both hands and then bowed deeply again. Rest assured, I will work diligently and not disappoint your teachings. The onlooking friends erupted in jubilant cheers at this scene, with some sensitive girls even shedding tears of joy. Go for it, Shisai. We believe you can become an outstanding ninja. Of course, where there are people, there exists rivalry. Shisai's personality ensured she could not be the source of joy for everyone. Thus, seeing her shine, some children who usually had conflicts with her began to mutter disparaging remarks, while others, filled with envy and jealousy, wished to muster the courage to steal the spotlight, but faltered at the thought of the dangers of being a ninja. In summary, what a bunch of naive children. All of them are merely spewing nonsense. The malice of children is indeed their true nature. Indeed, ninjas are fundamentally ordinary individuals. The distinction lies in the rigorous and extreme training they must undergo to progress in the world of ninjas, lest they be left behind or reduced to mere foot soldiers. Since these foundational aspects are not particularly secretive, after the master-apprentice ceremony, Qinshu Jinyue did not dismiss the small audience, allowing them to listen, as it might inspire one or two to strive for excellence and dedication in their training, which would ultimately benefit the base. To speak frankly, whether your choice to become my student is a stroke of fortune or misfortune remains uncertain. Amidst the curiosity of Shisai and the other children, Qinshu Jinyue continued to articulate his thoughts. Theoretically, the greater the training volume within the same time frame, the more significant the improvement. However, the human body possesses limits. Surpassing a certain threshold of fatigue can lead to various forms of physical damage. Such injuries may not manifest significantly during youth. Yet once a ninja reaches the age of 30, numerous ailments and symptoms may arise, indicating that their life as a ninja is nearing its conclusion. Oh, whether the other children understood or feigned understanding was of no concern to him. He focused on Shisayur, observing her deep in thought, her gaze gradually brightening. He continued, had another responsible ninja been your instructor, they would have meticulously tailored a training regimen suited to your physical condition and endurance to safeguard your growth and future. I, however, am different. As a medical ninja, and an accomplished one at that, no matter the injury you sustain, as long as your brain remains intact, even if your heart stops beating, I can restore you. With this, Chinsho Jinyu smiled at Shisayur, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, this was sufficient. Anyone with a quick mind could discern his implication. He intended to push Shisayur to her limits. Chapter 111. The future of Yagumo. This vast pit spans approximately 5,000 meters in radius, totaling nearly 30 kilometers in circumference. Given that you are just beginning, I will not impose a time limit. You may complete your lap at your own pace. Go ahead. Although Shisayur is a girl, she is slightly older than her instructor Chinsho Jinyu and has reached a near-mature level of physical development. Thus, in formulating her training plan, Chinsho Jinyu displayed no inclination for gentleness. Morning laps for endurance training. Eat only once you complete the run, rest briefly afterward, and then switch to swimming in the afternoon. This essentially serves as a supplementary endurance exercise. Girls often dislike the muscularity that comes from rigorous training. Yet the afternoon swim not only reinforces the results of the endurance training, but also aids in sculpting her physique. Additionally, the lake's waters are rich in life energy. Even if she accidentally ingests a few mouthfuls while swimming, there would be no adverse consequences, truly a multifaceted benefit. Fortunately, Shisayur naturally possesses a lively and energetic disposition. Having established a foundation of training prior to Chinsho Jinyu's arrival, she found the mornings running challenging, but not so exhausting that she could not manage the swimming session. As for Chinsho Jinyu, aside from treating Yetsong at night, he spent the majority of his daylight hours engaged in clinical trials with the experimental subject, Tuho. The former requires patience and meticulousness, with a need for discretion, while the latter demands time for careful observation of the subject's reactions. Both endeavors are immensely taxing, where even a moment's carelessness could render previous efforts futile. Beautifully rendered, he remarked beneath the grand tree by the lake, observing the vibrant colors gradually emerging on the canvas. Unable to restrain his admiration, Chinsho Jinyu praised, though I lack knowledge of artistic techniques, it is evident that you possess a remarkable talent in this domain. Upon receiving such candid praise, Anma Bayun felt a tinge of shyness and replied, Thank you, Jinyu-gich. I am not sure about talent. I merely draw what comes to mind. Having spent a week here, and with Chinsho Jinyu's experiments not yielding the desired results, Anma Yunhai eventually acquiesced to Chinsho Jinyu's subtle guidance, selecting a few simple family jinjutsu for Anma Bayun to practice. Uncertain whether it was innate disposition or narrative influence, Anma Bayun chose to embark on her journey of jinjutsu with the drawing board in hand, almost without hesitation. Watching Anma Bayun, who briefly shied away yet quickly returned to her tranquil state, lost in her art, Chinsho Jinyu's mind involuntarily flickered to the being referred to as the empty self. Bayun? Anma Bayun tilted her chin towards him, her gaze unwavering from her canvas and brush, merely signaling her attentiveness with the gesture. Many perceive your youth, yet I recognize that as the next heir of the Anma clan, your psychological maturity surpasses that of your peers, burdened with pressures they cannot fathom. Upon hearing this, Anma Bayun's brush slowed, her previously serene expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Bayun, she set down her brush, her expressive eyes seemingly communicating unspoken words as they locked onto Chinsho Jinyu. Have you contemplated your future? Pausing, sensing the breadth of the question, she added, What aspirations do you hold for your life ahead? Perhaps to become a great kunoichi like Tsunade Daimyo, or to strive for the title of Hokage, shaping or altering the world according to your desires. Or do you merely wish to excel as a Jinjutsu ninja? Hokage? Me? The mere mention of this topic ignited a spark of brilliance and yearning in Anma Bayun's eyes, though she soon shook her head gently. You are aware of my physical condition. Discussing such distant ambitions seems futile at this juncture. Rest assured regarding that matter, Chinsho Jinyu replied with a confident smile. Setting aside my understanding of the properties of life energy, even without that knowledge, I have Tsunade Daimyo backing me. I assure you, within a year and a half at most, your body will recover to a level akin to that of an ordinary person. observing the unwavering confidence on Shinsho Jinyue's face, which did not appear to be a mere ruse to placate a child. Onma Bayun's countenance gradually transformed, revealing a look of astonishment. Why? We were strangers before. Why are you so resolute in restoring my health? Well, obviously, it's because a young girl like you has immense potential. Because I firmly believe that once your body returns to its normal state, your innate talents and growth rate will undoubtedly surpass many so-called geniuses. Coupled with the illusionary legacy of the Onma clan, it is only a matter of time before you emerge as another prodigious leader of Konohagakure. However, Onma Bayun, still not entirely free from the disposition of a child, appeared somewhat dazed by the flattery, and shyly murmured, "Don't think I am unaware of your true nature. What kind of individual would dare to call themselves a genius in your presence? That is inconsequential." At this point, Senju Shingetsu waved her hand and, with an encouraging gaze directed at Onma Bayun, continued, "What I inquired about earlier was merely an invitation for you to become my aide, to embark on endeavors unimaginable and unattainable to ordinary folk." Upon hearing this, Onma Bayun blinked in confusion. "Aide? What does that mean? And what are these extraordinary endeavors you speak of? For the time being, there is no need for you to inquire further, as certain matters remain unclear. Even if I wished to explain, you would only become more perplexed." After providing a brief explanation, Senju Shingetsu assured her, "Rest assured. What I seek your assistance for is certainly not malevolent. Furthermore, once we achieve success, the entire Onma clan will take pride in you. You will comprehend this better when you mature and have personal experience." Oh, it was uncertain whether it was his sincerity that moved her or if Onma Bayun simply found it difficult to refuse. Regardless, after absorbing Senju Shingetsu's words, she nodded, albeit somewhat uncertainly, and replied with a glimmer in her eyes, "Very well. Since my transformation ultimately rests in your hands, even if I were to refuse, you would undoubtedly find a way to persuade me. Ha ha ha. Where do you think this is going? How could I ever give up on such a capable young lady? Accept your fate. From the very first day we met, your future was already destined." Chapter 112. The Old Layered Cake. Experiment subject number 3 in silence. Senju Shingetsu utilized medical chakra to examine the first experiment subject's body thoroughly, and then stated thoughtfully, "The muscle dissolution has ceased. However, despite the nutritional supplementation, there are no signs of improvement." The scribe, Izumi, immediately entered the reporting mode. On the 13th day, muscle dissolution has halted. After receiving sufficient nutrition, the subject's cells show no signs of recovery. Above this content, there were numerous critical terminologies. For example, experiment subject No. 3, injected with solution number 3, 10 milliliters extracted from every 400 liters of lake water, or experiment subject number 0, injected with solution No. 0, 10 milliliters extracted from every 1,000 liters of lake water, deceased, and so forth. As for the solution's numbering, it was defined as lethal solution No. 0 after the first batch of subjects succumbed. Subsequently, to mitigate its potency, a targeted extraction yielded solution number 1 at an 800-liter concentration, as well as solutions number 2, 3, 4, and 5 in descending order of concentration, 600, 400, 200, and 100 liters respectively, each administered to 5 Earth Dog experiment subjects in microinjections. The reluctance to utilize more experiment subjects stemmed from the minimal success of Onma Yunhai's dog retrieval efforts. Presently, based on the experimental results, solutions number 1, 2, and the recently tested solution number 3, in Senju Shingetsu's view, lacked the safety required for human application. After all, the subject of the experiment was the valuable aide he had painstakingly recruited. After a brief pause, Senju Shingetsu finally expressed with a hint of joy, "The organs that received the injection have confirmed that further enhancement has ceased, and there are no signs of cellular dissolution within." Oh, the scribbling suddenly stopped, followed by Izumi's equally cheerful voice. "Does this mean that solution number 4 has met the required standards?" Theoretically, that is indeed correct. While speaking, he glanced at the last dog subject, hesitated momentarily, then approached to lay it down, deciding it prudent to observe for a few more days. Oh, the 5th subject that received the injection still appeared merely slightly enhanced. It seemed that once the solution's concentration was diluted to a certain degree, its catalytic effect on the cells diminished drastically. At the level of subject number 5, even with direct injection, it could only serve to slightly invigorate. Perhaps it might be conceivable to develop solution number 5 into a basic physical enhancement tonic. In the world of Naruto, Would you dare to consume a small blue bottle? After 5 more days of continuous observation, upon discovering that the fourth Earth dog had become increasingly robust and that its cells exhibited no adverse symptoms, amidst the anticipation of the personnel, Senju Shingetsu finally declared with conviction, "Solution number 4 is ready for use." Hooray! Teacher, you are magnificent. After nearly a month of interaction, combined with Senju Shingetsu's status as a student, Shisai had become increasingly familiar with several individuals in Kanahagakure. His speech and actions no longer conveyed the insecurities and reservations that marked his earlier demeanor. Aside from the most exuberant Shisai, the most animated reaction belonged to Onma Yunhai. After all, Onma Bayun was not merely the hope of the village but of the entire clan. Previously, there was nothing that could be done, but now, hearing that Bayun's condition had finally encountered a glimmer of hope filled him with excitement. With that, we should not delay any further. As he spoke, Senju Shingetsu discreetly winked at Onma Bayun. All right, let us begin. Onma Yunhai immediately raised both hands in agreement, and judging by his enthusiasm, if it were not for his lack of skill, he would have eagerly pushed Senju Shingetsu aside to take over the operation himself. Although feeling somewhat shy and exhilarated by Senju Shingetsu's subtle wink, Onma Bayun recognized the gravity of the moment and could not afford to display any abnormality. So she merely nodded slightly. Thus, the group immediately became busy. Some tidied the room, others sprayed for dust, prepared energy solutions, and some quietly darted back and forth between the patient and the doctor. 2 hours later, in the makeshift operating room, Senju Shingetsu busied himself with the reagents on the tray while observing Onma Bayun, who lay on the bed, seemingly growing anxious in response to the atmosphere. Relax. Do not be nervous, trust me. Whether it was his calm demeanor that instilled courage in her or another reason entirely, upon hearing his words, Onma Bayun, who had been feeling a bit numb due to the gravity of the surgery that would affect her entire life, suddenly found herself gradually relaxing. Very well, I shall begin. Upon saying this, Senju Shingetsu immediately adopted a serious expression, retrieving a 50 milliliter vial of solution number 4 from the tray and preparing to inject it into the cardiac region. Although she was merely a young girl, her physique and capacity for endurance should not be inferior to that of an earth dog, should they? 2 milliliters. With one hand, he removed the reagent stopper, concentrating all his attention on the solution within the test tube. 2 milliliters, 2 milliliters. He fixed his gaze intently on the surface of the solution, while his free hand carefully separated 2 milliliters from the vial to ensure efficacy. Not a single drop could be wasted, and for Onma Bayun's safety, not even a fraction could be exceeded. Once a sufficient quantity was separated, Shinsho Jinue immediately utilized his abilities to stabilize the 2 milliliters of solution in the palm of his hand. He then expended a considerable amount of mental energy to decompose it into a state akin to gas. His outstretched right hand gradually approached the heart of Onma Bayun. Although nothing was visible on the surface, only Shinsho Jinue himself was aware that the nearly vaporized solution number 4 was swirling continuously within his palm. As his right hand reached its limit and halted, Shinsho Jinue took a deep breath, focusing intently as he enveloped the gaseous solution with even more mental energy, allowing it to seep into Onma Bayun's body. It permeated through the skin, flesh, and thoracic spine, ultimately reaching the somewhat languid heart. However, this was not the end. After all, he had personally chosen this future, and he could not afford to treat it with the same disregard as a mere test subject. To ensure the efficacy of the remedy, he resolved to personally control the gaseous solution, saturating the entire heart thoroughly from the inside out. Brother, I have exerted myself so much for you. You must not let me down in the future. After nearly 10 minutes, the process of saturating the heart was finally complete. At this point, Shinsho Jinue, who had been continuously channeling his mental energy, began to show signs of pallor. He inhaled deeply, urging himself to continue. Inject 2 milliliters into the stomach. Another 10 minutes passed. Continue. Liver, continue. Kidney, continue. Spleen, continue. How many kinds of organs does the human body contain? At this moment, Shinsho Jinue's mind was too fatigued to ponder this question. All he knew was that when he perceived through his mental sense that all of Onma Bayun's fragile organs had transformed into a saturated state, he had yet to rejoice before his vision darkened, and he collapsed backward. A slender figure, imbued with a faint fragrance, caught him securely. In his hazy state, he recalled someone wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, accompanied by a vague complaint. What a fool. Hey, You don't understand. I was operating in the atmosphere Chapter 113, the ceasefire of Konoha and Cloud. Speed up. Accelerate. Two small figures were scurrying along the edge of the massive pit, while Qianzhou Jinyue maintained a careful distance behind them, observing their condition and occasionally shouting encouragement. The day he treated Onma Biyun had indeed exhausted him to the point of collapse, yet the foundation of the Qianzhou clan was truly remarkable. After resting for just one afternoon, he had essentially restored his vitality. Upon waking, things unfolded as he had anticipated, while it was a doctor's duty to treat patients. Onma Biyun, no, the young lady of the Onma clan, had always been a kind-hearted girl. Upon witnessing her brother Jinyue tire himself out for her sake, she was deeply moved, her heart shaken by the sight. Consequently, when Izumi scolded her for this incident, the usually defiant little girl willingly lowered her head for the first time. The subsequent events unfolded simply, logically. After completing the operation on Onma Biyun, they had essentially fulfilled their mission. According to standard procedure, they should have returned to Konoha to report after Qianzhou Jinyue awoke. However, the treatment progress for Yi Tsong had been slower than expected, and they had barely healed less than half of her injuries. To preserve her life, it was imperative to maintain her frozen state until all her severe wounds were fully treated. Yet this created an awkward situation, with her body entirely in a frozen state. Her self-healing abilities were unable to be stimulated, meaning he had to rely solely on his medical chakra to repair all the damaged cells. At least the severely injured areas required this approach. This was a monumental task. The human body contains approximately 40 trillion cells, with each cell's diameter averaging between 5 to 20 micrometers, and the heart alone contains nearly 500,000. This was absurd. Although it was not necessary to repair every single cell, even so, after a long day working on Yi Tsong, Qianzhou Jinyue felt utterly exhausted, as if he were about to collapse. Only his extraordinary mental strength allowed him to endure. Otherwise, under such a peculiar treatment method, anyone else, even Tsunade herself, would likely be left bewildered and frustrated. Thus, with no indication of urgency from the third Hokage's occasional letters, Qianzhou Jinyue persuaded Onma Yunhai to allow for further observation, citing the differences between humans and animals. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke, although he maintained a calm demeanor, Onma Yunhai was secretly overjoyed in her heart. They could have already reported back, and despite exhausting himself the previous day, he remained so responsible and dedicated. Where could one find such a good man? This only reinforced Onma Yunhai's conviction that her hidden thoughts over the past month were not only reliable, but also feasible. He was a gem, a definite bright future. As for the others, particularly Onma Biyun, it made no difference when they returned. She was not a pampered young lady who expected everything handed to her. There was no distinction between being at home and being here. Let them observe. She could clearly feel that her physical condition was indeed improving. Thus, early the following morning, while Qianzhou Jinyue was preparing for training with Kaisel, this little girl, whose height barely reached Kaisel's chest, approached him, expressing her desire to join their training. Although still somewhat small, Onma Biyun, who was wholeheartedly devoted to her family's honor, felt that every moment wasted was an affront to the expectations of her clan. Moreover, why slow down? If it were too much, just say so. Rest assured, I won't hold it against you. Besides, I have delicious rice balls and refreshing spring water. As soon as we stop, I can treat you to a feast. Hearing the voice occasionally coming from behind her, Onma Biyun was reminded of their conversation by the lake that afternoon. Each recollection only strengthened her resolve amidst her exhaustion. Moreover, they had made a promise. She absolutely could not give up. She must strive even harder, for she could not allow the honor of the Onma clan to be tarnished under her watch. Thus, day by day, 1 week, 2 weeks, half a month passed. From initially struggling to run even a kilometer before gasping for breath, to her relentless perseverance, even if it meant fainting. Coupled with the physical enhancement potions crafted by Qianzhou Jinyue, Onma Biyun's modified organs gradually began to gain strength, leading to a remarkable increase in her physical fitness. Eventually, she could even complete a lap without needing Jinyue's encouragement, albeit feeling utterly spent afterward. However, to maintain a steady pace over this nearly 30-kilometer circuit is, for her, an accomplishment that would astonish everyone. After all, it must be acknowledged that the current Onma Biyun is merely a little over 4 years old, and the undeniable truth of her short legs and small steps cannot be overlooked. As she entered, Chikudo Shingetsu looked up to see the expressionless Izumi, who stated bluntly that Hokage-sama had sent a letter instructing her to go to Yunkai-senpai. Ever since the day after the surgery on Onma Bayun, she had transformed into this state. Shikudo Shingetsu understood that Izumi's behavior stemmed from deep concern for her well-being. Moreover, during this time, Izumi had been training 2 young girls during the day and working tirelessly with Yakura at night, making it inevitable that she would occasionally overlook her. Oh, dealing with so many women can be quite challenging. Yunkai-senpai nodded slightly, his expression growing serious. He revealed that Hokage-sama's letter was unlike the previous ones of mere consolation. Observing the children in the room, who immediately adopted a serious demeanor, Yunkai-senpai handed a small note to Chikudo Shingetsu. The letter conveyed that the conflict between Konohagakure and Kumogakure had finally yielded results. Hokage-sama stated that an envoy from Kumogakure would arrive in approximately a week to sign a ceasefire agreement. Upon hearing this, Chikudo Shingetsu was momentarily taken aback, then realized that it was already late December. The ceasefire in Kumogakure coincided with a grand celebration in Konohagakure and Hinata Hyuga's birthday. After quickly scanning the letter, she passed it to Izumi and Hinata Takuma. Although the elder had mentioned that they need not worry about these matters, the significance of such an event made it hard to ignore. Yet, the problem was that Yakura's treatment was at a critical juncture. Given the current progress, it would take about a week to 10 days to safely activate her. If she abandoned her at this crucial moment to seek excitement, it would render all her previous nightly efforts futile. Chapter 114. Everything is for the reincarnation eye. A sudden heavy snowfall seemed to drape the entire world in silver. So many people. It seems that Konohagakure will be even more lively than I had imagined. On the main road outside Konohagakure, word spread that a grand celebration was imminent, drawing numerous civilians and merchants from afar to witness the festivities. Naturally, it was said that this battle lasted a full 3 years, claiming many shinobi lives on both sides. Now that a ceasefire has finally been established, the oppressed populace must celebrate this long-awaited reprieve. Indeed, witnessing so many flocking to the festivities, I am now eagerly anticipating the surprises that Konohagakure will unveil. As the previously unacquainted pedestrians gradually gathered around this topic, they remained oblivious to the addition of a small child of intermediate stature within their ranks. Ultimately, Chikudo Shingetsu could not resist the allure and, under the cover of night, stealthily returned to Konohagakure. Of course, in comparison to Yakura, he still discerned the importance of priorities. Thus only his shadow clone returned while his true self remained in Tonika village. Upon the clone's return, it did not opt for a surreptitious entry, as it was evident that on such an occasion of open gates welcoming guests, the barrier and sensory teams would be exceedingly vigilant. Should he attempt to sneak in, he would likely be discovered by the barrier team and subsequently brought before the third Hokage by the Umbu or the police force. Wow, this truly is Konohagakure. Even this grand entrance is impressively stunning. Indeed, this is the foremost village, incomparable to our humble settlement. Upon reaching the gates of Konohagakure, several leading figures proactively presented their identification. On such a festive day, amidst the continuous influx of visitors, the village could hardly afford to conduct thorough checks on everyone, opting instead for a policy of leniency for all but the most dubious individuals. Alas for those in the police and Umbu, their duties must be quite burdensome. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Noticing his companion gazing back at the recently passed groups, Shingetsu Izumi casually inquired. Nothing. Gonzitai slowly shook his head. Yet a look of confusion lingered on his face as he muttered softly, "It shouldn't be. Didn't he go out on a mission? If it were him, he could have entered directly. Why is he waiting in line with others? Hey, what are you thinking? Get back to work." Oh, he mechanically nodded in response. But his attention remained fixated on his puzzlement. Could it be that I truly misjudged? Yet it feels so inexplicably familiar. Lively. So lively. Upon entering the village, Chikudo Shingetsu was instantly enveloped by the fervor of the Konohagakure residents celebrating the ceasefire. Amidst the pristine white snow, every household was adorned with festive decorations, and the streets bustled with incessant foot traffic. Even the more secluded alleys, typically devoid of visitors, were festooned with various celebratory adornments. To be honest, given his current height, wandering aimlessly about the streets was less than wise. The streets were teeming with people, and should he inadvertently bump into someone with an upset stomach, it would be utter chaos. Luckily, my ability is ice. With all my might, I navigated through the throng to return home, once again praising my abilities. Not to mention, When I forget my keys, slipping through a door or picking a lock remains quite convenient. What follows is a period of waiting. Uncertain of the day the Kumogakure individual would attempt to abduct Hinata, he could only choose to return to the village before the night of December 27th. Truthfully, he believed that nothing untoward would occur on Hinata's birthday, for he recalled that after Niji was branded as a caged bird, Hinata's elder brother had intervened when she exhibited hostility during training. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. Ever since he arrived in this world, it had undoubtedly veered toward a different future. Although he did not consider himself a significant influence in such matters, his return was solely for Hinata, so caution was prudent. He had never forgotten the reincarnation eye on the moon. As the acknowledged princess of the Byakugan, he was resolute in ensuring Hinata's safety above all else. As for others, he was indifferent. Whatever fate befalls them, let it be. That evening, the boisterous crowd gradually dispersed. For the clone, nightfall marked the time when vigilance was paramount. Fortunately, the village imposed restrictions on the abilities of the Hyuga clan. In a shadow beyond the Hyuga compound, observing the gently falling snowflakes, Chikudo Shingetsu extended his mental energy toward the residents of Hyuga Hizashi, silently lamenting that such weather indeed facilitated his efforts. With a mere thought, the cascading snowflakes could serve as his eyes. After spending an extended period as teammates with Risyang Dejien, he had long since come to understand the peculiarities of the Byakugan. Had it not been for the Hyuga clan's unwritten rule prohibiting the activation of the Byakugan outside their territory, he likely would not have even had the opportunity to appear at their doorstep. After deep contemplation, Senju Jinue concluded that when it came to protecting Huada, he could not place his hopes on the expectation that the other party would merely kidnap her without causing any harm. Therefore, taking advantage of the favorable conditions of this night, he easily located Huada's chamber. Although this action bore the semblance of youthful indiscretion, the pursuit of the reincarnation eye compelled him to betray his own conscience. As a thin veil of mist dispersed, the clone that had been hiding gradually vanished. And moments later, on the ceiling of the slumbering Huada's room, a palm-sized, translucent shard of ice, as delicate as a cicada's wing, appeared silently. In this perspective, Huada lay beneath her covers, revealing only a small portion of her head. Her sleeping posture was impeccable, and her breathing was gentle, indicating a peaceful slumber. Entirely unaware that she had become the focus of two men's intentions, the thought that such an adorable girl would eventually become the wife of that fellow, Naruto, was a true testament to the unpredictability of life. Waiting was undoubtedly tedious and devoid of excitement, especially when one was uncertain of when the other party would arrive. In moments of utter boredom, Senju Jinue occasionally found himself observing Huada, allowing his imagination to take flight. He mused that if he kept staring, what would happen if she turned over and failed to cover herself? Would that mean he had mentally triumphed over Naruto even in his youth? How wickedly mischievous. Fortunately, he was reassured by the knowledge that his efforts were not in vain. The fellow from Yunin village would undoubtedly come. It was merely a matter of whether it would be sooner or later. The impatience mounted as he grumbled and vented his frustrations, yet as dawn broke, he still awaited any sign of movement. He grumbled to himself, "What a nuisance. I need to find a way out. If I remain here any longer, I'll surely lose my mind." With utmost caution, he retreated, returning to his abode for another day's rest. That evening, although the snow had ceased, he was now armed with precise knowledge of the location, allowing him to choose a closer position this time. Overall, the difficulty of entry was not greater than the previous day. However, throughout the night, he found himself so bored that he meticulously calculated Huada's breathing rate and how often she turned. Yet still, the Yunin ninja did not arrive. The third night passed, followed by the fourth, and finally, the fifth night. Just as Senju Jinue began to question the integrity of his own memory, he suddenly felt a tremor from the ceiling above. At last, you have finally arrived. A barely audible sound of friction began to shift from the edge of the ceiling toward the center. Had it not been for the slight tremor felt beneath his hanging form, Senju Jinue would have likely missed the arrival entirely. For the overconfident Yunin ninja, it was perhaps unfathomable that someone would be hanging from the ceiling at night instead of sleeping. As the sound drew closer, it abruptly halted a mere 2 ceiling panels away from Senju Jinue. After a brief pause, he observed a section of the ceiling shutter, only to be stealthily pulled away by someone from above. Despite the intruder's efforts to be as silent as possible, every movement felt like a performance of a jester in Senju Jinue's eyes. It wasn't until the Yunin ninja leaped down through the hole in the ceiling striking a pose that he realized he had a translucent shard of ice clinging to his head, which rapidly melted and began to fall. As the water droplets sliced through the air, Senju Jinue felt assured in his position. However, in an instant, he was taken aback as he found himself crashing onto the tatama mat. How did this person suddenly evade him? Had he been discovered? Confusion filled his mind. The Yunin ninja, puzzled, glanced upwards, contemplating how the village of Konoha could possibly have such a leaky roof in a prominent household. Yet this thought swiftly dissipated as he was there for nefarious purposes. Such trivial concerns held no weight during such an exhilarating moment. After surveying the area and finding nothing amiss, he stealthily approached the peacefully sleeping Huada, intent on targeting her neck. Behind him, the droplet of water that was Senju Jinue silently regained form as he prepared to launch an ice needle towards the intruder. The Yunin ninja, with half an arm outstretched, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Years of battle-hardened instinct compelled him to abandon his target and dart to the side. Damn it, have I been discovered? Thoughts raced through his mind as he assumed a defensive stance, fixating on the water droplet. It was impossible. All of this had been meticulously planned by him alone. How could anyone have anticipated his arrival? Faced with this baffling conjecture, he preferred to believe that the other party shared his objectives. Perhaps their timing had simply coincided, resulting in this unforeseen confrontation. With this reasoning, the Yunin ninja felt reassured. Although the other was somewhat shorter in stature, he could hardly believe that someone who had managed to approach so stealthily could truly be a child. After weighing the pros and cons, he lowered his voice, stating, "Regardless of your village affiliation, it serves us no purpose to quarrel here. If the Hyuga clan detects us, neither of us will complete our mission, and we may very well lose our lives in the process." After a brief pause, noting the lack of immediate response from the other, he assumed he had successfully persuaded them and continued, "Instead of clashing here, let us unite to abduct her. Once we are in a secure location, we can engage in a fair duel, with the victor claiming her. What do you say?" The Yunin ninja's voice grew more urgent as he sensed the gravity of their situation. "Do not forget that we are in the territory of the Byakugan's Hyuga clan. Every moment we linger here increases our peril." The other's feigned agreement momentarily sparked hope in the Yunin ninja's heart, but in an instant, a swift hand motion shattered the paper sliding door into a multitude of fragments. The deafening sound shattered the stillness of the night, instantly transforming the Yunin ninja's budding elation into fury. "What the hell are you doing?" Even now, he remained steadfast in his conviction, mistaking Senju Jinue for another ninja harboring similar intentions as his own. "You still wish to complete the task? Do you not realize what you have done?" At this moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. "Damn it! Despite the fury within me, wishing to devour my adversary whole, I could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Since you refuse to cooperate, let us see who prevails." Having already been discovered, escaping now seemed nearly impossible, so I might as well drag you down with me. If we must perish, let us do so together. With a final fierce glare at Senju Jinue, I aim to imprint this treacherous figure in my mind. Unfortunately, the poor lighting and the distance between us rendered my view a mere blur. In a swift motion, the Yunin ninja lunged towards Hinata. Foreseeing his reaction, Senju Jinue was well prepared. As he struck, she unleashed a flurry of 5-centimeter-long ice needles. However, one could not doubt that the ninja dispatched by the rakeage was undoubtedly an experienced jonin. Such an unmasked assault posed no real threat, as the Yunin ninja merely twisted his body slightly to evade the barrage of ice needles. They narrowly missed, embedding themselves where he had just passed. Yet he showed no intention of looking back, his gaze fixed solely on the slightly trembling Hinata. "Stop, thief!" Fortunately, at that moment, Hyuga Hizashi arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately unleashed a Bagwazang strike. In that instant, two thoughts flashed through the Yunin ninja's mind. The first was to grit his teeth and endure, believing he could seize the girl, but he would undoubtedly be unable to evade the counterattack. The second was to dodge the assault. Yet it was evident that losing this opportunity meant neither the short figure across nor the individual at the entrance, whose veins bulged ominously, would allow him a second chance. Desperate, after all, escaping now was futile. It would be more reliable to hold a hostage. In a heartbeat, the Yunin ninja clenched his teeth and seized Hinata. But just as he intended, Hizashi's Bagwazang struck him at his side. The impact caused veins to bulge on his forehead, and he let out a muffled groan. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured. With a fierce glare directed at the two within the room, particularly at Hisashi, he warned, "Don't move, or I shall choke her." However, before he could finish, a faint crack of ice sounded, and the previously menacing Yunin ninja suddenly widened his eyes, struggling in a peculiar manner. Realizing something was amiss, he instinctively reached for Hinata's throat. Despite his quickness, the chilling sensation within him spread even faster. His right hand barely reached his chest before it halted, and with a look of deep regret, he collapsed. Shinsho Jinyu, prepared for this, swiftly moved in to snatch Hinata from his grasp. "Finally, let her go." A furious shout erupted from a close distance. Upon hearing this, Shinsho Jinyu immediately understood that Hisashi must have panicked and failed to recognize him. He turned to explain, hoping to avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet to his surprise, the normally unassuming leader of the Hyuga clan reacted with astonishing speed. Just as he began to utter a word, Hisashi's finger jabbed into his side. Shinsho Jinyu stared, perplexed, at the two fingers pressing against his chest. Before he could say anything further, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Chapter 116. New Beginnings. All that transpired, from the moment the Yunin ninja leaped from the ceiling to its conclusion, occurred within a brief span. It was only when Hisashi caught Hinata, who had suddenly fallen due to the disappearance of the shadow clone, that the guards, having rushed in, began to surround them with a clamor. As he pulled back the chandelier in the room, Hisashi's mind raced with the words that the ninja had not had the chance to utter. That person was indeed from Yunin. Although he had not gone out to greet the envoy when the contract was signed, as the clan leader, he could not have been completely unaware of Yunin's messenger. From the first moment he laid eyes on the envoy, Hisashi comprehended the true intent behind their visit to Konoha. He examined the blood at the corner of the Yunin ninja's mouth and, using his Byakugan, observed signs of freezing in his limbs and throat. This ability undoubtedly belonged to Shinsho Jinyu. Glancing at the shattered paper door, he noted the scattered ice shards, a clear indication that the ninja had deliberately created a commotion to signal others. It seemed he had come specifically to thwart the Yunin ninja's plans. Yet, how did he know about Yunin's intentions? Regrettably, in his excitement, he had inadvertently shattered the shadow clone. Reflecting on it, that little one should still be engaged in the mission. He had gone to great lengths to send a shadow clone back without anyone being aware. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Hisashi's gaze shifted, pondering what it all meant. Meanwhile, in Tanaka village, as the shadow clone was defeated, Shinsho Jinyu, in the midst of his final efforts against Yi Tsang, suddenly found himself distracted. Instinctively, he pressed down with his hands to maintain balance, his fingers brushing against something unexpectedly pleasant. No, this was not the time. If he was not careful, he could perish right here. Thankfully, he had not yet awakened. With a sudden realization, Shinsho Jinyu cursed under his breath. That Hisashi truly was a dog biting Lu Dongbin. He had gone to protect his daughter. Yet that old man had come at him without a word, leading to his accidental pressing of the wrong place and grasping the wrong thing. This was not my fault. It was entirely Hisashi's error. No one witnessed it, and as long as I believe it, the truth will reflect my words. Yes. With this thought, Shinsho Jinyu nodded affirmatively, blissfully unaware that Yi Tsang's eyelids had begun to tremble. The day he received communication from the third Hokage was December 20th, and today was already December 31st. No, it was beyond midnight, officially marking the start of the new year and the beginning of the 55th year of Konoha. Over these 11 days, he had spent his days with 3 girls aged 4, 8, and 13, and each night returned to work exhaustively with the voluptuous Yi Tsang. Although exhausting, his time had been managed so well that, to this day, aside from Izumi, no one else knew of Yi Tsang's existence. One could say he had truly grasped the essence of Master Luo's teachings. Unbeknownst to him, more than 3 years had already passed. Gazing at the rapidly thawing Yi Tsang, Shinsho Jinyu found himself momentarily lost in thought, reminiscing about the myriad of emotions he experienced upon encountering familiar characters upon his arrival in this world. Through hard work, diligence, and the support of the third Hokage and Tsunade, he had gradually grown, though the primary credit lay in his own tireless efforts. Someone was deeply contemplating, meticulously laying the groundwork for their future, much like the woman before him, who had endured countless misunderstandings in her pursuit. Despite the hardships, she held her head high, unwavering in her resolve. You know it is your matter. I simply refuse to acknowledge it. What can you do? After enduring so much suffering and injustice, today she was finally poised to receive her first genuine reward. And how could that not evoke a profound sense of nostalgia and emotion? For over 2 months, she had been exhausted each night from treatment, and if she dared to disregard his words upon waking, she would. She finally moved. Cough, cough. What do you intend to do? I saw Yitsong finally opening her eyes and attempting to sit up. Qianqiu Jinhua quickly stepped forward to support her against the headboard, while his medical chakra swiftly and accurately explored her body. For Yitsong, this sensation of being examined had long become familiar, particularly the warmth of the healing chakra. She thought she could never forget its essence, for it had brought warmth to her, pulling her from the depths of an endless darkness and gradually rescuing her from a frigid hell. Thus, upon sensing the intrusion of Qianqiu Jinhua, she not only harbored no thoughts of resistance, but willingly relinquished all her defenses, eager to allow him to explore and roam freely within her. Excellent. Truly splendid. As he examined her, joy increasingly illuminated Qianqiu Jinhua's face, and after thoroughly checking her body, he could not contain his delight and exclaimed, "Your body has returned to optimal condition. Not only have the wounds sustained in Wuyin village healed, but even past injuries and damages have largely recovered. With just a bit more nourishment, you shall return to being the dashing and formidable Shaku, Dune ninja you once were." Observing the elation radiating from the boy before her, Yitsong, who had been filled with countless questions and uncertainties before her unconsciousness in Wuyin village, simply smiled and nodded, choosing not to utter another word. In the period before her awakening, although she had been engulfed in darkness, there were moments activated by the healing chakra. During those times, though she remained somewhat dazed, the patience and dedication shown by him in treating her resonated more deeply with her than anyone else. As he had said, for over 2 months, he had tirelessly expended his chakra almost every night to treat her. Being a ninja, Yitsong understood all too well the sensation of depleting one's chakra, especially for over 2 continuous months, day after day. It was precisely because she was a ninja that she comprehended that there would never be another soul in this world who could pull her back from the brink of death in such a manner. Therefore, for Yitsong now, many things had ceased to hold significance. In her future, she would adhere to 2 unwavering beliefs: to heed his words and seek vengeance for herself. The former hero of Suna had perished within the conspiracies of Wuyin village and the higher echelons of Suna. Henceforth, there would exist only a new Yitsong, one who lived solely for him. After all, every part of her body had grown accustomed to his essence. On January 1st, 55th year of Mai, let this first day of the new year mark the beginning of her rebirth. Chapter 117. Arrangements before departure given Yitsong's frail condition. Qianqiu Jinhua refrained from speaking extensively after her awakening, instead providing her with some number 5 solution for nourishment before allowing her to rest. It was time to return. A mission had dragged on for over 2 months. Even with the 3rd Hokage's leniency and support, Qianqiu Jinhua felt a tinge of embarrassment. Previously, all his focus had been on Yitsong, leaving him no time to ponder other matters. Now that she had recovered, he could no longer afford to be overly indulgent. Furthermore, with the events of the previous night, regardless of how the 3rd Hokage intended to address the situation, it was undoubtedly a time of heightened tension in Konoha, necessitating every available hand. However, before departing, he needed to ensure proper arrangements for Tonica village, particularly regarding Yitsong's upcoming tasks, as well as introducing her assistant, Shisai. Thus, the following morning, to free up time for these arrangements, Qianqiu Jinhua sought out Onma Yunhai early. Yunhai, the elder, was preparing to head out for morning exercises when he turned and nodded at Qianqiu Jinhua. "Is there something you need?" After all, this young man had been spending his days among girls and had rarely sought him out over the past 2 months. "It is about this, Yunhai." Qianqiu Jinhua nodded, pretending to organize his thoughts. "Based on Yagumo's recent performance and my examination of her internal organs, I believe we have successfully treated her." "Really?" Upon hearing this, a rare expression of uncontainable emotion appeared on Onma Yunhai's usually stoic face. "Does this mean we can return now?" Although he had anticipated such a possibility based on his niece's post-surgery behavior, hearing this news from the attending physician filled him with immense excitement. "The Onma clan has finally seen the dawn. We are about to rise." "Yes." Qianqiu Jinhua nodded, and just as Onma Yunhai was about to rush back into the house to gather his belongings, he hastily stopped him. "Elder Yunhai, while Yagumo has returned to normal, her condition has existed since birth, so I believe it is prudent to prepare some additional number 4 and number 5 reagents, just in case unforeseen circumstances arise after we leave." Oh, you are right. On my Yunhai, upon hearing this, became solemn, then looked at Qinsho Jinyue with utmost seriousness and said, "You are going to trouble yourself again. We, as a clan, truly owe you so much for Yagumo. Haha, elder, you flatter me. We are all family in the same village, so there is no need for such formality. Moreover, I have already received my due compensation here." Indeed, On my Yunhai felt a surge of respect arise within him. Listen, listen. This is the caliber of a future Hokage. At such a young age, he possesses such lofty ideals. Is there anything else you need me to do? If so, please do not hesitate to ask. Well, there are indeed a few matters I would like to trouble Elder Yunhai with. I have been waiting for you to say that. After a brief pause, Qinsho Jinyue feigned a look of embarrassment, scratching his face under Yunhai's gaze, and said, "I was thinking, since we are leaving, we might as well prepare a bit more solution, so I wanted to ask if you could procure some suitable containers. Preferably those that are sealed and can be used immediately upon removing the stopper." Of course, no problem. Initially, Onmai Yunhai had thought it would be a difficult request, but upon realizing it was merely a purchase, he immediately patted Qinsho Jinyue on the shoulder with assurance. "In the end, you are doing this for Yagumo, so you can rest easy handing this small matter over to me. Is there anything that money cannot resolve?" Upon finishing his words, he abandoned his morning exercise, swiftly returning indoors to change his attire before hastily departing. In such a secluded locale, the prospect of finding what he sought was negligible, necessitating his journey to larger towns. No sooner had he left than Qinsho Jinyue summoned Zazir to the lakeside by the towering tree, as the girls frequently conducted their swimming training there every afternoon. This area had become an absolute taboo for Hinata Dijian, who had begun to grasp the concept of modesty, unless something unforeseen transpired. "Teacher, did you call me here for a reason?" Standing with her back to the morning sun, Qinsho Jinyue seemed to be enveloped in a faint, unapproachable golden glow, rendering Zazir's voice increasingly cautious. Since training under Qinsho Jinyue, the ambitious Zazir had diligently adhered to the daily training regimen, imposing rigorous standards upon herself. Coupled with the supplementation of Solution No. 5 post-training, her strength had soared remarkably over the past 2 months, transforming her demeanor entirely. However, perhaps it was precisely this enhanced prowess that enabled her to profoundly comprehend the magnitude of her teacher's strength and uniqueness, fostering a deep-seated respect for Qinsho Jinyue, bordering on trepidation, lest she falter and forfeit her status as a student. Zazir. "Yes, teacher. Yayun has fully recovered, which indicates our task is complete. It is time to return to Konoha." Zazir momentarily froze, taking a moment to digest the implication of those words, her face instantly betraying a sense of urgency. "Teacher, what about me? Do not rush." Qinsho Jinyue raised a hand to soothe her. "Our time spent here has indeed been lengthy, and departure is unavoidable. However, this does not signify that I have relinquished you." With that, he suddenly turned towards the back of the giant tree and said, "Come out." Zazir, perplexed, was taken aback when a tall, striking beauty emerged from behind the trunk. "Teacher, who is she?" "Her name is Yekong, and her strength far surpasses mine at present." As Yekong approached, Qinsho Jinyue provided a succinct explanation. "As for her identity and past, it is rather intricate. If you are interested and she consents, it would be best for her to share it with you herself." Once Yekong drew near and greeted Zazir with a smile and a nod, Qinsho Jinyue continued, "Zazir." Yes." Yekong's appearance clearly left Zazir somewhat stunned. "Isn't this a bit overwhelming?" Fortunately, her respect for Qinsho Jinyue was genuine, and after a brief moment of astonishment, she quickly regained her composure. "Yes, teacher. Please continue. As I mentioned, leaving does not equate to abandoning you." Qinsho Jinyue, unperturbed by her earlier lapse, regarded her with a meaningful gaze. "In addition to being a diligent and worthy student, the lake here holds a unique significance for me. Thus, I hope that after my departure, you and Yekong can safeguard this place, ensuring it remains another sanctuary I can return to from Konoha. Is that agreeable?" "Of course. Even if the emphasis might not be on me, I am immensely gratified to receive such a response. This indicates you will frequently return here. Rest assured, I shall work diligently alongside Lady Yekong to protect Tanaka Village." Originally believing their student-teacher bond would conclude here, such joyful news filled her with excitement and elation. "I am delighted to hear you think this way." Upon hearing her response, Qinsho Jinyue smiled and nodded, then cautioned her, "That is all I wish to convey. Today's training is suspended. Go bid farewell to Izumi and Yayun. Yes, teacher. Having reached the age of 13, Zazir discerned that her teacher likely had matters to discuss privately with Lady Yekong, prompting her to bow and exit gracefully. Chapter 118. Truly full, by the way. It seems beautiful girls are perpetually drawn to your side. Once Zazir had vanished from sight, Qinsho Jinhua turned to speak, only to be met with Yekong's teasing remark, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Qinsho Jinhua, a face full of black lines. Well, Arima Yunhai is not slow, and our time is limited. Upon hearing this, Yekong resigned herself to curbing her playful banter and listened attentively. Before my departure, I will leave you a portion of solutions number 4 and 5. And your task will be to restore your health swiftly, as there are many responsibilities that will require your assistance. Understood. Yekong's response lingered with an elongated tone, clearly not as serious as her words suggested. After observing Qinsho Jinhua meticulously arranging matters, she could not help but inquire. Although I know one should not judge based on age or appearance, you possess such a bright and expansive future in Konoha. Why go to such lengths to gather someone like me? This is merely a small curiosity of mine. Feel free to refrain from answering, as it will not affect my commitment to follow your directives. Upon hearing her question, Qinsho Jinhua fell silent momentarily. Given the nature of their relationship, he did not wish to deceive her, but the complexities surrounding the matter of his lineage were not easily conveyed. Follow me. I will show you something that may provide you with a bit of understanding. Nodding at Yekong, Qinsho Jinhua led the way to the lakeside, where he manipulated the water to form a massive hollow sphere. Are we going into the water? Yekong's abilities primarily revolved around fire, and entering the water would essentially place her life in another's hands. Nevertheless, she trusted him, so without hesitation, she followed him into the water sphere. Indeed, there is something below that I stumbled upon by chance, which I suspect is the reason the lake possesses such extraordinary properties. While speaking, Qinsho Jinhua sealed the water sphere tightly and swiftly descended beneath the surface. As the sphere submerged, Yekong immediately noticed the surrounding tranquility. At 3 meters, visibility remained excellent, revealing various fish swimming about. At 5 meters, the serenity deepened. At 10 meters, only the sound of water currents remained. At 20 meters, light from above began to wane. At 30 meters, 50 meters. Eventually, when visibility had diminished significantly, Yekong suddenly heard Qinsho Jinhua's voice. We have arrived. Turning to face him, she could only discern a vague silhouette in the dim light, unable to perceive his gaze or features. Just as Yekong was about to inquire, she was startled to see a beam of light suddenly appear in Qinsho Jinhua's hand, reflecting off the controlled water patterns, illuminating a vast area ahead. Did you even prepare a flashlight? It appears that this mischievous rascal had been preparing to bring himself down from the very beginning, his mind swirling with various thoughts. Subsequently, at the behest of Qinsho Jinhua, he redirected his gaze ahead. What was that? Upon that glance, Yitsong's eyes were instantly filled with astonishment. In her line of sight, the entire space beneath Tonica village seemed to have been hollowed out, with all support resting solely on a single colossal black pillar illuminated by a source of light. What on earth was that? This scene truly subverted Yitsong's understanding, for it was evident that this pillar was a product of human craftsmanship. How could such a structure support such an expanse of land? What kind of person possessed the vision and capability to conceive such an idea? The gigantic pit where Tonica village resided was steeped in an ancient legend of treasure. Treasure? Indeed. While manipulating a water sphere to approach the black pillar, Qinsho Jinhua shared what he knew. The spear of heaven, created by the ancient gods, had its power usurped by the corrupt, who despised all and sought to wield that power to annihilate the world, casting a shadow over the entire realm and pushing it to the brink of destruction. A deceased soul fortuitously stumbled upon a fragment of that power, transforming into a being enshrouded in crimson flames, seeking vengeance against the corrupt. To protect the power from being seized by other corrupt individuals, the flame-wielding being divided it into 7 musical notes and sealed this song. As he recounted this, the water sphere carrying the two drew near the black pillar. After observing the unfathomable engineering marvel, he turned to the bewildered Yitsong and said, I discovered this information in an ancient book at the village chief's home, and this black pillar should be the spear of heaven mentioned within, for I can sense that the vibrant life force in this lake emanates from it. Upon hearing this, Yitsong fell into a prolonged silence, struck by both the shock and absurdity of the legend coming to fruition. as well as pondering what Qinsho Jinhua would do upon acquiring such a legendary artifact. Even though she had been betrayed by the village she cherished, she would never be one to direct her anger at the innocent. Thus, she worried that if he succumbed to the temptation of power and became malevolent, what would she do? Are you concerned that upon acquiring the Spear of Heaven, I might transform into a villain solely intent on destruction, as recorded in the ancient book? Although he did not turn to face her, Qinsho Jinhua seemed to intuit her thoughts, first posing a question and then, without waiting for her response, continued. If that were the case, there would be no need for such worry. Saying this, he extended his right hand towards the lake and with emotion, separated a globule of solution the size of a lychee, all while Yi Tsong observed. After all, I am not insane. How could I be preoccupied solely with thoughts of destruction? In comparison to the offensive capabilities of this legendary artifact, I am far more interested in the accompanying life energies. Like this one. While directing the solution towards Yi Tsong's mouth, he continued. The Spear of Heaven absorbed the vitality of the surrounding land, fostering the prosperity of the pit. The life energy it disperses is what I find most practical, as it signifies that everyone I care about can potentially distance themselves from illness and death, just like you. Yi Tsong remained silent, obediently parting her lips as the liquid floated gently into her mouth, feeling the slightly warm energy rapidly spreading throughout her body. I am full. Hearing such a sentiment from his lips truly filled her heart, leaving no room for extraneous thoughts. In the time that followed, aside from recovering her strength, your first task is to procure the 7 musical notes from the altar of Tonica Village without causing undue disruption. Time is of the essence. Now that this secret has been accepted by Yi Tsong, Qinsho Jinhua did not linger, swiftly ascending while instructing. Remember, I only require the notes and the song to be separated, simply to prevent others from activating it. After all, such a significant treasure cannot be left solely in the care of a few ordinary guards. I can hardly rest easy with that. Understood, leave it to me. Although she had never seen what the so-called notes and song looked like, given that he had provided an accurate location, she, a former hero of Suna Village, was undoubtedly confident in completing this task. Chapter 119. Tsunade leaves the village again. On January 8th of the 55th year of Konoha, after nearly 3 months of treating Kuruma Bayun, a group led by Kuruma Yunkai finally set foot back in the territory of Konoha Village. Upon returning to the village, they first reported their mission to the Hokage's office, and the temporary team was subsequently disbanded. Following this, Kuruma Yunkai simply bid farewell and took Kuruma Bayun home. Although he had written to his elder brother several times during the journey to explain the situation, nothing could compare to the impact of witnessing the lively little princess in person. He was now eager to see the exhilaration in his brother's and family members' eyes. Meanwhile, Qinsho Jinhua and his companions, being old teammates, merely nodded to each other as a form of farewell after watching Kuruma Yunkai depart, then parted ways to return to their respective homes. I'm back. Pushing the door open, the living room was eerily quiet, with the windows and doors of each room tightly shut. Closing the door behind him, the outside clamor was abruptly cut off, creating a stark contrast between the interior and exterior, as if they were entirely different worlds. In fact, since he officially began his work, Yenneyu had gradually shifted her busy focus back to the orphanage. It was not that her love had diminished. Rather, her love was evenly distributed, with someone always in need of her care, leaving no spare time to await someone whose return was uncertain. Being busy is quite good. Yenneyu had once remarked that for her, seeking solace, every task she undertook for the children, every drop of sweat shed, brought her spirit greater tranquility and steadiness. Therefore, Qinsho Jinhua had never insisted that she take care of herself or refrain from exhausting herself, as everyone's pursuits were unique, and what one deemed good might not necessarily align with another's desires. Fortunately, the house was clean, with no dust on the furniture or floors, and the bedding and sofa were also free of any traces of dirt. This indicated that Yenneyu had been thinking of him during his absence, at least coming by periodically to tend to the room. What more could one desire? With decades of accumulated experience, there was no need for excessive sentimentality. Returning to his bedroom, he sprawled on his bed, stretching lazily, then gazed at the last remnants of sunlight filtering through the window onto the wall, momentarily lost in thought. Although he believed he did not have any issues with adjusting to different beds, in such a tranquil evening, alone in this empty room, Where no echo responded to his calls, he suddenly felt an urge for his mood to collapse. Why bother? He had such a bright future ahead. So many confidants and companions by his side. All he needed to do was to rely on Naruto and steadily progress, living comfortably for the rest of his life. Why must he overthink and exhaust himself? No, that's enough. It was still not yet noon, so who dared to disturb my resolve? Upon tilting my head, I discovered an unsigned envelope tucked within my pillow. Who could it be? Only Yinayu could so easily access my room. Yet, it seemed illogical. She had no tasks requiring her to write to herself. With a hint of curiosity, I tore open the envelope, and a thin sheet of paper slipped out, carrying a faint scent of feminine fragrance mingled with disinfectant. Jingyin? Though the handwriting appeared hasty and somewhat scrawled, after spending so much time together, I could recognize her style at a glance. Jinyue, I sincerely apologize for conveying this in such a manner. The letter was brief, yet the message was unmistakable. Tsunade had left the village once again. Moreover, Jingyin expressed that this departure felt markedly different from the previous ones, as if Tsunade's heart was genuinely wounded. The evidence lay in the fact that just prior to announcing her departure, Tsunade had been engrossed in her research at the hospital, returning each day worn, yet exuding a sense of joy and fulfillment. However, mere moments before penning this letter, Jingyin witnessed Tsunade storming home, face ablaze with fury, declaring her intent to leave, and despite her attempts to persuade, it was futile. In Tsunade's agitated state, Jingyin dared not inquire further, hastily leaving this letter behind in hopes that I might uncover the reason and devise a way to coax Tsunade back. Having read the letter swiftly, I found my brow furrowed in contemplation. Why had Tsunade chosen this moment to abandon the village? While I was aware that in the anime, Tsunade had been absent from the village for an extended period, I did not presume to believe I could influence her decisions or future. I sought to understand if there was a particular impetus for her departure at this juncture. Notably, the date inscribed at the bottom of the letter, January 5th, indicated that this had occurred merely a few days prior. Recent events included the signing of a truce with Yunin village and the incident involving Hinata Hyuga. However, knowing Tsunade's temperament, if she were truly dissatisfied with the truce, she would not have delayed her reaction for so long. Thus, it was likely that the catalyst was indeed the abduction of Hinata by Yunin shinobi. Nonetheless, due to an unfortunate accident involving Hyuga Hisashi, which resulted in my shadow clone dissipating prematurely, I remained oblivious to the ensuing events. After filling the container with Kuruma Yunhai, we immediately returned, heading straight to the Hokage's office, leaving us without access to further information. Just then, a sound of the door opening interrupted my thoughts, and I quickly exited my room, only to find Yinayu coming in. You've returned. Upon seeing me, Yinayu instantly brightened, showing no signs of the distance that 2 or 3 months apart might have created. Yes, I replied, after scrutinizing me for any visible injuries. Yinayu smiled and promptly opened the windows. Yinayu, what has transpired in the village recently? Recently? Yinayu paused momentarily before recalling. All right, a few days ago, a girl named Jingyin, who is close to Tsunade, came by and entrusted me with a letter for you, insisting I deliver it upon your return. Yes, I have read that letter. I nodded slightly. She mentioned that Tsunade had left the village in a fit of anger and hoped I could uncover the reason and convince her to return. Tsunade has left again? Yinayu turned back, her surprise evident, indicating she too was just now learning of this matter. The fact that even someone frequently in the hospital was unaware only underscored the abruptness of Tsunade's departure. If anything could have provoked her anger, it must be. Yinayu pondered while continuing to open the windows. The incident involving the envoy from Yunin village, who after signing the truce, attempted to abduct Hinata Hyuga, only to be slain by her clan. My brow furrowed at this revelation. Dead. What transpired? As for the subsequent negotiations, I was less informed. But the shinobi in the village appeared markedly more tense and serious in recent days. Unbearable. It is truly unbearable. I recalled clearly that my shadow clone had merely immobilized the adversary's limbs and tongue to prevent chaos, certainly not to the extent of causing death. Could Hyuga Hisashi have disregarded the fact that the enemy had been captured and insisted on killing them? Are you all right? My old comrade seemed unable to remain still, as if afflicted by an unending tremor. Chapter 120. The Funeral Uchiha Clan Grounds. The journey was lengthy and without urgency. I returned to the clan's entrance just as the sun was nearly set, unexpectedly encountering a familiar figure. Itachi. After he bid farewell to his teammates, I quickened my pace to catch up. Engaged in silent contemplation, Itachi instinctively turned upon hearing my voice. Upon seeing me approach with a bright smile, the melancholy in his eyes lightened slightly. You've returned. Indeed. It has been a while. Yes, it has. As we walked together toward the Uchiha clan grounds. It was primarily I who spoke, with Itachi responding minimally. By the way, were those your teammates I saw earlier? I don't recall them looking like that. Have I mistaken them? At this, Itachi's voice faltered noticeably. Only when I turned to look at him in confusion did he respond, emotionless. You are not mistaken. They are my new teammates. After a pause, he continued. Out of the blue, Kamizuki Tenma perished during a recent mission, and Inari Kikuchi, unable to endure the fear, relinquished her identity as a shinobi. Thus, they were replaced in my team. My apologies. As your friend, I was unaware of such events occurring around you. My face reflected genuine regret. It is of no consequence. Itachi gently shook his head, his voice conveying a sense of resignation. As a shinobi, one must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances during missions. Death is an inherent aspect of our existence. Hearing his response, I felt a twinge of guilt for not being more attentive, yet I recognized the essence of a good friend. However, I sensed a change in Itachi. He was once reserved, but now seemed to speak with a burdened heart. I was uncertain of the trials he had endured that led him down this path. But I feared that if this continued, he might tread a road I, as a friend, would never wish to see him traverse. Let us speak of something else. Tell me about your new teammates. The willingness to escort you to this place indicates a harmonious relationship among you all, does it not? Regarding her abrupt change of topic, Itachi found no fault in it, and immediately began to contemplate the performances of his two new teammates. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging that despite being a year behind them, their prowess was indeed far superior. As he spoke, Itachi's mind drifted back to the recent mission he undertook with his comrades. Among the vegetable merchants frequently visiting Konoha, one individual was discovered to be a spy from Iwagakure. Upon the identification of this spy, Itachi's team received orders to eliminate him. He was aware from conversations with his father and clan members that such tasks were typically handled by the Umbu. The reason for assigning this mission to their team of genin, aside from the teasing remarks from his teammates regarding Itachi's exceptional capabilities, was primarily due to the Umbu being preoccupied with a significant incident. Hinata Hyuga had been abducted, a matter that could be concealed from the average citizen, but certainly not from the prominent Uchiha clan. Furthermore, the Uchiha were responsible for the security of Konoha, and the ease with which a rogue from Kumogakure infiltrated the village would undoubtedly reflect poorly on the law enforcement led by Uchiha Fugaku. To avert the resurgence of conflict, nearly all Umbu members were dispatched, and even the village's main ninjas were instructed to remain vigilant and prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The specifics of these circumstances were left for one to discern. Thus, Itachi's team was selected, for the higher-ups could not idly watch a spy from Iwagakure escape. And Itachi's excellence allowed them to overlook many other factors. Glancing at Izumi, whose concern for him was palpable, Itachi could not help but ponder. Had they returned a few days earlier, this task might not have fallen to their team at all. A wave of frustration washed over him. After all, with the newly joined teammates being novices, they had already endured 3 consecutive months of D-rank missions. Engaging in mundane tasks such as bird catching, dog walking, or assisting elderly women with their gardening. Far from enhancing their skills, they had not even had a single opportunity to utilize their Sharingan. Itachi felt an urgent sense of anxiety. The increasingly oppressive atmosphere within the clan, the escalating demands of clan meetings, and the clan members lost in the glory of the Uchiha lineage deepened his feelings of impatience and helplessness. Compared to Izumi, who appeared carefree and lacked grand ambitions, Itachi felt as though his efforts were a mere squandering of life. By the way, there is something I must mention to you. The somber atmosphere of the clan meeting reminded Itachi of the masked man who killed Chunin Tenma. If you ever encounter a man clad in a black cloak and wearing a black patterned mask, be sure to exercise caution, recalling how his attack had penetrated the man's skull. As well as the peculiar manner of the masked man's departure, Itachi realized that had it not been for the fortuitous presence of Hitaki Kakashi, he too would have undoubtedly met the same fate as Chunin Tenma. He could never forget the 3-tomo Sharingan he glimpsed through the mask's opening. In that eye, he saw nothing but indifference, as if to that man, nothing in this world was worthy of his attention. Ah, I understand. Though puzzled, Izumi nodded earnestly, taking note of his warning. After all, those familiar with Itachi knew he was never one to speak frivolously. Meanwhile, unlike Senju Shingetsu and Izumi, Hinata Tokimi, upon returning to the Hyuga clan grounds, was immediately struck not by the sight of beloved family or familiar friends, but by the omnipresent white banners. What on earth had transpired? While he had witnessed the cycles of life and death, he had never seen such a day where nearly every household displayed these symbols of mourning. How many clan members had perished? On the streets, the clan members were few and far between. Even when he did see some, their expressions were grim, and they hurriedly moved in a particular direction. Filled with an overwhelming sense of unease, he rushed home, only to learn from his parents, who were also preparing to leave, the grim events that had unfolded. Emissaries from Kumagakure had come to negotiate a peace treaty, only to return with the intent of abducting Lady Hinata. Ultimately, the clan leader had apprehended them, thwarting their plot. However, the details following that were unclear to the ordinary clan members. All they knew was that the ninja from Kumagakure had died, and they demanded that the Hyuga clan surrender the perpetrator, namely the body of the clan leader. Or else it would be deemed that Konoha had willingly violated the treaty, reigniting warfare. In a bid to prevent the Hyuga clan from bearing the blame for instigating another war, the clan leader's younger brother, Hinata Hizashi, selflessly sacrificed himself for the clan. And this evening marked his funeral. As night fell, the sky once again began to shower down snowflakes like feathers. Walking through the streets of Konoha, the majority of pedestrians hurried along, while the lights of the shops gradually illuminated, only to be quickly blanketed by the snow, casting a chilling glow through the white layer. The Hyuga clan was to hold a special funeral and memorial service that evening, a topic that could be overheard in conversations along the way. Why was this so? In fact, after learning about the Hyuga clan's news from Yano-yu, a question had continuously circled in Senju Shingetsu's mind. Why, despite his involvement to this extent, did Hinata Hizashi still perish in the end? Was it true that Hinata Hayashi was as slow-witted as he suspected? Or was there truly some so-called world will at play? Or perhaps there was a predetermined fate that ensured Hinata would face death should she be kidnapped. Until just moments ago, he had contemplated seeking out Hinata Hayashi to inquire about where things had gone awry, if not for the chance encounter with Naruto. Hey, have you decided what you want to eat? We've been going in circles for quite a while now. Why are you taking so long? Even more than a girl. Today, Naruto was clad in a vibrant orange jacket, with a bright red knitted scarf wrapped around his neck, and his naturally optimistic smile left a sunny impression. He walked alongside Shingetsu with his hands in his pockets, radiating an air of carefree exuberance. There's no delay. I simply have yet to find my favorite dish. Naruto's response was filled with a mix of playfulness and joy. After more than 2 months apart, he was thrilled to see that his brother's attitude toward him remained unchanged. Ah, I found it. As they passed a familiar intersection and spotted the restaurant with the Ika Ika sign, Naruto confidently pointed it out, declaring, "This is it. You're treating me to this super delicious ramen. Ah, it appears you have yet to savor the finer delights of cuisine. Allow me to share that during my missions. Although I may utter such words, my heart harbors a different sentiment. It is indeed the singular charm of Yile ramen that renders it unforgettable." While Naruto, despite his mouth watering at the thought, resolutely covers his ears with his hands and shakes his head vehemently, exclaiming, "What? I've never even heard of it. How could it possibly surpass the ramen made by the uncle?" As I lifted the curtain at the entrance of the shop, the warm steam enveloped me, and I noticed a handful of other patrons present. The legendary Otsutsuki Yile was bustling behind the counter, seemingly too busy to even turn around to greet us as he warmly welcomed us with a polite, albeit backward, greeting. "2 bowls of ramen, please. I want the large miso ramen." "Certainly. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." In the midst of his response, Uncle Yile turned to serve a bowl of ramen, momentarily pausing to glance our way. His expression shifted from surprise to an even more enthusiastic smile. "Ah, it's you. It has truly been a long time." As his gaze shifted to Naruto, who was perched on a chair, drooling over the pictures on the wall while clutching his clothes tightly, the creases at the corners of Uncle Yile's eyes deepened with warmth. "Please, take a seat. It will be ready soon." "Hey, isn't that him? That kid?" "Indeed, I think it is him." Suddenly, a few voices nearby broke the atmosphere, their whispers barely contained. Upon hearing a few words, Senju Jinyue's smile gradually faded, and as he glanced to the left, he discovered several ordinary male villagers, who had evidently recognized Naruto's identity mid-meal. They were now stealing glances in our direction, their malice unmasked. Turning back to Naruto, I noticed a forced smile on his face as he tried to hide the loneliness in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had been so joyous, eagerly anticipating a bowl of ramen. He merely wished for a simple bowl of ramen. Even without considering Namikaze's Minato, he was just a child yearning for ramen. Indeed, when one seeks to unleash malice, they seldom contemplate what is reasonable or logical. Regardless of the target's stature, be they an elder or a child, all they desire is for their chosen victim to suffer. Excuse me, esteemed patrons. Just as I began to speak, Uncle Yao, who was cooking noodles, could no longer contain himself. He turned around, irritation etched on his face, and admonished them. All who enter my establishment are guests. Please refrain from displaying such a lack of decorum in public. Being scolded for eating ramen. The villagers bristled at his words. What do you mean by lacking decorum? How dare you speak to us like that, owner? Exactly. Is this how you treat your customers? Do you even intend to keep this place open? It was quite audacious. On the day of the Nine-Tails rampage, they had not dared to cause a scene at the entrance of Yao Ramen. However, if we wished to enjoy our meal in peace, it seemed these unruly individuals would need to be escorted out. As I sat down to eat, a calm voice suddenly reached the villagers' ears. Before they could turn, a chilling sensation crept up their legs, causing them to leap up in alarm. Or leave. How can you, as a ninja, use ninjutsu against ordinary villagers? One of them shouted indignantly, demanding the name of the perpetrator and vowing to report him to Hokage-sama. Hush. Fortunately, among them was someone with a semblance of discernment. Recalling a rumor from a ninja friend, he quickly covered the loudmouth's mouth and signaled for the others to leave hastily. Hey, treating my patrons like this isn't right, is it? With a resounding thud, 2 enormous bowls of ramen were placed before us. Is that so? As I picked up my chopsticks, I glanced up. Indeed, Uncle Yao's expression bore no trace of displeasure. In fact, his eyes were nearly squinting with joy. Let us eat. Gently ruffling Naruto's hair, I added. They say this only because you are still young and not yet strong enough. Naruto looked up at me, and the image of those villagers hastily retreating flashed through his mind. If I were as strong as my brother, would those people stop bullying me? With that thought, a bright spark of happiness illuminated Naruto's face, banishing the earlier despondency, his spirit now soaring. All right, I'm ready to dig in. Chapter 122. Aroma, a steaming bowl of ramen was soon devoured. After bidding farewell to Uncle Yao and exiting the shop, I intended to escort Naruto home for some much-needed rest. However, this young rascal insisted on prolonging our time together, claiming it had been far too long since we last met. Given that returning home would mean facing the emptiness of his abode alone, I relented, albeit with a cautionary note, but not for too long. It's quite chilly outside. If you catch a cold, don't blame me for not warning you. Though, with his constitution, falling ill seemed a remote possibility. I won't get sick. With his wish granted, Naruto immediately reverted to his usual self, brimming with exuberance. The two of us strolled leisurely down the street, engaging in minimal conversation and purchasing nothing. Yet, each time we approached an intersection, Naruto would dart ahead, eagerly glancing back at me. It seemed he genuinely wished to linger in my company a little longer. In this phase of his life, Naruto was remarkably easy to engage. A modicum of care and warmth rendered him utterly dependent. Nevertheless, no matter how clever his maneuvers, he remained merely a child not yet 4 years old. In his zigzagging, he quickly lost track of where he was. At the street's end, confronted by a solitary lamppost and an empty road, I cast a sideways glance at Naruto's sheepish grin as he scratched his head in embarrassment. You certainly know how to lead the way. As I expanded my senses, I soon realized that Naruto's winding path had inadvertently led us near the Hyuga clan's territory. Since we were here, I followed closely behind him while extending my awareness toward the Hyuga clan's compound. The snowfall provided an ideal cover for my abilities. First, I surveyed from a height and soon noticed a gathering in a brightly lit courtyard. I lowered my perspective, manipulating the snowflakes to land atop a woman preparing to enter the morning hall. Clad in black mourning attire with a white circle drawn upon it, her sorrowful visage mirrored that of the many Hyuga clan members around her. Even without first-hand experience, I could sense the oppressive atmosphere within the morning hall. Once she settled in her position, I directed my gaze elsewhere. Hyuga Niji? In the corner of the morning hall sat a small child of 4 or 5, alone and kneeling. Although he appeared somewhat different from my memories, in such a context, who else could it be but the son of Hyuga Hayashi? Oh, what a waste of a brilliant talent, squandered in this manner. If not for the need for caution, Niji would have been my preferred choice. Compared to the timid Hinata Hyuga, The remarkably talented and resolutely determined Niji Hyuga is undoubtedly far easier to cultivate. Regrettably, his concerns linger. He fears that should he fail to gain the acknowledgement of Otsutsuki Yamura and the colossal Rinnegan, he would suffer a tremendous loss. Thus, it is preferable to endure some troubles now rather than risk losing the opportunity with the Rinnegan later. Shifting his gaze, he spotted Hinata's father, Hyuga Takuma, among the crowd of unfamiliar faces. However, his attention ultimately settled on a man who stood out starkly from the rest, Hyuga Hizashi. Even at his own brother's funeral, this individual maintained an air of calm composure. For Senju Shingetsu, who had watched the anime, it was evident that Hizashi's poise was merely a facade of strength. But what of Niji, who had just lost his father? It was here that Niji's anger and contempt began to accumulate gradually. With a slight sigh, he turned his gaze once more, seeking Hinata. After scanning the vicinity around Hizashi, he found no sign of her. He then swept his gaze across the entire morning hall. Yet still, Hinata was nowhere to be seen. Senju Shingetsu's brow furrowed slightly. As the eldest daughter of the main branch and a key figure in this incident, how could Hizashi not have brought her to attend? TSK. If this continues, it's no wonder your nephew harbors such animosity towards you, old man. Just then, Naruto, who had been walking ahead, called out, pulling his attention back to the present. Not far away, under a streetlight, a small figure was curled up. Whose child is this? How could she be alone out here in such cold weather? Concerned that the child might suffer from the cold, he swiftly transported himself to her side. Hey, little girl, he began. However, as he crouched down to check on her, he was taken aback to find that the tearful child before him was none other than the Hinata he had been searching for moments earlier. What a coincidence! Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced back at Naruto, who was striding towards him with an air of indifference. This situation certainly has its peculiarities. Hinata, why are you here all alone, crying like this? Having encountered Hinata a few times while visiting Hyuga Takuma, she did not exhibit any aversion towards Senju Shingetsu. In fact, when he reached out to wipe away her tears, she looked up and blinked at him, then cautiously leaned forward, twitching her little nose as if to discern his scent. Who is she? Do you know her, Shingetsu and I? At this moment, Naruto approached, observing the blushing Hinata with curiosity. Well, she is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. I have seen her a few times before. Oh, Naruto nodded, as if grasping the situation. Then, noticing that Hinata's small hands were clutching the hem of Shingetsu's sleeve, he brightly suggested, let us take her home. She is so small. She will surely get sick staying out here for too long. Indeed, Shingetsu agreed, having considered the same issue. He glanced at Hinata's tiny, frozen feet, then gently turned around and said, climb on. Okay, Hinata's voice was soft and timid, yet she did not refuse. What does it mean to belong to the Hyuga clan? What does clan signify? On their way to the Hyuga compound, no one else was around. While occasionally answering Naruto's questions, Hinata clung to Shingetsu's back, holding tightly to his clothing, remaining silent throughout the journey. Wow, this is a truly massive house. Upon reaching the entrance of Hyuga Hizashi's home, Naruto marveled at the grandeur of the estate, which exceeded his expectations. He then looked at Hinata, still clinging to Shingetsu's back and reluctant to dismount. With a home this big, why are you still crying? However, in response to his question, Hinata only tightened her grip on his clothing, burying her face deeper. Hinata. Just then, a man dressed in somber black funeral attire emerged from the courtyard, holding a snow-covered paper umbrella. Lord Hizashi. Given that he still had someone on his back, Shingetsu could only nod slightly in acknowledgement. It's you? Hizashi, who had been furious over his daughter's unannounced departure, suddenly fixed his gaze upon Shingetsu upon hearing his voice. Recognition flickered in his eyes as he scrutinized Shingetsu's face. You were the one that night. Yes. Although he had suspected as much, Hizashi couldn't help but exhale deeply upon receiving confirmation. His gaze shifted to his daughter, who was clearly frightened, yet still hiding behind Shingetsu. At this point, he chose not to question further, understanding that Shingetsu had acted with good intentions sufficed. Of course, Shingetsu replied without hesitation, but then he glanced at Hizashi's morning attire. May I ask why? I merely restrained his actions and voice. As he posed this question, even under the dim streetlight, it was evident that Hizashi's complexion shifted dramatically. After a long moment, he finally exhaled. It was our oversight. We found 13 devices for self-destruction on him, yet we overlooked the restrictions concealed within his mind. I understand. If they fail, they would resort to self-sacrifice. So this was the original intention of the Hidden Cloud Village. Chapter 123, Shikamaru. Fortunately, I am a capable man. The Ice and Snow Castle at Training Ground 13 is now open for business. Welcome all children and their older siblings. In Konoha Village, a group of orphans rode in a small cart drawn by 2 ice deer, cheerfully shouting their promotion and garnering envious glances from children along the way. After the incident involving Hyuga Hisashi, the tensions between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village eventually returned to a semblance of peace. Ultimately, this event, while adding a few sorrowful faces, did not create significant waves. As for the so-called Ice and Snow Castle, it was an idea that struck Senju Shingetsu after observing a group of children excitedly building snowmen. Since the children enjoyed it so much and he possessed the ability to create such a spectacle, why not construct an ice castle? This would not only delight the children but also generate some additional income, making it a win-win situation. After reporting to the 3rd Hokage, Shingetsu set up a sprawling ice world at Training Ground 13, occupying over 5,000 square meters. Influenced by the explosion of information from his past life, he paid no heed to styles from Central or Western Europe or even North and South America. He created whatever came to mind, knowing that no one in this world would demand copyright. A 3-tiered castle with pointed spires, mysterious cottages within the woods, and various ice gardens scattered throughout the courtyard, along with lively little creatures made of ice that scurried about. Even at the entrances of the castle stood 2 formidable guards, armed with spears or swords. In the center of the courtyard stands an imposing ice giant wolf, towering over 5 meters and stretching over 10 meters in length. Though the ice wolf spends most of its time in slumber, occasionally rising to take a few steps or letting out a silent roar, it has become a sacred site that children must visit each time they come. This enchanting amusement park, once unveiled, was met with enthusiastic acclaim from the young patrons. Even before the park officially opened at 8 o'clock, throngs of children gathered at the entrance, eager to be the first to enter and play. Of course, such an extensive attraction could not be completed in a single endeavor. The initial focus was on constructing the core 3 layers of the castle, with additional features gradually added during breaks. This process continued, and before long, not only children but also many young couples found themselves creating joyful memories here. The operation and promotion of the amusement park were entrusted to the children of the orphanage. This arrangement allowed them to engage in physical activity and hone their communication skills. As Ying'er observed the children's spirited enthusiasm, tirelessly working despite their exhaustion, she embraced the role of caregiver at his suggestion. After all, while it was called an ice castle, everything inside was made of ice blocks. When the children became overly enthusiastic, minor accidents were inevitable. Although parents, unaccustomed to the chaos, often blamed their own children for being careless, it was prudent to attend to any injuries promptly to ensure no long-lasting repercussions remained. With the increasing number of children visiting, various opportunistic vendors soon arrived, selling snacks, toys, games, and even small balloons and trinkets specifically for the little ones. As the crowd swelled, a distinctive commercial area catering to children emerged, notably boosting the average spending in the village during February. Upon learning of this development, the 3rd Hokage was reportedly overjoyed, even to the point of nearly suffocating a fly with his laughter. He not only arranged for personnel to maintain order and cleanliness, but also considered the high concentration of children, dispatching several doctors to rotate on-site, under U.S. command. During the castle's operational hours, the sounds of children's laughter and excitement filled the air as the children from the orphanage, led by Wu Shi, bore bright red cheeks and hands from the cold, yet none complained of fatigue. Each child enthusiastically took on their assigned responsibilities, whether it was promoting the park, guiding first-time visitors, or ensuring safety within the castle. Their collective effort and determination were palpable, their faces displaying both weariness and exhilaration. Encountering you has been a stroke of fortune, otherwise I could never have accomplished this alone. Not only does this endeavor generate substantial income for the orphanage, but it also provides the children with a chance to release their energy and grow. This is what brings you the greatest joy. No, it should be said that encountering you is our good fortune. Beside Ying'er, Chanso Jun Yit shared in the joy of watching the happy children. Since the establishment of this venue, he would often come by during his spare time. With so much to manage, repairs were inevitable. Thankfully, the current low temperatures meant that as long as the weather did not turn unseasonably warm, a small amount of mental energy could maintain the ice for an extended period. As Yingyu smiled at the compliments, her heart brimmed with unspoken delight. However, her expression shifted to one of resignation and sighing upon seeing a fair-skinned girl weave through the crowd towards them. This little one was charming in every respect, yet her allure for the opposite sex was rather overwhelming. Initially, she believed that Yudrbuchen was a steadfast childhood companion, a designated partner. However, since curing Amaba's illness, the attitude of the Anma clan appeared to be tipping into ambiguity. What should have been a long-awaited hope for the entire clan was now overshadowed by the fact that, instead of focusing on the family's ancestral training, Amabin frequently sought the company of that troublesome boy. If it were merely this, one could argue that the Anma clan's upbringing was commendable, teaching gratitude and loyalty to benefactors. Yet, she could not comprehend why, after a chance encounter with that boy, even the eldest daughter of the Rushang clan seemed to be enchanted, following him around like a shadow. Rushang, the most traditional and conservative of the Muyir village? Without even a pretense of reason, she was merely offering herself? Yurjarbol, Anma, Rushang. If not for the presence of the Nara clan's heir, would the village not turn into a battleground of suitors for that troublesome boy in a decade? The most unbearable aspect was hearing that even the Kunoichi from Shenzhen, Yitzhong, supposedly had an unclear relationship with him. Thankfully, that woman had passed. Otherwise, even a nominal guardianship would have been unacceptable. Chapter 124. Rest in the Illusions of the Sharingan. Chansho Jingyurt was oblivious to Yenu's sudden melancholy. Upon spotting Amabavian, he nodded in acknowledgement before bidding farewell to Yenur. Having invested so much effort into Amabayan, he could not easily let go, for the words exchanged in Hudson were not to be taken lightly. I shall take my leave now, he stated before turning to approach Amabayan. All right. Yenur turned to watch him as he approached Amabayan, exchanging a few brief words before departing together. Oh, I hope that day does not arrive too soon. As they journeyed towards the back mountain, Anmaban occasionally initiated conversations with him, specializing in illusions and possessing a bloodline limit. Ordinary training venues and facilities proved ineffective for her. Thus, they sought a hillside on the back mountain to facilitate her creative endeavors. As for why he accompanied her rather than someone from her own clan, beyond the Anma clan's ambiguous stance, Yenu's formidable mental energy could withstand her imaginative whims. After all, illusions primarily target the mind and spirit, making it exceedingly challenging for a ninja specializing in illusions to find a suitable training partner. All right, how many minutes will this take? Upon reaching the hillside, witnessing Abain deftly set up her easel, Cheng casually inquired. As a member of a prestigious family of illusionists, the young girl before him had already acquired knowledge far surpassing his own meager understanding. Therefore, during their training sessions, he dispensed with any opening remarks or theoretical discussions on illusions. Instead, he would prompt her to create a piece of artwork, which would then be utilized to experiment on Shinsho Jinyue. Once he unraveled the illusion, he would inform her of the shortcomings he observed. Following this, Anma Bayun would summarize the experiences and flaws before embarking on the next artwork. They would repeat this cycle until the sun dipped below the horizon or until one of them could no longer endure. Were it not for a specific ulterior motive, Shinsho Jinyue would undoubtedly be regarded as a mere tool in this scenario. Fortunately for him, she sought his companionship while he was intent on possessing her in her entirety. At the moment of her opening statement, Anma Bayun hesitated briefly, suggesting 10 minutes as a reasonable time frame for this new endeavor. Shinsho Jinyue acquiesced and turned to find a spot to close her eyes in anticipation. The nature of illusions necessitated that the caster's thoughts remain concealed, lest they lose their efficacy. 1 minute passed, then 3, followed by 5. Quan, what brings you here? And what on earth is happening with you? The voice of Anma Bayun, laced with unmistakable panic, broke through the silence. Upon hearing this, Shinsho Jinyue immediately opened her eyes, only to be met by the sight of Quan, drenched in blood, approaching with an expression of cold indifference. In her hand, she brandished a short sword that dripped with crimson droplets. What is going on? Shinsho Jinyue instinctively sensed something amiss. Yet, it was still not 10 minutes. This could not possibly be Bayun's illusion, could it? Turning her gaze to Anma Bayun, she discovered that the girl had inexplicably moved to her side, vehemently pointing at the evidently distressed Quan, demanding, "What has happened to you? Whose blood is that?" At the sight of the girl beside her, Shinsho Jinyue's mind momentarily faltered. Was it merely her illusion, or had the girl truly grown taller? Moreover, The clothes she wore seemed to emit a faint glow. By the decree of Lord Hokage, Quan finally spoke, though her voice was imbued with an unfamiliar chill. Seize the SSSSSS grade rogue ninja Chinsho with all your might. All who resist or obstruct shall be executed on the spot. Cat. Me? A rogue ninja? An SSSSSS grade? Does such a rank even exist in this world? Moreover, why is the one sent to capture me staring at this little girl instead of me, the target? Not happening. If you wish to capture my elder brother Jinhua, you must first eliminate me. Upon hearing this, Anma Bayun sprang forward. Her brilliance seemingly intensified. How foolish! Quan shouted without hesitation, Sharingan. In an instant, her eyes transformed into blood-red tomo. With a fierce glare directed at the defiant Anma Bayun, she declared, rest in the realm of illusions. Thud! Anma Bayun collapsed. And Quan smirked before suddenly appearing before Chinsho Jinhua, pressing the bloodied sword against her throat. Surrender quietly. As a former comrade, I can assure you that. Her voice was abruptly cut off as a sharp paintbrush pierced through her chest. Although you are an Uchiha, do not underestimate the Anma clan when it comes to illusions. With that, Quan fell to the ground. Anma Bayun gazed into her furious, unwilling eyes. A mixture of pride and determination shining through as she proclaimed, I care not for labels of rogue or loyal. As long as I am here, no one shall take my elder brother Jinhua. With that, she audaciously stomped on Quan's lifeless body, seemingly unaware of her actions, before looking up at Chinsho Jinhua and stating, Elder brother Jinhua, since they do not cherish you, let us leave together. Whether it be Tarunika village or Yechong village, wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Seeing the girl before him, her face aglow with emotion and an eagerness to flee with him, Chinsho Jinhua felt a swell of warmth and affection as he gently ruffled her hair. Then, with a sudden thud, the scene distorted into a haze. The bloodied Quan had vanished. Anma Bayun's radiance was extinguished, and the SSSS's grade rogue ninja, Chinsho Jinhua, was but a figment. All that remained was a small girl, frowning and rubbing her head in confusion. First, as far as I know, there are only S-grade rogue ninjas in the entire ninja world, no matter how formidable. He is still an S-grade. Second, Quan is still at 1 tomo, and she wouldn't shout like a fool while using it. Third, even though those ensnared in an illusion may experience some cognitive distortion, they would never fail to recognize such an extreme personality shift in someone they know well. Fourth, thud thud thud. Illusions are a means to attack your enemies, not to stage a melodramatic idol romance. In the future, refrain from showcasing such mindless theatrics. Understood? Oh. The voice elongated as she pouted and dragged on. Let us do it again. This time, there is no time limit. But if you cannot produce a decent piece by this afternoon, humph, not a single treasure in your drawer shall remain. Upon hearing this, Anma Bayun immediately ceased her antics and hurriedly scampered back to the easel, grumbling about how unfair it was. To this, Chinsho Jinhua merely smiled indifferently. Let her complain. After all her current efforts were aimed at better serving herself in the future. Enduring a little discomfort now was an acceptable trade for acquiring a more potent and useful ally. Chapter 125. The next mission. Once the shadows of Yunin village dissipated entirely, Chinsho Jinhua's life resumed its usual rhythm. Aside from the regular work hours, his daily endeavors consisted primarily of personal cultivation and training partners. As teammates, although he no longer needed to practice frequently with Quan or Hinata Dijian, they were still required to engage in routine simulations from time to time. This was a regulation and the foundation for maintaining high coordination within a team. However, with the involvement of Anma Bayun and Naruto, Chinsho Jinhua felt as though his personal time had been compressed to the utmost limits. Particularly when Hinata Hanabi inexplicably began to cling to him. It exacerbated his sense of being overwhelmed. Although it was indeed a positive development for him to grow close to the Byakugan princess, the reality was that time was becoming increasingly scarce. Utilizing shadow clones would invite complaints of unfairness. Countless times, he found himself scratching his head in frustration, lamenting why he had not diligently pursued time management studies under Master Luo. Fortunately, despite the incessant clinginess of the younger ones, they still fulfilled his training requirements with utmost effort. Even if the standards were not met that day, he would generally catch up by the next review, all for the sake of exchanging a nod of affirmation and a satisfying pat on the head. Thus, the days passed in a rhythm busier than that of Naruto. Until one day at the end of February, 2 figures, one tall and one short, suddenly blocked his way home. Teacher, Upon hearing that joyful voice, Qinsho Jinyue's eyes widened in surprise. You guys? In the years since he had arrived in this world, the only person to address him in that manner was Shisaya, and the tall, slender woman beside her could only be Yi Tsang. What brings you here? After returning home and settling onto the sofa, Qinsho Jinyue could not contain his curiosity and asked, turning his gaze to Yi Tsang, who was seated opposite him. Although he did not finish his sentence, he believed Yi Tsang understood his intent, having completed the mission without perishing yet failing to report back to Sunagakure by the rules of the ninja world. This was undoubtedly an act of treason. Therefore, he was puzzled by Yi Tsang's audacious appearance in Kanahagakure. After all, he trusted she was not someone who acted without considering the consequences. Surprised, are you? Yi Tsang seemed quite pleased with his reaction. However, she did not keep him in suspense and rolled up her right sleeve to explain. Look, I am now a trainer for the security forces of Tanaka Village. I have come to Kanahagakure today as a representative of Tanaka to express gratitude to our friendly village. Oh, upon seeing the tattoo adorning her forearm, Qinsho Jinyue noted that Yi Tsang had indeed changed significantly since their last meeting. Most notably, the oversized fabric she had worn for years was replaced by a fitted, elegant deep blue uniform. Her forehead protector was removed, and although her hair was still tied in a bun, it had been completely dyed orange. After scrutinizing her from head to toe, he realized that her new attire presented an entirely different impression at a glance. No one unfamiliar with her would recognize her as the once notorious Shikuten user who had caused so much turmoil in Awagakure. Well, that's for the best. Qinsho Jinyue conceded with a nod. While I won't hinder your quest for vengeance, I also wish for you to avoid unnecessary exposure. After all, the current disparity in strength compared to an entire village is substantial. Moreover, I believe your ambitions should extend beyond merely seeking retribution against Sunagakure. As she heard this, Yi Tsang's smile gradually faded. As long as war exists, tragedies like mine will continue to recur. If possible, I wish to put an end to this curse myself. That day is not far off, believe me. Indeed, I have faith in you, and I trust you alone. Just then, the kettle began to whistle, and Shisaya, who had been pretending to be invisible, hurriedly poured 2 cups of hot tea. Teacher, Lady Yi Tsang, please enjoy the tea. Thank you. Compared to Qinsho Jinyue's ease, Yi Tsang, the strongest among the three, was surprisingly more courteous. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. With that, Yi Tsang pushed a box wrapped in black floral cloth across the coffee table towards Qinsho Jinyue. Though the process was somewhat convoluted, we succeeded without disgrace. Oh, Qinsho Jinyue's eyes brightened as he eagerly unwrapped the black cloth, revealing 7 silver-white rods that resembled some kind of special metal. Each rod was identical in form, differing only in length, with one end featuring a threaded design and the other capped with a circular stopper made of an unknown material. Clang, clang, clang. These metallic rods were surprisingly light, both in weight and sound, suggesting they might be hollow inside. Will these few rods truly control that so-called spear of heaven? Yi Tsang asked, perplexed. It was understandable, for someone like her, who had been educated in the ways of ninjas. The sudden revelation of electronic devices with touch screens was indeed difficult to grasp. Indeed, there are many peculiarities in this world that you have yet to discover. Qinsho Jinyue chuckled, not intending to elaborate further. After a moment's thought, he casually tossed one of the rods to Yi Tsang. Yi Tsang, as I mentioned before, I am not concerned with how this device operates to control the spear of heaven. In response to Yi Tsang's inquiry, Qinsho Jinyue appeared nonchalant. I am entrusting one of these rods to you as a testament to my genuine intentions. I believe you. Do not be too hasty in your rejection. He anticipated her response and interrupted, continuing, you should understand that overwhelming power can easily lead one astray. Thus, these rods must be safeguarded separately for security reasons. Very well. Hearing his reasoning, Yi Tsang ceased to hesitate and solemnly tucked the approximately 30-centimeter rod into the hem of her uniform. Clearly aware that Qinsho Jinyue's gesture of trust extended beyond mere security considerations. Now, given that matters at the base have stabilized, we can commence the next phase. He gestured for Yi Tsang to wait as he rose and returned to his bedroom, retrieving a seemingly ancient tome. At your level, you must have heard of the tailed beasts, correct? Yes, it is said they were distributed by the first Hokage to the various villages, Ichibi to Sunagakure, Kyubi to Kanahagakure, and Yambi and Gobi to Awagakure, among others. Grasping the book, She opened it to find indeed tales and illustrations of the tailed beasts. What do you mean? Your next mission is to find someone in Kusagakure and bring her back to the base by any means necessary. Who is this person? A little girl with red hair. Uzumaki Karine. Chapter 126. A friendly meeting regarding the Uchiha issue. When it comes to child trafficking, no one in this world possesses eyes as sharp as Orochimaru's. With the advantage of foresight, Shinsho Jinue certainly did not wish to overlook the small fruits that Orochimaru had spent years searching for. Kisame's Suetun technique overlapped somewhat with his abilities, and while his strength seemed adequate, he was dismissed. Shugo's sage energy appeared formidable, but clearly required extensive study. Thus, he was also passed over. As for the Sound Four, including Jinyamaru and Yugugo, they were essentially supporting characters, with only Yugugo possessing the ability to influence the Sanbai, rendering the others unworthy of his efforts. What he valued most were Kagaya Kimimaro and Uzumaki Karine. One possessed extraordinary combat talent and a bloodline limit perfectly suited for taijutsu. And the best part was that once Kimimaro recognized his master, his loyalty would reach its zenith, completely immune to any verbal manipulation. Although the Huiyi clan is notorious for its frailty and short lifespan, it appears that for the current Shinsho Jinue, there exists a glimmer of hope to resolve this predicament. At the very least, armed with the heavenly spear and a solution extracted from the lake, it should be feasible to enhance Juinma Lu's physical condition and prolong his lifespan. If fortune favors the brave, perhaps, if the young man can endure, there might even be a chance to explore the development of Huiyi's shared kill Greybone. Of course, he is well aware that this endeavor is fraught with difficulties. Yet, one must dare to dream. What if it actually comes to fruition? That individual would then be as formidable as a young cow convening a grand assembly. As for Xuanwu Xianglin, she is likely the last remaining member of the Xuanwu clan capable of employing the diamond lock. Furthermore, she possesses the Kagura heart and the ability to serve as a mobile power bank. Thus, rather than attempting to seize Juinma Lu from the Huiyi clan, he believes it is more prudent to seek out the most challenging conditions posed by Xianglin first. Once he has the support of the Kagura heart, it would be much easier to find anyone else. The original intention was to deliver the sound symbol, and after completing the task, Yukura and Shisai requested their resignation from Konoha the following morning, citing the pressing nature of training tasks. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Shinsho Jinue refrained from seeing them off, instead making his way alone to the Uchiha clan's territory. Recently, he had grown somewhat concerned about Izumi's behavior. "Hey, Izumi, is this your boyfriend?" He is quite handsome. "How could I have a boyfriend at my age? Please don't say such things." "Ah, look who is shy." Arriving at Izumi's home, she was called out. And as they walked, many vendors greeted her warmly, causing the young girl to blush and hurriedly grasp Shinsho Jinue's hand to navigate through the friendly laughter. Seems like this little genius has indeed won the hearts of her clan. Once outside the Uchiha clan's territory, Shinsho Jinue, observing Izumi's flushed cheeks, couldn't help but tease her, which elicited a playful retort from Izumi. "You're teasing me too." No, I speak only the truth. I assure you, I am not mocking you," he chuckled. As their laughter subsided, a hint of sorrow gradually crept into Izumi's smile. "Is there something troubling you lately? Is it family matters or issues concerning the Uchiha clan?" Upon hearing his question, Izumi instinctively bit her lower lip, but, considering his intelligence, she sighed softly. "You already know, huh? Until today, I wasn't entirely certain. But I felt it when we were out together." On their way, aside from the warm-hearted vendors, he had sensed a distinctly malicious gaze lurking in the shadows. Logically, having teamed up with Izumi for so long, and with the evident backing of the third Hokage, their stable relationship should not go unnoticed by anyone. Yet, why was it so? Why did the Uchiha, who yearned for recognition and status within the village, harbor such animosity toward him? Upon comparing the two groups' differing attitudes, he realized that the warm greetings came from ordinary people, while the malicious gazes originated solely from individuals clearly bearing the traits of ninjas. Have these folks lost their minds to the Sharingan? Are they so bent on resolving issues through force? Izumi? Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice interrupted them, and both looked up to find Itachi, who appeared to be heading back. "Itachi, Jinue, long time no see." Yes, indeed, judging by his travel-worn appearance. He likely had just returned from a mission. This seemed to be the first time since graduating from the Ninja Academy that they had encountered each other at such proximity. Itachi nodded, glancing at the two before moving to pass them. But just as they brushed past one another, Shinsho Jinue suddenly said, "Do you have a moment?" Itachi halted immediately, turning to him, and upon realizing he was indeed being addressed, he paused momentarily before nodding slightly, not asking what it was about. The situation concerning the Uchiha clan did not seem optimistic. When the three found a quiet park, Qianzhou Jinyue's first statement instinctively caused Itachi to frown. Yet upon seeing Izumi's equally troubled expression, he quickly understood. So, which faction do you belong to within the Qianzhou clan? Itachi's voice was cold and lacked context. But he trusted that this peer, who was no less capable than himself, would grasp his meaning. Faction. Why must it be a matter of simple alignment? Qianzhou Jinyue met Itachi's gaze directly, eschewing any circumlocution. To be honest, if it were solely based on our surnames, I should be considered your most adversarial opponent. However, I did not grow up in Konoha, so my understanding of the deceptions and rivalries among our ancestors is rather shallow. This, I believe, is precisely the reason the third Hokage formed the ninth squad. With your wisdom, I imagine you have already discerned the old man's intentions behind this. Itachi remained silent for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Indeed. Now, here comes the question. As Qianzhou Jinyue gestured toward the direction of the Uchiha clan, he continued. You can see that the vendors along the way were very welcoming and engaging with me, indicating their support for the third Hokage's vision. They wish to witness a day when the Qianzhou and Uchiha clans advance together. Yet, why do the elite ninjas of your clan harbor such deep-seated malice toward me? Itachi fell silent. He certainly understood the thoughts of those elite ninjas within the clan and suspected that Qianzhou Jinyue was aware of this as well. The reason for his inquiry was merely to elicit further discussion, so Itachi remained quiet, listening intently. Chapter 127. Is it honor or a shackle? When it comes to the Uchiha's affairs, you are undoubtedly the most knowledgeable. My purpose in seeking you out is simply because I do not wish to see Izumi fretting over these trivial matters every day. Itachi remained silent once more. In truth, it was not only Izumi. Even he, the eldest son of the clan leader, along with Shui, whom he regarded as a close confidant, were both consumed with worry over the current state and future of the Uchiha. Suddenly, in the astonished eyes of Izumi and Itachi, Qianzhou Jinyue transformed into an ordinary child and said, "Some things are better understood through first-hand experience. Just follow me." Without hesitation, Itachi and Izumi transformed into two unremarkable children, and the trio made their way toward the center of Konoha village. Street after street, they traversed several thoroughfares. Although Itachi and Izumi were somewhat puzzled by Qianzhou Jinyue's seemingly aimless journey, their trust in this exceptional genius kept them from voicing their concerns, and they patiently followed. Oh, found it. Finally, after traversing an unknown number of streets, he abruptly halted. Upon seeing the police force approaching, escorting three male villagers bound by rope, Itachi seemed to grasp the situation. Hey, let go of me. We were just drinking and having fun. We weren't fighting or causing trouble. Exactly. You guys are clueless. I will definitely report you to Lord Hokage. Stop talking nonsense. Just move. Before Itachi's eyes, a law enforcement squad composed of 5 Uchiha ninjas was escorting 3 criminals through the streets, their destination evidently the detention center adjacent to the police force. As they passed, the onlooking villagers and vendors on either side began to murmur quietly. Ah, these fellows from the police force always make such a fuss over trivial matters. As if they were terrified of others not knowing they possess a modicum of power. What is this police force but a private domain for the Uchihas? From the captain down to the foot soldiers, they are all members of that clan, free to act as they please. I truly do not understand why the first Hokage took in these ungrateful individuals. Just, let us avoid saying too much, lest we attract their attention and find ourselves locked up for a few days. Even if we don't perish, we will certainly suffer. Why can't the Hokage reclaim their power? With a sigh, the villagers gradually dispersed, while the vendor, who had been cautioning them against speaking too much, merely sighed as he packed up his fruits. Izumi bit her lip, and although Itachi maintained a calm expression, his hands, hanging at his sides, had unconsciously clenched. However, Senju Jinyue did not immediately provide an explanation. Instead, he led them to 3 other law enforcement teams engaged in their duties. Without exception, each time these enforcement members passed, a string of low curses and gritted teeth followed them, even from a squad that had done nothing but patrol normally. Clearly, in the eyes of the ordinary villagers, the Uchiha clan, led by the police force, had fallen to a level of disdain and avoidance. How about that? This is something you have never seen from your perspective, right? On the bustling street, 3 children walked and talked, drawing no attention. Itachi remained silent, but the gravity in his eyes had significantly increased. Izumi, on the other hand, stammered a few times, ultimately at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. After all, in the circles she usually frequented, almost everyone had expressed fondness towards her. It was only today, from a different angle, that she realized she had only seen the tip of the iceberg in this village. Such a cruel reality had indeed dealt her a heavy blow. Maintaining public order, preventing crime, and even possessing a degree of autonomy. Upon reaching the embankment by the river, the surroundings were finally devoid of pedestrians, allowing the 3 to abandon their transformed states. Senju Shinue spoke more directly. I do not know how your clan perceives this power. However, from my perspective, the police force for the Uchiha is less a matter of honor and prestige than it is a shackle, an iron fence that separates the Uchiha clan from the villagers. As long as the status quo of the police force remains unchanged, the Uchiha's image in the eyes of the villagers will only deteriorate further. Over time, whether you wish it or not, the ultimate outcome will be opposition from everyone in Konoha village. In fact, this trend has already begun, hasn't it? What should we do now? Upon hearing this, Izumi, already feeling troubled, became even more despondent. You do not understand. At every clan meeting, the elders each propose solutions. I actually believe it is not difficult. I even think Itachi's father must have considered it, but it simply cannot be implemented. What solution? Izumi immediately turned to look, while Itachi's gaze shifted slightly. Appearing contemplative. Disperse power. Disperse power? Yes, in essence, do not regard the police force as the Uchiha's private domain. Recruit from various clans, especially the elite youths of prominent families such as Inuzuka, Nara, Sarutobi, and Yamanaka, and of course, it would be beneficial to include children from commoner families as well. While it may seem that this reduces the Uchiha's power, it simultaneously means that the villagers' grievances against the police force will be distributed among various clans and even the common populace. Consequently, Itachi's father, as the captain of the police force, would still maintain control over most of the authority. However, for ordinary villagers, with an additional avenue for promotion and the courageous reforms of clan leader Fugaku, who does not favor his own kin, any young person with aspirations would naturally seek to uphold the reputation and external image of the police force. Thus, it would effectively serve to maintain and draw closer the relationship with the Uchiha clan, wouldn't it? I see. As Izumi listened, her eyes brightened. Once he finished speaking, she could not help but eagerly exclaim, "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry to find the clan leader." Hold on, it is not that simple. Senju Shinue quickly restrained her, then, under her puzzled gaze, signaled Itachi. I mentioned earlier that with Fugaku's age and experience, he cannot possibly be unaware of these issues. So why has he not taken any action or measures? I believe that aside from trusting the Hokage, there is likely a strong voice within your clan that compels even the clan leader to maintain the status quo, provided he genuinely intends to act. Chapter 128. Attempting to change, attempting to dig a pit, even the clan leader can only maintain the status quo. Izumi pondered for a moment. Itachi remained silent, but his mind immediately flashed to the middle-aged ninja who always sat beside his father during clan meetings, Uchiha Hakadai. As a seasoned jonin and the presiding host of the clan meetings, he stirred the emotions of the younger clan members. Occasionally, when he visited their home to speak with his father, Itachi could even hear his impassioned voice from outside the room, discussing the glory of the Uchiha and their proud heritage. Although such thoughts felt disrespectful, Itachi could not help but see the senior, whose status was only slightly inferior to his father's, as having fallen into a state of delusion. What, then, sustains Uchiha Hakadai, leading him to believe that the Uchiha clan can contend with the higher-ups of Konoha and even the entire village? Is it merely the Sharingan displayed at clan meetings? That is laughable. Itachi might deem Uchiha Hakadai mentally unstable, but he would never believe the man was so out of touch as to misjudge the comparative strength of their combat abilities. Perhaps Uchiha Hakadai harbors secrets unknown even to his father. If that is the case, could Itachi attempt to uncover what lies behind him? If successful, without the radical faction led by Uchiha Hakadai to hinder him, his father would no longer have to bear so many concerns. Yet, even so, Hakadai is a seasoned jonin. It is far beyond Itachi's current abilities to investigate without being discovered. Moreover, if his suspicions prove true, it would be a significant matter for the Uchiha clan. Perhaps it would be better to consult with Shursui. That is all I wish to convey. Noticing Itachi's sudden shift in mental state. Although unsure of what he had come to understand, Senju Shinue felt he had spoken enough for the day. Ultimately, intelligent individuals tend to trust their analyses and judgments more, and providing a direction for investigation is far more effective than speaking endlessly. To be honest, from a personal standpoint, the fate of the Uchiha clan had no bearing on him whatsoever. The arduous efforts made were all for the safety of Quan. After all, if the events were to unfold as originally scripted, the night of the Uchiha massacre would merely be a trifle. The critical concern was that Itachi had enlisted the assistance of Obito, a fool in his own right. It was impossible for him to monitor Itachi constantly, for one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days without becoming a victim themselves. Should the moment pass and lead to Quan's demise at Obito's hands, regret would come too late. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he decided to cleverly ensnare Danzo in a trap, ultimately presenting a query that I already possessed the answer to. Yet I believe it is best for you to uncover the truth yourself. Itachi remained taciturn, yet his expression had notably softened since their initial meeting, indicating that today's events had indeed made an impression on him. This left the question of who, aside from the obstacles within his clan, had been persistently targeting the Uchiha, and what their intentions might be. Upon realizing this was, in fact, two inquiries, he mused that, for you, they could be perceived as a singular question. Itachi, dismissing the notion, would be regarded as a stoic mute. Nevertheless, after hearing these two questions, though Itachi remained silent, his fists clenched tightly by his sides, and his demeanor appeared significantly more intense. If he claimed to have an answer, it implied that such a figure truly existed. As for why he did not question the authenticity of this statement, or ponder whether the other was jesting, it was akin to why Senju Shingetsu would seek him out instead of approaching his father, Uchiha Fugaku. There exists an unspoken understanding between geniuses. 5 days later, in the Land of Grass, after departing from Konohagakure, Yetsong hastened to return Cecil to Tonika village, and subsequently crafted an excuse to leave once more, making her way swiftly towards the Land of Grass. Due to her changed appearance and her desire to avoid unnecessary confrontations before completing her mission, she navigated her journey without incident or attracting attention. She alternated between posing as a relative visiting and a tourist, searching for over 10 days within the Land of Grass, until she fortuitously encountered a pale, weak middle-aged woman at the outskirts of Kusagakure. Most importantly, the woman had red hair. She was the first individual with such distinctive hair Yetsong had seen since entering the Land of Grass. The Uzumaki clan with their crimson locks. Sensing a promising lead, Yetsong discreetly trailed the red-haired woman until she reached her home. Upon observing the girl who answered the door and hearing the woman weakly call her Karen, Yetsong finally confirmed that her target was indeed before her. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" As the door was about to close, the Uzumaki Karen politely inquired upon noticing Yetsong's sudden appearance, glancing back at her mother. "Are you a friend of my mother?" "Karen, who are you talking to?" The middle-aged woman, having just entered to rest, turned back upon hearing her daughter's voice, aware that there was no one else with whom they could converse. "Who are you?" "I am just passing by, feeling a bit parched. May I come in for a drink?" Only then did Yetsong notice, upon closer inspection, that the middle-aged woman was not merely weak. Her exposed skin bore horrific bite marks, with some surrounded by splotches of dried blood, making her appear as if she had just emerged from a hellish ordeal. The woman seemed acutely aware of Yetsong's gaze, quickly scanning for any hidden weapon before cautiously nodding. "Please come in, I will fetch you some tea." With that, she hurriedly retreated from Yetsong's line of sight. "Please, come in, Auntie," Yetsong urged. "You mustn't be too excessive. Were it not for the fact that you are my target, I would, Once inside, Yetsong realized that this so-called home was merely an empty shell, devoid of any furnishings beyond the essentials for eating and sleeping, lacking even a single proper table. "Greetings, I apologize for the simplicity of my home. You must make do with our tea bowl. It's no trouble at all. I am grateful for any water you can provide." As she accepted the tea bowl, Yetsong keenly observed that the bite marks on the woman's body were not a singular incident, but rather a history of injuries, some old and scarred while others were fresh, oozing with blood. Noticing her gaze, Karen's mother hurriedly placed the tea bowl on a table that was missing a corner and retreated a few steps, kneeling in the shadows of the stove, avoiding eye contact. It was evident that she was utterly exhausted yet unwilling to leave her daughter alone with a stranger, enduring the awkwardness for her child's sake. At this juncture, while the cause of her injuries remained unknown to Yetsong, It was clear that both women were in a dire situation within Kusagakure. Observing Karen's mother's distress over her own injuries filled Yetsong with sympathy, prompting her to redirect her focus towards the curious Karen before her. Little sister, is your name Karen? Yes, Auntie. Chapter 129. Decades of kinship, let me not beat around the bush any longer. Continuing to listen will only fray my nerves. Uzumaki Karen, along with your mother, come with me to a place devoid of conflict, where you shall not be oppressed. Karen tilted her head in confusion. Being so young, she did not find it particularly remarkable that Yetsong knew her surname. Her curiosity was piqued by the mention of a place where they would not be bullied. However, her innocence did not reflect her mother's wariness. Upon hearing the name Uzumaki, the previously cordial woman transformed, rushing to shield Karen behind her. Who are you? How do you know that? You are not merely passing by. Please, do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. Though she was confident in her combat abilities. Being in a foreign land, and considering the nascent nature of Senju Shingetsu's endeavors, Yetsong resolved to complete her mission without causing unnecessary complications. I admit, I have come to the land of grass in search of you. She laid the crux of the matter bare. Then, as the tension rose, continued. You must be aware of the Senju clan from Kanahagakure? Upon hearing the name Kanahagakure, Karen's mother's demeanor shifted, her expression momentarily blank, then gradually calming as Yetsong mentioned the Senju clan. However, Yetsong sensed a flicker of impatience and derision cross her face during this emotional transition. Mom, what is Kanahagakure? Karen, having grown up in this dilapidated home, was unaware of the wider world of the ninja realm. Her understanding of basic human decency was a testament to her mother's diligent upbringing. Yet, in response to her daughter's inquiry, the middle-aged woman seemed to ignore her, tightening her grip around Karen as if to shield her from the world outside. Konoha Village, a place of beauty and tranquility, where one can find many companions to play with, and where no one would dare to bully you. Is this a place that Xianglin wishes to visit? Upon hearing these words, Xianglin's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Yet, she was acutely aware that her desire was of little consequence. What truly mattered was her mother's stance. Thus, she turned her yearning gaze towards her mother. Despite the pain that pierced her heart at the sight of her daughter's longing, Xianglin's mother resolutely shook her head, stating, "There is no need. We are content with our lives here and dare not harbor such beautiful aspirations." As these words left her lips, the light in Xianglin's eyes dimmed. But she mustered a smile for Yitsong, replying, "Thank you, Auntie, but since Mother has said we cannot go, I do not wish to go either." Yitsong fell silent, her mind rife with questions. From what she understood, the Senju and Uzumaki clans had been in a familial alliance for decades, and one would expect excitement and warmth upon hearing the name Senju. Yet, the demeanor of the other party suggested anything but goodwill. Nevertheless, despite her perplexity, she could not abandon her mission merely due to a single remark. Since there was difficulty with the adults, she decided to shift her focus to the primary objective. Xianglin, can you tell me about the marks on your mother? Is the tea finished? Once it is, please step outside. I am tired and need to rest. Yitsong lifted her head and swiftly moved behind Xianglin's mother, pressing forcefully on her carotid artery. In the next moment, the tense middle-aged woman collapsed softly into her embrace. It was only after laying the seemingly weightless body on the bed that she heard Xianglin's tentative inquiry, "Mother? Your mother is exhausted. Let her rest for a moment." Gently tucking the blanket around her, Yitsong then took Xianglin's hand and returned to the main hall. "Now, can you share your true thoughts with me? Also, about the injuries on your mother." When she heard this question, Xianglin did not respond immediately, but turned to glance at her sleeping mother. Once out of her mother's sight, the still small girl appeared to quiet down significantly, her sorrowful gaze deepening, leading Yitsong to ponder whether the innocent and carefree demeanor she had shown earlier was merely for her mother's benefit. Every time someone is hurt, they send Mother out. When she returns, she has many bite marks on her body. I am terrified and plead with her not to go. But Mother says this is the price we pay for staying in this village. As if a dam had burst, Xianglin poured out the words she had long kept hidden. The simple yet happy life shared between mother and daughter, the frequent calls for her mother to leave, and the comments she occasionally overheard from those ninjas, suggesting that if not for their useful physique, who would take in these destitute remnants of a destroyed village? Observing Xianglin's stubborn attempt to suppress her tears, Yitsong found herself momentarily speechless, uncertain of what to say. 4. Aside from the betrayal she had faced from the higher-ups in Sunagakure, her life had been relatively smooth sailing. Compared to Xianglin, she undoubtedly considered herself fortunate. Come with me and your mother. I truly do not deceive you. The place I wish to take you to is one where you will no longer be bullied. However, upon glancing at her mother again, Xianglin gently shook her head, stating, wherever mother is, I shall be. Yitsong felt a pang of helplessness but understood. For a child, family is undeniably paramount. I do not understand your resistance. Looking towards the seemingly sleeping Uzumaki Meishio, Yitsong suddenly spoke. Uzumaki Meishio was the name of Xianglin's mother, mentioned during Xianglin's earlier confessions. Yitsong knew that Meishio had already awakened moments ago. What I wish to convey is, would you truly prefer that Xianglin continues to live here as a dependent rather than granting her the opportunity to choose her own life? Upon hearing her words, Uzumaki Meishio recognized that her pretense had been uncovered. Thus, she opened her eyes, staring silently at the ceiling, refusing to utter a word. Mother? Upon seeing her mother awake, Xianglin, who had been puzzled by Yitsong's sudden statements, rushed over. Silence hung in the air. Yitsong remained quiet, awaiting a response. Uzumaki Meishio's silence seemed to convey her resolute stance. I am genuinely moved by your plight and envy the bond you share as mother and daughter. Finally, Yitsong sighed, recognizing the sympathy that this mother-daughter pair evoked. Yet, in her heart, she felt the weight of the task assigned by Senju Shingetsu pressing more heavily. However, I have received orders to bring Uzumaki Xianglin back to Tanaka village for proper nurturing by any means necessary. So, if you remain steadfast in your decision, I must take her alone, even if it means she will endure the pain of separation from you. Fortunately, she is still young. In 5 or 10 years, she will gradually adapt. Which village did you just mention? Before Yitsong could conclude, she was surprised to hear Uzumaki Meishio sit up, inquiring, is it not Konoha village? Tanaka village, Yitsong replied, slightly bewildered by her sudden reaction. Yet, the fact that she was responsive was a positive sign. The task assigned to me comes from a descendant of the Senju clan, but our base is in Tanaka village, a beautifully welcoming little village. Oh, it is not Konoha? Uzumaki Meishio visibly relaxed. All right, if you can truly ensure our safe departure, we are willing to follow you. Yitsong was taken aback, pondering the sudden shift. This was unexpected. How could Uzumaki Meishio, whose clan had long-standing ties with Konoha, now behave as if they were enemies to be avoided? Chapter 130. The uniqueness of Xianglin. I possess a pass for Konoha village, so we must first head southeast into the land of fire. After confirming that no one was watching, Yitsong led the mother-daughter duo into the carriage she had prepared for her disguise, and they journeyed southeast towards the borders of the land of fire. Due to the unique geographical shape of the land of grass, Kusagakure is actually much closer to the land of earth in the northwest and the land of fire in the southeast than most towns within the country. As they drove their cart southeast, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would reach the land of fire in just 2 days. However, it is often said that when one anticipates no mishaps, that is precisely when trouble arises. According to Uzumaki Meishio, after a daytime visit, the ninjas from Kusagakure would likely refrain from seeking her out again on the same day. After all, Kusagakure understood the principles of single-use items and sustainability. They would allow her the necessary rest. Yet, on the very night of their departure, as they sought refuge in a small village along their route, a group of ninjas wearing the Kusagakure forehead protectors suddenly burst in, demanding, "Open the door." The frail wooden door, merely a haphazard assembly of planks, was no match for the force of a ninja's kick. The elderly woman inquired if anyone had seen 2 women with striking red hair, one large and one small, pass by. Observing the brazen demeanor of the grass ninjas, Yitsong felt a pang of guilt, realizing that the kind old woman who had taken her in was now entangled in the consequences of her presence. Just as she contemplated unleashing her frustration, the elderly woman stepped forward, humbly addressing the ninjas with a forced smile. No, dear ninja, as you can see, our household is composed entirely of women, and we close our doors to rest before nightfall. The leader of the grass ninjas appeared to be no older than his late teens or early 20s. Yet he accepted the old woman's flattery with an unsettling sense of entitlement. Is that your carriage outside? He queried. Indeed, it belongs to my eldest daughter, who, having recently lost her husband, has returned to stay with us for a few days, the old woman explained, gesturing towards the slightly anxious mother and daughter duo. Xianglin and her child. The vivid red of their hair had prompted Yi Tsong to prepare black dye beforehand, which now proved fortuitously useful. The leader of the grass ninjas, having scrutinized them briefly, seemed satisfied enough. If you happen to see the two women I mentioned, be sure to report to us promptly. Otherwise, your entire village will be held accountable for harboring fugitives. Do you understand? With that, the grass ninjas departed, leaving Yi Tsong with a complex expression as she watched the elderly woman tremble while gathering the shattered door panels. "Grandma, why?" Yi Tsong began. But the old woman interjected while tidying up. "Little girl, you witnessed how they treat us ordinary villagers, did you not? I do not care who you are or what you've done. I only know that I will gladly do anything to displease these rascals. My family is gone, and I have few years left to live. To annoy them before I depart, well, it brings me great joy." The old woman winked playfully at Yi Tsong, her lightheartedness breaking the tension that had hung in the air. With the elderly lady so resolute, Yi Tsong felt no need to press further. Words were futile compared to actions, so after assisting the old woman in repairing the door, she left a portion of her cash on the bed before departing the next day. Although it was not a significant sum, it would surely ease the elderly woman's future. Given the events of the previous night, Yi Tsong realized that Kusanagi village had likely discovered Xiang Lin and her daughter's escape. However, judging by the grass ninja's demeanor, they were unaware of Yi Tsong's presence as a third party. Thus, before nightfall on the following day, and with the borders of the fire country drawing near, she decided to dispose of the carriage and lead Xiang Lin and her daughter into the forest between the two nations. After all, who would believe that a defenseless woman would dare to venture into a wilderness teeming with venomous creatures and feral beasts? Regrettably, the disparity between dreams and reality was stark. The unusual activities in the land of grass quickly drew the attention of the two neighboring nations. While it did not escalate into outright conflict, the ninja squads stationed at the borders began to mobilize with alarming frequency, despite the land of grass's desperate claims of merely pursuing defectors. Such assertions were hardly convincing and could not quell the suspicions of the neighboring nations. Consequently, the patrol teams from both countries began to conduct frequent surveillance along the border, forcing Kusanagi village to dispatch a corresponding number of teams to engage in training exercises in the two border regions. This back and forth led to the incident of Xiang Lin and her daughter's escape becoming a minor issue amidst the escalating tensions. On the third day, while observing the grass ninja squads leaping through the trees, Yi Tsong, hidden within a hollow, felt a growing sense of agitation. As they neared the border, the increase in patrolling squads overnight was unexpected. Moreover, although her scorching flames had dried the air, the chill of the night was harsh, and Xiang Lin's daughter, due to her frail condition, showed signs of fever. Watching the child, who was nestled in her mother's arms, Yi Tsong's unease deepened. Initially intent on avoiding any trouble, it now seemed imperative to force their way through, lest Xiang Lin's daughter succumb to illness. "Let me carry her," Yi Tsong offered. After a moment of hesitation, Vortex Mei Xing placed Xiang Lin's child onto her back. "Don't go out." Both Yi Tsong and Vortex Mei Xing blinked in surprise at the child's sudden warning. "Xiang Lin, did you just say not to go out?" "Yes," she replied, her condition clearly deteriorating, yet she made an effort to open her eyes. "Something is coming from outside, very soon." Before she could finish, Yi Tsong heard the unmistakable sound of a patrol team trampling through the underbrush. This was clearly the 6th squad from Kusanagi village. Only when the noise faded did Yi Tsong turn to Xiang Lin. "Were those the fast-moving figures you spoke of earlier?" "Yes. But now?" Xiang Lin paused, closing her eyes as she concentrated, before shaking her head slightly. "No one is coming this way now, and they are quite far away." "How far?" Yi Tsong wanted to ask, but held back, considering the child's fragile state. The priority was swiftly crossing into the fire country. Everything else could wait. "Xiang Lin, we need to reach the border of the fire country, several kilometers away. If anyone approaches during our journey, could you alert me?" "Yes," with determination etched on her face. Despite her worsening condition, Yi Tsong took a moment to gather her resolve before stepping out of the hollow with the child on her back. "If we can get through, we shall. If not, we will fight." She had already resolved to charge ahead with relentless force. "There are 3 up ahead. To the left," the child guided her. To Yi Tsong's astonishment, following the child's directions, they navigated through without encountering any further patrols from Kusanagi village. Over 2 hours later, upon sighting the distant border marker of the fire country, a revelation struck Yi Tsong. She began to understand why that impudent boy placed such importance on Xiang Lin. Chapter 131. I know you know. In March, after receiving word of Yitsong's successful mission, Senju Shingetsu seized a moment of respite to travel to Tanaka Village. This visit served two purposes: to introduce her beloved subordinates to their future employer and to provide Vortex Mei Xing with comprehensive health care. As Xiang Lin's sole remaining relative in this world, her mother undoubtedly represented the girl's greatest vulnerability. As long as the whirlpool Mei Xing can be firmly grasped in hand, plump and well cared for, there will be no need to worry that Xiang Lin might harbor any second thoughts. Conversely, as long as Xiang Lin develops a sense of dependence and trust towards him, the whirlpool Mei Xing will undoubtedly not abandon her daughter to leave on her own. Thus, from that month onward, Qinshu Jinyue and Yitsong divided into two fronts. Yitsong would serve as Xiang Lin's enlightening teacher in Tanaka Village. While also conducting basic ability training with Diesel, Qinshu Jinyue would focus on special training for Quan and Onma Bayun in Konoha Village. After all, these individuals could be considered his most capable subordinates in the future, so it is only fitting that he invests some thought into them. Oh, and occasionally when he encounters Naruto, he would also take the opportunity to provide guidance to him, who had nothing else to do. Of course, he would still set aside 2 or 3 chances each month to visit Tanaka Village, ostensibly to pay a visit, but in reality, it was merely to maintain his presence, preventing Xiang Lin from feeling any distance from her employer over time. April, May, June. Tranquil days passed by one after another. By the end of June, with half of the year already gone, some Chunin exam candidates from other villages began to appear in Konoha. However, at this moment, Qinshu Jinyue was suddenly informed by Quan that Itachi still had not participated in the Chunin exam this year. Upon hearing this news, he contemplated for a moment before rushing to the Hokage building to seek out the third Hokage. It was not that he had developed an inexplicable concern for Itachi. Rather, he thought that since he had already sown the seeds of doubt in Itachi's mind recently, what he ought to do now was to create trouble for Danzo around the clock. Yet, even until now, that old man had been going about his day without any incidents, which was quite vexing. The direction for investigation had already been provided. Had it been some bespectacled elementary school student, they would have had a sudden epiphany and been jolted into action by now. Time is of the essence, my young friend. I glanced at the list of candidates for this year's Chunin exam, and it seems that Uchiha Itachi is still absent. Danzo suddenly remarked while observing the old friend seated in the chair representing the pinnacle of power. The third Hokage, who had been reviewing the data laid out on the desk, looked up in surprise at his old friend. Speaking of which, didn't you specifically seek him out for a conversation when he graduated? While I did not specifically send someone to monitor you, as long as it is something happening in this village, if I wish to know, there is nothing that can escape the old man's knowledge. He firmly believed that his old friend was well aware of this, which is why there was no hint of boasting or showing off when the third Hokage spoke these words. I merely wish to meet a student who has garnered collective praise from the teachers at the Ninja Academy. Danzo merely stated this before diverting the topic. It has been 2 years since his graduation, and the other 2 from his cohort have already become elites in the village. While Itachi, whose talent is no less, remains overlooked, this is undoubtedly a tremendous loss for the village. The third Hokage frowned slightly, showing signs of being swayed. However, the issue is that I have yet to receive the recommendation letter for his Jonin instructor. Upon hearing this, Danzo's mouth curled into a slight smirk. Itachi's Jonin instructor is Mizunayuki Yuki, whose strength is considered mediocre among Jonin. He is merely envious of Itachi's prowess. The third Hokage instinctively wanted to refute. That cannot be. As his Jonin instructor, Yuki is not that type of person. When Danzo made this statement, his tone was very resolute. You may not know, but he has previously sent back several genin with talents surpassing his own to the academy for retraining before Itachi. The only reason he has not done so this time is that Itachi's reputation is still somewhat prominent, and considering that Itachi's father is the captain of the police force, he feels it would be difficult to handle the aftermath. Although he usually does not show it, Mizunayuki Yuki harbors a dark personality. This has already been investigated. Such a thing exists? Shadows immediately flitted across the third Hokage's face. Due to his position, he would not actively suspect every ninja serving the village. However, he understood his old friend's Root's methods and capabilities very well. Perhaps even better than the Umbu directly under the Hokage when it came to unearthing the darkness of human nature. Given this, after a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage slowly spoke. Since his Jonin instructor has not recommended him, Let us promote him directly to Chunin through a high-level recommendation. No, I believe it would be more beneficial for the village to allow him to participate in the exam. Danzo observed the third Hokage, who was puffing on a pipe. In the Chunin exams 2 years ago, Konoha village made quite an impression before the feudal lords and dignitaries of various nations. I believe the other villages would certainly wish to redeem themselves in a future joint exam. Therefore, at this moment, we need to once again convey to them the undeniable strength of Konoha through a painful reality. I know Itachi is an excellent ninja, but is his strength truly that formidable? With so many matters to handle, the third Hokage generally only reviewed the task performance evaluation forms. Moreover, dealing with just Team 9 was enough to keep him busy, so he had not paid much attention to Itachi. Indeed, Danzo's voice seemed to carry an inexplicable emotion as he continued. From my observations, Itachi maintains an exceptionally high success rate in missions, even when collaborating with superiors and peers whose abilities are inferior to his own. This alone speaks volumes. I never expected you to hold such a high regard for a child from the Uchiha clan. I have my reservations about the Uchiha, but I would not neglect a genuinely valuable individual for the village. After listening to this, the third Hokage fell silent for a moment. He understood that his old friend was certainly not as selfless as he claimed. However, deciphering what the other party was truly thinking was not something that could be grasped in such a brief moment, although they had never admitted it. Perhaps this unspoken understanding was the tacit bond between him and Danzo. I know you have your motives, and I know you know that I know your motives. Yet we do not lay it bare, each probing and guessing. Is this not a favorite pastime for people of their age? Very well. Since allowing Itachi to participate in the Chunin exam serves a correct guiding purpose and significance for Konoha village, I shall not refuse. However, registration for this year has already closed. To meet your intended purpose, he must participate in the joint exam next year. I will discuss this matter with Fugaku. Very well. Danzo seemingly replied calmly, yet deep within his eyes, which the third Hokage failed to notice, a peculiar light had begun to flicker. Konoha village and the Uchiha clan were never meant to coexist. Now, he had finally found a sharp blade capable of severing the entanglements between the two since the village's inception, Uchiha Itachi, that genius who possessed the darkness he admired. He sensed that this child undoubtedly had the potential to fulfill his long-cherished wish. What must he do to make him willingly become my pawn? After successfully steering Itachi's life trajectory, this truly posed a delightful conundrum for Danzo at this moment. Chapter 132. Training Naruto's notification letter. There is also another issue concerning the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. When Shinsho Jinue arrived, he happened to cross paths with Danzo, who was exiting the Hokage's office. As the two gazes locked, Danzo's cold, piercing eyes remained fixed on him until they were about to pass each other, at which point he averted his gaze and departed with 2 guards. Upon entering the office, Shinsho Jinue found the third Hokage standing by the window, admiring the scenery. The third Hokage turned at the sound of his voice, and upon seeing him, a smile spread across his face. As he walked back to his desk, he chuckled. What brings you to seek out this old man today? Huh? Shinsho Jinue hesitated for a moment, the image of Danzo's sinister expression flashing through his mind. However, he quickly shook his head and replied, I heard from Izumi that Itachi has not yet participated in the Chunin exams this year, so I thought I would come to inquire about the situation. Oh, the third Hokage's amusement deepened. Not only Izumi, but even the son of the Uchiha clan leader has cultivated such a good relationship? One could hardly call it a close relationship. We merely had a more in-depth conversation a few months ago. Is that so? The third Hokage nodded knowingly, just as Danzo's actions could not escape his notice. That meeting with Itachi was also under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. However, due to his special considerations, the Umbu had not delved deeper into the details of their conversation, only reporting the occurrence of the meeting. If it were merely a casual acquaintance, what prompted you to take an interest in his affairs? Is it that you cannot bear to let a prodigy go unnoticed, thus seeking out this old man? Perhaps. Shinsho Jinue conceded. But more so, it pertains to the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. He then proceeded to articulate the volatile emotions and behaviors exhibited by the more radical members of the Uchiha clan, which he had mentioned in his previous conversation with Itachi. He concluded with his own considerations. Izumi, Itachi, and I all understand the profound intentions behind your establishment of Team 9. However, I believe our roles primarily serve to express your stance and determination to the villagers. In truth, the ordinary Uchiha clan members have sensed your sincerity. Yet, Regarding the radical ninjas who form the backbone of the clan, I feel that neither Izumi's nor my influence carries much weight. Therefore, aside from Team 9, I believe we require a sufficiently influential Uchiha to draw them back from their misguided paths. The third Hokage listened intently, his smile growing broader with each word. Once Shinsho Jinyu finished, he stroked his beard and chuckled. So, you are suggesting that Itachi, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, is better suited for this task? Indeed, Shinsho Jinyu nodded. Although we have not engaged in extensive discussions, I sensed from our last conversation that Itachi possesses a broad vision. His thoughts are not constrained by the notions of the clan. During our dialogue, he identified himself not merely as Uchiha Itachi, but as a ninja of Konoha. The third Hokage, however, remained unaware of the turmoil brewing within Shinsho Jinyu's mind. After hearing his description of Itachi, the third Hokage's delight deepened. He had previously wondered if Danzo's portrayal of Itachi was exaggerated, but now, hearing Shinsho Jinyu's words, he realized he had nearly overlooked such a promising embodiment of the will of fire. In fact, Danzo had mentioned Itachi earlier. With this thought, the third Hokage decided to share the essence of his prior conversation with Danzo, concluding with an acknowledgement that this year was indeed too late. Regardless of Danzo's intentions or the necessity for Itachi's influential stature, it seemed that he must participate in next year's multi-village exam. Yes, Shinsho Jinyu nodded, not overly fixated on the timeline, knowing that such matters were beyond his control. The multi-village exam was of great significance to many nations, and no matter how favorably the third Hokage viewed him, he would not disrupt the established order. Very well, Shinsho Jinyu agreed, preparing to take his leave. However, before he could take a step, he heard the old man call out, "Wait a moment. I have another question for you regarding that yellow-haired boy who follows you closely, Naruto." Although this subject had been raised by Danzo, it did not imply a lack of trust in Shinsho Jinyu. Rather, it was simply a timely inquiry that had not been forgotten. Naruto? Shinsho Jinyu paused. What about him? The third Hokage pondered his words carefully. Have you noticed anything about Naruto that sets him apart from the other children? Something different? Shinsho Jinyu furrowed his brow slightly. Are you referring to the Kyuubi? Or his status as an orphan? He emphasized the latter, and the third Hokage, with his wisdom and experience, immediately grasped that this clever boy had likely discerned Naruto's true lineage. The third Hokage took a long puff from his pipe before sighing. I know you are intelligent, but I did not expect you to have perceived these matters at such a young age. Is recognizing Naruto's background indicative of intelligence? Ever since Uzumaki Kushina, Konoha has only welcomed one member of the Uzumaki clan, and she was the host of the Kyuubi. On that fateful day, both she and her husband perished, leading to the emergence of Naruto Uzumaki, who also became the host of the Kyuubi. How could anyone not connect the dots? Shinsho Jinyu felt incredulous. Is the entire village under some collective ignorance, unable to comprehend such a straightforward matter? He had longed to voice his frustrations regarding this situation, convinced that many ninjas were well aware of Naruto's circumstances. However, due to the fourth Hokage's legacy and the higher-up silence, no one wished to invite trouble upon themselves. Lord Hokage, I must express my differing views regarding the treatment of Naruto. While I understand your efforts to protect him, I fail to comprehend why you would conceal his identity while allowing the rumor that he is the incarnation of the Nine Tails to circulate. Fortunately, he encountered me during his childhood. Otherwise, a child raised amidst such venomous curses and ostracism, especially as the host of the Kyuubi. The third Hokage interjected. I am not responsible for that. It was all Danzo's doing. Yet, the complexities of his relationship with Danzo could not be articulated openly, leaving him to quietly swallow this grievance. In conclusion, he asserted, regardless of how others perceive it, I will not allow Naruto to endure loneliness any longer. I shall treat him as a normal child, providing him with the joy and guidance appropriate for his age. Naturally, should he err, I shall share the burden with him. After saying this, I glanced at the third Hokage, Sandaime Hokage, who seemed lost in thought. Senju Jinyu felt that the moment was ripe, so he promptly took his leave and exited the room. At over 60 years of age, the old man was astute. Attempting to outwit him would be futile. Regardless, I had made my intentions to frequently mentor Naruto clear, and it mattered little how the old man perceived it. Knowing when to withdraw is the path of wisdom. Chapter 133. A response to waiting. I'm back. You've returned, brother. A tender voice accompanied by small hands rushed to embrace Itachi, who was in the midst of donning his slippers. Brother, have you completed your mission today? Yes, Itachi replied, rising in the corridor, smiling as he ruffled the hair of his adorable younger brother, feeling a profound sense of relaxation wash over his spirit. Brother, are you tired? Sasuke, now over 4 years old, had begun to grasp many concepts. As he grew older, he found himself increasingly drawn to his elder brother, who was often praised by their father. As Itachi walked toward his room, Sasuke hurriedly scurried on his short legs to keep pace, clearly eager to converse with his brother. Since you left, Sasuke has been waiting for your return. Upon hearing his mother's words, a warm sensation blossomed in Itachi's heart, bringing him joy that his brother cherished him so. Sasuke, upon hearing his mother, immediately spoke with the seriousness of an adult, saying, I also want to go on missions like brother. That might be a tad too early for you. Itachi chuckled, affectionately patting the foolish little one's head. Just then, the paper sliding door was abruptly pulled open from within. You're back. Uchiha Fugaka's expression was grave as he stepped out to stand before Itachi. At home, their father always bore a commanding presence, but Itachi had long since grown accustomed to it. Yes, today, Lord Hokage summoned me and spoke of your matters. My matters? Itachi's expression revealed surprise. Though often called a genius, he never considered himself someone worthy of discussion by the Hokage. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaka nodded. Despite his efforts to maintain an air of authority, Itachi's keen observation detected a glimmer of satisfaction and pride in his father's gaze. Lord Hokage mentioned he witnessed your performance during missions and felt that your teammates in the second squad could no longer keep pace with you. Thus, he wishes to recommend you for next year's Chunin exams. Itachi could hardly believe his ears at his father's words. However, he noted that as this was not a recommendation from a leading jonin, Lord Hokage stipulated that he would have to participate in next year's exams alone, while other candidates would still be in complete teams, placing him at a significant disadvantage. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head and closed his eyes, pausing in silence before lifting his gaze to meet Itachi's. Nevertheless, I have assured Lord Hokage that you will participate regardless. Thank you, father. Effort, anticipation, disappointment, renewed effort. Renewed anticipation, renewed disappointment. This cycle of days was finally coming to an end. It was as if a heart once shrouded in heavy clouds had finally glimpsed the sun. He had originally pondered how long he would have to indulge the members of those small teams in their childish games, yet unexpectedly, he received such splendid news today. Seeing his usually composed son exhibit such excitement, Uchiha Fugaka's gaze softened. He had been aware of Itachi's performance over the past 2 years and understood how much his son had repressed himself since graduation. However, due to the peculiarities of the Uchiha clan and his position as clan leader, he could say little, instead choosing to trust and wait. Fortunately, today, all had finally received a response. This time, it is Lord Hokage himself who approached me, and with the village's high-ranking officials recommending you, you must give it your all. Yes. Just then, Sasuke, having wriggled free from his mother's grasp, rushed into their conversation, stepping directly between the two and looking up at his father with wide eyes. Brother, what is happening? You must grow quickly and become an outstanding ninja like your brother, Uchiha Fugaka said, lifting Sasuke by his armpits. Yes. Sasuke beamed joyfully in front of his father, his gaze toward Itachi filled with intense admiration and confidence. I will become a powerful ninja, just like brother. Good boy. Seemingly influenced by Sasuke's innocent smile, Uchiha Fugaku's face broke into a rare smile. However, he soon returned his attention to Sasuke's face while addressing Itachi. The strong recommendation for you to participate in the Chunin exams appears to have come from Shimura Danzo, and that young man from the Senju clan. Shimura Danzo? Itachi instinctively furrowed his brows, the shadowy visage he had seen on graduation day flashing through his mind, followed by the mention of that individual who had been targeting the Uchiha clan in his conversation with Senju Jinua. Since returning that day, Itachi had been deliberately keeping an eye on this matter. Unfortunately, due to his status as a genin and limited authority, coupled with the unpredictable nature of his squad's missions, his investigation had progressed at an excruciatingly slow pace. Indeed, it could be said that he had made no progress at all. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to confide in his closest friend, hoping to glean some clues from him, or even better, to conduct a secret investigation alongside Shisui. However, despite already working within the police force, Shisui's authority was confined solely to the police system. Any attempt to access information from other departments would inevitably draw attention, compelling him to gather leads as best as he could amid his daily duties. as for inquiring with Senju Jinyu, who had openly acknowledged knowing the answers. As proud Uchiha, such an option had never crossed the minds of the two young men. Ultimately, after multiple analyses and debates, and considering the notion that the police force resembled a shackle on the Uchiha, they focused their scrutiny on Shimura Danzo. Aside from his unappealing appearance, he was one of the few individuals capable of singularly targeting the Uchiha clan within the village of Konoha. With the existence of Team 9, both emotionally and from other perspectives, they deemed it improbable that the third Hokage would engage in such actions. As for the two senior advisors, their oversight pertained to education and logistics, rendering them too distant from the Uchiha clan to be deemed suspicious, thus elevating the suspicion on the perpetually stern-faced Shimura Danzo. Nonetheless, this was merely a general direction derived from the scant clues and information available to them, lacking any substantive evidence. It merely provided a focus for their future inquiries. What could be Shimura Danzo's motive in recommending me? Unexpectedly, the individual who had once been his peer sought out Hokage-sama due to this matter. For Uchiha Itachi, who had always relied on himself in every aspect since childhood, it felt rather awkward to owe someone a favor in such circumstances. Dinner is ready. His mother's voice suddenly echoed from the hallway, capturing the attention of the three men, one large, one medium, and one small. In any case, it was essential to prepare for the Chunin exam. As he carried Sasuke towards the dining room, Uchiha Fugaka's tone regained its calmness. I believe in your strength. As long as you perform normally, you will surely pass. The rest can be discussed later. Yes, Itachi replied, lowering his head, and then lagged behind slightly to catch up with his father's pace. He glanced at his younger brother, who was waving at him from above their father's shoulder, and then at their mother, who stood smiling by the dining table, waiting for everyone. Suddenly, he felt that the burdens he had been carrying in his heart could be momentarily set aside. Perhaps tomorrow there would be an opportunity to express his gratitude. Although the other party claimed to be doing it merely to alleviate Izumi's worries, the truth remained that they had provided him with help, clues, and direction. The proud Uchiha could not allow Itachi to be someone who did not understand gratitude and reciprocity. Chapter 134. After beating his brother, he still wants to hear him say, "Thank you, serious, straightforward, and sincere." This seems to be the collective impression that all who have watched the anime have of Naruto. However, Senju Jinyu has always believed that Naruto was not inherently this way from the beginning. Throughout his growth, his character must have undergone various transformations at different stages, ultimately evolving into this persona after encountering Iruka, who was enlightened by the third Hokage. This suggests that Naruto's character is largely influenced by his environment and the people around him. For instance, at present, Naruto, do you see that boy about your age? In the village park, upon spotting Sasuke sitting coolly on a bench, seemingly waiting for someone, Senju Jinyue's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. Having already spent the entire morning entangled with Naruto, Naruto turned his head at the mention and, whether by coincidence or fate, locked eyes with Sasuke. Smug, Naruto exclaimed. Annoying, Sasuke retorted with a huff. For this scene, Senju Jinyu watched closely, yet to achieve his objective, he maintained a facade. Actually, I know him. His name is Uchiha Sasuke, and he is of the same age as you. My brother and he are contemporaries and fierce rivals. When lying to children, one must speak convincingly, with a calm demeanor, interspersed with a hint of nostalgia and reflection. My brother and I have always been in competition, striving to determine who is stronger. However, we both possess similar talent and effort, so we have yet to resolve who is superior from ninja school to the present. Since meeting you, I have been contemplating whether if my brother could defeat his brother, it would prove I am the stronger one. Sense of belonging, sense of mission. Isn't it all coming together? Brother Jinyu, you are certainly stronger than his brother. With an overwhelming sense of purpose, Naruto boldly marched towards Sasuke. As he observed Naruto and Sasuke drawing closer, Senju Jinyue's heart raced with excitement. A fateful encounter. This is destiny. Yet, the unfolding seemed to take an unusual turn. Hey! Sasuke thought it rather perplexing as he gazed at the little figure before him. I know you. Your name is Uchiha Sasuke, right? Naruto's demeanor was somewhat arrogant. Listen closely. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will defeat you to prove my brother is stronger than your brother. What did you say? Sasuke, initially disinterested, suddenly changed his expression and could not help but shout. I don't care who you are. Your brother is definitely not as strong as mine. My brother is stronger. My brother. Their voices grew increasingly fervent, their stances shifting from one standing and one seated to both clenching their fists, gritting their teeth as they faced off. In the end, it became unclear who lost their temper first, but both children suddenly began to exchange blows, dodging, maneuvering, and leaping. Unlike typical children who relied solely on brute force, they exhibited the early forms of taijutsu in both offense and defense. Sasuke, already trained at this age, showed no signs of weakness, while Naruto, under Senju Jinyue's systematic training, had made remarkable progress, even surpassing his peer, Kuruma Yagura, in physical fitness and taijutsu, thanks to the formidable physique of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, the two little warriors exchanged punches and kicks, all the while proclaiming the superiority of their brothers. In a park, if two children merely tumbled about without any technique, others would swiftly intervene, but upon witnessing their impressive movements, no one dared to stop them. In a world that revered martial prowess, combat training was met with understanding. However, as the scuffle continued, Naruto's robust physique, while formidable, revealed a flaw in agility, allowing Sasuke to land more hits due to his speed. Gradually, as Sasuke's strikes increased, the balance began to shift, and he even gained the upper hand. Observing this development, Senju Jinyue thought, "This brat is rebelling. Naruto, stop. This quarrel between adults should not spill over into your childish disputes." Upon hearing this, Naruto paused briefly, then realized that if he lost, it would result in brother Jinyue conceding before this arrogant boy's brother. Suddenly, as if entering a super mode, Naruto, who had been on the verge of defeat, stretched out his arms, bracing against Sasuke's fists, and abruptly pulled him down to the ground. Bang! Both children fell. And seizing the moment, Naruto swiftly flipped over and mounted Sasuke, pinning his legs to Sasuke's arms, gripping his collar tightly. "Tell me, is my brother stronger than your brother?" "No, my brother is the strongest." Even restricted in movement, Sasuke stubbornly refused to relent, struggling fiercely while arguing with Naruto. While he had previously leveraged his speed to contend with Naruto, now he found himself immobilized, akin to an assassin caught by a tank. "Still dare to say that?" I smack. Naruto's fist was suddenly caught. "All right, Naruto." As the illustrious Chinsho Jinyue exerted a slight force, she effortlessly lifted Naruto from Sasuke's grasp. Subsequently, while assisting Sasuke to his feet, she imparted a solemn piece of wisdom to both of them. True strength, acquired through coercive force, is not genuine power. A true warrior must earn the respect and admiration of others in every aspect. After delivering this seemingly profound statement to establish her authority, she swiftly rewarded each boy with a sweet treat before they could fully comprehend her words. "However, I did notice that both of you are the kind of young men who would rather suffer themselves than allow harm to befall those you care for. It brings us older brothers immense pride to have such commendable younger siblings like you." Naruto, despite his bruised visage, swelled with pride at having triumphed in the skirmish and receiving praise from his elder. Conversely, Sasuke, suppressing the grievances in his heart, turned away with a huff. Though he had inexplicably endured a beating, he felt he had earned the commendation, as he too considered himself a worthy younger brother. "If only my brother would also extol my virtues." Observing Naruto basking in the affection of Chinsho Jinyue, Sasuke felt a pang of jealousy rise within him. In his memories, his elder brother had always been exceptional, a figure he could never quite catch up to, and he had never once heard words of pride directed towards him. "Sasuke?" A voice, tinged with surprise, suddenly interrupted. "Brother." Upon seeing Itachi's unexpected arrival, Sasuke could no longer contain his frustrations and rushed into Itachi's embrace. "What is going on here?" Itachi inquired, glancing between Sasuke and the also bruised Naruto, confusion evident in his eyes. With Chinsho Jinyue present, he did not suspect any bullying had occurred. "Ah," Chinsho Jinyue sighed, ruffling Naruto's hair. "These two little rascals started bickering over who was stronger, and before we knew it, they were throwing punches." "Oh," Itachi nodded, observing Sasuke's battered face, a warmth blossoming in his heart, despite knowing it was inappropriate to feel this way. Seeing his younger brother defend himself so fiercely genuinely warmed him. "I haven't had the chance to thank you for the Chunin exam." "Oh, that?" Chinsho Jinyue waved her hand dismissively. "I merely believe someone of your caliber should not waste their time on trivial matters like walking dogs and catching cats. The limitations and freedoms of a lower-ranking ninja do little to assist you in your endeavors. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed." Itachi, not one for pretense, nodded in agreement. "I shall always remember what you have done for the Uchiha clan." After having roughed up someone's younger brother, Now I find myself receiving gratitude from the very same person. Even someone as unflappable as Chinsho Jinue felt a hint of embarrassment, prompting her to hastily bid farewell to Naruto. You two little rascals should receive medical attention for your injuries. Let us leave it at this for today. We can discuss matters further next time. In the humble village of Mai, a gathering of Asuma's peers, who trained alongside Kai, found themselves together for a rare moment. Their shared time amidst their busy lives was largely due to Asuma's escalating conflict with the third Hokage, which culminated in his abrupt departure from the village to join the 12 guardian ninja of the feudal lord. Truth be told, this incident had not created much of a stir. Besides the third Hokage, who was Asuma's father, only Kai, Yuhi Kurenai, and Noara Rin, those who frequently interacted with him, expressed concern. They understood that even with their gathering, nothing could alter the situation, and they felt no inclination to judge Asuma's actions as right or wrong. They merely thought it rather excessive for someone of the Hokage's age, with hair already grayed, to indulge in such rebellious antics, which were unbecoming of an exemplary ninja. First, Kakashi had joined the Umbu, becoming increasingly mysterious, and now Asuma had left the village. Kai, with a skewer of dumplings in each hand, stuffed his mouth with dumplings as he spoke, making his words indistinguishable. The group fell silent until Noara Rin finally broke the quiet, asking, "What about you? I hear you often spend time with that Shinsho kid. Have you forgotten about Kakashi?" "Not at all. How could I ever forget Kakashi, my lifelong friend?" Kai retorted passionately, but as he spoke, a sigh escaped him. "Yet, it's true that Kakashi has grown increasingly distant. I sense that while he once found me annoying, he would still respond if I persisted. Now, it feels as though he has no desire to even converse with me. What a shame, Kakashi. How can I save you, my dear friend?" Since the cessation of hostilities between Mai and Yunin village, life had returned to a semblance of normalcy, yet Kai continued to pester Kakashi for various challenges. However, since joining the Umbu, Kakashi had grown more brooding, impervious to Kai's invitations. At this juncture, Shinsho Jinue appeared, and in his frustration at receiving no response, Kai reluctantly surrendered himself to the embrace of his junior, Jinue. Watching Kai, tears of frustration streaming down his face while he continued to stuff his mouth with dumplings. His peers couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Only he would behave this way, had it been anyone else. They would have doubted whether the individual was truly concerned for their comrade or merely taking advantage of the food. After engaging in aimless chatter for nearly an hour, well past lunchtime, the group finally rose to exit the establishment. They had convened under the guise of concern for Asuma, yet they too sought a brief respite from their responsibilities. "Are you all prepared to embark on another round of endless missions?" "Me?" Yuhi Kurenai glanced at Noara Rin, then at her other companions, before softly replying, "I'm feeling a bit fatigued lately. I may request some time off to refine my jinjutsu." "Oh, what refining of jinjutsu?" "Everyone here knows the truth. It's merely that Asuma's actions have left you feeling unsettled." "And you, Kai?" "Me? I'm off to Training Ground Zero for a heated contest of manly spirit with Jinue." "Training Ground Zero?" The others exchanged incredulous glances. Noara Rin was about to point out that it had been sealed off, but then she remembered that Kai was with that Shinsho kid, and she quickly understood. With that young man, it was unlikely that any significant trouble would arise, even if they were to capture all the creatures within for a feast. My whirlwind. Boom. My great whirlwind. Crack. My strong whirlwind. Boom. With a cloud of dust rising, an enormous brown bear crashed heavily to the ground. Huffing and puffing, I finally accomplished it. Gazing at the colossal brown bear sprawled before me, which must have been several meters tall even in repose, I couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, despite the exhaustion weighing on me. Oh, ha ha ha. With such a massive creature, there's no doubt that Jinue, my rival, could not possibly surpass my catch. On December 23rd, the match between Mike Kai and Shinsho Jinue was set to take place at Training Ground Number 0, with the challenge centered on capturing animals within a 3-hour limit, the largest capture determining the victor. This intriguing and challenging contest, which also bore some semblance to luck, had genuinely ignited the interest and enthusiasm of those who revel in challenges. Before long, accompanied by a dull roar of wind, I looked up to see Shinsho Jinue hurtling towards me, dragging a massive ice coffin. Upon witnessing the absurdly large frozen shell descending from the sky, a sudden pang of unease struck me. Thud! The ice coffin landed slowly beside the gigantic brown bear, its exaggerated weight causing the ground nearby to tremble. My earlier elation began to fade as I realized, in terms of length, I might be at a disadvantage. Crash. The hard ice coffin shattered spectacularly, revealing the creature encased within, a tiger of equally colossal proportions. Yet, this king of beasts seemed to be afflicted by some ailment, for upon Jinyue's release of it, rather than displaying any inclination to resist, it curled up and trembled in a ball. I couldn't ascertain if it had been frozen into stupor or frightened into submission. My brown bear lay incapacitated, so I turned my gaze to the tiger I had brought along. It approached and lay down obediently. I need not worry about its comprehension. In this world, animals of substantial size often exhibit a degree of sentience, with the capacity to understand human speech, though they seldom converse. Though I was uncertain of the intentions of this troublesome creature, I had no choice but to concede. I was outmatched in strength, and escape was futile. Reluctantly, the large tiger slinked over to Jinyue, resting its head at his feet. "Oh, did you see? My bear is longer," I exclaimed. "Is it?" Jinyue chuckled knowingly at my sudden enthusiasm. Then, with a swift motion, he slapped the tiger's rear, causing its tail to extend. Whoosh! A tail thicker than a steel pipe whipped past me, sweeping away the last remnants of my fleeting excitement. Chapter 136. Testing the abilities of Xianglin. How infuriating. Only 10 centimeters. Even when fully extended, it barely measures 10 centimeters. I lamented. Next time, I will find a creature with a longer tail. With a cry of despair, I dashed towards the center of the village, tears brimming in my eyes, berating myself. I'm a fool. A big fool. The mightiest fool of Konohagakure. Jinyue, observing my sudden behavior, felt no surprise. Rather, it was precisely his intention. After all, a competition must carry some flair to be enjoyable. Once my figure faded into the distance, Jinyue retrieved 2 scrolls from his robes, holding one in each hand, aimed at the 2 enormous beasts before him. Seal. With a puff, the unconscious brown bear vanished instantly, causing the nearby tiger to erupt in affright, its fur standing on end. Yet, upon meeting Jinyue's gaze, despite its instinct to resist, it faltered, retracting its bared teeth several times, until it finally lowered its head, reassured by Jinyue's words that it would not perish, but merely be relocated to a new environment. The once obstructed view now became crystal clear. Objective achieved. On December 25th, in Tanaka Village, near the giant tree by the lake. Whoosh! With a gentle rustle, Chinsho Jinyue descended from the air, landing gracefully on the surface of the village lake. You've arrived. Yakura had been waiting since receiving news the previous day. Behind her stood the excited Shisai and the somewhat timid Uzumaki Xianglin, who still hesitated to engage with him despite their numerous encounters. Jinyue nodded at Yakura. Is everything well here? How did the test go? Everything is quite normal. Yakura replied while smoothing the wind-tousled hair from his face. Last week, I took Xianglin outside for testing, and she can now successfully utilize the Kagura Shingon. Its effects are indeed formidable, though she still has some limitations regarding range and frequency of use. Are those limitations due to her chakra reserves? Jinyue inquired, shifting his gaze to Xianglin. Her mother had mentioned that Xianglin was just over 4 years old, only a few months older than Naruto. She was undeniably adorable. Yet it puzzled him why she seemed to evade his presence. After all, he had never scolded her or shown anger. Reflecting on it, despite the Uzumaki clan's renowned abundance of chakra, she was still just a child. Naruto and Sasuke often engaged in their playful brawls, after all. Indeed, I believe Xianglin has made impressive progress, Yakura remarked, observing Xianglin inching away behind her. A resigned smile crossed her face. Since taking Xianglin in, Jinyue had repeatedly emphasized her significance, possessing one of the most potent sensory abilities in the entire ninja world, the Kagura Shingon. Capable of sealing even-tailed beasts with her formidable sealing techniques, and her inexplicable ability to instantly replenish chakra with a mere bite. Although Yakura had yet to witness the latter 2 abilities, she was convinced that even with just the Kagura Shingon, Xianglin could easily rise to elite Jonin status. She could hardly fathom the strength Xianglin would exhibit once the other 2 traits were fully developed. That is true, Jinyue mused, nodding as he diverted his gaze from Xianglin. He had meticulously gathered these elite individuals, investing considerable effort into their training, with the intent of utilizing them for the long term. Forcing growth or extracting potential prematurely was not yet necessary. How is her mother doing? And make sure they are taking the nutritional supplements I prepared for them daily and in the correct amounts. Yes, Both of them have been following your instructions. And Uzumaki may has nearly fully recovered, Yakura replied, a hint of joy illuminating her face. Recently, she even approached me, expressing a desire for some land to cultivate, hoping to become self-sufficient in some way. Oh, is that so? Jinyue's spirits lifted at this news. Such requests are a good sign. It indicates that Uzumaki may has either accepted her fate or has truly begun to feel a sense of belonging here, at the very least suggesting she no longer harbors thoughts of leaving. For him, who is wholeheartedly eager for Xianglin to sincerely submit, this is undoubtedly a delightful matter. It signifies that he can dedicate more time and greater assurance to nurture and influence Xianglin. Excellent. With satisfaction, he nodded and retrieved 6 sealing scrolls from his bosom. After a brief glance, he marked 2 of them and returned one, subsequently tossing 5 sealing scrolls toward the surface of the lake, invoking the command, release. As the smoke from the sealing scrolls dissipated, 5 ice cages of varying sizes emerged on the water. From left to right, they were a rooster, a sycophant, an ordinary tiger, an ordinary lion, and the largest, a bewildered giant brown bear. Upon regaining its senses, the brown bear, upon realizing its predicament, could not contain itself and immediately stood up, slamming its massive paws against the ice cage. The terrifying size and visual impact startled the 2 little girls, causing them to shudder. Qinsho Jinyue felt a surge of anger. How dare such a mere beast frighten his precious gem? Silence! He bellowed, and at that moment, a torrent of lake water surged forth, drenching the brown bear and cooling it thoroughly. Then, with a focused gaze, a layer of transparent frost abruptly enveloped the bear. Within mere seconds, the towering giant brown bear began to tremble, its teeth chattering as it shivered uncontrollably. After enduring for less than half a minute, the bear collapsed onto the ice, its paws weakly slapping against the ice pillar. The sounds it emitted were no longer powerful but akin to a wounded puppy's whimper, clearly indicating its submission. Qinsho Jinyue let out a disdainful huff, freezing the bear for another 10 seconds until it began to batter its head against the ice surface, before gradually dispelling the chill enveloping its body. After all, today's objective was to test Xianglin. If this beast were to perish from the cold or lose control, it would indeed pose a significant problem. Although there was still a tiger available as a substitute, having more experimental subjects is always preferable. Once things settled down, Qinsho Jinyue turned to Xianglin, who had been leaning beside Yitsong. Are you ready? Hearing his question, Xianglin instinctively glanced at him, startled. However, she did not respond immediately. Instead, she looked up at Yitsong. Do not be anxious. Just perform as I instructed. Even if you fail, it is of no consequence. He will not blame you. Observing the gentle and encouraging smile on Yitsong's face, Xianglin gradually mustered her courage, bringing her gaze back. Yes. After affirming, Xianglin approached the lakeside, facing the 5 icy cages. With precision, she formed the unseal to extract chakra, her eyes intently fixed on the lion in the 4th cage. This demonstrates that despite her tender age, Xianglin's heart is undeniably resolute. Except for the bear, which was clearly too large to handle. She aspired to perform exceptionally well in front of her master. 5 seconds passed, then 10. Due to the significant chakra required, Xianglin had to maintain the unseal posture, while the other 3 remained patient, silently waiting. After approximately half a minute, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. With a splash, a slender, copper-colored chain extended from behind her waist, swiftly coiling toward the lion. The lion, noticing the serpent-like chain approaching, became agitated, roaring and leaping within the cage as if trying to trample the slender copper snake beneath its paws. Despite the lion's resistance making it challenging for the chain to ensnare it, each contact elicited painful cries from the creature. Yet it was Xianglin who appeared to be deteriorating more rapidly. The excessive chakra expenditure hindered her ability to control the chain accurately, and each movement left her breath more labored. After only a few attempts, her face had turned pale. Suddenly, after another failed attempt to ensnare the lion, Xianglin could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Xianglin, Yitsong, and Shisai rushed forward to support her, with Yitsong retrieving 2 disposable glass vials from her pocket. After uncapping them, she poured the contents into Xianglin's mouth. Yitsong's sister, nestled in Yitsong's embrace. Xianglin's small hands had unconsciously clutched tightly onto her clothing, her face filled with guilt and regret. It was evident that she lamented her previous performance and failure. Despite Yitsong's unwavering encouragement and belief in her, despite her caring about the outcome of this experiment. She had been consumed by the desire to impress, ultimately leading to this failure. It's all right, it's all right. As an adult, Yitsong discerned Xianglin's thoughts and feelings. Nevertheless, she remained calm and gently reassured her, this was merely a test. As long as you can summon it, that is sufficient. See, he is not angry, is he? Xianglin, upon hearing this, summoned the courage to steal a glance at Qianshou Jinhua. She discovered that the individual her mother referred to as the true master of the village was simply observing the lion in the ice cage, seemingly deep in thought. His expression, indeed, mirrored Yitsong's words, devoid of any displeasure. Indeed, I managed to summon it, but if memory serves correctly, on the day of Naruto's birth, Kushina used 5 chains, and even the 9 tails was rendered immobile. However, Xianglin's current demonstration consisted of only a single slender chain, with neither accuracy nor speed comparable to Kushina's, which allowed the ordinary lion to resist. It seemed that youth and insufficient chakra were the culprits. Chakra. Upon reflection, aside from Yitsong, the targets she had in mind were all of a similar age, including herself. They all needed a few more years to reach their peak potential. How to describe this situation? While she could indeed summon it, for Qianshou Jinhua, who had emerged from an environment where everyone suffered from a lack of firepower, there was a lingering sense of instability unless every hero was cultivated to their fullest potential. Do not be disheartened. You are still young, and failure is a natural part of growth. As he spoke, he raised his left hand towards the lake. In the next moment, the 5 ice cages seemed to be lifted by an invisible platform, circling in the air before gently descending into the forest, their bars firmly embedded into the ground. He then retrieved the 6th sealing scroll, releasing the large tiger and confining it within another ice cage. I shall place these here. Remember to practice diligently in the future. Insufficient chakra? Then practice. Lacking control over the chains? Then practice. As long as the training is sufficiently diligent and earnest, perhaps in less than 2.5 years, one could achieve remarkable progress. After a few comforting words, Senju Shinetsu called Yitsong aside. Initially, the two strolled slowly along the lakeside in silence. It was only when they had distanced themselves considerably from the giant tree, well out of sight of Shiseier and Xianglin, that he gradually slowed his pace and turned to gaze at the lake's surface. He had promised to assist in your vengeance, yet throughout this past year, he had continually assigned you trivial tasks of finding and caring for others. That's all right. Yitsong thought he might have something more to say, but upon hearing his words, she immediately felt a sense of relief and joined him at the lakeside. Although the resentment towards the higher-ups of Suna no Kuni had not completely faded, this past year spent with them had indeed bestowed upon her a sense of relaxation and joy that she had not experienced in a long time. Moreover, she turned to glance at Senju Shinetsu, now towering above her shoulder, and her eyes softened with increasing warmth. I also understand that you are currently devising a grand plan, one that may bring about significant changes within the entire ninja world. How could I allow my fleeting emotions to disrupt your endeavors? Senju Shinetsu fell silent for a moment, tacitly acknowledging her words. Do you not wish to inquire about the nature of my plan? Is it not worth your dedication and patience? Of course not. Yitsong replied without hesitation, her voice imbued with joy and anticipation. From the moment you awaken me, nothing else in this world holds greater importance than you. Therefore, whatever you wish to pursue, when you require my assistance, simply inform me of your objectives and expectations, and that will suffice. The rest is inconsequential. Her words were devoid of any intentional emphasis, yet Senju Shinetsu could profoundly sense that this was her most genuine sentiment. Well, she continued, to speak of emotions seems rather sentimental, yet to hear such declarations from someone who once embodied the fierce spirit of a battlefield warrior is undeniably stirring. Perhaps you should show more concern for your own student instead of me, he remarked. Shiseiya? Senju Shinetsu paused, taken aback. What about her? Upon hearing this, Yitsong could not help but sigh, lightly tapping his forehead in exasperation. What do you mean, what about her? You took her as your student, yet aside from routine instruction, you have shown no further attention to her. Are you aware of her training progress? Has she encountered any confusion or misunderstandings during her training? Have you considered what goals might be most suitable for her? Senju Shinetsu opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he had always regarded Shiseier merely as Yitsong's assistant, and aside from the customary guidance during his visits, he had not paid particular attention to his student. Oh, Yitsong sighed again, her expression revealing a knowing look. Since we are on the subject, let me clarify. Consider those around you. I need not mention Izumi, a wielder of the Sharingan, who shares such a close bond with you. Arima Bayun is a prodigy from a Genjutsu clan, and even Xianglin, who later emerged, has garnered your utmost attention, to the extent that you expended time creating specialized nutrient solutions for her and her mother. A young girl's feelings are quite delicate. Your disparate treatment is repeatedly wounding the heart of an admirer. Do you not realize this? The reason she has not voiced her feelings may simply be that she has grown sufficiently understanding, not wishing to upset you. Senju Shinetsu remained silent. Truthfully, as a mere supporting character, he had not contemplated these matters. However, upon hearing Yitsong's mention of it, he was reminded of a saying, "A 1,000-mile dike can collapse from an ant's nest." While he believed that Shisayur, as a significant supporting character, would not betray them, it seemed implausible that she could perfectly adjust herself amidst a circle of exceptional talents without any emotional fissures due to his neglect. That being said, it was undeniable that Shisayur lacked distinctive traits. Yitsong was, without question, a formidable force. The wielder of the Sharingan, Izumi, was a micromanaging warrior. Arima Bayun had inherited unique abilities that would enable her to evolve into a top-tier battlefield controller, and Xianglin, with her abilities like Kagura's Heart Eye and the Adamantine Ceiling, possessed unparalleled supporting capabilities that Senju Shinetsu could not forego. In comparison, Shisayur seemed less significant. Even the ordinary Yakushi Kabuto held an unwavering belief in scientific advancement. What did Shisayur possess in comparison to these individuals? Or rather, what role could he allocate to her? They had warriors, mages, crowd controllers, visionaries, heart control, and healing. Everything was covered. He himself embodied a healer, archer, and melee fighter. What more could be desired? Surely, he could not set her on a path of heavy armor like a mere pawn. It appeared time to prioritize the search for the gradual vein. For Shisayur was indeed of an age where her body had reached full maturity, ripe for development. Delaying further would only lead to her potential being squandered. The choice of the gradual vein over the Longling Dragon vein stemmed not only from his lack of confidence in the fourth Hokage's 8-trigram ceiling, but also from his belief that the chakra of the dragon vein was limited. In his view, the Longling Dragon vein resembled a power station, providing seemingly infinite energy within a certain range. However, if the distance was too great, its efficacy would diminish significantly, if not become entirely void. At least, that was his conviction before conducting personal research. As for the wretched stone from Shinran village, he would rather send Shisayur to the wet bone forest to play with insects than allow her to touch that. Having contemplated these matters, Senju Shinetsu did not linger further and promptly addressed Yitsong. Next, I need you to help me locate a place, or rather, a group of people. He proceeded to describe the characteristics of the nomadic merchants from memory, emphasizing their migratory nature throughout the seasons. He underscored that the most notable feature of the merchant caravan was a yellow and black striped ferret, although he could not recall its name. The caravan leader held the creature in high regard and would never stray far from it. Once located, it was imperative to ascertain their homeland, as it was tied to a significant secret. If all went well, it might also resolve the issues concerning Shisayur. Understood. Yitsong nodded after mentally reviewing the details he had just conveyed, confirming that nothing was overlooked. Leave it to me. While she felt sympathy for Shisayur, completing the task assigned to her took precedence, especially since he had already promised that once this task was accomplished, they could address Shisayur's situation together. After exchanging these words, the two did not linger any longer and turned back towards the direction of the giant tree. To their surprise, they had not walked far before they suddenly heard Shisayur's excited voice calling out, "Teacher! Teacher!" Qinsho Jinyue and Yetsong simultaneously looked up, and without any exchange, they both used Shuinpa to appear before Shisayur. "What happened, Teacher Yetsong?" Hurry to see." Xianglin, she succeeded. Upon hearing this, Qinsho Jinyue was instantly astonished and glanced toward the giant tree. Before she could utter another word, she vanished once more in an instant. Observing her sudden disappearance, Shisayur opened her mouth in surprise, but eventually lowered her head dejectedly. Noticing this scene, Yetsong fell silent, realizing her previous words had been in vain. However, she took solace in the fact that she had received his promise. Thus, in the wake of Qinsho Jinyue's departure, Yetsong took the initiative to grasp Shisayur's hand, selectively sharing some of the conversation she had just had with Qinsho Jinyue. She emphasized, "Your teacher arranged this task primarily for you. He does care about you. He simply has a rather straightforward mindset." Upon hearing these words, Shisire felt an immediate transformation within herself. Not only did her spirit revive, but she also felt immense guilt for her prior misunderstandings and resentment. She vowed to heed her teacher's words diligently and promised never to harbor disrespectful thoughts towards him again. Meanwhile, as Yetsong was mending the situation behind the scenes, Shinsho Jinhua had already returned at lightning speed to the location where the ice cage was set. The first thing she saw was a loyal hound shackled by a chain as thick as a chopstick around its neck, with the other end of the chain leading to Xianglin, who was kneeling on the ground, desperately maintaining the Yin seal. Upon hearing footsteps, Xianglin immediately looked up, her small face filled with exhaustion and determination. She bit her lip and glanced at the other end of the chain, her expression downcast. Despite her efforts, she could barely restrain this hound, which was only slightly stronger than a common mutt. Shinsho Jinhua noticed her disappointment and could not help but walk over, gently ruffling her hair. "It's all right. I have seen your effort and strength. Now, you may release it." As she felt the cool touch above her head and heard those words, Xianglin, who had always been hesitant to engage with him, suddenly felt a rush of emotion. Tears welled up in her eyes as she experienced the profound acknowledgement of her efforts. "I regret that the consumption of the Vajra seal is exceedingly taxing. Even a mere small chain is burdensome. Coupled with the intense emotional fluctuations just now, I barely managed to utter a single word to you before everything went black," she thought. Xianglin then lost her struggle and fainted. Shinsho Jinhua silently caught her and lifted her in his arms. What happened? At that moment, Yetsong and Shisire arrived, breathless. "She's exhausted," Shinsho Jinhua replied, gently shaking his head. He understood Xianglin's desire to prove herself, but for her age, merely using the Vajra seal once was already quite an achievement. It was surprising that she attempted to use it again in his absence. Considering how she managed to extract enough chakra in such a short time, he attributed it to the effects of the nutrient solution. Otherwise, even the Uzumaki clan's physique would be overstated. He decided to have her continue taking the nutrient solution and engaging in practice with the animals, confident that her progress would be swift. "Yes, I will make the arrangements." With that, the objectives of this visit were fully accomplished. Speaking of animals, as he held Xianglin, Shinsho Jinhua suddenly turned to the brown bear and the large tiger in the cage, stating, "I know you two can understand my words. Remember, if you behave and accompany her in practice, no one will harm you, and you will receive food daily. However, should anyone dare to act inappropriately, death is the least of your concerns. I will not repeat this, and you have no room for error. Consider carefully how to proceed." Chapter 139. Refusing inflammables starts with me with a clear goal. Especially after gaining recognition through her efforts, Xianglin's days became increasingly joyful and fulfilling. Notably, her mother no longer needed to venture out daily to face danger, and her health had returned to normal. She could now not only care for Xianglin's daily needs, but also had the energy to tend to a piece of farmland. This life was something Xianglin had never dared to imagine in previous years, which made her cherish it all the more and strive to excel. As for Yetsong, although he assigned her the task of seeking out traitors, the safety of the base could not be overlooked. Thus, her monthly schedule comprised half the time spent searching and the other half returning to the village to handle matters or to answer questions from Xianglin and Shisire. Days passed swiftly under such arrangements, and during March, two notable events occurred that were tangentially related to Shinsho Jinhua. The first was in mid-March, when he noticed the ninja school was bustling once again and recalled that Onma Bayun had reached the age for enrollment. To his surprise, both Onma Bayun and her clan uncle, as well as her father Onma Songyun, expressed disinterest in the matter. Onma Bayun had experienced the vastness of the world and, after witnessing Shinsho Jinhua's abilities and hearing about the curriculum from those around her, had grown disenchanted with the trivialities of the ninja school. Her parents respected her opinion, believing that if she didn't wish to attend, she need not go. Given the current circumstances, forging a connection with Shinsho Jinhua, the illustrious descendant of the Senju clan and a prominent figure in the ninja world, was far more crucial than establishing friendships through the ninja school, which would span 6 years. It was a rare opportunity that should not be gambled away on uncertain teammates. As long as the third Hokage remained alive, it was nearly certain that this individual would be the next Hokage or even the one after that. In this year, was there any other prodigy among the clans that could rival him? Was there a brighter future than this? The second event of note occurred on March 27th, with the birth of Hinata Hanabi. "Congratulations, Lord Hizashi," said Nara Shikaku, leading Shinsho Jinhua, Izumi, and the current Inuzuka clan head along with their sons and daughters to offer their congratulations. Naturally, this visit was scheduled after Hanabi's full moon. To be honest, given the relationship between the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans, even the birth of a second daughter did not warrant such a grand visit from the current clan leader. In fact, even when Hisashi first learned of the news, he was taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation before ultimately accepting the reality. In Konoha village, what did the Inuzuka clan represent? Although they were not as numerous as the Hyuga, they were undoubtedly staunch supporters of the Hokage, ranking as the foremost faction in the Hokage's camp, even rivaling the Sarutobi clan. Now, having merely welcomed a second daughter, what right did he have to receive such esteemed visitors? Hisashi pondered this conundrum until he saw Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza surrounding Chinsho Jinue like stars around the moon, at which point a sudden realization dawned upon him. Although he did not understand the reason, it was evident that they had come to show support for Shikaku's student. As he caught sight of the trio of uniquely charming children behind a few individuals, an array of distinct thoughts suddenly emerged within him. No, it would be more accurate to say that it was not merely that. If their intention was solely to maintain appearances, why would they bring their own children along? Generally speaking, bringing children along during visits signifies a gesture of intimacy. Could it be that these three had already identified their next object of support? If that were the case, then their actions today would indeed make perfect sense, establishing a platform, showing goodwill, persuading, whatever terms one might use. Ultimately, their primary objective was likely to assist him in weaving a network of connections. These individuals dared to act so openly even while the third Hokage remained in power. Most strikingly, this entire group had truly traversed the village and entered his home. Hyuga Hisashi believed that the moment Nara Shikaku and his companions set out, this matter had likely been presented before the third Hokage, yet they had still arrived smoothly. What did this signify? As he observed Senju Mayuki approaching him with a smile amidst the crowd, Hisashi's gaze deepened. Following the incident involving Hinata's abduction, he felt he had come to understand and value this young one sufficiently, which explained his reluctance to interfere with Hinata's closeness to her. However, it now appeared that his thoughts had been somewhat too conservative. This was not a matter of great significance, and yet they had taken the trouble to come in person. Having pondered all this, Hisashi maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, striving to uphold the stature of Konoha's foremost clan while simultaneously ensuring that the other party did not sense any rigidity. Truthfully, this task presented a genuine challenge for someone accustomed to having the final say within the clan. Fortunately, Nara Shikaku and his companions approached with a benevolent attitude, and although their display of enthusiasm was not particularly fervent, they nonetheless engaged in light-hearted banter. Do not doubt it, ninjas are also human. Aside from a few naturally obstinate individuals, they learn to navigate social niceties to some degree as they mature. As for Senju Mayuki, who had come ostensibly to offer congratulations but found himself becoming little more than a prop, how should he articulate his thoughts? In truth, he had merely mentioned it in passing before arriving, only to find, upon departure, the fully prepared assembly of the pigs, deers, and butterflies. While their intentions were not explicitly articulated on the way, a comprehensive consideration of their actions, particularly with Shikamaru and Choji in tow, allowed Mayuki to deduce the general gist of the situation. In this world, there is truly no such thing as entirely selfless giving. While it may be that the three of them were primarily concerned with bolstering their own image today, was it not also paving the way for their children? Of course, such motivations could be understood. Win-win or even multi-win scenarios are hardly unacceptable. At present, the only aspect that left him feeling helpless was the inexplicable bond he had forged with Hyuga Hinata, whose timid disposition undeniably vexed him. Over the past year, he had employed various methods to encourage, urge, and even admonish her to take her training seriously. Yet each time, aside from reducing her to silent tears, there seemed to be no tangible progress, and she faltered during practice. He recognized that Hinata was not devoid of talent. She simply had yet to discover her direction. However, in his recollections, the catalyst for Hinata's latent potential was the will to protect. At this moment, both Hyuga Hisashi and his wife were still young and vibrant, even possessing the energy to have more children. The elder brother Niji would undoubtedly wish to scold her until she cried 10 times over. But who would she be protecting? Naruto? That rascal. Though by all rights, Naruto held him in such high regard that he, as the elder brother, should not thwart his prospects. Yet, Thus, the mere thought of that unburnable entity ignited an uncontrollable fire within him. Damn it, even if it meant having Naruto remain single for a lifetime, he could never allow that unburnable substance to emerge. I declare, firstly, the Byakugan princess must be held firmly within his grasp. After all, until a path to the moon is discovered, the focus should remain on nurturing the bond between the two. He firmly believed that once the relationship was solidified, the Tensigan would inevitably fall into his hands. Secondly, while cultivating Hinata, he could not afford to neglect Hanabi. After all, Otsutsuki Kinshiki awakened the Tensigan utilizing Hanabi's eyes. At the very least, until that matter was resolved, he must ensure she remained under his control at all times. Curse it. All of this was the fault of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Had it not been for his mention of the Byakugan princess, he would not be so entangled now. Cultivating Hanabi would have been far simpler. Chapter 140. The True Ninja Needs No Alias. In July, amidst the anticipation of various factions, the multi-village joint Chunin exam was finally set to commence once more. Unlike the grandiose promotion by Konoha Village 3 years prior, this time around, all participating villages were fully prepared to make a significant comeback during this joint examination. 3 years of shifts, 3 years of changes. Once, they had disregarded him, but now they would see what was in store. At least from the confidence exhibited by the participants arriving from various villages, it was evident they were brimming with self-assurance. However, in reality, for Konoha Village, or rather its higher-ups, this year's other candidates remained largely in the role of supporting characters. Especially in Danzo's eyes, apart from Itachi, the rest of the candidates were not even worthy of his attention. The exam began. The first round was, as usual, a written test, yet for Itachi, it seemed devoid of any difficulty. One could say that the moment the examination commenced, he discerned its true objective, to cheat without being detected by the examiners. However, this examination was destined to serve little purpose for him. Since childhood, Itachi had utilized various moments of free time to read extensively. This habit persisted even after becoming a genin. Thus, he merely needed to complete the test as usual, rendering cheating unnecessary. Balancing theoretical knowledge with combat prowess was Itachi's ideal vision of a ninja. Possessing a clear and organized mind allows for the immediate and full expression of exceptional physical abilities. A ninja, regardless of their mastery of ninjutsu, is likely to fail if they cannot make precise judgments during combat. In the world of ninjas, failure equates to death. The image of his former teammate, Outlaw Tenma, killed by the masked man, flashed through Itachi's mind. As he filled out the test paper, the words multiplied rapidly, soon covering nearly 90% of the sheet. During this time, numerous candidates were caught cheating and expelled from the examination room. After completing the test, Itachi did not review his answers. He had complete confidence in his memory. Who were these individuals, and what methods were they employing to cheat? Through sensing the chakra emanating from all directions, he began to discreetly observe the other candidates. Some appeared to be deep in thought, while subtly observing the hand movements of others. Others occasionally twitched their ears, clearly relying on the sounds of pencil and paper rubbing together to deduce their peers' answers. In summary, many were employing their own preferred methods to cheat, while Itachi remained calm, assessing and recording this information. In the context of this Chunin exam, every individual present is an adversary to him. If he can uncover the intricacies of his opponents, then when the battle commences, he will possess the means to tilt the odds in his favor. While others are in teams of 3, he stands alone. It is only natural to anticipate that the upcoming tests might evolve into a 3-on-1 scenario. In light of his solitary status, it becomes imperative to gather intelligence on his enemies from this moment forth, as it is a crucial and necessary undertaking. In a dimly lit room, a ninja adorned with a white tiger mask is reporting to the closed-eyed Danzo. The time taken to pass the second round of the exam was 5 hours and 37 minutes. Given that this is a test requiring the formation of teams, this is indeed an astonishing record. At this point, the white tiger masked ninja hesitated, for to him, this speed could only be described as extraordinary. After all, the individual known as Uchiha Itachi is but one person, yet he successfully acquired the necessary scroll amidst the relentless pursuit of multiple teams and reached the central tower of the forest. Unfortunately, he is also aware of a team from 3 years ago that completed their task in merely 30 minutes, a group that was even younger than the current Itachi. He is acutely aware that Lord Danzo despises hearing that name. Danzo nodded, seemingly having forgotten those troubling thoughts. The third round of the exam is about to commence, and it is nearly time to witness it. However, just as he rose to his feet, he suddenly heard the white tiger masked ninja speak again. On this matter, there is something I believe requires your attention. Danzo's body came to a gradual halt, and he silently cast a glance in the ninja's direction. In the first match of the third round, Itachi's opponent was originally a genin from our village, but he forfeited. Danzo appeared momentarily taken aback, a crease forming at the corner of his eye. Did this genin, upon witnessing Itachi's prowess, recognize his lack of hope for victory and succumb to fear? Indeed, that is the consensus among my subordinates. Danzo chuckled, though his current mood was likely far more jubilant than he outwardly expressed. Over the years, his constant scheming had made him forget what it felt like to truly smile. He had often contemplated how fortunate it would be if Itachi did not belong to the Uchiha clan. But never before had he felt such a profound sense of regret as he did now. Without revealing his thoughts, Danzo resumed his stride toward the exit. Who was Itachi's opponent in the second round? If there were no mistakes in the first round, the white tiger masked ninja promptly responded. Itachi's opponent in the second round should be a genin from Kumogakure, known by the moniker Mion, who has gained a certain reputation among the younger generation of Kumogakure in recent years. Mion? What a ridiculous name, Danzo scoffed. Ninjas with nicknames are merely second-rate. True ninjas do not require such frivolous embellishments. Indeed, the white tiger masked ninja nodded in agreement. I wonder how the nameless Uchiha Itachi will handle this trivial opponent with a nickname. I find myself anticipating it. After this thoughtless remark escaped his lips, even Danzo was momentarily startled. It had been quite some time since he experienced such a strong emotional upheaval. The match would continue without rules until one side conceded. Upon arriving at the third examination venue, Danzo observed the proctor explaining the rules of the match to Itachi and his opponent. Is that the so-called Mion? In the dimly lit corridor, Danzo's voice betrayed no emotional inflection, yet his longtime subordinate, the white tiger masked ninja, could discern hints of impatience and disdain from his gaze and subtle expressions. From their vantage point, they could see Itachi's opponent, appearing drowsy, listening to the proctor's instructions, seemingly on the verge of dozing off. Indeed, it was merely due to a lack of prior attention that they had little information about him. No matter, he is but a minor character, unworthy of our efforts. Should we request the proctor to delay our match so you can rest a bit more? Itachi calmly inquired, observing his opponent's demeanor. No need to worry, the individual named Mion responded, his large, round eyes half-lidded, and upon hearing Itachi's question, he flashed a smile that appeared to be tinged with sleepiness. After hearing this, Itachi nodded, his gaze sweeping across the arena and the elevated platform above. Present in the audience were nobles and rulers from various nations, as well as high-ranking ninjas from different villages. It was imperative to demonstrate overwhelming strength in this battle. Beyond showcasing the might of Konohagakure to these influential figures who could shape the future of the world, he sought to use this stage to reveal his own potential. Only by possessing greater influence could he hope to reshape the Uchiha clan according to his vision. It is not that he doubted the efforts of Izumi and Senju Tsunade. As a member of the clan, he was unwilling, and indeed unable, to relinquish the fate of his clan entirely into the hands of others. Moreover, Itachi's vision had never been confined solely to the clan. For a long time, he had contemplated the peace between villages and even the world at large. Therefore, apart from executing missions, this would be Itachi's first instance of engaging in battle without holding back against another. Chapter 141, Itachi vs. Mion. The second round, third match, commences. As the proctor's voice faded, the audience anticipated an immediate exchange of attacks between the two contestants, their excitement palpable as they prepared to applaud. However, to their astonishment, they witnessed Mion from Kumogakure suddenly stretching and yawning broadly, prompting laughter and jeers from the crowd. Naturally, there were also some impatient voices. What is this? Kumogakure's ninja. This is a competition, not your bed. Indeed, we came to witness a battle, not your nap. Yet, both Itachi and the lethargic Mion seemed unaffected by the external noise, as if they were entirely oblivious to it. Observing the peculiar behavior of his opponent, Itachi couldn't help but ponder his name, Mion. Could it truly signify sleep? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Itachi assumed an offensive stance, his body angled slightly toward Mion, feet parallel and apart. He did not rush to draw a weapon, but instead sought to relax his body while consciously directing his attention toward his opponent, ready to react promptly to any offensive move. Yet, as Itachi remained fully attentive, Mion continued to appear drowsy, his eyes vacant, arms hanging limply. Showing no intention of launching an attack, he stood there, almost as if he were on the brink of slumber, occasionally swaying as if struggling to remain upright. "I am so tired. May I sleep now?" Mion uttered in a dreamlike manner before. To the astonishment of all, he closed his eyes and, like a straight and rigid stick, toppled forward toward the ground. Witnessing this, Itachi instinctively sensed something amiss. Indeed, just as Mion was about to hit the ground, he suddenly vanished from Itachi's line of sight. Yo was suddenly taken aback, his vigilance heightened. It was not that his opponent's speed was remarkably swift. Honestly, when compared to Jishui, it fell significantly short. What astonished him was that despite having devoted his entire attention to the adversary, he remained utterly oblivious to the opponent's movements prior to their action. The timing of this opponent's maneuvers was exceedingly abrupt, even verging on the inconsiderate. Before the opponent acted, there was no indication of whether they intended to shift their weight to the left or the right, and it was precisely this ambiguity that caused Yo's predictions to falter slightly. In the realm of ninja combat, even a fleeting moment of error signifies the loss of the initiative. A sudden snoring sound emanated from behind him. As soon as he heard the noise, Yo adeptly rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the right arm of Mion, which, despite remaining closed-eyed, swept perilously close to his face. The arm moved with astonishing speed, white arcs of electricity coiling around it. Was it Raiton? While maintaining a certain distance from his opponent, Yo's gaze inadvertently flickered to the arm enveloped in lightning. Its swiftness was indeed remarkable. He was well aware that Yun-In village specialized in Raiton techniques, particularly renowned for the lightning release chakra armor of the successive raikage. Mion remained in slumber, standing upright. Was it an act? Or was he genuinely asleep? The ninja world is replete with peculiar secret arts and forbidden techniques. Discerning the true state of his opponent could only be attempted through a direct assault. With a swift motion, he hurled a kunai toward the seemingly slumbering Mion. As the audience collectively held their breath, the iron-crafted kunai flew straight toward Mion's face. Yet Mion appeared utterly oblivious, continuing to snore peacefully. Just as the kunai was about to pierce Mion's visage, gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Mion's body suddenly swayed vigorously, evading the kunai in a hair-raising manner. Was he awake? Or merely responding instinctively? Yo's mind began to rapidly analyze his opponent's behavior, while Mion remained rooted in place, as if the earlier assault had never transpired. However, in an instant, Mion's body vanished, quicker than thought itself. Before Yo's eyes could fully track the opponent's position, he instinctively leaped to the wall's edge. The lightning-imbued arm cleaved through the space he had just occupied. Even a moment's hesitation would have cost him dearly. Positioned against the wall, ensuring his rear was secure, Yo endeavored to keep the enemy firmly within his line of sight, all the while engaging in fervent contemplation, striving to decipher the nature of his opponent's techniques. It was not that he was unwilling to employ the Sharingan. Rather, the use of the Sharingan demanded considerable chakra, and presently, Yo had yet to attain the level of chakra control that allowed for casual expenditure. It seemed he had never achieved such a level, even in adulthood. Thus, he believed it more efficient to gather information through standard combat before crafting a tactical plan and then utilizing the Sharingan to secure victory, thereby achieving a more vivid expression of his intent. Though not an arrogant individual, Yo held considerable confidence in his observational and analytical abilities. Even without relying on the powers of the Sharingan, he believed he could penetrate the veil of his opponent's ninjutsu or tricks. Although initially startled by Mion's peculiar techniques, causing him to temporarily lose sight of the opponent, he ultimately recognized that the confrontation would boil down to their physical attributes and reflexes. With this mental fortitude, Yo refocused his entire attention on Mion. Suddenly, he sensed a shift. Mion was swaying left and right. In that moment, Yo summoned all his senses, sight, hearing, smell, and tactile perception, to gauge his opponent's actions. A presence surged from the right side, racing along the wall, lightning from Raiton. Yo effortlessly evaded the strike, still possessing the energy to spare. Indeed, it became clear that in terms of overall physical capability, Yo held the upper hand. Once this was established, he knew how to counter Mion. Next came the psychological aspect of the enemy. Why did Mion rely on this state of slumber in what was ostensibly a one-on-one battle? If he depended on sealing his own active perceptions to transcend physical limitations, thereby enhancing his instinctual combat abilities, did that not imply he would completely forget his actions during the fight? At some point, he would undoubtedly awaken, and perhaps the outcome hinged upon that very moment. With this thought in mind, Yo refrained from launching any offensive maneuvers throughout the ensuing battle, opting instead for a strategy of passive evasion against Mion's attacks. It was not that he was incapable. Rather, he aimed to exhibit his strength in a more overwhelming fashion. 3 minutes passed, then 5. What was initially an eagerly anticipated match devolved into a mere child's play, causing the audience atop the castle to grow increasingly restless, their murmurs escalating into a cacophony. Although this commotion did not affect the two combatants, as the noise reached a crescendo, Yo suddenly noticed a slight tremor in Mion's form, followed by the gradual parting of his tightly shut eyelids, a crack of opportunity. Now was the time. In this fleeting moment, almost a fraction of a second, their gazes finally converged. Sharingan. This was the moment Yo had awaited. He infused chakra into his eyes, meticulously envisioning the images he wished to project into Mion's consciousness, feeding those visuals directly into his opponent's pupils. Mion emitted a chilling scream. In his world, he had merely opened his eyes for an instant before succumbing to slumber once more, unaware that his opponent had stealthily maneuvered behind him, severing his throat with a kunai. Blood gushed forth, accompanied by labored breaths. Yo crafted each detail with meticulous precision, transforming them into vivid images that played out within Mion's mind. Despite having his throat slashed and experiencing death, upon reopening his eyes, Mion discovered he was still alive. Though his heart raced with anxiety, the battle raged on, forcing him to close his eyes again. Yet this time, he could not find solace in slumber as he had before. In the minutes that followed, Yo continued to evade Mion's onslaught, until Mion's eyelids fluttered once more, and he opened his eyes. Sharingan. In that instant, Yo's eyes turned a brilliant crimson once again. This time, the imagery depicted Mion's abdomen being skillfully sliced open by a kunai. Each death was followed by an array of brutal methods, stabbings, strangulations, severe blows to vital organs. Even poison. Yo relentlessly orchestrated Mion's demise time and again. With each subsequent death, Mion's sleep grew increasingly shallow, culminating in a burgeoning fear of slipping back into slumber. For in his mind, he had formed the impression that sleep equated to death. Again and again, various forms of death threatened to obliterate his will. As laughter echoed through the air, after being slain once again, Mion's shoulders trembled incessantly, gasping for breath, his entire body quaking from the urgency of his inhalations. Yet, to the spectators present, this scene appeared utterly perplexing. They were oblivious to the events that had transpired. Indeed, within the entire venue, there were but a handful who understood the secret of the Sharingan and could fully discern Itachi's movements. In the dimly lit corridor, Danzo's hands tightened around the top of his cane, his gaze cast downward beginning to flicker with an inexplicable light. Mion's actions grew increasingly sluggish, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, while Itachi remained consistently evasive, never initiating a single physical attack. However, for Mion, this psychological torment was far more unbearable than any physical blows, even surpassing the agony of kunai piercing his flesh. Finally, after countless deaths, Mion could no longer endure, his legs giving way as he knelt upon the ground, uttering a plea that resembled a desperate whimper. No more. I don't want to die again, please. The outcome had been determined. One side conceded, prompting the proctor to swiftly intervene between the two. The entire venue fell into silence, particularly for the ordinary spectators. Although the behavior of that individual from Yunin village had been somewhat bizarre, it was clear he had been the one attacking throughout. Why then did he ultimately concede? And why did he appear to suffer so? This situation was utterly bewildering, leaving every spectator unaware of the mysteries of the Sharingan in a state of confusion. On the judge's platform, while observing the still calm demeanor of Itachi, in stark contrast to Danzo's near-manic excitement, the third Hokage's gaze appeared considerably more profound. Illusions. He was not surprised by Itachi's tactics mirroring those of Izumi from 3 years prior. After all, the characteristics and advantages of the Sharingan lay in this very domain. He noticed that Itachi not only exuded remarkable composure and confidence during combat, But also the intensity of his psychological assaults on the Union candidate was far more ruthless than those against Izumi 3 years ago. This was a clear-minded prodigy, acutely aware of his own strengths and brimming with self-assurance. Such an outstanding youth, to be honest, was not much inferior to that troublesome boy. In that moment, the third Hokage silently rejoiced for heeding the advice of an old friend. Otherwise, it would have been a grave oversight for him as Hokage and a significant waste of talent for the village. As the competition concluded and the participants withdrew, the proctor announced the exit command. Prior to this, a nearly shattered Mion, teetering on the brink of madness, had been continuously crying out in despair, pleading to not die again. His frenzied demeanor cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere of the entire competition for a considerable time. After this experience, Mion would likely abandon any thoughts of continuing as a ninja. Watching as the staff escorted his opponent away, Itachi's expression was devoid of both sorrow and joy. Ninjas, he believed, were the root of all conflict in this world. Each one eliminated equated to the eradication of a seed of discord. Thus, in his view, his actions today, which had utterly shattered Mion's spirit, bore no fault. Silence enveloped the venue, save for the occasional rustle of branches in the wind. The atmosphere was suffocatingly still, all due to Itachi's formidable presence and his unobservable abilities. The Sharingan. In the face of such a renowned power, which he now realized he had underestimated, the ninja from various nations in the stands displayed expressions of grave caution. Their understanding of the Sharingan was still insufficient, and until they grasped its weaknesses, it would be prudent to avoid confronting this man. This was precisely the outcome Itachi desired. The more individuals who conceived such thoughts, the less likely Konoha would be drawn into conflict. Everything was aimed at eliminating strife from this world, despite harboring a growing aversion towards the individual known as Shimura Danzo. At this moment, Itachi genuinely felt gratitude towards him, as well as to Senju Shinyuki. It was their recommendation that had afforded him this opportunity and stage to fulfill his objectives. Yet, throughout this time, he and Shursui had persistently pursued any matters related to Danzo, but after so long, they had made little progress. In contrast to Itachi's growing impatience and disappointment, Shursui maintained a calm demeanor, stating that Danzo was after all the leader of Konoha's roots. If they were so easily ensnared, the village would have perished long ago. As he observed the staff escorting Mion farther away, Itachi turned to leave the venue. However, at that moment, amidst the silence, a solitary applause resonated from the high walls before him. Instinctively, Itachi looked towards the source of the sound. In the dim corridor, a face, half wrapped in bandages, loomed above him. Shimura Danzo. Itachi, expressionless, quietly uttered the name. Danzo, looking down upon him from his elevated position, tightened his grip on the wooden cane, a murky, dark, and twisted smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth as he said, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 143, The Grail Mine. Amidst the fervor of the multi-village joint Chunin exam, in the southern region of the Land of Rivers, not far from the Land of Wind, nestled within a valley. This place was indeed correct. On the cliff, Senju Shinyuki gazed down upon the ancient relics nestled within the gorge, his eyes alight with excitement. After all, this was an early theatrical release. When he had previously watched it, he had merely skimmed through. The reason he could recall these details was largely due to the Grail Mine, reputed to possess the power to obliterate half a continent, particularly the scene of energy surging forth after the seals were broken, which left a profound impression on him. Beside him, Yakura and Xianglin flanked him, while lying on the ground was an unconscious old man, alongside a similarly unresponsive yellow and black ferret. Following the task of locating the nomadic merchant convoy, although he had not dedicated all his time to the search, the distinctive traits had allowed Yakura to traverse numerous locations over the span of more than half a year. Upon receiving news of her successful mission, Senju Shinyuki was so overwhelmed with excitement that he neglected to partake in the festivities of Konoha Village, instead heading directly to Tanaka Village to bring Xianglin along to meet Yakura at the location she had indicated. Upon arrival, he discovered that the group of nomadic merchants Yakura had sought was, in fact, the very same group they had rescued during their journey to the Land of Water. Following that incident, they had even specifically traveled to Konoha Village to express their gratitude to Team 9. Little did he expect that today, Yakura would extract a long-held secret from them through a combination of persuasion and intimidation. Fortunately, before Senju Shinyuki arrived, Yakura had already rendered Hien unconscious. Otherwise, If the two had merely locked eyes, the ensuing awkwardness would have been unbearable. As for the reason behind bringing Xianglin along, Senju Shinyuki was primarily concerned about the two sealing techniques within the relic, one for sealing the mind and the other for summoning a black hole from another dimension. He was acutely aware that he lacked the talent for sealing techniques, especially now that he had Xianglin, which further dissuaded him from dividing his focus in that direction, at least until his strength reached a certain threshold, beyond which he could not advance further for a considerable time. Let us descend. In a casual manner, Qinshu Jinhua placed He Yin and Shui Jiao down in a cool, shaded area before leading the way with a leap into the valley. Yi Cong and Xianglin, witnessing this, followed suit without further contemplation. Swiftly, the three figures descended within the valley, soon arriving at the entrance of the ancient ruins. It was hard to fathom, as you had mentioned, that this could be a remnant from an ancient era. Gazing at the crumbling walls around them, Yi Cong's voice was tinged with astonishment. As she stated, had it not been for her unwavering trust in Qinshu Jinhua, she would have found it difficult to believe that such a grandiose structure could possibly be a product of a time predating even the ninjas. The emphasis lay below. At this juncture, the ruins failed to pique Qinshu Jinhua's interest. Thus, he merely responded briefly before stepping inside, without hesitation. The illumination within the ruins was far from adequate, with various uneven steps creating a disorienting maze. Fortunately, the three were no ordinary individuals, and with Qinshu Jinhua's keen perception, they quickly navigated through the labyrinthine entrance to their destination, a stone altar resembling a halved plum blossom, extending into a large circular pit. The altar was centrally located within the pit, connected to the surroundings solely by a stone bridge. Though referred to as an altar, it was, in fact, three massive stone pillars standing closely together, each adorned with exquisite relief carvings, towering several dozen meters above the ground. It seemed that the elder He Yin had once stepped upon something atop these pillars. However, due to the obscurity of his memories, Qinshu Jinhua resorted to a rather rudimentary approach. He created two clones, each tasked alongside his main body to search for an altar. Upon witnessing his actions, Yi Cong and Xianglin exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, since Qinshu Jinhua did not instruct them to assist, they patiently awaited his next move. Thankfully, the three altars were relatively small, and with Qinshu Jinhua's clear objective, they did not have to wait long before hearing his delighted exclamation of having found one. He then stepped onto a circular pedal and gently rotated, resulting in the altar beneath him rumbling forward several meters. What? Yi Cong and Xianglin were taken aback, and without waiting for an invitation, they hastily leaped over to join him. Observing his operations recreate the scenes from his memories, Qinshu Jinhua felt a sense of pride swell within him. He stepped onto the pedal once more, and upon hearing a mechanical click, the entire altar suddenly descended rapidly, akin to an express elevator. As the altar vanished, a circular stone slab appeared on the ground, sealing off the passageway created by the descending altar. After an unknown duration, the altar came to a resounding halt, revealing a spacious hall from the enveloping darkness. This was the very location where the ancient empire sealed the Greer mine. The trio descended from the altar, and the stone pillars behind them rose with a thunderous sound. The murals on the walls, the symbol array on the ground, and the circular engravings aligned, confirming their correlation with the scenes from memory. What did these murals depict? They illustrated a certain period in ancient times when a tribe discovered a mine imbued with miraculous powers. Although Qinshu Jinhua himself was not well versed in the significance of the murals, he could infer a rough understanding based on the knowledge of the Greer stone. The tribe refined the stones extracted from the mine, creating everlasting wells and bountiful crops. Harnessing these extraordinary stones, they established a formidable empire. However, after a period of prosperity, the people became discontent with their status quo, and thus these miraculous stones, once harbingers of happiness, transformed into catalysts of calamity. War, death, and destruction ultimately led to the demise of the once mighty empire. Fearing a recurrence of such events, the survivors chose to seal the mine, which produced the wondrous stones, along with their fallen empire, beneath the earth. After summarizing the murals, Qinshu Jinhua, ignoring the contemplative Yi Cong, quietly walked to the center of the symbol array and gazed upward. The mine of Greer, rumored to possess the power to annihilate half a continent, lay just above this dome. He pondered the circular symbol array beneath his feet and glanced at Xianglin, who had been closely following him. The consequences of a mine's eruption were indeed terrifying. Yet, according to the images in his memory. It seemed that after Naruto shattered a stone slab for the first time, the mind did not exhibit any signs of rage. Instead, it was only after Hyde smashed some activation device that it began to spiral out of control. This implied that with a mere thought, a platform of ice emerged beneath Shinsho Jinyu, lifting him beside the dome, where he extended his right hand to touch the ceiling. With another thought, he swiftly encased the area around his hand in a layer of frost. With a gentle tap, the now frozen stone wall crumbled into tiny fragments, releasing a hazy green light from the breach. Chapter 144, The Mind Sea. Vitality. An astonishingly vibrant energy, rich with the essence of life, instantly captivated Xianglin and Yi Tsang's attention. Without paying much mind to the two below, Shinsho Jinyu silently ascended through the opening above the dome. This layer of ceiling merely served as a protective shell, with some distance still separating them from the true mind, though he retained some impressions in his mind. The sight before him left Shinsho Jinyu utterly astounded. Above the dome, a crystalline, translucent pool of light green liquid floated in midair, shimmering with bright, yet gentle luminescence. A mine? A spring? A sea of minerals? Compared to conventional mines, this scene resembled a pond deep within the earth. The only distinction was that this pond was composed entirely of gathered energy rather than water, feeling the overwhelming life essence emanating from the mine. Shinsho Jinyu reached out toward the radiant sea of energy with his right hand. With a mental command, he stirred the tranquil surface of the liquid. To his delight, the once calm waters responded to his touch. However, before he could separate some of the energy liquid, a shimmering barrier appeared beneath the mine, preventing the energy from escaping. A seal? Observing the luminous membrane that encased the entire mine, Shinsho Jinyu immediately recalled the activation device shattered by Hyde. Clearly, it was the existence of this seal that allowed the energy to float freely without descending. As for why Hyde could absorb the energy, it likely stemmed from the Greer stone embedded in his hand. Indeed, his memory suggested that the Greer stone possessed a unique resonance. Given this, Shinsho Jinyu surveyed the dome beneath him, gradually descended to a lower height, and proceeded to freeze the entire ceiling. As observed by Yi Tsang and Xianglin below, the stone walls of the dome were first enveloped in frost, only to suddenly develop intricate cracks, culminating in a cascade of shattered fragments. With the collapse of the stone wall, the dim underground palace was instantly illuminated by the radiance emanating from the sea of minerals. Gazing at the crystalline expanse above, even Yi Tsang, who had previously encountered the essence of the heavenly spear, couldn't help but widen his eyes in awe. No matter how bizarre the murals were, they remained mere illustrations, shrouded in the artist's subjective interpretations and biases. However, witnessing the depicted elements materialize before him was an entirely different experience. Was that not the sealed vein of the ancient empire? Indeed, it was. Shinsho Jinyu descended and began searching in front of several murals. Although his memory was somewhat hazy, he recalled that the activation mechanism was likely situated here. Ah, here it is. With a dull thud, a structure resembling a microphone stand, rising over a meter tall, gradually emerged from the pedestal before the first mural. What is this? Yi Tsang and Xianglin immediately gathered around, intrigued. The energy liquids securing the seal over the mineral vein floated steadily in midair, all thanks to this very binding mechanism. Yet, it also represented the seal's vulnerability. Should this device be destroyed, the entire gradual mineral vein would erupt, its power said to possess the potential to lay waste to half a continent. Shinsho Jinyu clicked his tongue, acknowledging the immense energy contained within the mineral sea, yet he remained skeptical of claims that it could obliterate half the territories of the fire, wind, and earth nations combined. After all, during the fierce battles between Madara and Hashirama, despite their overwhelming chakra, the resulting devastation had merely altered a landscape rather than causing significant planetary damage. If Kaguya, having absorbed the vast chakra from the Ten Tails and the God Tree, were truly capable of planet-shattering power, her subsequent fate at the hands of the Black Zetsu seemed far too gentle. Thus, he surmised that the assertion of obliterating half a continent stemmed from Heian's fundamental misunderstanding of overwhelming strength, believing it to be far more formidable than it truly was. Nevertheless, such conjectures did not dampen Yi Tsang's astonishment, who was almost blindly devoted to Shinsho Jinyu. The prospect of wielding the power to devastate half a continent left Yi Tsang feeling a peculiar sense of melancholy. Since being revived by Shinsho Jinyu, the The discussions of the heavenly spear and the grell mineral vein had become commonplace, overshadowing the grievances between Sunagakure and Kirigakure. The significance of this seal was unquestionable, yet it was merely an artifact from a bygone era, lacking the rigor one might expect. Xiang Lin, your next task is... Qinsho Jinhua began. Huh? Xiang Lin inquired. Momentarily distracted, he continued, upon returning, I intend to seek out the third Hokage for materials on sealing techniques. Beyond the adamantine sealing chains, your primary focus will be mastering sealing techniques, particularly the versatile four-symbol seal developed by the Uzumaki clan. Xiang Lin nodded obediently in response. As Qinsho Jinhua shifted his gaze upward once more, Yitsong quietly approached and whispered, What is it? Xiang Lin hesitated, glancing at Qinsho Jinhua before finally confessing under Yitsong's encouraging gaze. I believe I sensed a presence above that shares a similar aura with this mineral vein. Upon hearing this, Yitsong's eyes deepened with intrigue. An aura akin to that of the mineral vein? Could it be the grell stone he mentioned? Without delay, she stepped forward to inform Qinsho Jinhua. What? His surprise was palpable. After all, in his recollections, the only confirmed grell stones belonged to the royal descendants and Hade. Had he forgotten, or perhaps overlooked them during his initial examination? Regardless, such unexpected discoveries were undoubtedly fortuitous. Thus, he swiftly led Yitsong and Xiang Lin back through the passageway, landing beside the still unconscious He Yin at Xiang Lin's direction. Chapter 145. Those with thin skin are like this upon seeing their figures. The snow weasel, having awakened at some point, immediately sprang up to protect He Yin, baring its teeth and growling softly at the trio, as if to warn them not to approach. If you come closer, I will. Indeed, Qinsho Jinhua mused, recalling the weasel, which He Yin had mentioned was older than he was. Given that He Yin had encountered Naruto at around 50 or 60 years of age, it was remarkable that the weasel was even older. If a grell stone resided within it, that would certainly clarify matters. As he pondered, he raised his hand toward the weasel and uttered, Bind. Suddenly, 5 translucent water serpents manifested beside the weasel, swiftly wrapping around it from head to tail before it could react, rendering it unable to escape despite its frantic thrashing and biting. Subsequently, a water sphere the size of an infant's fist infiltrated the weasel's body, quickly locating a hard fragment within its abdomen. Found it. With a firm grasp, a piece of emerald green stone emerged from the weasel's mouth, enveloped in the water mass. The weasel, now deprived of its life source, emitted piercing cries. However, Qinsho Jinhua, unlike Naruto years later, showed no leniency toward a mere pet, swiftly rendering it unconscious and discarding it beside He Yin. This is it. This is it. Though merely a fragment, it still pulsated with a subtle yet high-quality life energy that flowed steadily into Qinsho Jinhua's being, reflecting on the individual named Hade, who had his neck twisted 180 degrees by Naruto's attack, yet recovered instantaneously due to the grell stone's infusion of energy. He couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. Let us try again. With an air of excitement, he led the two back into the underground palace. Before he could even produce the grell stone fragment, a mist of ethereal green vapor cascaded from the vast mineral sea above. The mist, composed of life energy, enveloped Qinsho Jinhua, its gentle coolness prompting a soft gasp of astonishment. In that fleeting moment of contact, he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the mineral sea, an immense force that seemed more substantial than mountains. Grand, vast, and surging, he found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate the energy's intensity and magnitude. It was a sensation of ease and refreshment. Every place touched by the essence of life seems to be immersed in a warm, soothing spring. Taking a deep breath, one feels an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to having just indulged in a rejuvenating massage. The vitality of life. No wonder the old man, He Yin, referred to it as the source of life. Although the energy emanating from the Tian Ji Miao possesses a somewhat similar effect, it imposes stringent requirements on density and the constitution of the recipient. A slight excess can lead to adverse effects on the human body. However, the liquid from this mine poses no such risks. Regardless of its drinkability, at the very least, one can endure the infusion of energy mist without experiencing any discomfort or abnormalities. A true treasure. It feels as if one has been enveloped in blissful oblivion. Time passed, and it was only after some effort that Qinsho Jinhua managed to extricate himself from that delightful state. Compared to the solution extracted from the lake, The advantage here is the rich vitality, which can be utilized directly. As he pondered, he opened his eyes and, under the astonished gazes of Yi Tsong and Xiang Lin, made a swift motion with his finger across his left arm, immediately revealing a long wound. What astonished them even more was that the wound healed instantaneously under their watchful eyes, without even a trace of blood oozing out. Most importantly, Qianshou Jinyue could sense that this healing was entirely due to external life energy replenishment, rather than stimulating cellular division. What does this signify? He swallowed hard, contemplating the implications of this discovery for the entire world. While he could not make a definitive statement, he knew that if this information reached Orochimaru, he would likely be willing to endure any indignity for it. After exiting, I will seal this place. Casually handing the grial fragment to Yi Tsong, he allowed them both to experience the power and marvel of this energy. Then, he solemnly stated, the significance of this relic is equal to that of Tianji Miao. Until Xiang Lin fully masters the sealing technique, no fourth person is to know of its existence. Understood. As for how to utilize this vast energy source, Qianshou Jinyue had already formulated a plan, the fortress in the Kingdom of Sky. Previously, he had refrained from targeting that fortress due to a lack of motivation and a desire to avoid any morally questionable actions. Now, with such a colossal energy source at his disposal, he would not hesitate to establish a unique aerial base within the entire shinobi world. One cannot be too cautious. Currently, he only has the Tonica village, and much remains to be done. After a while, once the grial fragment had noticeably brightened and no further changes occurred, Qianshou Jinyue led the two of them out of the underground palace once again. Upon returning to the altar above, he instructed them to leave first while he exerted all his strength to envelop the lowest layer of space in chilling energy. Such a large-scale use of ability was, truthfully, quite a burden for him at this moment. Fortunately, he possessed a freshly charged grial fragment. After completing his task, he found not only did he feel no fatigue, but the outcome exceeded expectations, transforming the interior of the relic into a frigid zone of life. Thus, unless he personally returns or someone possesses a token imbued with his abilities, others wishing to enter would have to find a way to completely eliminate the cold within the relic. Otherwise, one would only need to test it to find out. What a remarkable find! He marveled once more before swiftly departing the relic and returning to the surface. On the surface, the snow weasel, having lost the grial fragment, did not awaken this time, but remained unconscious alongside Hien. Upon seeing him emerge, Yi Tsong immediately inquired, "What about this person?" Qianshou Jinyue glanced at the evidently uncomfortable Hien and couldn't help but ask, "How did you persuade him to come with you?" "Oh, I used Zhuang Dun to dry up a small pond next to their resting place, and then he willingly accompanied me." The surprise on the cat master's face. After some thought, he ultimately decided to cover that segment of his memory with illusion. Fortunately, Hien was merely an ordinary old man, allowing even a Qianshou Jinyue, who had not extensively practiced illusion techniques, to successfully execute the jutsu. After a flurry of activity, he managed to replace Hien's last memories with the notion that Yi Tsong had merely sought him out for information. As for why he had to dry up a pond first, social anxiety, you see? Shy individuals often greet others in such a manner. Regarding the snow weasel, one can only wish it luck. If it manages to find Haida and his companions before its demise and acquires those 2 grial stones, perhaps a soft heart would lead to its return. Finally, he crafted 3 special shurikens using his abilities. Conveniently, this location was equidistant from both Konoha village and Tonica village. In the event he could not return, they could use these to freely enter and exit the relic. Especially for Xiang Lin, it would be best to first secure a copy of the mine's sealing imprint, so when they are fully prepared, they can return together to unseal this ancient empire's legacy. Yes, as for Yi Tsong, after pausing to reflect, he concluded that they had been busy for quite some time and should rest before heading to another location. Chapter 146, The Correct Path Yuan? In order to process his promotion to Chunin, Itachi visited the Hokage's office, and upon exiting, he coincidentally encountered Yuan, who had just parted ways with Team 9. "Itachi, what brings you here?" "I came to complete the Chunin promotion procedures." Itachi lifted the folder in his hand, glancing at Yuan's surroundings. "Are you heading back now?" "Yes," Yuan replied with a cheerful nod, extending an invitation. "Would you like to join me?" On the way, the two engaged in conversation about their recent circumstances. However, for Itachi, who was typically reticent, initiating a topic posed a challenge, resulting in Yuan predominantly speaking. She mentioned that Team 9 had not undertaken any missions for quite some time, spending their days either training or supervising the prison, where the inmates were quite docile, leading to most of their duty time being spent on extra training. She also remarked that Jinyue mysteriously vanished for a few days each month, always appearing enigmatic, as if no one would care if he chose not to speak. She mentioned that Mato Kai, who seemed somewhat foolish, surprisingly possessed immense strength, and she felt Jinyue was already quite powerful, yet he often suffered significant defeats in battles against Mato Kai. Furthermore, she expressed her disdain for a girl named Onma Bayun, who, despite being of school age, had been entrusted to Jinyue for management by her family, frequently encroaching on Jinyue's rest time. It was as if she had bottled up her thoughts for ages, and once they exited the Hokage building, Yuan's chatter flowed without pause. It was not until she spotted a few tables and chairs draped in red cloth by the roadside, and then a nearby tea house that she suddenly realized how thirsty she was. "Oh dear, I've been the one talking all this time. Let us take a break here." With that, Yuan autonomously approached the tables and chairs, calling out to the shop, "Hello, just the two of us, please." Isn't that Itachi?" A high-pitched voice filled with surprise suddenly rang out from within the shop. Hearing this, both Itachi and Yuan looked up to see a girl in work attire emerging with a tray. XINZ. As I gazed at the radiant expression of Inari Shinko approaching me, even Itachi, typically stoic, could not suppress his astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered her since the tragic demise of Izumo Tenma. "As you can see, I am now an employee at this tea house," she cheerfully announced. "I see," Itachi replied, intrigued by this former teammate. Whispers had reached him that this girl had willingly relinquished her ninja identity due to the loss of her comrade. For Izumi, the thought of losing a teammate had never crossed her mind, nor did she wish to contemplate how she would react if such a tragedy befell her. "Long time no see. These 2 cups of tea are my way of apologizing for my sudden departure. Please, don't hesitate," Shinko said, adeptly placing the cups before them. Her eyes sparkled as she turned to Itachi. "It's the first time I've seen you with a girl alone. Is she your girlfriend?" "She's a friend." "What?" The disappointment on Shinko's face was comically exaggerated, prompting Izumi to chuckle. Hey, Shinko grinned back before turning to Itachi. "By the way, I heard you've become a chunin. Congratulations." "Thank you," he replied. "It was indeed the right decision for me to abandon the path of a ninja." As she spoke, she cradled the tea tray against her chest. While much of her decision stemmed from Tenma's passing, a significant part was due to him. Indeed, it has been quite some time. When I reflect on this, I have come to terms with it. Being on the same team as a genius like you constantly reminds me of my limitations. Over time, I began to feel that even if I persevered as a ninja, it would lead to nowhere, especially with Tenma's incident weighing heavily on my heart. Shinko, she called out from the shop, waving to them. "You two just relax. If you need anything, just call for me." "Itachi is indeed impressive," Izumi remarked, observing Shinko as she sauntered back into the shop. Although she had become a chunin 2 years earlier than Itachi, she was acutely aware that her talents paled in comparison to his. Confused, Itachi glanced at her, unsure why she had made such a statement. "What I mean is," Izumi gestured towards the tea house, "even though my team, the 9th squad, became chunin 2 years earlier, it doesn't mean anyone would willingly abandon the path of a ninja." Itachi paused, seemingly grasping the implication, and a flicker of joy began to blossom within him. Indeed, Shinko's decision to renounce her ninja status was partially a consequence of his own actions. This indicated that his strength had contributed to the disappearance of another ninja from the world. With each ninja lost, the world would experience a reduction in conflict. Thus, her words somewhat validated that his chosen path was not misguided. After a brief respite and bidding farewell to Shinko, they hastened back to the Uchiha clan's compound. As they approached the gate, Itachi's pace slowed momentarily. "Tonight you, all right," Izumi responded, finally recalling that it was the night of the clan meeting. Due to her work at the prison, Uchiha Fugaku had granted her special permission to skip the meetings. However, she felt the importance of staying connected with the clan members whenever possible, thus she rarely missed attendance. Although she seldom spoke during these gatherings, she quietly lamented, "To be honest, I really don't want to go. Those adults seem so jovial and normal most of the time, but during clan meetings, they transform into something quite terrifying." Itachi fell silent, his mind occupied with thoughts of Shimizu Danzo and Uchiha Hakadai, the 2 key figures he and Shursui were currently focused on. Danzo, being the leader of the root, was adept at erasing traces and information, and thus far, they had uncovered no compelling evidence against him. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred. The work of a ninja was one of patience and precision. If they could not overcome such minor setbacks, how could they hope to alter the Uchiha clan or the world itself? Moreover, during their investigations, they had not returned empty-handed. There was a growing sense that many incidents pointed toward Danzo. Fortunately, there were some leads regarding Uchiha Hakudai. Shursui had confirmed that Hakudai was indeed in contact with a mysterious individual. Upon hearing about this enigmatic figure, Itachi's mind immediately conjured the image of the masked man who had slain Izumo Tenma, whose crimson Sharingan had haunted his sleepless nights. He had previously shared this information with Shursui, but the latter's vigilance had prevented him from catching a glimpse of the individual, which seemed to have alarmed the suspect. This was certainly not favorable news for their covert investigations. Chapter 147. An unspoken secret that evening, within the confines of the Nanga Shrine's secret chamber. Itachi found himself unable to grow fond of the place, no matter how many times he visited. Following the clan members into the chamber, he inhaled deeply, the stifling heat enveloping him. Seizing the opportunity before the others arrived, he spotted Izumi amidst the crowd. As a pillar of the younger generation, Shursui was frequently entrusted with leadership roles during missions. Itachi felt a swell of pride for his friend's influence. Yet this also meant that he often had to attend meetings alone. Shursui's concern for Itachi's solitary endeavors, especially regarding Danzo, was a significant factor in their lack of progress. Nonetheless, Itachi took solace in Shursui's esteemed reputation among the village's upper echelons. He nodded at Izumi, then quietly settled down at the rear of the gathering. Gradually, as the clan members continued to arrive, his surroundings filled with fervent young Uchiha, who were passionate whenever their clan was mentioned. Lowering his gaze, Itachi remained still, perhaps due to the oppressive heat. "Let us begin," a voice announced after what felt like an eternity. Rising from his position opposite the assembly, Uchiha Fugaku commanded attention, and the previously murmuring clan members fell silent, awaiting their leader's address. Strangely, Itachi felt as if he were witnessing a religious figure proclaiming teachings to devoted followers. "I trust everyone is aware that Itachi has participated in and successfully passed the Chunin exam." As he spoke, Fugaku's gaze swept over the front row and landed on Itachi. His voice remarkably calm. Why isn't Izumi on duty today? Congratulations." Uchiha Hakudai was the first to speak, turning to Itachi as he stood up at his father's prompting. His normally narrow eyes squinted even further, revealing an inexplicable grin. Following his congratulatory remarks, other clan members joined in the chorus of congratulations. "Congratulations, esteemed clan member. Well done, Itachi." Indeed, following Shursui, our Uchiha clan has gained yet another dependable genius. After allowing the clan members in the chamber to stir for a while, Uchiha Fugaku observed quietly until their voices subsided. He then nodded to Itachi, indicating he should greet everyone. Itachi first slightly bowed his head to his father and then, in a tone that was formal and devoid of personal sentiment, addressed the clan members. "I will continue to train diligently, striving to enhance my ninjutsu. I am determined to dedicate my life to Konoha and the Uchiha clan. I kindly ask for your guidance." Upon finishing, he deeply bowed to his brethren. Applause erupted from nearly every clan member, especially from those ninjas who had witnessed Itachi's rise. Viewed from the perspective of a clan member, his words were impeccably articulated, making it hard to believe they came from a mere 10-year-old. "With Itachi's inclusion, perhaps our police forces standing in the village can improve," remarked a young man with long black hair, Uchiha Inaho, who was roughly 7 or 8 years older than Itachi and an ardent supporter of Uchiha pride. Uchiha Fugaku gazed down at the excited Uchiha Inaho and expressed his thoughts. "I do not intend for Itachi to join the police force." "What?" It was evident that Uchiha Inaho was taken aback, and the other clan members stirred restlessly at this statement. "Chief, what do you mean by that?" "Indeed, Itachi is." Yet Itachi displayed no surprise, maintaining a quiet demeanor with his eyes lowered, showing no reaction. "Did you already suspect?" Uchiha Fugaku never doubted his son's intelligence. "Silence," he commanded, and as the crowd gradually quieted, he continued, "I wish for Itachi to join the Umbu." "The Umbu?" The first to respond was Uchiha Hakudai, his tone laced with evident disdain. Uchiha Fugaku regarded him silently, nodding in lieu of a verbal reply. "Chief, you haven't forgotten, have you? The police force and the Umbu have clashed over security issues on several occasions. Uchiha Hakadai's tone and demeanor clearly exceeded that of a mere meeting facilitator. I am well aware of this. To maintain village security, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, established the police force and entrusted its entire management to the Uchiha clan. This meant that for outsiders, the police force was essentially synonymous with the Uchiha clan, which represented the village's law enforcement. However, there also existed another faction with security authority, the Umbu. Although the Umbu was small in number, being composed exclusively of the village's most formidable ninjas, they held a significant advantage in combat capability and agility. To be frank, since the inception of the police force, the delineation of duties between these two entities had never been clearly defined, leading to ambiguity regarding which areas fell under the jurisdiction of the police force and which were the Umbu's purview. In practice, during incidents, the Hokage would personally designate the responsible agency, and this could change each time. Consequently, significant tasks within and outside the village often saw both entities involved, frequently leading to conflicts due to the unclear division of authority. As the captain of the police force and the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku was compelled to represent the police force in negotiations with the Hokage and the Umbu after each incident. Though he had reached an understanding with the third Hokage, this could not be publicly disclosed. Even if it were, it would not alter the independence of the Umbu and the police force. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku was undoubtedly the most informed regarding the discord between these two factions. Yet, after he spoke, while the clan members ceased their loud outbursts, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the chamber. Some murmured criticisms of the Umbu's misdeeds, others cast furtive glances, seemingly attempting to decipher the true intent behind their leader's words. While a few merely complained about Konoha's treatment of the Uchiha clan, each individual vented their long-suppressed indignation and dissatisfaction, as if they had finally found an opportunity to erupt. Listen to me. After the clan members had expressed their grievances, Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a solemn tone. The previously raucous chamber fell silent. Yet Itachi could palpably sense that this tranquility was laden with an unexpressed fury. I understand everyone's feelings. I share the same sentiments. Uchiha Fugaku spoke slowly, as if carefully choosing his words. Precisely for this reason, I wish for Itachi to join the Umbu, hoping he can serve as a conduit between the village and the Uchiha. The agreement with the third Hokage had never been made public. Thus the hopes placed upon Senju Shinju and Izumi remained a secret, one which many might suspect, yet he could never acknowledge before his clan. Uncertain of what arguments Uchiha Hakadai had employed, he sensed that the younger members of the clan were subtly rallying behind Hakadai, showing signs of dissent against him. To prevent the clan from veering towards an irretrievable path, he could only buy time, hoping that the day promised by the third Hokage would arrive soon. Chapter 148. Father and Son in the Chamber. Uchiha Fugaku's voice continued. As you all know, Umbu members are secretly monitoring our clan's territory. Given this, we need individuals who are aware of the village's information at all times. Are you suggesting that you want Itachi to enter the Umbu as our spy? Upon seeing the chief nod, the previously restrained clan members erupted into excitement. Almost everyone began to fantasize and discuss how, once Itachi obtained intelligence from the village's higher-ups, the Uchiha clan could leverage this information to restrain the upper echelons and seize opportunities to retaliate. The Uchiha will rise. The future of the Uchiha is tomorrow. Such voices surged like waves, as if everyone had envisioned the long-awaited scene. However, amidst their collective reverie, a whisper suddenly pierced through the air. Clear and resonant. We are all comrades from the same village. This statement seemed to strike a chord at the precise moment the room had fallen silent, ensuring that every individual present heard it distinctly. The speaker, standing at the back, was Itachi, who kept his head bowed, seemingly oblivious to the gazes upon him. His expression calm, as if he felt no compulsion to retract his words. What did you just say? As the fervent leader, Uchiha Hakadai was the first to turn. His eyes fixed on Itachi, now filled with icy disdain. The Senju clan and the people of Konoha are all brethren of the village. That will never change. Itachi continued to keep his eyes lowered, avoiding direct confrontation with anyone in particular. Merely stating, I believe it is better not to engage in actions that might incite conflict and create unnecessary divisions. The entire secret chamber fell into silence once again, contrasting sharply with the earlier fervor. Every clan member, young and old alike, directed their gaze toward Itachi, yet this time, Their expressions were filled not with the enthusiasm and pride of moments before, but rather with disbelief and coldness. The stillness in the air seemed to amplify every breath. And suddenly, Quan felt a shiver run through her entire body. An aura of murderous intent emanated from Uchiha Hakadai, who had slowly risen to his feet, glaring fiercely at Itachi. In that moment, Quan was certain that Itachi had also noticed the shift, yet he remained unfazed. Continuing to express his thoughts, if the opposing side takes action, we shall respond in kind. If they kill our people, we will seek vengeance. This cycle of conflict is how it begins. Are you speaking on behalf of Konohagakure? Uchiha Hakadai stood tall, his demeanor radiating tension and danger. Which faction do you belong to? Itachi, unconsciously repeating the question, felt a surge of irritation within him. He had previously posed a similar inquiry to Senju Mayuki. Now, upon hearing someone ask him the same, he realized the disdain brewing in his heart. It was precisely because he always viewed matters from a partisan perspective that he could not see the bigger picture, forever confined within his narrow viewpoint. Perpetually feeling unable to engage harmoniously with others. You insolent fool! Uchiha Hakadai erupted in anger, instantly appearing before Itachi, reaching out to grasp his collar. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku intervened just in time, restraining Hakadai's arm. Clan leader. Hakadai shouted furiously at Uchiha Fugaku, his voice laced with rage and chill. Calm down. But enough. I command you to calm down. Hakadai glanced at Fugaku and then at Itachi, taking several deep breaths before slowly nodding and lowering his arm. As he returned to his position, he deliberately cast his gaze over each clan member's face, finally exhaling heavily before resuming his kneeling posture in silence. Uchiha Fugaku observed Hakadai's actions, aware that the majority of them were mere theatrics. However, he could not afford to dwell on that now. What mattered most was preventing the clan members from developing a bias against Itachi. It was imperative that he not be transformed from a celebrated genius into an outcast due to mere words. Itachi apologized to everyone, hearing his father's voice. Itachi instinctively clenched his fists at his sides. He then raised his head, and in the dim chamber, he was met with countless pairs of crimson eyes staring coldly at him. I can understand your sentiments. This cycle of vengeance can indeed incite conflict and war. Uchiha Fugaku placed a hand on his son's shoulder, gently squeezing it. However, you are still young and may not yet grasp the hardships our Uchiha clan has faced since the village's inception, being subjected to various injustices. I am also a member of the Uchiha clan, and I believe I can comprehend our family's plight. Then apologize. Uchiha Hakadai shouted suddenly, his voice resonating so loudly that it made Quan's ears ring. Itachi, faced with the cold stares of his clan members, even finding no support from his own father, made Quan yearn to rise and vocally oppose these stubborn old ninjas and the misguided youth they influenced. Yet, while harboring such thoughts, when she truly wished to summon the courage to act, she found her legs trembling uncontrollably. No matter how hard she bit her teeth or pinched the muscles in her thighs in pain, she could not stand up to utter even a single word in support of Itachi. Bowing her head, she felt the suffocating atmosphere in the chamber, and once again, she deeply sensed the chasm between herself and Itachi, not merely in terms of talent in learning and combat, but more importantly, in the resolve and courage to confront injustice, even if it meant standing alone, regardless of the presence of her own father, the leader of the clan. After Uchiha Hakadai's outburst, nearly all eyes in the chamber turned toward Itachi, seemingly awaiting his response. Even his father. Itachi tightly shut his mouth, scanning the faces of his clan members before finally settling on Uchiha Hakadai. I'm sorry, he said in a voice barely audible. In front of him, Uchiha Fugaku felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by a surge of anger directed at all the reasons behind the current plight of the Uchiha clan. In that instant, he felt as though he could clearly hear the anguished cries emanating from his son's heart. He could deeply empathize with Itachi's desire to avert conflict and wished to vocally support his son's intentions. Because in his youth, he too had harbored dreams as lofty as his son's, to become Hokage. Yet, back then, simply being a member of the Uchiha clan had naturally excluded him from acceptance by all. Now, he had come to terms with this reality and no longer fantasized about such dreams. What he hoped for was to seize the opportunity presented by the third Hokage's overtures, as he could no longer bear to see his clan treated as pariahs simply due to their surname. The Uchiha clan desperately needed stability. He felt acutely aware that an invisible hand was manipulating these impassioned youth, with even Uchiha Hakadai, who was beginning to stand against him. Merely a pawn in a larger game. The agreement he had reached with the third Hokage was already progressing, and before that, he must do everything in his power to slow down the corrosive influence on his clan members. Details could be discussed later at home. Gripping Itachi's shoulder firmly, Uchiha Fugaka spoke in a tone only his son could hear. However, Itachi merely lowered his gaze without responding. Only Shui can truly understand my feelings. Chapter 149. Finding a teacher for Naruto. Say, Jinyu Gij, where exactly are you taking me? In the back mountains of Konoha village, Senju, Jinyu, and Naruto navigated a narrow path through the woods. You've asked me that same question countless times already. Senju Jinyu playfully struck Naruto on the head. If you want to learn Sasuke's agile skills, just keep your mouth shut, or I'll take you back right now. That hurts. Although he hadn't truly exerted force, Naruto, who had come to rely on him psychologically, exaggeratedly wailed, but after a while, realizing he hadn't received any comforting pats, he opened his eyes to find that his elder brother, Senju Jinyu, had already left him behind and walked quite a distance ahead. Disappointed by his failed ploy, Naruto made a face and hurried to catch up with Senju Jinyu. So, is that old man you mentioned really that impressive? Clearly, you have already imparted your teachings to me. However, it is not to say that he is exceptionally formidable. Chinsho Jinyu explained while walking. It is just that my schedule may become quite unpredictable in the future, and I cannot allow your training to be hindered because of it. Considering your current age, I believe your foremost priority should be to solidify your foundational skills and physical techniques. After all this time, you must have realized that your physique and strength surpass those of Sasuke by a considerable margin. Yet, due to his superior speed and reflexes, he is able to toy with you like a fool. Glancing at Naruto, whose expression soured at the mere mention of Sasuke, Chinsho Jinyu felt a surge of amusement, though he maintained a composed demeanor. Thus, I have found you a specialized instructor in physical techniques who will focus on honing your speed deficiencies. As long as you apply yourself diligently, you will eventually develop a speed that rivals, or perhaps even surpasses, Sasuke's. Just wait, Sasuke, you shall see. Naruto, whose brain has yet to fully mature, was easily stirred by such simplistic yet emotionally charged words, causing him to puff up with pride as if he had already attained the heights described. It is perplexing how such a bright and astute little son could produce such a dim-witted offspring. As the sun began its descent, transforming into a vibrant orange orb, reminiscent of the time he first encountered Yetsong, the two continued their ascent until they reached a scarcely populated area on the mountainside. Upon spotting a cave exhibiting clear signs of human activity, Chinsho Jinyu gestured for Naruto to halt. He peered into the cave and listened intently for a moment, confirming that it was unoccupied. Should they leave? The individual they wished to visit was absent, and logically, they should retreat and return another day. However, undeterred, Chinsho Jinyu's gaze sharpened as he discreetly manipulated the moisture in the surrounding air to swiftly expand outward. Found you. Then, to Naruto's astonishment, he witnessed Chinsho Jinyu suddenly turn and bow slightly toward the woods to the right of the cave, calling out, Teacher Chun, Chinsho Jinyu has come to pay a visit. I kindly request your presence. Yet, after his words, there was no response from the woods, as if he had been conversing with the air itself. Initially surprised, Naruto turned to Chinsho Jinyu with a puzzled expression. Brother Jinyu, are you from the Chinsho clan? It had been a long time since anyone had referred to him as such. Suddenly hearing a deep, aged voice, Naruto was taken aback. Is there truly someone in this dark forest? In contrast to Naruto, Chinsho Jinyu could discern that had it not been for the name Chinsho, this elderly man might not have been inclined to engage with him. Hey kid. In a flash, akin to a film rewinding, a short old man clad in a yellow tracksuit materialized before them. Did not the Chinsho clan of Konohagakure disband long ago? Where did you spring from? Impressive. Although Chinsho Jinyu knew that the individual had likely employed some form of body flicker technique, the speed exhibited, without a whisper or ripple, clearly indicated that this old man was indeed the esteemed teacher Chun they sought. Now, in the latter half of the 56th year of Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke would soon reach the age of enrollment in April of the following year. Meanwhile, Chinsho Jinyu had already laid various groundwork. Without aiming to seize every advantage, he had at least paved a relatively straightforward path for himself. At this juncture, the 10-year-old had entered a rapid growth phase, and to realize his future ambitions, he could no longer adhere to a daily routine. It was during this time that he stumbled upon a scroll titled The Secrets of Physical Techniques in the library. Upon opening it and recognizing the prominent inscription of Konoha Dragon God, he recalled the character from the storyline, a venerable elder known to be capable of overpowering Might Guy in physical combat. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly to fundamentally alter Naruto's trajectory. He sought to assign him a physical techniques instructor before finding himself entangled in numerous predicaments. He did not require much, just someone capable of training Naruto to match Sasuke's speed. I only returned to Konoha village about 5 years ago. My grandfather was an ordinary clansman who ventured out for business years back. He succinctly explained his circumstances. The short old man, adorned with red-framed sunglasses and a green headband, paused momentarily as his gaze lingered on Naruto before swiftly redirecting his attention back to Senju Jinyu. So, does Tsunade know you? Of course. I had the privilege of being taken under Lady Tsunade's wing as a student of medical ninjutsu a few years back. Teacher Chun appeared somewhat taken aback, taking a while to respond with a slow, So how did you know I was still alive? And why did you bring this foolish little shorty? Foolish little shorty? Hey, you old geezer, who are you calling a foolish shorty? I'm not foolish, you know. Before Naruto could continue his tirade, Senju Jinyu swiftly snapped his fingers against Naruto's head, then turned to Teacher Chun, saying, as you can see, finding him a physical techniques instructor also means securing you a student you will never regret. Will never regret? Him? Teacher Chin's face contorted with disdain upon hearing this. And even behind his large sunglasses, his disapproval was palpable. Naruto, gritting his teeth with fury, was on the verge of charging forward to confront the old man had it not been for Senju Jinyu's presence restraining him. Teacher, I am well aware of your prowess and achievements. To be honest, if not for the pressing circumstances, I would have eagerly accepted a period of your personal tutelage. As Senju Jinyu spoke while patting Naruto's head, both soothing his emotions and emphasizing his forthcoming words, he continued, this child, although a bit unruly, possesses potential that could surpass your expectations. I can vouch for that with my teacher's name. At first, Teacher Chin seemed indifferent, thinking, what weight does a mere child's name carry? Your teacher? Tsunade? If she knew you were leveraging her reputation for such matters. Wait. Before he could finish, Senju Jinyu quickly waved his hands. A teacher is a teacher, and a master is a master. While I hold both in high regard, they are not to be conflated. Then who is your teacher? You cheeky brat. Daring to play tricks on me. If your teacher is Nara Shikaku, I wonder if you have heard of him? The one from Inoshikacho? Indeed. Teacher Chin fell silent for a moment. It must be said that compared to his initial demeanor, the mention of Tsunade and Nara Shikaku visibly altered his tone and demeanor, making him less comfortable than before. I refuse. Regrettably, after a brief moment of contemplation, Teacher Chin resolutely declined his request. Naruto, step back for a moment. Upon encountering Naruto's bewildered expression, Senju Jinyu simply pointed towards a large tree in the distance, maintaining eye contact with Teacher Chin behind his sunglasses. Observing his elder brother's serious demeanor, Naruto's intellect surged, and without even the luxury of uttering words against the old man, he hurriedly dashed towards the tree. How amusing. In light of Senju Jinyu's earnestness, Teacher Chun, who had been slightly wounded earlier, felt a sense of relief. He glanced at Naruto's retreating figure before addressing Senju Jinyu directly. What? You believe you can sway me, and now intend to confront the old man head-on? The audacity of today's youth is truly remarkable. Of course, I do not intend to confront you directly. Naruto was now 20 meters, then 15, 10, 5 meters away from the tree. Suddenly, two figures vanished simultaneously. A flurry of rapid strikes ensued, akin to a lightning storm. I merely wish for you to understand that my purpose in bringing Naruto here today is not to jest. Ah, so we are to engage in taijutsu? How intriguing. Let me witness the capabilities of the younger generation from Konohagakure. Konohagakure no Senpu. Bang. Whoosh. Boom. The swift assault abruptly halted, as a white figure was sent soaring backward by a powerful kick, crashing into the ground with sufficient force to create a sizable crater. Amidst the swirling smoke, Senju Jinyu emerged expressionless from the pit, his fists gradually clenching at his sides. Indeed, he truly was the remarkable elder who could still deliver crushing blows even posthumously against Might Guy. Not bad, young one. To have endured such a strike and emerge unscathed is quite impressive. Although the two had not previously agreed upon it, and tensions simmered within. Teacher Chin recognized this as merely a sparring session, especially considering his opponent was but a child, a student of Tsunade and an ordinary child from the Nara clan. Teacher Chin, I once sparred with another taijutsu master and believed my skills were commendable until just now. Kanahegakure no senpu. Ah, quite commendable. It seems you adapt swiftly to my speed and techniques after just a few exchanges. You are indeed a remarkable lad. Now, let us see how you fare against this technique. Kanahegakure no daishunpu. Kanahegakure no ryujin. With a powerful kick, he forced Chinsho Jinua backward. Witnessing his opponent evade his new technique without hesitation, he unleashed a forceful kick that conjured a colossal dragon of wind propelled by sheer force. Roar! Like a creature imbued with life, the wind dragon ascended skyward, only to dive precipitously towards Chinsho Jinua with immense momentum. At that moment, as he struck a pose, one could not help but wonder if onlookers perceived a similar spectacle from their perspective. Staring up at the descending wind dragon, Chinsho Jinua appeared momentarily stunned, rooted in place. Hey kid! Observing his reaction, Teacher Chun, nestled within the body of the wind dragon, felt a surge of frustration. What the hell? You were so fierce just now, and now you seem more timid than that short fellow? Are you trying to toy with the old man? Yet, regardless of his inner turmoil, it was too late. The ultimate technique unleashed by a top-tier taijutsu master, even if not wielded at full strength, was still terrifying. Moreover, suspended in midair, it was far from easy to simply retract the attack. This is it. This is a student of both Tsunade and the Nara clan. I cannot allow this kick to incapacitate him. Ice armor. Ice sphere. Ice wall. Roar. Boom. An earth-shattering blow crashed into the ground where Chinsho Jinua stood. Swish. Teacher Chin swiftly retreated, only to disregard the shockwave generated by the Kanahegakure dragon as he surged toward the impact site. Hey kid, are you still alive? Crack. Crack. The howling wind stirred up clouds of dust and shards of ice, presenting no hindrance to Teacher Chun. Gazing at the figure at the center of the impact, arms crossed upon his forehead, Teacher Chun was genuinely astonished. The Chinsho clan possessed ice techniques as well. Cough, cough, cough. Truly deserving of the title, Teacher Chun. With but a single move, you shattered my most formidable defense. Hey, kid, enough with the poses. How are you feeling? Do you need me to rush you to the hospital? No need. Have you forgotten? I am a student of Lady Tsunade. As he trembled and lowered his arms, his gaze fell upon Naruto, who was rushing in, crying out in alarm. He then turned to Teacher Chun and spoke hurriedly. Teacher Chun, my condition is deteriorating. I may faint shortly, but before that, I want to say, please take care of Naruto. He will not disappoint you. What the? Teacher Chun was taken aback as he processed the rapid-fire words, leaving him no opportunity for rebuttal. No, you just said you could hold on for a while. Is this what you Chinsho clan consider a while? Chapter 151. Enough is enough in the back mountains of Kanahegakure. An elderly man and a young boy engaged in a friendly interaction. Too slow. Accelerate. Pia. Curse that old man. Pia pia. Ah, how infuriating. The harmonious clamor occasionally echoed through the cave. Confirming that Teacher Chun was indeed rigorously training Naruto, Chinsho Jinua gradually regained consciousness. Stepping out of the cave, only a sliver of sunlight remained, but fortunately, the elevated terrain ensured visibility did not diminish rapidly. Teacher Chun, humph. Upon witnessing the elder's reaction, Chinsho Jinua couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. It was understandable. Given Teacher Chen's age, he might have been momentarily deceived but would soon see through it upon reflection. Fortunately, he merely expressed his dissatisfaction without harboring any ill will. It is quite natural for an elderly individual to exhibit some emotions at a certain age. Brother, Jinua, woe is me. Where are you running off to? You little rascal, don't think you can slack off. Pia. Ah, you old man, just wait. Pia. Roar. Observing Naruto grow increasingly spirited under his guidance, as Chinsho Jinua approached, Teacher Chin suddenly called out without turning. Hey, kid from the Chinsho clan. Yes, Teacher Chun. Please go ahead. I saw everything while you were unconscious. Now I admit this little rascal does have some talent. However, I still do not understand. Teacher Chin glanced back at him. You are not very old yourself, and your performance in taijutsu surpasses many youths I have encountered. Yet, you put forth such effort to find me, only to claim it is not for yourself? What is it? Do you look down upon my taijutsu and deem me unworthy to teach you? And no, Teacher Chun, your expertise in taijutsu is undoubtedly the most formidable I have ever witnessed. Chinsho Jinua quickly clarified. Then why? As Chun Laosher spoke, he could not help but turn his head, his face reflecting a displeased expression. Initially, he did not perceive any issue, but as he practiced, A sudden question popped into his mind, igniting a feeling of discontent within him. The reason he was so harsh on Naruto from the outset was entirely due to that lingering sense of resentment. Shinsho Jinyu smacked his lips, pondering how best to explain his thoughts. If possible, he would have loved to retreat like Chun Laoshi for several years of intense training. Ideally until he could open all 7 gates before re-emerging. That would indeed be a spectacular debut. He had always believed that in combat, unless the disparity was vast, battles would ultimately come down to physical prowess and the fierce clash of taijutsu. Regrettably, while the sentiment was admirable, the reality of his circumstances was quite limiting. Recently, he had heard from Quan that the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan were escalating. If it were not for the somewhat intimidating presence of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, and the taciturn support of their top fighter Uchiha Shursui, the radical faction led by Uchiha Itachi would nearly have confronted the village outright. Additionally, there was Tanaka village, where although Yakura was responsible for oversight, she mostly executed tasks assigned by Shinsho Jinyu, darting around the ninja world, either searching for something or someone. Not to mention his subordinates like Onma Bayun, Uzumaki Karin, and Shisai, all eagerly awaiting his guidance for the future. He could not afford to neglect Hinata for too long either, given the importance of the reincarnation eye. Furthermore, Master Yuan Ming was expected to mature soon. Oh, and there was also Junmaru. He previously had a vague notion that Junmaru's combat talent was too precious to be squandered by Orochimaru. Now, with the Spear of Destiny and the Grell Vein at his disposal, he felt a greater assurance in molding Junmaru into a superlative expert far exceeding the original storyline. With so many pressing matters, his daily agenda was indeed overflowing with tasks. Yet, these concerns could not be disclosed to outsiders. After a moment's contemplation, Shinsho Jinyu continued, I understand the significance of taijutsu for a ninja, and I believe you can see that as well. Seeing Chun Laoshi nod in agreement, he added, however, due to my surname and the favor of the 3rd Hokage, I am not merely a ninja, but also bear some special responsibilities. A seasoned veteran. Chun Laoshi immediately grasped the implications upon hearing a brief mention of Team 9's configuration, raising his hand to halt further elaboration. Politics were exceedingly troublesome, once entangled. This old man could never expect peace in his later years. Had he known, he would not have probed any further. Then, to what extent do you wish for me to train this little rascal? Let me tell you, I chose to play dead precisely to avoid trouble. So do not expect to hand him over to me in the future. How could that be? Shinsho Jinyu chuckled awkwardly. I merely hope you can help Naruto solidify his foundation in taijutsu. That would suffice. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Chun Laoshi erupted in indignation, exclaiming, what nonsense is that? What do you mean that would suffice? The requirements for a child in a brawl cannot be equated to those of a jonin in battle. Taken aback by the unexpected reprimand, Shinsho Jinyu felt somewhat unaccustomed, yet he acknowledged his own words were flawed, thus understanding the old man's outburst. In terms of taijutsu, I certainly cannot match your expertise. Glancing at Naruto, who was now fatigued and shuffling like a zombie, he continued, addressing Chun Laoshi. The main reason I wish for Naruto to train under you is due to his lineage. Chun Laoshi regarded him with a hint of skepticism. What about his lineage? Aside from the descendants of past Hokages, who else in Konohagakure can compare? You truly overestimate me. I merely happen to bear the surname Shinsho, he humbly replied. Before continuing with a more serious tone, I believe you are already aware of Naruto's surname? Indeed, Chun Laoshi acknowledged, nodding thoughtfully. At just 5 years old, he has already achieved such capabilities. It is clear that the Uzumaki clan's physical constitution is not mere exaggeration. Then, are you not curious why Naruto, belonging to the Uzumaki clan, does not share the same hair color as other members? Hair color? Chun Laoshi turned to examine Naruto closely for a moment before asking. His voice laced with uncertainty. What do you mean? Naruto uses his mother's surname. Upon hearing this, Chun Laoshi froze momentarily, then murmured to himself. So that is how it is, no wonder. Observing Naruto in the distance, Chun Laoshi fell into silence, seemingly lost in thought. It was not until Shinsho Jinyu glanced back that he let out a deep sigh and nodded. Very well. I shall take this little rascal under my wing. As long as he can endure, this old man will not hesitate to impart all that I know. Chapter 152. Time management really? Shinsho Jinyu felt an overwhelming joy at this affirmation, recognizing it as a personal promise from Chun Laoshi, far superior to any results obtained through coercive means. What? Do you think I have the leisure to toy with you? Chun Laoshi shot him a glare, though the sunglasses obscured the intensity of his gaze. On the day of the Ninetales incident, I was actually in the village. Perhaps sensing his confusion or merely speaking to himself, Chun Laoshi's voice grew somber at that time. You were likely not yet in Konohagakure, unaware of how dire the situation was that night. Yet, in such a critical moment, I chose to overlook the actions of the Ninetales for the absurd reason of wanting to maintain my hard-won leisure. Had it not been for the fourth Hokage sacrificing his life to seal the beast, not only would my peaceful days have vanished, but my family would have. His voice carried a tinge of bitterness as he gazed at Naruto, pausing for a long moment before continuing, having received such a significant favor from the fourth. It is one thing to have been ignorant in the past, but now that fate has placed Naruto before me, I must do my utmost. I cannot allow him to foolishly confront the enemies of his father. It was not about repaying a debt, if anything. It was an attempt to reconcile with my past selfishness. Hearing this, Shinsho Jinue fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words to express his feelings. He recalled the scene from the original storyline where Chun Laoshi effortlessly pummeled Might Guy, yet he had not anticipated the old man harbored such a regret within. By this logic, he had unwittingly contributed to fulfilling a dream, though he wondered if this might be construed as encroaching on someone else's territory. Stop now, you little rascal. After a brief interval, the last rays of sunlight vanished. When Naruto could no longer suppress his cries and shuffled over to Shinsho Jinue, Chun Laoshi suddenly transformed his previous grimace into a beaming smile and addressed Naruto. You are Naruto, correct? Without waiting for Naruto to respond, he continued, today is an exception. Starting tomorrow, as long as it is not during class hours, you must run here for my training. Do you understand? Wah? I don't want to. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately became enraged, urgently tugging at Senju Jinue's clothing while lamenting. Not only does that old man have a grim expression, but he also strikes children. He truly wields a switch with great force. I have hardly been treated like a person this entire afternoon. As he wept, Naruto lifted his shirt to reveal the red marks on his skin, asserting that he was not fabricating his tale. However, Senju Jinue did not rush to console him. Instead, after allowing Naruto to vent for a while, he uttered a single sentence that instantly silenced him. Naruto, you haven't forgotten your aspiration to defeat Sasuke, have you? Impossible. I will definitely defeat that guy Sasuke. Senju Jinue said, gently patting Naruto's head. You are aware that Sasuke has an edge over you in physical prowess and speed. And in that regard, Teacher Chun is the most skilled in the entirety of Konohagakure. If you can reach a level that earns Teacher Chun's approval, then not only will Sasuke be no match for you, but even if he and Shikamaru teamed up, they would stand no chance. Are you truly willing to forsake this hard-earned opportunity, especially since it was procured by me enduring a whole afternoon of being pummeled by Teacher Chun? His words effectively diverted Naruto's attention. He first cast a tearful glance at Teacher Chun, then turned back to observe the disappointment etched on Senju Jinue's face. Ultimately, he clenched his fists and, with determination, approached Teacher Chun, apologizing. I am truly sorry, Teacher Chun, for the many disrespectful things I said earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Teacher Chun, also extending a hand to ruffle Naruto's hair, gradually revealed the first smile he had displayed since their meeting. Initially, he had agreed to mentor Naruto merely to repay the debt owed to the fourth Hokage. However, witnessing Naruto's heartfelt apology transformed his perspective entirely. This child, possessing both remarkable physicality and strong will, was willing to endure suffering for the sake of those he cared about. He believed that a person with such qualities from a young age would never act in a manner they would come to regret, even when endowed with great power. After arranging for Naruto's guardianship, Senju Jinue's life returned to its usual rhythm. Aside from his routine duties, most of his time was not his own. He either seized moments to visit Tonika village to monitor progress and assert his presence, or engaged in rigorous training with Onma Bayun in illusion techniques, during which he provided the young girl guidance on her future. Occasionally, he would also attempt to alter Hinata's timid disposition, for if this continued, she would be incapable of confronting challenges, even if endowed with the Byakugan. In contrast, aside from his duties, he found himself with significantly less time to interact with the members of Team 9. He was aware that this entire situation might breed resentment within Izumi. Yet he had no choice. There were simply too many tasks to attend to, and his schedule was overwhelmingly full. Each time he witnessed Izumi's cold, turned back, Senju Jinue could not help but harbor a sense of resentment towards himself for not having diligently studied time management with Master Luo. Otherwise, a few young ladies would have been a trivial matter to handle, and he would not have found himself in such an awkward predicament. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not persist for long. Upon noticing Izumi's escalating anger, Senju Jinue quickly identified an excellent opportunity to mend their relationship. Hey, have you heard? The gates of the Temple of Fire have been breached. Is that true? No way. That gate is said to be fortified with incredibly powerful seals and barriers. At a dango shop, Senju Jinue was about to purchase a box of 3-color dumplings to visit Izumi's mother. He had initially paid little mind to the idle chatter of the patrons, but the mention of the Temple of Fire piqued his interest, conjuring images of the earthly monk and his Senju Guanyin. After receiving the packaged dumplings, he was about to leave when he unexpectedly overheard the following exchange. Who says otherwise? The Temple of Fire's ceiling wall is formidable, I tell you. And guess what I saw on those 2 gates? What? Hurry up and tell us. I saw that those gates bore numerous long, deep scratches, as if some terrifying beast had clawed at them. Oh, come on, don't joke around. That's the largest temple in the Land of Fire. What kind of beast would dare wreak havoc there? The surrounding patrons exhibited a myriad of reactions. Upon hearing this, Senju Jinue suddenly felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. The terrifying claw marks at the Temple of Fire. What peculiarities within could invoke thoughts of monstrous beasts? If not for the sudden sharpness in his mind at the mention of claw marks, he might not have recalled. Could it be that the boy, known for harboring the 9 tails within him, is the one they referred to as Kong? With the image of the boy's visage in his mind and following the narrative, a cascade of scenes began to unfold. First, the ceiling wall was struck with a resounding crash. Then Naruto experienced a sudden telepathic connection, followed by several spirited youths blocking the main gate of Konohagakure, intent on bringing down the village. Everything was fitting together. Although many jested that it was merely the 9 tails gas that had tormented Kong for a decade, the narrative suggested that once released from his seal, he could unleash the 9 tails power. The chakra of the 9 tails within him and Naruto resonated, fundamentally linked as they were, with the only distinction being that one was the 9 tails in its entirety, while the other was merely the residual chakra released during the 9 tails frolic. Residuals, indeed. It was precisely due to the sheer volume of chakra differing vastly from the 9 tails that it granted Kaguya an opportunity to experiment, was it not? Otherwise, if she directly faced Naruto, he would genuinely worry that her excitement might lead to a misstep. With that, he promptly set off for the Temple of Fire with Kaguya. After dispatching a message via a ninja hawk to Tonika village, Senju Jinue also sought out the 3rd Hokage, requesting a half-month leave of absence under the guise of a vacation. A vacation? Going out for leisure? Initially, upon seeing the 2 of them enter, the 3rd Hokage had not paid much attention, preoccupied with reviewing documents and planning for a chat with them. However, upon hearing the words leave of absence, especially upon seeing them together, his excitement was palpable, smoothing the wrinkles on his face. How long do you wish to take off? Oh, half a month. Is that sufficient? Though he spoke thus, the 3rd Hokage cheerfully produced a standard leave form, swiftly completing it with a flourish, then retrieving the Hokage seal to stamp it with a satisfying thud. The entire process was seamless and fluid. Once finished, he did not even wait for Senju Jinue to utter another word before slamming the still-drying leave form onto the table and waving them off. Go on. Although the reasons elude her, Chinsho Jinue cannot help but feel an urge to sigh internally. With a sense of solemnity, she steps forward to retrieve the leave request form. Being a standard format, the information filled in the front mirrors that of others. The only distinction lying in the holiday duration and an additional line below. Due to official duties, the leave period may be extended appropriately. The name Yuanfei Razanzhan, adorned with a clear Hokage seal, serves as irrefutable evidence that this missive was penned by none other than the 3rd Hokage himself. As for the interpretation of appropriately extended, the content of the leave request reveals much. It explicitly states a need for a 15-day leave, yet the detailed dates read from the 56th year, October 13th, to an unspecified date in the same year. Quite reasonable, indeed, considering it is a request authored by the venerable 3rd Hokage. Upon acquiring the leave form, the next step is to elucidate the situation to the responsible jonin at the prison. Typically, such actions would be deemed a breach of protocol. Yet the question remains, does Chinsho Jinue fit the mold of an ordinary individual? Certainly not. Furthermore, The supervising jonin regards the trio from Team 9 merely as privileged youths gilded by their lineage. This notion is only reinforced when he beholds the leave request, a document he has never encountered in his lifetime, causing his smile to broaden to the point where his eyes nearly vanish. He encourages them, asserting that the area is not particularly busy, and they should feel free to embark on their mission. An hour later, at the main gate of Kanahagakure, the abruptness of this outing, coupled with the uncertainty of their return, prompts an eager rush to the gates upon hearing the news. As Chinsho Jinue and Izumi arrive together, they are immediately surrounded by a throng of friends. Brother Jinue, you are too cunning. You claim to seek a teacher for taijutsu, but you merely wish to enjoy yourself. One exclaims, I refuse to stay home alone, enduring mistreatment from that old man while you have fun. Naturally, it is Naruto who speaks first, his words tumbling out like a machine gun. Unfortunately, not only would the village's higher-ups never permit him to accompany them, but even if the third Hokage were willing, he would hesitate. This hesitation does not stem from a lack of trust in Naruto, but rather from the fact that Hanabi's abilities have yet to reach a level of maturity. Should the Nine Tails catch wind of their activities during a moment of chaos, the repercussions could spiral beyond control. Thus, Naruto reassures, even in your absence, I shall continue to strive forward. I will consistently take my medicine, hoping to soon become a strength you can rely upon. The second to speak is Onma Biyun, who, perhaps due to the presence of her clansmen, does not voice her sentiments overtly. Yes, just maintain your current pace. There is no need to rush. Observing this quiet and demure girl, Chinsho Jinue finds himself momentarily at a loss for words of encouragement, for she is exceedingly perceptive. Perhaps her upbringing in a large family, combined with the past 2 years spent alongside the mature and composed Chinsho Jinue, has led her to unconsciously emulate him. Regardless of whether it is intentional or not, it is evident that she is gradually evolving towards a more mature disposition. The third to speak, after much hesitation, is Hinata, who initially lacked the courage to approach. Although she felt urgency upon hearing the news, her timid nature prevented her from voicing her desires to her father. It was only after Hyuga Hayashi returned home and noticed her incessant pacing at the gate that he inquired and subsequently brought her along. Oh, regarding Hyuga Hayashi, it is worth noting that due to his teammates' official duties elsewhere, he is unable to fulfill his shift alone and has thus received approval from the supervising jonin to refrain from work until his teammates return, remaining on standby. Observing Hinata's expressionless teammates standing beside her, Chinsho Jinue cannot help but sigh in resignation. Indeed, if circumstances allowed, he would have cherished the opportunity to include Hyuga Hayashi, for he is a dear comrade. Yet, leaving him alone at home weighs on his conscience. However, the upcoming trip to the Temple of Fire is not exactly the most transparent endeavor. Allowing Izumi to accompany him stems from their mutual understanding. While his relationship with Hyuga Hayashi, though not distant, still lacks the intimacy necessary for sharing secrets. Considering the involvement of the Nine Tails, it is prudent to proceed with caution. All right, everyone should return now. It is a rarity for children to bid farewell to one another, and within moments, several passers-by become intrigued. After exchanging nods with his companions, Chinsho Jinue hands the leave request to the 2 gatekeepers, who occasionally glance over. Once they complete their registration, Chinsho Jinue and Izumi swiftly utilize the body flicker technique to depart. In the aftermath, what troubles you, my dear friend? Why the sudden sigh? Gongzi Taiwan inquires, glancing at his companion, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, he exhales another sigh. You should read it for yourself. Shinue Chuyin takes the leave request, only to be reminded that due to the Temple of Fire being closer to Kanahagakure than Tanaka Village, and the need to conceal their identities, Yakura and Xianglin will inevitably arrive at a slower pace. Thus, shortly after leaving the main gate, Chinsho Jinue and Izumi reduce their speed, leisurely accompanying the traveling merchants along the road. Now, can you share what this sudden trip entails? Although the earlier scene at the gate stirred some displeasure within her, ultimately, she is embarking on this journey with Chinsho Jinue for at least half a month. This marks their first outing purely for enjoyment, devoid of any mission-related obligations. In light of such a fortunate endeavor, the earlier annoyance pales in comparison. Chinsho Jinue ponders briefly, surveying the merchant caravan and pedestrians ahead to ensure their conversation remains private. Before tilting his head slightly and speaking in a hushed tone, I have received news that someone collected the chakra released by the Nine Tails during the incident 5 years ago. At the mention of the Nine Tails, Izumi's expression shifts from mirth to seriousness, her eyes sharpening with intensity. Even after 5 years, the mere utterance of that name causes her to instinctively clench her fists, her small hands turning pale from the pressure. After all, on that fateful night, her father perished due to the Ninetales incident. Additionally, the Uchiha clan was unjustly ostracized, driven to the outskirts of the village based on the ludicrous presumption that they might have controlled the Ninetales. As a survivor deeply affected by these events, she cannot afford to treat the name of the Ninetales lightly. The information I received indicates that those who are gathering the Kyuubi chakra are a group of radical extremists advocating for a policy of iron-fisted diplomacy. Upon mentioning this, he paused momentarily, observing the expression on Kwan's face. Due to their mutual trust, he had never concealed the affairs of the Uchiha clan from her, and thus he was acutely aware that Kwan had developed a strong aversion to the term radical. Noticing the gaze of Senju Shingetsu, who was concerned for him, Kwan couldn't help but smile and shake her head, signaling him to continue. With Kwan's encouragement, Senju Shingetsu nodded in assurance and elaborated. The ideas of these radicals are not particularly complex. They simply wish for the Land of Fire to adopt a firmer stance in its diplomatic endeavors. However, they are ultimately weak. And as the primary military force of the Land of Fire, Konohagakure is deeply influenced by the pacifist ideals of the first Hokage. To achieve their objectives, these individuals have conceived a unique plan to create another Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. They believe that once the Jinchuriki matures, they will possess the strength and confidence to rival the 5 great nations. At that point, they could leverage the threat of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to lead the Land of Fire in sweeping conquests over other nations, establishing it as the preeminent power in the entire ninja world. In truth, I believe their intentions, while beneficial for the Land of Fire, are rather naive and excessively radical. As the two walked, they maintained a distance from the merchants, neither too close nor too far. After listening to Senju Shingetsu's words, Kwan fell into silence for a moment, then furrowed her brow and quietly remarked, "Didn't the Third Great Ninja War just conclude not long ago? Our predecessors sacrificed so much, countless lives, to achieve the peace we have now. Why do they persist in inciting conflict?" Moreover, after uttering moreover, Kwan chose not to elaborate further. Yet Senju Shingetsu understood the implications she wished to convey. The fearsome beast known as the Kyuubi is not so easily controlled. Even the 4th Hokage, a figure of immense strength, paid the ultimate price to seal the Kyuubi. While those individuals may not be confronting the Kyuubi itself, their clandestine actions suggest that none among them possess the strength to rival the 4th Hokage. The world is invariably populated by those with peculiar ideas. I neither understand nor wish to inquire about their reasoning. Since they were not on a mission, both were dressed in ordinary clothing. Senju Shingetsu, while pretending to be an average passerby, quietly shared his plans. "I have never concealed the matters concerning Tanaka Village from you, and you are aware of the situation with Uzumaki Karen. My reason for seeking her out is precisely for such a time as this." Jingang's ceiling. Kwan immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, Senju Shingetsu replied with a subtle smile, resembling a conversation between friends. "What I haven't told you is that the true Kyuubi resides within Naruto, and the effectiveness of the seal on him is diminishing." At this revelation, Kwan was genuinely astonished. It was the first time she had heard such news, and she could easily comprehend the significance of this information for Konohagakure. "Are you suggesting that we let Karen practice with this fake Kyuubi, so that when the seal on Naruto falters, she will have a greater assurance?" Due to the absence of urgency, the two traveled leisurely, akin to genuine tourists, indulging in scenic views and delectable cuisine, savoring experiences they had previously lacked the time or opportunity to enjoy. For Kwan, this journey marked the most splendid moments and cherished memories of recent years. As they ambled along, they eventually arrived at a small town at the foot of the Fire Temple Mountain 5 days later. However, Senju Shingetsu found it peculiar that despite their deliberate pace, they had still arrived before Yakura and Karen. After casually selecting an inn in the town and waiting through the night, they remained without news of the two until the monks on the mountain began their early morning prayers. In exasperation, Senju Shingetsu instructed Kwan to keep watch, while he seized the opportunity, while the dew still clung to the grass, to extend his mental energy towards the fire temple. According to his memories, the monks should all be present during the morning prayers, making this the most efficient time for a search. After traversing countless steps along the mountain path and passing through the now cleared gates of the fire temple, he arrived at the solemn main hall. where he immediately observed rows of bald monks reciting scriptures. Based on information gleaned along the way, it was understandable that the monks had returned to their normal routines, as it had been almost half a month since the ceiling barrier was breached. Di-Lu does not appear to be here. Scanning the entire hall, Senju Shingetsu instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Beyond the lonely boy, Di-Lu was the individual he cared about most within the Fire Temple. Although he was aware that, in theory, as one of the 12 guardian ninjas, Di-Lu should always be by the daimyo's side. The anime provided little visual context for those 12 individuals, making it difficult to ascertain their timeline. Who knows whether they have vacation days or a rotating schedule? Thus, he wished to confirm this detail before proceeding. It wasn't that he feared the bald monk. Rather, his status as a guardian ninja was somewhat unique, akin to an imperial bodyguard. Should he be discovered during their operation, unless he could eliminate him on the spot and ensure no trace leading back to himself remained. Senju Shingetsu's foundation in Kanahagakure, and even in Tanaka village, would undoubtedly suffer serious repercussions. Fortunately, the insignia of the guardian ninjas was relatively conspicuous. Otherwise, it would indeed be quite challenging to identify an unfamiliar bald figure among a throng of similarly shaven heads. What was that unfortunate lonely boy's name again? Sola? Swoha? Calm. Fortunately, there were not many young monks in the temple at present, and given the gravity of the incident involving the ceiling barrier, it did not take long for him to spot a figure distinctly different from his peers on the periphery of a group of young monks. Observing this individual named Kong, Senju Shingetsu couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement. In such a grand hall, where every monk, whether the abbot or the officiant, was a shining bald head. How is it that you still have hair? No wonder you have been treated differently since childhood. We are all at the peak of the Dazang stage. How dare you? A mere novice, speak so boldly? What is going on? It seemed that he had noticed the smile that he could not suppress at the corner of his mouth. As Senju Shingetsu opened his eyes, he immediately met Kwan's curious gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately restrained his desire to share, smiling and shaking his head. It's nothing. I merely found our target. After all, explaining the correlation between hair quantity and strength to a local would be somewhat challenging. I will continue to monitor the target today, striving to ascertain his movements swiftly, so that when Yakura and the others arrive, we can proceed directly with our plan. Understood. Upon hearing this, Kwan appeared somewhat anxious. After all, this operation was essentially akin to abducting someone from the Fire Temple. This predicament left her, raised under the teachings of the will of fire since childhood, in a state of unease. However, driven by his aspirations, she never once contemplated refusal. The joy of finally being able to assist him and actively participate in his endeavors eclipsed any concerns or trepidations she might have harbored. What followed was an interminable wait. Half a day, a full day, during which neither of them ventured outside. Meals were delivered by the staff to their room. Despite the circumstances, the diligent ninja found herself engaged in her vigilance, and rather than boredom, she felt a sense of purpose. Finally, as the sun began its descent, marking the day's end, Chinsho Jinyue abruptly opened her eyes and gazed out the window. It had arrived, just west of the town. Although there remained a considerable distance, they had entered his sensing range. He could distinctly feel the marks placed on Yetsong and Xianglin. With a thought, he manipulated the distant moisture to coalesce into a line of icy script before Yetsong. XX Guest House 203. Through the mental energy attached to the ice, Yetsong and Xianglin were startled by the sudden appearance of the characters. Yet, upon reading the message, Yetsong promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Witnessing this, Chinsho Jinyue immediately retracted his power, and the icy letters dissipated into vapor. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, a knock echoed on the door of room 203. Following Chinsho Jinyue's nod, Kwan rose to open the door. Miss Kwan? Yetsong's expression was one of surprise, evidently not expecting him to allow this precious girl to join. Even more astonishing was that this time, the little jealous one greeted her and Xianglin with a smile rather than the usual scowl. Yetsong, Xianglin, it's been a while. Please come in and rest. Yetsong was genuinely taken aback. Her gaze darted towards Chinsho Jinyue, seemingly searching for hidden meanings in his expression. In contrast, Xianglin's demeanor was much more subdued. Upon entering the room, she promptly closed the door and took a moment to greet them softly. Kwan, Kiwa. Her voice was barely above a whisper, and her current gentle demeanor starkly contrasted with the memory Chinsho Jinyue held of the fierce girl who once obliterated the head of the Kage, Yagura. Once both were seated, Chinsho Jinyue scrutinized them. It isn't far from Tonica village to here, yet you both appear exhausted. Did you encounter any troublesome events along the way? His directness was understandable, as it was natural for any man to be concerned about two beautiful young women traveling together. No, it wasn't anything unexpected. Yetsong quickly shook her head and gestured to Xianglin. At first, Xianglin seemed a bit confused, but upon noticing Yetsong's glance towards her pocket, she suddenly appeared to recall something important. Hurriedly, she extracted a green stone and a scroll from her pocket. The stone was naturally a fragment of gradual. While Xianglin skillfully unfurled the scroll on the table, release. With a puff of smoke, more scrolls materialized on the table. Chapter 156, Action. Since it was her first time involving Xianglin in an operation, I thought you might need her sealing techniques. To be cautious, I brought her to the ruins to recharge the gradual fragment. I didn't expect the recharging to take longer than anticipated, which is why we arrived so late. That was my oversight. No, it was not an oversight. You performed admirably. Upon hearing these words, Qianshou Jinhua was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Not only did she execute orders with unwavering resolve, but she also demonstrated initiative by supplementing the command with her own insights. What defines an elite subordinate? This is precisely what I desire, a loyal follower who wholeheartedly considers my needs. Observing her sincerity, Yetsong's eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired, "What is our objective this time? When do we commence our action? There's no need to rush. You both have traveled a long distance and are weary. Let us rest well tonight." After a pause, he added, "Moreover, I need to ascertain the target's movements to identify a suitable opportunity and avoid unnecessary complications. If possible, I would prefer to remain undetected, especially from the formidable beings residing within the Temple of Fire." Very well. Yetsong readily acquiesced to his plan, while Xianglin silently exhaled in relief. Her strength paled in comparison to Yetsong's, and the frantic journey had left her feeling queasy. She was genuinely concerned about being thrust into battle immediately. Subsequently, as Qianshou Jinhua began to shape an icy sculpture, he outlined his comprehensive plan to the three girls. Essentially, we shall find a location in the deep mountains or forests, at a safe distance from the Temple of Fire, to establish various sealing barriers to block chakra. Then, Yetsong and I will pose as ordinary tourists, blending in with the crowd as we approach the temple. When the opportunity arises, I will have Yetsong use her Sharingan to cast an illusion on me, guiding me to a relatively secluded spot, such as the back mountain. Oh, and I must mention, although it is well understood that the Sharingan requires emotional turmoil to evolve, experiencing hardships to advance to the three Tomo or even the Mangekyo, Qianshou Jinhua could only express. This is easier said than done. If you don't believe me, try it yourself if you have a daughter or childhood friend who knows the value of their own precious girl better than her family. Under normal circumstances, which man would willingly allow his beloved to endure even the slightest suffering, especially when such pain could trigger a transformation. Thus, over the span of 5 years, Quan's progress with the Sharingan had been rather disappointing. Thus far, she had only acquired 2 Tomo. This is not absurd, for it is merely the result of his relentless utilization of the limitless Tiansishan life energy, which he has painstakingly accumulated from the Greer mine at least 2 to 3 times each month. Although Quan's most prominent skill lies in her physical prowess, one cannot disregard the inherent limitations of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Given her current abilities, should she fully unleash the Genjutsu of the Sharingan, even Yekon and Qianshou Jinhua might inadvertently fall under her spell, let alone the naive youth Kong. To briefly elucidate, returning to our previous topic, once Kong arrives at a secluded location, Qianshou Jinhua will swiftly whisk him away to the prearranged barrier, where Xianglin will extract the Nine-Tails chakra. Since the sealing has only recently occurred and involves merely fragmented chakra, he believes that extracting it now may not necessarily result in the death of the Jinchuriki. At that juncture, as a medical ninja, he will endeavor to restore Kong to a normal state, simultaneously coordinating with Quan's Jinjutsu to facilitate his return. It is as straightforward as that. As for the possibility of unforeseen circumstances, well, there is little that can be done. After all, if even his own father does not cherish his son and merely regards him as a weapon, perhaps dying now would be a form of liberation for Kong. That succinctly captures the situation. Your task henceforth is to ensure Xianglin's safety and guarantee that she remains undisturbed throughout the entire process. After conveying this to Yekon, and upon her nod of understanding, he turned to the 3 contemplative girls and inquired, "Is there anyone who harbors any uncertainties?" Silence enveloped them as the three raised their gazes, and aside from Yekong's calm demeanor, both Quan and Xianglin exhibited signs of apprehension. However, this was understandable, as it was their first time executing a mission from Qinshu Jinhua, and the prospect of kidnapping was indeed a jarring experience. Nevertheless, despite their trepidation, the determination etched upon their faces was undeniable. Very well, Qinshu Jinhua affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. He then addressed Yekong and Xianglin. Room 202 has been reserved for you. Please return to rest, and upon awakening tomorrow, join my clone in locating a suitable venue nearby. Understood. As he watched the two depart, Qinshu Jinhua felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration and fulfillment. It seemed that the efforts he had invested over the years had not been in vain. From this moment forth, the elite team he painstakingly crafted finally bore a semblance of involvement. From your tone, it seems the operation is set for daytime? Once Xianglin secured the door behind her, observing Qinshu Jinhua as he approached the window, Quan curiously interjected, "Why is that? I've read in those novels that villains typically choose to commit their misdeeds under the cover of night." He raised his hand, poised to rest it on the windowsill, but was momentarily flummoxed by her astute query. After a brief pause, he stammered, we are not villains, and our actions are not malevolent. 3 days later, under Xianglin's determined insistence, the chakra sealing barrier was finally established. Aware of her insufficient strength, she opted to invest more time and effort into her preparations. From the moment they selected the location, over 2 days had granted her ample opportunity to craft a formidable sealing barrier. Moreover, during the setup process, she had entrusted the Greer fragment to Yekong, fearing that premature depletion of its energy might lead to unforeseen complications during the extraction and sealing of the Nine-Tails chakra. Without further ado, on the outskirts of the town, the road was bustling with travelers en route to the Temple of Fire. The four of them walked while feigning casual conversation. Remember, do not be anxious, maintain your composure. As long as you can exhibit your normal abilities, there should be no issues. After imparting this final piece of advice to Xianglin, he witnessed the three girls nod in resolute agreement. Qinshu Jinhua then dispelled his hesitation, declaring, "Let us proceed." With that, he quickened his pace alongside Quan, seamlessly blending into the throngs of pilgrims ascending the mountain. "Shall we?" From behind, Yekong softly suggested to Xianglin, and together they turned towards another path leading to the western side of the mountain, where the Temple of Fire awaited. Chapter 157, Target Locked. Are you aware of the incident involving the shattering of the sealing iron wall? I am well aware. In order to blend in, Qinshu Jinhua and Quan quietly followed the tourist group, matching their pace. When they hurried, so did they. When the group rested, they too took a moment to pause. In essence, aside from their more attractive appearances, they resembled two ordinary teens. During the 2 to 3 hours of their ascent, they absorbed a multitude of accounts regarding the sealing iron wall incident. Some claimed it transpired on a moonless night when the townsfolk were suddenly startled by terrifying sounds emanating from the mountain. Sounds so dreadful that even children dared not venture from their beds. The exact nature of this horror remained a mystery, left to the audience's imagination based on the narrator's expressions. Others asserted that a ferocious millennium beast had escaped from the rear mountains of the Temple of Fire. As many townspeople that night reported hearing sounds surpassing even the loudest of bells struck by the masters. Various versions, myriad details, all recounted with fervor and conviction, as though the narrators had witnessed the event firsthand. Fortunately, amidst these exaggerated tales, Qinshu Jinhua discerned a common thread. The Temple of Fire appeared to harbor no intentions of concealing the incident, allowing it to circulate freely among the populace. Moreover, when inquiries arose, the monks never shied away but responded candidly. This was undoubtedly fortuitous news for Qinshu Jinhua and his companions. The throngs of visitors milling about the temple would undoubtedly distract the monks, and as long as they refrained from engaging in any egregious acts, it should not be overly difficult to find an opportunity to act. As they continued on their journey, pausing intermittently, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Temple of Fire just as noon approached, panting alongside the other tourists. Wow, these stone statues at the entrance are truly magnificent. Indeed, while termed the entrance, the once imposing doors of the sealing iron wall had been removed, leaving only an expansive, empty archway. However, compared to the vanished doors, the visitors were evidently far more intrigued by the 2 stone statues flanking the entrance. Look at the markings on this statue, so long, so deep. What kind of beast could have wrought such damage? Without needing any prompting, the tourists eagerly gathered around each statue, animatedly discussing the various rumors they had encountered. The management of the Temple of Fire did not attempt to disperse the crowd. Instead, a young monk was stationed at the entrance, responding to inquiries with a serene chant and remaining quietly observant when not engaged in conversation. "Master, may we enter to explore?" "Of course." Upon seeing that the individuals approaching were two young children, the little monk instantly adorned his face with a warm smile, promptly addressing them in a gentle tone. "Aside from the inner hall where the monks reside and the rear mountains, you may freely wander and observe the other areas." "Thank you, Master," the two children replied gratefully before meandering leisurely into the Huaji Sea. Upon entering through the grand entrance, they found themselves facing the main Buddhist hall, a space designated for the monks' morning prayers and discussions. However, as it was not the time for morning prayers, the hall was primarily filled with small clusters of tourists. Despite having released his mental energy upon entering, the sheer number of visitors posed a challenge for Qianshou Jinyue in his search. Fortunately, the temple's vastness, though extensive, had its limits. As he meticulously searched each area, he eventually located his target in a rather secluded courtyard. "What is this? What is this?" As the two pretended to stroll by, they happened upon a gray-haired youth clad in monk's robes, fervently shouting at a younger monk before him. "Why can they all provide explanations to the tourists, yet I am prohibited? My understanding of Huaji Sea is no less than any of theirs. I am also a member of this temple and wish to contribute. But why? Why has everyone suddenly begun to look at me as if I were a different person?" The younger monk remained silent, merely lowering his gaze and listening intently until the youth had vented all his pent-up frustration. Only then did he lift his eyelids to cast a cold, indifferent glance, asking, "Are you finished?" Confronted with the young monk's gaze, the despondent youth instinctively clenched his fists. "Why is it that everyone has suddenly started to regard me with such eyes? What have I done wrong?" As a monk, he should have been able to control his temperament, yet he found himself unable to contain his emotions, shouting in a most unseemly manner at the slightest provocation. "Look at yourself now. How could the elders permit you to interact with the tourists in this state? But among them, enough. If you have time to bring your grievances to me, shouldn't you be focusing on tempering your own disposition instead?" This disparate treatment left the youth feeling utterly aggrieved. Yet the teachings of the temple restrained him from confronting his senior. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his bitterness, dashing away towards the rear mountains, away from the crowd, while holding back tears. Meanwhile, the young monk stood motionless, his face betraying no emotion as he watched the youth disappear from view before turning to walk towards the front courtyard. In doing so, he inadvertently crossed paths with Qianshou Jinyue, who had been lurking in the shadows. Upon their first encounter, a flicker of surprise crossed the young monk's eyes, but it was swiftly masked by a congenial expression. "How may I assist you two?" His demeanor was strikingly different from moments before, when he had faced the distressed youth. "Ah, we were merely passing through," Qianshou Jinyue stammered, feigning awkwardness. Given the current circumstances, anyone with a modicum of sense would deduce that they had witnessed the earlier scene. So it was more prudent to candidly acknowledge it. After all, they were tourists, and this place was not one of the monks' designated forbidden zones. It was merely a case of unintentional misstep. "Oh," the young monk responded, instantly revealing an understanding expression. He quickly recited a Buddhist phrase, apologizing. "I sincerely regret that you witnessed some unsavory behavior. That young disciple, due to his youth and somewhat unruly nature, has been prohibited by the elders from engaging with tourists. For everyone's safety, his outburst was momentary, and I believe he will soon come to terms with it, so you need not worry about him." Oh. Qianshou Jinyue nodded vigorously, feigning ignorance. Had he not already known the underlying situation, he might have been swayed by the monk's earnest facade. The notion that monks do not speak falsehoods seemed to falter in this instance. With lunchtime approaching in half an hour, the young monk, noticing their lingering discomfort, added, "If you do not mind, you may head to the dining hall in half an hour, as we prepare meals for tourists daily." After this, he made no further delay, smiling and nodding before departing. As the young monk's figure rounded the corner, the usually reticent Quan finally exhaled softly, unable to contain her relief any longer. For her, the sudden sighting of their target had been exhilarating enough, but being caught by the young monk had sent her heart racing with anxiety. Meanwhile, as soon as the young monk left, Qianshou Jinyue expanded his mental energy and quickly spotted the agitated youth, kicking at the grass along the path leading to the rear mountains. What a splendid opportunity! The excitement in Qianshou Jinyue's voice was unmistakable. This unexpected turn of events had indeed saved him considerable effort. Initially, he had intended for Quan to use her Sharingan to control the youth, but to his surprise, the youth had unwittingly created a perfect opportunity before they could intervene. Although he had confidence in Quan's abilities, minimizing exposure was undoubtedly preferable. As the saying goes, a scheming frog always treads carefully. One must not overreach, for to do so is to invite capture. Any action taken will inevitably bear flaws. The only variable lies in whether one is detected or not. Let us proceed. After discreetly surveying the vicinity to ensure no one was around, the two swiftly pursued the youth's departing figure. Just moments after rounding a corner, they seemed to change their minds and jovially returned along the same path. Excellent. There has been no one along this route. Of course, it was merely their shadow clones retracing their steps, while their true selves hurried towards the youth. With victory within reach, Qianshou Jinyue spared no effort, unleashing his full mental energy to envelop the few kilometers leading to the rear mountains, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would disrupt this critical moment. Though both were merely 10 years old, their physical prowess had been significantly enhanced by the life energy infused from the Greer Mine's Tianji Jiao. Thus, although the youth had set off first, upon arriving at the spacious cave, Qianshou Jinyue and Quan were already waiting. How infuriating! The youth pounded his fists against the stone walls, venting his frustration. Why has everyone suddenly changed? Why am I the only one who is different? While the youth was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard an ethereal voice emanating from the cave. Do you truly wish to know why? Who? Startled by the unexpected presence, the youth was taken aback. However, he instinctively assumed an offensive stance towards the cave. The sound of gunfire echoed, yet it seemed the opponent did not comprehend his intent. It was only upon hearing footsteps that he realized a shadow was slowly emerging from within the cave. What perplexed him was that, despite it being daytime, he could not discern the figure's appearance or attire. All he could see were a pair of crimson eyes that sent chills down his spine. Just as fear began to take root in his heart, the shadow stepped into the center of the cave, halting in the beam of light that shone through the opening above. Who are you? Despite being merely a child, the eerie scene had rendered him so frightened that his voice trembled. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is, do you wish to understand why your fellow disciples have suddenly altered their attitude toward you? Do you know why? Have I truly erred in some way? Please tell me. There certainly have been mistakes, but they do not lie with you. In an instant, the hope on his face shifted to despair and then back to a glimmer of light. What does that mean? Are you aware of why the sealing iron wall of Huaji Si has vanished? Of course I am. Regarding matters of Huaji Si, he believed himself to be as knowledgeable as anyone else. Responding confidently, it was due to a beast that had been sealed for many years breaking free. And during the ensuing battle with the beast, it was shattered by my fellow disciples. Is that so? The shadow's voice seemed to carry a hint of disdain. And how did you come to know this? Did you witness it with your own eyes? I did not. It was my fellow disciples who informed me. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. I do not know why, but they said I was sleeping particularly soundly that day, and I did not awaken despite the commotion outside. Have you considered, if that were the case, why your fellow disciples would suddenly change their demeanor towards you? Upon hearing this question, he appeared momentarily stunned, as if he had never contemplated such matters. Furthermore, can you recall when your fellow disciples began to alter their attitude towards you? Unconsciously, his bloodied fists gradually clenched tighter. What are you trying to imply? You are a clever child. I believe you have already deduced that it was you who shattered the sealing iron wall half a month ago. Impossible. I am merely 5 years old. How could I accomplish such a feat? The brief statement seemed to drain him of all strength, causing him to gasp for breath. As I mentioned, the fault does not lie with you. The shadow paused momentarily, and once he raised his gaze, it continued. The reason for this incident is that someone, disregarding your well-being, sealed a terrifying monster within your body. Your age is far too tender to suppress the consciousness of that creature, thus allowing it to seize the opportunity to escape and shatter the sealing iron wall. Chapter 159. The Illusion of Quan Am I? Am I truly responsible for this? Slowly lifting his trembling hands, he gazed at the bloodstains upon them, as if he could vividly see himself shattering the sealing iron wall. Piece by piece, gasping for breath, he was engulfed by a torrent of emotions, sorrow, shock, fear, disbelief, all converging within him, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Who are you? How do you know these things? Why are you suddenly revealing this to me? As I stated, my identity is of little importance. although I stand before you. The voice remains indistinct, neither distinctly male nor female, seemingly emanating from all directions simultaneously. What matters is how you plan to respond upon learning this truth. Indeed. Now that you are aware of the monster sealed within you, and with no knowledge of when it may emerge to reclaim your consciousness, consider this. Do you wish to continue coexisting with this creature, or would you prefer my assistance in expelling it? Though the process may be painful. Monster. As the pivotal topic was broached, he suddenly regained clarity, realizing, you are not here to help me. Does that truly matter? The shadow repeated this phrase for the third time. The current situation is that within you lies a monster that may emerge at any moment. And I happen to possess an interest in this creature. Regardless of my true intentions, extracting the monster from you would undoubtedly be beneficial, would it not? I am still just a child. Repeatedly hearing the term monster, images of the now dilapidated ceiling iron wall flooded his mind, prompting reflections on the sudden change in his fellow disciple's demeanor. Observing his expression beginning to waver, the shadow pressed on with renewed vigor. That individual, with undisclosed motives, sealed the monster within you without considering your safety or consent. Do you truly wish to comply with their wishes and continue sharing your body with this monster? Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, the words burst forth from his lips. In that instant, he comprehended, regardless of the other's intentions. He was resolute in refusing to coexist with a creature that could emerge at any time. Even if the process were excruciating, he would not allow that person, who showed no regard for his life, to achieve their desires. I agree. What must I do? Excellent. The shadow's voice seemed to carry a note of delight, and its crimson eyes transformed into a seemingly bottomless whirlpool. Just one glance, and the once vibrant boy suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. As he lost consciousness, he sensed a pair of cool arms catch him, and the shadow's voice faded into the distance. Rest for now, and when you awaken. The remainder of the words were lost to him. In the cave, the moment he saw Qianshou Jinhua giving him a thumbs up, Quan finally released the tension that had been coiling within him, closing his eyes and exhaling deeply. To have elicited such cooperation in an instant, your Sharingan illusion abilities rival those of seasoned illusion masters, Qianshou Jinhua remarked, clearly pleased. Indeed, everything that transpired before him was merely an illusion. In reality, he had only exchanged a fleeting glance with Quan's Sharingan, and the encounter had concluded in less than half a second. I now understand. Everything you said before was correct. As he reopened his eyes, Quan's pupils had returned to normal, though his gaze toward the boy was imbued with newfound caution. I observed with my Sharingan that there exists a formidable chakra within him, albeit seemingly suppressed by an unknown force. As he spoke, he reflected on the sensation he had experienced, still able to feel the malevolent energy laden with various negative emotions. Anger, madness, bloodlust, brutality. This was no mere chakra. It was a veritable amalgamation of the world's most malevolent spirits. If it were not for the fact that this chakra had been bound by some entity, she would genuinely worry about her ability to extricate herself from such negative emotions. However, since the situation had not come to pass, she preferred not to dwell on it at this critical moment, lest she distract him. Let us proceed. During this fleeting moment of distraction, Qianshou Jinhua had already summoned a magnificent bird. With a firm embrace, he leaped into the air. Once Quan joined him and secured herself with chakra, the next instant, the ice bird surged upward without a single flap of its wings, soaring directly out of the mountain's cave. After 5 years, he had mastered his abilities to such an extent that he no longer needed to prepare an item to insulate against the cold when transporting others. Upon exiting the cave, the ice bird's trajectory did not immediately alter. Instead, it ascended several hundred meters until the figures below shrank to mere pinpricks, at which point it abruptly veered westward toward the Temple of Fire. As they flew nearly 1,000 meters high, the only sound filling their ears was the rushing wind. Such unprotected, high-speed flight would likely terrify an inexperienced person to the point of panic. Fortunately, the two passengers were rather exceptional. One was blissfully trusting, while the other was unconscious, oblivious to their surroundings, thus free from fear. They continued to fly westward for approximately 7 or 8 minutes before the iceberg suddenly dipped downwards. A bright orange fireball erupted above a large tree. They had arrived. A fleeting flash of joy crossed Qianshou Jinyue's face as he guided the iceberg toward the explosion's direction. Upon spotting the runes drawn on the ground, the iceberg swiftly adjusted its flight posture, circling once in the air to dissipate inertia before descending gracefully. Chapter 160. Xianglin's debut. Let us commence. Having previously discussed the steps and processes in detail, upon landing, Qinshu Jinhua promptly took his position outside the array, facing away, while channeling his mental energy until it enveloped a 5-kilometer radius. Yitsong appeared to lean casually against a nearby rock, yet her entire being remained on high alert. Should Qinshu Jinhua issue a warning, she would swiftly eliminate any potential threats to Xianglin. Meanwhile, Quan remained outside the array, her role primarily one of assurance. Although the chances were slim, should Xianglin's seal fail, she would employ her Sharingan to control the situation as best as she could. Within the array, Xianglin knelt beside Kong. After meticulously checking the various scrolls around her to ensure everything was in order, she closed her eyes and clenched her fists, taking several deep breaths to steady herself. Moments later, when she opened her eyes again, the usually demure and shy girl had transformed into a figure of calm determination, embodying the essence of the mission. Extending her right hand, she lifted the hem of Kong's robe to expose his abdomen. With her left hand forming a seal and her right hand brimming with chakra, she pressed it against the center of Kong's belly. The instant the chakra made contact, a layer of black sealing script materialized on his skin, the most prominent feature being 5 swirling black tomo. Is this the 5-element seal? She murmured, her expression instinctively becoming grave. In terms of difficulty, the 5-element seal was indeed a technique that even ordinary jonin found challenging to master. However, this statement only applied to regular ninjas. For her, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, the scenario was markedly different. Since being brought to Tonika village by Yitsong, Qinshu Jinhua had only ever requested one thing of her: mastery of sealing techniques. To ensure her focus, he had provided her with various sealing techniques acquired from the 3rd Hokage, including the 5-element seal, the fire sealing technique, the evil sealing technique, the 4-symbol seal, the contract seal, and the 8-trigram seal, among others. Over the course of 2 years, aside from the Congo Fusa, Xianglin had dedicated her every waking moment to familiarizing herself with and practicing various sealing techniques. Thus, although the 5-element seal demanded a substantial amount of chakra, her lineage as an Uzumaki endowed her with a rich reservoir of chakra, further supplemented by the Gradual fragment. Consequently, this seal posed little challenge for her now. With her left hand maintaining the seal, her right fingers spread wide, channeling the elemental attributes of lightning, wind, water, fire, and earth. She pressed forcefully against the 5 black tomo on Kong's abdomen, commanding, "Release." In an instant, Kong, who had been in a deep slumber, trembled violently, unleashing a harrowing scream as malevolent chakra began to erupt from his body. Roar. At that moment, even with his eyes closed, Qinshu Jinhua felt as if a terrifying beast roared at him. The 9 tails. A sudden jolt of awareness struck Qinshu Jinhua's heart, not from fear, but from the exhilaration of finally participating in events of such magnitude. Yet, despite his excitement, he remained vigilant, not even glancing back, for he trusted that Xianglin and Quan would manage the tasks he had entrusted to them. In contrast, the reactions of the 3 girls were somewhat similar. Aside from their instinctual clenching of fists, their faces paled slightly, even Yitsong, the most powerful among them. It was only at this moment that she realized the overwhelming presence of the 9 tails dwarfed her prior perception of elite jonin. And even the strength of a Kage seemed insignificant in comparison. Moreover, according to Qinshu Jinhua, this was merely the chakra released during the 9 tails combat. How terrifying must the true 9 tails be? Even such a creature, far beyond human comprehension, could be sealed by the 4th Hokage of Konoha. No wonder so many had warned that encountering the yellow flash during missions necessitated an immediate retreat. Reflecting on the unspoken rule that had circulated in the ninja world years ago, Yitsong finally grasped its true meaning, aside from the extraordinary flying thunder god technique. How many among the 5 great ninja villages possessed the strength and courage to single-handedly seal the 9 tails? Outside the sealing array, watching the chakra continuously emanating from Kong, Quan silently adjusted her own state. Despite being a kind-hearted person, and despite the increasingly anguished cries of the 5-year-old child, her compassion paled in significance compared to the task at hand. At the center of the array, as more and more chakra from the 9 tails emerged, a layer of red chakra began to coalesce around Kong, with excess chakra forming a towering red beam shooting skyward. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance, The chakra pillar, which had just risen to about 10 meters, was abruptly obstructed by the sudden appearance of the ceiling barrier. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly have attracted unnecessary troubles. The ceiling formation on the ground was specifically designed to prevent such occurrences. As the chakra enveloped the surroundings, the anguished cries of Ko became increasingly deep and resonant, gradually transforming into the roar of a beast. Beside Ko, Xianglin endured the impact of the Nine-Tails chakra, her gaze fixed intently on Ko's transformation, witnessing his body being gradually enveloped by the chakra cloak, observing his right hand's skin being scorched. Throughout this process, despite the instability caused by the Nine-Tails chakra, her expression remained unwavering, her focus solely on the changes occurring within Ko. At that moment, just as the chakra cloak fully took shape, the crimson chakra column suddenly surged before dissipating rapidly into the air. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that, apart from the closed-eyed Qianshoujinyue, the three girls present almost simultaneously witnessed Ko's right hand, already stripped of its skin, twitching unexpectedly. In the next instant, the once frail right hand of the youth transformed into a terrifying claw, bristling with flesh spikes, under the watchful eyes of the trio. Almost simultaneously with Ko's hand's mutation, 5 chakra chains, as thick as infant arms, erupted from behind the focused Xianglin. Kangong Ceiling. Chapter 161, I Believe in You. The fully beastified Ko seemed to have entirely lost his individual consciousness. His pupils had morphed into vertical beast-like irises, and with a roar, he raised his claw toward Xianglin. Witnessing this scene, both Izumi and Yakura gasped in unison, their hairs standing on end. Be careful. Kangong Ceiling. In such close proximity, the beast claw was swift. Yet Xianglin was swifter. In the next moment, Izumi and Yakura saw 5 chakra chains, shimmering with a faint bronze hue, pierce into Ko's body from various angles. The monstrous claw barely halted before Xianglin. The dark red carapace, densely covered in flesh spikes resembling reverse scales, and those 5 claws, unmistakably sharp. Gazing at the claw that nearly enveloped Xianglin's entire head, both Izumi and Yakura could not help but break into a cold sweat. They had no doubt that if Xianglin's reaction had been even the slightest bit slower, her delicate face would have been crushed into pulp by that claw. Despite the agonizing cries of Ko, the 4 present seemed to hear the monstrous creature unleashing an enraged roar in their minds. Anger, fury, resentment, destruction. Various disturbing negative emotions surged outward with reckless abandon alongside the chakra. At this moment, even the 3 individuals outside the formation could deeply feel the intense malice, let alone Xianglin, who stood in the midst of the ceiling barrier, observing the frenzied and restless Nine-Tails chakra within the ceiling barrier. Xianglin appeared as fragile as a sapling amid a tempest, seemingly ready to be uprooted by a mere gust. However, unlike the perception of Izumi and Yakura, while Xianglin's stature was indeed diminutive, her resolve was unwavering. She undoubtedly sensed the Nine-Tails chakra saturated with negative emotions, and her understanding surpassed that of the other 3 outside the formation by countless measures. Ultimately, Xianglin was merely a child a few months older than Ko. Naturally, she felt fear. Yet, compared to her fear, she was far more resolute not to allow her mistakes to evoke disappointment in Qianshoujinyue. Having traversed through hell, she cherished the present beauty even more. She would never permit herself or her mother to return to the life they once endured in the village of grass. As the chakra currents billowed her garments and tousled her hair, Xianglin's expression remained unchanged. The moment the chakra chains entered Ko's body, she commenced her struggle against the Nine-Tails. Maintaining her kneeling position, although her speed had slowed, the chains extending from her waist continued inching into Ko's body, akin to 5 serpents consuming their prey. Though slow, they would not be obstructed by anything. In front of her, Ko, who had once lain on the ground, had now almost completely transformed. His slender frame was enveloped in a layer of crimson chakra, resembling a viscous liquid, while the terrifying right claw glimmered ominously, hovering just inches from Xianglin. However, from the moment the chakra chains penetrated his body, that inch became an insurmountable chasm. As more and more chakra chains entered Ko's body, his form gradually levitated from the ground, his torso raised and limbs dangling, resembling a marionette suspended by the chains of the Kangong Ceiling. After a futile struggle, the previously agonized cries of Ko began to weaken. Just as Xianglin sensed that the Nine Tails had lost its capacity for resistance and was about to exert all her strength to draw the chakra outward. The chakra cloak covering Ko's surface and the chakra currents within the ceiling barrier were suddenly retracted by the Nine Tails. In Xianglin's perception, the chakra chains that once moved with her command abruptly became taut, as though they sought to contest her will. Xianglin's demeanor instantly grew more serious. Although she had heard Qinshu Jinhua speak of tailed beasts before, witnessing conscious chakra for the first time profoundly shocked her young heart. Silently retrieving the Greer fragment from her pocket, she clasped it tightly in her hands. At this moment, she felt a dawning realization. If she could not resolve this swiftly, it would devolve into a drawn-out contest of spirit and will, necessitating her utmost preparation. The chakra currents within the ceiling barrier completely vanished, and even the various creatures in the surrounding forest seemed to have disappeared. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. The only sound resonating in the entire area was that of the taut chakra chains being pulled back and forth. Xianglin watched as her complexion paled and her spirit waned. Izumi and Yakura, outside the formation, found themselves quietly worrying for her. Over an hour had passed. Even the two of them could not claim to maintain such chakra output for that long, let alone during this clash of two forces. Thankfully, they had replenished their supplies at the ruins beforehand. Glancing at Xianglin's tightly clenched hands, both silently prayed that the Greer fragment would endure a little longer. Otherwise, all of Xianglin's efforts today would be rendered meaningless. Outside the barrier, Qinshu Jinhua still did not turn around. It was not that he was indifferent to Xianglin's condition. In fact, from the moment the tug-of-war began, his heart had tightened slightly. He simply understood that being outside the barrier, he could offer no assistance to Xianglin. His gaze might even impose unnecessary pressure upon her, hence his restraint. Still, he held firm to his belief. He trusted them. Within the barrier, it seemed to sense his intentions. The previously focused Xianglin suddenly turned her head to gaze outside the barrier, observing the unwavering and steadfast figure of Qinshu Jinhua, reminiscent of his gentle caress on her head before they embarked on their journey, assuring her with the simple words, "I believe in you." There was no deliberate emphasis in his tone, it was merely a plain statement. Yet, in retrospect, Xianglin felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, a fierce impulse that with this affirmation, even sacrificing her life would be inconsequential. Gradually retracting her gaze, she sensed the QB chakra within her, still showing no signs of loosening. Xianglin's expression transformed from fatigue to determination. Chapter 162. The fox head. With a sharp cry, Xianglin's tightly clasped hands erupted with radiant light. The chakra chains, which had merely shifted slightly before, were suddenly yanked out significantly. Xianglin, both Izumi and Yetsong exclaimed simultaneously. Witnessing this scene, even the most oblivious could comprehend that Xianglin was prepared to fight with all her might. Outside the barrier, Qinshu Jinhua's body trembled, and his hands instinctively clenched tighter. The QB within the empty vessel resisted, reluctant to emerge. Yet, under Xianglin's full eruption of power, its resistance appeared feeble, as the chakra chains were dragged out at a pace faster than when they had initially invaded. Inside the empty vessel, the other end of the chains was tethered to a partially formed, fox-shaped chakra conglomerate. Though fundamentally akin to the QB's true essence, it merely represented remnants of chakra that had unintentionally leaked from the entity over time, lacking the vast accumulation of chakra built over years. Its strength was but a fleeting existence. Now, bolstered by the fragments of Greal, Xianglin's explosive chakra exceeded its capacity, instantly rendering it incapable of resisting. Xianglin must press on. Observing the situation shifting positively, both Izumi and Yetsong breathed a sigh of relief. However, they could not shake their concern for Xianglin. After all, over an hour had elapsed, and her chakra must have been nearly depleted. The energy erupting now was almost entirely replenished by the Greal fragments. While this approach bore no inherent danger, the act of simultaneously drawing in and expending energy without reservation placed a cruel strain on Xianglin's spirit. With a resounding sound, Xianglin continued to persevere. As more chakra chains were drawn out, suddenly, the right hand of the empty vessel twitched again, before returning to its normal state, though the skin was entirely scorched, leaving it bloodied from the forearm down. At last, after an indeterminate duration of dragging, 5 chakra chains finally pulled forth a dark red chakra from the belly of the empty vessel. First emerged the sharp snout and nose, followed by the fangs and eyes glimmering with malice, culminating in the complete head and 2 furry ears. Roar. Upon its emergence, this fiercely menacing, violent, and terrifying fox head let out a roar directed at Xianglin, its malevolent chakra surging wildly once more. This tremendous roar, coupled with the sudden chaotic gusts of chakra, nearly disoriented Xianglin. Instinctively, she bit her lip to regain her focus. Losing the pressure of the diamond seal for even a moment could render all her efforts futile. It could even lead to the complete escape of the fox. Though the sealing barrier prevented any escape, it would undoubtedly complicate their endeavor. Ultimately, her endurance thus far stemmed from sheer willpower, and the duration of the energy from the gradual fragments remained uncertain. Should another mishap occur, she might not possess the confidence to achieve her current level of exertion again. Kyubi, gazing at the chaotic barrier runes flashing around the fox head, Izumi and Yetsong were struck not only by awe but also by an indescribable complexity. Was this the very entity that had cost the 4th Hokage his life to seal? Particularly for Yetsong, a sudden wave of unease washed over her as she recalled the tasks Qinsho Jinhua had entrusted to her over the years. Xianglin, the Spear of Heaven, and the Gradual Mine. Each assignment had seemed somewhat inexplicable, yet upon reflection, it appeared that every task was a precursor to what lay ahead. Especially now, this feeling was more pronounced than ever. Initially, she believed Qinsho Jinhua wanted her to retrieve Xianglin for the sake of Kagura's Sharingan. However, it was evident that without the diamond seal, faced with such formidable chakra, she knew she could not match Xianglin's current prowess. Even the ability to force the Kyubi from the empty vessel was uncertain. Come out! Come out! With a cry, Xianglin's hands glowed even brighter, and the previously stable fox head was almost instantly pulled halfway out. Whether awakened by the roar of the fox head or due to the excruciating pain of separation, the empty vessel suddenly cried out in agony, its beastly eyes reverting to human form. Yet, in this tense moment, Izumi and Yetsong's focus remained solely on Xianglin, leaving no room for distraction. Roar! Roar! As more of its body was extracted, the fox head's roars and struggles intensified. While it still could not shake the chains of the diamond seal, the sheer volume of its cries and increasingly chaotic chakra currents posed significant challenges for Xianglin. After all, she was already on the brink of exhaustion, and these external factors only compounded her struggle with each passing second. Xianglin, observing the increasingly solidified and malevolent fox head in midair and glancing at Xianglin, who was on the verge of collapse, Izumi felt her own teeth nearly crack from the pressure. What can I do? Although her task was to manage the aftermath of failure, to ensure the completion of his entrusted mission, Xianglin had unhesitatingly risked her very life when necessary. Whether to preserve a loyal subordinate or out of compassion for a comrade, she could not bear to watch this girl succumb to a vile fox. I cannot stand idly by. I must act. In a moment of desperation, Izumi inadvertently activated her Sharingan. Yes, the Sharingan. With the thought barely formed, without even considering its practicality, Izumi leapt into the barrier. Roar! The chakra and malice within the barrier threatened to overwhelm Izumi instantly. Fortunately, the startled Xianglin bit her lip and unleashed a burst of energy, managing to rein in the fox head's malevolence and impact just in time. Due to her exhaustion, Xianglin lacked the strength to speak, merely casting a questioning glance at Izumi. Upon witnessing Xianglin's instinctive reaction to save herself in such a state, Izumi's resolve solidified further. Afterward, she merely nodded at Xianglin. Steeling herself against the increasingly violent flow of chakra, she stepped closer to Kong, lifting his head with one hand, her crimson pupils locking onto his vacant gaze. Sharingan. The full force of her illusionary chakra surged into Kong's mind. Chapter 163. The seal is complete. Roar. Just as the chakra from Quan invaded, a malicious roar echoed directly within her mind. This was the projection of the fox spirit within Kong's mental realm. Had it been her first encounter, she might have been intimidated. However, having already seen its true form outside, she was not easily swayed by a mere projection. Steadying her thoughts, she quickly located Kong, who was sobbing in despair within this mental world. It hurts. Wailing, it is truly agonizing. Emptiness. Void, as she gazed into the distance. It felt as though she was utterly alone. From this day forth, without the elder's permission, you are not to venture to the front yard. Calm. Did I not tell you not to go to the front yard without permission? It is the senior brothers. But why do they all regard me with such disdain? Look at your current state. How does it resemble a monk of the Temple of Fire? Until you have tempered your temperament. Do not even mention the desire to leave. As she observed her senior brother's increasingly accusatory and impatient expressions, a sense of grievance welled up within Kong. Why? Why has everyone suddenly come to despise me so? Just not long ago, they were fond of conversing with me. You are the one who shattered the seal. A drifting voice suddenly emerged. It was unfamiliar, yet vaguely reminiscent to Kong. Who? Who is speaking? The light in the space dimmed, and the surroundings gradually became clearer. It was the cave she often visited. It was you who broke the seal, injuring those senior brothers. No, it wasn't me. How could I possibly be their opponent? It is a monster. A monster is sealed within you. A monster? Someone has sealed a monster within you. It is that monster that has taken over your consciousness. A beam of sunlight slanted down from the cave's entrance, illuminating a shadow whose form was indistinct. Yes, I remember now. Someone told me that all those actions were done by that monster. Indeed, do you feel it? I am fulfilling the promise to help you expel the monster. However, you appear to be in considerable pain. Do you wish to give up? No, absolutely not. Even though it feels as though every cell in my body is wailing in agony, I shall resolutely refuse. What is this pain compared to expelling the monster? I do not want it to inhabit my consciousness any longer. I do not wish for it to harm my senior brothers. Roar. The scene before her suddenly transformed. The ceiling barrier, the trapped fox spirit, and Xianglin struggling against the fox. What is this? This fox is the monster within you. Although the shadow vanished, the voice grew clearer. Do you see this young girl beside you? She is desperately trying to pull this fox out of your body. Yet, this fox monster continues to resist using your body as its foundation. Look at the color of her face. She has been persevering for several hours and is now quite exhausted. Only you can assist her. Otherwise, her efforts will be in vain, and she may even lose her life. Me? Kong gasped in surprise within the mental realm, but nodded without hesitation. Then tell me quickly, how can I help her? Before being pulled out, the fox's greatest reliance is your body. The voice sounded more solemn. Although your physical form cannot touch it, if your willpower is strong enough, I believe you can push it back with your determination. My willpower? Exactly. As long as your rejection of its influence is resolute, you will definitely feel it. Although she felt utterly bewildered, witnessing Xianglin trembling in the scene, Kong gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and clenched her fists, repeatedly murmuring, "Reject, reject, reject. I can feel it. I can truly feel the chakra of that fox connected to my body. Damn fox monster. Get out of me." Unsure of what to do, Kong could only follow the voice's guidance, fervently repeating in her mind, "Get out. Damn monster." It moved. In that instant, the fox spirit, which had previously been barely resisting Kong and Xianglin, suddenly seemed to be pushed from behind. Although unaware of what Quan had done, Xianglin clearly sensed the fox's weakening state. This opportunity must not be wasted. Gritting her silver teeth and enduring the mental torment, she once again activated the gradual shards in her palms. Roar. Sensing the threat, the fox's shrieks became even more frenzied and piercing. Yet this time, no matter how fiercely it resisted, it was futile. Through the combined efforts of both, the chakra tether connecting to Kong could no longer lend it any support. With a loud crash, 5 chakra chains swiftly dragged it down from the air. Then, at the moment the connection between the fox spirit and Kong was completely severed, Xianglin, who had rehearsed this moment countless times in her mind, instantly retrieved the prepared sealing scroll from her pocket and unfurled it. She quickly formed several hand signs. For symbol seal. In an instant, the sealing runes on the scroll seemed to come alive, binding the fox spirit, which had been dragged close by the diamond seal, in the blink of an eye. Roar. Feeling the restraints intensify, the fox spirit let out another unwilling roar, but compared to before, its force was significantly diminished. Though it was reluctant, a single diamond seal was already enough to subdue it, not to mention the additional layer of the 4-symbol seal. With a growl, the last remnants of the Nine-Tails chakra were completely drawn into the scroll. Thus, the sealing of the Nine-Tails chakra was complete. Chapter 164. Conclusion. Almost the instant the sealing was completed, Senju Jinhua, who had been facing away from the barrier, instantly appeared beside Xianglin, feeling his uniquely cool embrace. Although exhausted, Xianglin made an effort to lift her gaze toward him. "Do not say a word." Senju Jinhua gently placed a finger on her lips, tenderly wiping the sweat from her forehead. "You performed admirably. I am very pleased. Now, I order you to rest well. There will be many more times I require your assistance, so you must recover properly. Do you understand? Upon hearing his words, Xiang Lin's eyes slightly curved, and then her head drooped as she fell into a deep slumber. I shall proceed. Yi Tsong approached, taking the fragrant lin from his hands. It must be said that today's endeavor truly left her profoundly impacted, particularly as the petite Xiang Lin displayed such tenacity in executing her task, perfectly employing the sealing technique to control the daunting nine-tails chakra, which even she found quite formidable, cradling the ethereal Xiang Lin in her arms. Yi Tsong couldn't help but marvel once more. To be candid, in the past, due to her Shakadun's capability of leaving no survivors, coupled with the limited resources of Shiyin Village, she had regarded sealing techniques as largely superfluous. However, the current circumstances were vastly different. She now recognized that when the target possessed a strength that rendered her Shakadun ineffective for swift defeat or elimination, the sealing techniques proved invaluable, far surpassing the prowess of her Shakadun. Moreover, the Sharingan was astonishing. She had not anticipated that at this tender age, Quan would reach such a level. She had certainly witnessed Quan's earlier performance, and though the specifics eluded her, the three black tomo in her crimson eyes were unmistakable. According to the elders of Shiyin Village, anyone possessing such eyes could undoubtedly be deemed a pillar of the Uchiha clan. Even in battle, they were regarded with trepidation by many seasoned jonin. This meant that, by virtue of her eyes alone, Quan had already attained a level commensurate with jonin. Quan, you should return and rest for now. As she spoke, Senju Xinyue picked up the Greer fragments that had just fallen to the ground and tucked them back into Xiang Lin's pocket. Subsequently, she retrieved the scroll containing the nine-tails chakra, rolled it up carefully, and handed it to Quan. You may accompany them back. I shall handle the remaining matters. The remaining tasks referred, of course, to the aftermath concerning Sora. Understood. Quan said nothing further, simply accepting the sealing scroll and securely placing it in her pocket before nodding in acknowledgement. We shall await your return in the room. With that, she departed alongside Yi Tsong. Standing still, Xinyue watched the pair until their figures vanished amidst the trees, finally exhaling a sigh of relief before turning her attention to Sora, who had fallen back to the ground. Indeed, as he had initially surmised, Sora, having had the nine-tails chakra extracted, was still alive. However, his heartbeat appeared somewhat feeble. Yet this was inconsequential. As the esteemed disciple of Tsunade, Xinyue prided herself on her capabilities. Instantly enveloping her hands in healing chakra, she pressed them against Sora. There are no significant issues at the cellular level. It seems the internal organs are somewhat weakened. Additionally, the skin scorched by the nine-tails chakra required attention. After personally assessing the situation, she discovered that what would typically be a straightforward treatment for burns was proving exceptionally challenging, with no visible improvement despite her concentrated efforts over several minutes. Damn it, truly a product of the nine tails, it is indeed exquisite. The speed of treatment was almost insurmountable. She had never encountered such difficulty with severed limbs. Well, as long as he is alive, that is what matters. Just a minor injury. I trust this little fellow will find a reasonable explanation for himself. Quan would surely manage the memory issues when employing illusion techniques, so there was no need for her to be concerned. Moreover, temples typically possessed various remedies like small and large recovery elixirs or black jade ointments. If all else failed, time would undoubtedly facilitate healing. After conducting a thorough treatment and confirming Sora's survival, Xinyue did not immediately leave with him. Water Dragon Whirl. Utilizing her abilities to manipulate the water, she caused it to swirl vigorously until the entire area transformed into a muddy quagmire, erasing all traces before nodding in satisfaction. She then ascended upon her ice bird, flying swiftly toward the fire temple. Young man, I have resolved your troubles. From now on, be an honest monk. Upon returning to the rear mountain of the fire temple and placing the unconscious Sora within a cave, Xinyue did not depart immediately. Instead, she tore several strips of fabric from his clothing, discarding them along the mountain path at intervals. She remained hidden until a young monk discovered one of the fabric strips, allowing her to leave with a sense of relief. However, upon finding Sora, this young monk, while frantically retreating, continuously muttered in disbelief, "How can this be? Impossible. I have searched this cave several times." Naturally, Xinyue was unaware of this development. Upon returning to the room, aside from the still sleeping Xianglin, both Yi Tsong and Quan appeared to be in good spirits. Thus, they deliberated and ultimately decided against lingering there, with Xinyue leading them toward the ruins. The intent was twofold: to replenish the energy of the Greer fragments and to utilize the life energy from the Greer mine, which bore no adverse effects and would be more conducive to Xiang Lin's recovery. 3 days later, the four, fully restored, returned to Tanaka village. Upon hearing this news, Shisai and Uzumaki Miyuki nearly arrived simultaneously. Teacher. Observing the anticipation in Shisai's eyes, Shinyue instinctively grasped her thoughts. However, as Uzumaki Miyuki was still present, he refrained from elaborating further. Xiang Lin. In truth, Uzumaki Miyuki was indifferent to their conversation. Her primary concern stemmed from her daughter's prolonged absence during her first mission. Yet upon seeing her daughter return in even better spirits than when she departed, her worries dissipated like mist. Having resided in the village for an extended period, she had come to understand that while there was an overt village leader, the true authority lay with the Senju clan's offspring. Thus, witnessing the closeness between her daughter and Shinyue caused her heart to ache, yet she could not help but feel a sense of relief. Perhaps this meant that she and her daughter would not be abandoned. Chapter 165. The fate of the Nine-Tails chakra. To whom should the captured fox head from Sora rightfully belong? This question had occupied Senju Shinyue's thoughts on multiple occasions. It is essential to note that the chakra from this fox head was gathered prior to the separation of the Nine-Tails by Minato Namikaze. This implies that this fox head could be considered another complete entity of the Nine-Tails, possessing both yin and yang attributes. He believed that under his careful nurturing, this counterfeit Nine-Tails might ultimately rival the strength of Naruto or any of the Nine-Tails residing within Minato Namikaze. In this light, the selection of the Jinchuriki must be approached with utmost caution. From the perspectives of loyalty and emotion, it is unequivocally evident that Izumi is the most suitable choice, as he firmly believes that she is the individual least likely to betray him in this world. However, when considering the aspect of endurance, Kaguya, hailing from the Uzumaki clan, stands unparalleled, especially given her specialization in sealing techniques, rendering her capabilities far superior to others. Furthermore, a crucial point to note is that once one becomes the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, unless one exercises exceptional caution, they are bound to attract the attention of Nagato and Obito, thereby jeopardizing the personal safety of the Jinchuriki. In light of this consideration, he leans more towards choosing Shisai. While this may seem selfish, the reality is that if there exists a probability of being drained of tailed beast chakra, leading to death, the person he can most easily part with among his subordinates is undoubtedly this girl. Of course, this merely reflects a potentiality. In reality, several years remain before Nagato makes a move. By that time, his Jinchuriki might evolve into a formidable expert, rendering Nagato and Obito helpless. Thus, the question arises, who is most suitable for this role? During the days spent recuperating in Tanaka village, every time he pondered this question, Senju Shingetsu found himself wavering. He meticulously listed the advantages and disadvantages of each candidate for the Kyuubi's power, only to become increasingly flustered and discard each list in turn. Ultimately, it was Izumi who provided him with a definitive answer. More accurately, upon realizing that the future Jinchuriki would become his most formidable ally, she approached Senju Shingetsu directly, asserting that if a choice is to be made, the strongest person by his side must be her, and it must be her. For only in this way can she genuinely trust in the loyalty of others. Moreover, she reminded him that the Sharingan exerts a significant suppressive force over tailed beasts. Thus, even if the Kyuubi sought to invade her consciousness, she could counteract it with the Sharingan beforehand. When he broached the topic of physical endurance and the potential, albeit uncertain, crises that lay ahead, Izumi simply uttered a phrase that left him devoid of any retort. I have believed every word you have said from beginning to end. So now that I wish to do something for you, please trust me, all right? With her statement, Senju Shingetsu found himself at a loss for words and could only silently nod in agreement. However, when Izumi inquired about when the sealing could take place, he solemnly declared that he had other arrangements. As you have witnessed, the extraction of the tailed beast from Kaguya was exceedingly strenuous. I cannot allow her to perform the sealing on you with her current abilities. Without waiting for Izumi to counter, he spoke again in an authoritative tone. Agreeing to your request is already my limit. The timing of the sealing must adhere to my arrangements, and there is no room for negotiation. In truth, he was considering that at the very least, Kaguya should first familiarize herself with and study the sealing techniques related to Naruto's 8 trigram sealing before they commence, ensuring that he is fully prepared. Upon witnessing his domineering demeanor, Izumi couldn't help but pout in dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, considering that he had agreed today was already a significant achievement, she did not genuinely sulk. Additionally, it is important to note that the Nine Tails has exceedingly high requirements for the physique of a Jinchuriki. At this point, Senju Shingetsu's expression turned unusually grave. If you wish to avoid ending up like Kaguya, shedding your skin with each use of power, you must visit the ruins at least once a week from now on. Surprisingly, Izumi showed no resistance to this demand. The reason was quite simple. The sight of Kaguya's right hand after shedding skin was simply too terrifying. Surely, no girl would wish to become such a sight. Following this, the two lingered in Tonika village for a few more days. Firstly, to discuss with Yi-tsung the search for Ko's ninja base, and secondly, as a teacher, he repeatedly overlooked Shisai, as if she were invisible. To be honest, it was much easier to not think about her when she was out of sight, but now, witnessing the girl's expectant yet unspoken expressions each day weighed on his conscience. After inquiring and learning that Kaguya had made some progress with the sealing of the ruins, he mustered the audacity to paint a bright future for Shisai once more. You have seen the abilities of the Graer shards, haven't you? Currently, your age and chakra are not advantageous, so I have decided to guide you down a different path. Kaguya is studying the sealing of the ruins, and once she has mastered it, I will attempt to extract some authentic Graer stones from the Graer vein. By that time, you shall realize that the waiting has indeed been worthwhile. Therefore, what you need to do now is to hone your combat skills further. Otherwise, even if I provide you with a powerful weapon, it would all be in vain if you cannot wield it. Yes, teacher. Thus, this village girl, who had seldom ventured far, once again placed her trust in him with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, while Senju Shingetsu and Izumi were still enjoying their holiday outside, in Kanahagakure, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat behind his desk, casually conversing with an old friend while reigniting his pipe. Danzo stood rigidly before the desk, observing the leisurely pace of his friend's actions with an impassive expression. In truth, there was a time when he kindly reminded his old friend that smoking would leave a scent on the body, and ninjas should refrain from indulging in habits that could expose them. Yet at that time, this stubborn monkey merely smiled and replied that the Hokage would not be executing infiltration missions, so smoking and drinking were of no consequence. Danzo recalled vividly that he had not intended to suggest that the Hokage actually undertake missions, but rather to address a matter of mindset. Whether Hokage or low-ranking ninja, one must always be prepared for battle. However, he ultimately refrained from elaborating further, for the words of this individual were far too abrasive. Chapter 166, Danzo's Fortunate Day. The curling smoke gradually filled the room, irritating Danzo's nose. He despised this odor, but did not allow his thoughts to manifest on his face. Despite their years of friendship, it seemed that Danzo had long forgotten the notion of friendship. Humanity, driven by a base desire to rely on others, had coined the term friend. For Danzo, friends were merely products of false emotions. Presently, he desired neither to depend on others nor to be depended upon. Thus, he no longer spoke of the naive concept of friendship. As the third Hokage puffed on his pipe, he gazed at Danzo. You were indeed correct. Itachi has almost flawlessly completed every task during his few months as a Chunin. When leading his team, he issues commands tailored to each subordinate's strengths. And the reports he submits after each mission are not only formatted correctly, but also meticulously organized. Danzo paused in silence before nodding in agreement. It appears that those 2 years as a genin were truly a loss for both him and the village. One can only regard those years as necessary experience. The third Hokage remained optimistic. Perhaps it is precisely this reason that has caused him to distance himself from Tuanzong, allowing him to gain immense trust and respect under the sun. By the way, the third Hokage once again tapped the ash from his pipe into the ashtray, taking a brief respite before letting out a small yawn while seated. Lately, perhaps due to his advancing age, he felt an overwhelming fatigue from prolonged document review. Tuanzong replied, "That is your duty." Without allowing his old friend a chance to divert the conversation, he spoke directly. You only mentioned part of your thoughts earlier. Please continue. It seemed that the third Hokage, sensing his friend's impatience, stroked his beard and continued, just a couple of days ago, Uchiha Fugaku brought an intriguing matter to my attention. The expressionless visage of Uchiha Fugaku instantly materialized in Tuanzang's mind. He expressed a desire for Itachi to join the Umbu. Upon hearing his old friend's statement, Tuanzang's heart involuntarily trembled, even momentarily leaving him in a state of delight. However, Being accustomed to darkness, he was not foolish enough to reveal his inner thoughts, merely responding with an impassive, "I see," and remained silent, awaiting his old friend to elaborate. Fugaku stated that Itachi's capabilities might not be fully realized within the police force. He insisted that his opinion was not due to Itachi being his son, but rather because Itachi's excellence had been tested and proven. As a parent, he wished to guide his child into an environment where his talents could be fully utilized. The third Hokage's pupils darkened as he looked at Tuanzong, seemingly probing for his reaction. Yet, having concluded that Tuanzong would not respond, he remained silent. Sighing, the third Hokage continued, "I discussed this matter with Minyin and Koharu, but both were vehemently opposed, arguing that the Umbu is a direct subordinate of the Hokage, and how could the Uchiha clan be permitted to join? They questioned whether I had forgotten the original intention behind Lord Tobarama's establishment of the police force." At this point, even Tuanzong could not resist interjecting. The police force was originally established to expel the Uchiha clan from the village's core. The third Hokage sighed again, stuffing tobacco into his pipe. "This is the third time. In the end, they even mentioned your name, saying that even if they consented, they were unsure how you, who inherently despised the Uchiha, would respond." Mito Minyin and Nara Shikaku, the two critical advisors of Konohagakure, as fellow students of Senju Tobarama, many of their exceptional contemporaries perished during that tumultuous era, while some, despite lacking talent, survived purely due to luck. Although the advisor role is merely titular for some, attaining such a position necessitates reliance on being a disciple of the second Hokage and living long enough. In reality, when it comes to making significant decisions regarding an issue or event, they always lean on the influence of those with true power, such as Tuanzong. Otherwise, they are acutely aware that their words carry little weight before someone of the third Hokage's stature. Thus, you imply that you agree. For a moment, the third Hokage was taken aback, having expected Tuanzong to oppose the notion. Out of habit, he widened his eyes at Tuanzong, revealing his suspicion and curiosity. "I assumed that even if you held a favorable view of Uchiha Itachi, you would still be reluctant to allow him into the Umbu." Tuanzong maintained his expressionless demeanor, unwaveringly meeting his gaze. "Itachi is an exceptionally gifted ninja and will be a significant asset to the village. Therefore, even though he belongs to the Uchiha clan, he cannot be allowed to roam freely." What a jest! Such an opportunity is something he would not even know how to ask for, let alone refuse. It is essential to recognize that, although they are under the jurisdiction of the Hokage and his aides, the roots fundamentally belong to the Umbu. In fact, compared to the third Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku, he is the one who most desires Itachi's inclusion in the Umbu. This way, he would have the chance to orchestrate various arrangements and manipulations concerning Itachi, would he not? The annihilation of the Uchiha clan, to fulfill his long-held aspiration. Uchiha Itachi has been a pawn he has observed for quite some time, an indispensable entity. Previously, he worried that if he recommended Itachi for the Umbu, it might raise suspicions from Uchiha Fugaku and the third Hokage, potentially jeopardizing his plans. Now, it is fortuitous that Uchiha Fugaku himself proposed this request. Fortunate. There is no other word that could adequately describe Tuanzong's current emotions. "Well, this does align with your usual style." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded deeply, seemingly in agreement with Tuanzong's explanation, or perhaps merely attempting to solidify this answer as a reality. "Since you have consented, let us decide on this matter. To resolve the discord between the village and the Uchiha clan, one must first begin by mending the rifts among the youth. It is hoped that the inclusion of the Uchiha clan leader's child into the village's core will serve as the starting point for change." Tuanzong had become entirely immune to his old friend's unwavering optimism. At this moment, he was most concerned with the fact that, regardless of the reasons or means, Itachi's joining the Umbu had already become a settled matter, and that was what mattered most to him. However, there is one question. What question? Although his voice and expression remained unchanged, Tuanzong's grip on his cane had tightened to the point of pain. "Isn't Itachi only a little over 10 years old? 11? Perhaps? At such a tender age, joining the Umbu requires convincing accomplishments." In that instant, he could almost hear the sigh of relief echoing within him. Then simply assign him a challenging task, and that should suffice. Oh, the third Hokage's eyes suddenly brightened. That indeed presents a sound solution. Yes, at that moment, Tuanzong suppressed the agitation within him and, as usual, spoke with an air of calmness, articulating what he was most concerned about. "I shall handle this matter. I will ensure he is assigned a task that will earn the respect of all. If he fails. Chapter 167. The darkness of Konohagakure. At the northernmost edge of Konohagakure lies a cliff, its surface adorned with the visages of the Hokage throughout the ages, affectionately referred to by the villagers as Hokage Rock. Yet, as the adage goes, where there is light, there are shadows. Beneath this revered Hokage Rock, however, lurks the greatest darkness of Konohagakure, Kimu. At the base of the cliff, there exists a seldom-known backdoor, specifically designated for Umbu members. When tasked with missions, most Umbu members exit through this passage. Not far from the backdoor, there is a repository for various documents and data. Tuanzong leads the Kimu from the deeper recesses of this warehouse. The storage of materials is merely a facade. The matter of your father's recommendation for you to join the Umbu has been discussed at a meeting among the village's higher-ups. The ambience was so oppressive that, despite it barely being past noon, large candles had already been lit around the room. Tuanzong sat in a chair, his somber gaze fixed upon the boy before him, Uchiha Itachi. Finally, although the process was lengthy, this man was destined to fall into his grasp. Itachi remained silent, exhibiting no reaction, fearing that any lapse in his composure might inadvertently reveal hostility toward this gaunt old man. Unlike the Umbu directly under Hokage's command, which selects exceptional talents from the emerging young generation, the organization led by Danzo, known as Nu, seeks out promising children within the village, bringing them back to cultivate from a tender age. This ensures that as they grow, they become part of a cold-blooded killing organization entirely under his control. Even more ruthless than the Umbu. It was only after Shursui began investigating Danzo that he gradually discerned the darkness inherent in this man. He never imagined that someone in the village's leadership would seize children from ordinary families under the guise of serving the village's interests. Since you are here, I can assume you have consented to join the Umbu. In the flickering firelight, Danzo's already terrifying visage appeared even more ambiguous. From the choice of the base's location to its environment and atmosphere, everything seemed meticulously crafted to accentuate his willingly embraced darkness. Listening to the succinct response from the youth before him, a faint smile crept onto Danzo's lips. His eyes, shrouded in shadow, bore down on Itachi with an intensity that made him feel profoundly uncomfortable, as if every breath and every subtle twitch of his hair was laid bare before Danzo's gaze. However, there were dissenting voices within the higher-ups regarding the inclusion of the Uchiha clan into the Umbu. As he spoke, Danzo's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Itachi, seemingly probing for the darkness within him, akin to his own. Indeed, darkness. Itachi believed this to be true. The increasingly fervent resentment among his clansmen and the prejudice and discrimination faced by the Uchiha clan from the village's ninjas created an inescapable shroud of darkness around anyone affiliated with Uchiha as long as they remained in Konohagakure. It was precisely for this reason that Itachi aspired to join the Umbu. He had come to a profound realization. His desire to join the Umbu did not stem from the commands of his father, the clan leader, but was entirely driven by his own will. The Umbu was an elite force, comprised solely of the most outstanding ninjas in the village. If he could distinguish himself within the Umbu, it would signify that his ambitions for a higher status in the village were no longer mere fantasies. Previously, Itachi believed that sheer strength would allow him to reshape everything according to his wishes. However, his perspective had shifted. The police force, the Umbu, and the Hokage. One individual's influence was ultimately too limited, and progress was painfully slow. To alter the fate of the Uchiha clan and the village, he needed power and authority. First, he would join the Umbu, excel within its ranks, and attain a certain level of status and prestige before aspiring to become Hokage. Much like how Konoha's White Fang had been on the brink of assuming that role. The first Hokage from the Uchiha clan. Once he became Hokage, the antagonism posed by Danzo and the conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the village would no longer be issues. Of course, this did not mean he had completely dismissed the existence of Senju Shinyuki and Izumi, nor the significance of the third Hokage's deliberate formation of Team 9. Instead, he felt he was just as capable as many who held Senju Shinyuki in high regard. As a member of the Uchiha clan, why should he wait for others to rescue him? Moreover, compared to Shinyuki, who had his life predetermined, Itachi believed that as Hokage, he could pursue far grander objectives, to eliminate conflicts among the 5 great nations and indeed, throughout the entire ninja world. This initial goal had never left his mind. After becoming Hokage, he could engage with the higher echelons of other villages frequently, conveying his aspirations to those who wielded decisive power. If he could find like-minded ninjas in other villages, the aim of eradicating war would undeniably draw nearer. Once ninjas set aside their prejudices and ceased to desire conflict, the feudal lords of various nations would lose their source of power for conflict. Only then would a truly harmonious world devoid of strife emerge. Therefore, for Itachi, whether it was the Umbu or Hokage, both merely represented different stages in his grand plan. His immediate task was to take the first step in this plan by joining the Umbu. Thus, if he genuinely wished to join the Umbu, he needed to present a sufficiently impressive performance to demonstrate that his age would not hinder him after joining. Does that imply undertaking missions? Precisely. Danzo sat immobile in his chair, like a statue. Itachi remained standing, devoid of any movement, not even a twitch of his fingers. He felt that, in the presence of this dark man, even the slightest motion might reveal his innermost thoughts. I will be responsible for assigning you assessment missions. Since it is Danzo who oversees task assignments, it signifies that these are clandestine, shadowy missions. Upon receiving the notification to meet this man, Itachi had already come to terms with this understanding. Within the Umbu, there is a man. Danzo began to delve into the subject matter. He should be around 34 years old now, which, from your perspective, could be considered an old ninja. He spoke in an unvarnished tone, leaving it unclear whether he was being sarcastic or attempting humor. Although his talent was not as remarkable as yours, he had displayed aptitude from a young age, smoothly progressing through the ranks of Genin and Chunin, and upon ascending to Jonin, he also joined the Umbu. However, just as he was about to continue, Danzo suddenly paused. Itachi felt an odd sensation, as if even the flickering candlelight in the room had begun to waver in that moment. According to N's investigation, we have recently discovered that he has been secretly in contact with Kirigakure, a traitor to the village. Itachi's heart tightened slightly. He began to surmise the nature of this mission. Therefore, my task is to eliminate that man. Hear me out. Danzo's cold voice abruptly interrupted Itachi, and before he could react, he continued. Umbu ninjas must intentionally conceal their identities in daily life. Thus, this man appears to be just an ordinary jonin, leading a mundane life, with a wife and 2 children aged 1 and 3. In the flickering firelight, Itachi gazed intently at the man seated before him, immovable. Danzo's deliberate mention of these details, what was its purpose? Was he trying to convey that the person he was about to kill had a typical family, perhaps as a means of testing Itachi? If that were the case, Itachi discreetly cast aside such thoughts. If Danzo's intention was indeed to gauge whether he would be swayed by sympathy during the mission, then he had vastly underestimated Itachi. If not for his collusion with Kirigakure, this man could be regarded as a capable and highly esteemed ninja, trusted by the Hokage. However, if one were to turn a blind eye to the betrayal of the village, it would be detrimental to the village. I understand. The moment the words escaped his lips, Itachi felt remorse for his impulsiveness and recklessness. In that brief exchange, his concealed thoughts and emotions since entering the room had likely been entirely discerned by Danzo. Darkness. Gloom. This man seemed to forever dwell in the shadows, a sensation that filled Itachi with profound distaste. Concerning the sudden impatience exhibited by you, Tuanzong displayed no sign of displeasure. He merely gazed at you in silence for a moment before continuing, as though nothing had transpired. For someone as perceptive as you, my words must seem rather convoluted. However, this is merely my attempt to make you aware of the situation surrounding this man and subsequently eliminate him. To be honest, you was quite inclined to inquire why it was imperative for him to be privy to such matters. Yet ultimately, he simply nodded resolutely, affirming, yes, that man, regardless of whether he possesses family or is an esteemed ninja trusted by the Hokage, is a traitor nonetheless. This is a mission, and the duty of a ninja is to complete the task. Anything beyond that is not for them to ponder. I permit you to take a companion on this mission, and the choice of whom to bring is entirely yours. As he spoke, Tuanzong rose from his chair and slowly approached Yu's side. Although it may be a bit late to say this, I believe you ought to remain in the Umbu. His gaze slanted downward, fixated on the precocious youth before him. Peace is a troublesome endeavor. Creating peace is arduous, but maintaining it is even more so. Just as a person requires sustenance to survive, when one individual finishes their meal, somewhere else another suffers the anguish of hunger. While some gain here, others lose elsewhere. This imbalance will gradually distort and contort the tranquility of life. Though somewhat perplexed by his sudden discourse, and despite the lingering awareness that Tuanzong harbored no benevolence towards him since his entrance, you could not help but envision certain scenes, the carefree villagers living in the hamlet, the Uchiha clan, who were the subjects of suspicion from both the villagers and the higher-ups, and the increasingly irrational radicals convening in the hidden chamber of the Nana shrine. He could not allow Tuanzong to detect the subtle tremors of his heart. Thus, you promptly sealed his lips and clenched his jaw. Peace is, in fact, merely an illusion, sustained by those who bear the burdens of darkness and silence. It appeared that Tuanzong remained entirely oblivious to Yu's anomaly, continuing to speak for his own sake. When factors that disrupt stability arise in a peaceful village, someone must assume the responsibility of quelling the turmoil. Otherwise, this illusory peace will swiftly dissipate. As Tuanzang's voice drew nearer, a nauseating, foul odor suddenly assaulted Yu's nostrils. Following the scent, upon discovering that it emanated from Tuanzang's breath, Yu silently lowered his gaze and continued to endure. In the past, I remarked that you possess a fierce demeanor. You certainly recalled, and vividly so, that day marked his graduation from the Ninja Academy, when this seemingly unkempt old man approached him with a series of nonsensical remarks. How could one utter such words to a 7-year-old child who had just stepped out of the classroom? Your life will often be accompanied by chaos. You truly ought to be cursed for such claims. He had even dared to assert that the peace of Konoha was a mere facade. Had it not been for the tranquility of Konoha, would his father, Uchiha Fugaku, not have obliterated him in a single blow? Thus, you must possess the formidable power to sever all causal links. Are you suggesting that the Umbu is where I can acquire this power? After a prolonged period of calm, Yu's reaction to Tuanzang's inquiry finally elicited a sense of gratification from the bandaged man. You are astute, surpassing not only your peers, but also many who are older than you. Yet, it is precisely your intelligence that may bring you suffering. I do not feel that way. Do not attempt to mask your true self before me. Tuanzang's right hand suddenly rested upon Yu's shoulder. It was chilling, exceedingly so, to a degree that you felt it was a temperature unbefitting of a human. I know your desire is to attain genuine peace. Striving for a world devoid of conflict is what has caused you to struggle in agony. How do you know this? I know everything about you. Tuanzong interrupted once more, his words imbued with such overwhelming confidence that Yu nearly found himself believing it. Only those who can truly endure darkness can bring peace to this world. And you possess such qualities. An evil smile gradually formed at the corners of Tuanzang's mouth. Come to my side, Uchiha Yu. Only I can truly understand you, and only I can provide you with the swiftest and most suitable growth in space. Darkness. Unpleasantness. Before instinct could commence its deliberation, Yu chose to avert his gaze. Chapter 169. The Awakening of the Guardian Deity. In mid-December, at the main gate of Konoha Village. During midday, the flow of people entering and exiting the gate was scarce. Shingetsu Izumi and Gongzi Tai seized the opportunity to recline upon the table, momentarily relaxing after maintaining their vigilance for an extended period. Over the years, these two eternal gatekeepers had become thoroughly familiar with the various details and nuances of their duty. For instance, the flow of people at different times of the week, the peak hours of daily traffic, and the least crowded times, among other observations. Consequently, there had been no complaints regarding lapses in their work due to relaxation. However, just as the two believed they could enjoy a moment of respite today, a sudden sound startled them. The two who had just settled down sprang to their feet almost simultaneously, without even glancing at one another. Yes, in front of the table, the newly arrived Senju Shingetsu and Izumi were momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Ah, it's you two. Upon realizing, the gatekeepers' faces flushed crimson. Yet, there was no way to explain the matter of slacking off at work for fear of being caught. So in a fleeting exchange of glances, the two reached a tacit understanding. Next topic. Ah, have you returned from your vacation? Shingetsu Izumi inquired as a matter of routine, while Gongzi Tai casually flipped through the registration book and pen. However, as he perused, the young man suddenly seemed to recall something, looked up at the two before him, and then, in a moment of realization, hurriedly opened a drawer, rummaging through it, before finally retrieving a registration book that appeared to have been carefully preserved. Oh, found it. Flipping to a specific page, Gongzi Tai promptly turned the registration book around and pushed it forward. Senju Shingetsu reached for the signature pen while simultaneously glancing at the location Gongzi Tai pointed out. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. Compared to the adjacent registration book currently in use, This one seemed to exude a sense of antiquity. Leave of absence from December 20th. All right, please sign your names here. Following Gangzi Tai's prompt, they completed the leave request, nodded at the gatekeepers, and proceeded towards the Hokage building under the smiling service of the two guardians. As they watched the two depart, just as Gangzi Tai intended to turn back, he suddenly heard his friend express, "What a well-behaved child." "What? Look here." Shingetsu Izumi circled the deadline that Senju Shingetsu had just written with the pen's tip. "If we had such a good opportunity, even if we had completed our mission, we would have stayed out until the last day before returning. Don't you agree, Xiaotai?" As brothers, bonded by affection and friendship, he expected Gangzi Tai to undoubtedly concur with his sentiments, as usual. What he did not anticipate was that his friend, unusually, did not echo his sentiments, but instead fell into a moment of silence before suddenly posing a profoundly resonant question. "My dear friend, could this be the very reason we find ourselves metaphorically welded at the entrance?" The air had grown still, as if in contemplation. On the way to the Hokage building, the reason for returning at this juncture was not merely because Senju Jinue was an obedient child, but rather that Hinata's birthday was fast approaching. To clarify, this is not an act of flattery. Firstly, I have the Byakugan princess plan, and secondly, it is imperative to acknowledge that when Hinata Hanabi was born, Nara Shikaku and his contemporaries, the heads of the Inazuka and Akimichi clans, made a significant show of support. Thus, I cannot afford to appear dismissive. Knock, knock, knock. Hokage-sama. Senju Jinue and Uchiha Izumi request an audience. Oh, hee, let them in quickly. Yes. As soon as they entered, Senju Jinue spotted the third Hokage, who was busy tidying up his desk. Hokage-sama. Ah, good. The third Hokage smiled warmly, nodding at the two. However, after a brief period of organizing a plethora of small documents, he realized the task was overwhelming. He decided to set them aside in a haphazard pile and, with a beaming expression, inquired, "What brings you back at this hour? I thought you too, at your age, would relish the rare opportunity to be out and would not return until the very last day." Senju Jinue felt a bead of sweat forming. "Old man, although there are no outsiders here, such comments might not be appropriate. After all, if some workaholics or overly diligent individuals heard him, they would surely come after me." Fortunately, the third Hokage was not genuinely concerned about this. Many of his remarks were simply the musings of an old man who was pleased to see his beloved juniors return. Without any expectation of a response, "Have you and Izumi enjoyed your time out these past few days?" "Indeed, we visited numerous places and encountered many peculiar sights." Although I often found fault with the third Hokage in my observations of him, deeming him overly timid and lacking in decisiveness, now, having interacted with him as a living person, I realized that impressions are merely impressions. I could not wholly dismiss the kindness and privileges he had extended to me over the years due to my past grievances. Despite the nature of the workday, the old man and the two youngsters engaged in lively conversation for nearly an hour. It was only when Senju Jinue and Izumi could barely endure the onslaught of questions that the old man, satisfied, finally reined in his curiosity. "Ah, speaking of which, you two seem to be of an age similar to Uchiha Fugaku's children, correct?" "Yes." Both Senju Jinue and Izumi nodded in unison, their expressions turning serious. The third Hokage, stroking his pipe thoughtfully, continued, "Recently, Fugaku approached me with a request, expressing his desire for his son, Uchiha Itachi, to join the Umbu. To be honest, this was unexpected. But I can understand his intention to break the tradition that equates Uchiha with the police force." Following a meeting, the higher-ups agreed to the request, and it was decided that Danzo would assign Itachi a task to prove his abilities. At this point, the Hokage cast a discreet glance at Izumi, a momentary awkwardness flickering across his face. "You may not know this, but due to certain archaic reasons, Danzo harbors a strong aversion to the Uchiha clan. So he certainly will not assign Itachi an easy task. Yet, recently, each time he meets me, he speaks of Itachi with evident admiration, suggesting the boy's performance is remarkable enough to have even won over Danzo." At this juncture, he shifted his gaze back to Senju Jinue. "Therefore, I believe it is time for you to step onto a higher stage after having laid low for several years." Chapter 170. The Girl from the Nara Clan. A student, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, merely needs to pass the assessment conducted by a Jonin leader to become a Genin. After obtaining a Jonin leader, completing a requisite number of missions allows one to register for the Chunin selection, and passing the examination facilitates promotion to Chunin. Thus, When Senju Jinue, who grew up under the watchful eye of the third Hokage, aspired to ascend to Jonin, what requirements must he fulfill? In response to this inquiry, Konoha's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, provided crucial spiritual guidance and directives. I believe your abilities have already met the standard of an ordinary Jonin. What you presently lack is mission experience. Henceforth, Team 9 will no longer be required to work at the high-security prison, but should devote their utmost efforts to completing missions for the village. Although the old man did not specify the level of the tasks, Senju Jinue understood that they would not be mundane tasks akin to those assigned to genin, such as watering plants or walking dogs. Additionally, under normal circumstances, Nara Shikaku would no longer accompany them. Instead, you would assume the role of the Jonin leader. At this point, the old man paused momentarily, emphasizing that this was also designed to cultivate your leadership and decision-making skills. Thus, consider carefully what type of additional team member you would like to bring on board, and inform me of your decision promptly. Supplementing the team? Upon hearing this, an image of a girl with a drawing board immediately appeared in Senju Jinue's mind. One must note that this young lady, at an age suitable for schooling, had decided not to attend school in order to learn skills and techniques alongside me. Yet, I often found myself away for 2 to 3 months at a time, which seemed quite unfair. Of course, if you truly lack suitable candidates, I can recommend someone, Kuruma Ayumi. Oh, the third Hokage raised an eyebrow, swiftly recalling Kuruma Ayumi's profile. Ah, that girl. She is only 7 years old. Is it appropriate for her to accompany you on missions? Absolutely, Senju Jinue replied decisively. Though she is a bit young, Ayumi possesses the most extraordinary Jinjutsu abilities I have ever encountered. As long as we can ensure her safety, her offensive capabilities will undoubtedly rival those of seasoned Jinjutsu masters. Despite her chakra levels being slightly inferior, the third Hokage nodded thoughtfully, his demeanor visibly softening. Beyond her offensive potential, he had great faith in Senju Jinue's protective capabilities. Indeed, after a brief pause, the old man nodded once more, saying, "Very well, since you have made a recommendation, from this point forward, you shall temporarily lead Team 9. With Kuruma Ayumi joining as a new member. As he rummaged through his drawer, he finally produced a ninja registration form and handed it to Senju Jinue. Now that you've become the team leader, you are also responsible for managing the registration of your subordinates. Ensure she completes it and submits it to me before you embark on your missions. Understood? Yes. However, in reality, after departing from the Hokage Tower, Senju Jinue and Izumi did not immediately seek out on Mabayun. Instead, they dispatched a shadow clone while their true selves proceeded to the training ground, where they encountered the ordinary passerby Hinata Takuma. Subsequently, the three of them reminisced before heading to the Nara family residence. After all, respecting one's teachers is a cherished tradition in Konoha village. Along the way, they also took the opportunity to convey the third Hokage's new directives regarding Team 9. Takuma, accustomed to such occurrences, exhibited little surprise. He merely paused momentarily before accepting the news with tranquility. After all this time, he had come to understand that his role was largely to serve as a backdrop, a mere tool. Any thoughts he held were of little consequence. Knock, knock. Good afternoon. Teacher Jino. Upon arriving at the Nara household, the trio was greeted by Nara Jino, the teacher's wife. They hurriedly exchanged pleasantries, and after inquiring, learned that Nara Shikaku was once again working late. Please, make yourselves comfortable in the living room while I prepare some fruit. With her husband occupied with work, Jino found herself at home, either cooking, doing laundry, or cleaning, and sometimes even tending to her peculiar son, who was only 5 or 6 years old but already seemed to embrace a life of elderly habits. Thus, she was genuinely thrilled and enthusiastic to welcome her charming students. Fortunately, the three were already quite familiar with the Nara household, and Shikaku's absence did not dampen the atmosphere. As they conversed while walking towards the living room, they turned a corner and unexpectedly locked eyes with Shikamaru, who was lounging against a pillar in the corridor, basking in the sunlight. Shikamaru's expression instantly transformed from lethargy to one of deep concern. Senju Jinue instinctively halted, her eyes sparking with intrigue as she regarded Shikamaru. After several months apart, she had anticipated a spirited exchange, only to witness Shikamaru dart away with the swiftness of lightning. Jinue sensed something amiss. After all, it had been months since she had last ruffled Shikamaru's hair, and she expected his courage to have returned somewhat. It was incomprehensible that he would still evade her presence, as he always had. There was certainly something suspicious afoot. At that moment, Izumi, who had entered ahead, exclaimed with delight. Hey, whose child are you? Are you a relative of Shikamaru? Does Shikamaru have relatives? Jinyu thought to herself, almost ready to voice her skepticism, but reconsidered. It seemed quite logical for the head of the Nara clan to have visiting relatives, holding on to the thought that they had guests and should not embarrass their teacher. Jinyu brushed aside her curiosity regarding Shikamaru's strange behavior. She and Hinata Takuma exchanged a glance and nodded, then both tidied their attire before stepping inside together. However, to their bewilderment, they did not find the expected classic scene of adults accompanied by children in the living room. Instead, there stood a girl, seemingly of similar age to Shikamaru, with glossy brown short hair and sparkling green eyes. Chapter 171. The Agreement from Years Ago. Who are you? The girl's voice and the way she curled her small hands against her chest revealed her wariness towards the three unexpected visitors. Fortunately, among them was the amiable and sweet-tongued Izumi, who engaged the girl in a friendly manner, alleviating her tension. Perhaps we are students of Shikamaru's father, Shikaka-sensei. And you, little one, with such beautiful eyes, are you a distant relative of Shikamaru? Why are you here alone? Initially, she had assumed the girl was just an ordinary child. But after hearing her introduction, the once apprehensive girl suddenly relaxed and posed a question that astonished the trio. You are Uchiha Izumi, right? Jinyu and her companions instinctively exchanged glances, only to find the others subtly shaking their heads. This implied that this girl was evidently not someone they had previously encountered. I guessed correctly, didn't I? The little girl seemed oblivious to their reactions, lost in her own delight. Upon seeing Izumi nod in affirmation, her gaze quickly shifted to the other two, lingering on their faces before her eyes brightened with realization. You are Hinata Takuma. Your eyes are the most distinctive. After identifying Takuma, she pointed at the last person, and you must be Senju Jinyu. Am I right? Though framed as a question, the girl's expression radiated confidence, clearly exhibiting her certainty in her deductions. The trio could not help but be intrigued. A child they had never met could accurately name each of them, particularly emphasizing Takuma's distinctive eyes. They found it hard to believe that this girl was merely a fan. Furthermore, regardless of her age, it was atypical for a young girl to be so affable with every member of a group. Thus, the question arose, who was this girl, who oscillated between wariness and exuberance? Darling, you are back. At that moment, the voice of Nara Jino echoed from outside, indicating that Shikaku had returned as well. The group promptly hurried to greet him. Izumi and the others are here. Why are you all coming out? You're already quite familiar with each other. No need for such formality. In the courtyard, Jino approached with a beaming smile, carrying a fruit platter. Behind her, Shikaku displayed signs of fatigue. Yet his lips curled into a silent smile. Upon spotting the trio emerging, any remnants of weariness vanished from his face. You've come, teacher. Indeed. Though he continually reminded himself that his students were now self-reliant and that he, as their teacher, should maintain composure, his smile betrayed the joy swelling within him. Uncle Shikaku, you're back. The little girl, now holding hands with Izumi, greeted him eagerly. Has little Hikari been enjoying herself at home? After exchanging pleasantries with the girl, Shikaku suddenly glanced around, noticing, say, have you all met before? Upon hearing this, Jino appeared to realize, oh, it's all my fault. I was so happy to see them that I forgot to introduce our new family member. As they chatted, they returned to the living room, and through Shikaku's explanations, Jinyu and her companions finally learned the identity of the little girl. She was Tsuchigumo Hikari, the granddaughter of the Tsuchigumo clan's emissary. The ancient calendar, indeed, seems to belong to a bygone era, does it not? Were it not for the sudden appearance of this individual, it is quite possible that the three of them would have entirely forgotten the surname of Tujiju. How could the granddaughter of the Tujiju clan unexpectedly find herself in the teacher's residence? Moreover, judging by the familiarity exhibited between her and the teacher's wife, it appeared that she had been residing there for quite some time. This left Shinsho Jinyu and the others utterly perplexed and profoundly astonished. How should one articulate this? Regarding Nara Shikahisa, he scratched his head in exasperation while recalling the mission they undertook at the Katsuragi mountain fortress. It was the first C-rank mission after their graduation and also the trio's inaugural encounter with bloodshed and violence. Not to mention the experience was etched into their memories. It remained indelibly unforgettable. On the evening of their arrival, during a private conversation with the Yakuza, I had represented the village in negotiating an agreement. An agreement? Indeed. Casting a glance at his wife and Xiao Ying, who were sharing fruit, even in the confines of his home, Nara Shikahisa instinctively lowered his voice. Do you remember the forbidden technique of the two Jiju clan, Rage of Heaven? Upon seeing the three students nod in acknowledgement, he continued, that day in battle, the two Jiju clans suffered devastating losses among their elite. Besides the Yakuza, no one else could wield that forbidden technique. He had mentioned that he hoped to establish a pact with Konohagakure. From that day forth, until his granddaughter reached an appropriate age for schooling. If he could not cultivate Xiaoying to control the forbidden technique, he would send her to Konohagakure for formal ninja education. During her years of study, the Rage of Heaven would be managed entirely by Xiaoying's guardians, and she would attempt to master it again upon her graduation. He said, if by that time it still proved unfeasible, then the two Jiju clan would no longer concern themselves with the forbidden technique, leaving it entirely to Konohagakure's discretion, much like the rumors from years past. Naturally, in return, Konohagakure must guarantee equal treatment of Xiaoying and provide her with a standard level of training. After hearing this, the three were momentarily at a loss for words, especially as they recalled that fateful evening in that blood-soaked room when the elderly patriarch, upon learning of the casualties among his clan, seemed utterly devastated. The disparity between large and small villages. This agreement appeared to be a desperate capitulation from the Yakuza, yet it was also the painful, unavoidable resolution of that elderly man confronting the harsh realities. Chapter 172. A dead comrade does not mean the monk must die. However, it was indeed surprising for Chinsho Jinue that the Yakuza would choose Nara Shikahisa as the guardian for his granddaughter in Konohagakure. After all, in his memory, Shikamaru and his father were among the least inclined to engage with women. After much contemplation, it seemed that the decision stemmed from their previous mission, perhaps out of recognition of Nara Shikahisa's character. Otherwise, why would he choose him? This matter required discretion, and there were no other acquaintances in Konohagakure. He certainly could not entrust his granddaughter to 3 other children, could he? Perhaps that could work. Although considerable time had passed, Chinsho Jinue vividly recalled the formidable power of the Rage of Heaven. It was as unforgettable as the tattoo on Tu Jiju Ying's arm. Moreover, it seemed this young lady possessed remarkable talent. If memory serves, it was merely a demonstration of a water-style technique by Yu Gao, and she managed to independently develop it overnight. In summary, she exhibited exceptional talent, unwavering determination, and the potential to become a master of forbidden techniques, a true nuclear artillery platform. Thus, for someone like Chinsho Jinue, who had an obsession with collecting talents, was it necessary to bring such an exceptional prospect under his wing? To analyze the current situation, he considered that Tu Jiju was already fostered at Shikamaru's home, as designated by her grandfather, and entangled in a confidential agreement. This meant, unless he forcibly abducted her, altering this arrangement within 6 years was virtually impossible. Furthermore, while the young girl's talent was commendable, what he truly valued was the Rage of Heaven. In the later stages of conflict, battles would devolve into brute force, and he already had accomplished allies like Yakura, Izumi, and Onma Bayun by his side. Thus, the primary question remained, was it worth the trouble to seek out a launch platform with an uncertain trigger for the sake of a potentially volatile weapon? After careful deliberation, Chinsho Jinue concluded, let us see how it unfolds. After all, the artillery platform and the scroll of forbidden techniques would remain under his oversight in the coming years. Perhaps he would decipher the mechanism of the Rage of Heaven in due time, alleviating the need for such complications. However, this might inadvertently lead to trouble for the young man named Yu Gao. According to the original narrative, one day in the future, the injured Jinchuriki of the Six Tails would find himself near Katsuraji Mountain, only to be rescued by Tu Jiju. Now, however, the savior had vanished. If the young man adhered to the original storyline and still ran into danger, well, Jinchuriki are known for their resilience. Even without assistance, he would likely survive, wouldn't he? A dead comrade does not imply the monk must perish. I can hardly be blamed, as I merely undertook a mission. It was her grandfather who made the ultimate decision to send her to Konohagakure. Oh, but it seems that Nara Shikahisa may have to endure some challenges in the coming years. Lifting his gaze, he observed Tu Jiju animatedly conversing with Nara Yoshino. From her demeanor in this moment, it was clear that she was not the type to maintain a quiet disposition for long. Given Shikamaru's personality, having an overbearing mother was already quite troublesome, and now they had an exuberant girl of the same age residing in their home. This thought led Chinsho Jinue to silently mourn for Shikamaru's future for a brief moment. Suddenly, he understood why that troublesome boy had abruptly fled. Surely, he wished to avoid being alone with a girl, yet could not abandon his guests. Thus he hastily passed the burden onto himself upon spotting me. That rascal! I had thought my warmth had truly reached him. While I chuckled inwardly at Shikamaru's predicament, I could not help but find humor in his plight. This boy was merely deceiving himself. A girl was already living in his home. He might escape today. But what of tomorrow? Next week? Next year? It is worth noting that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this girl would be residing with the Nara family for a full 6 years. Contemplating the ensuing years, where Shikamaru, who was evidently averse to communicating with women, would be unable to halt his mother and Tu Zhizhu Ying's incessant chatter. A smirk crept onto Qinshu Jinyue's face. He would either endure or evade. I was eager to see whether this scoundrel would manage to stay away from home during his 6 years of schooling. Oh, but let us move on from this topic and discuss you all. Just as Qinshu Jinyue began discreetly searching for Shikamaru's figure, perhaps sensing his laughter and feeling somewhat embarrassed, Nara Shikahisa unexpectedly changed the subject. Before returning home from work, Lord Hokage summoned me and mentioned your situation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Qinshu Jinyue and the others became serious. After all, the matter of him leading the 9th class in the future, in a strict sense, is tantamount to declaring that Nara Shikaku has gracefully stepped down, and unless extraordinary circumstances arise, it is highly likely that he will no longer accompany them on missions. There is no need to be overly sorrowful, as this is not a farewell that precludes future meetings. Nara Shikaku, sensing the weight in their hearts, maintained an optimistic demeanor, expressing genuine happiness for their achievements at such a young age. Frankly speaking, since the establishment of the 9th class, my role has been rather minimal, and one might even say I have merely been an observer. Teacher, allow me to speak first, Nara Shikaku interrupted his students for the first time. Usually known for his leisurely pace. You are all intelligent children. You must have already comprehended the significance of Hokage-sama's formation of the 9th class. Seeing the three of them nod silently, Nara Shikaku smiled slightly. The long-standing conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans is well known to you, so I shall not elaborate further. For the internal affairs of Konoha village at present, the most pressing issue is to bridge the gap between the Uchiha and the villagers. Due to certain past grievances, a significant number of the village's higher-ups harbor animosity towards the Uchiha, which indirectly influences other ninjas and many ordinary villagers. The Uchiha, feeling marginalized by the upper echelons in various matters, have grown increasingly impatient to alter this status quo, even allowing this discontent to seep into the daily operations of the police force. The outcome is evident. Such actions only serve to widen the rift between the Uchiha and the villagers. Having said that, Nara Shikaku paused momentarily, perhaps instinctively allowing his students a moment for reflection. After a while, he continued with a smile. I have always believed that Hokage-sama's intent in establishing this class was not merely for you to undertake tasks, but rather to affirm your existence's significance. Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, what Hokage-sama envisions is for everyone to see that by setting aside the grievances of the old era, even clans that once stood opposed can forge bonds of camaraderie and mutual consideration. Therefore, grow and thrive, children, before your era dawns. Both Hokage-sama and we adults who share the same ideals will be your unwavering support. Chapter 173, The Joy of Cultivating in Another World, December 27th. What began as an ordinary day transformed into one of great significance for the Hyuga clan upon Hinata's birth. In the home of the Arama clan, the head, Arama Tsongyun, called out, Yakumo, are you not ready yet? The time agreed upon with Lord Jinyue is fast approaching. I'll be ready shortly. Inside the room, Arama Yakumo stood before a mirror, the bed strewn with an array of garments. Ultimately, she chose a snug outfit for ease of movement over the vibrant, elaborate clothes. Gazing at her reflection, she felt an exhilarating joy at her poised appearance, especially with the polished Konoha ninja headband gleaming on her forehead. After years of struggle, the frail girl who once seemed beyond saving could now proudly wear this emblem of her ninja identity. Although today was not a formal mission, she had been told that all former members of the 9th class would attend the birthday celebration of the Hyuga clan's young lady, and thus, she was eager to make her debut as the new member. Indeed, with the submission of Arama Yakumo's ninja registration form, the new 9th class was officially formed, with Senju Jinyue assuming the role of interim captain. Once fully dressed, she performed a final check before heading out, mentally reviewing the day's agenda. The Hyuga Princess's celebration? Although, in theory, the Arama clan is not inferior to the Hyuga, Hinata is a princess, and I am also a cherished gem of the Arama clan. Our statuses are not vastly different. However, given the captain's request, and since this is my first appearance, it would be prudent to take it more seriously. With a determined nod to herself, she flung open the door and dashed outside. Father, mother, I'm off to meet the captain. Wait, at least finish your breakfast. Her parents' voices trailed off as she sprinted away. Observing his daughter's hasty departure, Aramat Songyun's expression soured, and he turned to his wife to express his grievances. It's all your fault for rushing her. What harm would it have done to let her captain wait a moment? Now, our dear girl has gone without her meal. What if she gets hungry? What do you mean? His wife retorted, not yielding to his complaint. Wasn't it you who fretted over her health and wished for her to play with other children? On the day when Lord Jinyue cured her illness, who was it that celebrated with tears and laughter? Now that Yakumo is finally vibrant and fulfilling her dream of becoming a ninja, you're back to your old complaints. How is it fair for you to voice both good and bad? Stunned by her onslaught, Aramat Songyun found himself at a loss. As a father, how could he not feel gratified by his daughter's transformation from a frail, introverted child to a healthy, cheerful young woman? Yet, the reality was that she was his cherished daughter, a treasure he had nurtured with utmost care, and now she was joyfully leaping into another man's world. In the village square, Arama Yakumo hurriedly made her way to the designated meeting spot, arriving just in time. Upon her arrival, she noticed that Senju Jinyue and the others had clearly been waiting for a while. Blushing, she quickly apologized for her tardiness. I'm so sorry, Captain, for being late. It's all right. We merely arrived early, Senju Jinyue replied, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he regarded the capable young girl before him. After all, in a previous life, she had often been compared to Itachi Tsukuyami. In the original storyline, her most significant drawback had been her frail constitution. Now, thanks to his guidance and her relentless efforts, she had evolved from a sickly child into a martial arts prodigy. What heights could Arama Yakumo achieve? Now unburdened by physical limitations and able to control her senses? As the birthday celebration commenced around noon, the timing of attendance typically fell to the invited guests. Thus, when the 4 members of the 9th class arrived punctually, they spotted the figures of small pigs, deer, butterflies, and spiders lingering at the entrance. Ino Choji. Jinyue Gij turned around, and Jingya and Dingxi immediately exclaimed with delight. Shikamaru, on the other hand, transitioned from a state of utter boredom to one of lamentable existence in a mere second. Oh, Xiaoying is here too, he said with a smile as he walked over to the 4 children, completely disregarding Shikamaru's resistance and the series of impatient warning glances he shot his way. He playfully ruffled the pineapple-shaped hairstyle of one of the children and inquired, "What are you doing here? Where are the adults?" "They went in first," Shikamaru replied, unwilling to engage in conversation, while Dingxi struggled for words, and Xiaoying, being practically a complete newcomer, was not well acquainted with anyone. Ultimately, it was only Jingya who eagerly approached, grabbing Qinsho Jinyue's arm as she replied. "We heard from the adults that the main character won't make an appearance until the banquet begins. We didn't want to play with the other children, so we came out first to wait until it starts." Qinsho Jinyue nodded with a smile and glanced around, soon discovering that besides Shikamaru and the others, there were indeed several children who clearly did not belong to the Hyuga clan lingering outside. It was a rather simple question, one he certainly could have pondered, but he asked merely to strike up a conversation with the children. It was not meant to belittle Hinata, rather. It was as previously stated, while the individual prowess of the Nara clan may be slightly inferior to that of the Hyuga clan, the combination of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi formed a formidable trio. Together, they may not surpass the Hyuga clan significantly, but they were undeniably strong. Additionally, with the backing of the staunch Hokage faction, there was no real need for Nara, Kakazu, and the other contemporary clan heads to attend such events personally, even considering their amicable relationship with the Hyuga clan. So why, then, did they personally come today? This question hardly needed asking. Recalling what Nara Kakuzu had said to him during a visit a week prior, and observing the unexpected camaraderie between Tsuchigumo Xiaoying and Kuruma Yagumo, the answer became evident. They were undoubtedly leveraging their influence to support students embarking on their careers. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of using this opportunity to disseminate news about Tsuchigumo Xiaoying. firmly establishing the notion that forbidden techniques had indeed fallen into the hands of Konohagakure. Chapter 174. The Adult with Fish Lips, Hinata Dano. Hinata Dano. As the banquet commenced amidst the cheers of numerous relatives and friends whose origins were a mystery, they finally beheld Hinata being led out of the house by Hyuga Hizashi. Upon her appearance, a chorus of gasps erupted from the assembled guests. So adorable. Indeed, Hinata Dano is simply stunning. Is that really Hinata? Even Shinsho Jinue was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Adorable? Exquisite. Having always disdained the garish style typical of the neon aesthetic, he had braced himself for a rather overwhelming display. Yet, to his astonishment, Hinata emerged without the customary pale face and bright red lips, devoid of any ornate hairpieces. Instead, she had opted for a simple yet elegant look that surpassed all expectations. "Welcome, everyone, to my daughter S. Hyuga Hizashi," began eloquently at the head of the table. While Hinata, clearly a bit nervous being the center of attention, visibly brightened upon spotting Shinsho Jinue. Then came the various proceedings. Unlike the birthdays of his previous life, which entailed blowing out candles and eating cake or maybe a karaoke session, this world's celebrations were typically quite formal and elaborate, especially considering the esteemed status of the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter. Thus, he witnessed a plethora of curious customs. However, the event was undeniably tedious. "Hinata Dano, this is a gift I have carefully selected for you." Finally, once all the intricate steps had been completed, Hyuga Hizashi descended with Hinata to mingle with the guests. And the children from various families began presenting their prepared birthday gifts. Some offered local specialties, others presented jewelry, and some even donated paintings and calligraphy. Most of the children stepping forward were around Hinata's age, ranging from young ones to teenagers. Some were absent-minded, while others, upon seeing Hinata, lit up with excitement and attempted to take her hand in a gesture of respect. Fortunately, Hinata's shy nature prevailed, and she resolutely clutched her small hands tightly, ignoring the unruly children. As for those who were turned away, despite the embarrassment, how many dared to confront Hyuga Hizashi over such trivial matters? The variety of gifts clearly indicated that few had journeyed this far solely to celebrate Hinata's birthday. Thankfully, the relatives were relatively normal, and he did not spot any gifts akin to dumbbells or spandex suits, as had been the case with Lee and Mike Guy. "Happy birthday, Miss Hinata." After greeting countless relatives with their myriad intentions, Hyuga Hizashi finally brought Hinata over to where Shinsho Jinue and the others were gathered. The first to offer congratulations was Izumi. Though she did not often converse with Hinata, her connection through their teammates made them not entirely strangers. Thus, her gift, while not extravagant, was thoughtfully chosen. A beautiful stationery box, perfectly timed for Hinata's upcoming school enrollment, making it both practical and fitting. "Thank you," Hinata said, accepting the stationery box with both hands, her smile bright and genuine. Perhaps it was being near Shinsho Jinue or the familiarity of this group that eased her demeanor, as she appeared much more relaxed now, her smile appearing far more natural. As the focus of the gathering, the guests' attention mostly followed Hyuga Hizashi's movements. And when they observed this scene, murmurs of surprise rippled through many attendees. "Wait, is that true? This is a joke, right? How could a Uchiha be attending a Hyuga banquet? Is Konoha undergoing a transformation?" The audacity of wearing clothing adorned with the clan emblem raised eyebrows. Who is that little girl? In an instant, the gazes of those who knew and those who were unaware alike shifted to Izumi, who was conversing with Hinata, while some began to exhibit glimmers of intrigue, seemingly contemplating something significant. Lady Hinata, followed by Hyuga Takuma, who presented a white plush toy, which could only be described as quite standard. "Hinata, happy birthday." Then came Shikamaru, Dingtsi, and Jingya, who presented gifts of medicinal wine made from deer antlers, a high-end restaurant voucher, and a meticulously arranged bouquet of flowers, respectively. Given their ages, they were not obliged to bring gifts, but their parents had come as well, serving as stand-ins for the adults. Finally, it was Shinsho Jinue's turn. Nara Kakazu, Akimichi Choza, and the other adults, along with Hyuga Takuma and Shikamaru, all cast curious glances his way, not out of impatience, but rather to see what he had prepared, given the evident special treatment he received from Hinata. Even Hyuga Hizashi turned to look at him with unabashed curiosity. In that moment, the actions of these key figures drew the attention of nearly everyone present. Shinsho Jinue felt overwhelmed. It was merely a gift. Did it warrant such attention? Especially from you, Izumi. I haven't even produced my gift yet. What does that smirk on your face mean? Men truly have it tough. Then, under the watchful gaze of everyone present, Qinshu Jinyue gradually retrieved a small silver shell suspended by a fine string from his pocket. In an instant, the entire venue was filled with expressions of bewilderment. Are you jesting, young lad? Do you comprehend who stands before you? This is none other than the princess of the Hyuga clan, and you present such a meager gift? Without even the slightest semblance of packaging? Cough. This is my special creation, he replied. Just as many in attendance could no longer suppress their laughter, Qinshu Jinyue unveiled the silver shell, revealing a transparent ice crystal within. To be fair, this shell was indeed diminutive, roughly the size of Hinata's fingertip. He then softly explained, just as he had when gifting Yakura, this ice crystal contains a portion of my chakra and ice release technique. In times of peril, by channeling your chakra into it, you may summon one of my shadow clones. Oh, Hyuga Hizashi, who had been preparing to assume a menacing demeanor, suddenly adopted a much more serious expression upon hearing this. It was the first time he had encountered such a unique method of summoning clones. Should its effectiveness prove true, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that this necklace serves as a personal safeguard akin to that of a jonin. Though he had not personally verified Qinshu Jinyue's current prowess, being recognized by the third Hokage as a suitable replacement for Nara Shikaku, who was even willing to rally his family to support him, was more than sufficient to instill confidence in Jinyue's abilities. Furthermore, he had already witnessed that evening how this child held a peculiar regard and concern for Hinata, dispelling any doubts about the sincerity behind this gift. With that thought, Hyuga Hizashi solemnly accepted the necklace and proceeded to place it around Hinata's neck. This gesture, of course, immediately sparked confusion among numerous friends and family present. However, Hyuga Hizashi did not entertain any explanations or justifications, instead adopting a much more amiable demeanor when conversing with Nara Shikaku. Beside him, Izumi observed with a cold gaze, thinking to herself how foolish the adults were, believing they had gained something. Chapter 175. Patrol mission. Your mission this time is to patrol the borders, expelling any foreign ninja forces and combatants. Inside the Hokage's office, after several days of acclimatization, the birthday of the Hyuga clan's young lady had passed, and the new Team 9 was finally ready to resume their normal task assignments. Their first mission was assigned by the third Hokage to conduct patrols along the border. The old man explained, since the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, despite whatever internal sentiments may linger, all villages have at least maintained a facade of amicable relations. However, recent reports have indicated that certain villages are engaging in unusual clandestine exchanges, jeopardizing the fragile peace we have achieved. Of course, the aforementioned was merely a highly official statement. The true implication that the third Hokage wished to convey was, reliable sources indicated that the Sand Village, historically at odds with the Mist Village, had inexplicably begun secretive communications with certain unstable factions within, seemingly advancing some ulterior motives. The current peace is tenuously upheld by the mutual restraint among the 5 great ninja villages. The third Hokage's expression grew grave as he elaborated. Should 2 of these villages form an unspoken agreement akin to a defensive alliance, the hard-won peace could swiftly unravel, plunging us back into strife. I have no desire to discern whether an individual or the entire Sand Village leadership, spearheaded by the Kazekage, is behind these machinations. In any case, your task is clear. Under no circumstances may any individual from the Mist Village cross into the territory of the Land of Fire. Understood. For youthful voices, tinged with a hint of naivety, replied in unison. Without delay, Team 9, led by Qinshu Jinyue, swiftly departed. Once outside the Hokage building, he spoke softly yet earnestly to the other 3. Return and make your final preparations. We will gather at the village's main gate in 1 hour. Yes. As the words left his lips, 3 figures vanished using the body flicker technique, each heading in a different direction. Standing still, he surveyed his surroundings. He harbored no concerns for Izumi and Hyuga Takuma. His primary focus was on Aramabayun. If this had been when they first met, he would have been more cautious regarding the allotted time. However, the frail child he had once known had long since vanished, now transformed into a robust practitioner of physical arts. Thus, he believed that an hour's time would suffice. Captain. A little while later, Hyuga Takuma was the last to arrive. While it was said to be an hour, in reality, it had been less than 40 minutes since all 4 had gathered. Very well, Qinshu Jinyue acknowledged with a nod, then took a moment to assess the attire of his teammates. Aside from himself, Izumi and Hyuga Takuma were clad in standard ninja combat gear, while the youngest, Arama Bayun, sported an overstuffed combat pack and a headband polished to a gleaming shine. Let us proceed. Having reiterated the necessary instructions multiple times in the preceding days, Shinsho Jinue signed his name in the gatekeeper's log and promptly led his team out. Although the mission was labeled as a patrol, there remained a significant likelihood of encountering envoys from the Mist Village en route to the Sand Village. Within the dense forest outside the village, the force swiftly navigated among the tree trunks while conversing. Though the Hokage did not outline a specific patrol route, I believe our primary focus should remain on areas where the Mist Village might land, as well as locations through which they could enter the Wind Country after traversing the Land of Fire. As they sped through the treetops, the other three nodded in understanding. Even without verbal acknowledgement, they then discussed their responses should they encounter any situations. My abilities allow me to detect enemies from great distances. However, I hope each of you can also enhance your skills through this mission. Therefore, once I ascertain the enemy's position, Takuma will take over the reconnaissance duties, while Izumi serves as the primary combat force, ready to react as the situation dictates. Understood. And you, Bayun? He turned to the eager Arama Bayun. Your Jinjutsu is a legacy passed down through generations. None alive today can truly grasp your abilities. Thus, my expectation for you on this, your first mission, is to coordinate appropriately with the actions of the other two once we approach the enemy. Whether through interference or direct attack, feel free to experiment boldly. I assure you, I will not allow anyone to harm you while you are by my side. Yes. Listening to the youthful yet fervent response, both Hyuga Takuma and Izumi could not help but chuckle softly. Truthfully, it was not just Arama Bayun who felt exhilarated. They too were filled with anticipation. After all, they had always operated under the protection of Nara Shikaku, feeling a sense of security no matter the task at hand. This time was different. Though Shinsho Jinue's strength was formidable, they had grown up alongside him, making this their first truly independent mission, one that involved expelling enemy ninja, an endeavor both tense and exhilarating. After conveying the essential information, the four figures began to traverse the forest at full speed, their movements silent and swift. The journey of a ninja is undoubtedly tedious. However, the motivation of a mission imbued a sense of anticipation amidst the monotony. As Shinsho Jinue and his companions hastened toward the coastline of the Land of Fire, in the nearby woods of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke was pondering his brother's whereabouts. In the tranquil forest, he searched while softly murmuring to himself. Hidden behind a tree, Itachi gazed affectionately at his younger brother, cherishing the innocent aura that emanated from Sasuke as he matured, a subtle smile forming on his lips, one rarely seen by outsiders. The game of hide-and-seek was merely a playful diversion for Itachi. However, witnessing Sasuke's earnest concentration transformed this amusement into a serious competition in his eyes. This thought sparked a playful desire within Itachi to tease his brother. Although he recognized the childishness of such an impulse, he endeavored to conceal his chakra and presence as much as possible. In truth, he had not even removed his shoes after the day's mission before being summoned to this place by his eagerly awaiting brother. As Sasuke was on the brink of entering the Ninja Academy, having grown up under the praise of their father for his older brother, he felt an intense drive to accumulate ninja skills before enrollment. Itachi found his reliable brother utterly endearing. To be honest, he was surprised by the depth of his affection for Sasuke, having developed an awareness distinct from that of his peers at a young age. Itachi's childhood was devoid of the joys of youth. Thus, when Sasuke was born, he never felt that his parents' affection was being usurped. Instead, he felt sheer joy at the arrival of a blood relative who looked up to him unconditionally. The desire to make Sasuke proud became a powerful motivator for his own advancement. "Brother," Sasuke suddenly shouted, a hint of impatience lacing his voice. "You're impossible." Itachi, noticing his brother's growing anxiety, murmured quietly, as if speaking directly to Sasuke. He then released a slight amount of chakra. Sasuke, who had been anxiously scanning his surroundings, suddenly froze, his body shaking slightly. He sensed his brother's presence. As he watched Sasuke stride confidently toward him, Itachi's smile widened. Such a subtle fluctuation in chakra would go unnoticed by an ordinary child, yet Sasuke could perceive it distinctly. The closer he drew to Itachi, the more buoyant his steps became. Even as his feet crunched on the pile of dry leaves beneath him, he made no sound, a testament to his remarkable talent as a ninja. With such skills, he would surely not be outmatched by older students upon entering the academy. I found you. Upon rounding a tree trunk and spotting his brother crouched behind it, Sasuke's face lit up with a triumphant grin. Really? But as soon as he spoke, Itachi transformed into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Ah, how despicable, brother! Sasuke exclaimed, his momentary excitement crushed. As he looked up, he discovered Itachi seated on a branch above, looking down at him. Ah! Itachi chuckled at Sasuke's astonished expression. Brother, Sasuke murmured, the earlier confidence evaporating as he stood dazed. Gazing up at Itachi, he had intended to find his brother on his own, yet his unintentional actions had led him to succeed. This unexpected outcome left him in a state of confusion, unsure whether to feel joy or disappointment. You found me, Itachi said, maintaining his smile as he gracefully leapt down from the branch to stand before his astonished brother. Using shadow clones is so sneaky. Sasuke finally regained his composure. Pouting in complaint, Itachi, beaming down at him, felt a wave of nostalgia as he marveled at how much his brother had grown. It seemed like just yesterday that Sasuke was a small child crawling on the ground, and now he had grown taller than Itachi's waist. Your ability to sense my chakra is impressive. I will soon be entering the ninja academy, so of course, I can manage this small feat, Sasuke replied confidently. Oh, is that so? Is it really so easy? Itachi asked, his smile warm as he regarded his brother. In truth, he believed Sasuke had not noticed that the chakra fluctuation he had revealed was so minuscule that an ordinary child would not perceive it. Itachi deliberately refrained from praising Sasuke, for he believed that taking accomplishments for granted was not entirely a negative trait. A person who always considers themselves exceptional may unknowingly become complacent, whereas someone who feels that they should achieve certain things recognizes their own areas for improvement. Such individuals are often those who strive forward, and Itachi did not want to hinder Sasuke's progress with mere compliments. As he pondered this, a phrase spoken by Shirzue echoed in his mind. You do not blame your fate on the circumstances of the Uchiha clan, nor do you give up. He did not want Sasuke to relinquish his destiny, nor did he wish for him to be shackled by the burdens of their clan. Sasuke would undoubtedly be fine. He possessed an innocent romanticism that Itachi lacked, and the dark aura described by Danzo did not manifest on his brother's face. Itachi believed that Sasuke would surpass him. If it's you, I'd be more than happy to be surpassed. Although he had never expressed it, Itachi was actually someone who despised losing more than anyone else. Otherwise, he would not have become a ninja at merely 11 years old, with hopes placed upon him to join the Umbu. Ah, so this is where you are. A cheerful voice suddenly broke through, causing both Itachi and Sasuke to turn. You're back. Itachi's eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomer. Shirzue, he said with a smile as Shirzue approached and ruffled Sasuke's hair, only to be met with Sasuke shaking his head in protest. All right, Sasuke, that will be enough for today. Itachi nodded slightly to Shirzue, suppressing his excitement. Play with me one more time, brother, Sasuke implored, clearly unsatisfied with the brief encounter. However, Itachi merely waved him off with a smile, prompting Sasuke to obediently take a few steps forward. Forgive me, Sasuke. Two fingers gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. Ow, that hurts, Sasuke complained, covering his forehead with a disgruntled expression. This sequence of actions had occurred several times before. Yet, every time, Sasuke would dutifully approach to receive the tap. Sasuke's unwavering trust in him brought Itachi a sense of peace, one that he could only find in moments spent with his brother. Assassination? Upon hearing Itachi's words, Shirzue murmured to himself, as if seeking confirmation. Upon returning from his mission, he noticed Itachi's message. Without even setting down his equipment, he hurried over and indeed heard an astonishing piece of news. As a trial for joining the Umbu, Itachi must execute a perfect assassination of a ninja who betrayed the village, a member of the Umbu named Shao Rihyo. When he suggested that I bring my most trusted companion, you immediately came to mind. Shirzue nodded solemnly. It was clear that Shao Rihyo was a formidable ninja. Although you are not affiliated with the Umbu, I understand that it is inappropriate to entrust you with this matter. However, I am unfamiliar with the Umbu members and cannot ask anyone else to participate in this mission. Upon hearing his friend's words, Shirzue couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that he was indeed a person not particularly skilled in social interactions. Shao Rihyo hails from the distant branch of the Hyuga clan, having split from the main family generations ago, which explains the absence of Byakugan records in the documents. It is surprising that he has connections to Kirigakure. What kind of person is Xiao Rihyo Mujia? He is, to put it simply, an exceptionally strong and capable individual whom the Hokage trusts greatly, often accompanying dignitaries in secret as an Umbu member. Hearing this, Itachi was momentarily taken aback. If that was the case, he must have been present during the attack by the masked man, for Itachi distinctly remembered Kakashi mentioning that other Umbu members had fallen under Genjutsu, and he had arrived late to assist in breaking the illusion. With this thought, Itachi couldn't help but ask, "Have you heard that he struggles with Genjutsu? I have never discussed the weaknesses of my comrades in the village." As soon as the words left his mouth, Itachi regretted asking such a foolish question. However, "I do know what he excels at." Shursui raised his gaze to meet Itachi's, declaring that his greatest strength lies in taijutsu. Itachi had somewhat anticipated this, considering that one of Izumi's teammates belonged to the Hyuga clan. Although the gentle fist is a secret technique of the Hyuga, it is not surprising that the branch family of the Xiao Rihyo would inherit a portion of it. Is he skilled in gentle fist? Indeed. If I can keep him at a distance, I will have the advantage. Shursui nodded confidently, appearing to have already begun devising a hypothetical battle plan in his mind. "Are you willing to accompany me?" "Of course." Shursui smiled, lightly punching Itachi's chest. "Aside from me, you have no one else to rely on, do you?" Itachi stated that by joining the Umbu, one could gain access to the village's inner workings, thus making you irreplaceable to the Uchiha clan. Both Shursui and Itachi shared the same ambition. They would risk their lives for the peace of their clan. The atmosphere at the clan meeting had grown increasingly dire. Though they were aware that someone was instigating discord, the unfair treatment of their clan by the village was an undeniable fact. This was the most troubling aspect for the two of them. The only Umbu member from the Uchiha clan, Shursui was correct. Itachi would undoubtedly become an irreplaceable figure within the clan. If it were you, even becoming Hokage would not be a problem. Shursui's smile was filled with encouragement and trust. "I believe you can become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan, completely severing the ties between the village and the Uchiha." Itachi's heart suddenly began to race. Becoming Hokage, a dream he had never shared with another soul. He feared that uttering it aloud would cause the dream to vanish, which is why he had never mentioned it to anyone. Yet today he heard those words from his friend, and a wave of emotions, surprise, joy, and gratitude flooded through him. "Shursui, trust me, I will always be your good friend. I also look forward to seeing how far you will grow." Chapter 177, Encounter Battle. Disguise is an essential skill for ninjas carrying out infiltration missions. At the border of the Land of Fire, within a forest bordering the Land of Rivers, a caravan consisting of over a dozen traveling merchants was slowly making its way towards the Land of Rivers. Meanwhile, 3 members of Senju Shingetsu were on alert from a tree 3 kilometers away, occasionally glancing at Hyuga Takuma, who was using Byakugan for reconnaissance. Although he possessed extensive scouting capabilities, anyone dispatched by the higher-ups of Kirigakure to liaise between the two countries was unlikely to be dim-witted. Thus, after more than half a month of searching along the border, Team 9 finally discovered this unusual merchant group. The captain's instincts proved correct. After a while, Hyuga Takuma closed his Byakugan and informed the other 3. The merchant group consists of 15 individuals, and based on their chakra levels, there are at least 3 Jonin, with the rest being at least Chunin level. Such a force would be considerable even within Konohagakure, making it evident that they could not possibly be genuine merchants. While speaking, Hyuga Takuma's expression was somewhat serious, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of anticipation and eagerness in his eyes. Expulsion and annihilation of enemy ninja forces. This task is far more exhilarating than previous trivial ones. As for the so-called peace era that forbids mutual attacks, nonsense. That only applies if you openly declare your identity. In a covert situation like this, who knows who you truly are or what your intentions might be? In summary, within the borders of the Land of Fire, any ninja activity not reported to Konoha can be regarded as an invasion. At least 3 Jonin and 12 Chunin? Senju Shingetsu pondered for a moment. He had no doubts about Hyuga Takuma's assessment, but considering the enemy's combat strength, it would be somewhat arrogant to charge in recklessly. After some thought, he ultimately decided to take the initiative, as he wanted to provide his teammates with practical training opportunities rather than recklessly handing them over as sacrifices. At the very least, they needed to reduce the enemy's numerical advantage. With this in mind, he immediately shared his plan, and after receiving the agreement of his teammates, the 4 quickly increased their pace, silently closing in to within about 100 meters of the enemy. silently signaling to the three teammates. And once confirming that everyone understood their responsibilities, Senju Shingetsu formed hand seals with one hand, directing his mental energy upward into the sky. A cool breeze swept through the merchant caravan, causing the three jonin positioned at the front, middle, and rear of the group to simultaneously lift their heads. Suddenly jolted into alertness. Enemy attack. Water release. Water formation wall. Accompanied by a jonin's shout. Two massive walls of water appeared almost simultaneously at the center and rear of the caravan. The remaining chunin, though largely still bewildered by the unfolding events, instinctively activated their body flicker technique to evade, having been trained to obey orders for so long. Just as these chunin moved, countless transparent ice shards rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. The sound of ice shards slicing through the air, the noise of them colliding upon hitting the ground, and the anguished screams of the chunin who could not escape in time, pierced by sharp ice shards measuring several dozen centimeters. And this was not the end. With a deafening sound of air being split, massive ice walls continued to crash down. In the blink of an eye, a deafening roar and tremor engulfed the surroundings, causing the once cohesive Wuyin team to be abruptly divided by towering walls of ice. Alarmed by this sudden development, the seasoned jonin who had previously issued a warning exclaimed in shock, then swiftly leaped atop the ice wall, shouting, "Everyone, gather here immediately. Do not allow the enemy to pick us off one by one." His extensive battlefield experience enabled him to discern Senju Jinyue's intentions at a mere glance. However, as he fervently prayed for his subordinates to suffer minimal casualties, a sharp, piercing bird call suddenly pierced the air. Just a few meters ahead, behind an ice wall, a flicker of electric light was visible, even in daylight. Suddenly, the water barrier conjured by his teammate dissipated with a crash. Though uncertain of the situation, the Wuyin jonin instinctively sensed impending doom. After all, he was still a jonin. Yet, as he leaped onto a nearby ice wall, he was met with a sight that threatened to shatter his composure. Below, a diminutive girl was slowly withdrawing her right hand from the chest of her fallen comrade. A chill ran down the spine of the Wuyin jonin at this revelation. Had she just slain a fellow jonin in a single strike? Furthermore, it appeared that her victim had not even made an attempt to retaliate. Who exactly was this girl? The moment she released her grip, the comrade collapsed limply to the ground, though not yet lifeless. It was evident that his time was fleeting, merely seconds remaining. This attire unmistakably bore the insignia of Konoha's Sharingan. With no time to dwell on the inevitable demise of the burden, the jonin watched as the girl slowly raised her gaze. The moment their eyes locked, an alarm bell resonated within him, sensing an overwhelming threat. Despite her apparent youth, those eyes rendered her far from inconsequential. Coupled with the earlier inexplicable electric flashes and the shrill bird calls, it was clear that such a young individual, capable of effortlessly dispatching a teammate, was undoubtedly a prodigy meticulously nurtured by the Uchiha clan. At that moment, another teammate's ninjutsu abruptly faltered, cursing under his breath. The jonin glanced towards the source of the sound, anxious to ascertain the condition of the other teammate. Over a dozen seconds had elapsed since he signaled, yet not a single subordinate had arrived. It was abundantly clear that this mission was a complete failure. Resolute, he thought, at the very least, "I shall take one of you with me." With that, the Wuyin jonin hurled several shurikens into the fray, swiftly forming hand seals for his jutsu, Suiton, Mizukiri no Jutsu. As chakra surged forth, the surrounding space was enveloped in a thick white mist. Below, the girl named Quan effortlessly evaded the shurikens, displaying no signs of panic at the sudden fog. Even contemplating a mocking remark, it appears that outsiders are indeed preoccupied with the reputation of the Sharingan for copying and jinjutsu, while overlooking the far more advantageous perceptive abilities that I possess, being adept in taijutsu. Chapter 178. Each battle, although the means by which they discovered their presence remained a mystery, it was no longer of consequence. Within the dense mist, the voice of the Wuyin jonin echoed, fluctuating in proximity, seemingly intended to instill psychological pressure upon his adversary. At your young age, to possess such strength, you must be an exceptional talent within the Uchiha clan. Killing you here would surely inflict a painful blow to Konoha. However, Quan remained unfazed by his psychological tactics, calmly drawing her dual crescent blades into an offensive stance. Her crimson eyes glimmered ominously through the mist, impervious to his attempts at intimidation or diversion. The jonin, observing this, felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He had anticipated that youthful warriors were often driven by pride and impulsiveness, which was why he aimed to provoke her into losing her composure, allowing him to strike from the shadows. Yet, this encounter revealed that the Konoha girl possessed an impressive fortitude of character. With no other recourse, he resolved to confront her directly. Though facing a renowned Uchiha, he was still a jonin and would not falter before a child. Without a whisper, a shuriken appeared menacingly before Quan's throat. Yet, just as the blade threatened to pierce her skin, it was abruptly redirected upwards. The clash of weaponry resounded as her crescent blade met the shuriken. And in that fleeting moment, the jonin astutely noted her keen combat intuition as she simultaneously thrust her weapon toward his flank. Such sharp instincts. Despite the life-and-death struggle, he couldn't help but admire her dual offensive maneuver. Not only did she perceive the trajectory of his attack instantaneously, but she also managed to counterattack while defending herself. Though he was not a bloodthirsty maniac, the realization that she was a Konoha genius made her excellence all the more compelling. The significance of eliminating her only increased. With that thought, the cold glint in his eyes intensified as he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing into the mist. In that instant, Quan's weapon sliced through the air where he had just stood. Feeling the absence of his presence behind her, she experienced a fleeting sense of disappointment. However, she took solace in the fact that her initial strike had yielded results. The enemy was now wary of her, and attempting another decisive blow would be presumptuous. Disregarding the prowess of the Wuin Jonin. Fortunately, during their recent missions, Senju Jinhua had diligently dissected and explained the common combat styles employed by the Wuin village, instilling confidence in Quan as she faced an established jonin, despite her status as a chunin. Even if she were to falter, she knew that her companion would come to her aid. To speak somewhat disrespectfully, the moment they were identified by Hyuga Tokumian, the fate of these Wuin warriors was sealed. They were destined to become mere practice dummies. Taking a steady breath, Quan focused intently, gripping her crescent blades once more as she resumed her combat stance. Jonin were not mere weeds to be disregarded. She hoped to seize every rare opportunity to facilitate her growth and expedite her ability to assist him in accomplishing his aspirations. Otherwise, every time he spoke of his ambitions, she would be left with a feeling of annoyance, hearing only yet song, yet song. Meanwhile, in another section of the battlefield, divided by ice walls, Hyuga Tokumian was engaged in a fierce pursuit against another jonin. Shuriken and kunai flew toward him in relentless succession, but with his Byakugan, he could see his opponent attempting to distance himself. Unfortunately, the thick mist could not obscure his vision, no matter which direction the enemy evaded. He could swiftly adjust his pursuit, choosing the most direct route to close the gap. Damn it, why did I have to run into a member of the Hyuga clan? In the thick fog, his opponent, a shinobi from the Hinata clan, muttered a fierce curse as he ran. If he were merely facing an ordinary adversary, even another jonin, he was confident he would not be in such a dire predicament. However, the issue lay in the fact that, from their brief exchange, he had already discerned that this ninjutsu-oriented jonin might not stand a chance against the youth before him in close combat. Thus, the moment the dense mist enveloped the area, he instinctively sought to conceal himself. First, to manipulate the mist to control visibility, then to employ psychological warfare through words, and finally, to execute a silent assassination technique. This was a traditional skill passed down in the Hidden Mist Village for countless years, remarkably effective. Yet, upon making his move, he realized the situation was far from simple. The youth had activated his Byakugan, tracking his every movement with unerring precision. This unexpected turn rendered his attempts at stealth futile. How could he possibly execute a silent assassination technique now? The current generation of young shinobi truly lacked martial ethics. On the other side, although Hinata Dijian possessed an undeniable advantage in visibility, he was still merely a young adolescent. Most importantly, unlike Izumi, he did not regularly consume various supplements to enhance his physique. To be frank, during his initial days post-graduation, he could hold his own against Izumi. But after years of training under Senju Shingetsu, Izumi had long surpassed him in physical prowess, with her combat capabilities now operating on an entirely different level. Thus, despite appearing to dominate the encounter and forcing his opponent into a state of retreat, only he understood that maintaining high-speed movement while utilizing the Byakugan was not sustainable for him in the long run. Observing his opponent employing shuriken and water-style techniques, evading at such a high frequency without showing any signs of fatigue for several minutes, Hinata Dijian could not help but furrow his brow in contemplation, ultimately gritting his teeth in determination to go all in. He had to take a gamble. After all, he had someone backing him up. Losing in battle was preferable to being dragged down by his opponent. With that thought, Hinata Dijian wasted no time, channeling a surge of chakra into his feet. In an instant, he appeared before his opponent, who was momentarily distracted. With a slight crouch and arms spread wide in a preparatory stance, his Byakugan flared, veins bulging as he locked onto his opponent, ready to unleash the gentle fist technique. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms. With a sharp clap, his chakra-infused hand struck his opponent at a blistering speed, the agony of chakra entering their body causing them to convulse as if electrocuted. 4 palms. Clap, clap, clap. 8 palms. Clap. 16, 32, 64. After a complete set of strikes, his opponent crumpled to the ground like a leaf in the wind, their eyes devoid of consciousness. Panting heavily from the rapid succession of attacks, Hinata Dijian felt the toll it took on him. Even his Byakugan involuntarily deactivated as he sought to recover his stamina. This was not due to a lack of growth in his abilities, but akin to a sprinter who, no matter how fit, would experience fatigue after a full-speed run. The benefit of having someone reliable behind him was evident, had it not been for the formidable presence of Senju Shingetsu observing. He would never have dared to fight so recklessly. After calming his breath, he secured the unconscious opponent with ropes, ensuring they could not escape even if they regained consciousness. Before turning his attention to the other battlefields, Byakugan, his first focus was naturally on Izumi's situation. Whether out of concern for his teammate or a sense of rivalry was something only he knew. Through several obstructing ice walls, his Byakugan allowed him to clearly observe Izumi's weapons, which were imbued with sharp chakra, while her opponent wielded a kunai that had already developed cracks, relentlessly attacking her. However, each time they neared success, Izumi's twin moons forced them back. The hidden mist Jonin was frustrated by the situation. But Izumi's twin moons were crafted from expensive chakra metal, far superior in chakra transmission compared to his standard kunai. Damn it! Who do they think they are just because they have money? This high-ranking Jonin, who had never realized the true value of wealth, was now acutely aware of the lethal power of currency. Particularly upon hearing the anguished cries of his comrades, his urgency increased, causing his actions to grow increasingly erratic. Seizing an opportunity, Izumi unleashed a flurry of strikes on the kunai, channeling wind chakra with each blow. Ding! The speed of her attacks was such that they produced a single sound despite 3 strikes. This time, the already fractured kunai could not escape its fate of breaking. Upon witnessing this, the hidden mist Jonin promptly discarded the kunai, leaping back to create distance, all the while remaining vigilant against Izumi and cautiously assessing his surroundings. Seeing this unfold, Hinata Dijian immediately understood that the opponent had lost their fighting spirit and was evidently contemplating an escape. He paid it no mind, refraining from intervening or alerting Izumi. After all, 2 individuals remained hidden in the trees nearby. If they could escape, it would indeed be a miracle. Having assessed that the situation here was stable, Hinata Dijian shifted his gaze to other areas, aside from these 3 Jonin. The Hidden Mist Village had several more Chunin accompanying them, although nearly half had been taken down during Senju Shingetsu's initial strike. He had observed some individuals standing around during the battle, yet he lacked the leisure to investigate their condition. Now, as he redirected his focus, he was startled to discover that the remaining Chunin had been divided into groups of 1, 2, and 3 by the ice walls. Most astonishingly, these Chunin stood frozen in place as if dazed while their superiors fought desperately. Was this the illusion technique of the Arima clan? Though they were teammates from the same class, this was his first encounter with Arima Yiyun's abilities. To control 7 Chunin simultaneously at under 7 years of age was a remarkable feat. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended the talent for Genjutsu that Senju Shingetsu had spoken of. Even Izumi, with her 3 Tomo Sharingan, had not achieved such recognition, highlighting the immense expectations and confidence placed in Arima Yiyun. Suddenly, within his Byakugan's range, he noticed the 2 isolated Chunin collapsing in succession. Alarmed, Hinata Dijian focused intently on one of them, only to be horrified to see the life signs of this Chunin rapidly fading. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20. Within less than half a minute, the heartbeats of the 2 fallen Chunin ceased entirely before his very eyes. In his quest for confirmation, he deliberately approached to verify the situation personally. only to discover that the two Chunin had not only ceased to exhibit signs of life, but their pupils had also dilated. Illusion? Illusion? Whose illusion could truly be lethal? If anyone had dared to utter such words to Hinata Tokumasa before today, he would have merely smiled faintly while mentally tagging them as delusional. Arima Bayun, a prodigy in illusion techniques, unconsciously clenched his fists in less than 5 minutes. His understanding of both his teammate and the concept of illusion had deepened remarkably. Silently, he turned his gaze back, and through his Byakugan, he observed the girl beside Senju Shingetsu, who was alternately resting her chin on her hand and making adjustments on her drawing board. Her every movement exuding the playful spirit of youth. Indeed, employing the surrounding environment to enhance the effectiveness of illusions proves far superior. Besides Senju Shingetsu, Arima Bayun was casually adding details to his drawing while casting admiring glances at him. On her drawing board, a sheet was divided into 4 quadrants. The left 2 sections depicted a single figure each, both of which were now pierced by ice spikes, lying motionless on the ground. The right 2 sections presented a more intricate scene, with 2 figures above and 3 below. The upper quadrant was suffused with frost and chill, half of the figures encased in ice. The lower quadrant remained untouched, with 3 figures merely standing there in a daze. Achieving this at such a young age indicates that the physical enhancement program over the past 2 years has yielded significant results. While dense fog can obstruct the vision of others, it posed no challenge for Senju Shingetsu, extending his mental energy. His visibility within the fog surpassed even the Byakugan of Hinata Tokumasa. Very well, the remaining individuals shall be preserved. He affectionately ruffled Arima Bayun's hair as a reward, assuring him that he would communicate his contributions to Lord Hokage, thus enhancing the weight of his credentials. Arima Bayun nodded, relishing the affection while vigorously embellishing the remaining 2 quadrants. Meanwhile, within Senju Shingetsu's perception, the remaining 5 Chunin rapidly succumbed to unconsciousness. Shifting his focus to the battlefield of Izumi, only one uninspired Jonin remained. With a series of subtle freezing sounds, dozens of slender, transparent ice needles materialized at the side of Senju Shingetsu's head. In the blink of an eye, these densely packed needles, infused with mental energy, achieved their optimal hardness and temperature. Go! As Izumi launched his attack, the ice needles vanished silently in an instant, and almost without delay. Numerous small punctures appeared on the body of the hidden mist Jonin. Before he could react with a scream, his entire being was encased in ice, transformed into a frozen statue. Chapter 180, all orchestrated by Danzo. In Konohagakure, within the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, one hand holding a pipe and the other engrossed in a note. After a prolonged moment, he finally took a long draw from his pipe, releasing a soft sigh. The note contained information from the interrogation department regarding the captives sent back by Senju Shingetsu from the Hidden Mist Village. Achieving such accomplishments on his first mission as a team leader genuinely filled the old man's heart with pride and joy. If there were any imperfections to note, it would be the lack of valuable information extracted from these captives. Even the 2 Jonin revealed only that their mission involved disguising themselves to enter the Land of Wind, with no further details. Of course, such situations are common in the intelligence exchanges between nations, and it could hardly be blamed on Team 9. After all, the primary focus of their mission was border patrol, and intercepting potential enemy ninjas was merely a supplementary objective. As for the purpose of these ninjas and the missions they bore, that was beyond their consideration. Now, integrating the mission report sent by Senju Shingetsu with the information at hand, the 3rd Hokage pondered. Either the crucial information lay with the deceased Jonin, or, knock, knock. Hokage-sama. Dan, before the guard outside could finish his report, Danzo, leaning on his cane, pushed open the door and entered. He halted, slightly turned to observe the embarrassed guard as he closed the door behind him, ensuring it was completely shut before approaching the desk. The Roots have received information. Glancing at the interrogation report on the desk, Danzo's gaze met the silent scrutiny of the 3rd Hokage, and in a low tone, he stated, the team of ninjas dispatched from the Hidden Mist Village was merely a facade. The true liaison task was assigned to others. The 3rd Hokage nodded silently, his expression betraying no surprise, as he had already considered this possibility. However, this revelation diminished the significance of the captives that the young man had so painstakingly secured. Even more troubling was the Hidden Mist Village's long-standing policy of leaving no captives alive, even if he wished to use these individuals to negotiate for hostages. He had no opportunity to do so. A headache. As the third Hokage's thoughts momentarily wandered, Danzo remained oblivious to his old friend's contemplations. He merely observed as his friend nodded solemnly following his statement, then fell into silence. After a brief pause, Danzo tapped his cane lightly, and when the Hokage met his gaze, he spoke. "Allow me to handle this matter. It is fortuitous." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage initially felt a twinge of confusion, but their years of mutual understanding quickly allowed him to grasp Danzo's implication. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slowly, acknowledging, "Very well. You always manage to think more meticulously than I do in these matters." With a nod, Danzo turned and departed, cane tapping rhythmically against the floor. Click. In the room, the third Hokage's gaze wandered momentarily as he watched the door open and close again. Indeed, all events had been orchestrated and arranged by Danzo, of which he had been oblivious. Days later, in the woods near the border of the Land of Wind, four figures swiftly raced towards the frontier. Among them, the second figure was Uchiha Itachi. For him, this was the first encounter with the three ninjas beside him, and his primary concern was the team leader ahead, Hinata Mukai, the betrayer whom Danzo had tasked him to assassinate. The squad originally comprised one Jonin and three Chunin, but one Chunin had sustained an injury during his vacation. And at that moment, Hinata Mukai had fortuitously received a high-priority infiltration mission to Sunagakure, allowing Itachi to seamlessly fill the gap. If there had been any doubt initially, upon hearing this man's self-introduction, Itachi realized that the entire situation was undoubtedly orchestrated by Danzo, a seasoned Chunin sustaining an injury severe enough to prevent participation in a mission during his vacation. Was this a jest? However, the truth remains that this incident indeed transpired, and he seamlessly integrated into the target's team. Although the two individuals had never met face-to-face throughout the entire process, Itachi was acutely aware that Danzo was using actions to remind him not to forget his duties. "It is entirely my fault. I owe everyone an apology." In a frantic dash, the Chunin trailing closely behind Itachi spoke with a face full of remorse to his comrades. "Do not concern yourselves." The foremost figure, Hyuga, replied coolly, devoid of any discernible emotion, as he continued to agilely leap between the tree trunks. "Just a little further, and we shall reach the border. Let us endure a bit longer. Once we leave this forest, the border will be near, and the pursuing shinobi from Sunagakure will undoubtedly face some hindrance, thus increasing the likelihood of our escape." Although, in truth, they should not have found themselves in such a predicament. A few days prior, their mission was to infiltrate Sunagakure and ascertain with which high-ranking official the emissary from Kirigakure was meeting, and if possible, to uncover the details of their clandestine discussions. For Hyuga, such a task was not particularly challenging. In fact, the entire infiltration process had gone as smoothly as he had anticipated. However, the issue lay in the unexpected occurrences that often arise when one begins to relax. A Chunin in the team triggered a trap during their retreat. What followed was a frantic escape that persisted until now. In truth, being discovered might not necessarily be a misfortune. Perhaps sensing the heavy atmosphere within the team, Hyuga, while leaping through the woods, reassured the subordinate who had triggered the trap. This means that their clandestine discussions are no longer a secret. Continuing would undoubtedly provoke the other three villages. Therefore, in terms of outcomes, this may be better than returning quietly. As they spoke, the surroundings suddenly opened up, and the four of them landed simultaneously on the grass. They had finally left the forest. Just a few steps ahead, Itachi abruptly halted and turned around, only to discover that Hyuga remained in place, pulling out a roll of paper to light a cigarette, his gaze fixated on the direction they had just come from. "Captain, what are you doing?" The other two Chunin returned with puzzled expressions. Yet, Hyuga did not respond. Instead, he retrieved a silver bottle from his pants pocket and opened it. A rich aroma wafted through the air, prompting the three to realize that he was drinking alcohol. "Captain, rest assured, you all just watch from the side," Hyuga said without turning his head, then leisurely took a drag from his cigarette. "After all, we have already been discovered. There is no way we can return smoothly now." Furthermore, he turned to Itachi with a smile, saying, "It is a rare occasion for the renowned Uchiha Itachi to join my team. I wish for my dear subordinates to witness my prowess as a captain." Upon hearing this, understanding smiles appeared on the faces of the other two Chunin. "Here they come." With a loud shout, a flurry of shadows burst forth from the forest. Chapter 181. Fearsome foes. The number of pursuers vastly exceeded 20. The moment they leaped out of the forest, they immediately spread out, surrounding Itachi and his companions. Remember, do not engage. Despite the overwhelming number of adversaries, Hyuga Mujin's demeanor remained calm as he leisurely extinguished his cigarette and even took another sip of alcohol. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, one of the Sunagakure shinobi could not help but exclaim, "Have you already given up resistance and resigned to your fate?" Well, however, the only response he received was Hyuga Mujin tilting his head back to take a large gulp. Ding! A flash of cold light suddenly appeared. "Oh, that was a rare bottle of alcohol I just acquired, and now you waste it." Hyuga Mujin's left hand shielded his face. As a sharp kunai lodged itself into the wine bottle. "You still leisurely drink at a time like this. You truly have some guts." "Haha. Alcohol and cigarettes are my greatest loves." Hyuga Mujin's expression gradually shifted to seriousness, for they significantly enhance my combat enthusiasm. "Attack!" With a cold command, all the pursuers lunged toward the clearly most experienced Hyuga Mujin. Observing this scene, Itachi immediately prepared to engage. However, before he could muster his strength, the two Chunin beside him suddenly restrained his arms and began pulling him away. Itachi was utterly bewildered. "What are you doing?" "Do not worry. We will only hinder the captain here," one of the older Chunin assured as their movements quickened, leaping over the heads of the Sunagakure shinobi to escape the encirclement. "Capture them. Do not let a single one escape." The nearby Sunagakure shinobi promptly shifted their focus and pursued them. "Hey, your opponent is me." A figure so swift it was nearly invisible dashed forward, delivering a series of powerful kicks that sent the pursuing Sunagakure shinobi flying. Upon landing, Hyuga Mujin wasted no time. Whispering, "Let us begin," his chakra surged rapidly within him. The pupil of his left eye vanished, and the veins around it bulged. "Byakugan, how could this be?" Itachi's eyes filled with disbelief at this spectacle. The Hyuga clan had separated from the Hinata clan several generations ago, so Shursui had judged that he could not possess Byakugan. "I usually do not let anyone see this technique, but today is special, so I will allow you to witness it." Although directed at the Sunagakure shinobi, for a fleeting moment, Itachi felt their gazes genuinely locked. "Eliminate him first," a Sunagakure shinobi of clearly higher rank shouted, causing all the Sunagakure shinobi present to shift their target back to Hyuga Mujin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrential rain of kunai was unleashed upon him. However, confronted with this inescapable fate, Hyuga Mujin merely chuckled softly and boldly advanced toward the deadly barrage. With a gentle spinning kick, he deflected one kunai, then pivoted to strike another kunai with the back of his fist. Those kunai that were deflected subsequently collided with others, altering their trajectories, causing one to strike another. Ding, ding, ding. Like a chain reaction, more and more kunai were redirected. Countless black kunai embedded themselves in the grass, while only the area around Hyuga Mujin's feet remained untouched by the vibrant green. Even more astonishing was that throughout the entire process, he executed merely 4 movements to deflect 4 kunai, flawlessly blocking the deadly rain. Standing at a distance, Itachi could not help but ponder whether he could achieve the same feat. The answer was affirmative. Yet the issue remained. This realization came only after witnessing Hyuga Mujin's actions. Had he not seen this scene beforehand? Relying solely on his combat experience and intuition, Itachi could not help but clench his fist in secret, for he truly was uncertain if he could respond as perfectly as he did. "Charge! Hurry up!" It must be said that Hyuga Mujin's display was indeed astonishing, causing the Sunagakure shinobi's assault to noticeably falter. Upon witnessing this, the leading jonin barked fiercely. "With so many of us, and only one jonin on their side, we can simply overwhelm him. What is there to fear?" Perhaps it was at this moment that they realized their numerical superiority. In any case, after the rallying cries, the spirits of the Suna ninjas were suddenly invigorated. Each of them brandished an array of formidable weapons, shuriken, swords, claws, and clubs, as they advanced toward Shaoryseong Wujia. Subsequently, Itachi witnessed a battle that was not only fluid but could also be described as a graceful dance. Amidst the throng, Shaoryseong Wujia moved as if truly engaged in a dance, evading lethal attacks with deft maneuvers while delivering precise strikes that incapacitated his foes with each blow. The movements were crisp, efficient, and visually captivating. It was a battle that captivated onlookers as if it were a performance. Alas, it seems you stand alone now. In a mere span of 20 exchanges, Only the Suna ninja who had shouted moments earlier remained. What will you do now? Observing the adversary's facade of bravado, Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie could not help but chuckle. To his surprise, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Perhaps feeling insulted. The remaining Suna ninja let out a furious roar and charged at him. Soft fist. At that instant, Itachi saw Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie adopt an unusual stance. As the enemy closed within 3 meters, he sprang into action. 2 palms. A pair of rough hands struck the adversary's abdomen in rapid succession. 4 palms. The enemy's body trembled violently. 8 palms. Blood began to spew from the Suna ninja's mouth. 16 palms. With a swift motion, the substantial body was sent hurtling through the air, ultimately landing on the grass and sliding several meters before coming to a halt. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Standing in place, Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie took a long drag from his cigarette. Surrounded by over 20 fallen ninjas from Suna. Oh dear, I may have gotten a bit too carried away. Stepping over the fallen bodies, he approached his subordinates. His eyes returning to normal. Noticing the peculiar glint in Itachi's gaze, he scratched his head and explained, "You understand the concept of genetic inheritance, don't you? Despite their various reasons for distinguishing between the main and branch families, blood ties cannot be severed. As long as the hereditary factors are present, one cannot avoid the manifestation of certain traits. I must say, this is my greatest secret, so do keep it between us." He affectionately placed a hand on Itachi's head, playfully ruffling his hair. However, Itachi clearly disapproved of such treatment, promptly shaking his head to dislodge the hand. It seems you dislike being treated like a child. Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie displayed a slight, bashful smile before addressing the other 2 chunin. "We must hurry back. The children are awaiting my return. How is your son faring?" Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie shrugged as he walked. "His condition has not been great lately, which worries me. We must return quickly." The 3 advanced ahead, while Itachi remained focused on their conversation, not out of anger at being treated as a child, but simply because he had no time to dwell on trivial matters. He needed to rely on Shui and himself to eliminate this man. "Hey, keep up, Itachi." Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie turned, a friendly smile gracing his features, seemingly oblivious to the deathly aura creeping up behind them. Chapter 182. Mission complete. In early March of the 57th year of Konoha, Team 9 finally concluded their first long-term mission and returned to the village. This patrol mission lasted 2 months in total. Although much of the time felt rather mundane, the outcome was ultimately satisfying. Aside from the initial capture of a mist ninja, they encountered several other ninja squads from different villages, including those dispatched by Suna to pursue a traitor. However, these later encounters rarely escalated into combat, as they either had prior notifications from Konoha or retreated swiftly upon being discovered. Regardless of the reasons, their mission was merely a routine patrol, and it was best to avoid unnecessary conflict when the enemy demonstrated awareness of their situation. After 2 months of executing their mission, the new Team 9 began to take shape. As the commander, Senju Shingetsu became increasingly adept, demonstrating proficiency in both detecting enemies and issuing commands. As an observer and close combat fighter, Hinata Takuma remained steady and reliable. While he did not exhibit particularly dazzling performances, his Byakugan alone sufficed as a member of the Hyuga clan. Ino's mastery of the Sharingan grew increasingly refined, and under Senju Shingetsu's guidance, she developed an ultra-fast thrust technique called Chidori, which often delivered devastating blows to opponents. Thus, she became the primary assault force of the team. As for Kuruma Yagumo, her performance truly astonished Senju Shingetsu. Previously, he was only aware of the Kuruma clan's formidable Jinjutsu legacy, but he had only grasped its extent through a few episodes of original content. However, after this mission, he genuinely experienced the power of her abilities. No matter how many foes there were, be they Chunin or Jonin, if they fell victim to Kuruma Yagumo's Jinjutsu, their lives truly rested in her hands. Initially, Senju Shingetsu was profoundly shocked, yet upon reflection, he deemed it only fitting. After all, the Kuruma clan's Jinjutsu could directly manipulate a person's 5 senses. Without prior knowledge of this information, how many individuals could quickly respond after being ensnared in a Jinjutsu, especially when faced with the lethal elements of water, fire, lightning, venomous spiders, and snakes? Consequently, for quite some time afterward, every time he laid eyes on Kuruma Yagumo, he couldn't help but feel a sense of personal fulfillment. Had it not been for their encounter, this girl, burdened with the hopes of the entire Kuruma clan, would have merely followed the original narrative, struggling under the expectations of her kin until she ultimately succumbed to the pressure, giving rise to her inner demons and leading to a world of ruin. How fortunate she was to have this opportunity to shine during their mission. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you all performed remarkably well on this mission. In the Hokage office, 2 months have passed, and once again, I behold the steadfast figure of Chinsho Jinua, whose demeanor has grown increasingly composed. The third Hokage's face is nearly creased into a joyful smile, yet he is mindful of the importance of equitable recognition. In the presence of the team, he cannot lavish praise solely upon their captain. After a nod, he surveys each member and remarks with a smile, "During this patrol mission, your captain has already submitted a detailed report on each of your performances to me. I must say, despite your youth, each of you is capable of standing on your own. Quan, although you are typically a gentle girl, you fear neither hardship nor exhaustion during missions, always charging to the forefront with a combat style that is swift and fierce, often defeating enemies or completing assigned tasks in remarkably short order. Dejin, mature and composed, adept in the use of Byakugan and gentle fist, is a reliable partner one can trust to safeguard the rear. And lastly, as for Onma Bayun, a sense of nostalgia flickers in the third Hokage's eyes, for her previous health issues were no secret to him. It had truly caused Onma Songyun much distress. But to his surprise, Chinsho Jinua managed to revive her condition. Now, even without a crystal ball, he knows that when Onma Songyun learns of his daughter's commendable performance, his joy will be boundless. Regarding your performance, your captain has emphasized several times how your diligence and commitment during missions are on par with seasoned ninjas. Surely, this will bring peace of mind to your father and clan members, won't it? Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your praise. Though the elders' compliments are somewhat blunt, the children, their cheeks flushed, do not feel undeserving. Observing these spirited youths, the third Hokage genuinely feels a sense of joy. Fortunately, he recalls that these individuals have just returned from a mission, so after a brief commendation, he advises them to take some time to rest and await their next assignment. As the conversation draws to a close, Chinsho Jinua leads his team in a respectful bow, stating, "We shall take our leave now." The third Hokage nods with a smile, watching as the four relax and chat as they exit. Just as they are about to open the door, he suddenly recalls something. "Oh, by the way, what is it?" Chinsho Jinua turns back first, prompting the others to halt and look back as well. "It's nothing pressing," the third Hokage reassures them, waving his hand lightly. "It's about the small messengers from the village of Tanaka that you once visited to assist Bayun with her illness. I believe their names are Shisai and Xianglin. They are currently residing in the village's inn. During your downtime, you might consider engaging with them." Upon hearing this news, Quan and Onma Bayun immediately cast their glances toward the silent Chinsho Jinua, puzzled at their sudden arrival. Alongside their confusion, both girls also feel a pang of guilt. While they are confident that their previous encounter in Tanaka village remained undisclosed, the presence of the third Hokage amplifies their anxiety. In normal circumstances, they would not be overly concerned, as they had not engaged in anything outrageous. However, hearing the names Shisai and Xianglin from the Hokage's lips makes them feel as though their every secret is laid bare under his gaze. Fortunately, the third Hokage attributes their reactions to typical emotional responses of young girls, smiling at Chinsho Jinua as if seeking his approval. For him, who has steadfastly adhered to a policy of amiable relations with other villages, fostering connections is always a welcome endeavor. "Yes, Lord Hokage. After we rest, we will be sure to meet with them." Compared to Quan, Chinsho Jinua exhibits a greater calmness. His composure stems not only from his strong mental fortitude, but also from the fact that Shisai and Xianglin are specifically invited by him. With the new school year approaching in less than a month, he feels it imperative to find an opportunity for Xianglin to examine Naruto's sealing technique on his abdomen before the term begins, as it would undoubtedly be more challenging to address afterward. Chapter 183. Naruto's transformation, though not his first extended absence. This marks the first time he has embarked on such a lengthy field mission. Upon departing from the Hokage building, they each returned home for an afternoon of rest. The following day, they followed their customary routine of visiting Nara Shikaku, as is tradition. There is little to elaborate on in this regard. For Shikamaru, the distinction lies only in the shift from being tormented by Tsuchigomo Heim to having another equally insufferable individual join the fray. Due to other commitments, their visit consisted merely of a meal before they bid farewell. Upon exiting the Nara clan's territory, Shinsho Jinue suddenly noticed a billowing cloud of dust rushing toward them from a distance. With such a commotion, could it be Guy? It is no wonder he thinks so. In his mind, only that individual would make such a scene on the street. Brother. Jinue brother. Accompanied by an utterly distressed wail, a vibrant orange whirlwind collided with Shinsho Jinue. Where have you been all this time? You never returned to check on me. That old man beats me every day. He may look old, but he hardly acts like one. Oh, it's Naruto. Listening to his cries and grievances, it seems he has not had an easy time recently. Feigning a nonchalant tug, Shinsho Jinue found that it only caused Naruto to cling tighter, smearing his tears and snot even more thoroughly. Therefore, he awkwardly glanced at his teammates, primarily to gauge Hinata de Jin's reaction. Well then, it appears today. Haha, it's been 2 months since we last met. So you should first comfort your little brother. We have plenty of time ahead. Understanding the situation, Quan was the first to express her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Amma Bayun and Hinata de Jin felt no need to add more, especially since they were somewhat aware of Naruto's circumstances. They nodded in agreement. Yes, Captain. Please attend to Naruto's feelings first. We can address our matters at a later time, or if necessary, I can accompany Quan to greet them. All right, Shinsho Jinue relented, allowing Naruto to hang on him as he appeared to contemplate. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. For now, we shall set aside today's matters. You all may pursue your own interests, and once I have calmed this little one. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, only to be met with an even louder wail, though the tone was now unmistakably joyful. Very well, Captain. I shall await your news at home. With that, Hinata de Jin was the first to nod and depart. Quan and Anma Bayun, upon catching a glimpse of Shinsho Jinue's meaningful gaze, shared an unspoken understanding before cheerfully waving goodbye and heading toward the inn together. All right, you little rascal, it's just you left now. Are you not coming down? Hearing the somewhat irritable voice of Shinsho Jinue, Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart, knowing that his unexpected arrival had disrupted his elder brother's plans. However, when he witnessed his brother's willingness to alter the original plan just to soothe him, warmth flooded his heart, dispelling any lingering resentment from their 2-month separation. Although he had yet to attend the ninja academy, he had heard countless references to ninjas and missions from Teacher Chun, thus forming a relatively clear understanding of the concepts in his mind. Today, the fact that his brother was willing to change his course of action due to Naruto's emotional outburst deeply moved him, especially since he had grown up feeling unloved. Hey, brother, did I hold you up from doing something important? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. What do you think? Jinue replied, feigning annoyance while secretly feeling that Naruto's appearance was fortuitous. It meant he could skip a step in searching for Naruto. After all, he was merely involved with both parties, and insisting on taking one to find the other was somewhat forced, especially considering Naruto's sensitive identity. Now that Naruto had proactively come to him and displayed such clinginess, it indeed spared him considerable trouble. Yet, these thoughts were not suitable to voice to Naruto. So he merely pretended to be irked by the disruption, all while leading him home and commenting on the excessive mucus Naruto had smeared on him. In just a month, you'll be starting school, and yet you're still dripping with mucus. I truly worry for you. That's not true. I don't do this all the time. I was just so happy to see you back. Well, you may be happy, but why rub your nose on me? Come on, brother, can we drop the mucus talk? I'll wash it off for you. I promise to make it spotless. Their playful banter continued as they reached home. After changing clothes, Jinue did not actually make Naruto wash his hands, but instead offered him some snacks he had brought back and inquired about his recent experiences over the past 2 months. It was worth noting that although Naruto's height did not seem to have changed much, he had undoubtedly grown sturdier, exuding an entirely different vitality. Initially, he had been tearfully distressed upon their reunion, but when Jinue asked about his training, Naruto refrained from mentioning any grievances and instead proudly showcased his progress. I'm much stronger now. Sasuke is definitely no match for me. Oh, is that so? Jinue responded with a smile, pleased by Naruto's maturity. If that's the case, then when school starts, my little brother will be at the top of his class, rather than Itachi's brother. Of course, Naruto declared with great pride, especially when he saw his brother's delight at the thought of him surpassing Itachi's sibling, feeling as if he had already received commendations from all the teachers in the school. All right, I will definitely come and watch you beat that little brat Sasuke into submission, making his brother unable to hold his head high in front of me. They both laughed heartily together until the afternoon sun began to set. Suddenly, they heard a knock at the door. Instinctively sensing with his mental energy, Jinhua thought. Here they come. Who is it, brother? Naruto asked, observing as Jinhua promptly stood to open the door. His lips curled slightly in disappointment, as he believed that since his brother had canceled all plans, this entire afternoon should belong to him. Don't worry, it's just my two friends. Master Jinhua, you've returned. Upon opening the door, Jinhua saw that it was indeed Shisai and Xianglin standing outside. To conceal her identity, Xianglin had dyed her hair and was merely referred to by her name. Come in. After exchanging a few pleasantries at the doorway, he opened the door and allowed the two girls to enter. Naruto, Shisai called, both to clarify her identity and to draw Naruto's attention. When Naruto looked over, Jinhua suddenly smiled and asked softly, Naruto, do you trust me? Chapter 184. The Ninetales house is always leaking in less than 10 minutes. For Xianglin, who had specialized in sealing techniques for years, creating various sealing arrays in the room had become second nature. Then, Jinhua signaled for the somewhat bewildered and anxious Naruto to sit in the center of the array. Before Naruto could react, Jinhua swiftly pinched the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Gently laying Naruto flat on the ground, Jinhua lifted his shirt to expose his abdomen and nodded to the two girls, who were on high alert beside him. I'm beginning now. Shisai, just move about normally in the room, and Xianglin, keep a close watch on the ceiling here. Since this was her first time doing such a thing, Shisai felt a bit nervous. However, she was more excited to finally participate in such a confidential matter. Taking a deep breath, she casually strolled around the room, pretending to engage in conversation. Seeing this, Jinhua nodded inwardly, then closed his eyes, placing one hand on Naruto while simultaneously probing deep into Naruto's consciousness with his mental energy. Meeting the Ninetales was an idea that had formed in his mind since the first time he encountered Naruto. However, he had never been adequately prepared before, either lacking the right opportunity or simply waiting too long. Now, after so much time, he was finally able to realize it. In the dim, vast, and silent space, the only sound was that of water droplets falling onto the surface. Above, the yellowish light illuminated pipes that twisted and leaked droplets. Beneath his feet lay neatly arranged tiles, though a layer of water covered the ground, reaching just above his ankles. In the distance, whispers of wind could be heard from the corners, which led to unknown places. Indeed, the Ninetales' living conditions were quite poor. It was dark, cramped, and devoid of conversation, yet it was also constantly leaking water. Who could endure such an environment? No wonder the Ninetales had initially sought to consume Naruto's consciousness. Being confined in such a place would surely drive anyone mad. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that after being passed between Naruto and Kushina for so long, the Ninetales still managed to be easily outwitted by Naruto's words. This only served to illustrate that the Ninetales was rather simple-minded. Aside from growing in size, it seemed to lack any intelligence. Speaking of which, foxes were generally known for their cleanliness. As he walked through the dim corridor, Jinua's consciousness couldn't help but wander. So, when no one is watching, does the Ninetales groom itself? Upon encountering the question, Chinsho Jinua momentarily froze, only to then envision a scene of the Ninetales squatting on the ground, grooming itself. No. This is something to ponder privately. I must not dare to voice it, for I certainly did not come here to confront the Ninetales. It seemed as if the dark passageway sensed his thoughts, as a low, rumbling growl echoed from its depths, urging him to proceed with haste. Unlike Naruto, who was bewildered upon his first arrival, Chinsho Jinua, well aware of the circumstances, merely quickened his pace and followed the sound. As he approached, the growl grew more pronounced, filling the damp air with an unsettling energy. Finally, as he stepped into a brightly lit space, he realized he had entered an extraordinarily vast area, characterized by thick pipelines, enormous iron gates, and a ceiling symbol affixed between the doors. Yet, the most striking feature within this expanse was undoubtedly the colossal fox head looming behind the gates. Perhaps too anthropomorphized. Although it was merely a fox, Chinsho Jinua perceived a look of astonishment on the Ninetales' countenance. However, this surprise was swiftly masked as the Ninetales resumed a nonchalant demeanor, lounging on its forelimbs while observing the figure beyond the iron gates. To say the least, this creature was indeed massive. The iron gates themselves must have towered several meters high. Noticing that the little figure outside exhibited no fear upon seeing him, and appeared to be critiquing him instead, the Ninetales felt an unsettling sense of indignation. Are today as children truly this bold? I am the Ninetales. even among tailed beasts. I am the most fearsome. How is it that this child exhibits no fear in my presence? Even a true tiger would tremble before my stature. Hey, kid. It seemed that only then did Qinshu Jinhua notice the Ninetales' expression, locking eyes with it without blinking. Something felt amiss. The Ninetales instinctively sensed that this child was not as he appeared. Who are you? You seem entirely unbothered by my presence, showing neither fear nor astonishment. Fear? Qinshu Jinhua hesitated for a moment, perhaps influenced by the remnants of anime plotlines in his memory. He honestly had not considered that the half of the young Ninetales within Naruto would be particularly difficult to engage with. At the very least, it was far easier to communicate with than the complete form or those remnants extracted from the void. Under the Ninetales' penetrating gaze, Qinshu Jinhua pondered for a moment before raising his head and sincerely stating, "Who I am is of little importance. What truly matters is my purpose in seeking you today." Upon hearing this, the Ninetales narrowed its eyes. Are you implying that you entered this child's consciousness specifically to find me? Indeed, Qinshu Jinhua replied, spreading his hands nonchalantly. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths to prepare sealing arrays and the Vidra lock? It is simply to prevent any unforeseen disturbances should our meeting spiral out of control. Vidra lock. Upon hearing this term, the previously composed Ninetales suddenly slammed its paw against the iron bars, its expression darkening. So, that little girl outside truly is not what she seems. After Kushina, there's still. The Ninetales' voice faltered, and its ominous gaze shifted to Qinshu Jinhua. Kid, you went to such elaborate lengths out of concern for my potential loss of control? Then pray tell, what is it that you wish to convey after all this effort? Qinshu Jinhua stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Yet in the next second, he waved his hand, gathering the nearby water to elevate himself to eye level with the Ninetales. Satisfied, he nodded and continued. What I wish to discuss is rather straightforward. I am here to seek your cooperation. You? Seeking my cooperation? Yes. Huh. What a joke. The Ninetales, taken aback by the gravity of Qinshu Jinhua's expression, felt an insult brewing within him. Do you truly believe that a mere bagua ceiling and a Vajra lock can confine me? How audacious. Qinshu Jinhua furrowed his brow at the Ninetales' arrogance. A bagua ceiling and a Vajra lock. Oh. When did the Ninetales become so presumptuous? Observing this unyielding bagua ceiling, which remained steadfast against the Ninetales' attempts to break free, and recalling how even Kushina's residual chakra could be extracted with the Vajra lock, it seemed that the Ninetales' pride might be a significant factor here. Fine. You can believe what you wish. After a moment of allowing the Ninetales to vent its frustration, Qinshu Jinhua waited until it settled down and resumed its position, closing its eyes before adjusting the water flow slightly to maintain their eye contact. Now, let me continue. Regardless of whether the Ninetales opens its eyes, it cannot escape the conversation in this space. The truth of whether I am jesting rests on a single name. You will understand. The Ninetales still did not open its eyes, but Qinshu Jinhua could clearly see its ears twitching, indicating that it was not entirely indifferent to his words. Huh. I knew you were a proud fox, Qinshu Jinhua thought, a flicker of triumph in his gaze. He drew the water column closer, almost to the edge of the gate, and whispered, someone is resurrecting the 10 tails. The Ninetales, initially resolved to ignore him, was suddenly taken aback, its fur standing on end. What did you say? In its shock, the Ninetales disregarded any semblance of composure, its expression darkening significantly. Do you have any idea what you're saying, kid? Where did you learn the name 10 tails? If it were merely a casual mention of the 10 tails, it would not evoke such seriousness. However, the resurrection of the 10 tails was a different matter entirely. Moreover, the fact that this individual had come specifically to utter such a statement implied that he possessed knowledge of the situation. To the Ninetales' surprise, upon witnessing its grave demeanor, Qinshu Jinhua suddenly appeared unperturbed. Instead, he raised his right hand, directing the flowing water into a large hand that reached toward the iron gate. Since we have been conversing for so long, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qinshu Jinhua, currently serving as the de facto third Hokage of Konohagakure, with a significant chance of becoming the next or the one after next Hokage. Observing his actions, the Ninetales remained silent, its expression unreadable. It merely fixated on him with a heavy gaze, clearly recognizing that the resurrection of the 10 tails was a matter of grave significance, one that could easily overshadow any previous provocations. Very well. Qinshu Jinhua, feeling a sense of helplessness, shrugged his shoulders, and found no fault in the Nine-Tails' reaction. After all, it was originally separated from the Ten-Tails, and one could hardly expect it to remain unfazed upon hearing that someone intended to return it. As for the source of my information, do not inquire, for I shall not divulge it. Sitting cross-legged atop a water column, adjusting his height with deliberate ease, he began to speak. This matter is undoubtedly true. Due to the constraints of the Bagua ceiling, you may not sense it here, but in reality, the outer shell of the Ten-Tails has been summoned from the moon and is now concealed in some corner of the shinobi world, awaiting the opportune moment to capture you nine-tailed beasts and resurrect the Ten-Tails. Although Ten-Tails' words were somewhat brusque, the Nine-Tails immediately believed him. The Ten-Tails shell, the moon, the summoning technique, and the plan to reseal the nine-tailed beasts to revive the Ten-Tails were all secrets dating back to ancient times. Even to the era of the Sage of Six Paths, most would dismiss such tales as mere mythology, unlikely to be taken seriously. Contemplating this, the Nine-Tails could not help but scrutinize Zhou Junye with newfound seriousness. Young man, who exactly are you to possess such knowledge? The question halted midway, perhaps recalling his earlier assertion that he would not disclose anything. Is Chansho truly a descendant of Hashirama? With this thought, the Nine-Tails felt a slight sense of reassurance. Despite having been defeated alongside Madara several times, if this young man were indeed that man's descendant, he could be trusted. However, observing him lounging on the water column, resting his chin on one hand, the Nine-Tails felt something was amiss. This fellow appeared far too different from Hashirama. Nonetheless, the matter must be addressed. Recalling the purpose that Chenshu Jinyurit had initially stated, the Nine-Tails resolutely inquired. You said you came here to seek my cooperation? Ah, indeed. Chenshu seemed taken aback by the Nine-Tails' swift change in attitude, but he quickly broke into a smile. I trust you understand, when it comes to matters involving tailed beasts, there are no weak adversaries, hence I require your assistance. How may I assist you? Oh, does that mean you agree? Well. Noticing the Nine-Tails' clear reluctance to elaborate, he hurriedly shifted the topic. Due to the hostess condition, I do not wish to extract you and risk Naruto's life. So he will undoubtedly become the main force in the battles to come. So, you intend for me to lend my power to him? Yes and no. The Nine-Tails' expression darkened momentarily. Young man, I am discussing serious matters. I understand. Jing'er waved his hand to calm the beast, then continued to explain. It is true that your power will be needed in future battles. However, I hope you do not interfere with him nor provide any assistance, but simply observe his growth from the shadows. Whether it was an illusion or not, Jing'er seemed to catch a fleeting blush on the fox's face. But it vanished almost instantly, followed by the Nine-Tails' surprised inquiry. Is it really that simple? Of course not. Chansho Jinyurit grinned, his gaze sweeping across the space. He was aware that the chakra left by the fourth Hokage was certainly present, but as this was not an urgent situation, he could only let it be for now. I will find a way to retrieve the other half from the fourth Hokage for you. Furthermore, I wonder if you can sense that the scroll in Xianglin's hand contains the chakra that escaped during your rampage years ago. Someone has gathered this chakra and cultivated it to a certain extent, but it has now fallen into my possession. This chakra will be of some use to me. I will seek to cultivate it further, and when the time comes, I will require you to project a portion of your consciousness into it to prevent it from going berserk. Chapter 186. The final preparations having met the Nine-Tails and established a certain degree of alliance, had finally put to rest a long-held aspiration. Subsequently, his life returned to a semblance of normalcy, filled with missions or public appearances arranged by the third Hokage to maintain his presence. At this stage, the third Hokage no longer concealed his intentions, practically laying bare his support for as the next, or perhaps the subsequent Hokage. For Chansho Jinyurit, although he found the notion of being manipulated into a predetermined role quite distasteful, the situation changed when he himself became the central figure. Moreover, after researching the Bagua seal on Naruto's abdomen, Xiangling expressed that she had indeed made progress and now required just a bit more time to assimilate her findings before she could commence work on the host for Izumi. In summary, time was of the essence. Yakura's search for the empty shinobi base required time, Xiangling's study of sealing techniques needed time, and after sealing the incomplete Nine-Tails chakra, Izumi required an uninterrupted space to facilitate the formation of a new Nine-Tails. Thus, as the third Hokage felt a sense of relief, the affairs arranged by it progressed smoothly, and days flew by in rapid succession. Ready? A youthful voice suddenly rang out from the dense woods. Brother, I have hidden all 8 targets, just as you instructed. April 1st marks the beginning of the annual ninja school term. Coincidentally, Shaoxing Wijie will also commence a month-long vacation thereafter. Upon learning of this from Danzo, Itachi resolved to take action. Immediately, various arrangements began to unfold quietly in the shadows, and the days when Itachi and Shursui undertook missions were discreetly altered. Clearly, these machinations were orchestrated by Danzo. Tomorrow, he would personally take the life of a fellow ninja from the same village. Though the target was a traitor, he was undeniably a comrade of the village, and to claim there was no hesitation would be a lie. However, Itachi understood that to realize his dreams and ascend to a higher position within the village's core, this was a step he must inevitably take. Thus, he could not refuse this mission, nor allow himself to do so. He was a traitor, secretly associating with the Mist Village and consistently leaking vital village secrets. To solidify his resolve, Itachi had to repeatedly remind himself, barely suppressing the guilt that gnawed at him. Come on, brother. Sasuke's laughter was lighthearted. He had just hidden the target marked with double circles, believing he had done so perfectly, ensuring that not a single one was visible from where his brother stood. Observing his brother's cheerful demeanor, a smile naturally graced Itachi's face. Since they were scheduled for a mission tomorrow, he had intentionally returned home early to rest. Yet, upon arriving home, before he could even remove his gear, his brother affectionately clung to him, pleading for him to practice together. Thus, this moment unfolded. Itachi nodded at his brother, then reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a kunai, each held between his fingers. Lowering his gaze, he concentrated, channeling chakra into his eyes. The Sharingan. The atmosphere in the forest suddenly shifted, and amidst the pulsating energy, he spotted those small, round targets, 8 in total. Itachi closed his eyes, envisioning 8 targets in his mind. Among them, 2 were impossible to hit directly, and 1 target lay abandoned behind a rock, adding to the challenge. Exhaling slightly, Itachi gently kicked the ground, propelling himself into the air. His body flipped, with his head and feet momentarily inverted, a maneuver that lowered his center of gravity and stabilized his stance, thus enhancing the accuracy of his shuriken throws. In a flurry, the 4 easiest targets were struck simultaneously. Seizing the moment before descending, he launched 2 shuriken held between his right thumb and index finger, hitting yet another target. Finally, transferring a shuriken from between his right middle and ring fingers to his left hand, he fired with both hands simultaneously. Itachi deliberately guided the shuriken's trajectory to overlap, causing them to collide and scatter in opposite directions. With the sounds of the shuriken hitting their marks echoing in the air, Itachi landed gracefully, his Sharingan gleaming with a vivid crimson glow. He could distinctly sense his younger brother's feeble aura hidden behind a tree trunk ahead. Brother, you are incredible. Even the target tucked away in the rock shadow was struck dead center. Sasuke exclaimed, bursting forth from behind the tree, his eyes wide with excitement and admiration for his brother, clearly overwhelmed by Itachi's prowess that surpassed his wildest imagination. Wonderful. If you can accomplish that, so can I. Sasuke, it's about time we head back, Itachi said. Lost in his daydream of matching his brother's skills and hitting more targets, Sasuke's joy abruptly faded. He glanced at Itachi, his face betraying reluctance and a hint of defiance. Did you not promise to teach me new shuriken techniques? Itachi had indeed made such a promise, but he felt that demonstrating his skills just now had fulfilled their agreement. I have a significant task tomorrow, necessitating preparation. Yes, mainly psychological, he added. Upon hearing this, Sasuke refrained from arguing, merely pouting and averting his gaze, his clean brows furrowing as he appeared on the verge of tears. Brother has deceived me. In truth, he was not angry about the lack of new techniques, but rather frustrated that their time together was constantly interrupted. Itachi also felt a pang of sorrow. If circumstances permitted, he would relish the opportunity to train with his brother. However, the importance of tomorrow's task loomed too large for him to indulge in distractions. He needed to be thoroughly prepared, both mentally and physically. Suppressing his guilt, he beckoned Sasuke over. Brother. The previously sullen Sasuke's face transformed into a radiant smile as he rushed toward Itachi, only to be met with 2 fingers gently poking his forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke. Next time. That hurts. Sasuke stopped in his tracks, eyes squeezed shut. He pouted, looking up at his brother, but soon a proud smile broke through. Brother, just watch, he declared, crossing his arms and striking a pose with his shuriken. Huh. Without waiting for Itachi's warning, he leaped toward the target. Sasuke, if you act recklessly. But before he could finish his sentence, Itachi watched as his brother awkwardly stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. As the golden sunset bathed the earth, Itachi carried his injured brother on his back, making his way home. Though only 11 years old, his rigorous training as a ninja had endowed him with considerable strength, and carrying his 6-year-old brother felt effortless. Brother, what's wrong? The warmth radiating from Sasuke's body brought Itachi a sense of comfort. However, as they passed a large circular concrete building, Sasuke's breath suddenly quickened. This is where Dad works, right? Itachi looked up at the structure Sasuke indicated, paused for a moment, and replied in a neutral tone, yes, this is the headquarters of the Konoha police force. Sasuke, oblivious to Itachi's brief emotional flicker, continued in a mature tone, brother, I've always wondered why the police force's emblem bears our Uchiha clan symbol. Did you notice that? Itachi asked. It is only natural, Sasuke declared proudly while straightening up on his brother's back. Hearing his brother's voice and imagining the triumphant expression on his face eased Itachi's previously tense mood. Well, it is said that the ancestors of the Uchiha clan established the police force, which is why our symbol is incorporated into the badge. Since its inception, the Uchiha clan has been dedicated to maintaining the village's peace, and this emblem serves as a testament to our clan's honor. Yet, is that truly the case? From a different perspective, Itachi had begun to harbor doubts about many matters concerning the village, even questioning the truth behind them. However, he felt compelled to shield his innocent brother from such grim realities and chose to explain in the most benevolent terms. Though the Uchiha clan's numbers have dwindled significantly, nearly all clan members have served in the police force, contributing to the maintenance of village order. You understand, right? Only superior ninjas can prevent crimes instigated by other ninjas. Similarly, only the most skilled ninjas can quell disputes among them. Yes, Sasuke nodded in understanding, gazing at the circular building receding behind them. Suddenly, he asked, brother, you will join the police force, right? The unexpected question pierced Itachi's heart. I will not join. The truth nearly escaped his lips. Well, I do not know. To resolve the conflicts between their clan and the village, and indeed among all factions in the ninja world, he needed greater strength and authority. Comparatively, the Umbu, directly under the Hokage's command, offered a higher ceiling than the police force, making it the most favorable choice for him. You must join. Sasuke's innocent enthusiasm was oblivious to the complexities of adult concerns, as he continued to express his naive dreams. Because when I grow up, I want to join the police force too, so we can carry out missions together. The light-hearted tone of his brother's voice tightened Itachi's chest. Working side by side with his brother, executing missions together, how beautifully dreamlike that would be. Yet, that day was destined never to arrive. Itachi's aspiration was to eliminate all conflicts in the world. To achieve this dream, he must venture into broader horizons. The police force was merely a small stage, insufficient to accommodate his ambitions. Tomorrow is the entrance ceremony. Dad will be there. This is the first step toward realizing my dream. Sasuke's dream was to become a ninja and work alongside his brother in the police force. Truthfully, Itachi felt immense joy at occupying such a significant place in his brother's future plans. Yet, this dream was destined to remain just that, a dream, one that would never come to fruition. Thus, he could only provide a vague response to his brother. Yes, tomorrow. In the spacious room, several candles flickered. Itachi and Sasuke knelt side by side, facing their father, Uchiha Fugaku, who sat with arms crossed and a solemn expression. Itachi remained silent, his heart racing as he understood the gravity of his father's words. Tomorrow, they would embark on a mission to assassinate Hyuga Hayashi. However, how did father come to know about this matter? Although it was father who personally recommended my joining the Umbu, all affairs of the Umbu are shrouded in absolute secrecy, and even he, as the captain of the police force, could not possibly be aware of them. The name Danzo immediately surfaced in Itachi's mind. This operation was entirely orchestrated by Danzo. Apart from him, Itachi could not fathom who else would have the audacity to divulge such information to father. Yet, why would Danzo choose to do so? Doubts breed further suspicions, and Itachi's heart became a tumultuous storm of confusion. Truly, it is admirable how my child has risen to this level in merely 6 months since becoming a Chunin. Itachi continued to listen silently. I will accompany you on tomorrow's special mission. Itachi's heart suddenly raced, and he could distinctly feel that the heartbeat beside him, belonging to Sasuke, was even more fervent than his own. Father seemed consumed with thoughts of the Uchiha clan, oblivious to how significant tomorrow was for his younger brother. A surge of anger welled up within Itachi, directed at his father's role. If this mission succeeds, Itachi, you will nearly be assured a place in the Umbu. No. The mission to assassinate Hinata Hyuga only permits one partner, and he had already informed Danzo that it would be Shursui. How could father know that I was to carry out a mission tomorrow, yet remain unaware of these details? This implies he is not fully cognizant of the mission specifics, having merely heard the date from others, right? While harboring resentment towards the village's treatment of his clan, he simultaneously hoped for change from the higher-ups, all the while being deceived by the information released by Danzo. Observing his father in this light, Itachi felt a profound sadness for the man. Tomorrow is a mission that requires a resolute commitment, and aside from Shursui, no one else is worthy to accompany him, not even father. There is no need to worry excessively about the mission. More importantly, Itachi glanced at Sasuke. He knew his younger brother, though desperately wanting to weep, chose to suppress his emotions and still presented a smiling face to the family. It's all right, brother. Itachi felt as if he could genuinely hear his brother's inner voice. He gazed at him with a powerful intensity, conveying unspoken words through his eyes. Tomorrow is an important day for you. I senti it? Father, tomorrow is mine. The mission tomorrow holds great significance for the Uchiha clan. The forceful declaration shattered the fragile courage Sasuke had mustered. Yet, Sasuke continued to endure tears. His head bowed in rigidity. I think I will refrain from participating in tomorrow's mission. Itachi's voice suddenly rose, his anger towards his father surpassing its limits. The Uchiha. Is my brother's matter so inconsequential? Although Itachi had always understood that his father was deeply concerned for the clan, it did not excuse his blatant disregard for his own family. What nonsense are you speaking? Surely you understand how significant tomorrow is. What are you talking about? Tomorrow, I will accompany Sasuke to the entrance ceremony of the ninja school. Uchiha Fugaku abruptly froze, as if he had only just realized that tomorrow was Sasuke's first day of school. Such a reaction only intensified Itachi's frustration. According to custom, the entrance ceremony of the ninja school requires family attendance. You must have received the school's notification, haven't you, father? The monotonous sound of the deer in the courtyard echoed as Itachi calmly regarded his father. He knew that by saying this, his father would undoubtedly attend Sasuke's ceremony. It had been Fugaku's long-held wish to see his son join the Umbu. He would not allow Sasuke's entrance ceremony to shatter that dream. I understand. Let me handle the ninja school. Sensing Itachi's seriousness, after a brief silence, Uchiha Fugaku sighed and ultimately acquiesced. Itachi's true inner thought was that he absolutely could not allow his father to accompany him on the mission. This was why he was earnest about attending Sasuke's entrance ceremony. His displeasure with everything and his insistence on going to the ninja school were not feigned. However, joining the Umbu was not the beginning of fulfilling his father's aspirations for the clan, but rather a step toward achieving his own ambition, to become the most exceptional ninja in the world and to eradicate all conflicts. To this end, he had manipulated his younger brother, leaving Itachi disappointed in himself. Your left foot needs proper icing. Observing Sasuke closely following him, Itachi suppressed his guilt and offered a piece of advice, wondering if his current smile had become uncomfortably stiff. Chapter 188. School Commencement. Congratulations on the new students' enrollment ceremony. On April 1st, a new semester finally dawned. On this day, Senju Shingetsu did not continue with missions, but arrived early at the entrance of the ninja school. As a guardian of Naruto to some extent, how could he allow Naruto to be alone on such a joyous day, without anyone to share in his happiness? Dear students, congratulations on your enrollment. At the podium, as customary, the third Hokage delivered a motivational speech before the commencement, while the newly admitted students stood neatly below. To be honest, the third Hokage was quite admirable, but his tendency to ramble was overwhelming. This old man could really go on and on. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Naruto, Hinata, among the gathered parents. Senju Shingetsu silently sought out the humor only he could appreciate, along with the troublesome duo of Sakura and Inuzuka Kiba. It suddenly dawned on him that a significant portion of this year's new students were ones he had encountered before, some even quite familiar. Truly, it was a historically significant year. What? Perhaps having caught his musings, Nara Shikaku, who was chatting with old friends, could not help but ask. It's nothing. Senju Shingetsu replied dismissively, then turned his gaze to Shikamaru and the girl who originally did not exist in this district. wondering if they would allow Shoko to be in the same class as Shikamaru. With Shikamaru's temperament, he would surely have a challenging few years ahead. Haha. Hearing this, Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino could not help but burst into laughter, especially at Shikamaru's expression of helplessness and despair, which only served to amplify their amusement. Ahaha. In response, Nara Shikaku could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. Having one Nara Yoshino at home was already enough trouble. Now, adding a formidable Tachimikato Shoko was another matter. But since the task was set, what else could he do? He was equally at a loss. Surely he couldn't break his promise and send her back? Fortunately, starting today, most of Shoko's time would be spent at school. It was merely 6 years. He could endure that. As for how arduous the next few years would be for his son, what are you saying? What do you mean by arduous? This is merely a necessary cultivation and trial for his growth. Even a tiger does not eat its young. If anyone should feel burdened, it is the father witnessing his son struggle. Yes, exactly. That's it. From now on, let us all strive toward the path of the ninja, working diligently to make our village more prosperous. The lengthy and tiresome speech finally concluded, and almost the moment the third Hokage declared the assembly dismissed, the restless children erupted into a buzzing commotion. Brother, as early as during the formation, Mingren had already spotted Shinsho Jinue amidst the crowd. As soon as the group dispersed, he excitedly rushed over. Behind him trailed Shikamaru and his companions, along with the somewhat sluggish Hinata, who alternated between glancing down and looking up, her nervousness palpable even in the absence of spectators. From today onwards, I too am a student at the Ninja Academy. Soon, I shall become a ninja just like you. Today, Mingren donned a light yellow long-sleeve shirt adorned with whirlpools, and he had yet to put on his protective goggles. He stood before Shinsho Jinue with his hands on his hips, radiating pride, his light blue eyes sparkling with excitement, exuding an air of triumph and joy. Thanks to Shinsho Jinue's presence and care, he was far more cheerful than the character depicted in the original storyline. Though he undoubtedly harbored some negative emotions, such as resentment, they no longer affected his daily life. Ninja? Shinsho Jinue ruffled Ming Ren's golden hair in a playful manner, creating a tousled mess, and remarked, "You are nowhere near ready. You haven't even begun to learn the basics of being a ninja. Becoming a ninja is something to discuss after graduation." As the situation among the countries gradually stabilized, the third Hokage issued a directive. Henceforth, unless in exceptional circumstances, the Ninja Academy would no longer approve of early graduations. This was also the reason why, despite having capabilities far surpassing their classmates, Sasuke and Neji had to endure 6 years before graduating in the original storyline. Mingren, we are still quite young. Why the rush? A languid voice, easily identifiable as Shikamaru, chimed in. Exactly, Ino added, turning to gaze at a figure in the crowd, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. At school, one should enjoy student life and strive to pursue the boys they fancy. Yamashiro always exclaimed in surprise, observing their old friend on the brink of despair. Nara Shikaku and Akimichi Choza exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously exhaled in relief, grateful that their own offspring was a son. What do you know? Mingren clearly disagreed with Shikamaru and Ino's perspectives, but chose not to elaborate. He merely cast a sidelong glance at the figure Ino had been observing, scoffing softly. You little brats cannot possibly comprehend the feelings of Lord Mingren. From this day forward, I shall ensure that that arrogant fellow can never lift his head again. Not far away, Sasuke, who was heading towards his father, suddenly felt a shiver run through him. He immediately halted and turned back, but the playground was a chaotic scene, with children and adults running about, making it difficult to discern the source of his earlier sensation. What's wrong? A deep voice emerged from beside him. Sasuke turned to smile and shook his head at the man next to him. It's nothing. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, simply following Sasuke's gaze. It's him, he noted, observing Shinsho Jinue smile and nod in acknowledgement. Fugaku also nodded slightly in response. Given the escalating tensions within their clan, merely managing the situation had consumed countless resources, and it had indeed been a long time since he had a heart-to-heart with Izumi. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, he had heard about the various arrangements the third Hokage had made for Shinsho Jinue. In truth, for an 11-year-old child, achieving such a level was quite remarkable. He understood well that since signing an agreement with the third Hokage, Shinsho Jinue's growth had accelerated rapidly, to the point that it could be described as forcing premature development. Yet, it was still insufficient, at least for the declining Uchiha clan. Thus, he had no choice but to seek alternative methods, placing his remaining hopes on his son, Itachi. By now, he must have already made his move, perhaps even completed his task. Yes, if it's Itachi, he will undoubtedly succeed. Chapter 189. Battle. The soft rustle of smoke ascended into the air. To say that I live for this would not be an exaggeration. In the forest, over a dozen ninjas adorned with the Kirigakure forehead protectors lay sprawled on the ground. Xiao Rihayo stood at the center, one hand lighting a cigarette while the other held a silver metal flask, appearing utterly relaxed, as if he had no regard for the enemies before him. The unconscious ninjas littering the ground were naturally defeated by Itachi and Shursui, having caught Xiao Rihayo in the act of meeting with them. Yield willingly, Xiao Rihayo. The Hokage is quite lenient towards those who surrender and is unlikely to execute you. Shursui spoke first, his eyes already revealing 3 black tomo. After joining Xiao Rihayo's team, Itachi had shared all the intelligence he had gathered, and before an adept user of Byakugan and Gentle Fist like Shursui, even the most renowned genius would not dare to be careless. Speaking of Shursui, he was no ordinary ninja whose fame could be described as minor. Xiao Rihayo cast his gaze downward as if intentionally avoiding Shursui's eyes, yet a mocking smile appeared on his face. But, having walked under the sun for so long, is this the extent of your capabilities? Or are you just a child, like your appearance suggests? You are aware of what I have done, correct? Thus, you should also understand whether I would be forgiven after surrendering. His sharp and unreserved demeanor caused even the usually composed Shursui to furrow his brow. Oh, I never imagined that the 2 most active Uchiha geniuses would come to assassinate me. I feel truly honored, Xiao Rihayo remarked, flicking off the excess ash from his cigarette. Taking 2 more puffs before extinguishing it and discarding it on the ground. He then carefully placed the silver flask into his pocket. Almost simultaneously, 2 figures far away at the Konoha hospital transformed into wisps of smoke and vanished. If my son knew that the father he just spoke to was merely a shadow clone, he would surely be furious. Ruffling his hair and gazing wearily at the 2 youths before him, he thought, I must return quickly and find an excuse to explain everything properly. Watching his opponents slowly lower their body into a stance reminiscent of the gentle fist techniques he had seen before, Itachi couldn't help but voice a long-held curiosity. As a ninja of your caliber, with a promising life ahead, why choose to become a spy? As one ages, various unavoidable circumstances arise. Some matters cannot be comprehended until one reaches a certain age. Even if I were to explain it to you now, you would not understand. After a moment of silence, Itachi asked, what will happen to your ailing son when you are gone? That's precisely why I cannot die here. He replied, almost jokingly, yet the next instant, Xiao Rihayo's eyes suddenly revealed a network of veins, indicating his activation of Byakugan. Even if I must kill you, I cannot perish. It's Byakugan, Itachi exclaimed. But in the next moment, he heard the enemy's voice, so please forgive me. Almost simultaneously with the sound, Xiao Rihayo's palms struck towards Itachi's throat and heart. The blade pierced into the abdomen, the index and middle fingers bent within, then forcefully extracted the intestines, and with a swift motion, a multitude of crows scattered in all directions. Fire style, great fireball technique. Without warning, a colossal fireball emerged from behind Jishui, large enough to engulf him entirely. Yet, facing this enormous fireball, Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie merely raised his right palm. Boom! The gigantic fireball struck directly. No, it was cleaved in 2. It was indiscernible what ninjutsu the opponent had employed. There was no extraordinary chakra entwining him. In Itachi's eyes, the fireball seemed to have spontaneously split in half. I have previously mentioned the characteristics of Gentle Fist. Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie's voice was remarkably relaxed. Ninjutsu is formed by the condensation of chakra, and as long as one can discern its flow, bisecting the fireball is not a formidable task. As he spoke, he charged towards Jishui without pause. Jishui's expression turned grave at this sight, although he was confident in his physical techniques. Who would dare to hold absolute faith in their abilities against a master of Gentle Fist possessing Byakugan? Up until this moment, aside from the earlier shadow clone, the real Itachi had been observing all of Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie's movements from a distance. The opponent was undoubtedly a master of Gentle Fist, and resolving matters in close combat would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, if possible, he must launch an attack from afar, striving for a decisive blow. His strategy hinged on the Sharingan. If he could activate its ocular technique and induce even the slightest opening in the opponent's mind, It would serve as a breakthrough to gradually erode his psyche. Itachi awaited that moment. However, Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie was a seasoned jonin, possessing not only rich combat experience but also Byakugan, which allowed him to see through chakra flows. Given his experience, it was evident that achieving such tactics would not be easily realized. Therefore, for both Itachi and Ji Shui, the crux lay in how to initiate the first strike. Facing the adversary's fierce left palm, Ji Shui suddenly leaned back, narrowly evading at the last moment, while Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie seized the opportunity to create distance. Ji Shui flipped over and leaped back. In that fleeting moment, the enemy's gaze was directed towards the rock where Itachi lay concealed. Unfortunately, their line of sight still did not intersect. After landing, Wu Jie instinctively glanced towards him, but promptly averted his gaze again. For his Byakugan revealed chakra flowing within Ji Shui's eyes, evidently activating the Sharingan's ability, hence the abrupt withdrawal of his line of sight before they could meet. However, he did not anticipate that Ji Shui's Sharingan was merely a feint. The direction he turned towards was precisely the rock where Itachi hid. In that instant, Itachi's gaze fixated intently on the enemy, while Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie unwittingly beheld the unfolding scene, their gazes on the verge of converging. It was supposed to be thus, but just as success seemed imminent, Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie unexpectedly leaped into the air without warning. Itachi was speechless, evidently. His position and plan had been discovered. What he did not expect was whether the opponent was merely aware of his presence or if he intended to draw Itachi into the fray as well. In any case, upon discovering Itachi's trace, Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie harbored no intention of retreating, but rather leaped directly towards Itachi's hiding spot. Witnessing this, Ji Shui suddenly smiled, and the next moment, he appeared before Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie. Thud. A kick landed squarely on the adversary's face, sending him crashing against the uneven rocky wall. However, what materialized in their shared line of sight was merely a shattered tree branch. Body replacement technique. Indeed, a languid voice suddenly echoed from behind Itachi. Kid, do not underestimate the middle-aged uncle. Chapter 190, Secrecy. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. The left and right palms struck Itachi's abdomen in succession. 8 trigrams, for palms. Itachi had no time to catch his breath before enduring 4 consecutive strikes. 8 trigrams, 8 palms. Yet, once the blows landed, the relentless gentle fist seemed to mock Itachi's contemplation of how to retaliate, mercilessly pummeling him. An enraged voice suddenly emanated from Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie's right side. In the periphery of Itachi's vision, Ji Shui's fierce figure rapidly approached. Ji Shui, to guard against Ji Shui's surprise attack. Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance, granting Itachi a fleeting moment to catch his breath. No, the moment he raised his eyes, Itachi realized that Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie's stance was far more than mere defense. He merely tilted his head to evade Ji Shui's flying kick, then swiftly extended his left hand, gripping Ji Shui's throat, and effortlessly lifted him high. Kids, did I not just say, do not underestimate the uncle? Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie. Witnessing his friend being captured, Itachi instinctively called out the name of the adversary before he found himself sprinting forward uncontrollably. Do you wish for me to kill you so desperately? Indeed, it was not surprising that Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie would think this. The earlier gentle fist strikes, although interrupted by Ji Shui's surprise attack, had all landed squarely on Itachi. His Byakugan clearly revealed that the chakra within Itachi's body had been completely disrupted. In such circumstances, what means could this half-grown youth possibly employ? What methods could threaten him, a peak physical technique master? Yet even so, Itachi continued to advance resolutely towards Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie. Very well, since that is the case, I shall grant you a swift end. Gulp. Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie gradually intensified the pressure of his left hand gripping Ji Shui's throat, intending to crush his windpipe. Stop. Itachi's eyes suddenly radiated an eerie crimson light. Such blatant genjutsu. Is the so-called Uchiha genius merely this? As he mockingly taunted, Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie leisurely averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Itachi. However, what greeted him was Ji Shui suddenly gripping his left hand, his eyes wide open with all his might. Mangekyo. In that instant, not only was Xiao Rixiang Wu Jie, the target of the technique, stunned, but Itachi too was astonished by his friend's gaze. Although still the same crimson hue, the pattern within Ji Shui's eyes was entirely unfamiliar. From the moment he gained awareness, Itachi had recognized that the shape of the Sharingan always bore a small black dot at the center, surrounded by a circle of black lines, with the lines taking on the form of comma-like patterns. While the number of commas may vary with strength, the shape was universally recognizable among his clan. Yet now, he beheld an unprecedented design within Ji Shui's eyes. 3 commas thickened and intertwined. The small black dot at the center vanished, creating a hollow red void. If the ratio of red to black in an ordinary Sharingan is 8:2, Ji Shui's now stood at 5:5, with red and black in a stalemate within his eyes. 1,000th of a second, or 10,000th of a second. For an ordinary Sharingan, the duration of the gaze between Ji Shui and Xiao Rixiang Wujie was nearly too brief to encompass the time needed for casting the technique. However, a blade suddenly sliced through Xiao Rixiang Wujie's abdomen, scorching blood splattering onto Ji Shui, who could not evade in time. Wujie. Upon regaining his freedom, Ji Shui called out in bewilderment. Before him, Xiao Rixiang Wujie collapsed softly to the ground, his abdomen gushing forth blood that stained a large area. Itachi stood frozen in place, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Was it Ji Shui's illusion? He had only witnessed the instant Ji Shui's eyes manifested. In that moment, Wu Jie's body suddenly stiffened, and without hesitation, he withdrew a short blade from his bosom and plunged it into his own abdomen. Hey, pull yourself together, Wu Jie. Ji Shui crouched down, cradling Wu Jie's head and shouted. Lacking knowledge of medical ninjutsu, he felt utterly helpless at that moment. I am a spy from another village, and my mind has been subjected to a certain technique. When my consciousness is interfered with, I will inevitably end my own life. There is no saving me now. In Ji Shui's embrace, Wu Jie had surrendered all resistance, his mouth now coughing blood incessantly. I have never seen anyone cast a dojutsu in such a short span of time. What could it possibly be? Yet, upon hearing this question, Ji Shui remained silent, uttering not a single word. Is it a secret technique of the Uchiha? Glancing at Ji Shui, who showed no inclination to speak, Itachi took the initiative to inquire. Do you have anything else to say? Despite his cough, Wu Jie did not press further for answers. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Itachi and stated, although circumstances have escalated to this point, my actions were solely my own, and they do not involve my wife and children. They are unaware of my deeds. Are you implying that the betrayal of the village rests solely on your shoulders? Itachi remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. Ha ha ha. Wu Jie chuckled silently upon hearing this, while trembling hands searched his bosom for something. Observing this, Itachi knelt down, gently parting his hands to retrieve the item within, a pack of cigarettes. Seeing Wu Jie's blood-stained smile, which appeared to reflect his suffering, Itachi did not hesitate to take a cigarette from the pack and place it between Wu Jie's lips. Please, light it for me, Wu Jie requested weakly. Ji Shui also knelt down, retrieving a lighter from Wu Jie's pocket to ignite the cigarette. As the smoke wafted, Wu Jie struggled to draw a deep breath, savoring it as he exhaled slowly. So this is what it looks like when a ninja dies. His gaze slowly swept over Itachi and Ji Shui, who were squatting beside him. Then I shall wait for you both on the other side. With that, his hand, which clutched the cigarette, suddenly lost strength and fell limply to the ground, motionless. Staring at the now unresponsive Wu Jie, Ji Shui and Itachi fell into a heavy silence, neither rising nor speaking for a long while, until Ji Shui finally broke the quietude with a somber voice. It's over. Itachi nodded silently in acknowledgement. Ji Shui continued to gaze at Wu Jie's lifeless face and softly asked, Can you keep the secret of the recently revealed Sharingan from the villagers? Yes. Itachi replied without hesitation. Mangekyo Sharingan, Ji Shui remarked, lifting his gaze to his friend, the unique pattern of his Sharingan reappearing in his eyes. When the time comes, I will explain everything to you. Yes, Itachi affirmed once again, unwavering in his resolve. Chapter 191. Encounter in June of the 57th year of Konoha. The weather grew progressively warmer. A great river wound its way through the dense jungle, where the flora and fauna had transformed into a vibrant tapestry of tropical life. By the riverbank, a striking figure adorned with a fabric pouch slung over her shoulder moved silently through the undulating thickets. Since Senju Shingetsu had entrusted her with the task of seeking the remnants of the Sonin, nearly a year had elapsed, during which she had traversed every corner of the Land of Fire. Now, she stood before yet another potential target village. Let this one be genuine, she mused. aware that her hopes were often dashed by countless fruitless searches. As she traversed the terrain, a nagging feeling of uncertainty crept into her heart. What if I were to discover that base here? Wouldn't that make me look foolish? After all, this place was not far from Konoha. It merely required crossing a mountain and navigating through a forest. SSSSSSS whoosh. Venomous snakes and vividly colored spiders fell from above, steaming as they hit the ground. The tropical rainforest was replete with such creatures, yet as a seasoned combatant, Yi Tsang was no delicate flower. Having traversed the wilderness alone for so long, she had grown accustomed to dealing with these lurking threats to the point of ease. Hey, you unwanted wild child, you're obedient today, aren't you? As Yi Tsang approached her target village, in the distance, at the edge of the fields and the woods, a half-grown boy's voice rang out. What game shall we play today? With that, the other children, who had been seated or standing on the grass, tree trunks, and fences, turned their malicious gazes toward the disheveled girl in their midst, their faces alight with wicked smiles. The girl's heart raced with fear at the boy's inquiry and the surrounding children's sinister expressions. She trembled uncontrollably, yet surrounded by so many, she dared not flee. Instead, she lowered her head, clutching the tattered remnants of her clothing tightly. In truth, even if she were not encircled, she would still lack the courage to escape. This was simply because she was an abandoned child. Having received care from the village's adults, being bullied by their children was deemed only natural. Thus, even though she knew she would be beaten each time, and despite the many scars they inflicted upon her daily, she complied, arriving at their beckoning. Otherwise, they would merely return home to whine or express mild displeasure, and she would find herself without food for days on end. Though her life was hard, she was just a child of 5 or 6 years. What could she do? Oh right, as if suddenly recalling something, the first half-grown boy exclaimed excitedly to the other children, "Yesterday, my father took me to the market, and on the way, I witnessed a battle between the ninja. What a spectacle!" The atmosphere instantly became lively, and the children's attention shifted from the girl to the boy's face. Was it the kind of battle where they shot fireballs? Hurry, tell us more. The battle of the ninja is truly remarkable. To these ordinary children, who had only ever known a life of agriculture, tales of ninja combat were steeped in legendary allure. Ugh, fireballs are nothing. The boy clearly enjoyed being watched by his companions, a smug look spreading across his face. The battle I saw was much more advanced. Solid earthen walls suddenly rose higher than houses. There were flying water dragons, and even lightning bolts shooting from their hands. Wow, everyone except the girl. No, wait a minute. While the other children were lost in their fantasies, the girl in the middle of the crowd had a longing gleam in her lowered eyes. Ninja Master. If I could have the same strength as the Ninja Master, wouldn't I never have to be bullied like this again? Ugh, cough cough. Giving his companions some time to fantasize, the boy then coughed deliberately to draw their attention. Yesterday, I was really lucky. I was very close. I could see the Ninja Master's hand seals clearly. Wow, show us. Yeah. The atmosphere instantly heated up, almost every child's face flushed with excitement. After a few moments of affected posturing, until his companions were starting to scratch their heads in frustration, the boy reluctantly waved his hand. All right, since you all want to see this so much. He imitated an adult, coughing and groaning, and walked up to the girl under the children's watchful eyes. Then, to her bewildered surprise, his expression suddenly changed, and he roared, "You wretched bandits. Meeting me today is the worst thing that ever happened to you. Take this." He waved his hands wildly, then pointed sharply at the girl. "Drink. Water dragon." The girl, still unaware of what was happening, was immediately startled and quickly closed her eyes, trembling. A gentle breeze blew by, and nothing happened. The other expectant children scratched their faces and looked at each other. Then one of them couldn't help but burst out laughing. The others quickly followed suit, bursting into laughter as well. After a while, the expected fist didn't land. The girl tentatively opened her eyes, but before she could even see what was happening, a grumpy face flushed red and a fist that suddenly grew larger appeared before her. "Damn bandits, I'll teach you to close your eyes." Bang. So you can't react. Bang bang. Punch after punch, each one landing heavily on the girl's face, head, and body. Hey, is this what ninja techniques are like? Ha ha. Ha ha. You're not just angry because you're embarrassed, are you? Ha ha. Hearing his companions' increasingly grating taunts, the boy's fists clenched tighter and tighter, his strength becoming increasingly uncontrollable. "Damn it, you unwanted wild child, why don't you just die?" Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the laughter of so many, the girl simply curled up, letting the fists and feet strike her, venting his ridiculous resentment. Doesn't it hurt? How could it? It's just that for her. She's gotten used to this kind of life. Boom. Just as she gritted her teeth, silently enduring this undeserved calamity, a deafening explosion suddenly rang in her ears, and a violent wave of heat swept over her. Get out! Accompanied by a cold voice, the next second, the girl heard the children suddenly burst into tears and run away. Chapter 192 Opportunity Shoe. Enduring the pain, the girl silently got up, her gaze fixed on the ground in front of her the entire time. To scare those brats like that, she must be someone incredibly powerful. That huge noise just now. Could she be the legendary ninja? If only I could go with this ninja. This thought flashed through her mind like a sudden inspiration, but it was quickly suppressed. A ninja is such a noble being. How could she possibly care about an unwanted child like her? Enduring the pain, without even daring to look up, the girl silently turned to return to the village, back to that dilapidated place, but her only refuge. Watching the girl's actions, Yitsong frowned slightly. Such a small child, yet dressed in such tattered clothes, and bullied by several older boys like that. Without even thinking, she could guess what had happened. She sighed inwardly, then stepped forward and stopped the girl who was trying to leave. She knew those unruly boys' tempers all too well. Having been scared away like that, the girl would undoubtedly face even more retaliatory abuse when she got back. It wasn't that she suddenly felt a surge of sympathy. Rather, she was thinking that whether she left immediately after the search or stayed a few more days, she didn't want the girl to suffer any more pain because of her actions before she left. Although her initial anger stemmed from her indignation at seeing those much older children bullying a little girl, her face, chest, arms, standing before the girl. Seeing her seemingly bewildered expression because of her blocking her way, with bruises of varying sizes and ages covering almost every exposed skin, Yitsong's anger intensified. Those children were clearly only teenagers. How could they be so cruel, so brutal to a child? What's your name? Since being betrayed by the Sand Village's higher-ups, Yitsong had thought she had become indifferent to everything, with only revenge as her motivation to live. But this time, looking at this little girl who, despite being bullied, still stubbornly wanted to live, she felt a long-lost, slight stirring within her. Although it was only a slight stirring, I didn't expect the ninja to actually speak to me. The girl, who had been worried she might have offended the other person and was even fearing a beating, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She then tried to raise her head to look at the ninja-sama, who was looking down at her. Ninja-sama, I am Yuru. Yitsong nodded meaninglessly. She wasn't surprised by the ninja-sama title. After all, she had seen those mischievous kids imitating ninjas earlier, and she could understand the mystery and longing these children from remote villages felt for the word ninja. However, she didn't have much experience communicating with strange children. The two looked at each other awkwardly for a while before she suddenly asked, somewhat dryly, how old are you? What Yitsong was really thinking was that this girl named Yuru was a bit young, but children from poor backgrounds usually matured early, and might be able to help with her search. So, it would be reasonable and justifiable for her to look after her for a few days, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this question, Yulu's eyes immediately showed surprise. She clearly hadn't expected this incredibly beautiful ninja to care about such things. I'm 5 years old, she quickly and urgently answered in a low voice. Then, as if unsure, hurriedly added, Probably. Yitsong's expression was quite surprised. Judging from this girl's expression and behavior, she doesn't seem to have any intellectual disabilities. How could she not even be sure of her own age? I felt as if I had committed some grave misdeed. Yulu hastily cast a glance at Yitsong, then immediately lowered her head and murmured, I have never seen my father or mother. I only heard about them from the adults in the village. I should be around 5 years old this year. Upon hearing this, Yitsong's expression involuntarily sharpened for a fleeting moment. Another wretched soul, abandoned by fate. Some individuals truly deserve to perish 1,000 times over. A child who has grown up without parents or a family. How could she even begin to fathom the torment of being bullied by the children of the same village? At that moment, her determination to protect Yulu intensified. At the very least, she did not want her to suffer at the hands of those children any longer. With this thought in mind, Yitsong met Yulu's gaze for a brief moment before continuing. I have come to this village in search of something. Would you be willing to be my guide? Rest assured, I shall not ask for your assistance without due compensation. What? Yulu appeared momentarily dazed by this unexpected proposition. However, upon seeing her eyes suddenly brighten with understanding, Yitsong felt a sense of clarity and decisively turned to continue on her path. If she wished, she could follow. My time is precious. Behind her, Yulu gazed at Yitsong's tall figure, her eyes instinctively wandering aside. She could clearly see, not far from where those children had been, a vast area that appeared as if scorched by an immense fireball in an instant. That was the very spot from which the thunderous roar had erupted. Turning her gaze back to the already distanced Yitsong, who had paused to wait for her, Yulu's eyes gradually sparkled like the stars in the sky. Yes, I can do it. Her voice suddenly transformed into a joyous and melodious chime. The young Yulu, seemingly forgetting her earlier pain, lifted her small feet and dashed after Yitsong's retreating figure. Destiny. No, such grand terminology had yet to enter Yulu's mind. She simply felt that if she did not wish to be bullied every day in the future, this invitation from the esteemed ninja was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Chapter 193. Unexpected Gain? Yitsong, what is it that you seek here? As they walked toward the village, Yulu, having discerned that Yitsong simply did not favor smiling but was, in fact, kind-hearted, gradually found her courage increasing. After exchanging a few words, her innate childlike exuberance began to surface, and she found herself speaking more freely. Through their conversation, Yitsong gained a general understanding of Yulu's circumstances. A few years prior, the adults in the village discovered an abandoned infant at the village's edge. Although none could bear to witness a small life vanish, no one was willing to take in an unfortunate girl, which led to a collective decision to contribute a little food and worn clothing that their own children could not wear. Of course, these were merely words Yulu had heard from the unsympathetic children who had bullied her since childhood. The full truth likely resided only with those adults who were present at the time. Upon learning this, Yitsong refrained from asking Yulu the typical questions one might expect from protagonists in films or novels, such as whether she wished for her parents or if she harbored hatred toward her bullies. Such inquiries were utterly superfluous. What? Should she not despise them and instead be grateful? What level of ignorance would lead one to pose such questions? How do I describe it? I suppose I am in search of a kind of relic. Yitsong pondered as she walked, considering her choice of words. After all, she thought, even if she asked about an abandoned ninja base, Yulu, given her age, would likely not comprehend. It is a particularly unique type of relic. I have heard rumors about such places in other regions, which is why I wish to take a chance here. A relic? Despite Yitsong's deliberate attempt to slow her pace, her long legs carried her faster than Yulu, forcing the little girl to occasionally jog to keep up. However, Yulu seemed unfazed by this disparity. After hearing Yitsong's words, she jogged along while furrowing her brow in thought. Unfortunately, lacking parental guidance, she had never received the proper early education. All she knew had come from the adults in the village. Thus, despite her earnest efforts to ponder, she could only muster the courage to ask softly, Yitsong, what do you mean by relic? Yitsong was taken aback, having not anticipated such a question from Yulu. Yet, after a moment's reflection, she found the inquiry quite reasonable. A child who depended on herself for sustenance could hardly expect anyone to take the time to teach her literacy or poetry. Well, Yitsong mused, pausing thoughtfully before responding. It refers to places that are evidently ancient, where no one has lived for a long time. After a brief pause for precision, she added, the older, the better, ideally. Places that even the village elders have never seen anyone enter. Oh, I see. After hearing her explanation, Yulu nodded, her gaze becoming focused as if she were deep in contemplation. A relic is a house where no one lives. Yitsong had intended merely to clarify her point. But after murmuring a few words, she noticed Yulu's eyes suddenly gleaming with enthusiasm. Eagerly, she looked up at Yitsong and exclaimed, Yitsong, there seems to be such a place nearby, just beyond the woods on the other side of the village. Yitsong was momentarily astonished. Really? Is this what one might call an unexpected gain? Or perhaps good deeds are rewarded? Indeed, I have truly seen it, and even been there myself. In her eagerness to prove her words, Yulu boldly grasped Yitsong's hand and hurriedly led her toward the village, saying, if you come with me, you will see. Caught off guard, Yitsong was momentarily taken aback, but she did not allow this minor inconvenience to irritate her. Instead, she quickened her pace to match Yulu's. After all, she had not held high hopes for this venture, so a visit would suffice. Look, it's that person. As they approached the village, they spotted several of the earlier frightened children hastily hiding, with a few timid ones even calling for their parents. That detestable wild child dares to associate with. How infuriating. If only I had stayed, I would be right beside the esteemed ninja now. After the esteemed ninja departed, I must ensure that the wretched wild child hears the whispers of jealousy and resentment that echo from behind the walls on either side of the road, and from behind the hidden windows. These voices, unmasked and candid, were not only perceived by Yi Tsong. Glancing at Yulu, who tightly clenched her right hand and bit her lip, Yi Tsong's perception of this village plummeted further. Although some adults had kept Yulu alive, it was merely a matter of survival. In her eyes, the practice of merely feeding her scraps while allowing other children to bully her could only be seen as a feeble attempt at solace. Certainly not a benevolent act of salvation. Was it the esteemed ninja? As the two traversed through the village, reaching its center, they encountered an elderly man with partially white hair, smiling as he approached. Yi Tsong halted, perplexed by the old man. It was the village chief. Fortunately, Yulu was beside her to clarify, and judging by her demeanor, it seemed she held some respect for him, given the circumstances. As they were within the confines of another's territory and had no intention of decimating the village, Yi Tsong felt it inappropriate to maintain an aloof demeanor. Therefore, she nodded slightly, dismissing the title of esteemed sir, and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Nothing, nothing," the village chief replied, his smile growing warmer upon hearing her words. Clearly, the presence of a ninja was undeniable. As you can see, our village is quite remote, and the villagers have little exposure to the outside world. If we have acted inappropriately, we humbly ask for your understanding. Yi Tsong regarded the village chief silently. On the surface, he seemed harmless. However, feeling Yulu's persistent grip on her left hand since entering the village, she hesitated, ultimately nodding slightly. "I am merely here to find something. As long as it does not interfere with my purpose, I shall not act rashly against you." With that, she turned her attention away and continued forward, holding Yulu's hand. Chapter 194. The ruins. Upon exiting Yulu's village and traversing a stretch of woodland, a mist began to envelop the air, thickening as they advanced. A soft splash echoed, and as Yi Tsong followed Yulu out of the trees, she found herself in a dense fog, revealing a vast, muddy swamp ahead. The previous splash must have been caused by some creature stirring within the mire. "Yi Tsong, look over there," Yulu exclaimed. The swirling mist was so thick that even the sound of splashing water was infrequent, rendering the surroundings eerily silent until Yulu spoke. Following her pointed finger, Yi Tsong discerned a large, shadowy outline shrouded in the mist. "Is that the ruins?" she murmured, captivated. Honestly, without Yulu's guidance, she might have overlooked the ominous silhouette entirely. Now, with Yulu's words resonating in her mind, the enigmatic shape seemed to grow ever more intriguing. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Tsong addressed Yulu, "Stay here for a moment." "Yi Tsong, what are you doing?" "I will check to see if this is the ruin I seek. Do not wander off." Gently freeing her hand from Yulu's grasp, Yi Tsong stepped onto the water's surface, moving deeper into the swamp. All while Yulu's anxious gaze followed her. How incredible! Is this what a ninja can do? Watching Yi Tsong confidently traverse the water, Yulu's feelings of fear were overshadowed by an overwhelming fascination with the mysterious powers of a ninja. Silence enveloped the environment, as even the usual birdsong seemed to vanish, leaving only the sound of her footsteps against the water. In truth, if she were solely seeking something, it would have been simpler to dissipate the mist with her jutsu. Yet according to Senju Shingetsu's intel, this so-called Kinjidi was rumored to harbor remnants of a fallen nation. Despite her mounting disappointments, she still clung to a flicker of hope. What if this truly was her target? If so, creating a commotion could alert them unnecessarily, prompting her to opt for a more cautious approach. After all, having faced disillusionment so many times, what was a few more moments of patience? A gentle breeze swept through, and in the thick fog, even the air seemed to take form, swirling with small eddies that disturbed the otherwise still mist. The fetid scent of decay that permeated the swamp began to dissipate slightly. As she neared the source, the ground beneath her feet transitioned from squishy to solid, and the previously indistinct gray shapes sharpened into clearer outlines. This place truly feels unsettling. Realizing that remnants of an unknown power might be concealed here, Yi Tsong heightened her awareness, focusing intently on her surroundings. However, whether due to her heightened sensitivity or unfamiliarity with the environment, she found it difficult to calm her racing heart as she surveyed the crumbling stone structures around her. Wait. Her steps abruptly halted as she carefully scanned her surroundings, scrutinizing every detail again. No, there were signs of human activity here. The instant this thought crossed her mind, Her form instinctively melded into the shadows. Her reaction was not one of excessive caution. Rather, as Yu Lu had stated, while the villagers were aware of the ruins, few had dared to tread here due to the swamp. The details she had noted were unmistakably remnants left by frequent visitors, concealed behind a cluster of stones. Yitsong's first thought was not how to confront any potential threat, but rather, could this be the very target I have tirelessly sought for over a year? With an indescribable mix of emotions, she silently followed the traces deeper into the ruins, eventually noticing that all the signs converged towards a central opening leading underground. The passage was dark, illuminated only by distant light sources embedded in the walls, casting a dim glow. In one of the dimmest corners, Yitsong cautiously concealed herself, listening as the footsteps of two patrolling guards drew nearer, then gradually faded away. With a breath of relief, it was not fear of the guards that troubled her, but rather the strangeness of the ruins. Perhaps due to their prolonged exposure to the swamp, the interior was replete with damp tree roots, which she could accept. However, the numerous pipes and occasional devices adorning the walls puzzled her. For the first time, Yitsong genuinely regretted not having studied more diligently in her scholarly pursuits. Just as the previous sounds of footsteps faded into silence, another wave of footsteps swiftly approached, and judging by their direction, they were heading straight for her. She genuinely yearned to venture inside and explore, however, in such a straight and narrow passage with scarcely any hiding spots. Avoiding the patrolling personnel would be impossible unless she fought her way through without hesitation. But if she did so, wouldn't all her meticulous efforts to infiltrate be rendered meaningless? Moreover, glancing down at her delicate and exquisite hands, she realized that while taking a life might be easy for her, once a confrontation ensued, this so-called Conan relic would likely be left in ruins. Alas, although she felt an undeniable reluctance, the increasingly approaching footsteps compelled Yitsong to stealthily retreat. After meticulously noting some features of the entrance outside, she silently returned to the other side of the marsh. Yitsong Darren. Upon her arrival, before she could even step onto dry land, a suppressed yet excited voice greeted her. Lifting her gaze, she saw none other than Yu Lu, eagerly awaiting her. Yitsong nodded slightly, her feet continuing to tread upon the shore. Observing this, Yu Lu immediately approached, her eyes shimmering with hope as she inquired, Yitsong Darren, did you find what you were looking for? Well, I suppose I did. As Yitsong spoke, she glanced back towards the marsh, fixating on the cluster of buildings that had once again transformed into a shadowy silhouette. Returning to the moment, she noticed Yu Lu's expression, which was inexplicably perplexed and contemplative. After a brief pause, she retrieved a pendant from her chest, under Yu Lu's watchful gaze. Chapter 195. The foolish son of the landlord with one hand grasping the pendant. Yitsong felt no inclination to elaborate further to Yu Lu. Gradually, she channeled some chakra into the pendant, with a subtle yet distinct sound of freezing. The surrounding mist rapidly converged before Yitsong, ultimately taking the form of a human figure before Yu Lu's astonished eyes. It was not activated in battle. Before the figure fully materialized, its voice resonated in the ears of the two present. Once the figure solidified and opened its eyes, Yu Lu was taken aback to find that the newcomer was merely a boy, not much older than herself. Perhaps due to their previous encounters, Yu Lu displayed evident resistance upon seeing Senju Shingetsu, instinctively stepping back behind Yitsong. Where's this? Casting a glance around, her gaze deepened upon seeing the shadowy outline across from her. Summoning me in this manner, does that imply the target has been confirmed? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the girl who was almost entirely concealed behind Yitsong. Observing Yu Lu's evident desire to evade him and her close proximity to Yitsong, Senju Shingetsu felt a twinge of confusion. He knew well that while Yitsong had a good nature, she was utterly serious when executing the tasks he assigned. He had never before witnessed her entangled with others during a mission. I have just confirmed it. This place, clearly unsuitable for habitation, is heavily guarded, with various devices in operation. As she spoke, Yitsong's voice lowered, her complexion slightly reddening, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on. Numerous devices that I cannot comprehend are functioning. After hearing this, Senju Shingetsu again turned his gaze towards the opposite bank, pondering deeply. His mental energy suddenly surged towards the other side, for this mist-laden marsh was as familiar to him as rivers and lakes. The dilapidated stone structures, subtle traces of activity, dark passageways, patrolling squads, orderly rooms, strange devices, and tightly clad researchers. Oh, he found it. As his mental energy penetrated a heavy stone door, he indeed discovered a vast stone chamber that bore a striking resemblance to his memories. The room was round, with a massive pillar entwined by large vine-like cables at its center, and at the base lay an enormous chair, far exceeding the size of an ordinary human. Indeed, this was the place. Other locations might blur in memory, but this was unquestionably the infamous site of the so-called Shinong's explosive growth. He would not mistake it. By the heavens, what nonsense. Might Guy had to train his entire life to open the 8 gates, yet that absurd Shinong claimed he could open the 8 gates, even the death gate, without injury at any time? Damn it, just because of Shinong's name, he was already in a foul mood. If that old man dared to appear before him, he would turn him into frozen fish in an instant. Indeed, this was the location. Having confirmed the target, Senju Shingetsu decided not to probe further, nor would he rashly descend to examine the so-called Zero Tail. After all, this was merely a clone, and his mental energy and chakra were limited. Should a moment of reckless curiosity lead to unforeseen complications, it would be pure folly. Excellent. When he looked back at Yi Tsong, a contented smile graced his face. You have worked hard this past year to locate this place. It is nothing. Since it is your command, I shall execute it with all my might. Upon hearing these words, Yu Lu, who had been closely observing Yi Tsong, felt as though she might be hallucinating. For after hearing what the boy said, she distinctly noticed Yi Tsong shudder slightly. Her tone no longer cold and distant as it had been when speaking to the village chief, but rather soft and gentle, with a hint of blush upon her cheeks. Witnessing the enigmatic Yi Tsong display such a demeanor before the boy, the naive Yu Lu's mind raced with possibilities, the most plausible of which depicted Senju Shingetsu as a foolish son of a wealthy landlord, while her esteemed Yi Tsong was a loyal and reliable vassal, perpetually bullied by the foolish son. You should find a nearby spot to keep watch, in case they make any unexpected moves. I will hasten to bring reinforcements. Senju Shingetsu, oblivious to the whirlwind of thoughts in Yu Lu's mind, was merely contemplating how to eliminate the remnants of Conan while preserving the integrity of the location. Of course, given the environmental conditions, he could resolve the issue in an instant if he were to act personally. However, he considered that such a battle held no significance for him anymore. Thus, why not leave the opportunity for his beloved subordinates? The sooner they grew stronger, the sooner he could enjoy some well-deserved leisure. All right, Yi Tsong nodded, suspecting she could discern Senju Shingetsu's intentions. How should she put it? Although she felt a twinge of discontent, her combat style was indeed ill-suited for this extermination mission. It was quite vexing. Senju Shingetsu nodded once more, his gaze sweeping over Yu Lu, who was peeking out from behind Yi Tsong. He harbored some doubts regarding this girl, who appeared to be quite close to Yi Tsong. However, since Yi Tsong had yet to offer any explanations, he refrained from pressing further. She would speak of what needed to be said in her own time. Then let us proceed in this manner. I will swiftly attend to my affairs and return post-haste. As the last word was spoken, countless delicate cracks suddenly appeared on Qinsho Jinyue's body, followed by a sharp cracking sound. In an instant, he transformed into innumerable shards smaller than dust, ultimately dissipating in the mist with the gentle breeze. Having grown up in a remote countryside, where the days were filled with either beatings or the anticipation of them, Yuli had never encountered such a horrifying scene. Startled, she instinctively hid behind Yetsong, her voice trembling as if she were truly frightened. Yetsong Darren. He. Despite her clothes being tightly wrinkled, upon witnessing Yuli's state, Yetsong's first reaction was not annoyance, but rather a sudden realization that this child was only 5 years old. Not to mention children, even many adults cannot escape the fear of thunder and rain. So, how did she, so small at that time, endure those long and terrifying nights? Chapter 196, Daily Life vs. Kai. The Whirlwind of Konoha. Bang! Whoosh! The slender figure swiftly retreated like a bullet, landing and then jumping back several times to gradually dissipate the immense energy transmitted from the earlier kick. Ahaha! What a thrill! Training alongside Jinyue was simply exhilarating. In the training ground, Might Guy shouted joyfully while pursuing Qinsho Jinyue's figure to continue the attack. Not just thrilling, for someone like him, who only practiced physical techniques. Nothing excited him more than encountering an opponent against whom he could unleash his full strength. Not enough, not enough. Jinyue, let our youth be even more passionate. Roar. The emerald figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear before Qinsho Jinyue like a ferocious lion. The Great Whirlwind of Konoha. This technique begins with a low kick, transitioning to a high kick during rapid rotation, and finally concludes with a powerful heel strike. In the fraction of a second, the characteristics of Kai's technique flashed through his mind, and before his brain could issue a command, his body reacted swiftly, as if he had engaged in countless battles. Without any attempt to evade, his muscles tensed suddenly, and he braced himself with both arms to absorb Kai's formidable kick. Wow. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. With the initial move blocked, all of Kai's premeditated actions could no longer proceed, forcing him to leap and create distance between them. However, faced with Qianshou Jinyue's unexpected response, his expression was not of regret, but rather grew more exhilarated. Jinyue, to have withstood my kick head-on, you have truly matured into a formidable opponent. Hey! Rubbing his slightly numb forearm, Qianshou Jinyue could not help but feel a sense of pride. That block, though it seemed simple, depended heavily on the opponent's prowess. It is no exaggeration to say that with Kai's current strength, if one's physical condition or reaction speed faltered, the result would simply be being sent flying by Kai's powerful kick. Fantastic. Let us go again. All right. Whoosh. Clap. 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 Whoosh. Bang. Bang. The two figures, one white and one green, entangled once more, and due to their swift speeds, it appeared to onlookers as though they were merely phantoms. Oh, their ninjutsu has already reached such a high level. Nearby, Izumi and Hinata Takuma had been practicing together, but upon witnessing the intense battle between the two men, they soon felt utterly drained of energy. About 7 or 8 meters away, Kuruma Bayun, who had been making revisions on her easel, turned her gaze to the combatants. After a while, she suddenly tossed her paintbrush aside, propping her chin with one hand, letting out a weary sigh. Although I am merely an illusionist and don't require high physical prowess or close combat skills, to be honest, ever since Qianshou Jinyue healed my illness, I believed I had been putting in considerable effort and had made some achievements in physical techniques. But now, looking at those two, what on earth is it that allows them to create afterimages even in training? Are those two even human? Among the three, only Hinata Takuma remained silent. It was not that he had differing opinions. Rather, witnessing such a battle scene made him feel as if his own training was merely child's play. Furthermore, does a normal training session even create sonic booms? As a member of the renowned Hyuga clan known for their close combat techniques, could his gentle fist compete with such a steel-fisted style? Bang. Whoosh. Boom. The two figures separated upon contact, both nearly simultaneously crashing to the ground, enveloping the entire area in thick clouds of dust. Accompanied by a distinctive hearty laugh, a dirt-covered Kai emerged from the smoke, joyfully slapping Qianshou Jinyue on the shoulder. Refreshing. Training with Jinyue is truly exhilarating. Jinyue, you must feel the same way, right? Hee. Although not as boisterous as Kai, Qianshou Jinyue's expression clearly conveyed his satisfaction with the training. As he matured with age, his physique began to showcase its advantages, especially with the relentless Kai pushing him. His physical prowess was progressing at an astonishing rate. Even Kai, without opening the 8 gates, could no longer easily gain the upper hand in their matches. And this was under the agreement to engage solely in pure physical combat, without employing any other abilities. To hold his ground against Might Guy, who was just entering his prime, using only pure physical techniques, one could understand a slight sense of pride and satisfaction, right? Oh, you two have finished your training? Approaching Izumi and Hinata Takuma, noticing their lack of energy as they relaxed, Kai, filled with enthusiasm, suddenly struck a side pose, exclaiming, "Youngsters, why not join us and unleash the fervor of our youthful spirits together?" No, absolutely not. The simultaneous chorus of 3 rejections instantly struck Kai with disappointment. Why not? Glancing at the playful Kai, Izumi explained, I follow a nimble approach, so speed and chakra techniques are more important for me. Takuma practices the Hyuga clan's traditional gentle fist. Or do you want to drag the illusionist Bayun into muscle training? I completely understand what you're saying. I was just speaking casually. Although it appeared somewhat awkward, such trivial matters were hardly enough to deter Konoha's whirlwind of enthusiasm. Soon, he set a new goal for himself. This is great. Recently, I also feel my dear friend seems a bit out of place. All right, next, I shall use my fervor to touch the heart of my dear friend. Jiyu is undoubtedly referring to Kakashi. A glance at the suddenly exuberant Kai ignited a flicker of distraction in Qianshou Jinyue's mind. due to his affiliation with the Umbu. He had only encountered the white-haired youth with the fox mask on rare occasions during his visits to the third Hokage over the past 2 years. He wondered about the current state of that Konoha technician, whether he had emerged from his reclusive shell. However, these thoughts merely flitted through his mind. For Kakashi's current affairs were not his concern. "Let us leave it at this for today. I have matters to attend to," he stated, dismissing Kai's playful attempts to retain him before beckoning his teammates to depart. Chapter 197. A familiar name, Yi Song. The meal is prepared. On the outskirts of the village, within a dilapidated dwelling that could barely be described as a hut, a small face smeared with grass ash bore an exuberant expression as Yu Lu called out to Yi Song, who sat quietly outside. 5 days had passed since notifying Qinsho Jinhua, and due to the lack of communication means, she remained unaware of the circumstances there, obediently following Qinsho Jinhua's instructions to stay put. Throughout these 5 days, she unceremoniously declined the village chief's solicitous invitations, choosing instead to remain in Yu Lu's humble abode. Though Yu Lu's home was alarmingly crude, she was no delicate flower sheltered from the elements. Such environmental factors posed little impact on her. More significantly, upon realizing that someone was willing to share this meager dwelling with her, the spark of desire and light in those eyes stirred something within her heart. In response to that hopeful gaze, Yi Song gently nodded, then rose to return indoors. In the home of a 5-year-old orphan, it was unlikely there would be any surplus provisions, not even a complete set of utensils. As a dignified wielder of the Jogan, Yi Song could not permit the child, Yu Lu, to forage for food. Guarding the vast expanse of forest, fraught with venomous insects and serpents, posed little challenge for her, merely complicating her selection of desired sustenance. Rabbits, wild chickens, and wild boars, various delectable creatures, alongside occasional fruits gathered, constituted the first truly bountiful meal Yu Lu had ever experienced. Thus, upon Yi Song's return, the petite girl, barely taller than the stove, eagerly volunteered to undertake the cooking task. Naturally, her initial attempts resulted in charred and burnt offerings. Yet, while Yu Lu wallowed in self-reproach, Yi Song refrained from chastising her, instead gently encouraging, "No skill is innate. Do not fear failure. As long as you can learn from your mistakes, you shall improve with each attempt." In the ensuing days, Yi Song witnessed Yu Lu's remarkable resilience. Every day, her culinary skills noticeably advanced at an astonishing pace. Such rapid progress might lead others to regard her as a natural chef. But Yi Song perceived each failure as a stepping stone toward evident improvement. This girl truly possessed a rare talent, absorbing lessons from her missteps and applying them effectively. Regardless of whether her motivations stemmed from a desire to please or from a sincere wish to excel in her culinary endeavors, Yi Song recognized that had their roles been reversed, she would likely struggle to match Yu Lu's exceptional capabilities, perhaps even fall short. "Yi Song, please." A clean branch skewered with pieces of meat, the little hands glistening with grease, offered no disgust to Yi Song, who accepted the skewer with a quiet thank you and began to eat. Truth be told, over the past few days, she pondered much about Yu Lu. Everyone possesses a capacity for love, and through their interactions, she felt a profound appreciation for the girl's strength. Despite enduring a harrowing childhood, Yu Lu's psyche remained unscathed. When questioned, her harshest words expressed a simple desire to avoid further victimization. It smells delightful." Just as Yi Song savored the quiet moment, Yu Lu relished her roasted meat. A sudden masculine voice erupted from within the dwelling. Yu Lu turned to witness a mass of moisture swiftly coalesce into the figure she had seen days prior. "You have arrived." Yi Song's response was subdued, though internally she mused, "This fellow is truly becoming increasingly adept at these flamboyant antics." "Apologies for the delay. Adjusting the task took some time," Qinsho Jinhua remarked, nodding at Yi Song as he comfortably settled onto an ice-cold chair by the fire, reaching for the roasted meat while smiling at the obviously dazed Yu Lu. "Is that acceptable?" "Uh-huh." Taken aback by the unexpected greeting, Yu Lu's uncertainty led her to cast a pleading glance toward Yi Song. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings suddenly filled the air, and as Yu Lu turned her head, she beheld 4 girls of varying sizes and distinctive appearances enter in succession. "Yi Song, Yi Song." Upon seeing the 4 girls, a smile crept onto Yi Song's face. "Izumi, Akatsuki, it has been a while." After acknowledging Xiang Lin and Shi Sai with a nod, she noted the frequency of her visits to Tanaka village during her search. making their encounters relatively frequent and thus more casual. Wow, the roasted meat smells divine. Observing Chinsho Jinue relishing the meat, the famished Akatsuki could no longer contain herself and dragged Xiang Lin over. Comparatively, Izumi exhibited more restraint, at least aware of the unfamiliar presence in the room. Who is she? The question aimed at Yi Tsang while scrutinizing Yu Lu drew the attention of the other three girls. Despite Akatsuki and Xiang Lin indulging in their feast, and Shisai dutifully playing the role of the maid, they all shared a silent understanding. Although Chinsho Jinue had not elaborated on the matter, it was evident from their experiences that his formation of this small group was not merely for the sake of charming young ladies. Thus, even at their tender ages, they had learned to keep secrets, wary of the consequences their words might have on Chinsho Jinue's plans. Therefore, while they appeared lighthearted, each was acutely aware of the significance surrounding the new girl among them. Although she was in her own home, the scrutiny from such beautiful girls rendered Yu Lu visibly anxious, her malnourished frame and tattered attire accentuating her self-consciousness. She hunched her head, her greasy little hands clasped tightly in front of her, embodying the essence of insecurity. Her name is Yu Lu. Witnessing Yu Lu's humble demeanor tugged at Yi Tsang's heartstrings, and the roasted meat in her hands suddenly lost its appeal. She is the guide I sought. Without her assistance, I would have remained lost in my search for the ruins. She is a good child. Upon listening, Quan could not help but nod thoughtfully at Yu Lu, while the other three girls remained silent, their expressions revealing that they too were lost in contemplation. Yu Lu? Suddenly, Chinsho Jinue, who was gnawing on a bone nearby, blinked. This name seemed strangely familiar. Chapter 198, The Talented Little Fan. 5 days prior, I had encountered her outside the village and brought her here until your arrival. I succinctly recounted Yu Lu's circumstances to the others, and upon hearing her tale, the girls, who had initially harbored some wariness towards Yu Lu, visibly softened. Such a small girl must have endured unimaginable torment to survive in such an environment. Particularly for Xianglin, who had grown up under the care of her mother. She understood the despair of being utterly alone and without hope. Moreover, Yu Lu's plight was far worse than her own. At least she had her mother by her side during those trying times. Jinue, the revered one. Eventually, all eyes turned to Chinsho Jinue. Though they felt sympathy for Yu Lu, they understood that despite their playful banter, the final decision would rest with Jinue when faced with such matters. Chinsho Jinue, having just finished a bone, did not immediately respond. Instead, she wiped the grease from her hands while contemplating her thoughts. Yu Lu must be the protagonist of the Kong Rin chapter, the one possessed by Zero Tail. It is now the 57th year of Konoha. Has that old fool Shinnong not yet come to play the benevolent grandfather? I distinctly recall from the plot that Yu Lu lived with that old fellow for quite some time. Moreover, this female protagonist seems to possess remarkable talent. Merely a brief period of learning from Shinnong allowed her to astonish even Sakura with her skills using a scalpel. Although I am surrounded by talented girls, it is evident from Yi Tsang's demeanor that he has already developed a fondness for this girl. Clapping her hands to capture everyone's attention, she addressed the girls. Have you all finished eating? Without waiting for their response, she declared, let us not delay any further. Let us commence our tasks. What's this? The youngest among them, Ma Bayun, immediately protested. Quan and Shisai were unconcerned, having not yet begun to eat, but both she and Xianglin felt discomfort. They had just begun to savor the taste of meat, and now their hunger intensified. Observing Quan, who silently walked out, followed closely by Shisai. The two exchanged a reluctant glance before, with teary eyes, they set down their roasted meat and followed suit, feeling aggrieved. Casting a glance at Chinsho Jinue, who was scrutinizing Yu Lu, Yi Tsang's lips moved slightly, as if he wished to speak. However, in the end, he merely nodded gently at Yu Lu before rising to exit. Although today's focus was on the other four, her task was equally significant. In such a vast ruin, who could say if there were hidden passages? Thus, her duty was to remain vigilant outside, ensuring that no enemy could escape. Yu Lu? Ah yes. Inside the room. With Yi Tsang's departure, Yu Lu found herself alone with Chinsho Jinue, her nervousness palpable. There is no need to be so frightened. Yi Tsang cares for you greatly, and we would never harm you. Observing the timid girl, Chinsho Jinue, while comforting her, seemed to grasp Yi Tsang's intentions. After all, delicate girls naturally evoke sympathy. And despite her tragic background, Yu Lu had not become bitter. Instead, she emerged stronger and more understanding. Truthfully, if it had been some time ago, he might have been tempted to bring her under his wing. Given her experiences and upbringing, few in the entire shinobi world could rival her resilience. With that thought, Shinsho Jinyu beckoned her. Come, stand by me. Though he had no shortage of capable subordinates, there was no reason to refuse if Yitsong genuinely wished to take her in. Was there? Yulu timidly gazed at him, then at the ground, her face reflecting trepidation and reluctance. However, glancing toward the door, where Yitsong's presence had vanished, she hesitated before gradually overcoming her anxiety and inching closer. Relax. Did I not mention earlier that I would not harm you? Gently adjusting her shoulders and sleeves, his sudden gesture startled Yulu. Yet, as she realized he was merely assisting her with her attire and was careful in his actions, she gradually released her apprehensions. Her gaze lifting to discreetly observe this young man who, though only slightly older than herself, commanded such respect from Yitsong. You hold great affection for Yitsong, do you not? Noticing Yulu's emotions settling, Shinsho Jinyu sought to engage her in conversation. Yes, I truly admire Yitsong. Speaking of him infused her with an unexpected vitality, transforming her demeanor. Yitsong is remarkable and gentle. I grew up in this village, and he is the first person who has treated me so kindly, bringing me food and fruits, and speaking to me with a smile. Stealing a quick glance at Shinsho Jinyu, though feeling shy, Yulu mustered the courage to express her feelings. If possible, I wish to remain by Yitsong's side forever. Shinsho Jinyu was not surprised by her response. I do not deny that Yitsong possesses a wonderful character. However, there are certain truths she must understand. What you perceive is merely what she wishes to show. In reality, she bears the weight of endless vengeance. Vengeance. Confusion flickered in Yulu's eyes, not fully grasping the term. Indeed, Shinsho Jinyu gazed intently at her, his right hand naturally resting on her shoulder as he spoke, quietly channeling healing chakra into her body. Yitsong was once a hero of a certain village, having earned numerous accolades on the battlefield. Yet, the leaders of that village were foolish and self-serving, betraying her, who had trusted them implicitly, to the enemy, nearly leading to her demise at their hands. It became evident now, it was indeed her. Upon examination, he discovered a latent affliction lurking within Yulu's chest. In the storyline of the Kongrin chapter, he recalled that the catalyst for Shinnong's appearance was Yulu contracting a peculiar illness, causing the villagers to shun her. Providing the old man with the opportunity to step in, merely curing her ailment to gain her unwavering trust. It appears that the child was abandoned primarily due to a hereditary disease that is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to resolve. Chapter 199. Those unfamiliar with chakra are unrefined. My Lord Yitsong, completely captivated by the content of Senju Jinyu's words, and his actions being sufficiently discreet. Yulu remained unaware of what he had done until he retracted his medical chakra after conducting his examination. Though you are still young, I am aware that you already comprehend many things. To underscore his seriousness, Senju Jinyu locked eyes with Yulu, stating, I share this with you not for any other reason, but to help you understand that the gentle Yitsong you admire bears a heavy burden within. If you truly wish to remain by her side, you will inevitably encounter various perilous situations in the future, and you may even have to engage in some ruthless acts. Do you genuinely wish to be with her, knowing that you might face endless enmity and have your hands stained with blood? Yulu's expression clearly reflected her turmoil. The battlefield, hatred, killing, having endured beatings and worried about food throughout her life. When had she ever faced such dilemmas? For a girl who had never even seen the world beyond her village, these concepts were utterly beyond her comprehension. There is no need to rush your response. Observing the girl's panic-stricken visage, Senju Jinyu deliberated and ultimately decided to refrain from further distressing her. He rose, departing while leaving her with a final remark. As you have seen, our matters will require some time to complete. Before that, you are always welcome to seek me out to share your decision. Watching Senju Jinyu's retreating figure, 5-year-old Yulu felt a profound sense of confusion regarding her future aspirations for the first time. After a considerable duration, she gradually shifted her gaze, her eyes wandering throughout the dilapidated room. My Lord Yitsong, slowly making her way to the fire. She sat on the small wooden stool where Yitsong often perched, her mind replaying the joyous laughter and shared moments from the past few days. It was the first time she experienced genuine happiness and warmth, truly feeling cared for by another. Truth be told, her innate talents were far from negligible. With proper nurturing, she would indeed have opportunities to shine. Outside the house, Senju Jinhua waved his hand, sending the ever-ready ice bird soaring into the sky above the ruins, serving to alleviate some of Yi Tsang's burdens. Wow, it really can fly. Such a large bird. I thought it was made of ice. Indeed, it looks like ice. Due to her unwelcomed status, Yulu's dwelling was merely an abandoned structure perched on a high ridge at the village's edge. Perhaps the commotion caused by the ice bird had drawn some children and even adults, who now hid behind the walls of the ridge, whispering among themselves. Senju Jinhua felt indifferent to their scrutiny. He was no tyrant who would resort to violence merely for being gazed upon. They were just common folk. As long as they did not impede his affairs, he cared little for their opinions. Are we finally commencing? The distance to the ruins was not substantial. For his mental prowess, it was traversed in the blink of an eye. Within his mental realm, he could distinctly sense that Xianglin had cast a vast sealing array around the ruins, nearly obscuring half the sky. This was not intended to seal any colossal beasts, but merely to obstruct potential chakra-based communication methods. At the swamp's edge near the village, Anma Bayun gazed at the oppressively thick fog surrounding her, a look of melancholy and resentment upon her face. Such dense fog will surely soak the canvas. How am I to paint? Beside her, Shisai remained silent, merely touching the back of her left hand, or more precisely, the Greer stone sewn onto her left hand's glove. After much diligent research and experimentation, Xianglin had finally deciphered the sealing array of the Greer, or vein. Though she was currently incapable of transporting the entire vein, she could now enter and utilize it freely without issue. Thus, procuring a Greer or for Shisai was no longer a daunting task. Initially, Senju Jinhua had harbored some concerns, recalling that the character He Yin had once mentioned that only those of royal lineage from the ancient kingdoms could bond with the Greer or. However, he was taken aback to discover that after enduring numerous failures, this tenacious girl had indeed succeeded. In that instant, Senju Jinhua suddenly realized the narratives he had previously encountered and the statements made by those individuals were not absolute truths. Their words were limited by their perspectives and knowledge at the time. Such notions of royal lineage were mere fabrications from those in power. In essence, the first individuals to discover the Greer stone recognized its immense potential, subsequently using their authority to seize control of the vein. The only aspect puzzling him was that after utilizing the Greer or Haid, and his two female subordinates exhibited signs of mutation, while Shisai did not. The Greer or merely amplified her innate abilities. Regarding this matter, it remained uncertain which side possessed the more unique constitution or whether Shisai's interaction with the Greer stone was insufficiently profound. Glancing at his two companions, Izumi retrieved Xuanyue from her waist. As her weapon grasped, her previously clear eyes transformed into a vivid crimson. Let us begin. With a swift motion, she dashed forward, the sound of splashing water echoing as she sped across to the opposite shore. Shisai, unable to utilize chakra, could not traverse the water as effortlessly. Yet after gaining control of the Greer or, her body control reached an almost miraculous level. After exchanging a nod with Anma Bayun, she slightly bent her knees to gather strength before launching herself forward with a powerful surge. With a rush of wind caused by her velocity, the canvas Anma Bayun had just set up was knocked to the ground. Staring at the fog-shrouded path leading to the opposite shore, she eventually rolled her eyes, muttering as she gathered her materials. Humph, those who cannot even utilize chakra are so uncouth, relying solely on brute strength to dash across the water like a ninja. Chapter 200, The Return of the King. Enemy Attack. The emergency response team must immediately engage, ensuring the enemy is kept outside the base. Captain, should we notify the leader? Fool. A mere handful of enemies does not warrant alerting the leader. Understood. Attack. Let these damned invaders witness the might of our Konoha. With a thunderous roar, fully armed Konoha soldiers charged towards the base entrance in an orderly fashion, each wielding standard kunai rifles, loaded to the brim with kunai ammunition. This was the new equipment painstakingly developed by Konoha after their defeat. Upon encountering an enemy, one merely had to pull the trigger to launch kunai in a manner akin to an automatic rifle. After numerous refinements and advancements, the current kunai gun has become remarkably sophisticated, its power and precision nearly rivaling that of seasoned ninjas who have undergone years of training. It is indeed an excellent piece of equipment for mass-producing soldiers. Move quickly. Teams 1, 2, and 3 adopt a defensive formation to repel the enemy. Teams 4 and 5 encircle from the flanks, ensuring that all invaders are contained here. Understood. Each squad consists of 5 members, totaling 5 squads. Meanwhile, deep within the ruins, Shinsho Jinue perceives that even more Konin soldiers are rapidly gathering. It is evident that if they, as the invaders, do not swiftly eliminate this batch of obstructors, they will inevitably find themselves surrounded by an even greater number of Konin. Let me see how you will respond. On the way here, he merely conveyed a brief overview of the situation at the base, without giving explicit instructions on what each individual should do. This should be considered their first instance of autonomously executing a mission without clear directives. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried yet composed footsteps approached the entrance of the base's secret passage. Just as everyone settled into position, intensely focused on the direction from which the sound emanated, a thick fog ahead exploded outward as if in a violent eruption. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A colossal fireball, towering at least 2 stories high, surged toward the Konin. Like a molten iron sphere plunging into butter, the fireball evaporated all mist in its path within an instant. Disperse. The members, well-trained regular troops, displayed no signs of panic in the face of such a sudden assault. Upon hearing their leader's command, they reacted promptly. Just as they momentarily vacated their positions, the massive fireball detonated at their previous location. The terrifying shockwave instantaneously cleared a significant area of fog, revealing Izumi, who had been concealed within it, locking onto her target. With synchronized movements, they redirected their kunai to aim. Attack. The air was filled with the sound of countless kunai raining down like a torrential downpour, enveloping Izumi's surroundings with no refuge in sight. Yet this was just the beginning. Under the watchful gaze of Shinsho Jinue, it became apparent that the 2 flanking teams had entirely encircled Izumi, poised and ready to strike. This is excessive. At the door of Yulio's residence, Shinsho Jinue, who had been strolling, suddenly halted with a dark expression. With a flick of his thoughts, a vast amount of water vapor swiftly gathered above the base, poised for action. What a jest! Only the girl's family knows how to care for her. The notion of free play was merely a pretext to foster their decision-making abilities. Would he truly stand idly by and watch the girls get injured? He would have to be utterly foolish to do so. In the blink of an eye, as he observed the ominous cloud of kunai above, Izumi's face bore no signs of anxiety. She merely tightened her grip on her weapon, inhaled deeply, and the black tomo in her eyes began to spin with increasing speed. Just as the first kunai was about to make contact with her body, she executed a near-instantaneous maneuver, narrowly evading the blade. Like a swan dancing gracefully amidst a storm, the sound of metal clashing resonated in unison. Within the barrage of dark projectiles, Izumi pushed her Sharingan's dynamic vision to its utmost limits. Each collision between her weapon and the kunai created just enough space for her agile form to maneuver. Observing this scene, even though Shinsho Jinue was confident he could intervene in time to save Izumi, his nerves were taut with tension. This is exhilarating. This girl is enjoying herself, while those who care for her are nearly terrified. The rain of kunai soon dissipated, yet to the astonishment of the Konin, the petite girl bore not a single mark of injury. What? How is this possible for a human? Just as the Konin were engulfed in disbelief, Izumi, having just unleashed her wave of attacks, finally exhaled in relief. She glanced at her adversaries, nonchalantly surveying her surroundings, and a subtle smile graced her lips. I wonder, is it really wise for all of you to focus your attention solely on me? Upon hearing her words, the Konin momentarily froze, only to suddenly have several captains shout in unison, not good. She has allies. A faint sound of a blade unsheathing emerged from behind the ambushing Konin on the left. Swiftly, so fast that it was nearly indistinguishable. In the next moment, a fully equipped 5-member squad collapsed to the ground in unison. What? All Konin present were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, on the side of Zaizir, despite countless simulations prior, this was the first time she had personally felled an enemy, leaving her momentarily dazed. What an opportunity! True to their training, the regular troops regained their composure almost instantaneously. Though the reasons were unclear, the seasoned captains would undoubtedly seize this golden opportunity, swiftly raising their kunai guns to fire. The enhanced physical prowess granted by the Grail had reached an astonishing level. Without even glancing and relying solely on reflexes, she knocked down all incoming kunai before Zaizir could react. Damn it! All Konin simultaneously cursed their misfortune. It was obvious that such a golden opportunity would not present itself again. Now, faced with these two remarkably swift adversaries after losing one team, did the remaining members have any hope of victory? Most Conan had already concluded the answer within themselves. Yet, despite this, not a single individual contemplated retreat. What nonsense! Decades ago, the ancestors of the Ko nation emerged only to be swiftly subdued by Konoha. After years of arduous labor, they believed that their resurgence was imminent, ready to strike Konoha's stronghold. For that grand and noble goal, how could they falter before just two enemies? Moreover, the most critical factor remained. The Ko nation had but one stronghold left. Should they retreat, they would only find themselves cornered and trapped. With this thought, even without their captains rallying their spirits, every team member displayed a resolute determination to face death boldly, clearly prepared to fight to the last breath. Chapter 201. Under the bright sun, 50 adults quickly. As the Conan faced their fate, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the base's passage, mingled with the clatter of equipment. Reinforcements have arrived. The spirits of several captains surged as they declared, "Everyone, prepare to attack." Yes, the arrival of reinforcements undoubtedly served as a powerful morale booster for the Conan. In the previous moment, the air was filled with despair as the Conan vowed to fight alongside their base. Yet suddenly their spirits soared. How could so many grown men bully two frail girls without feeling a sense of shame? On the opposite bank of the swamp, Anma Bayun stood leisurely before his easel, one hand cradling a palette of paints while the other deftly manipulated a brush, making adjustments on the canvas that vividly depicted the scene of the Conan rushing forth from the passageway. However, unlike the actual situation, the canvas was enveloped in mist, albeit less dense than that surrounding the area. The recent display of Izumi's great fireball was not merely for show, although the mist was beginning to coalesce once more. What she had witnessed was sufficiently informative for her purposes. The term swamp generally refers to low-lying areas inundated with stagnant water and overgrown with reeds and brush. Despite knowing that enemy reinforcements had arrived, Anma Bayun remained unperturbed. Not merely because Izumi and Shisai were engaged with the foe ahead, but also due to her unwavering confidence in her comrades' abilities. Of course, her utmost confidence resided within herself. Given the harsh environment, swamps are typically littered with decaying vegetation and the remains of small creatures. With swift strokes, the canvas captured the unwitting Conan as they stepped into the thin veil of mist. After prolonged decay, various toxic gases would be generated. As the mist was inhaled, the faces of the Conan on the canvas began to sprout grayish spots. To guard against toxic gases, well-sealed gas masks are required. Yet these fools believed that merely covering their faces with cloth would suffice. The spots quickly merged into a vast expanse. It was truly disheartening. Despite being adults, the foremost Conans suddenly collapsed in agony. They could not even comprehend such a simple truth, akin to wheat blown down by the wind. More and more Conan fell like dominoes. This could not be. With a few final strokes, I lament the fate of 50, exactly 50 reinforcements. Not a single one remained. All sprawled on the ground with ghastly expressions. Silence ensued. Witnessing their comrades, who had just moments ago been invigorated, now struggling as if possessed, the Conan exchanged bewildered glances. Unsure of what to say? What was happening? What is this situation? In broad daylight, under the open sky, who can elucidate what in the world is transpiring? Is this an illusion directly targeting the five senses of the human body? Upon seeing such a scene, Izumi felt a flicker of gravity in her eyes. Previously, she had only heard Senju Miyue speak of Anma Bayun's formidable illusions, but today she finally bore witness. However, she was merely momentarily astonished. Gripping her weapon as her stamina gradually returned to normal, she then subtly glanced at Shisai, and upon noticing his slight nod in acknowledgement, the two almost simultaneously leaped forward, selecting a team to engage with unison. Clang! Chidori blade! Screams of horror suddenly escalated. Their speed was already remarkable, and they had deliberately chosen the moment of the enemy's disarray, compounded by Izumi's unforeseen explosive offensive. The ensuing battle swiftly descended into a farcical affair. Perhaps due to their singular focus on developing equipment, the close combat capabilities of these Conan were shockingly inadequate. Once they were unable to exert numerical pressure, the Conan encountered in the base were as fragile as paper, proving no match for the duo. Not to mention that Senju Miyue had been covertly monitoring their actions, eliminating any lurking threats. Ultimately, within just over an hour, The two had completely dismantled the aerial battleship that had taken decades to construct. At the entrance of the rain flow, Senju murmured and nodded with satisfaction, a hint of uncontainable joy gracing his features. Yuliyo, who stepped out upon hearing the noise, looked at him in confusion. Their performance had been commendable. They had accomplished the task I assigned. He glanced at Yuliyo, whose demeanor displayed a flicker of emotion. Yet without awaiting her opinion, he led the way toward the ruins. Come, let us go and see what surprises the Konin have prepared for us. Behind him, Yuliyo watched his retreating figure, an evident struggle crossing her face. Nevertheless, she clenched her fist and resolutely followed him. Well done, ladies. By the swamp's edge, Senju Miyue affectionately ruffled the hair of both Onma Bayun and Uzumaki Korin. Reveling in his touch, Onma Bayun appeared content and self-satisfied, while Korin's cheeks flushed slightly, offering no further reaction. With a focused gaze, a substantial ice block swiftly formed upon the swamp's surface, large enough to accommodate several individuals without feeling crowded. Let us proceed, beautiful ladies, to witness the surprises the Konin have in store for us. Just as the bewildered Yuliyo steadied herself, the massive ice block beneath her feet began to glide smoothly across the water, as if pulled by an unseen force. While she curiously observed the mist dissipating in tandem with Senju Miyue's movements, she had not witnessed any overt actions on his part. Aside from the divine, her youthful mind could not conceive of anyone else capable of such feats. Upon reaching the opposite bank, Senju Miyue did not take pains to conceal the blood and the fallen Konin. After all, Yuliyo would inevitably face such realities in her pursuit of Yetsong. Thus he deemed it unnecessary to engage in superfluous theatrics. You have arrived. Izumi stood poised, weapon sheathed, at the entrance of the base. Senju Miyue came to a halt before her, smiling as he stroked her hair. You did well. I am very pleased. Though it was merely a simple compliment to Izumi, it resonated like a celestial melody, causing her eyes to brighten with joy. The Konin within the base had been utterly defeated, while those lacking combat capability had congregated in a hall, where Shisai now observed them. Excellent. Senju Miyue nodded in approval. As he passed the fallen Konin, he noted that the truly deceased were few. Many retained faint traces of chakra. Considering the youthful and vibrant nature of his companions, they were hardly bloodthirsty killers. After all, these were lives. How could they be extinguished so indiscriminately under circumstances that could be managed with ease? Pausing momentarily, he raised his right hand, invoking Ice Wolf. With a crackle, a visible mass of vapor quickly coalesced. Soon, over 100 agile ice wolves materialized before the assembly. As he observed the ice wolves swiftly disperse, some even darting into the passageway of the ruins, Senju Miyue nodded in satisfaction and led the way. Let us witness the fruits of your first independent mission. Chapter 202. If you don't believe, asked Ishiwan upon entering the ruins, the passageway, which had not yet been activated for ascent, sloped downwards into the darkness. The surroundings were dim and profound, with both walls and floor constructed from neatly cut azure stone blocks. It was uncertain whether the overgrowth of robust vines along the walls was due to neglect or a deliberate choice to retain their rustic charm. Periodically, circular glass windows emitting a faint green glow offered the only source of light, imparting an eerie ambience to the entire corridor. The remaining non-combat personnel proceeded to a spacious hall ahead, guided by Quan. As they followed the passage, Yulu observed the bloodstains scattered across the ground and the large ice wolves, each carrying unknown burdens. The sight was so unfamiliar to the young girl that she instinctively quickened her pace and tugged at Xiang Lin's clothing. Xiang Lin turned around, puzzled by Yulu, who was trailing behind like a timid quail. Upon sensing her gaze, Yulu remained silent, but shook her head slightly in a gesture of dismay. What is this? What is all this? Is this supposed to inspire you? This environment? This atmosphere? This blood-soaked ground, and the scene of corpses being dealt with? What sane person would bring a child to such a place for inspiration? Where has Lord Yitsong gone? In comparison, it was indeed far more comforting to be with Lord Yitsong, who would share a meal and smile to express gratitude. Just as Yulu was lost in thoughts of Lord Yitsong, the group turned several corners and finally reached the hall that Quan had mentioned. With the assistance of the ice wolves, Shisei no longer needed to keep a vigilant watch over the captives in the hall. The moment she spotted the newcomers at the entrance, she promptly approached them. Ah, I see you have performed admirably, Qinsho Jinyue remarked, her face reflecting appreciation as she regarded Shisei, who was evidently suppressing her excitement. It appears you have indeed mastered the power of the Grail Stone. Thank you. Teacher, I still have much to improve upon and must strive harder. Though it was not her first time receiving praise from him, Shisei felt this acknowledgement stemmed from her genuine efforts rather than mere compliance. Achieving such results on her first mission warranted a bit more pride, she thought. With a light-hearted jest, Qianshou Jinyue ruffled her hair encouragingly. Yet maintaining such a humble attitude is commendable. I look forward to seeing what heights you can reach without following the ninja path. This was the first time she had been affectionately touched by her revered teacher, causing Shisei's cheeks to flush a deep crimson and her spirit to soar. She stood upright and declared loudly, "Yes, teacher. I will continue to train diligently and will not let you down." Seeing that a once casual promise had blossomed into a formidable elite under her guidance, Qianshou Jinyue felt genuine joy. Most importantly, as a student and subordinate, Shisei was exceptionally perceptive and relied heavily on her. Although she was still far from Quan's level, she was already a source of reassurance compared to many others in this world. If you don't believe, ask Shiwan. Having a subordinate like Shisei is surely better than finding a father figure, isn't it? Fortunately, she had grown quite a bit over the past 2 years. Otherwise, rewarding her adorable subordinate would have looked rather comical. Someone has arrived. Who could it be this time? It seems to be their leader, and astonishingly, they are all children? Damn it, those detestable Kong Nin, who usually flaunt their power over us, are now being confronted by these few children? Shoo, let's observe how they handle us first. Rest assured, we are not combat personnel. They will not treat us as they do the Kong Nin. True, let's assess the situation first. Before the group could fully enter, Qianshou Jinyue overheard a series of hushed discussions, but the multitude of voices coalesced into a buzzing murmur, rendering their words nearly inaudible. From the moment he laid eyes on the colossal circular pillar in the hall, his attention was wholly captivated, rendering the discussions irrelevant. The pillar was thick and lengthy, entwined with cables that seemed to pulse like veins, and before it stood an enormous stone seat far exceeding the dimensions of an average human. Finally, he encountered something somewhat familiar amidst the hostile and somber gazes surrounding him, unfazed by the animosity directed at him. Qianshou Jinyue strode confidently through the crowd toward the massive stone seat. This chair seems to have been ruined by Naruto. The quality is somewhat concerning. As he leisurely passed through the throng, despite saying nothing threatening or displaying any menacing demeanor, the captives instinctively parted to grant him passage. Upon reaching the stone seat, he touched it lightly and then leaped onto its back. Immediately, all the captives turned their gazes toward him, and the previously buzzing hall fell eerily silent. Men, women, the elderly, and the young all stared at him as if awaiting a judge's decree regarding their fate. I know you have many questions swirling in your minds, and some of you may be contemplating how to defeat us or convey messages to reclaim this base. At his words, several young captives, who had previously appeared naive, suddenly changed expressions as if their thoughts had been laid bare before them. However, Qianshou Jinyue paid little heed to their reactions and continued speaking. To be frank, I am not a bloodthirsty tyrant. Most of those who fought against us have merely lost consciousness, with very few actually dead. I understand that such a vast base cannot operate without sufficient manpower, and I believe there is no one better suited for this than those of you who built it. He paused for a moment, allowing them some time to process his words before continuing. Thus, gathering you all here today serves not only to clarify that this place has changed hands, but also to propose a transaction. Chapter 203. A transaction based on vulnerabilities. As the leader of what you perceive as invaders, I can assure you that I will not resort to needless bloodshed. In fact, I can offer you a legitimate opportunity to resist me once a month. What? Such kindness? Impossible. What is your true intention? In response, he raised his voice slightly to quell the cacophony of murmurs among the captives, waiting until they calmed before continuing. As part of a fair exchange, you must commit wholeheartedly to working for me. Unthinkable. You suddenly invade our homeland, and now proclaim that sparing lives is fairness? An invader is an invader. Spare us your pretense. When our main forces discover the situation here, it will be your demise. Indeed, he speaks this way merely to manipulate us into assisting him in seizing control of this base. Everyone must not be swayed by the enemy's sweet-talking. Suddenly, a dozen humanoid ice sculptures emerged amidst the incessant clamor of the crowd. Despite punches, kicks, and even stones hurled at them, no trace was left upon the icy figures. Watching helplessly as comrades transformed into ice sculptures before their eyes, Many of the more obstinate captives turned pale, glaring at Qinshu Jinhua and demanding, "Did you not just declare that you would not kill anyone? How can we trust you now?" Qinshu Jinhua's calm gaze swept over the crowd below. At this moment, "You are my captives. Everything I said hinges on your willingness to cooperate voluntarily, not on my need for you. Do you understand?" His words were quite brusque, for he understood that, whether in anger or curses, these individuals would ultimately submit to him. Why? Observing the small groups within the crowd, particularly the young men accompanied by women, the elderly, and children, Qinshu Jinhua thought to himself, they will concede for the sake of their vulnerabilities. Witnessing his unwavering stance, the courage those individuals had mustered swiftly dwindled. It was not that they were convinced, but rather, seeing the glaring ice sculptures alongside their parents and spouses, they pondered if sacrificing their lives alone was worth it. The dilemma was that they were no longer solitary. If they succumbed to a moment of impulse, what would become of their families? Who would genuinely care for them? Would they not be consumed by hatred, seeking revenge, and subsequently face annihilation at the hands of these invaders? Perhaps realizing this, the fervent voices soon faded, and even the younger individuals, reminded by their elders, fell silent in frustration. "It seems you have all come to an understanding." With a slight wave of his right hand, numerous cracks suddenly appeared on the previously untouched ice sculptures. As the crowd hurriedly extracted their comrades, they beheld those frozen figures, faces pale yet alive. And several prominent captives exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in tacit agreement. "We are all adults. Let us not dwell on tales fit for fairy tales." This was evidently a warning. Yet should there be a next time, who could guarantee that the opportunity to negotiate would be so amicable? Especially those who had just been frozen. They had first-hand experience of the sensation of becoming an ice sculpture in an instant. The bone-chilling cold and the suffocating isolation that rendered them helplessly awaiting death was an experience they would never wish to endure again. "We agree to your terms." Ultimately, an elderly man in a white coat stepped forward to represent the collective, stating to Qinshu Jinhua, "However, you must also assure me that you will not execute anyone indiscriminately. Otherwise, you must understand, we have the capability to construct this base, and destroying it would not pose a challenge." Of course, successfully enlisting these builders of ruins to work for himself was undoubtedly advantageous for Qinshu Jinhua, who had always adhered to a policy of elite subordinates. After all, he could not expect the lovely little fairies to maintain the base and clean daily. "Since you are willing to cooperate, I can also make a commitment to you." With a gesture, he beckoned, and as Quan and her companions approached, he addressed the elderly man. "They are my subordinates, and will henceforth manage this base. I offer you the opportunity for resistance. Each month, you may send a team to challenge any one of them. The number will be 10, whether through direct confrontation, traps, or even surprise attacks and poison. If you win once, you may redeem 50 individuals within this base, counting those present and the unconscious Kong outside. Let us say 500 in total. Thus, if you can defeat them 10 times, I will agree to release all of you. Surely, this condition does not seem excessive to you?" Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of all captives. And glancing at the 4 little girls standing before the stone platform, a glimmer of hope and excitement began to surface in many eyes. "Is this for real?" Finally, the elderly man in the white coat inquired on behalf of the group. Despite knowing Qinshu Jinhua's capabilities, he did not believe the little girls would appear as naive as their looks suggested. Nevertheless, this was indeed a glimmer of hope for their freedom. Thus, even fully aware that the reality may not be as simple as it appeared, they felt compelled to gamble on this chance. "Of course, your lives rest solely in my hands. What purpose would it serve to deceive you?" Observing the grave expression on the old man's face, Qinshu Jinhua casually shrugged. "To be honest, my intention in proposing this is solely to alleviate your concerns, allowing you to work diligently for me without reservations." After hearing this, the elderly man fixed his gaze upon Qinshu Jinhua, meeting his calm stare without any sign of evasion. After a while, he slowly nodded. "Very well. I can promise on behalf of everyone that as long as you fulfill your words today, we shall earnestly work for you. As a leader, I also hope you will remember and genuinely uphold the promises made today." This time, the old man refrained from issuing threats of dire consequences. Rest assured, no sooner had he spoken than a swirl of vapor coalesced before the elderly man, swiftly taking on a humanoid form. Ignoring the astonishment on the faces around him, Qinshu Jinhua extended his right hand towards the old man with a smile. Just as you firmly believe in your potential for freedom, I am equally confident in the capabilities of my subordinates, beyond their beauty and charm. Chapter 204. The Troubles of the Kanglan Fierce Beasts. Two underage maidens breaking into the secret base of Kongrin. After all, that is the stronghold of Kongrin Village. Or rather, the culmination of the entire kingdom of Kong's decades-long research and construction of a battle fortress. The first appearance in the narrative was a devastating assault that obliterated a considerable portion of my village, and afterward, they withdrew unscathed, save for a few unfortunate souls from a crash. With such formidable offensive and maneuvering capabilities, how could they be so easily subdued by two youthful maidens? Regardless of the perspective, this scenario seems rather absurd. Yet after a thorough contemplation, Qinsho Jinhua found this occurrence quite reasonable, not excessive at all. Although the narrative depicted Kongrin as possessing nearly insurmountable aerial assault capabilities, what was the situation when Lu Shika discovered the fleet at sea? The entire squad dispatched to confront him was effortlessly subdued by Zhua Yi alone. This was even under circumstances where Zhua Yi was merely stalling for time. Otherwise, judging by his demeanor, these seemingly formidable Konin could have been deemed defeated the moment he approached them. What followed? An enormous fleet, painstakingly amassed over decades in secrecy, comprised of 3 super aircraft carriers and 5 frigates, was ultimately dismantled by Yonoshino. While employing insects to disrupt naval vessels was an unforeseen tactic against Konin, it is noteworthy that during this unfolding of events, Sasuke was still studying under Orochimaru, implying that the little roaches had only just graduated a couple of years prior. It is essential to recognize that the Konin aboard these vessels were genuinely trained combatants. Comparatively, although Izumi and Shisai were younger than Zhua Yi and Shino in the narrative, they were the product of Senju Jinyue's considerable efforts in their training. Setting aside other factors, he held absolute confidence that the combat prowess of the two girls surpassed that of Zhua Yi and Shino in the storyline. Moreover, most of those remaining at the base were merely researchers and civilians lacking combat capability, with only about 100 individuals qualifying as true combatants. Those left behind to guard the base in peacetime were predictably not formidable characters. This stark contrast led Senju Jinyue to reflect that if they could not successfully complete their mission under such advantageous conditions, it was necessary to reassess whether there had been flaws in the ideological education of these girls. Subsequently, after reaching an agreement with the base residents represented by the elderly man in a white coat, Senju Jinyue delegated all relevant tasks to Yi Kong. The search for Xiang Lin, the remnants of the ancient kingdom, and the Greer or deposits, along with the Konin base, began. Initially, she had been lured with promises of emotional support and vengeance, yet for years, she had been relegated to aimlessly wandering the map. In Senju Jinyue's expectations, only Jun Malu remained among the subordinates he intended to recruit. This spirited individual, who would be utterly loyal upon recognition of a master, was likely still imprisoned somewhere within the Kagaya clan's confines. Human character often transforms into the desired form only after experiencing specific events, so he was not prepared to hastily rescue him before the Kagaya clan's demise. When the time came, it would simply be a matter of racing against Orochimaru to secure him. After all, he was merely a serpent engrossed in flasks and beakers. Given his current strength, coupled with the prophetic information in his mind that rivaled a bug, whether he could confront them head-on was uncertain, but he was confident he would not easily face defeat. Therefore, entrusting the Konin base to Yi Kong's management served 2 purposes. First, to allow her a respite and self-reflection, as her combat abilities, aside from her mastery of Jotan, were not particularly remarkable, which could become a critical weakness in future battles. This arrangement afforded her time and space for personal growth. Secondly, Yulu, the young girl, could no longer suppress her admiration and affection for Yi Kong and resolutely chose to follow her, becoming a curious little apprentice. As for how to manage this little fan, that would be up to Yi Kong. In terms of ninjutsu, medical techniques, and various resources, including the life energy of the Spear of Heaven and Greer, or Senju Jinyue would not hesitate to provide her with everything she desired. Regarding the others, barring exceptional circumstances, Izumi and Onma Biyun would naturally remain in Konoha with him. Shisai, now endowed with Greer, or possessed the capability and strength for solo outings. Thus, aside from daily training, Senju Jinyue instructed her to follow Yi Kong's orders, facilitating communication and transport between Konoha, the Konin base, and Tanaka village. Lastly, Xiang Lin's task was paramount. With the Konin base now secured, he had inspected the power room, sealing the zero tail. The most pressing matter was to ensure Xiang Lin fully mastered the sealing techniques of the Greer or deposits before transplanting the entire vein into the power room. Only when they truly soared into the skies could he justify the extensive time spent searching for and ultimately capturing this base. The combat stronghold, Ankabandian, painstakingly constructed over decades. After organizing the affairs of the base, Senju Jinyue did not linger, returning to Konoha the same day with Izumi and Onma Bayun. With age and increasing strength, the various public engagements assigned by the third Hokage had become more frequent, and without a compelling justification, his sudden absence would undoubtedly provoke the old man's ire. At the dumpling shop, as Senju Jinyue finally found a moment of respite, he encountered Mike Guy, who had just packaged a portion of food. However, unlike before, as they exited the dumpling shop, Guy, who had once epitomized youthful exuberance and recklessness, began to emit a series of sighs. It is worth noting that as Senju Jinyue matured, Mike Guy's appearance had also matured, now resembling the fierce beast he remembered. Observing Guy beside him, who had taken a bite of a dumpling skewer only to set it down with a defeated expression, Senju Jinyue could not help but inquire, "What troubles you? You appear forlorn. Have you faced rejection in love?" "What? Rejection in love? What nonsense are you spouting, Jinyue?" Although aware he was being teased, Guy blushed and hurriedly defended himself, then hesitated while looking at the dumpling in his hand before reluctantly divulging. "I don't know if you recall the friend who was my rival since our ninja academy days." "Oh, you mean Kakashi Hitaki, right?" While stuffing his mouth with dumplings, Senju Jinyue pretended to ponder before nodding. "What happened? Did he sever ties with you? Or has he found someone new and disregarded you?" Guy rolled his eyes at him. Then, his expression growing despondent, replied, "I never mentioned this before, but Kakashi wasn't always like this. Although he was cool and had a sharp tongue, he excelled in every aspect, making it despairing. Yet, he would still communicate with us, his peers. However, after the Third Great Ninja War and a particular mission he undertook as the fourth Hokage's disciple, he completely changed. Ever since then, he seems like a different person, filled with melancholy and no longer engages with us. Even when we cross paths, he refuses to utter a word." Due to his clear understanding of Kakashi's situation, Shinsho Jinyue found nothing peculiar about it. The Umbu, after all, typically undertook covert missions that required utmost confidentiality. Perhaps Kakashi was concerned that conversing too much with familiar faces might inadvertently lead to leaks. When he casually mentioned Kakashi's affiliation with the Umbu, Kai instinctively glanced at him in surprise. However, upon reflecting on the current popularity of Jinyue's younger brother in the village and the evident favoritism shown by the third Hokage, it became apparent that it was only natural for Jinyue's younger brother to be privy to such matters. Thus, he nodded and dismissed the thought, continuing, "Actually, I used to think the same way. If I were to join the Umbu and become his colleague, perhaps he wouldn't need to bear the burden of secrecy alone and could revert to being the Kakashi we once knew." "You? Join the Umbu?" Upon hearing this, Shinsho Jinyue was momentarily taken aback. "Mike Guy? Join the Umbu? What an outrageous notion. If you were to enter the Umbu, would there be any secrets left in Konoha? And then what? 2 months ago, I approached the Hokage, requesting his approval to join the Umbu. And then?" As he continued, Kai's dumplings suddenly lost their allure. The Hokage expressed understanding of my feelings but stated that the Umbu could not capitalize on my strengths, followed by some comments about stones, and then he scolded me, ordering me to leave immediately. Hearing this, Shinsho Jinyue fell into a contemplative silence. This narrative seemed oddly familiar, even Danzo. But before he could finish his thought, the previously despondent Kai suddenly erupted with tears of indignation. "After leaving, I encountered Danzo, yet even he claimed my darkness was insufficient for joining his Umbu. How infuriating." Ignoring Kai's habitual antics, Shinsho Jinyue gazed ahead, his mind racing to recall the increasingly hazy memories and images, chronologically. Kai's pursuit of the third Hokage and Danzo to join the Umbu for Kakashi's sake must have occurred around the time Itachi had just joined the Umbu. Following that, the narrative should have led to Kai and his team exchanging scrolls with another nation, during which Kai truly came to understand the nature of the missions his friend was undertaking in the Umbu, and finally grasped the essence of the darkness Danzo alluded to. In the original plot, Itachi's mindset was still relatively independent, searching for answers from his surroundings. Despite this life's interference, the primary factor was the third Hokage's unexpected formation of Team 9, which altered the trajectory of the Uchiha incident by aligning Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally part of the coup faction. Nevertheless, even so, Shinsho Jinue felt it imperative to remain vigilant. Most importantly, he could not underestimate Danzo and Obito's determination to eradicate and retaliate against the Uchiha clan. Given that the third Hokage was now thrust into the spotlight, it was almost a certainty that he would not wish to inherit a disastrous legacy. With Danzo and Obito orchestrating events behind the scenes, Shinsho Jinue believed that the Uchiha clan's affairs would inevitably require substantial reform before they could live peacefully in Konoha. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and of course, the deeply hidden Uchiha Fugaku. These three constituted the current might of the Uchiha clan. However, compared to the daring youth of Shisui and Itachi, Fugaku's singular focus on prioritizing his clan rendered him somewhat overly cautious. Thus, to achieve his goals, a shift in focus and careful guidance of the two young talents would be essential. In truth, I find it rather intriguing that the future Hokage of Konoha is secretly contemplating the fate, even the lives, of the Uchiha clan. Such thoughts can only remain internalized. On the surface, Shinsho Jinue continued to engage in normal conversation with Kai. I've heard about Kakashi. I have some understanding of the situation. Oh, Kai turned to him, genuinely curious and respectful of his younger brother's intellect and insights. Firstly, Kakashi's current state largely stems from the deaths of his two teammates. Am I mistaken? Indeed. Kai nodded earnestly at this point. Now, consider it from another perspective. What kind of person is Kakashi? From a young age, he has been a paragon of excellence, even attaining the status of Jonin at a remarkably young age. Such a person, who failed to protect his teammates during a mission, ultimately bearing the weight of their demise. Observing a flicker of despondency wash over Kai's face, Shinsho Jinue promptly shifted the topic. Consider your dumplings. If you had not paid and quietly slipped away while the owner was distracted, only to be caught and publicly shamed, how would you feel? As he imagined himself in that scenario, Kai's expression transformed into one of profound anguish. How does that feel? Do you experience intense regret? Overwhelming shame? Perhaps wishing to disappear in the dumpling shop itself? Yes. Kai nodded vigorously. Thus, the same applies to Kakashi. In your serious gaze? Shinsho Jinue asserted with conviction. The loss of his teammates weighs heavily on Kakashi. He undoubtedly experiences regret and guilt, perhaps even wishing for his own demise. Yet, as the sole heir of the Hitaki clan and an esteemed Jonin, he cannot simply end his own life, which is why he endures this suffering and punishes himself in this manner. Ah, yes, exactly. I had thought similarly before, but I lack the clarity you possess. Observing Kai's newfound enlightenment, Shinsho Jinue found himself growing increasingly eloquent. Therefore, I believe that as Kakashi's only true friend, you are, in fact, the root of his current suffering. What? Me? Kai was momentarily bewildered. Indeed, Shinsho Jinue pointed at him with an empty skewer. When a person is engulfed by guilt, they long for the very person they wronged to chastise or even physically reprimand them. Only through experiencing physical pain can they alleviate their internal sense of guilt. Oh, Kai's face lit up with a newfound understanding, his gaze toward Shinsho Jinue nearly reverent. With Kakashi's teammates gone, reproach would seem trivial to him. As he delved deeper into this realization, Shinsho Jinue sighed, casting a disappointed glance at Kai. At this moment, as his only friend, shouldn't you seek him out and unleash your full strength upon him, allowing him to release the guilt that has long burdened his heart through the most genuine of pains? Now I understand. Now I truly understand, Kai exclaimed, stuffing his mouth full of dumplings all at once. Just moments ago, Kai was despondent, but now his face is brimming with tears of joy as he clenches his fists, once again embodying that fervent and spirited demeanor. Kakashi, it was indeed my own folly that held me back in the past. However, it matters not, for I have finally come to understand. Wait for me, my eternal rival. I am on my way to assist you.